Hashtag chapter 1. What? I became the ultimate villain? Great Qian, Longda 26th year. Drew, forget it. Even if Wally agrees, I'd rather die than marry you. The furious shout of the woman reverberated like thunder in Drew's ears. His head pounded violently as he suddenly opened his eyes. Hiss. Where am I? In front of him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a red silk robe, her dress rippling like waves. The golden phoenix at her neckline seemed alive, and her porcelain skin was flawless, with a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Clearly royal attire. At this moment, her delicate eyebrows were knitted in anger, her teeth gritted, her black hair wild, her fists clenched, and her body trembling in rage. Behind her, several palace maids with exquisite features covered their mouths to stifle laughter, their eyes flicking towards him, clearly captivated by the commotion. Drew looked around in panic. He was inside the imperial palace, with two red-lacquered pillars standing beside him. Underfoot lay large bluestone bricks, and the grand architecture with glazed tile roofs stretched into the distance. Above the main palace entrance, a huge plaque read, Heavenly Righteousness, drawing his attention. Damn it, is this still on Earth? Startled, he felt a flood of memories surge into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. No, wait, I remember now. He had awakened the surviving big villain system, transported into the role of a villain from a novel. To survive until the end, he must return to Blue Star. Currently, he had died 98 times already. This was his last chance. Otherwise, he would face total destruction, vanishing into nothingness. Just thinking about it made Drew curse under his breath. He wanted to grab the brain-dead author, bash him over the head with a keyboard, and see if there was even any sense left in that brain. This plot twist, it couldn't be dreamed up by a carbon-based organism. Every time he transmigrated, it was into some bizarre scenario. The protagonist was either a warlord or a godlike doctor, or even the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, equipped with all kinds of absurd abilities. X-ray vision, silver needles, the 18 dragons subduing palms, and those were considered normal. There was even one where a touch would cause someone's testicles to explode within 24 hours. Mind-blowing. That time, Drew suffered excruciating pain for 3 whole months. This time, what kind of hellish plot did I land in? Let me check. As soon as he thought about it, he was stunned. Absolutely absurd. This time, he was the only son of a high-ranking minister, the Minister of Revenue, the head of the 6 ministries, a member of an aristocratic family with noble lineage. The woman before him was Empress's favorite Solange Stacy. The original owner of this body fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her fervently, becoming nothing more than a spineless admirer who was despised. Despite gifts, blockades, and even scaling the palace walls, risking execution by the imperial guards, all to meet Princess Stacy once. All for nothing. Desperate measures were taken. To marry the princess, the original owner resorted to tantrums and threats of suicide. His father, the Minister of Revenue, helplessly agreed and planned to petition the emperor during today's court session. Upon hearing the news, the original owner rushed over in joy to inform the princess, leading to the earlier scene. Drew was dumbfounded. Why bother with such foolish infatuation? With this family's status, he could spend his days enjoying life, not meddling with thugs and bullies in the marketplace. Why be a royal son-in-law? Remember, serving the emperor is like keeping company with tigers. Your head could be lost at any moment. And most importantly, once again, the protagonist was none other than Stevie, who somehow learned the dual cultivation technique, vowing to bring every pretty woman in the book into his harem to absorb their energy, strengthening himself, commonly known as pleasure supplement. Even more bizarrely, he could also use men if needed, needing only to gather 999 individuals to achieve mastery and unparalleled power. Damn, how perverted. Drew was shocked. What unnerved him even more was that Stevie was already close to Stacy, having become her personal guard, waiting for a chance to infiltrate the royal family. Next, his father would petition the emperor for a marriage decree, enraging Stevie and resulting in Drew's gruesome death. Isn't this just another overpowered protagonist template? Should I really get into conflict with him? That would be sheer stupidity. Drew was anxious. Suddenly, he saw the woman in front of him fuming, her face flushed red with anger. Drew, what are you babbling about? Princess Stacy's cheeks reddened as she sternly reprimanded him, though confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had clearly heard Drew mutter something about dual cultivation and pleasure supplements, as well as 999 beautiful women. Damn, indeed a shameless pervert. Moreover, he mentioned Stevie. Wait, wasn't that the person who saved her from danger in the market days ago, whom she took as her guard? Did he want to turn her into a medicinal pill and absorb her energy? What on earth is going on here? But Drew hadn't spoken a word, merely shifting his gaze restlessly. What the heck? Drew paused, bewildered, then exclaimed urgently. Addie, my time is short. You're absolutely right. We must never marry. I'm a useless piece of trash. Marrying you would be immoral. I don't have time for this girl. Damn it. Where's my damned old man? This Addie is targeted by Stevie, the ultimate medicinal pill. Fighting Stevie is madness. This 6th princess, though beautiful, isn't worth risking the entire family's lives. You, what are you talking about? Stacy couldn't believe her ears, staring at him in shock. These were Drew's words. Previously, Drew clung to her like glue, impossible to shake off. He used every trick in the book. To catch a glimpse of her, he traveled 1,000 miles to obtain a heavenly snow ivy. He waited outside her mansion for months just to greet her when she stepped out. Yet now, Drew was saying they must never marry. And something about Stevie's medicinal pills? What on earth was happening? Stacy thought it was just another one of Drew's tricks and started to scold him, don't try to. But Drew cut her off. I don't have time to chat with you. Do whatever you want, but understand this. We can never marry. Drew didn't even look at her, frantically searching for his father. If my father petitions the emperor and Stevie notices, I will die without a trace, and so will the entire family. No, no, this girl is trouble. I'm too young to die early. You. Stacy shook with anger, her face burning red. He said he didn't have time to talk to her? How could Drew change so much in such a short time? What was going on? She closed her mouth, blinking her eyes, studying Drew intently for a long moment. Suddenly, she realized that what she had heard might not have been his words, but his inner thoughts. Strange. What was happening? Moreover, he called her trouble. Red lips, white teeth. No. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Indeed, very annoying, just like before. But his earnest expression and urgency were oddly cute, making him less detestable. Still, what was Stevie doing, suggesting she become a medicinal pill and practice dual cultivation with him? Disgusting. Drew anxiously scanned the crowd of officials for his father. According to the plot, his father was discussing the petition for a marriage decree with his colleagues. Can't wait. It was a matter of life and death. Addie, you must absolutely refuse. No matter what, I'm just trash, and you should let me go like a fart. Do you understand? Drew was in a panic. That Stevie is probably also attending court. He'll immediately step forward to be her knight in shining armor when my old man petitions for the marriage decree. I don't care what happens to Princess Stacy, but this dual cultivation business is something I can't deal with. I need to persuade her quickly. Princess Stacy remained silent, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him, filled with astonishment. You must remember this. Drew tiptoed, his gaze sweeping through the crowd of officials, and soon found his own pot-bellied, corpulent father among them. Dad. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp voice of Ayani announcing the start of court rang in his ears, accompanied by the piercing sound of whip cracking. Proclaim all officials to enter the hall to face Sunny. Crack, crack, crack. The whip sounded like thunder. The officials bustled about, slowly entering the majestic and grand golden hall one after another. Damn, it's too late. Drew hurriedly turned back to Princess Stacy, desperation clear on his face. Addie, please, whatever you do, don't agree to this. I'm useless. You have to treat me like nothing. Princess Stacy stared at him, her confusion growing. This sudden change in Drew was utterly baffling. Previously, he had clung to her relentlessly, using every trick in the book to gain her attention and affection. Yet now, here he was, begging her not to marry him? She blinked, trying to make sense of the situation. Before she could respond, Drew cut her off again. I don't have time to explain. Just promise me you won't agree to this marriage. Without waiting for an answer, Drew turned and frantically scanned the crowd once more, searching for his father amidst the officials. If Dad petitions for the marriage decree, and Stevie sees it, we're all dead. No, this girl is trouble. I'm too young to die early. The urgency in his tone and the wild look in his eyes made Princess Stacy pause. She felt a strange mix of annoyance and curiosity. What is going on? She watched as Drew's frantic gaze darted around, clearly searching for someone important. Suddenly, the Yanni's sharp voice rang out again. All officials enter the golden hall to face Sunny. Crack, crack, crack. The whip cracks echoed like thunder, signaling the start of court. The officials began filing into the magnificent golden hall, their footsteps slow yet purposeful. Time was running out. Chapter 2. No princess, I just want to survive. Drew cursed inwardly and turned to Stacy, urging her urgently, Young lady, remember my words. Stacy remained silent, her eyes following Drew as he hurriedly left for court, her beautiful gaze shifting, lost in thought. In the resplendent golden hall, all the ministers were kneeling on the ground, shouting in unison, Long live Sunny. Ministers, you may rise, the authoritative voice echoed through the golden hall. The officials in their court robes stood up one by one. Standing at the back of the line, Drew was anxious, watching his father who stood at the front of the line. His father stroked his beard, looking exceptionally pleased and at ease. Drew felt a chill down his spine. This is bad. Father must have discussed this with his colleagues. He's determined to propose this marriage for me. I have to stop him quickly. Drew looked upward. On the dragon throne sat Eldon in his 40s, exuding majestic authority and imperial dignity. He wore a splendid 9-dragon robe and a golden crown. With eyebrows like swords and eyes like cold stars, deep and piercing, his straight nose and dignified face radiated an intimidating aura. This was none other than the 4th emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ivor. Beside him, Stacy walked gracefully, sitting next to Ivor, clearly indicating her favored status. Her beautiful eyes occasionally fell on Drew in the crowd, her gaze peculiar. Unaware of this, Drew scanned the area anxiously. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He spotted Walter standing in a corner. He wondered if this guy still had that secret technique that could cause someone's testicles to explode. As Stacy's bodyguard, Walter was standing with folded arms, eyes half closed, looking ready to burst into action. Drew felt a pang of fear in his lower abdomen. No, I have to find a way to stop him. Moments later. Ministers, does anyone have matters to report? Ivor asked solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the officials. I do, Your Majesty. Gale stepped forward immediately after speaking. Drew's temples throbbed. This is bad. This is really bad. Father, please stay calm. Stacy is Walter's woman. If this happens, we'll be sleeping on the nether bridge together tomorrow. I beg you, Father, please shut up. Stacy glanced at Drew from time to time. She heard his inner thoughts clearly and wanted to see what this guy was up to. To marry her would be such a favor to him. He even said it would kill him. She wondered how he'd manage to die. Her beautiful eyes kept falling on Drew. Sensing this, he secretly gave an okay gesture, assuming they had come to an understanding. The scene was quite amusing. Stacy's lips curled slightly but did not respond. However, Seeing Drew's ridiculous actions made her think he wasn't as annoying as usual. What is it? Ivor asked sternly. Your Majesty, I boldly ask for your permission to bestow marriage on my son Drew. My son has impeccable conduct and is well-read. He is loyal to the Emperor. Gale spoke passionately. Princess Stacy is graceful and gentle. If she marries him, it would truly be a perfect match, bringing auspiciousness to the royal family. I will dedicate my life to serve the Emperor. Ivor's imperial presence loomed over the hall. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze instantly locking onto Drew in the crowd. There, Drew twisted and turned, trying to hide. Don't see me, you can't see me. Ivor pondered internally. Drew was the only son of the Minister of Revenue, notorious for his outrageous and wasteful behavior. Marrying him to his daughter would ruin her life. However, as head of one of the 6 ministries controlling the country's finances, Gale's request couldn't be easily dismissed. Ivor said gravely, Yin Yun, what do you think? Drew breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had reached an understanding, and she would definitely refuse. According to the original plot, his father proposed the marriage, Stacy would resist to death, then he would kneel and pledge loyalty, with the entire court pressuring the Emperor. Only then would the Emperor agree. Immediately after, Walter would step in with grand, hypocritical righteousness, winning favor with Ivor. Yet, due to court pressure, Ivor would still give the princess to him, making him forever indebted to Walter. It would turn him into a prime target for assassination, becoming the protagonist's top experience pack. Once that girl refuses, I'll just be a coward and find a way to say no. Even if the old Emperor insists, he won't succeed. Ha ha ha. I'm so smart. This way, I can go birdwatching and enjoy flowers, visit brothels and listen to music. Drew happily schemed. But then, Father, I accept? A moment later, Stacy's beautiful eyes gleamed, her lips curved, surprising everyone. What? Drew's eyes bulged, horror-struck, nearly collapsing on the spot. What? Didn't we agree before? Why did she change her mind? This girl isn't playing fair. Shouldn't she be crying and resisting to death, then let Walter jump out to uphold justice? Sister, don't hurt me. Go serve Walter as a medicine pill. Can a medicine pill rebel? Go and worship Walter. Let him take the empire. Stacy inwardly chuckled. Previously, every time Drew used his lowly and despicable methods to harass her, she was helpless. Climbing walls, blocking palace gates, even reciting embarrassing love poems outside the Meridian Gate. Each incident was infuriating. She gritted her teeth now. Seeing Drew flounder made her feel immensely better. Great. Ha ha ha, I'll agree to the marriage. Let's see what trick you have up your sleeve. Walter, who had been standing behind Stacy with folded arms, suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a sharp glare. Humph. My master sent me down the mountain to gather all the beauties in the world. This most favored princess, I must get. It's my turn to perform. He took a step forward, poised to strike, ready for action. Just as Ivor was about to speak, a loud protest echoed, Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Chapter 3. Unexpected development. Stevie strode out of the crowd, his head held high. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, how can a noble princess like the Solange be married to such a scoundrel? This person idles around all day, commits countless misdeeds, and harms innocent women. Marrying off the Solange to him is no different from pushing her into a fire pit. Emperor Wilfred, seated on the dais in his dragon throne, was still surprised at Clarissa's agreement to the marriage proposal and was pondering how to respond. Seeing someone boldly stepping forward from the corner, he felt annoyed and glared over. There seemed to be no one like this person in the ranks of the court, which made him even more suspicious. So he asked, Who are you? Brecken Alec felt as if he had seen a savior. Perfect. Isn't this our much-loved protagonist? Hurry up and uphold justice. Your girl has gone crazy. You're our only hope now. Just put on a show, and I'll shower you with praise immediately. Take this madwoman back to your harem. Clarissa's gaze locked onto Brecken Alec, her thoughts churning. Stevie indeed jumped in to uphold justice during the Emperor's arranged marriage, just as Brecken Alec predicted. She used to be moved by such acts, but now, knowing what Brecken Alec had told her about Stevie wanting to use her as a pill and take the imperial throne from her father, she felt an overwhelming disgust. And most importantly, how could he dare call her his girl? This noble princess, born of royal blood, would never marry a mere guard like Stevie. Looking at Stevie, her eyes grew colder. She shouted coldly, Step down. Who gave you permission to speak here? Stevie was stunned. The plot doesn't fit. Shouldn't the beauty be grateful and fall into his arms? Why is she telling me to get lost? Wilfred, puzzled, raised his eyebrows and asked again, Yin Alec, who is this? Clarissa's tone turned icy, her affection for Stevie dropping to zero. I inform your majesty, this is a guard I recruited previously. I allowed him to come to the court. How presumptuous. To speak without permission. Punishment is deserved. Upon hearing clearly, Wilfred erupted in anger, roaring, a mere unranked guard, daring to spout nonsense in the court. Bring him down and execute him. An unranked guard, speaking rashly in the court, was sheer insolence. What right did he have to speak? Stevie was completely dumbfounded. Several fully armored guards rushed in from outside and grabbed him. Stevie was thoroughly confused. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to shine brightly here? Why suddenly execute him? He hurriedly looked at Clarissa. During this period, he had won quite a bit of her favor. Surely she would plead for him now. But Clarissa felt increasingly cold towards him, believing he approached her with ulterior motives. Now, she chose to watch coldly. Brecken Alec was frantic. Damn it. Brecken Alec was shocked. Shit. According to the protagonist rules, this guy won't die, and he'll likely bear a grudge against me. When he escapes from prison miraculously later, won't he keep watching me? Seeing Stevie's increasingly vicious gaze, Brecken Alec hurriedly stepped out of the crowd, knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Because of the arranged marriage, if you kill Stevie, he'll be out for me. He'll come after you even if you don't antagonize him. If you do, he'll be even worse." Everyone present was astonished, including Brendan, who stroked his beard in surprise. His son had been pursuing Clarissa for a long time, and finally getting her to agree to an arranged marriage, he thought it was settled. Yet now, his son was the first to object when someone tried to stop the emperor from executing another. Was this really his son? Brendan's plump face trembled, his expression odd. Meanwhile, Clarissa, hearing his inner thoughts, clenched her teeth harder. So, having agreed to marry him and fulfilling his long-held dream, he still dared to be dissatisfied. Moreover, knowing that Stevie intended to use her for cultivation and seize power from the Mu family, yet not reporting it, truly deserved punishment. Yet the more he resisted, the less she wanted to let him have his way. Breckenalex's head knocked loudly on the ground. "Your Majesty, this must not be done. This must not be done. Stevie is extraordinary, his forehead full and able to hold sun and moon, his chin round and capable of bearing mountains and rivers, his figure resembling a god of war. He is a rare talent once in 1,000 years, an omen of prosperity and a heaven-chosen son. How can he be killed? Your Majesty, please reconsider." Breckenalec was almost frantic. Wilfred frowned, his imposing gaze sweeping up and down, silent. Seeing the guards dragging Stevie out of the court, Stevie scrambled to kneel down. "Your Majesty, spare my life. I have a strategy to deal with the Xiongnu at the border." A commotion broke out among the officials. Wilfred, sitting on the dragon chair, arched an eyebrow, pondered, and gestured for the guards to stop. Although the Great Qian Dynasty was strong, its institutions were decaying inside, like ants gnawing away. The recent incessant raids by the Xiongnu caused constant headaches for Wilfred. They couldn't defeat the Qin army, but they returned like annoying mosquitoes that wouldn't go away. He didn't expect this mere Stevie to have a solution. Let's hear him out before deciding to execute. "Speak," Wilfred commanded. Seizing this lifeline, Stevie said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu dares to harass us repeatedly because they do not know the sharpness of our swords and the might of the heavenly power. I volunteer to be the vanguard general and lead the army to the border to punish these Xiongnu pests, clear the prairie, let them know the greatness of our Qin dynasty, deter future incursions, and end this trouble once and for all. Kill, 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 kill." 7 consecutive kills, filled with righteous indignation. The ministers were stunned, their faces filled with admiration. The Great Qian Dynasty, mainly conservative, had no effective strategy against the Xiongnu and had always sought peace through negotiation. But nothing worked, leaving everyone exhausted. Stevie's words stirred their blood, as if they saw a miraculous strategy. Wilfred was greatly impressed, considering Stevie a promising talent. Seeing this reaction, Stevie felt fortunate for having prepared beforehand. His practiced speech worked wonders, straightening his posture proudly, his eyes bright, scanning the room. "Your Majesty, Stevie is truly a divine being." Breckenalec quickly chimed in, bowing deeply. "Stevie's words are truly a blessing sent by heaven, saving our great Qin from adversity. Killing him would sever the imperial veins and destroy the pillar. It must not be done." Inwardly, however, he cursed. I wonder what those authors were thinking, making protagonists so brainless. Are they obsessed with harems? This fool talks of kill, kill, kill. In that vast prairie stretching thousands of miles, by the time you get there, the Xiongnu will be long gone. Where would you kill them all? They raid because they need salt, iron, and grain. Blocking isn't better than letting through. Such a simple supply-demand relationship should be obvious. Doesn't this guy have brains? "Your Majesty, I believe Stevie is divinely powerful, fearless, and heroic. I beseech you to dispatch the army immediately to clear the Xiongnu." Breckenalec shouted. "Hurry up, get far away, the farther, the better. Then I'll be safe." "Brother, I'm doing this for you. Can you still hold a grudge? Have you ever met such a dedicated experience pack provider?" On the dais, unnoticed, Clarissa's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Breckenalec. She heard his thoughts. These were Breckenalec's words. Supply-demand relationship? Blocking is worse than guiding. Such methods to handle the Xiongnu, unheard of before, were fresh and intriguing. Suddenly, she realized that Stevie's grand words weren't practical. Could Breckenalec have been hiding his true capabilities all along? Meanwhile, Wilfred's authoritative eyes scrutinized Stevie, somewhat amazed. Just as he was about to speak. But, suddenly. End of chapter 3. Report to your Majesty. Daughter feels this plan has significant loopholes. Clarissa interjected, her voice firm and clear. She stepped forward, addressing Emperor Wilfred directly. Her previous compliance had been shaken by the events unfolding before her, and now she felt compelled to voice her concerns. The court fell silent, all eyes turning toward the Solange. Even Stevie paused in his triumphant stance, startled by her sudden opposition. Wilfred raised an eyebrow, a mix of surprise and curiosity crossing his face. "Oh, what are your thoughts, Yanalec?" Clarissa's heart raced, but she pressed on, driven by the need to prevent a potentially disastrous decision. Stevie's words may sound impressive, but they lack practicality. He speaks of killing without understanding the true nature of the Xiongnu raids. They come not out of malice but necessity, seeking salt, iron, and grain. Simply pursuing them will only lead to endless conflict, not resolution. Her words sent ripples through the court, challenging the conventional wisdom that had long dominated their strategy against the Xiongnu. Some ministers exchanged uncertain glances, while others listened intently, considering the novel perspective. Clarissa continued, "We should focus on addressing the root cause. Establishing trade routes and ensuring fair exchanges might be a more effective way to deter future incursions. Killing them endlessly will only drain our resources and leave our borders vulnerable." Her argument was logical, yet it defied the traditional military mindset that many in the court held dear. Still, Clarissa stood her ground, knowing that this was a critical moment for both her family and her kingdom. Stevie's expression darkened. He hadn't expected such resistance from the very person he sought to manipulate. His plans were unraveling, and he needed to regain control quickly. But Wilfred, intrigued by his daughter's insight, nodded thoughtfully. Your words carry weight, Yanalek. It is indeed important to consider all angles. Let us deliberate further on this matter. The atmosphere in the court shifted, the tide of opinion beginning to turn. Clarissa felt a flicker of hope, realizing that her words had made an impact. She glanced at Breckenalec, silently thanking him for his earlier guidance, which had given her the courage to speak up. For now, the unexpected development had taken a new turn, one that could change the course of the kingdom's future. Chapter 4. Anxious and sweating. What do you mean? Alexei usually doted on this Solange, but when Stacy suddenly spoke up, he couldn't help but ask softly. Do you have a different view on the threat posed by the Xiongnu? Drew, standing below the platform, was utterly bewildered, dumbfounded. Not? Is this the normal process? Aren't you just an alchemy pill? How could you have any insights? You should hurry up and make Luther the commander-in-chief, then let him be your harem. What are you fussing about? However, at that moment, the court was solemn, so Drew didn't dare to speak up and could only fret inwardly. Humph. When Stacy heard Drew's thoughts, she gave a delicate humph and shot him a fierce glare with her beautiful eyes. Didn't you want to break off the engagement? I, the princess, will not let you succeed. I'm going to expose your hidden thoughts. I won't let you hide anymore. Stacy then gave a cold look at the smug Luther standing below the platform, paused for a moment, and then spoke softly. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the steppe is vast, stretching for thousands of miles. By the time we reach their doorstep, they will have already fled. Even if we manage to kill some, they would only be Nathanieli, women, children, and the weak. Just like wild grass, you can never completely eradicate them. They will grow back as long as spring breezes blow. The nomads raid our borders merely for tea, salt, grain, and iron. It's better to regulate trade rather than try to block it entirely. We can address the supply-demand relationship from these aspects. So, what Luther said, it's nothing but talk from a reckless brute, absolutely impossible. What? Upon hearing this, Alexei pondered and realized the critical points immediately. His expression turned serious, murmuring to himself, this, I've overlooked. Indeed, what Stacy said made perfect sense. The vast steppes allowed the nomads to flee into obscurity, and while we could kill some, we couldn't eliminate all of them. Especially since the nomads live by herding and cannot store food. Many die from freezing or starvation during heavy snows. They lack fruits and vegetables, and there's little salt in the steppe. Why couldn't we use trade policies to control and balance the Xiongnu? This idea is novel. Unexpectedly, the politically indifferent Stacy could see this far, which truly surprised him. Alexei continued to savor this new perspective. But Drew, standing below, felt as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with shock. Darn it. How did this little girl know about regulation versus free trade? Isn't this the wisdom our country's ancestors gained over generations? Could she even know about establishing a tea-horse office, strictly controlling salt, iron, and cloth to tame the barbarians through trade? This doesn't make sense. No, this little girl is very peculiar. Could she possibly know about the principles of calculus? These thoughts echoed clearly in Stacy's mind, and she observed his expressions closely. At that moment, she firmly believed that Drew was hiding something. Otherwise, how could he propose such a strategy disguised as benevolence with hidden power, something not anyone could think of? She had initially thought Luther showed some manliness, but now, compared to Drew, the difference was obvious. Drew, aside from being somewhat frivolous, was truly a national treasure. The ministers were stunned upon hearing her, their excitement palpable as if they had just heard divine counsel. The Solange's strategy is truly the way of the sage, something I have never heard before. I agree. Such a conciliatory policy can silence critics and effectively govern the Xiongnu, ensuring our border stability. This is undoubtedly a timeless strategy. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha. The Solange is truly a blessing to our empire. Praises poured in from the ministers. Drew's face darkened, cold sweat pouring down, large drops falling rapidly. The plot shouldn't develop like this. Was there a misstep somewhere? Stacy, noticing Drew's astonishment, smiled inwardly. Hiding? Huh? Torturing me every day? I'll reveal all your secrets, let everyone know your true nature, and see how you act then. While everyone was discussing the plan, Alexei, who had studied history and strategies against the Xiongnu extensively, noticed a flaw and remarked skeptically. But wouldn't opening full trade allow the Xiongnu unrestricted access to iron and cloth from our empire, thereby strengthening them and creating a tiger in our midst? Stacy hesitated for a moment. Without knowing Drew's previous thoughts, she might not have answered. But now, hee. Your Majesty, this plan is flawless. I guarantee within a decade, the Xiongnu will bow to us. How so? Alexei was greatly startled. We can establish new official posts at the border, letting the government control daily trade. Simultaneously, strictly regulate strategic materials like salt, iron, and grain. Within 3 to 5 years, the Xiongnu will depend on our supplies. When necessary, we can restrict resources. At that time, the Xiongnu will follow our lead, faithfully serving us. This is called appearing benevolent while wielding power secretly. Everyone was shocked into silence. The sound of pins dropping could almost be heard. From young officials to venerable Gavins, all were astounded, their bodies trembling with excitement. Alexei's imperial countenance changed abruptly as he leaned back in his throne, visibly moved. Kendra, did you devise this strategy? He had just pondered the implementation. If this plan were executed, no. In less than 5 years, the Shonu problem would be eradicated. By then, the empire would gain another vassal state. Drew, similarly shocked, exclaimed inwardly. Change is odd, constancy is even, signs are quadrant dependent. Then, Stacy smiled and pointed gracefully. Your Majesty, this excellent strategy wasn't devised by me, but told to me privately by Drew, the son of the Minister of Revenue. What? All eyes turned to Drew, shocked. This son of the Minister of Revenue, Drew, known for bullying and market domination, possessed such great wisdom? Even Gale, standing at the front of the assembly, involuntarily twitched his chubby face, halting his hand mid-air. Could such a timeless strategy be devised by his good-for-nothing son? Is there another Drew in this court? Damn! Drew shouted, sweating profusely, sitting down heavily, his mouth quivering. Not. When did I tell you? I don't remember. Slander. She's slandering me. There's a problem. Something must be wrong with this girl. Drew wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, trying to comprehend the situation. Are you saying that this strategy came from Drew? Alexei asked, astonished, his gaze shifting to Drew amidst the crowd. Chapter 5. Got you. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. Clarissa replied with a covert smile, her heart bursting with joy. Try to keep your secrets now, you rogue. I'll expose everything. No way I'll let you back out of this engagement or hide your talent. Let's see what you do now. Drew, propped up on his hands, wore an expression of bewilderment, beads of sweat rolling down his face like rain. Oh no, oh no. Turning his head, he saw Stevie being carried away by the guards, glaring at him as if ready to devour him alive. On the dragon throne, Ivor scrutinized Drew from top to bottom, his gaze heavy and deep. With sound strategies to address the Shonu threat, why did he remain silent? The principle of supply and demand, guiding rather than suppressing. Each word felt like a sharp dagger piercing his heart. Why would Drew hide such wisdom? He had always heard that Drew spent his days walking dogs, teasing birds, and lingering in entertainment districts. Could it be that he has been keeping a low profile all along? The ministers were equally stunned, astonished beyond measure. Jamal, leading the ministers, was initially taken aback, but then his chubby eyes lit up as if he finally understood, his heart racing. Could my son be a national treasure? Such strategy is rare. Perhaps there isn't another person in all of Qian who could devise it. Hidden talent. Absolutely hidden talent. My son has the makings of a pillar of the state. Ha 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 ha. Without realizing it, Jamal's heavy frame straightened slightly, his expression filled with pride. Stevie was baffled. Things weren't going as he'd imagined. He took a step forward, shouting loudly. Your Majesty. Ivor frowned at the sound, almost forgetting about the rebellious minister who disturbed court decorum. Ignoring royal protocols, uttering outrageous words. Who put Qian's laws into consideration? Guards. Drag him away, imprison him in the heavenly jail, and schedule his execution, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Your Majesty. As Stevie was dragged away by armored soldiers, his shouts echoed through the hall, not fading for a long time. His final look at Drew brimmed with murderous intent. Even in his last moment. Kill, 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 kill. This time, Stevie repeated the word, kill, 8 times in succession. But before he could say a knife, Drew turned around to find Stevie already being dragged away. 8 kills wasn't his limit, just the speed at which he could speak. Drew shuddered, feeling as if death itself was watching him, paralyzed with fear. He immediately knelt and shouted, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This cannot be done. Stevie is a pillar of our Great Qian, a sign of heavenly blessings. We must not act thus. However, Ivor seemed to ignore him completely, speaking on his own accord. From this day forth, Drew will serve as Deputy Minister of War, a third-rank official, responsible for handling the Shonu problem immediately. What? Drew gaped in disbelief, freezing in place. Seems like my efforts were all for nothing. Are you insane, old emperor? What's wrong with you, NPC? Then, Ivor spoke again, his voice deep and serious. Minister Yi, regarding the marriage proposal earlier, I approve. The wedding will take place at the 100 Flowers Garden in the capital 1 month from now, and it will be announced to the nation today. Initially, Ivor hadn't thought much of Drew, merely granting him some respect because Jamal was the Minister of Revenue. But now, it was clear that Drew was far different from rumors. He was no frivolous pleasure seeker. To come up with such a brilliant national strategy, he must be extraordinary. And today, coincidentally, Jamal presented the petition with other ministers. Why wouldn't this be approved? Upon hearing this, Jamal's fat cheeks trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Damn, so smooth. My useless son has been hiding his talent all along and suddenly got promoted to a third-rank official, even becoming the Deputy Minister of War? Good lad, truly the offspring of the Yi family, full of promise. Jamal stroked his beard, grinning widely, his pudgy face beaming with satisfaction. Double happiness. Your Majesty, Drew panicked, trying to explain but finding himself ignored by everyone. Around him, the ministers bypassed Drew, congratulating each other with clasped hands, a scene of overwhelming joy. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations to Minister Yi. Truly a match made in heaven. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Minister Yi. Instantly, the entire imperial court was filled with jubilation and excitement. After a moment, Drew recovered from his shock, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his throat struggling to swallow, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Damn, what have I done? Drew smacked his thigh fiercely. He still had hope. There's still a chance. He looked at Clarissa beside the throne, pleadingly. Mistress Cry, resist the marriage to death. Clarissa, however, only smiled gracefully, showing no intention of resistance. Instead, she waved her fair and soft hand towards Drew, placing her hands together in a servant's salute. Her usually enchanting, peerless smile, which could captivate all hearts, now appeared more terrifying than any devil to Drew. Beside them, Ivor sat majestically on the dragon throne, his stern gaze approvingly cast downward with a gentle smile. Thud. Drew collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, staring into nothingness. The sky was falling. Hashtag chapter 6. What are you doing? The Yi family manor. Damn. Oh heavens above. Hurry up, if we don't leave now, we'll be dead meat. Urgent voices echoed through the luxurious Yi family estate, bouncing off the walls. Beside a golden-threaded Nanmu bed, a hurried figure rapidly packed his belongings, preparing to flee. This person was none other than Drew. Sweat poured down his face in large droplets as he hastily stuffed clothes, gold, silver, banknotes, and jewelry into a dark cloth bag. His pale face showed his anxiety. Hurry up. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Drew's movements grew faster, almost leaving blurs as he swiftly gathered his items. Just earlier at the imperial court, Emperor Ivor had not only promised his daughter to Drew but also imprisoned Walter, the top protagonist. According to the first law of the protagonist universe, even decapitation might not ensure death. Being thrown into prison was nothing. Walter could escape any time and massacre the entire Yi family. Oh father, why did you have to provoke Walter? Drew sighed heavily, speeding up his packing. Banknotes and jewelry flew around, making it hard for onlookers to follow. Outside the door, two servants crouched on the green stone steps, looking puzzled. Behind them, two fierce stone lions guarded the entrance, striking fear into their hearts. The red doors were tightly shut, and inside, Drew's incessant muttering continued unabated. Do you think our young master has been muttering like this all night? Seems like it. I wonder if he's gone mad. They whispered to each other, exchanging bewildered glances. Earlier, they learned that Emperor Ivor had betrothed Princess Elsiwe to Drew. Given the young master's usual character, he should be celebrating with feasts lasting 3 days and nights. Instead, he had locked himself inside, staying there all night. This behavior was unusual, wasn't it? Could he have encountered a ghost in broad daylight? One servant asked. I don't know. Cough. Suddenly, a clear cough sounded, startling the two servants into silence. They looked up to see Gale, now dressed in wealthy attire, stroking his beard with a stern expression. What are you two gossiping about? No, they stammered nervously. Master, they replied quickly. Without pressing further, Gale cast a curious glance at the tightly closed door. I'm asking you. He hasn't come out since he entered, they answered firmly. Strange. Gale stroked his beard, perplexed. Normally, his son would be overjoyed and partying with friends after such news. Why was he locked up instead? Something seemed off. All right, you may go, Gale waved them off. The two servants gratefully scurried away, deepening Gale's confusion. Alec. Just as Gale took a step onto the stone steps, the doors swung open abruptly, and Drew, bundled with packages, darted out, colliding head-on with Gale. Both froze, staring wide-eyed at each other. What are you doing? Gale exclaimed, astonished. Father. Drew saw his adoptive father and quickly said, Let's go. It's too late if we don't leave now. With Walter ready to wreak havoc and the looming threat of their family's impending doom, Drew knew they were in grave danger. According to the original plot, after being severely injured by Walter at court, Gale would challenge Walter to the death. But who was Walter? He was invincible, leading to the revelation of the Yi family's massive embezzlement. Over the years, Gale had sold official positions and accumulated an enormous fortune worth 10 billion taels of silver, enough to buy Drew's head 10 times over. Reluctantly, Drew thought to himself, Father, don't blame me for my ruthless actions. We're strangers, so let's pack up and escape before disaster strikes. These thoughts, however, couldn't be spoken aloud. Only hints could convey the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Gale frowned, misunderstanding Drew's intentions. Thinking Drew wanted to go carousing again, Gale shouted, Stop right there. Do you have something else? Drew, halfway down the stairs, turned back in surprise. Something else. Gale seethed. I endured immense pressure to secure your marriage. If you ruin it, I'll make you pay. What? Drew was taken aback. Stop playing dumb. Gale knew his son all too well. Despite Drew's impressive speech at court, he was just a hedonist. As his father, Gale couldn't help but understand him deeply. Stop arguing. Gale clapped his hands. Guard, watch the young master. Do not let him leave the manor unless ordered. Understood. Outside, a group of robust servants in black uniforms rushed in. Freddy. The leader was a towering man, resembling a bear. Drew gulped. What the hell? Sorry, Freddy. The guard bowed respectfully, giving Drew a sympathetic look, while the other servants followed suit. Why? Bring the Freddy inside. Understood. They nodded quickly. Before Drew could react, he was hoisted by several strong men and carried back inside, creating a chaotic scene. What are you doing? Sorry, Freddy. Carry him. Lock the door. Use the largest lock in the manor. Hashtag chapter 7. Watch him carefully. Watch the young master carefully. Under no circumstances are you to let him out, understood? Jamal watched as Drew was forcefully dragged inside by a few servants led by Godwin. A hint of amusement flickered across his face. The Yi family was now at the peak of its power in the Great Qian Dynasty and had even gained the emperor's favor, with the precious Solange promised in marriage to the Yi family. From now on, wouldn't the Yi family have even more influence and reach new heights? Jamal never imagined that securing this match would be so smooth. He absolutely couldn't allow Drew to ruin everything. As a father, how could Jamal not know what kind of person Drew was? He was someone who spent his days playing with birds, teasing dogs, and bullying others with his status. If left unchecked for just 3 days, he could stir up enough trouble to cause chaos. The safest course of action right now was to confine Drew at home. Drew felt like crying but had no chance to explain. His father refused to listen. What was he supposed to do? Let me go, let me go. Drew shouted frantically. Beside him, Godwin silently gave him a look. Master, don't blame us. This is what Master Yi ordered us to do. We dare not disobey. A storm of frustration raged within Drew as he thrashed helplessly. However, it was all futile. After all, the original Drew was nothing but a useless wretch drained by excessive drinking and debauchery. He was weaker than chicken, much less able to match these burly servants. In just a few moments, he was tightly bound and thrown into the room, while the valuables he had moved out were carelessly tossed aside. Drew was helpless, shouting loudly, Father, Father, please don't make a fuss. Something big will happen. No matter how hard he yelled, Jamal seemed completely deaf to it. Jamal stroked his beard and repeated, Listen carefully, keep an eye on him. Got it?
Yes.
The group of servants standing outside responded solemnly, lining up in neat rows, looking imposing. Only then did Jamal walk away, satisfied. As his bulky figure disappeared into the distance, his voice faded. Remember, I'll take you to meet your godfather tomorrow morning. Stay put and don't cause any trouble. By then, Drew was already tied to the bed by Godwin, wriggling like a worm stuck in luxurious red quilts, a somewhat comical scene. Stop shouting, master. If you continue like this, I'll gag you, Godwin said, looking pained. Screw you. Try it and see, Drew screamed back. Godwin got splattered with saliva but dared not retort, instead signaling the other servants to leave. Hurry up. Ah. The other servants seemed terrified. Godwin might get away with provoking Drew, but they certainly couldn't. Godwin was the top enforcer in the Yi family, even given the Yi surname. As Drew's top henchman, he obeyed orders without question. Even if Drew asked him to kill his own parents, Godwin wouldn't hesitate. Thus, only Godwin dared to tie Drew up. Anyone else would risk being brutally punished once Drew regained control. Only Godwin could take such a risk. With a mournful expression, Godwin said, Master, don't blame me. Master Yi ordered it personally. Please bear with it for one night. I'll let you out tomorrow morning. Having finished speaking, Godwin quickly left the room, fearing Drew would come after him. Alone, Drew continued shouting and cursing, growing increasingly foul-mouthed. You bastards! You're going to get me in trouble. Do you even know what death means? Watching the door slowly close, Drew felt a chill run down his spine. He almost felt like Stevie was watching him from somewhere in the house, giving him an unsettling feeling as if a wild beast were staring at him from behind, making his skin crawl and his scalp tighten. Drew sighed in despair, feeling utterly hopeless. Stevie was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, ready to expose the huge embezzlement scandal involving the Minister of Revenue. That guy wouldn't just lose his head. Even Jamal's wouldn't be safe. 10 billion taels. What a staggering amount. He couldn't fathom how his father managed to embezzle so much money, seemingly obsessed with amassing wealth. Feeling lost, Drew's mind raced to find a solution. Outside, under the scorching sun, birds chirped merrily in the locust trees. Godwin and a few servants sat nearby, looking gloomy. Why is Master acting this way? Hearing about the Solange marrying him, shouldn't he be happy? One servant asked, dejected. While restraining Drew earlier, he had been kicked twice in the stomach and still felt sore. Godwin frowned deeply, glaring fiercely. I heard there's a guy named Stevie in the court who criticized Master Yi for bullying others and being a spoiled bully. Master must be upset because of that. Our master isn't like that, another servant exclaimed. That's clearly slander and defamation. However, upon noticing the silence from the others, who looked at him with strange expressions, he realized they doubted it. Could Drew really be anything but what he was rumored to be? His reputation was notorious, far worse than even their stud horses. Seeing this, Godwin's eyes narrowed in anger, and his fierce demeanor intimidated the servants into shaking. No, Brother Yi is just joking. We didn't mean it that way, they hastily denied. Humph. Hearing this, Godwin grunted and let it pass. Though uneducated and lacking strategy, Godwin's loyalty to Drew was unwavering. He detested anyone who spoke ill of him. So he devised a plan. If Master is wronged, we can't sit idly by. Now, what should we do if someone bullies Master? They exchanged glances and answered unanimously. Fight him? Yeah, fight him. Godwin roared. Go, gather everyone except those guarding the house. Let's see just what Stevie is made of. Hashtag chapter 8. Making a stand. Some young upstart, no one knows where he came from, dares to challenge our Yi family. He's still too green for that. Godwin shouted loudly from outside, his voice booming. At this moment, Drew, bound tightly and lying on the bed, heard every word clearly. Cold sweat dripped down his face, soaking through the red quilt beneath him. He was almost in tears. Damn it, isn't this a surefire way to invite death? Before Stevie even came knocking, his own loyal followers were about to seek trouble with Stevie. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Stevie would find ways to reduce you to an experience package if you didn't provoke him. Now, by going after him voluntarily, wouldn't it lead to these lackeys being wiped out instantly, and then Stevie would come for him next? Drew hastily ran through the possible scenarios, growing more terrified as he thought. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Those cannon fodder won't even last one punch from Stevie. If he didn't stop them, everything would be over. Without hesitation, Drew gnawed through the ropes binding him with his teeth. Fortunately, they hadn't tied him too tightly. In a few quick movements, he broke free. Just as he rushed to the door and peeked through the gaps between the slats, he was startled by what he saw. Godwin stood on the steps like a drill master, brandishing a thick stick as wide as 5 fingers, swinging it vigorously, making loud noises while shouting fiercely. Facing him were 24 servants, standing in formation, all dressed in black clothes and pants, looking like delinquents. Godwin shouted loudly, I ask you, if our young master is bullied, What do we do? Beat him back. How? Beat him until he doubts his own existence. Exactly. Let's go. Godwin roared, filled with fiery energy. Who dared to touch his young master? Today, they must settle this. The Yi family had always been the ones bullying others. Who could dare bully them? Isn't this just turning the tables? Inside the locked room, Drew was drenched in cold sweat, heart racing, desperate to stop them. Don't bring me into your suicide mission. Don't you know who Stevie is? This Stevie is extremely dangerous. Just touching them might result in, well, certain injuries. Could this really be joked about? It concerns his future happiness. He couldn't risk it at all. Desperately, Drew kicked the door, each kick producing a resounding bang. But the lock was huge, specially instructed by Jamal to be the largest. Drew's thin limbs made no real impact except for some noise. Outside, a large brass lock hung on the ornate gate, rattling loudly as Drew continued kicking inside, creating thuds. Godwin tried to console him. Freddie, stop kicking. Father specifically ordered the largest lock. You won't break it. Godwin glanced at the lock, which was nearly as big as his head. Not only Drew, but probably not even himself could open it. Inside, Drew yelled, "Stop! For heaven's sake, don't get into any trouble because of me." Drew screamed hoarsely. The situation was dire, his voice tinged with sorrow. Hearing this, Godwin frowned angrily. "Freddie, don't worry. I'll handle this. Even if Stevie is a dragon or a tiger, he will be brought to heel today. Let's go." With a shout, Godwin led the group out. Drew was almost in tears, pounding the door desperately, but to no avail. The heavy lock remained unmoved. Outside, footsteps approached. A young man in his 20s barged in, dressed lavishly in silk robes, wearing expensive accessories. A wealthy young master indeed, albeit pale and sickly looking. Godwin recognized him. Master Wong. It was Simeon, one of Drew's close associates. They shared similar misdeeds, including debauchery and bullying others. His father was the head of the Imperial Guards, a third-rank official. Though the rank wasn't high, the power was substantial, given the daily interactions with important officials. Simeon raised an eyebrow. "Where are you headed?" "We're planning to take revenge for Freddie Drew. Someone named Stevie insulted him in court today. We're going to make him pay." Simeon paused. "Count me in." "What? Master Wong, you too?" Godwin asked incredulously. "Of course." Simeon slapped his chest firmly. "I came here to help Drew because someone dared to insult him. Haven't you heard of the 13 ruffians of the capital?" Not having an official rank or real authority, Simeon hadn't attended court but heard about Drew's plight and rushed over. Seeing Godwin about to act on his behalf, he couldn't stand by. "I damn swear, leave it alone." Drew's frantic voice echoed from inside. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Chapter 9. Revenge. This situation was driving Drew to despair. Dealing with just Godwin had nearly made his head explode, and now Simeon had popped up too. Wasn't this forcing him into a dead end? From the tone of their conversation, they planned to challenge Walter. At this rate, not only would Drew's head be at risk, but even the fat head of Gale and all the heads in the entire Yi household would be in danger. It felt like eggs were going to shake until the yolks scattered, and mercury was about to flow backwards. Drew was incredibly anxious. He kicked the door violently and shouted, "Let me out! Let me out!" He feared that Simeon and Godwin might impulsively do something irreversible. But Godwin wore a worried expression and said, "Freddie, don't worry. We'll be back soon. Once we bring down Walter and carry his head here, we'll come to apologize to you." Simeon slapped his chest and declared, "Brother, rest assured, I'm here. Today, it doesn't matter if he's Walter or Tiger Aotian. I'll make sure he kneels and kowtows to you. I've brought dozens of brothers today. Walter won't cause any waves." With eyes filled with excitement and astonishment, Simeon spoke with determination. They were used to being arrogant and tyrannical in the capital, and Walter was nothing to them. They didn't take anyone seriously. Seeing this, Drew felt his brain almost exploding. He yelled urgently, "Open the door for me. No more nonsense." At that moment, the huge copper lock, as big as a millstone, which held Drew captive, began shaking violently on the door. Simeon and Godwin watched in shock. Was this still a human being? When did Drew have such immense strength? The copper lock was nearly broken by Drew. Godwin tried to soothe him. "Freddie, don't waste your energy. You can't break this lock. We'll be back shortly, and I promise to place Walter's head before you." As he said this, Godwin dragged Simeon towards the door. Inside the room, Drew was utterly frantic. Could they provoke Walter? This was the main character of the story. He couldn't get away from Walter fast enough. Yet these lackeys were rushing to confront him. Now Drew understood how those antagonists around the main character died. There always seemed to be mindless underlings causing trouble. Grinding his teeth, Drew stopped thinking. With all his might, he crashed into the door. The lock snapped, and Drew fell outside with the door panels, kicking up dust. Godwin and Simeon stood dumbfounded, giving him a thumbs up. "Freddie, you're really impressive. You broke the door?" Without another word, Drew tackled Godwin to the ground, covering his mouth with his hand. "Big brother, please, I beg you, don't go after Walter." The servants and Simeon stared in bewilderment at Drew's actions. According to Drew's usual nature, the Emperor had publicly promised to marry Stacy to him in court. Yet instead of confronting Walter, Drew was stopping Godwin from avenging him. According to his typical behavior, shouldn't he be dragging the servants to give Walter a rough time in the prison? This was completely inconsistent with reality. Simeon tugged at Drew. "Come on, old friend. What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Drew pushed Simeon away and begged Godwin again. "Please, don't go after Walter. You're my good brother." Stunned, Godwin couldn't comprehend what was happening. "What? Freddie, you call me brother?" Godwin was overwhelmed, tears welling up in his reddened eyes, a tough man shedding tears, moving everyone present. In all the years he'd been in the Yi family, though he was Drew's top henchman, Drew had never called him brother, let alone spoken such heartfelt words. Even this strong man was moved. "Just don't go after Walter. You're not just my brother. You can be my Gavin brother." Incredibly anxious, Drew clutched Godwin's clothes and shed tears. Stunned, Godwin awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Simeon looked at Drew with surprise. What do you mean? Nothing, just don't go. Suddenly, Drew realized Simeon wasn't much better. He was used to being tyrannical in the capital. Drew feared that without caution, Simeon might stir up trouble, putting the entire Yi family at risk. Walter might be lurking somewhere, waiting to pounce. Delivering himself into Walter's hands willingly was out of the question. Simeon stood bewildered, unable to understand. At this moment, heavy footsteps approached from outside. It was Gale returning. Seeing the chaotic scene, Gale frowned. Drew, what are you doing? Overwhelmed with relief, Drew rushed towards his father. Father, please, let us leave. Crying like a child, Drew threw himself at Gale's feet, expressing his distress. Everyone present was stunned. Had the young master gone mad from the Emperor's arranged marriage? Why was he kneeling and begging Gale not to leave? Gale's chubby face showed disbelief. Observing Drew's urgent demeanor, he stroked his beard. What's going on, Drew? This isn't like you. Gale furrowed his brows, examining Drew. His son felt strange somehow. Normally at this hour, he'd be acting extravagantly. Why was he crying and begging his father not to leave? What was happening? Glancing at Simeon standing in the courtyard, Gale narrowed his eyes. Simeon, why are you here again? Simeon chuckled awkwardly. Lord Yi, I came to find Drew. Gale snorted coldly but remained silent. Simeon was one of the reasons Drew became so unruly. They were two peas in a pod, creating chaos in the capital. ##### Chapter 10. The Miguel. As Simeon approached, Gale naturally wasn't going to give him a warm welcome. After all, the Emperor had personally promised to marry the noble and precious Solange to their family's Drew. If anything went wrong at this crucial moment, it would be a huge missed opportunity for the Yi family to rise to power. With a stern expression, Gale said coldly, I don't care what you're doing right now, Drew, but you absolutely cannot cause any trouble. Come with me to the prince's residence. The prince? Drew's mind raced, and his face showed disbelief. Don't tell me you've forgotten? He's your godfather. Gale shouted in a coarse voice, followed by flicking Drew on the forehead as he continued to scold him in lingering anger. After a brief moment of reflection, Drew suddenly remembered. This body's godfather was none other than the Miguel, Geoffrey, a man of immense status and hereditary nobility. The godfather had shown great favor toward Drew, even helping him multiple times later in the story. However, Drew's unwavering obsession with Stacy eventually led to the Miguel's extreme disappointment, and he began supporting Walter, who became a major player in the Great Qian Dynasty. Before Drew could explain further, Gale didn't loosen his grip but instead grabbed Drew by the ear and dragged him out of the house. Simeon and Godwin stood rooted to the spot, thoroughly bewildered. Stop stuttering. Hurry up and follow me. Stop stuttering and follow me quickly. Gale's angry voice echoed. As the two figures disappeared from view, Simeon and Godwin exchanged confused glances, still not understanding the situation. Soon after, they heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered, which grew fainter as it traveled away. Simeon, Godwin, you mustn't go to the prison. They heard Drew shout even as he was dragged away. This made them even more confused. Could Walter have some hidden agenda they didn't know about? Otherwise, why would Drew fear him so much and still think of them not to provoke him? Simeon's face darkened. What should we do? Godwin clenched his fists and snorted. The young master must be scared. That bastard Walter dared to bully our Yi family's young master. I'll see just what he's made of. Let's deal with him. With a slap on the thigh, the two men were in perfect accord, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Godwin waved his hand, and dozens of servants lined up in an orderly fashion, exuding a formidable presence. Go, avenge the young master. Charge. Avenge the young master. Teach Walter a lesson. Shouts reverberated through the courtyard, refusing to die down. Meanwhile, Drew sat slumped in the carriage, watched over by Gale. The vehicle swayed as it carried them toward the Miguel's residence. According to the original story, Prince Geoffrey was frail and his daughter, Aisling, had been seeking renowned doctors to treat him. In the plot, Walter cured Geoffrey with extraordinary acupuncture skills, winning Aisling's favor and creating a significant rift with Drew. Drew thought to himself that he must avoid bumping into Walter. Surely Walter was still in prison, right? It couldn't be this coincidental. Praying silently, Drew hoped nothing untoward would happen. After half an hour of shaking, the carriage finally came to a halt. Gale heaved his bulky frame out, pulling aside the luxurious curtain to reveal the majestic and grand estate of the Miguel. Two vermilion pillars stood proudly at the entrance, topped by a sign reading, Moo Prince's Mansion. Two servants and an Gavinly butler welcomed them warmly. Lord Yi has arrived, the butler greeted with a bow. Gale smiled politely. Thank you, Miguel, for allowing us to visit. The butler returned the smile and glanced inside the carriage. Drew managed a weak smile in return. Greetings. Please follow me. Led by the butler, Gale and Drew walked into the mansion. As they passed through the beautiful garden, Drew marveled at the splendor of the Moo Prince's residence. Clearly, the wealth of the Moo family was considerable. They were soon led to a picturesque garden. In the distance, a serene lake shimmered with vibrant lotus flowers blooming along its edge. Amidst lush greenery and birdsong, they saw the Miguel, Geoffrey, walking slowly with a few maidservants assisting him. Beside him stood a graceful lady dressed in a pink embroidered gown, adorned with jade hairpins, guiding him gently. Father, how are you feeling these days? Aisling asked tenderly. Geoffrey coughed softly. Better, thank you. A hint of worry crossed Aisling's face. Don't worry, father. I've invited a renowned physician to help. Just then, Geoffrey noticed Gale and Drew standing in the corner. Oh, Alikar is here. Come closer. Geoffrey beckoned them eagerly. Gale gave Drew a meaningful glance before leading him forward quickly. #### Chapter 11. The Ungrateful Wolf. Drew's face turned ashen, and with a stiffened expression, he followed behind Jamal's chubby body, quickly arriving before Youssef. In his heart, he silently prayed. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. You old man, if you're going to die, just do it soon. Don't keep thinking about me. And for heaven's sake, don't link me with Luther in any way. I'm truly scared out of my wits. Drew repeated these thoughts frantically in his mind. Yusef lifted his cloudy old eyes and glanced through Jamal to meet Drew's gaze, his eyes full of affection. Drew had acknowledged Yusef as his godfather since childhood, and Zaire genuinely loved him from the bottom of his heart. Even when Drew was behaving recklessly in the capital, causing endless trouble, and at times even dragging Jamal into situations he couldn't handle, Yusef always stepped in personally to beg forgiveness from Ivor, ensuring Drew's safety. Otherwise, Drew might have lost his head long ago. However, according to the original story, Drew never showed gratitude. Instead, he schemed repeatedly to harm Yusef's interests, all for the sake of gaining favor with Mu Yingguan. The last time, his actions almost sent Yusef to the brink of death. Only then did Yusef completely lose hope in Drew and shift his support to Luther. At this moment, Yusef looked at Drew as though he were his own son, feeling a genuine joy. Feiyun, I heard that today in court, Sunny has betrothed the Solange to you. Why haven't you told your godfather yet? Drew thought inwardly. Oh no, what's happening? This Ivor must be crazy. I have no idea what he's thinking, marrying his Solange to me. This is clearly setting me up to die near a cesspool. Luther is still locked up in jail. Who knows when he'll show up? I'm dying here. How did you drag me here? I need to find a way to escape. I can't get too involved with this old man. Beside Yusef, Ashlin's delicate face showed an odd expression. How did she hear Drew speaking when he hadn't even opened his mouth? She frowned and stared at Drew, trying to understand what was happening. Drew respectfully replied, Godfather, I was just about to visit you with father to share this good news. Though his heart was racing with resentment towards Luther and Yusef's ancestors, Drew dared not show any disrespect. After all, Yusef was his only lifeline if he couldn't leave the capital. Yusef still held considerable influence with Emperor Ivor, and many high-ranking officials treated Drew's father with respect for the Miguel's sake. Had Yusef been healthier, he might have even become the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. Facing such an Gavin, Drew couldn't afford to be disrespectful. He mused silently, Zaire seems to be in pretty good shape despite his trembling speech. Based on the original story, he should live another 10 or so years. Meanwhile, Drew failed to notice that Ashlyn, standing beside Yusef, was staring at him with a strange look. She could hear Drew's thoughts without him speaking, which was quite surprising. Realizing this, Ashlyn's eyes twinkled mischievously. She could hear Drew's thoughts. Her gaze fixed on Drew curiously, wondering what sort of filthy thoughts were running through the scoundrel's mind. She began to observe him closely. Noticing Ashlyn's gaze, Drew felt uneasy. Why is this girl staring at me like that? Doesn't she know she's part of Luther's harem? Please understand your place. You belong to Luther. Being in his harem means being loyal to him. What are you thinking every day? Even if I am incredibly handsome, you can't be thinking of me. I fear being torn apart by him more than anything. Drew reminded himself sternly, adhering to the first rule of web novels. Never touch the protagonist women. It's a death sentence, regardless of power or status. Even if Emperor Ivor of the Great Qian Dynasty came, he wouldn't escape this rule, ending up crushed to dust, his entire family massacred. Hearing this, Ashlyn's face flushed with anger. What nonsense, I'm someone else's harem. As Drew glanced around nervously, fearing Luther might suddenly appear from a corner, his mind raced. According to the original plot, Luther should have healed Yusef with his exceptional medical skills, earning Yusef's favor and elevating his status. But the story had already changed, and now he had no idea where Luther was. Suddenly, Yusef began coughing violently. His frail body shook like a leaf in the wind, and it seemed he was coughing up his lungs. Drew was startled. Damn, I didn't realize Yusef's condition was this serious. The sudden commotion caused the servants nearby to panic. Even Ashlyn forgot about Drew and hurried to support Yusef, asking anxiously, Father, are you alright? No, it's just an old problem, Yusef muttered, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. His cloudy eyes shimmered with gold, his bent posture showing the severity of his illness. Suddenly, Yusef waved urgently, Alakir, come here. Let me see you. Drew was immediately touched. For some reason, the emotions of the original character seemed to merge with his own, making him feel Yusef's genuine affection even in his weakened state. Without hesitation, Drew walked over and stood before Yusef. Yusef extended a large, rough hand, resembling a fan, gently touching Drew's face. Alakir, you've grown so much. Years have passed, you should visit your godfather more often. Drew remained silent, merely gazing at Yusef's weathered face, feeling a wave of emotion. Hashtag chapter 12. Why is it Stevie again? Gale, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel indignant. He promptly kicked Drew's buttocks to teach him a lesson. Ouch! Gale grumbled angrily. Did you hear that? Come and visit your godfather more often. Show some filial piety. Much to Drew's surprise, Connor came to his defense. It's fine. Children are all like this. Drew felt even more disheartened. After all, Connor had always treated Drew like his own son. No matter what happened, good or bad, he always thought of Drew first. Even when Drew got into life-threatening trouble several times, Connor staked his own reputation to vouch for him. Yet, despite this, the original Drew in the story behaved like an ungrateful wolf, never earning any favor. All he could think about was fawning over Stacy, even going so far as to betray Connor without hesitation, willing to sell out his entire family if necessary. Drew thought bitterly to himself, this old man is indeed nice, but unfortunately, he's just not smart enough. Soon, his daughter will be tricked by Stevie and end up in his harem. By then, not only will your estate be lost, but everything you've worked for in half a lifetime will be taken away by Stevie. Ashlyn's eyebrows twitched at the mention of Stevie. Stevie? What does that mean? She had just hired a new physician yesterday named Stefan, but as she listened, the names did sound eerily similar. Could there be a connection? At this moment, Connor began coughing violently, making even more noise. Ashlyn couldn't worry about this anymore. Quickly, she supported her father, saying agitatedly, "Father, I found a famous physician recently. Let me have him examine you right now." Famous physician? Connor's expression turned bleak. Humph. I've had this illness for years. What kind of miracle doctor can cure me? Father. Ashlyn anxiously tried to persuade him. In the end, Connor gave in reluctantly. All right, let him take a look. Yes, Ashlyn replied, glancing at Drew with a peculiar expression before quickly rushing outside. Drew felt a faint sense of foreboding. Why did coming to the Moo residence today feel like walking into a tiger's den? Could this so-called famous physician be Stevie? Stevie was already imprisoned. Could he really escape so soon? A wave of anxiety surged through Drew. Seeing his son's reluctance, Gale gave him another kick. Haven't you heard? Go support your godfather. Yes. Drew hurriedly obeyed, supporting Connor without a word. Connor didn't blame Drew in the least. Instead, he looked at him affectionately. Feiyun, when you marry the Solange, you must treat her well. It will be greatly beneficial for both your Yi family and yourself. Drew felt a warm surge within. Despite everything, Connor still cared deeply for him. Sigh, the original Drew truly was a scoundrel, doing such despicable things. Moments later, something happened that made Drew's jaw drop wide open. Ashlyn walked in, leading someone cloaked in black, his face hidden in shadows. The figure moved swiftly, almost causing Drew to sit down in shock. Damn it, I would recognize that face even if it were ashes. This person was none other than Stevie, who had been imprisoned. Hidden beneath the cloak, Stevie cursed inwardly. TMD, I was hoping to make a grand appearance in court today in front of Ivor. Instead, he was thrown into jail after just a few moments. He hadn't managed to capture Stacy for his harem, and now he was out after barely escaping. His anger towards Drew boiled within him. Asterisk, if it weren't for him, how would I end up like this? If I catch him, I'll tear him apart. Asterisk. TNND, don't let me run into him. Their eyes met. Stevie's cold gaze clashed with Drew's terrified one. They froze in place. Stevie was stunned, his face paling. Asterisk, damn, why is he here? What bad luck? Asterisk. Drew was drenched in cold sweat, too frightened to speak. His whole body trembled, and even his hands shook uncontrollably. Though Stevie had altered his appearance slightly, Drew would recognize him anywhere. Asterisk, how can this cheat do whatever he wants? Enter and leave prison as he pleases. Is this even human? Asterisk. Father. Ashlyn, oblivious to the tension, approached Connor quickly. This is the renowned physician I invited, Stefan. He will examine you. Confidently, Stefan removed his cloak, having carefully disguised himself. He believed Gale and Drew wouldn't recognize him. As the main character, his confidence was sky high. Meanwhile, Drew was on the verge of panic, stuttering and mentally cursing. Damn it, it's Stevie. Ashlyn, are you insane? How can you bring anyone home like this? I barely sent him to jail. And now you bring him back? Are you stupid? This is bad. Ashlyn is definitely going to end up in his harem. Ashlyn overheard every word. Her delicate brows furrowed. What is Drew mumbling about? Talking about Stevie repeatedly? No. I remember now. Today in court, wasn't there a guard named Stevie who was sent to prison? But this physician is named Stefan. What's the connection? Note asterisk, maintaining the style, tone, and paragraph structure while translating ensures the story remains coherent and engaging in English. Chapter 13. Stefan? Could it be that the two are the same person? Many had also heard about the events in the court earlier, and even knew that a wanted poster had been plastered all over the city due to the person escaping from prison. Many had seen that wanted poster, and the person on it was definitely not this Stefan. Moreover, this man was clearly named Stefan, and his appearance did not match the person in the portrait at all. Everyone had their own thoughts racing through their minds. Walter's face remained cold as he swept his gaze over Gale and Drew. It was as if he were looking at dead men. He had already been thwarted by Drew earlier, and this time, running to Prince Mu's mansion, he must take down Minnie no matter what. After all, the Miguel was the most powerful backing in the Great Qian Dynasty besides Melvinho. He had already offended Melvinho and couldn't understand why Melvinho, without warning, threw him into the Imperial dungeon. Wasn't that just wrong? But now, if he could gain Melvin's appreciation, he could reinvent himself, change his name to Stefan, and once again command power in the Great Qian Dynasty. It was truly a brilliant plan. A sinister smile crept onto Stefan's lips as he glanced malevolently at Gale and Drew. He had already made up his mind. Once everything was settled, he would deal with Drew. This damn scoundrel actually dared to ruin his plans in court. Drew, meeting Walter's bone-chilling gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. How does this accursed protagonist always manage to show up everywhere? He knew coming to the Mu mansion wouldn't end well for him, but instead of taking the path to heaven, he ended up knocking on hell's door. There was no point in crying out to heaven or earth now. It was useless. His mind raced with frustration. Just then, Melvin coughed violently again, spitting up blood. Something's wrong. Lord, you're gravely ill. Let's get you back to your room. Minnie, worried sick, didn't care about anything else as she anxiously shouted. Servants rushed forward, immediately supporting Melvin and escorting him to his chambers. Drew, trying to sneak away, was grabbed by Gale before he could turn around. Drew showed an awkward expression, turning his head with a forced smile. Dad, can I leave first? Foolish child, how dare you think of leaving when your godfather is so ill? He values you greatly. Gale was visibly angry. While he wasn't short of silver in the Great Qian Dynasty, in matters like these, he had clear principles. His son shouldn't be disloyal or unfilial. He flared his nostrils and fixed a stern gaze on Drew, ready to chastise him. Drew gave up, squinting his eyes, and obediently agreed. All right, as you wish, father. Inside a grand, antique-decorated room, two bronze cranes emitted wisps of blue smoke, giving off a tranquil aroma. Golden lacquer adorned the red pillars with painted phoenixes, and a majestic four-clawed python coiled on the mural above. Melvin lay weakly on his bed, breathing heavily. Cough, cough. Minnie knelt beside the bed, tears streaming down her face in worry. Father, don't scare me like this, she sobbed. Melvin patted Minnie's hand reassuringly. My dear, don't worry. This is an old ailment. It will pass in a few days. Drew stood nearby, observing Melvin's ashen complexion with a peculiar thought. According to the original records, Melvin indeed suffered from a strange illness since he was 20, like consumption, leading to continuous coughing. Even after decades, there has been no improvement. The book recounts that Walter used his unparalleled medical skills to save him from death's door. Drew couldn't tell what exactly was wrong with Melvin. He seemed fine while talking earlier, just a bit breathless. Why had he suddenly started coughing? He felt something was off. Walter cupped his fists respectfully. Your Highness, allow me to examine His Excellency. Walter was eager to demonstrate his skills. If he waited any longer, his dreams of wielding power in the Great Qian Dynasty might never come true, so he expressed his loyalty. I might have a way, he added. Minnie looked at Walter, sighing in relief. All right, please help my father. Thank you. Master Dr. Long? Understood. Stefan nodded briskly. Stefan quickly walked over to Melvin, who observed him calmly. Walter sat down gracefully, placing his hand swiftly on Melvin's bony wrist, adopting a pose of a seasoned physician. Minnie's eyes lit up. She remembered encountering Stefan previously saving someone. That person had nearly died, but was revived with just 3 needles. Clearly, his medical skills were remarkable. Drew watched Minnie's admiring expression and inwardly scoffed. This silly girl. She fell for his acta. Minnie frowned, feeling a surge of anger toward Drew. He was being utterly insensitive. With her father lying critically ill on the bed, only Walter could save him now. Yet here he was muttering under his breath about him, even accusing her of falling into his trap. She suspected that Stefan might be the notorious Walter from the wanted poster, but right now, she only cared about saving her father. She glared at Drew, ready to rebuke him. Drew inwardly raged further. This damned Walter, you don't know how many things you're getting wrong. Oh, this girl is too naive, easily falling for Walter's tricks. Reviving the dead, it's just a staged act. Can't you see that you're being fooled, ending up in his harem? Absolutely foolish. Minnie trembled, horrified, as memories of their encounter on the street flashed in her mind. Chapter 14. Poison every day. But upon closer thought, it seemed fine at the time. However, after Drew pointed it out, she began to notice some strange details. Why would someone suddenly collapse on the ground, foaming at the mouth and seemingly about to die? And Stefan appeared moments later, using 3 silver needles to save the person's life. Everything felt like a carefully orchestrated drama. If Drew hadn't mentioned it earlier, she might not have noticed, but now that he had, she felt something was indeed off. She couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at Walter. Cough, cough, cough. Saul shuddered with violent coughs, blood spewing onto the red bedsheet. The dark crimson mixed with the pink sheets created an even more desolate scene. Ashlyn grew frantic. Quick, bring in father's usual medicine. Yes. Drew looked on in surprise. Soon, a servant dressed as a maid rushed in, holding a green pill that emitted a faint yet strong nitrate scent. The moment she took it out, Drew instinctively covered his nose and mouth. What is this? Drew asked, bewildered. Saul had been kind to him, so he had a bad feeling about this medicine. He immediately stopped her. Move aside. This is my father's medicine for treating his illness. Ashlyn, panicking, shoved Drew aside. She thought he was hindering the process when they needed help. Walter stroked his beard, watching Drew and asked, Alikir, what's wrong with this medicine? Looking around, Drew saw Walter glaring at him with a hint of murderous intent. He quickly retreated. Now he understood why Saul had been suffering from this strange illness for years. This isn't any medicine. It's pure poison. Drew muttered inwardly. At that moment, Ashlyn, who was about to give the medicine to Saul, paused and fixed her eyes on Drew. What is he muttering about? Unaware of her gaze, Drew continued his internal rant. I get it now. Saul has been taking lead poisoning pills all these days. Can this cure him? He survived this long only because he's tough. Otherwise, he'd be dead by now. If not for Walter being here, I wouldn't want to see Zaire go like this. But if I speak up, he'll definitely set his sights on me. Screw it. Feed him if you must. Drew frowned and hid behind Gale, staying silent. Ashlyn hesitated, unsure whether to give the medicine. Meanwhile, Saul coughed violently again, clutching the bed frame, his face contorted in pain. Cough, cough. Blood sprayed out, filling the room with a pungent smell. Walter's eyes flashed as he prepared to use his silver needles. This was his second big move in Great Qian Dynasty. If anything went wrong, he'd never be able to make it. He had to cure the Miguel today no matter what. Drew watched and sighed inwardly. It's over. This is completely over. Walter claims to save lives, but actually harms them. Those 3 acupuncture points he's targeting are fatal. Even though Saul could have lived another 10 years, those 3 needles will force his body into survival mode, making him appear healthier but actually sapping his life away. Sadly, instead of 10 years, he'll have at most 3. Drew shook his head vigorously. Lead poisoning can be cured by eating garlic chives. Why complicate things? Yet, he dared not speak up, fearing Walter's retaliation. Gale, anxious, comforted Saul. Prince, take your medicine. Hearing Drew's thoughts, Ashlyn turned pale and glanced at the medicine in her hand. Was she really feeding her father poison? Lead poisoning? Garlic chives? Ashlyn blurted out, wait. What? Walter paused, his 3 silver needles poised to strike. Princess, what is it? Ashlyn hesitated, unsure how to explain. After all, she had invited Walter to treat her father. Why did Drew say garlic chives could cure the lead poisoning? It seemed too absurd. More importantly, why was Drew so afraid of Walter, hiding behind Gale without speaking up? Despite the odd situation, Saul had treated Drew kindly. Now, when help was needed, he was keeping quiet. Ashlyn clenched her teeth, glaring at Drew, who was hiding behind Gale, peeking nervously. What is she doing? We're in this mess, yet she's still staring at me? Drew thought, growing increasingly confused. Translation notes. Names like Stefan, Drew, Saul, Ashlyn, Gail, and Walter are kept in pinyin form. Attempted to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring the English translation is fluent and grammatically correct. Chapter 15. Stop looking. This Walter is about to take you into his harem. If you keep looking at me, I'm afraid I'll be torn apart. Little girl, please stop looking. Stop looking. Hearing Drew's inner thoughts, Ashlyn immediately let out a cold snort, feeling more annoyed inside. Then, with a flicker in her eyes, she said sweetly, Father, I was enlightened by a wise person earlier who said your condition is severe and that you cannot continue taking this kind of elixir. So, I have found another antidote for you. Just as Walter was about to speak, Ashlyn cast a cold gaze at him, her tone chilly. You may step back first. What? Walter was reluctant. He had finally waited for this chance to show off, only to be stopped abruptly. Princess. Quiet. Ashlyn suddenly raised her hand, silencing Walter. She then waved it dismissively. Step back now. Walter was extremely unwilling, but seeing Ashlyn's icy stare, he could only reluctantly retreat to the side. Inwardly he muttered, Huh, what's going on? Is this because of Drew again? Damn, I finally had my chance, and now it's ruined by him again. Turning her gaze, Ashlyn looked at Drew. Drew, come here for a moment. Drew, who was hiding behind Gail, suddenly felt a tingling sensation on the top of his head. Why is this little girl targeting me again? Is there something wrong with her? Walter is still watching. Let him perform. His Ghost Gate 13 needles are very powerful. Why don't you let him give Grandpa a few needles? Drew cautiously poked his head out and asked, What's wrong, princess? Ashlyn turned her eyes to Drew. Everything Drew had thought of before seemed to come true. Just as Walter took out 3 silver needles, which Ashlyn knew a bit about due to learning medical arts from palace doctors since childhood, she recognized them as being placed in 3 major acupoints of the human body. If not for her urgency to save her father, she might have overlooked it, but Drew's thoughts made her more cautious. Thus, Walter might indeed be the escaped prisoner Drew suspected. But why did Drew seem particularly afraid of him? Ashlyn was filled with confusion. However, she had realized that Walter's method of treating her father was forced longevity, which couldn't be allowed. Immediately, Ashlyn beckoned a servant nearby. Princess, what do you need? Tell the kitchen to prepare some leek and egg stir-fry and send it over. What? The servant didn't quite hear clearly and repeated incredulously. You mean, leek and egg stir-fry? I told you to make leek and egg stir-fry, understand? Ashlyn sternly said. The servant shivered in fear, hurriedly nodding and bowing respectfully. Yes, princess, understood. Saying this, the servant rushed away, their figure flustered and face panic-stricken. Everyone present seemed disbelieving of their ears, especially Gail, whose large eyes were wide open, looking at Ashlyn in disbelief. Princess, are you sure? The prince is gravely ill, and you're having the servants make leek and egg stir-fry? Walter, standing beside, had a dark expression. Even he couldn't comprehend Ashlyn's intentions. What was she up to? The most shocked was Drew. His heart pounded, sensing impending trouble. Ashlyn knows I'm afraid of Walter, and that leeks can detoxify? Could it be that Ashlyn knows her father has lead poisoning? This is too strange. Just go into the harem and feed him already. Ashlyn glanced at Drew, fully understanding his thoughts. Indeed, leeks could treat her father's poisoning. However, she didn't want to reveal this yet. Instead, she wanted to see what Drew was up to. Moreover, he kept talking about joining Walter's harem. What did Walter even think he was? A mere commoner, while she was a noble princess. Who did he think he was? Ashlyn had long been unimpressed by Drew's frivolous behavior and decided it was time to settle accounts. Meanwhile, Solon clutched his chest in pain, coughing as he called out, his face etched with wrinkles and dull eyes reflecting immense agony. Fei-yun, come here, Alec. Drew turned around, and Gail kicked him in the rear end. Still haven't gone to check on your godfather calling you? Yeah. Ignoring everything else, Drew stumbled over to sit beside Soling's bed. Godfather, you called me for what? While responding, Drew glanced at Walter, who was eyeing him menacingly. It's bad news, really bad. First, Ashlyn points at me. Now Soling urgently calls me. I'm done for. What if these two can't find a reason afterward? How will Walter deal with me? Drew wanted to leave immediately and avoid any further delays. Walter's eyes blazed, glaring fiercely at Drew, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Why is it always this bastard ruining things? Wait till I get you. At this moment, Drew was already on Walter's kill list, maxed out hatred value at 99+. Shortly after, a servant rushed in carrying a dish of perfectly fragrant and delicious leek and egg stir-fry, droplets of sweat rolling down their white forehead. Miss, the dish you ordered is ready. Ashlyn quickly took it. Father. What is it? Lying in bed, Solon responded. Father, try eating this. It might help, Ashlyn said. Drew stood by the bedside, staring at Ashlyn in disbelief. How does this girl know everything? Solon also looked puzzled. Why? Why should I eat this? Ashlyn quickly replied. Father, I consulted the imperial physician earlier, who said your illness might not be caused by disease but by poisoning from the medicine. And I heard that leek and egg stir-fry can detoxify you. Try it. Solon hesitated. Everyone silent in the room, waiting anxiously. ####, Chapter 16. Treating the illness. Everyone stared at Ashlyn and Jeffrey. After hesitating for a moment, Jeffrey finally opened his mouth. Seeing this, Ashlyn quickly picked up a piece of egg and tenderly fed it to him. Father, please eat slowly. The people nearby all looked on in astonishment, finding the scene before them unbelievable. But within half an incense stick's time, the plate of leek stir-fried eggs in Ashlyn's hand was already empty. After eating, Jeffrey's complexion appeared slightly rosier. Father, how do you feel? Ashlyn asked. It feels much better, Jeffrey said in surprise, touching his chest with a look of shock on his face. Over 10 years of illness, and now just one plate of leek stir-fried eggs made him feel significantly better. It was too unbelievable. Beside him, Drew's temples throbbed. This is bad. There must be something wrong here. Leeks and eggs can counteract lead poisoning, which is a conclusion drawn from modern knowledge. But how does Ashlyn know this? This doesn't make sense. If doctors knew this, would they have let the Miguels suffer for so long? Asterisk asterisk. This is pure nonsense. Drew silently pondered in his mind. Meanwhile, Luther, standing beside him, felt extremely displeased. He had just managed to infiltrate the Mu Wangfu, and before he could demonstrate his medical skills, a simple dish of leek stir-fried eggs spoiled everything. It's over. Something must be wrong here. Using leek stir-fried eggs to treat lead poisoning is knowledge summarized from later generations. But how does Ashlyn know this? This doesn't make sense. If the imperial physicians knew this, would they have let Prince 8's illness drag on for so long? This is pure nonsense. Drew thought to himself. Luther was extremely displeased. He had finally managed to infiltrate the Mu Wangfu, and before he could show off his skills, a simple dish of leek stir-fried eggs ruined everything. Luther immediately cupped his fists and said, "My lady, this simply won't do. Prince 8 is frail. A bowl of leek stir-fried eggs cannot cure his illness. It merely fills his stomach and makes him feel more comfortable. Let me take a look." Ashlyn, who now understood Luther's intentions, turned cold. "Why not? Get out." Luther looked bewildered, completely confused by what was happening. Why had her attitude changed so dramatically? She had been polite when inviting him into the manor, but now, before he could even display his medical skills, she was treating him so coldly, and more importantly, he hadn't made any mistakes. Luther couldn't figure it out. After a moment, Solshing tried moving around cautiously and suddenly said, "I really feel much better. My body feels warm, with none of that excruciating pain from before." Hearing this, Ashlyn's face lit up with joy. She grinned and asked, "Really, father?" She hadn't expected Drew's method to actually work and glanced at him in disbelief. "Right, that's correct," Solshing responded again. Solshing quickly grabbed Ashlyn's hand and asked eagerly, "Who told you this? Which imperial physician?" Ashlyn lowered her eyes, pretending to be shy. I. Actually, it was Drew who told me. Earlier, Drew kept refusing to say anything, and she wanted to see what would happen if she exposed him. The more he didn't want something to happen, the more she wanted it to happen. Drew was stunned. "When did I tell you? How did I not know?" "Damn, don't frame me like this." Everyone present was shocked upon hearing her words. Even Yi Dashan's jaw dropped. He had no idea his son knew how to treat people. Meanwhile, Luther was burning with anger. Damn, it's Drew again, ruining my plans. But with so many people around, he couldn't lash out. Drew glanced over and saw that Luther was glaring at him as if he wanted to devour him alive. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. He felt this little girl was very troublesome and definitely up to something. Solshing immediately showed a moved expression and beckoned Drew over. "Feiyun, come here." Daring not to disobey, Drew glanced at Yi Dashan, who was staring at him, and obediently went to Solshing's bedside. "Dry father, what do you need?" Solshing stretched out his trembling hand and placed it on Drew's forehead. "Feiyun, you are truly a good son to me. If not for you, I might not have made it through today." Solshing, deeply moved, had tears welling up in his clouded old eyes. Drew's heart pounded like a drum. Damn, when did I tell her this? Why don't I remember? "Sir, old man, please don't cry like this. The more you cry, the closer I am to death. You know that, right?" Drew sneakily glanced at Luther, who was fuming, shaking all over, and glaring at him as if ready to tear him apart. Drew's heart raced with fear. Then, Solshing uttered another sentence that made Drew's blood run cold. "Feiyun, look at you. You're not young anymore. Your marriage to Princess Six is coming up. As men, we should be open and upright, standing tall and straight. To put it bluntly, men should have several wives and concubines. Although you've married Addie and Alec, my daughter Mu Fornfong is 18 this year. If you two like each other, I think we can consider this matter." Drew hurriedly coughed to interrupt Solshang. "Dry father, I don't want to think about this right now." "What's going on? Is everyone crazy? This is opening wounds, isn't it? I'm already on Luther's hit list. Now you want me to marry Ashlyn too? Isn't this like setting up camp next to a latrine? Asking for trouble? Do I not die fast enough? First, I offended Luther in court and got engaged to Mu and Alec. Now you want me to marry Ashlyn too? They're both part of Luther's harem. What are you thinking? Why is everyone trying to set me up like this? Are they addicted to matchmaking or something?" Drew raged inwardly, but dared not utter a word aloud. Ashlyn, who heard Drew's thoughts clearly, was seething with anger. "You arrogant guy. So, marrying me is beneath you? Keep talking about Luther's harem. Let's see what Luther can do. I won't let you get away easily. Drew, do you still find me unworthy? Don't forget how you teased me when we were kids. Now you want to deny it? No way." Ashlyn herself was puzzled. In the past, she despised Drew to the extreme, and everything he did made her sick. But after hearing his thoughts now, she became increasingly bufuqi, resentful. Translation note: the term bufuqi has been directly translated as resentful for context, but it conveys a mix of bufuqi, being unwilling to accept, and defiance. Luther immediately clasped his fists. "Princess, this is absolutely unacceptable. The Miguel's body is frail. One plate of leek stir-fried eggs won't cure his illness. It only fills his stomach and makes him feel more comfortable for now. Let me take a look." Ashlyn, who now understood Luther's intentions, turned cold. "What's wrong with that? Get out." Luther stood there bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Why did her attitude change so drastically? She had been courteous when inviting him in, but now she was being so cold even before he could demonstrate his medical skills. Moreover, he hadn't made any mistakes. Jeffrey, after a short while, tried moving cautiously and suddenly exclaimed, "I really do feel much better. My body feels warm, and the severe pain is completely gone." Hearing this, Ashlyn's face lit up with joy. "Really, father?" She couldn't believe that Drew's method actually worked, looking at him in disbelief. "Yes, that's right," Jeffrey confirmed again. He urgently grabbed Ashlyn's hand. Who told you this? Which doctor? Ashlyn lowered her eyes, feigning shyness. It was Drew who told me. Earlier, Drew refused to speak, and now she wanted to see what would happen if she revealed him. The more he didn't want something to happen, the more she wanted to make it happen. Drew stood by, stunned. When did I tell you that? How do you know that? Asterisk asterisk. Damn it. Don't ruin me like this, girl. Asterisk asterisk. Everyone present was shocked by her words. Gail's jaw almost hit the floor. He had no idea his son knew how to treat illnesses. Meanwhile, Luther was furious. Damn it, it's this Drew again, spoiling my plans. But with so many people around, he couldn't explode. Drew turned and saw Luther glaring at him as if he wanted to devour him alive. He didn't want to stay here another second. He thought this girl was very suspicious and troublesome. Jeffrey then showed a grateful expression and waved at Drew. Alliker, come here. Drew dared not disobey, glanced back at Gail staring intently at him, and obediently came to Jeffrey's bedside. Dry father, what do you need? Jeffrey reached out his trembling hand and gently placed it on Drew's forehead. Feiyun, you are truly a good son-in-law. Without you, Dry father might have passed away today. Jeffrey was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his old, cloudy eyes, his expression deeply moved. Huh. Drew's heart raced wildly. Damn it. When did I tell her that? How don't I know? Asterisk asterisk. Brother, old man, don't cry like this. The more you cry, the closer I am to death. You know that, right? Asterisk asterisk. Drew stole a glance and saw Luther fuming, shaking all over, glaring at him as if he wanted to tear him apart. Drew's heart pounded in fear. Then Jeffrey spoke again, making Drew even more terrified. Feiyun, look at you. You're not young anymore. You're getting married to Princess Elsiexia soon. As men, we must be upright and honest, standing tall. And besides, every man should have multiple wives and concubines. Although you've married Princess Clarissa, my daughter Ashlyn is also 18. If you two hit it off, I think this matter could be considered. Drew hastily coughed to interrupt. Dry father, I don't want to talk about this now. What nonsense is this? Are you crazy? Isn't this stirring up trouble? Asterisk asterisk. I'm already on Luther's hit list, and now you're talking about marrying Ashlyn? Aren't these two both part of Luther's harem? Asterisk asterisk. What are you thinking? Why is everyone pushing me into arranged marriages like this? Is matchmaking addictive or something? Asterisk asterisk. Drew screamed internally but dared not utter a word aloud. Ashlyn, hearing Drew's thoughts clearly, shook with anger. You think I'm not good enough for you? Keep mentioning Luther's harem. I'll show you how capable Luther is. I won't let you off easily. Drew, you disdain me? Don't forget how you teased me endlessly when we were kids. Now you think you can deny it? No way. Ashlyn was confused herself. Previously, she had despised Drew to the core, finding his every move repulsive. But now, hearing his internal thoughts, she felt increasingly defiant. ###Chapter 17. The fuming Ashlyn. Why am I any less than Clarissa? He constantly revolves around Clarissa, barely pays attention to me, and occasionally teases me. Now that my father is considering matching me with him, this Drew actually seems reluctant. At that moment, Ashlyn's face softened into a gentle expression as she said, Father, I understand that Brother Feiyun has his own thoughts. Let's not force him. Perhaps fate will decide our match. Time will tell. Ashlyn deliberately acted shy and reserved. Meanwhile, Salshung looked at Drew with deep contemplation. Brendan hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, this matter is no small thing. Let the two young people make their own decision. If Wilfred had already betrothed his daughter Clarissa to Drew, and now the 8th prince's daughter Ashlyn was also set to marry him, wouldn't the Yi family become invincible in the Great Qian Dynasty? Who could stand against them then? They would be practically untouchable. Drew almost cried. Didn't you see Stevie's murderous glare just now? One Clarissa and one Ashlyn. Are they not enough trouble for me? Daring not to delay for a second, Drew hastily said, Godfather, since you're recovering well, let's discuss this matter later. I have some urgent business at home. We can talk again soon. Take care of your health. With that, Drew didn't wait another moment, ignoring Brendan's calls and rushed out of the courtyard. Finally outside. Oh dear. Drew leaned on a pillar, heart pounding like a drum. This is terrible. Stevie must be planning something horrifying to torture me. After saying goodbye to Salshung, Brendan followed Ashlyn and Stevie outside. Seeing Drew's flustered appearance, he shouted angrily, Alliker, how disrespectful are you becoming? You ran out without letting your godfather finish speaking. Ashlyn, however, spoke with concern, Uncle Yi, don't blame Brother Feiyun. Perhaps he has his reasons. Brother Feiyun must have considered it thoroughly, she added. Clearly sensing Drew's fear, Ashlyn deliberately tried to cover for him. She wanted to see what trick Drew would come up with next. Drew's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ashlyn. He remembered from the original story that Ashlyn wasn't like this. She used to detest him so much that even speaking to him was an annoyance. Why was she covering for him now? Don't you know this will incur Stevie's wrath? He'll kill me. Do you know that? Turning around, he saw Stevie's pale face fixed on him with a look that seemed to see through death. Drew's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He quickly told Ashlyn, Addie, I must take my leave now. We'll meet again another day, alright? Furious and trembling, Drew wanted nothing more than to escape. But Ashlyn suddenly stopped him. Brother Feiyun. What now? Drew turned around, trying to force a smile as if seeing a ghost. Didn't you always say you wanted a hug before leaving? How could you forget? Stunned, Drew nearly dropped his jaw. Before he could react, Ashlyn swept in with a fragrant wind and hugged him tightly, cooing, Brother Feiyun, take care. Don't forget to visit after your marriage with Sister Clarissa. Inside, Ashlyn was elated. She realized Drew was trying to avoid her, fearing Stevie. She wanted to see how he'd react when she took the initiative. Damn it. Drew recoiled as if electrocuted, pushing Ashlyn away. You listen here, I can eat anything but I won't speak nonsense. When did I ever say I wanted a hug? Beside him, Stevie seethed with murderous intent. Drew dared not linger any longer. I'm going, really, going. Watching Drew and Brendan leave, Stevie wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ashlin's icy stare. What are you still standing there for? Stevie seemed about to speak. Princess, this subordinate. Step down. Ashlyn instantly reverted to her cold demeanor, showcasing her Ice Queen persona. Her personality resembled Clarissa's. Both were cold towards those they disliked or despised. Stevie's face twisted in frustration. He opened his mouth to speak but finally spat out, "All right, princess, I shall step down." With that, he cast a furious glance outside, filled with rage. Leaving Moo Mansion, Drew felt utterly chilled, completely frozen. It took several invitations from Brendan to board the carriage before Drew snapped. Chapter 18. Revenge. But Drew couldn't bring himself to say these words, and even if he did, Gale most likely wouldn't believe him. After living in fear all the way home, Drew finally arrived at the gate of the mansion. Gale pulled back the curtain of the carriage, and Drew hurriedly climbed down. Just as he turned his head, he saw Gale sitting on the carriage speaking to him. "Go back to the mansion first. Remember, don't cause any trouble during this period. If I find out you've done something foolish, I'll flay your skin off. Hear me?" Drew wiped his face, planning to enter the courtyard, but suddenly remembered. He rushed quickly into the courtyard, only to see that the vast courtyard spanning over 100 feet was filled with black-clad servants stomping loudly on the bluestone bricks. Everyone held their fists high, shouting with astonishing momentum, resembling a mighty army about to march into battle, awe-inspiring and imposing. Damn, I didn't notice how ferocious you guys could be before. How can you get so excited on the path to self-destruction, with no turning back? Did everything I said before leaving just go in one ear and out the other? At the front stood Simeon and Godwin, looking furious. They stood close together, like blood brothers. "Do you know where Stevie has gone?" "I don't know. I already asked my buddy at the Ministry of Punishments, but they haven't found him." Turns out these two had headed straight to the Ministry of Punishments once Drew left, intending to teach the ignorant Stevie a good lesson. But when they got there, they were told that Stevie had fled the city in fear of punishment, and the Emperor had already ordered a citywide manhunt. Disappointed, they had no choice but to return. Simeon slapped his thigh fiercely and growled viciously. "This bastard, damn it, I don't believe he can escape the capital. It's impossible. The capital is already under heavy surveillance, with the Emperor ordering a full city search. Even if he grows wings, I don't believe he can escape. When I find him, I'll flay his skin off and tear his tendons apart." The two were in perfect agreement, meeting each other too late. Godwin looked at Simeon with gratitude-filled eyes. "It's such a blessing for our young master to have a brother like you." "Nonsense." Simeon pretended to wave it off. "We're brothers, aren't we? Why do you sound so formal?" Watching this scene, Drew ground his teeth in anger, wishing he could swallow these two alive. "I tried every possible way to avoid Stevie, yet these two went out of their way to court death for me. Can't they just settle down a little? Is staying quietly at home that hard?" No matter how hard Drew thought, he couldn't figure out what was wrong with these two. How could they be so carefree and brainless? At this moment, Simeon casually glanced and spotted Drew standing at the gate, instantly delighted. "Oh, Feiyun, you're back." Saying this, he stepped forward and grabbed Drew's shoulder. "Where did your father take you? He didn't bring you to some pleasure quarter before your wedding, did he?" "My buddy recently discovered a place. It's top-notch." Gale's reputation wasn't much better than Drew's, and given the close relationship between Simeon and Drew, Simeon spoke without reserve. While talking, Simeon gave Drew a suggestive look. His expression made him look exactly like an old lecher, blind. With no patience for idle chatter, Drew pushed him away and asked anxiously, "Just tell me the truth. Where did you two go just now? Please don't tell me you went to the Ministry of Punishments looking for Stevie." Drew's heart was pounding. He had just seen Stevie at the Mu Wangfu, and now he feared that these two might cause trouble by going to the Ministry of Punishments looking for Stevie, hoping they wouldn't act in his name. After all, Stevie was incredibly resourceful, capable of walking out of the heavily guarded prison as he pleased. For all he knew, Stevie could be lurking in some corner, preparing to get back at him. As he thought about this, Drew nervously glanced around, checking the rooftops and the gatehouse behind him, fearing Stevie might be hiding there. And if he suddenly charged out with a surprise attack, that would be disastrous. He hadn't enjoyed his good life long enough, and he certainly didn't want these two causing trouble for him. Throughout the journey home, Drew was on edge, but thankfully nothing happened when they arrived. But as soon as he got home, he encountered this scene that sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. Godwin noticed Drew's unease and quickly said, "Freddy, what's wrong? Why do you look so panicked?" "We didn't go looking for Stevie. He was already gone when we got there." That's good, that's good." Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best news he had heard all day. At least they hadn't provoked Stevie, and currently, the grudge against him wasn't too high. He had given Stevie enough face. Surely, he wouldn't pursue him relentlessly. Drew thought to himself. Just then, Drew said sternly, "Simeon Godwin, listen carefully. No matter what, you must not provoke Stevie again, understand? Do you understand?" Fearing they might not comprehend, he repeated it 3 or 4 times. Finally, worried they might forget, he patiently reiterated his warning, sounding like an old nagging woman, repeating one simple sentence over and over. Simeon and Godwin were utterly confused, scratching their heads. "Freddy, why are you saying this? We're a bit lost. This doesn't seem like your style." "Yeah, should we really let this insult slide? Damn." Chapter 19. What are you doing? Drew nearly fainted. His vision blurred, and his blood pressure shot up. He felt like everything he said was in vain. "Can you guys listen to me for once? What did I just say?" Simeon and Godwin exchanged blank looks and hesitantly replied after a moment. "Take revenge on Luther." Drew slapped his thigh. So, it was all for nothing. Just as he was about to get angry, seeing their stubborn faces, Drew decided to try a different approach. He immediately put on a smiling face. Simeon's expression changed. They looked perplexed. Why has Drew been acting so oddly lately? It's unsettling. What? Godwin was somewhat nervous. Drew stared at his young master with a cunning smile, making Godwin's heart pound uncontrollably. A moment later, Drew suddenly grabbed Godwin's shoulder, patted his chest gently, and said earnestly, "Godwin, be honest with me, how do you think I treat you?" Hearing Drew call him buddy, Godwin froze for a second, almost shedding tears. "Brother, in this manner, you are the best to me." The original owner had a fiery temper, often beating or scolding the servants. But Godwin, as Drew's top attendant, not only received ample monthly wages but also frequently enjoyed outings with him. There wasn't much to complain about with this treatment. Now that Drew called him buddy, he was deeply moved. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have knelt down right then and there. "Good." Drew sighed again and asked, "What if I assign you a great job? What do you think?" "Great job?" Godwin's eyes lit up, looking at Drew with anticipation. Suddenly stepping back, Drew solemnly said, "From today onwards, I want you to be our Manor's head steward, managing everything inside and outside. However, you must promise me one thing." "What?" Godwin stared wide-eyed at Drew. "From now on, you must never step out of this door. If you dare to leave, I'll chop you up. Got it?" Drew laid down the law. Godwin and Simeon were obsessed with seeking revenge on Luther. They didn't realize that Luther was someone they shouldn't mess with. Unable to comprehend their actions, Drew could only make such a decision. Godwin's face changed drastically, nearly kneeling down before Drew. "Freddie, you're too kind to me," he sobbed, overwhelmed by gratitude. He never expected that his years of hard work at Manor would lead to such an unexpected promotion. Was happiness always so direct? Drew sighed helplessly. If not for these two crazily insisting on avenging themselves on Luther, he wouldn't have done something like this. But this was the best solution under the circumstances. "Go ahead, 10 taels of silver per month." Drew waved his hand indifferently. "Thank you, Freddie." Godwin pounded his chest forcefully, straightened up, and walked out of the door. From now on, he was the head steward of Manor. Ah. Watching Godwin's mountain-like figure stagger toward the door, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more daily anxiety. He couldn't understand why Luther had such charm. He's clearly a man. Why are you two grown men so fixated on him? Just as he regained focus, Godwin turned around and was startled to see Drew still there. Simeon stared with widened eyes, utterly confused by Drew's actions. "Brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly make Godwin the steward?" Simeon asked skeptically. As Drew's childhood best friend and staunch ally, Simeon knew Godwin well. This guy was barely literate. Yet Drew made him the steward? Isn't that nonsense? "Feiyun, haven't you forgotten that Godwin doesn't know how to read?" Simeon reminded cautiously. He scrutinized Drew carefully, fearing that Drew might have gone mad after being engaged to Ivor on the imperial court. Who else would make such a ridiculous decision, appointing an illiterate person as a steward? Isn't this too absurd? Even as unruly as they were, even with their muddled minds, Simeon couldn't think of such a move. Is this a miracle, or is Drew losing it? He probably wouldn't figure it out even after a whole night of thinking. It's not that he has thought it through, but simply because the day has dawned. Drew sighed. He really didn't want to explain this matter. Just thinking about it made him feel weary. Every time he thought of these two clowns, he felt his head spinning. He had barely managed to get rid of one troublemaker, and here was another one left. What should he do with this one? Then, Drew lifted his head and looked at Simeon with a serious expression. Simeon felt uncomfortable under Drew's stare, unconsciously retreating, his expression full of caution. You, what are you planning?" Drew took another step forward, causing Simeon to immediately step back. Beside them stood neatly aligned black-clothed servants, all staring straight ahead at the two men. The atmosphere became somewhat strange for a moment. Drew glanced at the dozens of gathered black-clothed servants and waved his hand. "Step back for now." Upon hearing Drew's order, the group of black-clothed men immediately shuffled toward the door. Without any delay, in an instant, the entire courtyard became empty, leaving only Drew and Simeon. Now, Simeon felt his scalp tingling. Looking at Drew's intense gaze, he swallowed hard, feeling a tremor in his heart. "Feiyun, don't joke with me like this. We've known each other for so many years. You've never had such preferences." Simeon carefully sought confirmation from Drew. Drew smiled broadly. "How could I?" As he spoke, he warmly put his arm around Simeon's shoulder. Simeon shuddered, forcing a smile, looking at Drew's hand on his shoulder with disdain. He felt like a chicken whose neck had been grabbed, completely silent. "What do you actually want? Tell your brother. Don't be like this. I'm scared." Simeon's face was full of sorrow. He feared Drew might have been somehow stimulated. Drew cleared his throat and said seriously, "Who, Simeon? How would you describe our brotherhood? Our relationship has always been pretty good." Simeon wore a puzzled look. Drew continued, "Then, why don't you promise me something?" Chapter 20, Severing Ties. "What? Don't come to me or my place during this period. Don't even tell people you know me, alright?" Drew earnestly instructed. He could send Godwin away, but he couldn't control Simeon. Simeon might go off seeking revenge right after leaving. The best thing he could do now was to cut ties with him, ensuring no further contact or association. That way, even if Walter did anything, it wouldn't be Drew's fault, right? Even as the protagonist, you can't be so unreasonable, right? You can't just show up out of nowhere and stab someone, can you? There has to be a cause for every effect. If I sever ties with him, how can he still come looking for me? This was the best solution Drew could think of at the moment. But unexpectedly, upon hearing Drew's words, Simeon's face immediately changed. He angrily shook off Drew's hand and stood up, livid. "What do you mean? What kind of person do you take me for? Are you seriously asking me to sever ties with you?" Simeon couldn't believe his ears. Drew and he had grown up together from childhood, doing everything together, climbing mountains to fetch bird nests, swimming in rivers, sneaking into the palace to watch the maids bathe. They had done everything together. Now, Drew wanted to sever ties? Simeon suspected that there might be something wrong with his ears. Seeing his good friend's shocked expression, Drew sighed and shook his head. "It's not like that. The Emperor has betrothed the Solange to me, and I have no choice. If we remain close, it could tarnish your reputation and cause suspicion from the Emperor. How could I bear it? Simeon frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Earlier, when he saw Drew being bullied by Walter, he had rushed over ready to defend him. But now, Drew had completely changed his stance, which made him very unhappy. Drew, we've known each other for years. Now you're saying all this? Simeon said gravely. At this moment, Simeon's eyes widened, flames burning within them, veins popping on his forehead as he glared at Drew. His body trembled with anger, his head shaking as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. You're actually asking me to sever ties with you? Simeon and Drew had grown up together, inseparable through all their adventures. Sneaking into the palace, climbing mountains, visiting brothels, they were the notorious duo of the capital city. How could he not be furious now that Drew suddenly wanted to sever ties? Unable to contain himself, he began to question Drew. He felt like his loyalty had been betrayed. Fed to the dogs. Drew hurriedly extended both hands to calm him down, glancing quickly at Simeon. His mind raced, searching for the next move. That's not the case. Let me explain. It's not like that, he hurriedly said. While speaking, he cautiously observed Simeon's facial expressions, strategizing his next steps. Well, then what is it? Explain clearly. Our brotherhood isn't supposed to end like this. Simeon's anger hadn't subsided. He glared fiercely, hands on his hips, stepping forward menacingly. Seeing this, Drew sighed helplessly, shaking his head slowly. His voice was low and somber. Drew's acting skills were top-notch, easily Oscar-worthy. This conflicted demeanor seemed to confuse Simeon. Simeon raised an eyebrow and anxiously asked, Brother, what's wrong? Why are you acting so differently today? Did something upset you? Though Simeon was a rascal who often indulged in nefarious deeds and oppressed commoners, one trait set him apart. He was loyal. That was why he was close to Drew. Upon seeing Drew's troubled expression, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Just talk to your bro about it. I'll sort it out for sure. Drew felt a flicker of hope. Seeing Simeon bite the bait, he bit his lip and said seriously, Since you're so sincere, let me tell you directly. His gaze remained fixed on Simeon, afraid of any mishaps. Simeon frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Lowering his voice, he asked, Yeah? What's going on? Just tell me. Listening intently, Drew scratched his head, a hint of bitterness showing on his face. Think about it, bro. The Emperor has betrothed the Solange to me. If we remain too close, won't it cause trouble? As he spoke, he kicked the stone irritably, hitting the stone table with his hand, looking visibly annoyed. Hearing this, Simeon was utterly baffled. What kind of trouble is this? Does it really warrant severing ties with me? He truly didn't understand Drew's actions. Drew sighed deeply, standing up to pace restlessly, his brows furrowed tightly. Think about it. When a princess marries, the imperial family investigates the groom's family for 3 generations. Now, remember all the mischief we've caused over the years? If you stay with me, we'll both suffer the consequences. Drew had no choice but to play this card to stop Simeon. Simeon would insist on avenging him, and Drew couldn't restrain him or appoint him as a manager at E Manor like Godwin. The best plan was to sever ties. Simeon was straightforward. If Drew told him it was because of Walter, he'd likely rally his gang and hunt down Walter across the city, putting Drew in danger. Drew couldn't allow that. Therefore, severing ties was the only option. That way, even if Walter sought revenge, he'd need a reason. Even protagonists can't act without reason, right? In the world, everyone needs some logic, don't they? Having severed ties, how could Walter blame Drew if Simeon went after him, right? One must adhere to some principles, shouldn't they? Stopping his pacing, Drew patted Simeon's shoulder, looking earnest and determined. So, let's keep our distance for now. If something goes wrong, I don't want to drag you into it. At least this way, you can protect yourself. Chapter 21. The Major Corruption Case. Drew spoke with such emotion that it moved anyone who heard or saw him. Simeon was so touched that he was wiping away tears and snot, nearly breaking down. Brother. After hearing Drew's words, Simeon stood motionless for a while, his lips trembling slightly. A moment later, he raised his fist and punched Drew's chest hard, his voice hoarse. Good brother. He was utterly moved. Previously, he thought Drew had married the Solange and looked down on him and his ragtag group of brothers. But now, after listening to Drew, he realized he had misunderstood him. This made him even more emotional. He indeed hadn't chosen the wrong brother. A good brother for life. He hadn't been wrong about Drew. Even now, despite all the challenges, Drew still cared about him. Such a brother was hard to find, even if you searched high and low. Seeing that Simeon was completely taken in, Drew finally felt relieved. This guy was as single-minded as the original owner, easily deceived by a few well-chosen words. Then Drew said earnestly, Brother, don't you think the best thing right now is to cut ties? From now on, you take your path, and I'll take mine. Brother, I won't mention anything else, but if anything happens in the future, I will never reveal your name. Drew said this firmly, his face filled with resolve. Simeon paused, silent for a moment, while Drew looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, Simeon stood up, his figure tall and straight under the setting sun. He slowly walked towards the door, while Drew watched him expressionlessly. Just as he was about to step out, Drew sighed in relief, about to sit back down on the stone bench. But then a resolute voice came from behind. Brother, let's not talk about anything else. Brothers for life. You have me in your heart, and I will never abandon you. From now on, you are my best brother for the rest of my life. Our bond is unbreakable. Drew. His face was full of confusion. What kind of logic is this? Is this guy even human? Did everything I just say go in one ear and out the other? How could you be so stubborn? No. Drew hurriedly stood up, trying to explain. But Simeon strode firmly towards the door, his voice coming from outside passionately. Brother, don't worry. From now on, whoever bothers you is our enemy. Our brotherhood is stronger than the sky. No one can separate us. Kill. Go to hell, Walter. Damn. Drew was frantic, rushing out of the door in 3 quick strides, but Simeon was already gone. What the hell? This is insane. Another moment passed. Kill. Simeon's agitated voice echoed from somewhere. Thud. Drew plopped onto the ground, beads of sweat dripping down. All lost, my dear mother. At this time, the sunset illuminated the ancient and elegant residence, making it eerily quiet. By a jade wooden table adorned with carvings, Drew sat with a cup of tea, drinking it with a bitter expression. The tea, both bitter and sweet, entered his mouth. Drew set the cup down gently on the table, smacking his lips and gazing at the evening glow seeping through the door. The light bathed his face in melancholy. What did I do to deserve this? He had spent 2 hours pondering, yet couldn't understand how Simeon's mind worked. He had explained everything clearly, but the man simply didn't get it. What do I have to do for you to leave me alone? Drew felt like pounding his chest and shouting to the heavens. He was utterly desperate. He never imagined that after talking so earnestly to Simeon, the man would take him as a lifelong brother without turning back. Right now, Simeon was probably leading a group of servants around the capital city, causing trouble for Walter. Drew shook his head in despair, gulping down another cup of tea. Done for, completely done for. The Ministry of Revenue's major corruption case was about to surface, and his father was soon to be held accountable. And here was Simeon causing trouble all over the city for Walter. What was he supposed to do? Drew paced back and forth in front of the grand hall of the residence, his shadow stretching long on the ground, equally restless under the sunset. Suddenly, Master, something's wrong, big trouble. A flustered servant rushed in, kneeling down, panting heavily with a panicked look. Calm down, tell me quickly what happened, Drew said, forcing himself to stay calm. Master, I was coming back from the Ministry of Punishments today when I heard they were starting to investigate a corruption case. I distinctly heard our Lord's name, so I rushed back to report to you. Drew froze, blinking. All lost, completely lost. He had hoped that by preventing Walter earlier, the story might change. But now, not only had it not changed, it seemed to be accelerating. Remember, Walter should have beaten him first, and then his foolish father would challenge Walter, fighting fiercely for half a month before being thoroughly defeated. Yet here it was, happening so soon. Drew wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying to remain composed. All right, you can go. The servant quickly left. Sitting back down, Drew instinctively reached for the teapot to pour more water into his cup, but after shaking it several times, nothing came out. No water. F***K. Drew slammed the teapot on the table and stood up abruptly. I need to do something. The Ministry of Revenue's corruption case. This will shake the entire court. Sometimes, he admired his old man's ability to embezzle. The amount wasn't small, a whopping 10 billion taels, equivalent to the entire treasury income of the Dacian Empire for 2 years. Even he was shocked by such a huge sum. Unbelievable. It was unprecedented. But now wasn't the time to think about that. The priority was to handle this situation. I need to go to the Ministry of Punishments immediately, Drew quickly decided, walking out of the gate in a hurry, his steps uneven. Chapter 22. What kind of character? Half an hour later, Drew, in a frantic hurry, arrived at the Ministry of Punishments in a carriage, rushing as if his life depended on it. This place was heavily guarded, surrounded by ancient and elegant buildings. At the entrance stood 2 guards clad in silver armor, their expressions stern as they scanned the surroundings. Before the bluestone steps were 2 massive stone lions, bearing their fangs and claws, exuding dominance. The moment Drew's carriage stopped, the guards' faces turned grim. Instinctively, one of them yelled, "Who dares to park in front of the Ministry of Punishments? Are you looking for death? Get lost." He made a show of drawing his sword. The coachman's face changed as he was about to retaliate verbally, but his mouth was tightly covered. The coachman couldn't comprehend what was happening. After all, Yi family's carriage not only stopped here, but would often stop right in front of the imperial palace when accompanying their young master to court. A mere ministry guard dared to speak so insolently? The coachman mumbled in protest, his face turning pale with fear upon seeing who covered his mouth. Drew whispered softly, "Shoo, brother, don't say anything." The coachman stared wide-eyed at Drew, completely baffled. What was going on? According to their master's usual nature, wouldn't this be the time for some harsh words followed by whipping these guards until they lost direction and then made them kneel and call him daddy? Why did their master seem like a different person and even try to stop him? The coachman just couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Drew leaned out of the carriage and bowed politely to the 2 guards. "Brothers, I'm Drew from the residence. Could you give me a little favor?" The 2 guards almost knelt upon recognizing Drew's face. "What the? Lord Yi. We are unworthy to serve Lord Yi. Please forgive us." They sweated profusely. Currently, Drew was the talk of the Great Qian Dynasty. His father was the Minister of Revenue, Jamal, and he was the sole heir. More importantly, earlier in court, Sonny had promised Sonia to Drew. In no time, Drew would become a renowned prince consort, backed by the royal family and his father, a high-ranking minister. His power in the Great Qian Dynasty could hardly be overstated. How could 2 mere door guards compare? "I apologize. I didn't know it was Lord Yi himself. Forgive me. Forgive me." With a loud thud, both guards quickly knelt down, trembling with sweat dripping like rain. Drew's reputation was notorious in the capital, having caused a series of scandals. A 3rd-rank official had once been thrashed by Drew's servants for not giving way immediately to his carriage. The official complained publicly in court, but Emperor Melvinho dismissed him outright due to Jamal's influence, never to be employed again and exiled to the borderlands. If even a 3rd-rank official met such an end, how dare these mere guards risk offending Drew? Using only peripheral vision, they nervously observed Drew, praying he wouldn't take any action against them. Drew, however, looked kindly and swiftly descended from the carriage, hands clasped together, smiling gently. Apologies, it's nothing. Please stand up." Walking into the compound with a laugh, he added, "I'll just take a quick look inside and come right back." The guards didn't dare object. Please do as you wish, Lord Yi. Relieved that Drew wasn't causing trouble, they were more than willing to comply. Laughing, Drew glanced at his coachman, speaking sternly. What are you doing? Why are you still parked here? Move it aside. What if you block the path or accidentally crush a bird or grass? Can you handle that responsibility? After a furious scolding, the coachman, despite his widened eyes, dared not disobey. He flicked the reins, sending the horse moving towards a narrow side path. Of course, master. Confused about his master's sudden change, the coachman didn't dare question further. As Drew hurriedly walked into the ministry, the two kneeling guards exchanged incredulous glances. Is this Drew? This doesn't seem like the Yi family's young master I remember. Not sure. Did he have a change of heart? Whispering to each other, the guards watched Drew's movements. Unaware of the guards' whispers, Drew lifted his robes and hurriedly stepped on the bluestone bricks, scanning the area for his target. The ministry was vast, filled with officials in court attire bustling about. Several people noticed Drew and quickly veered onto side paths to avoid him. Drew was known as the most unruly young man in the Great Qian Dynasty, unpredictable and prone to violence. Feeling irked, Drew cursed silently. Just how detestable was this original owner? Everyone avoids him. Earlier, he heard from his servants that the ministry was investigating a major corruption case, which must be widely known within the ministry. Who exactly was in charge of the investigation? Deciding to find out, Drew approached an official in court attire and asked quietly, Hey brother, is there a case we're working on recently? Oh no. The man shook his head violently, not daring to meet Drew's eyes, before running off outside. Frustrated, Drew stomped on the ground. Damn, what sins did this original owner commit? It's impossible to even ask anyone. Unable to find information, Drew wandered aimlessly through the large compound. Wherever he went, officials scattered like rats fleeing a cat, using absurd excuses like, my wife is giving birth, there's a fire at home, or even, the chicken soup will burn. Desperate, Drew wanted to swear but knew he had no choice but to continue searching. Chapter 23, Impressiveness. Ultimately, his eyes landed on a heavily guarded residence. Two sword-bearing guards stood at the entrance, clad in golden armor, looking impressively fierce. Yet Drew immediately recognized that these two guards were not from the Ministry of Justice but were instead palace guards. After all, as Simeon, Drew's close friend, had often accompanied him to the palace, he was more than familiar with the palace guards. But why would palace guards appear at the door of the Ministry of Justice? There must be some intrigue involved. Without hesitation, Drew quickened his pace toward the entrance. However, before he could get closer, the two guards suddenly drew their swords with a whoosh, the cold steel glinting menacingly as they stepped in front of Drew. Drew stared wide-eyed and took a cautious step back, feeling a chill run down his neck, causing him to shrink into himself. Brothers, it's me, Drew. I just want to go inside. The two guards glanced at Drew, somewhat intimidated but remembering their orders, whispered, Sorry, we're investigating on behalf of the palace. Orders are that no one is to come near. Violators will be killed on sight. Drew raised an eyebrow, instinctively reaching into his sleeve for something. How about cutting me some slack? Flipping his hand, Drew pulled out two gleaming silver ingots, holding them in his palm with a smile. The guards initially cast a glance, their eyes briefly lighting up with interest before reverting to their icy expressions. Sorry, Freddy Yi, this matter is thoroughly investigated from above. No one can come near. How obstinate. No matter how Drew tried to bribe them, the two guards wouldn't budge. Seeing no other option, Drew stomped away, flinging his sleeves dramatically as he quickly departed. Just as Drew reached the Ministry of Justice's gate, he saw the coachman had already parked the carriage and was waiting there with a smug look on his face. Immediately frowning, Drew shouted, Did you stick cotton in your ears? I told you to park nearby, didn't I? The coachman looked pained, having wanted to impress Drew upon his return, but receiving a barrage of insults instead. Master, I thought staying close to you was a good idea. Bullshit. Get moving, don't dawdle. With a heart full of suppressed anger, Drew yelled at the coachman before climbing into the carriage. The coachman, thoroughly confused and vexed, scratched his head, trying to understand what went wrong. Before he could recover, a roar came from within the carriage. Move, to the porridge shop outside the city walls. The coachman hastily replied, Yes, sir, and cracked the whip, setting the splendid carriage in motion again. As the carriage slowly faded from view, the two guards stood bewildered. Huh, have you ever heard of Drew being so polite? Don't know. One guard adjusted his helmet. Nope, last time our predecessor who stopped Drew got beaten so badly he's been bedridden since. Strange. They exchanged whispers, curiosity evident in their voices. Inside the swaying carriage, Drew sat on the plush, silk-covered bed, rubbing his temples. He couldn't stop thinking. Someone was thoroughly investigating corruption in the Ministry of Revenue regarding military funds. Who could this person be? Given the palace guard's presence, could it be Ivor conducting the investigation? Drew's heart tightened. According to the original narrative, Gale and Walter's conflict escalated to extreme ends, with Walter using the corruption case to finally bring down Gale. Yet, Walter was now imprisoned and wanted in the capital. How could he possibly be involved? Had some other factor altered the story's flow? Drew felt lost, unable to piece together the puzzle. Finally, he widened his eyes, steadying his thoughts. Whatever happened, his first priority was survival. Now married into royalty, escape seemed impossible. With eyes watching him everywhere in this vast city, running far away would only be wishful thinking. His best bet was resolving the Ministry of Revenue's corruption scandal and keeping well away from the dangerous Walter. Drew resolved that the only way to save Gale from charges involving embezzling 10 billion taels of silver was to disperse the family's wealth and show loyalty to Ivor. After all, as Minister of Revenue, Gale controlled the national treasury and should have some explanation for the funds used ostensibly for national welfare. This might spare him a death sentence. Realizing this, Drew slapped his thigh, urging the driver from the curtain's edge, Hurry up, aren't we there yet? From outside, the coachman weakly responded, Master, another incense stick's worth. Faster. Outside, the coachman slouched, bewildered. He still couldn't figure out what was going on. This wasn't the usual master he knew. Just a few words, and he'd gotten scolded for nothing. Going to a porridge shop didn't seem right either. Shouldn't it be time to visit the brothel instead? But the coachman dared not ask. Remembering Drew's wrathful face sent shivers down his spine. If he spoke up, he'd only invite more trouble. Sullen and frustrated, he lashed the reins harder, speeding the carriage toward the outskirts of the city. On the western outskirts of the capital, miles away from its bustling center, lay a desolate area of dilapidated huts and rutted dirt paths. Starving refugees roamed everywhere, dressed in rags, gaunt and weary. Some carried broken sticks, faces grimy and hollow. Occasionally, the lifeless bodies of those who had starved to death lined the roadside, a harrowing sight. At a distance, a long queue formed outside a humble shop where refugees lined up neatly for relief supplies. Leading this effort today was Ashlyn, whom Drew had met at Prince Bane's mansion. Dressed in a pink jade gown, adorned with gold and jade ornaments, her sleek black hair elegantly coiffed, she presented the image of a distinguished young lady. Chapter 24, The Great Benefactor. At that moment, she stood at the front, systematically distributing porridge to the refugees before her. As the incomparably precious daughter of the Miguel's mansion, she didn't feel the least bit out of place with this action. Instead, she personally oversaw the process, always maintaining a warm and polite demeanor towards the refugees. Sir, here's another bowl for you. Immediately after speaking, Ashlyn deftly ladled steaming hot porridge from the vat in front of her into the dilapidated bowl of the refugee before her. Thank you. The Gavenly man, moved to tears, took the warm bowl of porridge with trembling hands. All right, Grandpa. An attendant nearby shouted loudly. Next person. The refugee who had just received his share quickly turned around and hurried away, while those behind eagerly stepped forward. Despite the apparent chaos, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Despite the crowd bustling around, there was an inexplicable harmony and order. By Ashlyn's side stood a maid, dressed like any other maid but with a graceful posture that exuded charm. At that moment, both of them were extremely busy. Sweat glistened on their foreheads like pearls, yet it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. Suddenly, the maid's beautiful eyes lifted as if she had discovered something astonishing. She lightly poked Ashlyn's arm and whispered, Miss, isn't that the Yi family's carriage? Yi family? Ashlyn remained focused, not lifting her head as she stirred the thick porridge in the vat and scooped it out for the hungry refugees before her. How could it be? Why would the Yi family's carriage come here? Do you really think Drew would come here to distribute porridge? Ashlyn mentioned Drew with evident disdain. According to custom, now that so many refugees were flooding into the capital, officials large and small should be raising funds for disaster relief. As the head of the Ministry of Revenue, Gale should certainly not stand by idly. But what was referred to as porridge distribution by the Yi family? It was laughable. The porridge, floating in that white vat, might as well have been water. A handkerchief could probably float on it. It couldn't even be called porridge. After the servants distributed 2 vats of watery gruel, they scattered hastily. What kind of behavior was that? Why would Drew lower himself to come here? He must think this place is dirty, Ashlyn thought with a cold laugh. Don't daydream, Drew won't come here. Ashlyn shook her head helplessly. Earlier, she had met Drew at the Moo Mansion. Though he spoke eloquently, his nature remained unpredictable and his actions outrageous. Even if heaven collapsed, Ashlyn wouldn't believe Drew would show up at a soup kitchen. It was completely unimaginable. As Ashlyn busily continued her work, suddenly a furious roar broke through the air. Where are the people from Yi family who were supposed to be giving out porridge? Come out here. Ashlyn looked up in shock, immediately recognizing the voice. It belonged to Drew. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she watched, disbelieving. In the distance, a few servants who had been dozing off stood obediently before a man in splendid attire, none other than Drew. He was angrily scolding them. So this is what you call distributing porridge? Are your brains full of water? Is this even porridge? This is water, cleaner than anything else. Drew raged uncontrollably. He had originally hoped this act of charity would restore some of his father's reputation. If corruption cases in the Ministry of Revenue surfaced, his father, Gale, might have more to defend himself with and avoid prison. However, seeing this, his face darkened like a pot bottom. Is this even porridge? This is clearly water. Drinking this will fill anyone's stomach? Drew spat out his fury, while the 2 servants who had served porridge earlier hung their heads like wilted eggplants, stuttering nervously. You, Freddie Yi, this is exactly as you instructed. A groom also approached Drew, quietly tugging at his robe and signaling with his eyes. Drew looked bewildered, instinctively cursing, what damn fool. Almost instantly, realization struck him, and his face changed abruptly. K, could I have actually done this? But I didn't, damn it. Drew was visibly seething with anger. Meanwhile, Ashlyn, still busy nearby, overheard Drew's thoughts and frowned deeply, watching him with suspicion. She had assumed Drew knew about the situation at the Yi family's soup kitchen, but now it seemed he was genuinely unaware. It was perplexing. Without Drew's instructions, how dare the servants cut corners and skim off the top? Ashlyn frowned, remaining silent. The maid seemed about to speak, but was stopped by Ashlyn's gesture to hold back and observe. Drew paced restlessly, glancing around until his eyes landed on Ashlyn, distributing porridge gracefully. Damn, Drew thought inwardly. What was happening here? This wasn't supposed to happen. He remembered meeting Ashlyn at the Moo Mansion, where Walter, with exceptional medical skills, cured the prince, gaining fame, making Ashlyn view him as an archenemy, unwilling to see him again. Yet, they unexpectedly met here. Drew muttered to himself, not good, not good, not good. Getting entangled with Ashlyn again would be disastrous. Sensing Drew's gaze, Ashlyn frowned. What does this mean? He doesn't want to interact with me? Why? He groveled before Clarissa. In terms of figure, looks, or background, where am I inferior to her? Even my noble birth cannot be overshadowed by hers. Why does he avoid me like this? Angry, Ashlyn waved her hand. dropping the ladle into the rice vat and walked briskly towards him. Drew! Ashlyn shouted, catching everyone's attention. The maid followed quickly, staying close behind her mistress. The two women, their movements graceful, arrived before Drew. Drew's face paled, glancing left and right. He was searching for Walter's presence. Whenever the female lead appeared, Walter inevitably showed up. He couldn't let Walter catch sight of him. Feeling almost broken, Drew realized that the more he feared something, the more likely it was to happen. The more he avoided Walter, the closer Walter seemed to follow, like an unshakable nightmare. Chapter 25 Sincerity. He wanted to avoid Clarissa and evade Ashlyn. One was firmly refusing to break the engagement, while the other even demanded a hug in public. What was this? It was as if he didn't want trouble, but fate forced him into a dead end. Drew wished he could howl to the sky, yet he dared not show it now. Ashlyn raised her eyebrows and asked coldly, Drew, why are you here? Drew glanced at his watery porridge, thinner than plain water, intending to blurt out the purpose of his visit, but he swallowed those words back. He thought inwardly, if Ashlyn knew that he wasn't behind this, perhaps her impression of him would improve. But if she got entangled with him, it would be a real disaster. A leading ladies' man is someone you mustn't touch. Drew changed his mind quickly and sneered, What? Can't I come to see when these refugees will kick the bucket? Drew deliberately put on an air of a dissolute young lord, spreading his hands and showing off arrogance. But Ashlyn, who heard his true thoughts clearly, suddenly changed her expression. What was going on? Clearly caring for the people, yet pretending to be indifferent. Ashlyn frowned, sizing up Drew from head to toe, trying to see through him. Drew felt flustered. What was this girl planning? Why did she keep looking at him like this? Though he was handsome and debonair, such brazen staring wasn't allowed, especially from Walter's woman. She was asking for trouble. Drew frowned, glancing at Ashlyn and feigning disdain. Only someone like you would run to this soup kitchen for nothing. These refugees look dirty and ragged. Aren't you worried about catching something? Drew cursed intentionally with harsh words. Yet Ashlyn heard every word. He repeatedly referred to her as part of Walter's harem. Was she, of noble birth, really meant for someone as trivial as Walter? Ashlyn couldn't understand what Drew was afraid of. Why did he seem so sure she would end up with Walter? She decided not to let Drew get away with this attitude and coldly said, Drew, what are you really doing here? Drew froze and looked around. The refugees were practically everywhere, emaciated and starving. Some had even resorted to cannibalism. In this situation, if Gale, who embezzled billions, didn't show some sincerity, serious consequences would follow. Drew felt more and more uneasy, seeing so many hungry and dying refugees. His heart grew colder. Those corrupt officials had caused this calamity. Yet, to turn a blind eye to it troubled him deeply. But he feared appearing too enthusiastic, which might change Ashlyn's perception of him. So he sneered, So what? I'm just checking how far this soup kitchen has progressed, so I can call the cook back. Drew discarded his earlier scolding tone and pretended to be a spoiled youth, grabbing the large ladle and wildly swinging it. The clear broth dripped down, splashing around. Oh, this porridge seems too thick. Then he turned to the mute groom beside him, who stared wide-eyed, unsure of what was happening. Drew scolded coldly, Didn't you hear me? This porridge is still too thick. Thin it down right now, or what if the refugees eat too much and get sick? The groom's eyes widened. He was confused. Drew's attitude kept shifting. He had just criticized them for making the porridge too thin, and now he said it was too thick. How should he respond? Without answering, Drew kicked the groom's butt and snapped, Did you hear me? Did you? The groom hurriedly nodded, Yeah, I got it. Ashlyn's face darkened. She understood Drew's true thoughts perfectly but couldn't fathom why he acted this way. She knew he was merely putting on a show and coldly remarked, Oh, I didn't expect Master Yi to think like this. Fine, let the Yi Manor take over the soup kitchen. When the Mu Royal House also finds the porridge too thick, we'll close all these soup kitchens and forbid them. The maidservant beside them was terrified upon hearing this and immediately lowered her voice. Miss, we absolutely cannot withdraw. There are so many refugees. If we close the soup kitchens, it will surely cause a major disaster. If the Emperor blames us, Ashlyn raised an eyebrow, and the maidservant, frightened, quickly shut her mouth, not daring to speak. Although she didn't understand what was going on with her mistress, she had no choice but to follow along for now. Drew's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ashlyn. Was this really the Ashlyn he knew? Shouldn't she be inherently kind, always prioritizing these hungry refugees? Whenever someone went a day without food, Ashlyn would spend a sleepless night. For the sake of her father, Jeffrey's health, she even devoted herself to philanthropy here regularly. How could she suddenly act like a different person? Drew said incredulously, Are you sure you know what you're saying? Ashlyn raised an eyebrow and flipped her small hand, covering her mouth and nose with a white handkerchief. Of course I know. With so many refugees here, there might be some filthy diseases among them. What if I get infected? So, Master Yi, you're right. We should close down these soup kitchens. Drew was shocked. Why did it feel like Ashlyn knew exactly what he was thinking? What was going on? Drew almost suspected he had misheard and immediately raised his voice, repeating again, Listen carefully. I said I want to close all the soup kitchens here. Those refugees will starve to death. Do you understand? There are over 10,000 refugees in this capital city. They will all die. Drew spoke fervently, worried that Ashlyn wouldn't hear clearly, and repeated it 3 or 4 times. But after listening, Ashlyn remained unperturbed and said calmly, Yes, I know they will all starve to death, but they are just refugees. What does that have to do with us? Drew was stunned, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Chapter 26. What are you raving about? Drew widened his eyes, vividly describing the severe consequences of shutting down all the porridge kitchens here. Listen carefully. I'm talking about closing every single porridge kitchen here. If that happens, these refugees will be doomed. The aftermath will be unimaginable. Drew's expression, yet now, she was uttering such heartless words. Is this really Ashlyn? It was almost unbelievable. Drew stood there dazed, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Ashlyn waved her fragrant handkerchief in the air. Come, quickly shut down all the relief stations here. Not a single grain should be left for these refugees. The maidservant flinched but dared not act. Ashlyn raised an eyebrow and shouted, What? Can't you hear me? Or do you need me to show you some color? Terrified, the maidservant hurriedly nodded. Yes, miss, I'll go right away. Just as the maidservant was about to turn around, a loud voice interrupted. Stop. Everyone turned to stare in surprise at Drew. It was him who shouted. Drew looked grim and lowered his voice. How ruthless, Ashlyn. You're really ruthless. Though he didn't know what Ashlyn was thinking. If they really closed all the relief stations, the result would indeed be corpses strewn everywhere, countless starved refugees lying on the ground. Hundreds of thousands of disaster victims would die within moments. These were living souls. Without further ado, Drew grabbed the coachman by the collar. I'm telling you, whoever has been skimming Ye Manor's relief supplies, return everything immediately. Whether it's the wife of the heavenly king or the lady of the underworld. If anyone dares to eat a single grain today, I, Drew, will gut them. And I demand 3 million taels of silver for more relief. If a single refugee dies of hunger today, I will hold you accountable. The coachman, shocked by Drew's tirade, stuttered, Freddy, shouldn't we report this to Lordy? Report my ass. Drew yelled. His short-sighted father wouldn't notice even if his head fell off. At this moment, he was probably indulging somewhere else. By the time they informed him, it would be too late. More people would starve to death due to lack of food. Drew panted heavily. Hurry up and do it. Is there straw stuffed in your ears? Following Drew's orders, the coachman didn't dare delay, rushing off to take action. Moments later, the previously withheld grain was brought out of the granary, and a line of officials dressed in uniform began distributing it. The fragrance of fresh grain filled the air, and the refugees' eyes lit up like hungry wolves as they rushed forward. Several officials maintained order. One by one. Drew's earlier words were heard clearly by the refugees present. They knew they owed this grain to Drew. Many knelt and shouted, Great and fair official, you are our savior. We will work like oxen and horses to repay you. Even young, beautiful women looked at Drew with stars in their eyes, as if ready to bear his children. After finishing all this, Drew felt weak and slumped to the ground, ignoring the sounds around him. His gaze was fixated on Ashlyn. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ashlyn knew exactly what he was thinking and controlled him effortlessly. Knowing he would never dare close the relief kitchens, she seemed to have him under her thumb. Finished. This was utterly finished. Not only did he fail to play the villain, but he also led the effort to distribute relief in the capital. If Walter found out, wouldn't he become the ultimate experience point farm? Ashlyn smirked and waved. All right, let's go. It's time to serve porridge. She made a playful face at Drew, then returned to the porridge station, bustling with her maid to serve the long queue of refugees. Drew's mind was in chaos, feeling that nothing went smoothly since he came to this era. It was as if everyone was playing a game against him. With a sigh, Drew's shoulders drooped as he limped into the carriage, growling, back to the manor. The coachman, confused and bewildered, lashed the reins hard. With a snap, the horse neighed, and the luxurious carriage sped toward the heart of the capital. Watching the departing carriage, Ashlyn, still serving porridge, lifted her head, beads of sweat on her forehead, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Hashtag chapter 27, Alliance. Master, we have arrived at the Yi residence. A luxurious carriage slowly pulled up in front of the heavily guarded Yi manor. The coachman sitting in front looked deeply troubled. He had been pondering the entire journey, trying to figure out what he had done wrong to deserve 2 slaps from the young master. Why did it feel like he couldn't do anything right? What was even more worrying was that the young master seemed like a completely different person. Something was off. This wasn't the usual frivolous and bullying Freddy Yi, who dominated the market with his arrogance. Just thinking about it made him uneasy. All right. Drew lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. He noticed the coachman staring at him with a terrified look as if he were a monster. What are you looking at? And nothing. The coachman quickly explained, fearing another slap for saying the wrong thing. Drew frowned and instructed, all right, park the carriage properly and stay calm during this period. Don't cause trouble, and don't leave unless necessary. If you do cause trouble, don't mention my name. Understand? Yes. The coachman hurriedly agreed. Realizing he might have sounded too harsh, Drew turned back while climbing the stone steps. Oh, and don't crush the flowers and plants when parking. Pay attention to ecological harmony. Yes. The coachman was overjoyed by the concern. After giving all instructions, Drew walked into the manor with ease, greeted by bowing guards. Freddy Yi. Just as Drew entered the gate, a shadow darted straight towards him with alarming speed. Damn. Drew's heart raced, instinctively thinking of Walter. This guy had really taken action. The shadow aimed directly at his lower body. A sneaky attack. How dare he target the lower regions? Drew was about to shout assassin, but then recognized the person. He froze, baffled. Yi, Godwin? Master. Godwin's massive frame, towering over 8 feet tall, knelt on the ground, clutching Drew's legs while sobbing dramatically. Why? What happened? Drew stared wide-eyed at the scene. A large, muscular man crying and clinging to his legs was certainly strange. Could it be some shocking injustice? What are you doing? Stop crying and get up. Drew was puzzled. Hadn't he assigned Godwin as the manor's steward just days ago? Why the tears? Could it be that someone tried to manipulate him? No, that didn't make sense. He knew no one in the Yi family had such peculiar habits, and Godwin was built like a bull. Who could even entertain such thoughts? Master! Godwin cried out. I've always thought of your kindness. I don't want to be the steward. I only wish to serve you loyally. Through tears, Godwin wiped his eyes, sobbing like a 30-year-old child. Clearly, after just one day as steward, he missed Drew deeply. Drew felt a pang of sympathy. Despite Godwin's past misdeeds, his loyalty to the original master was unwavering and sincere. Yet he thought, no, this guy is loyal but lacks judgment. Keeping him around would eventually lead to trouble. Drew hesitated, preparing to refuse sternly, but saw Godwin's teary face and couldn't say no. All right, stay by my side. He walked into the manor, wanting to slap himself for being so soft-hearted. Why couldn't he be stricter? It was truly immoral. Fine, fine. At least he's loyal, and having him close means less trouble outside. Leaving Godwin sobbing at the gate, Drew continued inside. Passing through the courtyard, servants nodded respectfully to Drew. He acknowledged each with a nod, planning his next moves. Creak. Drew pushed open the door to his bedroom. As sunlight streamed in, he glanced to find someone sitting on the central valuable Wangwali chair. Damn! Drew nearly shouted before recognizing the person, cursing aloud. Simeon, are you crazy? Why aren't you home? What are you doing here? Feiyun, you're finally back. Simeon had been dozing off, but sprang to life at Drew's voice. With a cheerful smile, he grabbed Drew's sleeve and pulled him inside. Come in, I have great news. Great news? Say it here, don't touch me. Drew tried to keep his distance. This guy was like Godwin, unpredictable, and prone to attracting trouble like Walter. Tisk. Simeon smirked, acting mysterious. What are you talking about? We grew up together. You weren't so distant back then. Smiling meaningfully, he closed the door softly behind them. The room grew dimmer, and the atmosphere became intimate. Drew felt his scalp prickle. Please tell me, Simeon hadn't brought him something disastrous like capturing Clarissa. What is it? Say it from there. Drew pointed, maintaining distance. Hee hee. Simeon chuckled sinisterly, making Drew's heart pound. He knew it wasn't good news. Look at this. From his sleeve, Simeon revealed a scroll, unfolding it before Drew. Recognizing its contents, Drew almost collapsed, his eyes widening as he sweated profusely. Alliance to kill Walter? Drew was shocked speechless. Yes, Simeon said firmly. I've already gathered my brothers in arms. Our fathers are all high-ranking officials, 3rd grade or above, including Vincent. Raphael? Translation complete. If you need further assistance or revisions, please let me know. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 28. Are you going to take the entire band of idle rich from the capital to their doom? Simeon's face lit up with excitement as he started counting names on his fingers, looking as serious as if he were reciting a cherished list. Standing beside him, Drew felt his scalp tingling. His eyes widened so much that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. Good grief. He had gone to great lengths and thought of every possible way to prevent them from causing trouble for Walter. First, Godwin had gathered dozens of servants, intending to search the entire capital for Walter. And now Simeon, whom Drew had believed would settle down after all his earnest advice, had rounded up the whole gang of rich and idle youths from the capital. Drew was familiar with each one Simeon had just mentioned. They were notorious ruffians who frequently engaged in market bullying and harassment. Now, these very people were being rallied by Simeon. More crucially, how many of these idlers could compare to him? They would be nothing but cannon fodder. These sons of the capital would surely curse Simeon if they knew he planned to have them join a doomed mission against Walter. Knowing the severity of the situation, Drew hurriedly grabbed Simeon's arm. Brother, stop, calm down. What do you mean? Simeon asked, widening his eyes and looking bewildered at Drew. We're trying to get revenge for you, aren't we? Don't you want to vent your anger? I know you like little Stacy, but now the Emperor has already betrothed her to you. How can you not take action? We men stand tall and can bend, but must never let our wives be coveted by others. Let me tell you, Walter definitely has designs on your wife. Simeon explained enthusiastically about the recent court events. But before he finished speaking, someone clamped a hand over his mouth. Startled, Simeon looked at Drew, who covered his mouth tightly, clearly terrified of any sound escaping. Drew scanned around, acting as if he was afraid anyone nearby might overhear them. Damn it, how could they recklessly discuss the protagonist's harem in hiding like this? It was tantamount to courting death. Such actions could only lead to disaster. Just uttering those few words made Drew feel like his health points were dropping dramatically. Brother, what are you doing? Simeon mumbled while wriggling free from Drew's grip. Did you wash your hands? They stink. Drew immediately motioned for silence. Upon hearing this, Drew immediately understood. Before he arrived, the original owner often followed Simeon to visit various brothels, indulging in sordid activities. Seeing Drew's unusual demeanor, Simeon assumed it was due to sexual tension. Initially wanting to refuse, Drew reconsidered and changed his tune. Well, actually, why not? Let's check it out. Seeing Drew agree so easily, Simeon exclaimed approvingly. All right, finally growing up. Remember, you used to insist on pursuing Stacy and refused to come along. But this year, you've finally loosened up. Hee hee, exactly. Simeon chuckled. Every man has his vices, haha. I've told you not to hang yourself on one tree forever, even if it's a royal one. Let's go. Simeon was elated, thinking Drew had finally come to his senses. And while Drew saw no choice but to play along, he planned to exhaust Simeon thoroughly at the brothel. Once he lost energy, he would likely forget about Walter. As they reached the entrance, turning their heads, they spotted a servant squatting outside the door, looking suspicious. Simeon grinned. Hey, isn't that Brother Godwin? Weren't you managing the Yi household? Why are you here? Upon hearing Simeon's voice, Godwin looked up, recognizing Drew. Immediately, his face showed loyalty and excitement. Master Yi, where are you headed? Drew slapped his forehead. Oh no, he had almost forgotten about Godwin in his attempt to divert Simeon. However, if he left, Godwin might rally the servants again to challenge Walter. Best to bring him along too. Turning his mind quickly, Drew whispered, Godwin, come with us. Master will take you for some fun. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, Godwin asked excitedly, Really? Of course, how could I deceive you? Drew winked and waved a hand. Grinning broadly, Godwin rushed forward. Simeon watched Drew approvingly, grinning. Impressive, Feiyun. Since the Emperor betrothed Stacy to you, you've really transformed. It makes me proud. Chapter 29. Too sinful. Drew silently cursed to himself, thinking what a brainless idea it was. The coachman who had parked the carriage earlier noticed that Drew was going out again and hurriedly drove over. The horse let out a long whinny, its chestnut-red body shaking as it pulled the carriage wheels forward to stop in front of Drew. Simeon still insisted politely, "Why sit in your carriage? Come, sit in mine." Drew immediately waved his hand. "No, you must sit in my carriage." It felt more reliable to ride in his own carriage. After some insistence, Simeon was finally persuaded by Drew and got into the carriage. Godwin didn't escape either and was quickly pulled aboard. Seeing these two nuisances inside the carriage, Drew gave them a glance, feeling a bit more at ease. Now, with them nearby, he didn't have to worry so much. He just feared that these two would impulsively seek out Walter again. Thinking this, Drew quickly lifted the curtain on one side of the carriage, looking alertly outside. He stuck out most of his head to observe the bustling streets. Street vendors selling sugar-coated haws and dumplings were loudly calling out, while many girls, beautifully dressed and pleasant-looking, strolled by, clearly small wives in training. Fortunately, Walter wasn't there. Drew breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Walter might be hiding somewhere to ambush him. Suddenly, he felt a hot breath coming from beside him. Drew turned immediately and saw Simeon staring face-to-face at him. Damn! Drew's heart tightened, filled with disdain. Using both hands and feet, he pushed back angrily. "What are you doing? Why so close?" He looked warily at Simeon, considering that such actions were never described toward the original protagonist in the story. Even when the protagonist fell on hard times, Simeon supported Drew. He truly feared if Simeon harbored any hidden feelings for the original protagonist, which could be disastrous. Meanwhile, Simeon followed the direction Drew had been looking at, appearing thoughtful. "Brother, did you see some little girl? We haven't found such simple girls to play with for a long time," Simeon teased. Drew sighed inwardly. This guy was full of unsavory thoughts. However, he couldn't explain too much at the moment, so he found an excuse to brush it off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest pleasure district in the capital city, where the girls were all gorgeously dressed, enthusiastically attracting customers. At the entrance, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, wearing a pink gown with a ghastly white makeup and a high hairstyle with a huge mole near her mouth known as the matchmaker's mole, excitedly called out, "Sir, come and play. Sir, come in." As Drew's carriage stopped, the madam was initially unhappy that someone would park randomly in front of Ihong Courtyard. But before she could protest, recognizing the guests, her plump eyes lit up with joy. "Oh, is this not Master Ye's carriage? Come, come, our girls will greet you," she exclaimed. The madam's voice rose sharply, and the elaborately dressed girls immediately swarmed around Drew's carriage, vying for attention, encircling it tightly. Drew lifted the carriage curtain, and Godwin stared in amazement. "Little master, is it supposed to be this grand? I've never seen anything like it in my life." Simeon was equally excited, patting Drew. "Brother, look how popular you are. They're already smiling before we even enter." Sighing at the sight of all the heavily made-up women, Drew thought about his mission. To prevent Simeon and Godwin from causing trouble, he reluctantly said, "Stop talking. Let's go in." The madam seemed aware of Simeon and Godwin's backgrounds and treated them extremely politely, calling out all 100 of Ihong Courtyard's girls. From the entrance to the exit, they stood packed together. Those elaborately dressed girls flirted incessantly, their gazes almost piercing through Drew, making him lower his head in embarrassment. What a sinful society, how terrifying. Drew hadn't expected the extravagance of the aristocratic lifestyle in the capital city. Initially, he thought the famous Ihong Courtyard only attracted crowds because of its reputation. But when Simeon led him into the largest private suite, Drew's eyes were opened. A huge silk bed embroidered with bees covered in gold thread awaited him. Sitting down, Drew marveled at the softness of the luxurious bedding. The always combative Godwin gazed wide-eyed, eagerly touching everything around him, clearly amazed by the surroundings. Simeon watched with amusement, sitting next to Drew and tapping his shoulder meaningfully. "Brother, what do you think? You never came before despite my invitations. Now you finally know how enjoyable my life can be." Drew's eyes drooped, reflecting on how such hedonistic pleasures were portrayed as high-class, merely vulgar and superficial indulgences. Just then, Simeon clapped his hands, and the glass door of the room creaked open. The stout madam entered first, her waist twisting disgustingly. Behind her, a crowd of 30 to 40 gorgeously dressed, coquettish young women entered, exuding charm as they moved gracefully into the suite. Their heights averaged nearly 5'8", their faces fresh and beautiful even with light makeup, resembling lotus blossoms after rain. Their gazes flickered, making Drew's heart race. Damn, is this really happening? These legs, no, this wall is so white this. Staring in disbelief, Drew's words stumbled. Simeon patted Drew's shoulder again. "Brother, just listen to me. Enjoy yourself fully, play happily, and everything will be paid for by Freddie Wong." The madam waved her handkerchief, approaching quickly. "Oh, today Master Yi and Master Wong have graced us at Ihong Courtyard. Girls, greet them. Greetings, Master Yi. Greetings, Master Wong." The girls' voices dripped sweetness, sending shivers down Drew's spine. Inside, he condemned this sinful world once more. He thought, how can I fall into such decadence? Absolutely not. But then, he picked several tall girls with graceful figures. Simeon, naturally, wouldn't lag behind, saying, "Don't compete with me. I want some too." In a flash, all the girls in the room were claimed by Simeon. While eating and drinking, Drew and Simeon exchanged contemplative remarks. "Brother, why do you like Clarissa so much?" Simeon sipped his wine, slightly tipsy and rambling. This translation maintains the tone and style of the original text, ensuring coherence with previous content and adhering to the provided guidelines. Chapter 30. The Red Joy House. Drew's heart tightened, but fortunately, his tolerance for alcohol was decent, so he hadn't gotten drunk yet. He smoothed his hair, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and said seriously, Forget it. Do you really frequent such places every day?" Drew was taken aback by the extravagant bustle of this pleasure quarter, far exceeding his imagination. He had never expected it to be so mesmerizing. Beside him, a young woman leaned against him, her body emitting a faint fragrance that made Drew's heart race. Yet, he constantly reminded himself not to lose control. Otherwise, any absurd actions could easily lead to him being eliminated as an experience package for the protagonist. Thus, Drew kept a tight rein on himself, aware that changing years of debauchery wouldn't happen overnight. If he caused trouble while drunk, it would be all too easy for Walter to capture him, slapping him dead and turning him into an experience package for the main character. That would be a disaster. More importantly, there were two troublesome individuals here, whom he needed to watch out for. AI. Feiyun. Simeon mumbled, thoroughly inebriated. We're out having fun, yet you can't let loose at all. That's not like you. As he spoke, he reached out to embrace two elegantly dressed girls who let out coy cries as they fell into Simeon's arms. Pour some drinks for us boys. Drew watched, wide-eyed and inwardly cursing. What a despicable rogue. In the next second, with a wave of his hand, he scooped 5 girls into his arms, grinning mischievously. I want one too. Amidst the dazzling lights and clinking cups, the entire Red Joy house erupted in revelry, with laughter and chatter filling the air. The vibrant lamps illuminated the room, occasionally echoing with the merriment of those drinking and playing. Outside, it seemed like a place anyone would long to indulge in its opulence and luxury. Beijing, the Qin Palace. Inside an extravagantly elegant palace chamber, the heavy rosewood door stood open, intricately carved with beautiful floral and bird motifs. A gentle breeze wafted in. The spacious front hall was carpeted in soft plush, with ornate, carved chairs lining both sides. At the center of the bedroom was a massive redwood bed adorned with lifelike dragon and phoenix carvings. Silk curtains embroidered with exquisite flowers hung from it, vivid and dazzling. At that moment, Stacy lounged lazily on the grand bed, before her a platter of juicy grapes dripping with dewy droplets, making them look irresistibly delicious. On either side of the large bed, several neatly dressed maids knelt, their heads bowed, not daring to meet Stacy's gaze. Stacy's expression, however, was less than pleased. Absent-mindedly, she picked up a bright grape and popped it into her mouth. The glistening juice spread over her cherry lips, then disappeared as her delicate tongue flicked it away. What has Drew been doing recently? Stacy couldn't help but ask. The maids immediately showed fear, exchanging glances and stammering in silence. Stacy slowly turned around, her brows narrowing slightly, and raised her voice. I'm asking you, are you deaf? Can't you hear? The maids stuttered, unwilling to speak. Stacy's eyebrows instantly furrowed. Ever since Emperor Father betrothed her to Drew at court, Stacy felt conflicted inside. It wasn't strange or affectionate, it was purely to toy with Drew. However, for days, the Drew who usually acted like a love-struck dog recited nauseating love poems daily outside her palace. He even knelt down to present her flowers along her daily route, making it well known throughout the palace and turning her into a laughingstock across the Great Qian Dynasty. Back then, she tried every means to avoid Drew. But now that the emperor had arranged this marriage, Drew hadn't visited her once. Even after she left the palace several times, she never saw Drew. Could it be? Stacy's expression soured as she coldly sniffed. Speak quickly. What has Drew been doing? Sensing Stacy's anger, 2 maids stopped pretending to be coy, kneeling on the ground, trembling slightly, and said timidly, Your Highness, Drew has been in Beijing with Simeon. What have they been doing in Beijing? Stacy asked again. This. The 2 maids seemed very hesitant. They had received orders from Stacy earlier to keep an eye on Drew, but the news they had obtained was difficult to relay. After all, how could they tell her where Drew had gone? If they did, Stacy might fly into a rage and blame them. Speak. Stacy raised her voice again, her small white hands slapping the bedcovers with a dull thud. Stacy frowned, wondering why these maids were so timid just because she asked a question. The maid stammered, failing to give a coherent answer, which only angered Stacy more. Seeing Stacy so upset, the maids dared not hide the truth anymore. Master Yi and Freddie Wong went to the Red Joy house. Stacy didn't react initially, but after a moment, her delicate eyebrows arched as she finally comprehended. What? The Red Joy house? Stacy gnashed her teeth in fury, biting her lower lip, her whole body trembling. She had just been betrothed to Drew a few days ago. How dare he visit such a place already? How could that din of flattery compare to me? Stacy's face turned sullen as she sprang up from the bed. Her dainty bare feet trod lightly on the soft carpet. Princess, put on your shoes, put on your shoes. The maids hurriedly presented her exquisitely embroidered shoes. But Stacy ignored them, striding forward on her own. Her face was as cold as ice, capable of freezing water. Prepare the carriage for departure. The maids were stunned, their faces changing as they asked hesitantly, Princess, where are we going? Stacy's face was livid, almost growling through gritted teeth. The Red Joy house. Meanwhile, Drew, reveling in the Red Joy house, had already forgotten everything else. His mouth stuffed with roasted meat, he drank fine wine, oil dripping down his face, eyes glazed over. Great. All great girls, all great girls. Drew indulged wildly, eyes feasting on the sights. Who says the girls at the Red Joy house aren't good? They're all striving for life. Simeon played even more enthusiastically, half naked, holding a jade flask and gulping down the fragrant liquor. Chapter 31. Confrontation. Water droplets splashed in a continuous line, streaming around and soaking the floor. Simeon's face was bright red, his tongue thick as he said, Feiyun, how is this place? Fun, isn't it? Absolutely. Drew couldn't help but give a thumbs up, speaking indistinctly. He never imagined that the world of wastrels could be so enjoyable. Damn, even if given 800 more chances, he wouldn't accompany Stevie on such foolhardy ventures again. Every day, living it up here and figuring out ways to enjoy life. Wasn't that enough happiness? Why did he ever listen to Stevie? He needed to quickly find a way to shake off Stacy and Ashlyn, resolve the massive corruption case involving his father at the Ministry of Revenue, and then live carefree as a hedonistic youth. Just thinking about it made him feel relaxed and content. Beside him, Godwin was lost in revelry, sprawling out on a silk-covered bed with gorgeously dressed beauties massaging his legs and shoulders. "Girl, bring me another flask of fiery wine." "Sure thing, sir." One of the girls giggled, pouring the fragrant liquor into his mouth. Excitedly, Godwin asked, "Master, do you think old Ding can come back here next time?" "Sure thing." Drew suddenly stood up. "Everyone, be quiet." Everyone turned to look at him in confusion. Drew placed one foot on the table, holding a wine bottle in one hand and an aromatic chicken leg in the other, preparing for a dramatic performance. "Now, I'll sing something for everyone." Suddenly, outside the door, there were sounds of a madam pleading urgently. "Princess, princess, please don't go in. Get out of my way." A commotion ensued, followed by a series of footsteps. The people inside looked towards the door as Drew's mind raced, blinking rapidly. That voice seemed familiar. In an instant, with a loud bang, the glass door swung open. There stood an irate Stacy, hands on her hips, her almond eyes wide and furious. "Drew, get down from there." Seeing Stacy, Godwin and Simeon stiffened, instantly sobering up. The wine flasks in their hands shattered on the floor. Simeon felt a wave of dread. It was over now. With Drew betrothed to the princess, if they got caught, they could all lose their heads. Terrified, Simeon backed away while Godwin, perhaps due to the alcohol, showed no fear. Remembering how his master had tried every means to win Stacy's affection and was rebuffed and publicly humiliated, Godwin felt enraged. Standing up with fury, Godwin stared defiantly at Stacy. Drew, standing frozen on the table, broke into a cold sweat, mind racing for a solution. Seeing Godwin about to charge forward, he hurled a wine bottle. "Calm down." The bottle hit Godwin, snapping him back to reality. Cold wine poured over his head, bringing him back to his senses. Recognizing Stacy's imperial presence, Godwin immediately knelt, trembling. "Your Highness, Solange." Simeon also kneeled, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, Solange." The women in the room scrambled to kneel, shouting, "Solange! Solange!" Drew quickly pondered a way out. If the Solange exposed him, his antics might reach the Emperor, leading to dire consequences. Stacy shouted, "Drew, what are you doing here?" Stunned, Stacy felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite understand. She hadn't seen Drew recently, which left her feeling odd. Yet, admitting she came looking for him would be embarrassing, so she shifted the blame. Drew thought fast. Initially planning to plead for mercy, he reconsidered. He had tried everything to break the engagement, but to no avail. Now, being caught, why not push her further? An infuriated Stacy might go straight to the Emperor and end the engagement. What a brilliant plan. Straightening up, Drew asked, "What do you think I'm doing? Isn't it obvious? There are plenty of ladies here." Shaking his head nonchalantly, he acted insolently. Stacy trembled with rage, unable to speak, her fingers trembling in anger. She realized Drew was deliberately provoking her, trying to make her call off the engagement. This wasn't like him before. Whenever he used to shower her with love poems outside the palace, and now avoiding her and deliberately upsetting her. Was she that unappealing? Moreover, who was this Stevie he kept mentioning? What kind of person could she, the princess, possibly see in him? Suppressing her anger, Stacy asked, "Drew, do you realize what will happen if father finds out about this?" Drew felt a chill. How was this girl still playing this card? A wrong answer could cost him his life. But for his future happiness, he hardened his heart and responded firmly, "So what? In this Qian Dynasty, every man has multiple wives." ####Chapter 32. Abnormal behavior. Even if I marry you, it will be of your own free will. So what if I come out to enjoy myself? Let me tell you, whether now or after we're married, I'll still come here every day to revel. Drew said this while nervously observing Clarissa's expression, his heart pounding like 15 buckets being drawn up from a well, uneasy and anxious. At this moment, all he wanted was to act unreasonably and quickly get rid of this living nuisance. Ideally, Clarissa would storm off in a huff, directly lodging a complaint with the Emperor to annul their engagement. That way, he could regain his freedom and no longer have to worry about Walter eyeing him. Then, he could finally sleep soundly. However, just as Clarissa's eyes narrowed and she was about to lose her temper, she unexpectedly heard Drew's thoughts. Instantly, her beautiful face turned grim, and her expression became exceedingly unpleasant. This Drew constantly mumbled, "Walter," and she was curious about what game he was playing. Strangely, Clarissa couldn't understand her own feelings either. Originally, she found Drew's daily harassment incredibly annoying. But now that he wasn't bothering her anymore, she felt oddly uncomfortable. Clarissa quickly walked over to Drew and softly asked, "What's wrong?" But Drew looked bewildered, completely unsure of what Clarissa was up to. Without another word, Clarissa sat down, waved her hand and said, "What are you all standing there for? Get up." Simeon and Godwin exchanged puzzled glances. This situation seemed quite off. According to their expectations, Clarissa should have been raging, threatening to tear apart the brothel. But this scenario was completely different from what they imagined. Had Clarissa changed her personality? Hissing, strange indeed. Simeon grew even more anxious. The current Drew wasn't just any ordinary person. He was the imperial prince consort of the Great Qian Dynasty. If caught indulging in pleasure at this brothel, not only would he be in trouble, but Simeon and Godwin might also lose their heads. At that moment, everyone present stared at each other, baffled by what Clarissa, princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, was up to. According to rumors in the capital, Clarissa despised Drew intensely. Shouldn't she be furious upon seeing him in such a place? Why did she sit down with a smile instead? Even the matron at the door was stunned. Her pockmark seemed to tremble in midair as she stared wide-eyed at Clarissa, unsure whether to enter or retreat. Most shocked was Drew. He looked at Clarissa in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom her intentions. Shouldn't she be glaring and causing chaos right now? Why was she sitting down instead? What are you doing? Drew asked in shock. Clarissa slightly tilted her pretty face and lightly waved her hand. What? You men can come to this brothel for entertainment, but I can't come to relax? Everyone present was taken aback, completely lost. The rotund matron's body quivered as if doubting her ears. But then Clarissa glanced at her. What? Is the princess's word not effective here? Go call in all the girls. The matron snapped out of her daze and replied respectfully, Oh, all right, go ahead and play. I'll call them back immediately. The matron breathed a sigh of relief, initially thinking her establishment wouldn't survive the night. Yet, this unexpected turn of events surpassed her imagination. Drew and Simeon exchanged another glance, still clueless about Clarissa's intentions. Meanwhile, Clarissa sat elegantly, smoothly picking up a cup of white wine and filling it with the bottle. What? Not drinking a little? Drew gritted his teeth, silently wondering, damn, is this girl crazy? What's going on? She isn't angry and is offering me a drink. Is this the same stubborn Clarissa? He replayed the entire story in his mind, but this scene was nowhere to be found. It was too astonishing. A princess drinking with him at a brothel? This isn't right. Drew was inwardly stunned, while Clarissa listened to his thoughts and chuckled to herself. Seeing Drew try so hard to dismiss her, she decided to see what he was really up to. Then she added, Not drinking? Fine, I'll toast first. Clarissa waved her hand, her delicate fingers gracefully lifting the cup to her lips. She drank the wine in one swift motion, her slender neck trembling slightly, her beautiful robe falling elegantly with her movement. A moment of breathtaking beauty. Simeon stared wide-eyed, walking over to Drew and tugging at his clothes. Drew, why didn't you tell me about this? Simeon knew Drew well. This friend of his thought about Clarissa day and night. Previously, she had ignored him entirely and often had servants chase Drew away. Now, watching Drew drinking here while Clarissa invited him to join, he was flabbergasted. Drew's eyebrows twitched. If Walter learned he was drinking with his future empress here, wouldn't he tear him apart? No, he must think of a way to get her to leave. But seeing Clarissa determined to keep him company unless he drank, Drew's mind raced, seeking solutions. Soon, the private room came alive again. Simeon and Godwin, who were previously reserved, began feeling more at ease. Noticing Clarissa seemingly calm, they grew bolder, indulging themselves even more. The room once again filled with laughter and music. Drew lay on the golden silk bed, restless and uneasy. He had no idea what was happening and knew he needed to find a way to get her out of here fast. Meanwhile, Clarissa raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a playful smile. Chapter 33. Drink. She suddenly stood up, and Drew stared at her with wide eyes, disbelief flooding his mind. Stacy glided over with a few swift steps and was by Drew's side. What are you doing? Drew asked, his heart pounding with anxiety. Stacy said, What? The lady has come over, and now you're not happy? Let's have a drink. In her left hand, she held a silver-plated jade flask intricately carved with delicate patterns. In her right, she swung a green-glazed wine cup. Drew thought he might be hallucinating. Stacy must be crazy, but he steeled his resolve. Fine, I think this little girl is setting me up on purpose. If so, I might as well go all out and make her drink too. All right then, let's drink, Drew said. If I drink a certain amount, you drink the same. Deal? He figured she would back down, giving him a chance to send her away. Perfect plan. What he didn't know was that Stacy had heard his thoughts loud and clear. With a slight frown, Stacy replied, Okay, but you said it first. Drew stiffened and immediately lifted the large vat of wine, struggling to place it on the table. Let's see if you can handle it. Shall we drink from this? Stacy raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Drew to be so bold, but recalling her own words, her face flushed. If she backed down now, wouldn't it mean showing fear? Seeing Stacy hesitate, Drew breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, she wouldn't dare drink anymore, allowing him to leave quickly. If Walter saw him here with her, it would be disastrous. He didn't want to risk dying again in this world, or ending up lost forever. Just then, Stacy frowned and declared, Drink, then? Confused by Drew's attitude towards her, she nevertheless decided to match his provocation. She took the huge wine jar and started drinking furiously, the clear liquid pouring into her mouth. Her lips parted slightly, and within moments, she had consumed several ounces of wine. Drew watched with wide eyes, feeling his hair stand on end. He muttered to himself, Oh my, this girl must be insane. Simeon and Godwin glanced over and were stunned by Stacy's robust drinking. Godwin's cup fell and shattered on the ground. All the elegantly dressed women around turned their heads, astonished by the scene. Sage, drinking directly from a wine jar in the brothel. It seemed impossible yet undeniably real. Feeling more uneasy, Drew saw Stacy still drinking and couldn't bear it any longer. He snatched the jar from her. Stacy's face was flushed red, her body swaying unsteadily. Why stop me? Let me drink, she protested. Drew's expression darkened as he slammed the jar on the table. That's enough. Stop drinking. No, I want a drink, Stacy slurred, her body staggering, cheeks flushed like rosy clouds. She reached for the jar again, only to be stopped by Drew. Suddenly, her soft body collapsed into Drew's arms, her sweet fragrance filling his senses. The unique aroma sent a shiver through him, making him momentarily lose control. Meanwhile, Simeon and Godwin waved frantically, urging everyone to return to their activities and ignore them. The ladies, clever and experienced, quickly resumed their activities, seemingly giving Drew and Stacy privacy. It felt like a sacred space, one that none dared to intrude upon. Concerned, Drew helped Stacy to the gilded silk bed. What do you really want? Stacy lay sprawled out, hands flailing about, drunk and disoriented. Her snowy legs, smooth and shapely, were exposed. The sight made Drew look away quickly, reminding himself not to give in to temptation. It was too dangerous, and Walter would certainly kill him if he lost control. Trying to push Stacy aside, she suddenly murmured, Do you hate me so much? Drew listened closely. Could Stacy really say such things? What are you talking about? Frowning, Drew looked at Stacy, who attempted to hit him softly, but it was more like playful flirting. Drew trembled inwardly, realizing the situation was getting out of hand. Stacy suddenly leaned over, bracing herself on the bed, and began vomiting. Feeling some compassion, Drew supported her, patting her back. Why did you drink so much when I told you not to? You just had to, didn't you? Simeon and Godwin exchanged glances, waving urgently. Nearby maids discreetly slipped out through a side door, disappearing instantly. Simeon and Godwin tiptoed out, leaving the room as stealthily as possible. Left alone, Drew found Stacy completely drunk, barely conscious. He stood up abruptly, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 34. I'll send Drew. Damn, isn't this throwing me into the fire? Drew was utterly shocked. If Walter were to see him in this situation, he would be utterly doomed. Being alone with a woman would destroy his reputation if word got out. No one would believe any explanation. To make matters worse, Drew's reputation wasn't much better than a stray dog on the street. Looking at Clarissa now, she was completely drunk, her long white legs exposed, creating an alluring curve. The air was filled with a fragrant scent that was intoxicating. The scene was too ambiguous and easily misinterpreted, stirring inappropriate thoughts. This had to stop. If this continued, he'd surely be in trouble. A chill ran from the soles of his feet up to his scalp. He needed to get out of this mess and send her back home. Drew cursed Simeon and Godwin inwardly for leaving him in such a predicament. What could he do? Ignoring Clarissa here was not an option. She was part of Walter's harem. If anything happened, Walter might literally tear him apart. He had no choice but to escort her back safely. Without hesitation, he supported the dazed Clarissa and staggered towards the door. As soon as he opened it, Simeon and Godwin were nowhere to be seen. The madam, resembling a chubby woman, wobbled over and said politely, Freddie Wong has already left. He paid for all expenses and suggested you enjoy yourself. Enjoy my ass. Drew snapped, causing the madam to flinch and stay silent. That's Simeon, abandoning him at the first sign of trouble. Just wait until he found him. At that moment, Clarissa, draped over his arm, murmured, where are we? I want to go home. Drew sighed. Where should he take her? Perhaps he should personally escort her home. For some reason, seeing her like this made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Though in the original story, she despised the protagonist intensely and displayed manipulative tendencies, Drew found her different in person. Clarissa's temper was fierce, but she didn't seem inherently bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gulped down liquor right in front of him. Besides, her character appealed to him somehow. No. Drew shook his head fiercely, dispelling these thoughts. Walter might be watching. Having such thoughts could mean his death. Move aside. I'm taking Addie home, Drew declared, descending the stairs with her. At the staircase, they encountered two maidservants dressed in embroidered robes and long skirts. They looked nervously at Drew, then at their princess. One of them hesitantly asked, Freddie, shall we take the princess home? Recognizing them as Clarissa's personal maids, Drew felt relieved. Instinctively, he tried to hand her over. But unexpectedly, Clarissa clung to him like a kangaroo, insisting, No, I want you to take me. You take me. What? Drew was taken aback, unsure if she was genuinely drunk or seizing an opportunity. No matter what, he couldn't get involved too deeply. The two maids stood frozen, bewildered by her actions. Was it because of the alcohol? Or did she truly have feelings for Drew? Would Clarissa, the sixth princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, have risked coming to this brothel at midnight if she didn't care about Drew? It was notorious, and a woman appearing here would invite gossip. Even more, the princess shouldn't be in such a place. Her presence here indicated something significant. Yet they weren't sure, only daring to ask softly, Princess, are you sure you want Freddie to take you home? I want Drew to take me home, Clarissa repeated, her stomach churning, her graceful neck elongating as she prepared to vomit. Drew quickly covered her mouth, scolding, Watch out, don't vomit on me. Looking at the intoxicated Clarissa, Drew pondered. Maybe it wasn't such a big deal. And if something happened to her along the way, Walter would blame him anyway. Helping her fully seemed like the best course. Moreover, since it was partly his fault, leaving her alone felt heartless. But remember, I'm only doing this to prevent an accident. Don't get any wrong ideas. Clarissa mumbled drunkenly, her face flushed red. The maids, overhearing this, were terrified. They dared not intervene. If Clarissa was taken advantage of while drunk, Drew's reputation would be ruined. If Clarissa's purity was compromised before marriage, the emperor would punish them harshly. But they remained silent since Clarissa herself requested Drew to escort her. With a glance, Drew hoisted Clarissa towards the door. Enough talk, I'll take her home. The maids stood speechless, not even daring to breathe until Drew was far enough away. Then they whispered, panic-stricken, What do we do now? I don't know. If Miss didn't mean this, we're all in deep trouble. The tension was palpable. Outside, Drew found Godwin waiting with a luxurious carriage. Despite the late hour, the bustling streets of the prosperous Great Qian Dynasty teemed with people, lanterns glowing brightly. Passers-by and vendors filled the area, making the scene lively. When Drew emerged with Clarissa, many eyes turned towards the elegant carriage, speculating about who it belonged to. Chapter 35. Get it done. Just as Drew supported the unconscious Stacy out the door, Godwin's eyes lit up. Freddie, you did it. Godwin was ecstatic. He knew all too well how his young master had been pining for Stacy. Now that Freddie finally got the beauty without effort, he was genuinely happy for him. Get lost. Drew had no patience to talk and kicked Godwin's bottom after scolding him. He immediately helped Stacy stumble into the carriage. Then, lifting the curtain, they both slipped inside. Godwin, sitting outside the carriage, rubbed his sore bottom but didn't mind at all. His heart felt like honey. In his view, this beating was a sign of affection, showing that the Freddie loved him deeply. Godwin grinned mischievously. Freddie, should we head home now, or find an inn to get things done? Shut up. A furious voice came from inside the carriage. Drew couldn't hold back his anger, Stop talking nonsense. Head back to the palace. Take Stacy back to the palace. Godwin looked regretful. We're still sending her back? Idiot. Hurry up. Talk any more, and I'll beat you. Godwin reluctantly shut his mouth, looking amused. He unhappily raised the whip. With a snap, the chestnut horse moved slowly through the bustling night market. Godwin sat in front of the carriage, feeling dejected. He couldn't understand what his Freddy was thinking. Previously so infatuated with Stacy, now that there was an opportunity, why send her back to the palace? But suddenly, his eyes sparkled as if he realized something significant. I know. Freddy is planning to do it in the palace? Brilliant. How exciting that would be. Inside the carriage, Drew was oblivious to Godwin's random thoughts. The carriage jostled. Stacy, drunk and dazed, lay half reclined on the silk bed, her body slightly curled. One small, fair foot rested on the edge of the bed, completely exposed. Her toes were as tender as pearls, shimmering with a charming luster. Like unpolished pearls, crystal clear. Drew couldn't help but admire her. Stacy's flushed face undeniably showcased her beauty, which was exceptional despite being sometimes annoying. Long lashes, perfectly red lips, a straight nose, and large, deep eyes like pools of water. Every feature was exquisitely detailed like a painting. Drew couldn't help but think, this gay, Ivor doesn't seem like much. Yet how did he sire such a lovely daughter? No wonder the original owner was utterly devoted to Stacy, willing to be a loyal dog forever. Drew sighed. Suddenly, Stacy seemed uncomfortable, swayed, and sat up, grabbing Drew. What? Drew tensed, trembling, watching her warily. What are you doing? Drew spoke urgently. This is not a joke. He risked enough just escorting Stacy back home. If anything happened in the carriage, he might as well join Wyatt in self-destruction. Drew. Stacy kept muttering his name. Drew was baffled. What was going on with her? Why did she keep calling his name while drunk? Then, Stacy spat out 3 words. Bastard. Drew froze. So, she was insulting him even now. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. The carriage swayed again. Drew supported Stacy as they leaned against the silk bed, their positions rather intimate. Drew struggled. Each time he pushed Stacy away, she clung back like a shadow. After several attempts, Drew gave up. He was helpless against her. Suddenly, Drew's eyes lit up, recalling something important. He quickly asked Godwin, "Where's Simeon? That bastard left me alone earlier." Drew hadn't confronted him yet. Outside, Godwin, whipping the reins, heard his Freddy call and straightened up respectfully. "Freddy, Lord Wong has already returned to the mansion, saying he will visit you another day to hear your good news." "Good news?" Drew muttered before snapping. "Good news my ass. The 2 of you just deserted me here. Is that right?" Godwin scratched his head, grinning without a word. Hadn't they created an opportunity for Drew to be alone with Stacy? Why wasn't he happy now? As long as the matter was resolved successfully, it didn't matter. Godwin laughed and gave a thumbs up. "Freddy, this move is really smart. Going to the palace ensures nothing goes wrong, right? Even if someone tries to criticize, they can't find fault with you." "Bullshit," Drew yelled, yanking the curtain open. His enraged face stared menacingly at Godwin. Sitting outside the carriage, Godwin shrunk back fearfully. "Sir, what's wrong?" Drew's face contorted with rage, enunciating every word. "Listen carefully. I have nothing going on with Stacy. You're only responsible for taking her back to the palace, understand?" Godwin blinked, bewildered by his Freddy's actions. Was he being serious or not? Daring not to disobey, given his unwavering loyalty to Drew, Godwin nodded. "Yes, Freddy, I will do as you say." Seeing Godwin agree, Drew reluctantly settled back into the carriage. But soon, the carriage jolted to a stop with a squeak, almost throwing Drew off balance. Stacy remained asleep, unaware of the commotion outside. "Why the hell are you driving so poorly?" Drew cursed angrily. Suddenly, Godwin's angry voice echoed. "Who dares obstruct the carriage of our Freddy of the Yi family? Do you want to die?" An apprehensive servant's voice trembled outside. "In no good, very bad. The disaster relief grain from the Yi household has problems." Feeling a chill down his spine, Drew's anger evaporated. "There's a problem? Please feel free to let me know if you need further adjustments or additional context." Chapter 36. Getting involved. Drew hastily pulled back the curtain of the carriage and poked his head out. At this moment, a servant dressed in underling's attire was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat droplets from his forehead were dropping one after another. He spoke in a panic. Freddy Yi, please hurry and take a look. Our Yi mansion's relief food has caused people to die. People have died." Drew's heart jolted, and his hands slipped, almost causing him to fall over. He had just ordered the opening of the Yi mansion's granaries to help the starving refugees. How could there be deaths already? What exactly happened? Drew asked anxiously. The servant shook his head desperately. "I don't know. I really don't know. Just heard that some refugees died after eating the food, and then one by one, people started foaming at the mouth. They look like they're about to die too. Addie from Prince Moo's residence is still at the porridge shop helping the refugees. You should hurry over and see it. The situation is getting worse." Terrified, the servant rambled on, barely making sense. Godwin was taken aback. He knew that their young master might want to ask Miss Clarissa for help. For someone as powerful as the Yi family, a few dead people weren't a big deal. They could suppress the matter with a mere wave of their hand. Just as Godwin was about to scold the servant for worrying over nothing, Drew cut him off with a stern glare. Godwin felt uneasy under Drew's gaze, as if he had been severely warned, and immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. Drew cursed. "Turn the carriage around now. Go to the disaster relief station outside the city and see what's going on." Godwin opened his mouth in disbelief. Then what about Addie? The servant on the ground had a black expression, wondering why Addie was involved. Rumors had always said that Freddy adored Miss Clarissa within the city, acting like a complete tan dog. The term didn't fit naturally in English, so it was omitted. Now Miss Clarissa was on Freddy's carriage? Wouldn't that ruin things? The servant was anxious, fearing that Drew would vent his anger on him. After all, Drew's temper was well known. He would often beat or even dismember servants and throw them into the river to feed fish if angered. Just thinking about it made the servant nervous. Unexpectedly, Drew cursed again. A single princess doesn't mean much. Quickly go to the disaster relief station outside the city. Those are all living beings. Ah. Godwin seemed to doubt his own ears, gaping wide. What do you mean, hurry up? Drew roared again. Godwin snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Okay, I'll follow your orders. The carriage slowly moved and sped towards the disaster relief station outside the city. The servant on the ground looked stunned. Was this still their young master? Not only did he not get angry, but also appeared concerned for the common folk. This greatly surprised him. The servant blinked and shook his head, feeling as if he was dreaming. Outside the city at the disaster relief station, the night was dark and misty, stars shining like the moon. Over 100 soldiers held torches high, illuminating the surrounding paths with roaring flames. Hundreds of refugees gathered, demanding an explanation. Make Yi Mansion's people come out. Someone from Yi Mansion needs to answer us. With people dying, how can we go on? We will report this to the court. Lydia stood in a corner, her face pale. A nearby maid whispered, Miss, this is Yi Mansion's affair. Why should we get involved? Lydia lifted her delicate face and said, What does it matter if it's Yi Mansion's business? Aren't we running a porridge shop too? Aren't these people commoners? This disaster relief food is distributed by our government. Can we wait for Drew? How many more will die? Her dislike of Drew deepened. She had initially thought Drew had a change of heart, opening the granaries to distribute food to the starving refugees. However, the food provided by the Yi Mansion contained sand and stones, and a lot of the rice was expired and moldy. Many refugees vomited and had diarrhea after eating. The Gavinly and weak fell ill on the spot and died. How could Lydia not be furious? As she prepared to speak, a luxurious carriage came speeding over, rattling on the rough road, whips cracking loudly as it rushed toward the chaotic scene. Godwin led the way, eyes wide, holding the reins, cracking the whip to drive the carriage quickly. Clear the way. Yi Mansion is here. The soldiers here knew all too well about Freddie Drew's carriage. They immediately made way. Previously, someone in the capital had collided with Drew's carriage. Even though that person was a third-rank official, he was still beaten half to death. They, as powerless soldiers, were nothing but invisible to such powerful figures. If they dared to block the way, they would likely be crushed into meat paste by the carriage directly. The moment the carriage stopped, Drew descended with a dark expression after lifting the curtain. In front of him already lay over 10 bodies of refugees, pale-faced and blue-lipped, dressed in tattered clothes, which looked quite terrifying. What happened? Drew frowned. A servant who was responsible for distributing the Yi Mansion's relief food quickly approached and whispered, Freddie, these people ate our Yi Mansion's food. Then something went wrong. Something went wrong? What exactly happened? Drew frowned again. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth. The servant dared not hide anything anymore and immediately said, Freddie, just take a look. Drew waited with a grim face. After a while, the two servants who previously spoke to Drew carried a large pot full of congee over. Though it looked bountiful and appeared normal from afar, when it came close enough for Drew to smell, he immediately sensed something amiss. The congee gave off a foul stench, with maggots wriggling occasionally inside. This is... Drew waved his hand, and the congee crumbled into powder. It was clearly old rice, and it was mixed with sand and stones, looking grayish. Is this King fit for human consumption? Drew opened his eyes wide, utterly enraged. I told you to open the granaries and distribute food, and this is how you handle things. Drew's eyes bulged with anger. He had opened the granary and distributed food to earn some good reputation for his cheap old man. When the embezzlement scandal at the Ministry of Revenue was exposed, it would give him some reason to explain. Chapter 37. Tongues wagging. No matter how well he did now, it wouldn't change the fact that his actions didn't bring any reputation to his father, Gale. Instead, it resulted in a scandal of distributing spoiled food, leaving Drew in an awkward position. This wasn't just about failing to gain any good reputation. It was also about being cursed and vilified for generations by people. Drew was furious. Standing among the crowd, Ashlyn's delicate brows twitched with disbelief as she fixed her eyes on Drew. She had clearly heard his inner thoughts moments ago. Could she have misunderstood him? He hadn't been the one to make this decision. Initially, she thought Drew was putting on a show, making the Yi Manor distribute rotten, expired rice. She believed he might have done it intentionally, which made her attitude toward him colder. But now, hearing Drew's thoughts, Ashlyn's brows furrowed. Could someone else have tampered with the supplies? Seeing many refugees vomiting and clutching their stomachs in pain, some even threatening aggressively, people from the Yi Manor, you must give us an explanation. Aren't refugee lives worth anything? I will report you to the court if we die like this. The crowd erupted into chaos, everyone voicing their anger. Drew's expression darkened. Goodness gracious, he was only trying to do a good deed, but ended up being cursed for generations. Drew shouted loudly, Yi Manor's people, step forward. I want to see who the damn scoundrel is responsible for this. At this moment, Godwin nudged Drew's arm, who turned around fiercely, glaring at him. Godwin winced slightly, hesitatingly saying, Freddie Yi, it's Emil. What? Drew snapped irritably, who's Emil? The moment these words left his mouth, an image flashed through his mind. Emil was originally a servant named by him. Despite being initially part of a group of troublesome servants, he won Drew's favor with several despicable ideas while fawning over Selena. In a fit of happiness, Drew gave him the Yi surname and assigned him to manage the manor's richest position, the warehouse. It was through Emil that the relief supplies were distributed. Drew slapped his forehead. Damn, he forgot all about him. If he knew Emil was handling the distribution, he would have supervised it personally. Now the situation was escalating out of control. Drew angrily yelled, Summon Emil right now. Where's this damn scoundrel? Several servants trembled as they responded, Freddie Yi, Sir Emil is drinking tea at a tea house nearby. He said not to disturb him unless it's urgent. Drew's temper flared so high he wanted to tear Emil apart. Here he was, getting cursed while Emil was leisurely drinking tea at a nearby tea house. Who gave him the guts? Godwin. Drew shouted. Here, Godwin responded immediately. With a cold look, Drew ordered, go, drag that brat, Emil here. If you take longer than 3 incense sticks burning time, I'll kill you too. Godwin gulped, assuring him. Freddie, give me 2 incense sticks time. No more than that. I'll definitely bring that brat back. Go quickly, Drew shouted again. Godwin scrambled away, mounting a horse with a whip crack, riding fast toward Yelu, raising a trail of dust. Meanwhile, Drew looked grimly at the disgruntled refugees and promised, everyone, today's incident, I, Drew, will give you all a satisfactory answer. Please rest assured. Observing quietly among the crowd, Ashlyn raised her eyebrows. Drew's handling of the situation surpassed her previous impression of him. Calm, steady, and able to pacify the crowd. Had the old Drew acted this way, he would have beaten up the refugees and thrown them all into jail without regard for public sentiment. The current Drew handled everything impeccably, leaving even her unable to find fault. Beside her, a maid blinked curiously, asking, Miss Moo, is Freddie pretending? Ashlyn frowned thoughtfully. I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. Honestly, I'm not entirely clear either. But having overheard Drew's thoughts, she felt this incident was likely unrelated to him. When did Drew become so considerate? She couldn't figure it out. Drew simply pulled up a chair, sitting before the scene, his face darkening further, eyes almost shooting fire. How could Emil dare ruin his efforts like this? His silence and grim expression made the atmosphere stifling, like a volcano ready to erupt, shaking heaven and earth when it finally blew. Soon, hoofbeats approached, accompanied by a cloud of dust and Godwin's rough shout, Freddie, he's here. Drew glanced up, seeing Emil thrown to the ground by Godwin. He saw a man in his 20s, dressed in fancy robes, with a pointed chin and rat-like eyes, disheveled and smelling of alcohol, looking thoroughly confused. Before he could start cursing, who the hell dares touch me? A Yi Manor official. He noticed pitying glances from others. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Emil brushed off his sleeves, standing up defiantly. Who are you cursing? Drew's voice was cold. Emil, look who's standing before you. Emil turned, intending to swear, but stopped mid-sentence as he recognized Drew standing there. Chapter 38. Terrifying. Emil was frightened out of his wits, trembling as he snapped his mouth shut just as it was about to spew curses. With great force, he swung both hands and slapped his own face fiercely, the slap-slap sounds echoing non-stop. Soon, bright red handprints marred his face, a sight that was shocking to behold. Master Yi, I deserve death for my insolence and ignorance. Please forgive me, I beg of you. Emil pleaded pitifully. Drew's face was now ashen. He clearly understood that Emil was a slippery, cunning man who always took sides based on whoever had the upper hand. Before Drew could do anything to him, Emil was already slapping his own face vigorously, nearly making it look like a flower blooming in pain. If this continued, he might not even be able to speak properly. Enough, Drew said coldly. The moment he heard those words, Emil's face lit up. Master Yi, I really deserve death. Please calm down. Emil crawled towards Drew, ready to massage his shoulders and rub his legs while he sat with his legs crossed, smirking on the chair. Master, whatever you need, I will do it perfectly for you, Emil eagerly offered. How could Emil not know what Drew was thinking? In the Yi household, such issues like mismanaged disaster relief or spoiled food were no big deal. As long as he kept this master happy, everything would fall into place smoothly. Master Yi, which young lady has caught your eye? Just say the word, and I'll have her in the estate within 3 days. Emil tried to flatter him further. However, this time, Drew only sneered. What are you talking about? His voice was icy, catching Emil off guard. Blinking, he couldn't understand Drew's intentions. Back at the Yi mansion, he was always favored. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held this position. But now, not only did Drew show no sign of calming down, but he also seemed ready to make an example out of him, which felt quite unusual. Looking at Drew, Emil found this master unfamiliar and unsettling. His heart raced with unease, while Emil continued to feign ignorance. This only fueled Drew's anger. How dare this scoundrel replace the grain in the granary with old rice mixed with stones after being ordered to distribute aid? The price difference was fourfold. Obviously, the profit ended up in Emil's pocket. Drew snorted coldly. Tell me, what happened to the grain in the granary? Why is it all old rice? Drew looked at the starving refugees, their eyes filled with murderous intent, and felt a mix of emotions. His tone turned icy, tinged with malice. Emil's face darkened. He hadn't expected Drew to confront him so directly. Scratching his head, he bent down and whispered into Drew's ear. But before he could finish, Drew suddenly snorted. Get him away from me. Godwin, who had been waiting nearby, immediately grabbed Emil by the arm and pulled him several yards away. Speak right there. Another step closer, and I'll cripple you. Godwin warned coldly. Emil trembled, knowing well Godwin's notorious reputation as Drew's top enforcer. When Godwin said he would cripple him, he wasn't joking. Daring not to speak, Emil stammered, Master Yi, this is how I've always handled things for you. Saving the money for you to spend freely later. His voice faltered as Drew inwardly scoffed. This bastard was still trying to deceive him. He remembered how Emil had embezzled funds under his name, claiming it was for courting ladies, yet none of the money had ever reached Drew. All the benefits went to Emil, leaving Drew with a bad reputation. Only the former Drew, with his naive nature, would have been fooled by this. Not anymore. Humph, you're still babbling about this? As Drew spoke, he waved his hand. Godwin understood instantly, cracking his knuckles ominously as he approached Emil with a chilling smile. Emil's face was a mixture of confusion and fear, unsure of what was happening. And Master Yi, what are you doing? Everyone present watched in shock, completely baffled by Drew's actions. Even from a distance, at the stone table pavilion beneath the Puajiu Malwu, Ashlyn and her maidservant stared wide-eyed, equally bewildered. Improvements made. 1. Maintained consistency in style and terminology. 2. Corrected mu wang fu to po jiu ma wu to match the original context. 3. Ensured the translation reads naturally in English. Note: for a more refined translation, further context may be needed for po jiu ma wu. Here it is translated as ramshackle hut for natural English flow. Then Drew ordered, "Loosen our chief steward's bones. Let's see where all the grain went." "Sure thing, master," Godwin responded, lifting Emil like a chick, raising him high. Emil was terrified, flailing helplessly in the air. "What are you doing?" Master Yi, no. Master Yi, please resolve this matter first. I don't know anything. All the money went to you, Master Yi." Drew froze at these words. Damn, this bastard was still trying to smear him. Disable him. Godwin immediately complied, grabbing Emil's arm and snapping it with a sharp crack. Snap. The sound echoed around as Emil screamed in agony, clutching his broken arm, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Incredible pain left him unable to speak coherently. Master, I didn't lie. Continue. Drew commanded again. Without hesitation, Godwin stomped on Emil's joints, the sickening crunch echoing from Emil's wrists. Moments later, Emil begged for mercy. "Master Yi, I don't know what you want." Drew's expression grew colder. "Continue. I want to see when he starts telling the truth." Godwin showed no mercy, unleashing a storm of relentless attacks on Emil. Within moments, his cries of pain pierced the night sky. The refugees watched in horror. Damn, we always heard that Drew is ruthless, but I didn't expect him to be so harsh even on his own people. This cruelty leaves one speechless and brings tears to the eyes. But thinking about how this very man had embezzled the famine relief grain, many felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. Some even wanted to applaud. Truly, it was cathartic. Hashtag chapter 39, a taste of color. After Godwin broke Emil's other leg, this guy finally couldn't hold out any longer and shouted, "Freddie Yi, I'll talk." Drew inwardly sneered. Why didn't you just do this earlier? He knew well that these people were scoundrels who wouldn't listen unless they saw some action. Clearly, he had to use harsher means for them to behave. "Tell me, where did the famine relief grain from the Yi family go?" Kneeling on the ground with a face as pale as paper, his mouth and face covered in dirt and grime, Emil looked like a stray dog by the roadside, barely having the strength to speak. "Master, all the grain was embezzled by me and stored in the granary on the eastern side of the city. In total, it was exchanged for 1,200 taels of silver. Now, I still have 800 taels in my pocket." Drew was furious upon hearing this, but thinking about how Ashlyn was watching, something felt off. Isn't this a typical web novel protagonist plot? If he were to resolve Emil right here, wouldn't he be stealing Stevie's thunder? And if Ashlyn, the little girl, took a liking to him afterward, what would he do? No, he shouldn't be the hero here. He should let Ashlyn make the call. Drew's eyes flicked, unaware that Ashlyn had heard every word clearly. Ashlyn raised her delicate eyebrows. "How dare you, Drew? Think I'm that shallow? Worried I might fancy you? Typical." But somehow, Drew's justice-seeking demeanor was quite attractive. The profile, the prominent nose, it had its charm. Though pleased inwardly, Ashlyn kept her expression cold and indifferent. The maidservant beside her nudged Ashlyn's arm and whispered, "Miss, look, Freddie Yi seems to be glancing this way." Ashlyn lowered her voice. "Ignore him." Suddenly, Drew stood up from the chair, arching an eyebrow toward Ashlyn. "Addie, this man is one of the Yi family's people. Now that I found out the truth, why don't you decide his punishment? After all, I've given you an account. Those dozen or so refugees, well, their deaths aren't much to consider. Human lives are as insignificant as grass. Still, since this person belongs to our family, please give us some face." Drew feigned frivolity in his tone, intending to make Ashlyn show mercy to Emil. He believed she, being just and righteous, wouldn't comply and might even punish Emil severely. This way, he could achieve satisfactory results without acting himself. Drew inwardly laughed, thrilled at his plan, even tapping his feet unconsciously. Ashlyn smiled slightly, gracefully walking forward with the scent of flowers trailing behind her. Her maidservants followed respectfully. As she approached, Drew waited silently. As long as she suggested tossing Emil into a pig pen or dismembering him, he would struggle a bit before going along with her decision, making it easier to back down. Drew's thoughts were buzzing with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Ashlyn's words stunned him completely. Since he's part of your Yi family, why not just take him back? After all, it's only dozens of refugees who died. It's no big deal. Drew's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You're letting him go? Emil, hearing this, grinned widely. Of course, his master cares for him. Despite the beating, he was still protecting him. Ah, indeed, he hadn't chosen the wrong master. Although he suffered physically, it was worth it for everything he had done for Drew. Such a kind-hearted master. Ashlyn calmly replied, "Certainly. How can I randomly punish someone from the Yi family? Just a few dead refugees. What's the fuss?" She added with pretended helplessness, "Hurry and take him home to rest. Otherwise, things will get complicated." Drew stared, repeating louder, "I'm telling you, this person embezzled the famine relief grain and caused the death of over a dozen refugees. Can't you see how serious this is?" "Yes, very serious. But he's from the Yi family. You can't just punish him willy-nilly," Ashlyn feigned surprise. Drew clenched his teeth in frustration, grinding them audibly. She seemed to have gotten the upper hand, knowing exactly what he was thinking. Before he could react, Emil started cursing. "Godwin, didn't you hear our master? Hurry and help me back. What if my limbs can't be reconnected?" Godwin hesitated. Without a clear instruction from Drew, he was stuck in a dilemma. He thought, if master really wanted to spare Emil, why did he let Godwin beat him so badly? Drew's expression darkened further. He was unsure how to proceed. What is Ashlyn up to? All right, stop wasting time. Clean up and head back to the Yi residence. Ashlyn waved her hand, dismissing Godwin to carry Emil away. While doing so, she covertly observed Drew, feeling delighted seeing him flustered, though unclear about his true intentions. Drew's face was terrible, gnashing his teeth but unable to speak. Godwin, under Ashlyn's order, was also at a loss. Considering Ashlyn's status as the daughter of the prince, several levels above him, Godwin was hesitant. Yet, Emil urged, "Godwin, you fool, what are you waiting for? Take me back now." Despite the bruises, Emil managed to speak coherently apart from his broken legs. Godwin scoffed coldly, terrifying Emil into silence. Drew remained silent. Finally, Godwin reluctantly helped Emil up, constantly glancing back at Drew. "Master, shall I take him now?" Drew still didn't respond. Ashlyn waved again, urging, "Hurry and drag him away. If your master's servant gets injured, it will be your responsibility." With no choice, Godwin supported Emil outside. Just as he was about to help Emil into the carriage, someone shouted, "Wait a moment." Chapter 40. Come back to me, dead or alive. Everyone instantly turned their heads toward the sound. Seeing Drew with a face full of rage, ashen and gloomy as if it could drip water. Sod covered her mouth, laughing silently but not daring to show it too obviously. She knew Drew's thoughts all too well. Although she didn't understand why Drew insisted on making her the villain, seeing him so frustrated made her heart leap with joy. "Hemph, Drew, you always want me to be Walter's wife or part of his harem. Now, he must be feeling uncomfortable, right?" Seeing Drew humiliated, she felt incredibly pleased. Sod was secretly delighted. Meanwhile, the maidservant was utterly baffled. Her big bright eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, completely unable to grasp what was happening. Godwin, towering like a mountain, scratched his head and asked in a coarse voice, "What's wrong, Freddy?" Emil blinked his eyes, looking pitiful and said, "Freddy, if I don't return to the manor for treatment, it won't do." He thought that Drew must have been furious at someone's death here and had no choice but to vent by letting Godwin beat him up to calm people down. Now that he had been beaten and scolded, shouldn't he be sent back to the Yi family manor for medical care? He didn't believe that Drew would disregard the master-servant relationship and truly harm him. With large, tearful eyes full of emotion, he looked at Drew. Drew's temples throbbed with black lines appearing on his forehead. He glared viciously at Sod, squeezing out several words between clenched teeth. "You're good?" Sod covered her mouth and laughed silently without saying a word. Drew turned his head and stared at Emil, shouting at Godwin, "Drag this good-for-nothing down." Hearing this, Godwin was stunned, not quite understanding what was happening. Emil looked even more bewildered, shouting, "Freddy, what are you saying?" "Drag him down," Drew shouted again. Godwin finally snapped out of it. He suddenly grabbed Emil and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. Godwin knew Drew's temper all too well. The commotion Drew was causing clearly indicated his displeasure with Emil. Moreover, he had never liked Emil. If it weren't for Drew, he would have beaten Emil senseless long ago. Now, seeing Drew take action against Emil, Godwin didn't hold back. In just a few moves, he tossed Emil onto the ground. There was a loud thud, followed by a cloud of dust. Emil winced in agony, curling up on the ground, gritting his teeth. "Ouch, ouch." Drew's face was still ashen as he walked over to Emil, staring down at him from above with a fierce look in his eyes. Emil had no idea what was going on. Looking around at the refugees who were glaring at him, he felt a chill run down his spine and whispered, "Freddy, Freddy, I know you're angry, but you can't be so harsh. So many people are watching. Can't you first send me? Go to hell." Drew cursed loudly, pointing at Emil. "Listen up. I'm giving you 3 hours to bring back all the money skimmed off the disaster relief grain, then convert it into fresh rice and distribute it to these refugees. If there's even 1 grain of old rice here, I'll cut off every tendon in your limbs, make you a living corpse, and throw you into the river to feed the fish." "Got it?" Emil was dumbfounded. What was happening? This was completely different from what he imagined. Wasn't it supposed to just be a beating to let off steam? Why did he now have to return all the money? Emil stammered, "Yo, Freddy, don't you dare." Drew yelled again, kicking Emil hard in the face, leaving a clear footprint. Emil screamed in pain, crying out like a butchered pig. Without looking back, Drew ignored Emil, who lay like a dead dog on the ground. He coldly stated, "Did everyone hear what I said?" There were still several Yi family retainers present, and they immediately shuddered, covering their faces and whispering, "Freddy, we heard it, we heard it." "Good." Drew glanced back coldly and said, "Do as I said. If Emil doesn't gather this, no more, please take manager Yi seriously. Let me go, let me go." The horrified voice of Emil pierced the sky, occasionally punctuated by cries of pain. Those refugees who had eaten the disaster relief grain and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, as well as those whose family members had died suddenly, received a substantial compensation, enough for them to settle down in the capital. Seeing this scene, Sod smiled with satisfaction and slowly walked towards the previous disaster relief shop set up by the Mub Mansion. The maidservant hurriedly followed, whispering, "Miss, are we still running this disaster relief shop?" Sod turned back with a strange look. "What did you say?" The maidservant hesitated. "Miss, didn't you just say you were going to close all these disaster relief shops?" "Nonsense," Sod rolled her eyes, saying, "If you don't understand, don't pretend you didn't hear. Come on, continue serving porridge." The maidservant looked bewildered. By now, Sod had already entered the porridge distribution shop, looking at the long queue of refugees in front of her, and began distributing kanji in an orderly manner. Daring not to utter a word, the maidservant quickly followed inside. #####Chapter 41. Winning Hearts. The two were busily engaged in their tasks, and a smile of unfathomable depth appeared on Ashlyn's face. It was hard to read her intentions. At this moment, an elaborately decorated carriage was slowly making its way along the rugged path outside the city walls toward the city center. Seated at the front of the carriage, Godwin suddenly cracked his whip with vigor. Bathed in the moonlight, there was a hint of joy on his rugged and sturdy face. He couldn't help but say behind the carriage curtains, "Freddy, your move was brilliant." I didn't realize you were winning people's hearts until just now. Godwin's voice was brimming with excitement. He thought about how Drew had made him publicly beat up Emil, then let Ashlyn make the decision, and finally forced Emil to return every penny he had embezzled without hesitation. All these actions were meant to win over the hearts of the people. With this strategy, the Yi family would surely gain immense respect among the refugees in the capital. It was truly a masterful move that even he hadn't anticipated. Indeed, his young master was as meticulous and shrewd as ever, leaving even Godwin in awe. Inside the carriage, Drew sat with crossed arms, his face grim. He felt that Ashlyn seemed to know what he intended to do. His expression turned dark. The situation was only getting worse. Ashlyn not only didn't detest him, but she seemed to be increasingly fond of him. Meanwhile, he was supposed to be a carefree young aristocrat who treated the lives of refugees as nothing. Now, however, his reputation was spreading far and wide. If Stevie found out, wouldn't he finish him off? Drew's worry deepened, and his brows knitted together. He grabbed the wine flask from the carriage and gulped it down in great gulps. Cut the chatter. Head straight to the Yi mansion. A second's delay is unacceptable. Hearing Drew's slightly slurred voice, Godwin shivered and fell silent. He flicked the reins again, causing the carriage to speed up, and a horse's neigh echoed through the night. Daring not to be distracted, Godwin felt like he understood his young master less and less. Although he couldn't comprehend the reasons, following Freddie Yi gave him a sense of reassurance. No matter where his master pointed, Godwin would follow blindly. After returning to the Yi residence, Drew entered his bedroom without a word and promptly fell asleep. Too many events had overwhelmed his mind lately, with Stevie lurking, ready to strike, and Ashlyn and Stacy being troublesome problems he couldn't shake off, plus the looming corruption scandal involving his father. Drew dared not think further, feeling both anxious and bewildered. But youth has its resilience. Despite his worries, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, abruptly rousing him from his dream. He lazily turned over, pulling something soft. What's this? So soft. Inhaling deeply, Drew noticed, it smells fragrant. Opening his eyes drowsily, he froze, his body jolted awake by the sight before him. A scream escaped his lips as he leaped off the bed, almost losing consciousness. A beautiful woman with graceful posture and exquisite features lay beside him, her clothes still intact but exposing smooth, white arms and long, round thighs. She seemed to be sound asleep, her eyes fluttering lightly. Drew's mind went blank, his legs trembling as he nearly fell onto the floor. This woman was none other than Stacy. Damn it! Drew quickly covered his mouth, preventing any more noise. If Stacy realized they had spent the night together, she might tear him apart. If Stevie discovered he had involved himself with his woman, his life would be over in no time. Drew's heart raced as he checked his clothes. Luckily, everything was in place, no signs of trouble. He must have done nothing improper last night. Otherwise, he couldn't have cleared this mess even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Without time to ponder how Stacy ended up in his home, Drew hurriedly tried to escape. Oh Buddha, please don't let me get caught. Suddenly remembering the day before, Drew slapped his forehead. After leaving the relief headquarters and preoccupied with Ashlyn's public humiliation, he drank heavily on the carriage and later at the Crimson Red Manor with Simeon. Drunk, he had forgotten about Stacy entirely. Despite not knowing how she ended up in his room, he knew he had to leave immediately to avoid disaster. Tiptoeing carefully, Drew slid off the bed quietly, glancing back at Stacy. She was still sleeping soundly. Phew, probably not fully awake yet. Swallowing nervously, he tiptoed towards the door like a thief, but then a soft voice broke the silence. Stop. Drew froze. No, I'm dead. Forcing a smile, he turned around. Addie, listen, nothing happened last night. Do you believe me? Drew's smile looked more pained than anything else. He feared anyone would assume the worst, especially given the rumors that could arise from this scenario. If Stacy accused him of ruining her innocence, Stevie would certainly kill him. Drew's heart pounded fiercely. Stacy, sitting up in bed, examined her clothes and found no signs of intrusion. Hearing Drew's internal monologue clearly, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly at his panicked look. Why did this man, who always coveted her, suddenly act so awkward? To be continued. ##### Chapter 42. What kind of joke are you playing? Last night, it seemed like she had gotten drunk and muddledly followed Drew back to the Yi mansion. He not only didn't do anything to her but upon realizing the situation, he even subconsciously tried to slip away. The scene was somewhat amusing. However, she still deliberately put on a stern face and asked, explain, what exactly happened last night? Why am I here? On my honor, I really did nothing at all, Addie. I told you, I went to the disaster relief office last night and resolved the refugee issues. And after that, Drew patted his chest, agitatedly recounting the events of the previous night in brief yet detailed terms, almost bearing his heart in the process. The most important thing now was not to let Stacy think he had taken advantage of her or misunderstood his intentions towards her. Otherwise, Luther would surely come after him. If that happened, it would be game over. Anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Drew hurriedly explained himself desperately. Meanwhile, Stacy maintained a rather odd smile as she watched Drew. She had never noticed before how cute Drew looked when he was anxious, and she realized her clothes were intact. Drew hadn't done anything to her. Watching him panic and explain himself was quite entertaining. But Stacy kept her cold expression, coldly saying, all right, I understand. You can leave now. Hearing this, Drew felt as if he had found salvation, clutching onto the last straw, repeatedly thanking her with a bow. Okay, Addie, you rest? If you need anything, just call me. Drew practically fled the bedroom as if escaping. Stepping outside, he breathed in the fresh air, the bright sunlight hitting his face. He wished he could slap himself, fiercely scolding himself. What a fool you are. Who else should you have bothered except for this Stacy? You should have just left her at the brothel instead of bringing her home. Drew's mind was racing with worry, like 15 buckets of water being pulled up. 7 Up, ate down. He could hardly speak coherently. He shouldn't have brought Stacy into the carriage, much less to the Yi mansion. Did Luther know about this yet? Drew's thoughts raced wildly, determined to get rid of Stacy as quickly as possible. After Drew left, Stacy, lying on the bed, watched the closed door with a faint smile, her eyes filled with curiosity. Himph, want to get rid of this princess? Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Stacy couldn't quite understand why she thought Drew was strange, always trying to avoid her. Yet the more he avoided her, the more curious she became about what he was up to. She stopped thinking about it and tidied her clothes, walking to the dressing table to fix her makeup. Meanwhile, Drew had just stepped into the courtyard when he heard a reprimand behind him. Drew, where do you think you're hiding? Startled like a frightened rabbit, Drew instinctively shrank back at the sound of his name and quickly turned around. There stood Jamal, his father, a chubby man stroking his beard and watching Drew silently. Drew felt a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't Luther. He thought his secret had been exposed too quickly. Seeing his stepfather, Drew relaxed slightly and muttered, "Dad, why are you waiting at my door so early in the morning?" Jamal didn't respond but glanced meaningfully at Drew's bedroom, saying oddly, "Feiyun, I heard you brought Princess Stacy back to the Yi mansion last night." Jamal had already gotten the news that Drew had not only brought Stacy back to the mansion, but also spent the night alone with her in the room. He couldn't stop looking at Drew approvingly. Indeed, he was worthy of his bloodline, bold and daring. Not even married yet, and he had already brought someone into his room. Jamal wondered if anything happened between them last night. Jamal secretly chuckled with delight. Looking at his father's expression, Drew instantly understood something and slapped his thigh. "Dad, please don't think anything ridiculous. Your son is about to lose his life, alright?" "What?" Jamal's face darkened as he scolded. "Stop making excuses. We've prepared breakfast with your mother. Bring Addie over after cleaning up, got it?" Drew wanted to protest, but Jamal didn't give him a chance, swiftly walking toward the front hall. Drew stomped his feet in frustration, thinking to himself, at this critical moment, how could anyone be thinking about breakfast? Sighing inwardly, he had no choice but to follow Jamal reluctantly. Upon reaching the front hall, sitting at the table was a gorgeously dressed woman wearing jewels, her affluent appearance suggesting a beauty of past days despite the passage of time. This was Drew's birth mother. Seeing Drew, Zinnia immediately showed concern. "Feiyun, you're out. Did you rest well last night?" Beside her, Jamal stroked his beard, sitting smugly without a word. Looking at the scene, Drew understood most of it. It seemed both parents assumed something happened between him and Stacy last night. Glancing at the table, this wasn't breakfast. It was more like a full Manchu Han banquet. The dishes were plentiful, and the utensils were abundant. Who eats a large pork knuckle for breakfast? End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. You did this on purpose. Drew's forehead was covered with dark lines, but he unwillingly sat down. Jamal, however, slapped the table with a loud bang, causing the chopsticks and bowls on it to clatter. Drew instinctively shrunk his neck, turning his head in surprise to look at Jamal. Jamal scolded with a stern face. "Why have you become so useless and disrespectful lately? I just told you to bring the Solange over, but why did you come alone? Do you even have a place in this family?" Drew almost cried, but before he could refute, a delicate voice came from behind him. "Lord Yi Mariana, Stacy is here to greet you." Stacy bowed slightly, having tidied herself up and entered the room. She greeted Nathaniel couple respectfully. Seeing the sensible and obedient Stacy, Jamal and his wife beamed with delight. Such a good daughter-in-law, reasonable and understanding, plus being a royal princess, was hard to find even with a lantern search. But seeing this, Jamal felt indignant that his own son Drew still acted aimlessly all day long. He scolded, "Alakir, what are you doing? Go help Six Princess to have her meal immediately." "Sure thing." Drew responded listlessly, stood up quickly and whispered to Stacy, "Six Princess, you're trying to kill me, aren't you?" Stacy just smiled without answering, instead cooing at Drew. "What are you talking about? I'm just here for the meal." Feeling like she was doing this on purpose, Drew clenched his teeth in frustration. Stacy accompanied Drew to the dining table. With a flick of his sleeve, Jamal announced, "All right, no more talk. After eating Alakir, you will escort Six Princess back to the palace. Remember to take good care of her, not a single mistake." "Sure thing," Drew replied listlessly, shoveling food into his mouth absent-mindedly. Contrary to him, Stacy chatted enthusiastically with Jamal and his wife. She appeared fully settled, as if she were already a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Seeing this, Drew felt uneasy. This was not how things were supposed to go. Wasn't she supposed to try everything to break off their engagement? Why did she look happier coming to his home than entering the palace? You must be mistaken. As she talked merrily with Jamal, Stacy couldn't help but feel victorious hearing Drew's thoughts. "I want to annoy you, and see what tricks you will play next. The more you refuse the divorce, the less I agree. The more you want me to leave, the more I'll stay and make Lord Yi satisfied to take me as his daughter-in-law." Drew had no idea about Stacy's thoughts and responded absent-mindedly. Breakfast lasted 2 hours, during which Drew felt increasingly dejected. His father's obvious delight towards Stacy left him frustrated. Only after much effort did he finally end the meal. Supporting Stacy into the carriage, Drew watched his parents wave goodbye at the gate. "Six Princess, please come by our house whenever you're free. If Alakir dares to bully you, let us know. We'll thrash him." "Sure thing, thank you Lord Yi." Stacy answered cheerfully, then gracefully boarded the carriage. Watching their son standing at the gate, Jamal roared, "Are you going to stand there all day? Get moving." "AI." Drew hurried into the carriage. Godwin, sitting up front, felt incredibly excited. The progress in recent days had been smooth, and they were about to marry Six Princess. This meant unprecedented power in court. Thinking of this, Godwin urged the carriage forward with a snap of his whip. Only when the carriage disappeared did Jamal retract his gaze, highly satisfied. This Six Princess is truly fit for royalty. Marrying her to our family would indeed be an unparalleled choice. Mariana agreed heartily. "Indeed, what a great girl. Our Alakir is so lucky." After exchanging words, they turned back inside. Inside the carriage, Drew looked at Stacy with an expression uglier than having swallowed 2 flies alive. "Six, princess. What game are you playing?" Feeling hopeless, Drew decided to lay it all out. He didn't understand why Stacy seemed intent on clinging to him. No matter how he tried to explain, she didn't seem to get it. She should see through his intention to end the engagement. Yet, now she seemed eager to pursue him. Feeling desperate, Drew asked, "What exactly are you doing?" Stacy feigned sadness, raising her eyebrows. "Isn't this what you wanted? Didn't you persistently recite love poems outside the palace asking me to be your wife? And I agreed. Why are you changing your mind now?" Feeling furious, Drew could almost grind his teeth. But seeing her cunning face, he knew he was powerless. After a pause, he finally muttered, "All right, you win." Stacy felt triumphant. Deciding to continue teasing Drew, she kept chatting. As they moved along, Drew grew angrier, pulling open the curtain abruptly. "Godwin, stop the carriage." "What?" Godwin stopped the horses suddenly, nearly toppling them over. Furious, Stacy shouted, "What are you doing?" Feeling helpless against Stacy, Drew decided to test her limit. "Six, princess, I won't escort you back to the palace anymore. I have something urgent to do. Please get off the carriage by yourself." Hearing this, Stacy gasped. Walking back to the palace as a princess was unimaginable. Realizing Drew's intention, she gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll walk back. What's the big deal?" Stacy stomped off the carriage angrily, declaring, "I'll go back on my own." Watching Stacy's unexpected response, Drew was utterly baffled. Is this really the Stacy I know? This is too crazy. Not knowing what to think, he pulled the curtain shut and yelled, "Godwin, move on." AI. Godwin, despite his hesitation, snapped the whip and drove away. Standing roadside, Stacy seethed with anger. "Drew, you'll pay for this." Her fury echoed as the carriage sped away. "It seems like you haven't provided the new Chinese text for translation yet. Could you please share the text you'd like me to translate into English? I'll ensure it follows all your specified guidelines." Chapter 44. Selling herself to bury her father. Drew sat inside the carriage, his mind in turmoil, unable to resist running his fingers through his disheveled hair. His brows furrowed with worry. He was deeply troubled, feeling as if Stacy, that little troublemaker, seemed to deliberately oppose him at every turn, and it felt like each of his plans had been seen through by her. At this rate, Walter would surely not let him off the hook. If Walter were to find out that Stacy had spent the night at his residence instead of returning home, it would be like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Drew frowned, his thoughts scattered and chaotic. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a stop, accompanied by a sharp noise. Immediately after, Godwin's furious voice rang out, "Who dares to obstruct our family carriage? Are you tired of living?" Then, a weeping woman's voice could be heard, "Sir, my father passed away suddenly, and I have no money for his burial. This humble girl is willing to sell herself for 10 taels of silver. Could you please take me as a servant?" "Get lost. Our family doesn't lack servants," Godwin shouted gruffly. Sitting inside the carriage, Drew's brow tightened even further. Something wasn't right. He suddenly remembered that this scene sounded familiar from the original story. The protagonist had encountered a young woman, selling herself to bury her father on his way back to the mansion. Seeing her beauty, he took her in and treated her poorly, only for her to later become one of Walter's concubines and despise Drew intensely. Could this be the same event? Drew's heart raced as he lifted the curtain and looked outside. He saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl kneeling in the middle of the road. She had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of watery, large eyes that seemed to hold a shimmering depth. Her skin was as white as snow, radiating a delicate and frail beauty. Even in her rough clothes and with mud on her face, she was undeniably stunning. A tear mole beneath her eye completed her striking appearance. Isn't this Vivian from the novel, one of Walter's concubines? Drew's heart clenched. Just as he was about to send Vivian away, he reconsidered. If he drove her away and she couldn't afford her father's funeral, she might resent him. And if she became Walter's concubine, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. With Stacy and Ashlyn already causing him enough headaches, adding another enemy like Vivian would be disastrous. Vivian, still sobbing, raised her head and pleaded, "Freddie, I know you are from the family. Please, give me 10 taels of silver, and I will serve you faithfully for life." Seeing Vivian clearly now, Godwin's eyes lit up. What a beautiful young lady. Master, you would surely like her. He stepped back to observe Drew's reaction. If Drew nodded, he would bring the girl into the mansion immediately. After all, he knew Drew well. The young master couldn't resist beauties. Drew pondered internally. Should he just give her money and let her go? But what if she held a grudge? Or what if she fell in love with him? Neither option seemed ideal. He couldn't offend Vivian, but he also didn't want her to develop too much affection for him. Then an idea struck him. Why not bring her into the Yi family temporarily, taking care of her without getting too close? Once things settled down, he could arrange for her to be sent to Walter. It wouldn't cause trouble since he hadn't done anything improper. Unbeknownst to Drew, Vivian was curious, seemingly hearing his thoughts, which was strange because he hadn't spoken aloud. Yet, Godwin appeared oblivious. This situation puzzled Vivian, but she decided not to dwell on it. Instead, she noted that Drew didn't seem as lecherous as rumors suggested, and was actually quite considerate. Yet, he seemed fearful of someone named Walter. Vivian had some familiarity with Walter. A few days ago, Walter had treated her sick father with the 9 turns 13 needles technique, improving his condition. Unfortunately, her father had passed away unexpectedly that day. Desperate, she had sought out the wealthy and infamous Drew to help her bury her father. Next to her lay her father wrapped in a mat. Deciding quickly, Drew waved his sleeve. "Godwin, give her 100 taels of silver and bring her back to the Yi mansion." Without hesitation, Drew retreated into the carriage. Godwin glanced at Vivian, who was crying profusely, then grinned. "Little girl, you're in luck. Once you enter the Yi mansion, you'll enjoy endless luxury." "Thank you, Freddie Yi," Vivian thanked. repeatedly bowing. All right, I'll send our servants to help you bury your father, then you can come with me, Godwin said coldly before climbing back into the carriage. Thank you, thank you. Vivian bowed again and again, grateful. As the carriage moved forward, Vivian watched it disappear into the distance, filled with gratitude. 3 hours later, Drew returned to the Yi mansion, but neither his father Gale nor his mother was around. He guessed they were out enjoying themselves and didn't think much of it. By then, Vivian, having completed her father's funeral, was dressed neatly and waiting in Drew's room. ##### Chapter 45, The Righteous Gentleman. Earlier, Godwin had delivered Amber to Drew's room with a wicked smile, closing the door ominously afterward. After all, it was broad daylight. Debauchery in broad daylight. As if that were something his young master would do. At this moment, Amber was dressed in the ordinary maid attire of the Yi household. Standing at 1.70 meters tall, she had washed her face clean and tied her hair back, adorned with a flower hairpin. Even though it was just plain maid's clothing, she wore it with an air of unique charm. Her beautiful face was truly her strongest feature, enhanced by a beauty mark that added the finishing touch, and her delicate demeanor reminiscent of Lin Dayu. Even Drew couldn't help but be moved inside, secretly sighing, what a stunning little lass. Walter really knows how to pick them. Every one of his concubines is a great beauty. Amber stood by nervously, wringing her hands, head lowered as she dared not look directly at Drew. She had long heard that Drew was a debauched scoundrel, and selling herself to bury her father was akin to entering the tiger's den. For her father's sake, she could only endure this humiliation. The thought of having to submit herself to this womanizing bastard made her heart race with anxiety. Drew caught on to her thoughts, quickly shaking his head to dispel those notions. This girl was Walter's concubine, and he mustn't get involved with her, or else he'd be doomed. With Ashlyn and Stacy already stirring Walter's hatred, adding Amber would surely make Walter his mortal enemy. Drew gathered his thoughts, contemplating that since this little lass had gotten involved with him, he should keep her for a while, treat her well, and then give her a substantial amount of money, or perhaps even offer her to Walter. Either way, he must ensure she wouldn't suffer under his care. Amber, hearing Drew's inner musings, lifted her head in shock, eyes wide with surprise. Huh? This Freddie Yi doesn't have any ulterior motives toward me? He was even thinking of treating her well and then sending her away? Amber found this strange. This Drew seemed quite different from the rumors in the capital city. Drew coughed, clearing his throat awkwardly, then asked, Are you getting used to life in the Yi household? Sure. Amber hurriedly replied, deeply lowering her head, avoiding eye contact. Seeing this, Drew furrowed his brows, wondering why she seemed so frightened of him when he hadn't done anything to her. After a moment, Drew asked concernedly, Did you take care of your father's affairs? Hearing this, gratitude filled Amber's face. She tearfully said, Thank you, Freddie Yi. If it weren't for you, my father's body would have been left out in the open. You are my savior. She tried to kneel, which alarmed Drew. Quickly standing up, he supported her, saying, No need to rush. I helped because of your filial piety. Don't feel overly grateful. Drew panicked, fearing that if Amber offered herself to him, Walter would rip him apart. He must prevent her from developing any fondness toward him. Suddenly, Drew felt uneasy. Looking down, he realized his hand was tightly gripping Amber's soft, tender hand, warm and smooth like a sponge soaked in water. Damn! Drew loosened his grip immediately, scratching his head and saying embarrassedly, Miss Yang, that wasn't intentional. Don't misunderstand. Amber blushed, looking down. Her cheeks flushed red. Drew grew increasingly anxious, fearing any misunderstanding. He needed to send her away promptly. So, he said, Amber, now that you work here, I'll inform the staff to treat you well. You'll earn 10 taels of silver monthly, which you can collect from the storeroom. If it's insufficient, let me know. Understand? Sir, is this true? Amber looked up fearfully, gratitude filling her eyes. Since her father's death, she had become homeless. Entering the Yi household, she found Drew different from the rumors. Instead of violating her, he arranged for her employment and took good care of her, truly a righteous gentleman. Is there any doubt? Drew quickly averted his gaze. This girl was too alluring, and he feared losing control if he stared too long. Inwardly ashamed, Amber felt guilty for misjudging Drew earlier. Drew coughed again. All right, if you need anything, come find me. Dismissed. Thank you, Freddie Yi. Wiping her tears, Amber bowed and exited the room. With the door closing behind her, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing into the chair. Phew, narrowly avoiding another crisis. Lately, these incidents were piling up, making it hard for him to breathe. Yet, what about the major corruption case in the Ministry of Revenue? That was the current top priority. A mishandling might lead to the destruction of everyone in the Yi household. Anxiety surged within him. How to resolve this? Drew paced back and forth in the room, opening the door abruptly, only to find Godwin's oily face staring at him. What? Drew jumped, irritated. You're sick or something? Why are you squatting here? Quick work today, Freddie Yi, Godwin remarked with a grin, implying something inappropriate. Instantly, Drew understood what Godwin was insinuating. Don't say nonsense. From now on, you must look after Amber well and ensure she isn't offended. Got it? Godwin looked puzzled. Had the young master really not touched her? Listen, I'm talking to you. All right, Freddie, I got it, Godwin quickly replied, giving Drew a curious glance. What was happening to the young master? Why didn't he lay a finger on such a stunning girl? Drew knew Godwin's thoughts. He slapped Godwin's head. I tell you, from today onward, if anything happens to Amber, you'll answer to me. Understand? Godwin trembled, intimidated by Drew's ferocious expression. Although he didn't understand, he promised, yes, Freddie, Amber won't suffer any harm in our household. Get lost. Right away. Translation notes asterisk. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text. Kept character names in pinyin, e.g., Drew, Amber. Preserved the original tone and style while ensuring the English translation remains natural and fluent. Ensured storyline and logic remain coherent. Chapter 46. Autumn Hunt. Watching Godwin's tall figure scurry away, Drew finally heaved a sigh of relief. Leaning against the doorframe, his hand on his forehead, he wore an expression of deep worry. No matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't understand where Stevie had gone. Why were all these women from his harem coming to him one after another? Stevie, you need to get your act together, he thought to himself. I'm running around like a madman every day, while you're who knows where doing who knows what. Drew frowned deeply. Stacy and Ashlyn's issues were still unresolved, and now Amber had appeared, a ticking time bomb. If it weren't for the fact that she was part of Stevie's harem, Drew wouldn't have dared dismiss her so easily or let this trouble into the Yi household. But things had already reached this point, leaving him helpless. All he could do was pray that Stevie would quickly resolve the situation and take all these women away, allowing him to live the carefree life of a wealthy young master. As Drew was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the beautiful weather. Sunny skies, warm sunshine, and a gentle breeze that made him feel extremely comfortable. Outside, voices and horse neighing could be heard, followed by the sound of approaching hoofbeats. Drew frowned. Godwin. Master! Godwin hurriedly rushed in from the back courtyard, his large figure casting a shadow over Drew, resembling a small mountain. Drew scrutinized him for a moment, inwardly marveling at how tall Godwin had grown, but he quickly asked, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy, and why are there so many people?" After thinking for a moment, Godwin promptly replied, "Master, didn't you know? Today is the day of the autumn hunt. Many royal nobles are heading out to the outskirts for the event. I heard that Gavriel, the son of the Minister of War, will also be attending." Gavriel? Drew was taken aback. Quickly, the relevant events flashed through his mind, and he understood the implications. Gavriel was one of the antagonists. During the autumn hunt, he intended to harm Stacy but was ultimately kicked by Stevie, breaking his manhood and leaving him half dead. But where was Stevie now? Drew slapped his forehead. Damn, this is going to be big trouble. Without further ado, he asked, "By the way, do you know where Stevie has been recently?" Drew had been instructing Godwin and Simeon to track Stevie's whereabouts. Godwin patted his chest confidently. Stevie is currently locked up in prison. A while ago, Sonny's Imperial Guards caught him in a tea house. He's now imprisoned and undergoing severe torture. During the interrogation, he kept shouting Master's name. "Don't worry, Master. When I find some time, I'll go visit him in jail and teach him a lesson for daring to mess with our Yi household." Godwin said this with excitement. Upon hearing this, Drew felt his head spin, and sweat poured down his face. Damn it. Now Stevie is in prison because of me, and he's holding a grudge against me. If anything happens to his women, he'll blame everything on me. Without hesitation, Drew slapped his thigh. "Quickly, go to the gate and stop them." Godwin looked confused, but Drew smacked him on the forehead, impatiently saying, "Can't you understand what I'm telling you?" Yes, Master." Godwin quickly fetched clean clothes for Drew from the inner chamber. Drew immediately changed into a bright purple long robe, looking like a refined gentleman. He wore an expensive green jade pendant on his waist and tied his hair with a jade hairpin, embodying the perfect image of a noble young master. Indeed, Drew's appearance was quite handsome. Godwin stared with wide eyes, mesmerized. "What are you staring at?" Drew snapped. "Oh, nothing. Just that master looks incredibly handsome." "Shut up," Drew yelled, rushing toward the gate while lifting his robes. When he reached the front of the residence, he saw dozens of chestnut horses lined up, each carrying fully armed soldiers clad in armor. Their swords glinted under the sunlight, radiating a solemn and majestic aura. Stacy was also dressed in simple yet elegant attire, with a large chestnut bough hanging from her back, drawing much attention. Drew's heart sank. Finished, this meant Stacy was about to participate in the autumn hunt. If she encountered Gavriel, something serious would undoubtedly happen. Gavriel might even drug her. At that moment, Stacy, who had been observing the front gate, noticed Drew. She could hear his thoughts. Did Drew really know something? Was Gavriel planning to drug her? However, seeing Drew's worried face, Stacy pretended not to notice. She urged her horse forward with a quick squeeze of her legs, making it neigh loudly and move several steps ahead. Drew rushed up to Stacy's horse and whispered, "Addie, where are you going?" Knowing full well where she was headed, Drew asked as if he didn't know. Stacy shot him a scornful glance. Earlier, Drew had left her stranded halfway, causing her to sulk for hours. And now, he was shamelessly asking questions. "What? I'm just going for the autumn hunt to relax. What do you want?" Drew's face turned dark. Why was Stacy being so difficult? They had spoken amicably earlier in the morning, but within a few hours, her attitude had completely changed. He couldn't let her go to the autumn hunt. Gavriel, the son of the Minister of War, wasn't someone to trust. If he harmed Stacy, Stevie would hold him responsible. Stacy could clearly hear Drew's thoughts. Could it be that Drew knew something? Could Gavriel really try to drug her? Is there any truth to his words? But seeing Drew, her anger surged. The more he tried to stop her, the more she wanted to go. Stacy laughed. "What? I'm going to the autumn hunt. So what? You can't stop me, can you? We aren't married yet." Feeling vexed but unable to retort, Drew forced a smile. "Addie, how about I join you for the autumn hunt?" Chapter 47. Walter was captured? Humph. Stacy snorted coquettishly and ignored him. She squeezed her horse's sides with her legs, prompting the chestnut stallion to dash forward several steps, leaving Drew standing there dumbfounded. The maids who accompanied Stacy covered their mouths and giggled, unable to control themselves. Godwin came running out at that moment, carrying a pile of items that clattered together, gathering behind Drew like a mountain, then asked in confusion, "Freddy, what should we do?" "What to do? Saddle the horses. We're going to the eastern outskirts hunting ground," Drew said, his face dark as iron. "Ah, are we also joining the autumn hunt?" Godwin slapped his forehead, but quickly seemed to understand something. He had seen the list for the autumn hunt before. Stacy was on it. The young master must be looking for an opportunity to get close to Stacy. Immediately, he grinned widely and said, "Okay, Freddy, give me a few minutes." In less than half an incense stick's time, I'll have everything ready, and we can all go to the eastern outskirts hunting ground. Drew said with a gloomy expression. Right? Call more people. Gather all our able-bodied servants, and bring them along to the eastern outskirts hunting ground. Godwin was stunned for a moment, but, since it was an order from Drew, did not dare ask further, nodding promptly. All right. After a few incense sticks time, Drew mounted a brown steed and stood in front of the entrance of the manor, sword in hand, riding tall on his horse, forming a magnificent picture with his handsome face, admired by all. Yet, Drew's face remained grim, while behind him stood Godwin and dozens of armed servants, each equipped with weapons and armor, looking incredibly intimidating. People passing by looked sideways in awe and fear. After all, Drew had a notorious reputation in the capital city, and few young masters dared to challenge him. Seeing him making such a grand move, leading these fierce servants, everyone wondered which girl was about to suffer this time. They hurriedly lowered their heads and quickened their pace, none daring to speak. At this point, Godwin had prepared everything and said, Freddy, everything you instructed is arranged. Don't say these dozens of people are the best fighters from our manor, and more will arrive shortly. Should we set off now, or? Drew glanced at the sky. It was already mid-morning, probably running out of time. Go. With that, he squeezed his horse's sides, and the horse neighed as they set off toward the eastern outskirts hunting ground under the sun. On the way, without much thought, Drew encountered Simeon, who was also heading to the autumn hunt. Simeon, with squinty eyes and a sly look, led a few servants, riding a chestnut stallion, appearing rather shifty. At the crossroads, Simeon spotted Drew immediately and shouted loudly, Feiyun, Feiyun, here I am. In a bad mood, Drew turned his head and saw the sly-eyed Simeon. He didn't expect this guy to show up here. Upon seeing Simeon, he urged his horse closer and rode alongside Drew. Simeon chuckled cunningly, hee, didn't think you'd come for the autumn hunt too. Did you know Walter was captured by us? Drew was startled and sternly stared at Simeon. What do you mean? Don't tell me you captured Walter? Simeon patted his chest. Of course. He dared to insult you openly in court. Could my brother bear with it? Have you forgotten what kind of people we are? Drew was deeply shocked. The father of his opponent was the commander of the Imperial Guards, and the special service agents were also under his command. Capturing Walter would indeed be easy. But now Simeon had added fuel to the fire for him again, creating even more trouble. Walter would surely hate him to death once he found out. Drew almost cried at this point, but Simeon didn't understand his thoughts, laughing heartily. Brother, don't worry. Brothers stand by each other. All you need to do is treat me to a drink later. You'd treat your sister. Drew cursed inwardly but didn't show it, saying instead, sure, let's hurry to the autumn hunt. Drew did not want to dwell on this matter. After all, during the autumn hunt, Gavriel would pretend to join Stacy in the hunt. Gavriel would arrange for a deer to be released, causing Stacy to chase after it and accidentally fall off her horse. Gavriel would then take advantage of the situation, pretending to save her by drugging her, then molesting her. Just when Gavriel was about to proceed with his foul deeds, Walter appeared, beating Gavriel into paralysis. And now Walter was imprisoned due to his actions, suffering torture. When Walter eventually saw Stacy being defiled, he would undoubtedly despise Drew. Drew was extremely anxious and urged his horse on, hurry, 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 head for the eastern outskirts hunting ground. The chestnut stallion trotted briskly under Drew's urging, and they spurred their horses on with great speed, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Simeon and Godwin stared at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened. But seeing Drew so urgent, they could only follow closely behind as fast as possible. And soon, what would have been an hour's journey was covered by Drew in just half an hour. The sun hung high, scorching Drew until his mouth was dry and parched, with sweat dripping nonstop. By the time he arrived, the eastern outskirts hunting ground was already crowded with many nobles and royals. Stacy rode a tall horse, her exquisitely beautiful features paired with a fitting long robe, making her extremely eye-catching among the crowd. Drew spotted her right away. Next to her stood a handsome young man in his 20s, dressed in a brown robe with a jade pendant hanging from his head, trying hard to talk to Stacy. Addie, I've heard about today's autumn hunt. There are quite a few deer in this hunting ground. You should be able to catch a few. Stacy looked coldly at the person before her. This person was none other than Gavriel. She didn't think too poorly of him, after all, compared to the notorious Drew. This man always appeared as a gentle and well-mannered young gentleman. However, after hearing from Drew that Gavriel intended to harm her today, Stacy immediately turned her back on Gavriel without giving him any good face. What? If there's nothing else, please step aside. Then Stacy turned and walked away. Gavriel was left standing there, his face darkening. Humph, little girl, let's see how you keep up that act. Soon enough, you'll beg for mercy and more. Seeing this, Drew hurriedly approached, trying to engage in conversation. But Stacy ignored him, dismissing Drew with just a few words. Master Yi, I think we should maintain our distance. After all, we are not yet married. Drew was infuriated, standing there, trembling with anger. Hashtag chapter 48, treachery. Simeon immediately came over, walking up to Drew and said, what's going on? Hey, earlier at the Ehong courtyard, Addie seemed quite interested in you. How did things turn out like this after just a few days? Simeon blinked his eyes, unable to figure out what had happened between Drew and Selena. Drew's face was ashen, preoccupied with how to deal with Gavriel. And now, Selena wouldn't even speak to him. He mustn't fall for any tricks. Drew thought frantically, his face darkened as he ignored Simeon's question. From not too far away, Selena was straining her ears to hear Drew's thoughts. Could it be true? Is Gavriel really planning something sinister against me? But how much can I trust what Drew is saying? Selena pondered inwardly. Soon, a Yanni-like figure emerged and announced, everyone, we have arrived at the east suburbs hunting ground. Sunny has declared that whoever bags the most game today will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. The Yanni's clear voice echoed around. Many aristocrats and officials' children were present, and upon hearing this announcement, they immediately got ready, eager to try their luck. Drew didn't look good, constantly keeping an eye on Selena. Fortunately, Selena hadn't been friendly to Gavriel earlier, and he hadn't talked much to her either. This made Drew feel slightly more at ease. As the Yanni gave the order, many riders spurred their horses forward into the mountains with their servants following behind to track the prey. Selena, bow drawn and arrow notched, kicked her horse and charged ahead with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Gavriel quickly followed suit. Drew looked grim. Let's go, hurry up and follow. What's going on? Simeon, who had been following Drew all along, couldn't help but ask curiously. Drew remained silent, urging his horse forward relentlessly. This left Simeon staring wide-eyed, bewildered. Why did Drew seem so strange? Earlier, he silently followed Selena as if she were his shadow, but their interactions felt tense, like they were sparring with each other. Now, right at the start of the autumn hunt, Drew was rushing to catch up. The sudden change in behavior puzzled Simeon. Was Drew acting strangely recently? One moment clinging tightly, the next acting as if Selena were a fearsome tiger. His best friend, Simeon, couldn't quite understand what was happening. He felt increasingly anxious about the whole situation. What was going on? Meanwhile, Godwin paid no mind to the chaos, fully equipped for the hunt with his weapons, riding a chestnut horse like a loyal guard behind Drew, looking ready and excited. Drew's face darkened further, wishing he could strangle Simeon. After finally getting rid of Walter, here he was, directly having a group of Imperial guards lock him up in prison. What was he supposed to do next? Walter was meant to hold a folding fan, exude righteousness, punish evildoers, and uphold justice in the Great Qian Dynasty. Without that, how would he eventually incorporate these main female characters into his harem? If not, wouldn't this prime antagonist be watched closely all day long? By locking him in the heavily guarded prison, subjecting him to torture daily with chilly water and whips, and still carrying Drew's name. Wasn't this just making trouble for him? Drew's face turned pale. He needed to think of a way to save Walter from the prison. But most importantly, he had to protect these leading ladies. None of them could get hurt. At that moment, Selena coincidentally overheard Drew's inner thoughts clearly, frowning and feeling irked. What was going on with Drew? First, he chased her like a stubborn piece of plaster, reciting nauseating love poems outside the palace every day. Now, when she finally showed some kindness, he treated her like a pest, muttering about Walter. She had heard that Walter was imprisoned. Now, Drew wanted to rescue him and have her join his harem again? Fine then, you want to play games? You won't get your way. But as she thought further, she realized it didn't make sense, shaking her head to dispel the thoughts. She cursed silently, spit, spit, spit. This hateful Drew. Selena, filled with anger, yanked the reins sharply, spurred her horse, and it neighed loudly, galloping through the forest and kicking up dust. Gavriel, accompanied by his servants, fiercely whipped his horse to keep pace. Sweat dripped down his face. How could this woman run so fast, like she's rushing to reincarnation? Drew hurriedly followed on his tall steed. The three groups entered the mountain one after another. Simeon tried to catch up with Drew but found it impossible. Drew kept whipping his horse, leaving Simeon behind. Simeon, drenched in sweat, wiped his forehead and anxiously asked Godwin, "Ye brother, what's wrong with Drew? Did he tell you? What's he doing? Is he hunting or chasing Selena?" Godwin shook his large, round head, baffled. "I don't know. Whatever Master Yi says, it is. Just follow." Simeon sighed, rolling his eyes. "Forget it. Asking you is pointless." Godwin laughed awkwardly. At the front, Drew's face was stern, the whip crackling loudly. The wind rushed past his face, almost blinding him. Drew's eyes were fixed on the figure ahead, Gavriel in a brown robe. That scoundrel, even though the original protagonist never resorted to such dirty tactics as drugging, Gavriel, an unknown figure, used methods Drew couldn't believe were conceived by the author. How could someone come up with such a despicable plan during an autumn hunt? Was this something a carbon-based life form would think of? However, now wasn't the time to kill the author. The priority was to ensure Selena's safety. Selena was a pivotal character throughout the story, crucial to Walter's rise in the Great Qian Dynasty as his top advisor. If anything happened to her, how would Walter's story proceed? Chapter 49. Clarissa falls into the trap. Brecken couldn't bear to think about it. If his entire family were wiped out, it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy Walter. The most pressing matter now was ensuring that Clarissa wasn't defiled by this despicable Gavriel. Walter isn't here, but I am. Damn it. Meanwhile, Gavriel, who had been riding ahead in hot pursuit, had no idea what Drew was thinking. He only stared at the distant slender figure with a feverish gaze, captivated by her grace and vigor. He couldn't help but lick his dry lips, his eyes burning with lust, barely able to contain himself. In his arms, he held a packet of 7 emotions powder, a potent aphrodisiac given to him by a high-ranking expert. Just one whiff, let alone consumption, would guarantee an irresistible effect. If he could get Clarissa alone, he believed he had a way to claim her. Hee Addie, despite your royal status, if something happens between us, and I persuade the Emperor, you might just end up as my wife. At that point, Drew will mean nothing. It'll be my Elsie family ruling this capital city with an iron fist. Gavriel's face flushed with excitement, and without hesitation, he spurred his horse forward, urging it to race faster. The three groups entered the deep mountains one after another. The sun hung high overhead, but the temperature inside the mountain was pleasantly cool. The brisk wind gently caressed Clarissa's flawless, pearl-like complexion, causing her long, almond-shaped eyes to squint slightly. Her gaze swept across the lush greenery, dense forests covering the undulating mountains. Sitting atop her high steed, Clarissa pulled on the reins, bringing the horse to a halt with a loud neigh. Clarissa thought to herself, earlier, Father said whoever captured the most prey would receive 1,000 silver coins as a reward. She had to bring back some game today to please her father. Her eyes scanned the area, searching for prey while she readied her datewood bow, her delicate fingers already on the bowstring. A nearby maidservant suddenly exclaimed, "Miss, look, there's a deer over there." Clarissa turned her head and saw, several hundred yards away by a mountain stream, A white spotted deer with black and white patterns drinking from the water. Great. Clarissa's face lit up, and she excitedly cracked her whip. All right, if I can capture this deer, I'll give you a generous reward. Without waiting for a reply, Clarissa galloped off. The servants behind her shouted anxiously, "Be careful, miss. The path is narrow. Don't lose focus." They were extremely worried. Although the deer seemed close, the distance from the mountain edge to where the deer stood was considerable. The terrain was treacherous, and any mishap involving Princess Clarissa, the imperial princess, could cost them their heads. So they grew increasingly anxious. Gabriel, following closely behind, saw the deer and the swiftly galloping Clarissa. His heart leaped with joy. Holy crap, everything is falling into place so easily. This little girl finally took the bait. Gabriel whipped his horse furiously. Everyone, follow me quickly. The servants responded in unison, raising dust as they hurried toward Clarissa. Seeing this, Drew felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, Gabriel sure went all out with this plan. He even lured Clarissa with a real deer. Drew cursed harshly. Godwin. Yes, master, Godwin responded in a coarse voice. When I tell you to hit someone, you do it, understood? Godwin puffed out his chest. Master, rest assured, whoever you say, even the emperor, I won't hesitate. Simeon rolled his eyes in frustration. Damn, brother, don't say such things recklessly. But Godwin didn't care. In his mind, Drew was paramount, and whatever Drew commanded, he would obey without hesitation. Drew, without further thought, spurred his horse forward. Clarissa, leading the group, chased after the deer, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the deer, startled, turned and fled swiftly along the mountain path, disappearing soon after. Clarissa was alarmed. She needed to impress her father and couldn't let the deer escape so easily. She whipped her horse again, racing after the deer. Gabriel watched with growing delight, seeing his plan unfold perfectly. The servants' horses couldn't keep up with Clarissa's steed, quickly falling behind. Gabriel wasn't worried. He knew exactly where the deer would go. As long as the servants couldn't catch up, everything would go smoothly. After half an hour, Clarissa finally got close to the deer. Suddenly, her horse reared and fell forward. The sudden jolt shocked Clarissa. What's happening? With a thud, the horse hit the ground, and Clarissa was thrown off, landing painfully on the muddy earth. Painfully, she turned around to see a tripwire on the ground. Clarissa frowned. What is this? Why would anyone set a tripwire here? Struggling to her feet, she heard a concerned voice call out, Addie, are you alright? Turning around, she saw Gabrielle approaching on horseback, wearing a brown robe and a falsely worried expression. Just as Clarissa was about to stand, she remembered Drew's warning. Gabrielle was deliberately trying to isolate her to act improperly. Clarissa's frown deepened. Looking around, she realized she was in a remote area, far from the servants who had accompanied her earlier. She was alone. Clarissa stepped back cautiously, eyeing Gabrielle warily. Gabrielle, why are you here? Gabrielle dismounted gracefully, wearing a solicitous smile. Addie, I was worried about you. You were chasing prey, so? As he spoke, he moved closer to her with malicious intent. Hashtag chapter 50, sinister intentions? What do you want? Clarissa's face turned cold, her body involuntarily retreating as she said in a chilly voice. Gabrielle was taken aback by the sight. A trace of embarrassment flashing across his face, only to quickly disappear, leaving a forced smile. Addie, what are you doing? I was just concerned about you. No need to overreact like this. If those words had been said at any other time, they would have meant nothing, but at this moment, they fell on Clarissa's ears differently. After all, Drew had previously warned her that Gabrielle harbored sinister intentions toward her, and just when she accidentally fell off her horse, he conveniently appeared. More importantly, not a single servant of his was in sight. Recalling Drew's words, how could Clarissa not be wary? Addie, don't be so afraid. I only wanted to help you. Gabrielle laughed again, stepping closer to Clarissa. His wrist flicked, and something seemed to appear in his hand as he advanced step by step towards her. You, don't come closer. Clarissa retreated step by step. A cool mountain breeze blew, sending shivers down her spine. The young girl's lonely silhouette seemed even smaller, as if isolated and helpless. Don't come any closer. Addie, I've told you, I really mean no harm. Gabrielle sneered, advancing once more. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Just scream what? I only want to help you. Just then, a loud shout came from the valley behind them. F***K. Are you looking for death, Gabrielle? Both Gabrielle and Clarissa looked back to see a group of riders galloping toward them. Leading them was an infuriated Drew, looking like an enraged demon. Behind him was Godwin, ready for battle. The servants were fully armed, their horses kicking up clouds of dust as they charged forward. Drew. Clarissa's face lit up with joy. For some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of security. If it were before, she might have treated Drew coldly. But now, he felt like a lifesaver. How? How did he get here? Gabrielle's face darkened, muttering angrily. After finally finding an opportunity, Drew suddenly appeared, ruining his plan. With Drew around, things would get complicated. Master Yi, what is going on? Even though he thought this, Gabrielle dared not show it, still maintaining his courteous demeanor. What am I doing? Drew lashed his whip and spurred his horse right up to Gabrielle, stopping just short of trampling him. The horse reared, blocking the sunlight and casting a shadow over him. Master Yi. Gabrielle's eyes widened, hands raised in front of him in fear. Get him. Just as Drew was about to crush Gabrielle under his horse, he pulled the reins sharply, causing the horse to veer away mere inches from Gabrielle's head. This sent a shiver of fear through him, which turned into fury. Master Yi. Though the Yi family held immense power in the Great Qian Dynasty, with his father being the top official in one of the 6 ministries, Gabrielle wasn't someone who could be easily pushed around. He had a powerful sister who was an imperial concubine. You. How dare you? Before Gabrielle could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending him spinning 360 degrees, landing on the ground while clutching his stinging cheek, staring at Drew in shock. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe what they saw, especially Clarissa, whose beautiful eyebrows furrowed in surprise, unsure of what was happening. Even if Drew was a playboy, he had limits. Gabrielle's family was equally influential, and relations within the palace could have consequences. Slapping him outright was like slapping concubine Elsie in the face. But after a brief pause, "Well done." Godwin clapped first. "Master Yi sure knows how to slap hard and handsome." Supporting Drew unconditionally, he would have agreed even if ordered to cut his own father. Simeon recovered moments later and joined in the applause. "Excellent. No wonder my brother is becoming sharper. Kill him." Though he didn't know why Drew had slapped him, he supported Drew fully. For a friend, he would go to any lengths. "You, Drew, you're bold enough to hit me?" Gabrielle, holding his throbbing head, stared incredulously at Drew. Known as a notorious playboy in the capital, how could he tolerate such treatment? Drew scoffed, turning his gaze to Clarissa. "Little girl, are you okay?" Clarissa frowned slightly but nodded, silently accepting Drew's concern. Although she didn't like his tone or behavior, she felt a hint of gratitude knowing he had rushed here to save her. Seeing Clarissa was fine, Drew relaxed somewhat. Stevie would blame him if anything happened to her while he was in prison. "So, you think you can frame me, you bastard?" Drew grew angrier the more he thought about it. "Hit him until he questions life." "What?" Gabrielle stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hit him harder." Drew shouted again. Hearing the order, Godwin charged forward like a mad bull, causing Gabrielle to cower in fear. The sounds of his desperate cries soon filled the air. His servants, hearing Drew's command, joined in, pummeling Gabrielle mercilessly. Simeon watched in shock as the assault continued, barely able to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. ####Chapter 51. Just want to be a rich brat. Simeon hurriedly approached Drew, anxiously asking, "Drew, are you crazy? Do you know who Gabrielle is?" "I do. He's the Deputy Minister of War," Drew replied without lifting his head. Simeon stared at him with wide eyes. "You know that and still beat him up?" "Why can't I? I plan to beat him to death today," Drew growled in frustration. Simeon was speechless for a moment before he clenched his teeth and rushed towards Gabrielle, his sleeves flapping and his face twisted in anger, clearly about to make a move. Drew immediately held him back, asking, "What are you doing? Why would you hit him?" Simeon widened his eyes, then patted his chest and said, "Even though I don't know why you're hitting him, as your brother, I'll definitely support you. Whatever you want to do, I'll help." Drew sized Simeon up and down, making the latter feel uneasy. Simeon promptly frowned. "What are you looking at? Don't have any ideas on me." Drew felt a surge of gratitude. Though Simeon might be devious and act wildly, he truly had no qualms when it came to helping his brothers. He didn't even think twice before rushing to help Drew despite knowing Gabrielle's powerful connections. In the novel, Gabrielle was the antagonist, whose Gavin's sister, Noemi, held a high position in the imperial court, and his father was the deputy minister of war, a mountain impossible for ordinary people to climb over. Yet, Simeon did not hesitate to risk himself just to help Drew. How could Drew not be moved? However, Drew knew the principle of everyone facing their own consequences and would not let Simeon put himself in danger. He grabbed him by the arm. "All right, just stay here and watch. Don't get involved." Simeon looked unhappy but, seeing Drew's serious expression, could only grumble, "Humph. Lucky for that bastard today. Otherwise, we'd have killed him." Earlier, Clarissa had heard Drew's thoughts and knew why he had targeted Gabrielle. Her face turned cold, ready to speak, but she bit her tongue upon realizing that Drew had come to save her. She coldly watched Gabrielle being beaten up by Drew's men. Although Gabrielle was a rich brat, he had left his servants outside earlier when trying to frame Clarissa. Usually indulging in drinking and debauchery, his frail body was no match for the robust Godwin and his men. Within moments, Gabrielle was unrecognizable, his eyes swollen shut like a panda, and his face bruised and swollen. He squatted on the ground sobbing and pleading, "Freddie, please stop. Please stop. Begging you, stop." Godwin turned around, one hand gripping Gabrielle by the collar and the other gesturing towards Drew. "Freddie, shall we continue?" Seeing the others enjoying themselves, Simeon couldn't resist giving Gabrielle a few more kicks, causing him to cough violently. You'll regret this one day." Gabrielle couldn't fathom what had set Drew off. Normally they greeted each other casually as fellow rich brats at court. This sudden attack was beyond him. Drew's face darkened. He strode over, hands behind his back, and stood in front of Gabrielle, glancing at him coldly. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Gabrielle shook his head vigorously. "I don't know." "Don't know?" With that, Drew slapped him hard. Gabrielle's face swelled up, saliva dribbling from his mouth, looking pitiful. Clarissa couldn't help but laugh at the sight, finding it somewhat amusing. Gabrielle glanced up, seeing her beautiful and charming appearance, which stirred an uncontrollable heat in his heart. She truly was a beauty, alas, if not for Drew coming. But Drew saw right through Gabrielle's thoughts and kicked him again. "Fuck, not enough yet? Keep going." "Please, no more," Gabrielle begged, but Godwin and the rest were merciless. They pummeled him savagely for another quarter of an hour until Gabrielle lay motionless like a dead dog, eyes rolled back, gasping weakly. Seeing this, Drew clapped his hands. "All right, that's enough for today." He turned to Clarissa. "Nothing else. Go back now." Drew felt a rush of exhilaration, discovering that being a rich brat felt incredibly liberating. If he dealt with Walter quickly, he could fully embrace this life without much concern. With his father's status as the head of the 6 ministries, wouldn't he be able to do anything he wanted? He needed to resolve these 2 major issues quickly. Then, he could live carefree. Just thinking about it made Drew grin broadly, feeling sweeter than honey. Clarissa observed silently. Initially, Drew's swift rescue had earned him some admiration. However, hearing his thoughts, her icy expression grew colder. She glared at him silently. Their eyes met, and Drew inwardly wondered, what's with this girl? Why is she looking at me like that after I saved her? Did she forget how vile Gabrielle was? He scratched his head. Before he could ask, Clarissa snorted and turned to leave. She swiftly mounted the nearby chestnut horse, whipped it, and rode away in a whirlwind of dust. Simeon sneaked up beside Drew, staring at Clarissa's departing figure, and remarked, "Brother, you rushed over to help Clarissa, and now she ignores you and leaves. Isn't that a lose-lose situation?" He then looked pitifully at Gabrielle lying unconscious on the ground. "What should we do with this guy?" Drew frowned, waving dismissively. "Forget about him. Someone will clean up eventually." Being the son of the Deputy Minister of War, Gabrielle would surely receive assistance despite being half dead. They didn't need to worry about him. Drew waved them all back. "Let's return." Drew felt relieved. Not only had he prevented Clarissa from falling victim to Gabrielle, but he had also enjoyed a day as a true rich brat. It had indeed been satisfying. #### chapter 52. Call for more people. Just by thinking about it, Drew felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction well up inside him. It was as if even the air around him had become exceptionally sweet. He crossed his arms over his chest, head held high with pride. Beside him, Simeon watched this scene unfold, wide-eyed and speechless. Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached Drew cautiously. "Feiyun, don't scare me," Simeon said with a serious expression. Drew turned his head, eyes wide open. "What do you mean? Why are you asking that?" Simeon pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Feiyun, bro, I have no other intentions. It's just that you've changed so much these days. It makes me nervous." Drew immediately understood. After all, in this short while, he had first refused to kneel before Clarissa, and then severely beat Gabrielle. Something felt off. Naturally, it wasn't surprising that Simeon noticed something was amiss. All right. Drew patted Simeon on the shoulder reassuringly. "You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. I know what I'm doing." "Really?" Simeon asked, still unconvinced. "Nonsense." Drew snapped back, turning to look at Simeon with certainty. "When have I ever let you down?" "Fine." Seeing Drew's determination, Simeon nodded seriously. After all, Drew was sharp as a whip. It was unlikely anyone could get the better of him. Simeon glanced at Drew one last time before turning away. Just as he was about to leave, Drew stopped him and asked sternly, "Where are you going?" Simeon nearly turned back to look at Drew, but instead glanced at the group of servants who were still buzzing from their recent assault on Gabrielle. He lowered his voice. "Bro, it's not that I don't support you, but the trouble you've stirred up is probably quite serious. Gabrielle isn't someone easy to provoke. His sister is Emperor's beloved concubine, Noemi. Now that you've offended him, there won't be any good outcome for us." Simeon sighed deeply. Drew took a deep breath. He knew the consequences of his actions. He had ordered the beating of Gabrielle, but what choice did he have? If he didn't teach Gabrielle a lesson, Clarissa might have been bullied by him. He couldn't stand by and watch Stevie's harem fall into chaos because of himself. Besides, Stevie was still imprisoned in the heavenly prison due to him, enduring daily whippings from Xiao Lajiao. If he found out that Clarissa had been harmed because of him, he'd surely come after Drew. Drew resolved to protect Clarissa no matter what. Simeon, sensing his resolve, gave him a concerned look and said, "All right, Feiyun, don't worry too much. Be careful." With that, Simeon patted Drew on the shoulder, then quickly mounted his horse and rode off, disappearing from sight. Yijing rushed up to Drew, head hanging low. "Master, what should we do now?" Drew looked at Yijing, who, despite being slow-witted, showed loyalty to the original owner. Earlier, when he had instructed Yijing to beat Gabrielle, the latter hadn't hesitated, mercilessly pummeling Gabrielle into submission. The ferocity of the punches had even startled Drew. Having such loyal servants explained why the original owner had developed such a tyrannical nature. Just looking at them was intimidating. But Drew wasn't afraid of having offended Gabrielle. What was there to fear? He was also a notorious young lord in the capital. He wasn't intimidated by Gabrielle. Drew snorted inwardly. He glanced quickly toward the autumn hunting camp. Forget about the rest. Get more people ready, understand? Godwin stared at Drew, seemingly confused. Drew grew irritated and slapped Godwin on the forehead. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see? Get more people in case Gabrielle challenges us later." Drew was prepared. Gabrielle clearly wasn't the type to tolerate being wronged. If Gabrielle sought revenge, Drew and Godwin would need to be prepared. Both of them could tell Gabrielle was seething. With this thought, Drew swiftly mounted his horse. Sunlight fell along his prominent nose, highlighting his determined gaze and deep eyes. Godwin and the others followed suit, mounting their horses without delay. "Let's go." Godwin waved his arm, leading the group toward the autumn hunting camp. Meanwhile, Clarissa had already returned to her tent. Mud smeared across her clothes, and visible injuries marred her arms and neck. Her maid immediately noticed and asked anxiously, "Miss, are you all right?" Clarissa glanced at her bruised arms, dismissing the concern. "I'm fine, just some minor injuries." Unconvinced, the maid urged, "Miss, shall I fetch some medicine?" Before Clarissa could respond, Ayani's high-pitched voice announced, "Welcome back, Master Yi." Everyone turned to see Gabrielle, bloodied and bruised, hiding in a corner, glaring daggers at the Yani. Drew rode proudly at the front, followed by Godwin and the servants, panting from exertion. Their gazes met. Gabrielle flinched, unable to meet Drew's eyes. Gabrielle had never been beaten so badly. He couldn't fathom why Drew had attacked him. It simply didn't make sense. Chapter 53, Haley, is something wrong with him? Drew rode a tall horse, followed by a group of people. The hooves clattered as they slowly passed by Gabrielle, seemingly completely ignoring him. The maid beside Clarissa immediately lowered her voice and said, "Oh, this Drew is getting more and more daring now. He doesn't even acknowledge Gabrielle when he sees him." The maid frowned and couldn't help but look in Drew's direction. After all, there were only so many rich and arrogant young men in the capital, and though Drew was once one of them, he had always been courteous when speaking to Gabrielle, who matched his influence and power. But now he actually rode past without saying a word. How could they not be shocked? Did Drew really change? Clarissa immediately turned her head and scolded, "Shut up." The maid sulkily closed her mouth, not daring to speak. At the same time, Clarissa's gaze fell on Drew. Although she knew what Drew was thinking earlier, the way he handled the situation was too rough. People should still consider the consequences of their actions. But she was also pondering how Drew would solve the current trouble. As Clarissa remained silent, Drew rode his tall horse past Gabrielle, who held his knees tightly, not daring to make a sound. Seeing Gabrielle dare not even breathe heavily, Drew sneered inwardly and continued toward the autumn hunting camp. To Clarissa, it was as if Drew didn't even see her. He just turned his head away. Clarissa was angry inside, thinking, "There you go, Drew. You were shamelessly trying to save me earlier, but now that you see me, you won't even say a word. What a rotten person." And Drew, naturally, had no idea what Clarissa was thinking, riding his majestic horse into the distance. Just then, a sudden, sharp cry broke the air, resonating through everyone's ears in the autumn hunting camp. Clarissa immediately furrowed her brows and looked in the distance. In the far-off mountain pass, a woman rode a tall horse, dressed in a long glass-like gown that covered her legs. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, her exquisite beauty rivaled Clarissa's, perhaps even surpassing her in some aspects. Clarissa exuded an icy elegance, while this woman possessed a commanding presence, with her raised eyebrows that made ordinary men feel inferior. Now on this woman's face, it left one in awe. She had an impeccable figure, and as the horse's hooves lifted, her chest moved gracefully. Drew's face suddenly became very grim, showing a pained smile as he slowly turned his head. "Haley." Drew's expression was miserable as he saw his unlucky brother following behind her, timidly looking around and waving at Drew. Meanwhile, Godwin seemed to have seen a ghost, his large frame not daring to utter a sound. A wave of fear surged through Drew. This woman wasn't just anyone. Though named Haley, she was the older sister of his good friend Simeon. She ranked among the top beauties in the Imperial Weaving Bureau, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Recently, rumors about Drew and her had spread, but Drew, having his heart set on Clarissa, had a brief entanglement with her and never interacted since. Why did she show up now? Drew's heart clenched. He vaguely remembered that later in the story, this woman joined Walter's harem, harboring resentment towards him and working tirelessly to deal with him, the major villain. Drew hesitated for a moment, trying to wave at her. "Hello." "Huh? Hello? What kind of hello is that?" Haley roared, her beautiful face filled with anger. Drew felt a chill down his spine, unsure what was happening. He quickly glanced at Simeon, hoping for some clue from him, but Simeon gave him a helpless, "Fend for yourself," look and quickly turned back. Drew's lips twitched. That bastard abandoned him and fled. Now, with his sister here, Simeon dared not speak a word. What should he do now? Drew hesitated, not daring to say much. He just tugged the reins, and the horse quickly walked toward Haley. After all, despite previous conflicts, it wouldn't be right to treat each other like enemies upon meeting again. Drew smiled awkwardly. "Haley, what happened?" Haley's face darkened as she glanced at Simeon, then looked at Drew, who was smiling sheepishly. "Did you commit a crime just now?" she asked. "Crime?" Drew blinked, confused. Soon he realized what she might be thinking. Before he could speak, Haley abruptly drew a precious saber, the sharp blade pointing at Drew's chest. "Did you assault an Imperial official?" "What the heck?" Drew blurted out, surprised by the serious accusation. Assaulting an Imperial official was a grave offense punishable by death. Moreover, was Gabrielle even considered an Imperial official? Drew tried to explain, but Haley, venting her anger, pushed the blade forward. The sharp edge approached Drew, who instinctively retreated, losing his balance and falling to the ground, his chest heaving, terrified. Haley, please, don't do this. If you kill me, you won't be off the hook either." Haley's face turned cold, a slight smirk forming. "Ha, who are you to talk? I'm telling you, for assaulting an Imperial official, you must come with me." Everyone present was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Only Gabrielle, crouching in a corner with a pale face, suddenly burst into laughter, his lips curling into an eerie smile. He had just been considering reporting the incident. Beaten unjustly by Drew, given his nature, he wouldn't let it slide easily. Unexpectedly, Haley showed up right then, and he immediately stood up, walking towards her. "Miss Wong, please stand up for me." Before he could finish, both Simeon and Godwin glared at him fiercely, their brows knitted and eyes bloodshot, warning him silently. Gabrielle choked halfway through his words, waving his hand and backing away instinctively. Chapter 54. Go with me to the yamen. Unexpectedly, a cold blade flashed with a swish, creating a gust of wind as it was placed against Gabrielle's neck. "I'm asking you, did Drew hit you just now?" Gabrielle turned his head and saw a polished and gleaming saber resting on his neck, held by none other than Simeon's sister, Haley. He glanced at Drew, who was glaring at him in warning, then looked at Haley, who seemed ready to fight for him. His mind buzzed. Drew had been too ruthless, beating him up in front of everyone just now. Now, even though Haley was here, if Drew decided to attack again, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Haley, on the other hand, was known for being merciless, especially as a famous law enforcer in the capital. Her father, a well-known palace guard wielding a sword, oversaw security in the city. Haley was even better. As they say, the daughter of a tiger doesn't become a dog. She had handled 3 out of the 4 famous cases in the capital. Faced with the threats from these two people, Gabrielle's mouth twitched, unsure what to do. Offending Drew terrified him, but disobeying Haley also frightened him. What should he do? Quit wasting time. What are you standing there for? Haley kicked Gabrielle out of frustration. With a thud, Gabrielle fell to the ground, giving a painful smile. With hands clasped together, he said, How about you let me go? I really didn't do anything. Why would you treat me like this?" Gabrielle was almost in tears. Beaten up by Drew for no reason, and now pressured by Haley. This was too much to swallow. Gabrielle was a wealthy rogue himself, and couldn't take this treatment. Feeling helpless, He wanted to cry. Meanwhile, Stacy found the scene quite amusing. She never thought Gabrielle would be so afraid of Drew. At that moment, Drew felt a chill run down his spine. Wow, this Haley is pretty and has a good figure, yet the original owner didn't seem to appreciate her. What a waste. Suddenly, Haley turned her gaze coldly toward Drew, her lips barely moving as she asked icily, "What did you say just now?" "I didn't say anything." Drew widened his eyes, confused. "What's wrong with these girls lately? Asking what I said all the time? Can she hear my thoughts, or something?" Sigh, the original owner must have missed a good opportunity. Although Haley had a fiery temper, she looked quite attractive, especially her assets. Haley's face reddened upon hearing this, and she pressed the blade closer to Drew's throat, scaring Gabrielle into recoiling. "Don't mess around, missy," Haley warned Gabrielle before turning her gaze back to Drew, her expression softening slightly. She muttered to herself, "You can actually say things like that." Drew, noticing Haley's peculiar demeanor, sensed something was off. After a brief pause, Haley's expression turned stern. "Enough talk. Both of you come with me to the yamen." "What? The yamen?" Drew panicked. "I didn't do anything major. And Gabrielle didn't even say anything. Why does she want to take me to the yamen?" Just as Drew was about to explain, Haley kicked Gabrielle again, raising her hand swiftly to press the blade harder against Drew's neck. "If you don't come with me to the yamen, you know the consequences of resisting arrest, right?" Her eyes locked on Drew with a menacing look. Drew's lips twitched. Now he understood why the original owner wasn't interested in Haley. It was her fiery temper. "What did you say?" Haley's eyes flickered with more warning. She had clearly heard Drew's earlier comment, daring to criticize her temper. Meanwhile, Simeon anxiously paced around, knowing full well that Haley was retaliating against Drew for hitting Gabrielle. Caught between his friend Drew and his sister Haley, he didn't know how to help. He only wanted to ask Haley about resolving the issue with Drew but ended up seeing Drew arrested. Frustrated, he tried speaking to Haley. "Sis, maybe we could get lost. This isn't your business." Haley glared at Gabrielle. She knew her brother was unreliable and always got into trouble with Drew. Even though she wanted to retaliate, seeing Drew squirm made her feel satisfied. Stacy finally stepped in. After all, Drew had saved her. If he were taken to the yamen now, it would be bad for his reputation as a future prince consort in the capital. Approaching Haley gracefully, Stacy's maid followed closely. Seeing Stacy, Haley frowned. The atmosphere between the two women tense. Both women had ties with Drew and considered each other rivals. "Greetings, Addie." Haley spoke with reluctance but still bowed respectfully, clearly resentful. "Rise," Stacy replied with a slight smirk. "Drew hasn't committed any serious crime. Why are you arresting him for no reason?" Earlier, Drew had been wondering if Haley could somehow read his mind. But now, seeing Stacy coming to his defense, he was sweating profusely in anxiety. Chapter 55. Are you in love with me? Drew was very clear in his mind and knew well the difference between priorities. At this moment, seeing the two women quarreling over him made his heart anxious, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Ladies, both of you are part of Stevie's harem. What are you competing for me for? If Stevie finds out about this squabble here, he will definitely think I am after his women. How could I not be slaughtered by him?" Drew was in a terrible hurry. His eyes flicked around, and he came up with an idea. Facing him stood Stacy, her hands behind her back, her pretty face slightly red, confronting Haley, insisting on protecting him. Immediately, Drew gave a furious hum and showed a mocking smile, saying, "Why, Solange? Why are you stopping me from being taken to the yamen? Could it be that you care for me? If you don't like me, why would you come forward to speak for me?" Stacy turned her head and saw Drew acting as if he had no scruples, which instantly made her furious. She had just seen Drew beating Gabrielle for her sake. Now, seeing him about to be taken to the yamen, she spoke up for him. But he not only failed to appreciate it, but also provoked her. Wasn't this enough to make her angry? She couldn't help muttering in her heart. "What do you mean, Drew? Earlier, because of Gabrielle's incident, you worried that I would misinterpret your actions and hit him. Now, seeing that you're going to be taken away, when I come to help you, you provoke me." She looked at Drew with her willow eyebrows trembling, while Drew thought inwardly, "Miss Moo, why are you looking at me? What should you look at me for? You should quickly let Haley take me away. Compared to being liked by you, I'd rather be taken to the yamen by Haley. Though the food and drink and sleep there are poor, at least my life won't be lost. That old Stevie might kill people." Drew pretended to be helpless, sticking out his tongue somewhat disgustingly, licking his lips, looking extremely repulsive. Stacy immediately frowned, staring at Drew in disbelief. Upon hearing what he thought inside, she suddenly felt enraged, preferring to go to prison rather than making herself likable. "Am I so awful? Drew, when you were fawning over me before, you weren't like this." Stacy felt incredibly upset in her heart but didn't dare show it. After all, Drew always appeared as a dog who licks everyone's feet. If she showed him a good face, what kind of dignity would that leave? Stacy said nothing, her face turning alternately blue and white with anger. At this moment, Haley standing beside them saw this scene and heard what Drew was thinking, but couldn't help curling her lips into a slight smile. She and Drew had once had a vague relationship, so she did have some feelings for him. However, he had abandoned her and plunged entirely into Stacy's camp, becoming a full-fledged dog who licks everything related to her, spreading all over the capital city. And the news that she liked Drew was equally widespread. Haley never had a good expression towards Stacy. Seeing Drew preferring to go to the yamen with her instead of letting Stacy help him made her feel exceptionally relieved, watching the commotion between Drew and Stacy without laughing. However, Drew didn't stop there. Seeing Stacy hadn't reacted for a long time, he became anxious. This matter can't be delayed. This girl mustn't have misunderstood. Beating Gabrielle was only out of worry that Stevie would find trouble with me, not because I like you. Don't get the situation wrong. If Stevie harbors resentment against me later, what shall I do? Drew thought. No way, I need to put in more effort. Immediately, Drew made a more astonishing move. He approached Stacy, hands on his hips, showing a roguish smile and said, "Stacy, since you don't want me to be taken away by the yamen, does that mean you like me?" Then if you like me, let me kiss you. Actually, while saying these words, Drew was very nervous. After all, whether or not he went to jail meant little to him. After all, he was the son of the Chancellor of the Six Ministries, Gale. Even if he caused huge trouble in this capital city, his father could likely suppress matters. More importantly, he was currently the imperial relative personally bestowed by Sunny, and also the prospective prince consort of the Great Qian Dynasty. Whether it's entering the capital city Yamen, or even the Ministry of Justice's dangerous prison, Drew could still move freely. Compared to these, having Stacy liking him was indeed more terrifying. Therefore, no matter what, he must provoke Stacy today, make her disappointed in him, and break all ties between them forever. As long as there is no connection between us, let alone Gavriel, even if Stacy gets kidnapped by bandits to be a mountain king, it has nothing to do with me. Drew pouted his mouth and slowly moved closer to Stacy. Let me kiss you then, sweetie. Stacy, hearing Drew's inner thoughts, felt her willow eyebrows twitch with anger. Her cheeks flushed red, and her whole body trembled slightly as if out of control. A maidservant nearby was startled by the sight and whispered in concern, Miss, are you all right? I'm fine. Stacy abruptly raised her hand, cutting off the maidservant's words. Her face flushed red with rage as she glared at Drew. Even she wasn't sure about her feelings toward Drew during this period. It was like a cat staring at a fish but unable to eat it. In the past, Drew would go to the palace gate every morning to recite those nauseating love poems expressing his affection for her. But now, he not only stopped coming but also vanished for several days without a trace. Finally, she had to seek him out at the Yihong courtyard herself. At this moment, Stacy had a strange feeling that even if Drew wanted to use her, she hoped to get closer to him. Therefore, when Drew puckered up his disgusting mouth and slowly approached her, Stacy did not dodge but instead closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Her long lashes trembled slightly, as if waiting for something. Her small hands were tightly clenched, whispering to herself, is he really going to kiss me? Does that mean he likes me? Recently, Drew's on and off behavior had already stirred up her emotions, making her heart swirl like the vortex in a lake, continuously swirling around. She desperately hoped that Drew would give her a definitive answer. As Drew slowly approached Stacy, his eyes were wide open. No, miss, what's going on here? Shouldn't you slap me and tell me to get lost right now? Why are you closing your eyes and enjoying it? No, 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 no. Watching Drew's reddened, puffed up lips slowly approach Stacy's fair, delicate face, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open, staring intently at what was happening. After all, Stacy in the Great Qian Dynasty was always known for her icy, aloof image. Chapter 56. Arrest me quickly. Forget Drew, the persistent love-struck dog. The admirers of Stacy could line up from the east gate to the west. When did Stacy ever acknowledge any of them? She had never even exchanged a word with those sycophantic suitors. But now, here was Drew making advances in front of everyone, and instead of resisting, she simply closed her eyes and waited. What was going on? Was this some kind of dream? Haley stood nearby, black lines appearing on her forehead, clearly not understanding the situation. She had heard Drew's inner thoughts just now. Could it be that this persistent suitor had changed his ways? Previously, Drew had caused quite a stir in the capital city trying to win Stacy's favor, becoming a laughingstock known to all. The Yi family had been utterly disgraced. Gale had cursed at Drew multiple times outside their mansion, saying that even pursuing a princess of the Great Qian Dynasty shouldn't be so disgraceful, who would stand outside the palace gates reciting love poems before dawn, embarrassing the entire family. Haley watched Drew's peculiar behavior, wondering if he wasn't afraid of angering Stacy, who might never speak to him again. She watched as Drew slowly approached Stacy, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Stacy remained silent, eyes tightly shut, seemingly waiting for something. The atmosphere was stifling. Almost everyone present dared not make a sound, as if they could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on this scene. It was huge. The son of one of the 6 ministers and Gale's son publicly kissing the 6th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. This news would cause a sensation. It was about to explode. As Drew got closer to Stacy, he noticed she didn't resist but waited. Drew's mind raced. This girl must be crazy. Am I really going to kiss you? Do you not see what's happening? He dared not push further, opening his eyes wide and stepping back, pretending to look disdainful. Just because you want me to kiss you, I won't. Tut tut tut. He felt incredibly nervous. Is this the strong-willed woman I know? My lips are almost touching your face, and you're just standing there, waiting for a kiss. What is this? Drew spat and waved his hand dismissively. Others treat you like a treasure, but to me, you're nothing, just trash. Understand? Though he spoke these words, Drew was inwardly shocked. This situation was spiraling out of control. He had expected Stacy to slap him and for Haley to arrest him, giving him a chance to escape. But now she remained silent, expecting him to kiss her. If this got out, he hoped Stevie wouldn't hear about it. This sky is falling. Hearing Drew's words, Stacy opened her eyes, misty with unshed tears. This scoundrel, after all my preparations, he says he wants to kiss me, and when I'm ready, he backs off and humiliates me in public. You're playing with me, Drew, and with so many people watching too. Stacy felt indignant, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to cry. Seeing this, Drew panicked. Oh no, this has nothing to do with me. What are you doing? Why are you making such a scene? The world seemed upside down. The protagonist who should have acted strong was now lining up, offering herself willingly. What was happening? Drew scratched his head anxiously, unsure of what to say, turning to Haley for help. Haley held the precious saber, its cold gleam reflecting in the sunlight. Her eyes were wide with shock, glancing between Drew and Stacy. Clearly, she was stunned by the scene before her. Though she disliked Stacy, she hadn't expected this twist. Did something drastic happen in the capital while she was away? Could Stacy have fallen for Drew, while Drew started disliking her? Haley said nothing, only staring coldly at Drew. Drew became frantic. Haley, are you dumb? Didn't you say you'd take me to the station? Snap out of it and grab me. This girl is nuts, and so are you. Drew was beside himself. If he couldn't understand, He didn't want to. This world was absurd, where mice served as bridesmaids to cats. One insisted on locking him up and interrogating him, while the other stood still, letting him kiss her. What was happening? Was the sky of Qian still the same? Drew wanted to leave this chaotic place, fearing that staying longer would only bring more trouble. His harsh words fell flat. Haley only glanced between Stacy and Drew, puzzled. He watched Stacy, nearly in tears, and the crowd staring intently at him, breaking out in a cold sweat. No, this couldn't go on. Something big would happen soon. Drew's gaze landed on the dashing figure of Haley in her sleek warden uniform. She looked masculine, yet well endowed, with striking features that drew admiration from many. He began to understand why the original owner had tangled with her emotionally. The more he looked, the more attractive she seemed. Now wasn't the time for that, he sneered. Oh, Haley, you said you'd arrest me. Now you hesitate. Could it be you fancy me? He had to think of another way out since Haley showed no signs of cuffing him. He knew her volatile nature. According to his memories, she had a temper and would react to perceived injustice. Challenging her was his best bet to get arrested. Sure enough, Drew's taunt made Haley's expression freeze into ice-cold fury. Say that again, she hissed. Chapter 57. It's none of your business now. She never imagined that Drew would be so audacious. Challenging Clarissa in front of everyone just now was bad enough, and now he was defying her. What was this? Although she could hear Drew's thoughts, it didn't stop the burning anger rising in her chest. After all, she was one of the 4 famous detectives of the capital, renowned for her uncompromising approach to cases. Even those on the list of top 10 most wanted criminals behaved like lambs before her. And now, Drew dared to tease her like this? Seeing Haley silent, Drew thought his act wasn't convincing enough. He puckered his lips, deliberately putting on a flirtatious expression and said, "How about giving me a kiss too? Mwah mwah mwah." Drew opened his mouth wide and approached Haley in a nauseating manner. But before he got close, there was a bang. Drew felt darkness envelop his vision, immediately followed by stars twinkling before his eyes. It was as if he saw the Milky Way swirling around. Then, an intense pain surged through his head, feeling like it was going to explode. Holding his head, Drew sat on the ground, pouting and looking up, saying, "You really hit me?" Haley's face remained cold as she said, "Take him away." Before Drew could react, still seated on the ground, a group of constables quickly surrounded him, whispering, "Master Yi, sorry, but we have orders from above." Lifting his eyes, Drew saw several law enforcement officers grinning apologetically at him. Next came the cold metal handcuffs clicking onto his wrists with a clank. Drew finally sighed in relief. At least he wouldn't have to worry anymore. "Take him away," Haley sneered again. The constables wasted no time, dragging Drew away. As Drew was being escorted onto a carriage, Simeon and Godwin, watching with their mouths agape, whispered admiringly and gave him the thumbs up, muttering, "Impressive, Brother Cloud." Feeling helpless inside, Drew rolled his eyes at them. In the next moment, he was hauled onto the carriage. Simeon and Godwin remained on the spot. Haley was known throughout the capital as a fierce tigress. Even princes would be arrested without hesitation should they break the law. Drew had actually tried to kiss her in front of everyone. For a moment, Simeon wondered if Drew had gone mad, for no sane person would do something so absurd. Not daring to think further, Simeon and Godwin stood there pitifully, watching Clarissa and Haley from afar. The air seemed tense, almost ready to burst. Clarissa glanced coldly at the scene of Drew being dragged into the carriage, then snorted and turned to leave without a word. How could she defend someone who publicly humiliated her? What kind of image would it leave for the Solange of Qian? "Let's go." She waved a hand, and her maidservant looked back fearfully before hurrying to catch up. Their figures soon disappeared into the distance. Standing where she was, Haley watched Clarissa stomp off and couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. In the next instant, she involuntarily recalled what Drew had said, causing a faint blush to spread across her pale face, making her feel warm. Drew, despite not seeing each other for long, still spoke so frivolously. But Haley didn't dwell on it. She turned resolutely and strode toward the carriage, taking Drew back to the capital. Passing by Simeon and Godwin, she cast a chilly glance at them. Instinctively, Simeon hid behind Godwin, knowing all too well how intimidating his sister could be. Anyone who caught her gaze more than once usually ended up in trouble. Despite his usual arrogance and playboy demeanor, Simeon always lowered his head and kept quiet when facing his sister. "Humph," Haley sneered, boarding the carriage. Godwin stood frozen, scratching his head and watching the departing carriage, lost in thought. It wasn't that he was afraid of Haley, but without Drew's order, and seeing the situation, it seemed he was headed for jail. He didn't understand what his master was thinking, so he dared not make any rash moves, only watching helplessly. "Master, if you're wronged, don't forget to tell me," Godwin said softly, his tiger-like eyes filled with emotion. At that moment, Gabrielle, who had been beaten black and blue earlier, hurried after the carriage, still looking miserable. Detecting movement behind her, Haley immediately turned her head and saw Gabrielle with a bruised and swollen face that looked ghostly. She immediately stepped back, her face cold as she asked, "What do you want?" Gabrielle said pitifully, "Didn't you just arrest Drew? Wasn't it because of me? Shouldn't I cooperate? Go to hell." Without a second thought, Haley kicked him, sending Gabrielle sprawling on the ground. Gabrielle let out a miserable cry as he fell and sat on the ground, clutching his stomach and looking at Haley with a pathetic expression. Haley cursed, "What's it got to do with you? Get lost." With that, she turned around and chased after the carriage, ignoring Gabrielle. Sitting on the ground, Gabrielle felt tears well up in his eyes, feeling utterly wronged. What was this? First, Drew had beaten him without a word, and now Haley had kicked him. Did they care about him or not? Gabrielle felt so wronged that he could find no outlet for his anger, only sobbing and squatting there like a stray dog. 3 hours later, at an imposing government office with 2 tall red pillars standing high, Haley stood in the distance, her expression stern. Seated at the desk in front of her was someone who looked like a county magistrate, a man in his 50s, wearing official attire and a hat, with a gentle smile. Looking at Drew sitting in the hall with his leg crossed over the other on a wooden chair, the magistrate smiled and said, "Well, isn't this Master Yi? How did you end up here? Haley, you're really becoming more reckless. How can you just arrest someone from the Yi family?" The magistrate knew very well who Drew was, the son of Gale, the top minister among the 6 ministries, and soon-to-be royal son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty. Was this something a mere county magistrate could handle? In this capital city, throwing a brick could hit several officials of the 3rd rank. What was he compared to them? Haley replied with a grim face, "Magistrate, Drew assaulted an imperial officer in public. Can we just let him go? We must follow the law." Chapter 58, Don't Go Too Far. Drew sat there with his leg crossed, looking completely at ease. He nonchalantly flicked the sunflower seed shells onto the ground. Just now, the Quentin had left the scene in a hurry, as if he was terrified of angering Drew. Seeing Drew's rascally and utterly carefree attitude, Haley's face twitched in anger, almost to the point of exploding. "Drew, don't think I can't deal with you. This is a court of law, and you have no right to behave so wildly," Haley roared. But Drew only chuckled softly, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. "What? This is a court of law? If you hadn't said so, I would have thought it was my own home." Drew slapped his thigh hard, his lips curling slightly upward. This act enraged Haley, who wished she could devour Drew alive at that moment. Haley knew all about Drew's reckless behavior from her childhood. Ever since they were young, Simeon and Drew spent most of their time together. As Simeon's Gavin sister, Haley was very familiar with this notorious rascal from the capital. And then there was the unresolved emotional entanglement between them. In short, by bringing Drew here, Haley wanted to use the power of the court for her own vendetta against him. Drew sighed, clapped his hands, sprinkling the remaining sunflower seeds on the ground, stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said with an exasperated tone, "Hey, Miss Wong, are you done throwing your tantrum? How about letting me go? What's the point of keeping me here? Look, even the Quentin has run away." At this moment, Drew keenly felt the immense influence that being a well-known rascal in the capital brought him. It was unheard of for any magistrate to be scared away before the trial even started. However, this wasn't surprising. Drew was the son of Gale, the Minister of Revenue and head of one of the 6 major departments. Moreover, just a few days ago, the emperor himself, Ivor, betrothed the current 6th Adi Yingguan to Drew, making him the future imperial son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty, who wouldn't show some respect wherever he went. The Quentin was a million miles below Drew in terms of influence. Even a breath from Drew might have frightened him into sleepless nights, let alone dare to put him on trial. Wasn't this sheer nonsense? Haley glared at Drew's fearless appearance, her cheeks puffing up in anger, her eyes bulging wide open. But there was nothing she could do. She waved her hand and shouted, "Bring him!" Several constables responded listlessly and glanced nervously at Drew. Haley continued, "Give him 20 sticks to break his arrogance." The constables hesitated. Who dared to lay a hand on the future imperial son-in-law? Drew was a prince consort. Anyone who touched him would suffer dire consequences. They looked at each other uncertainly, unwilling to approach Drew. Everyone could see this was a personal grudge between Haley and Drew. Even the Quentin had fled. What kind of impact could they have? Suddenly, one constable held his head, another his stomach, finding excuses. "Miss Wong, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to go to the toilet. Miss Wong, my wife is about to give birth." One after another, they found ridiculous excuses and rushed toward the door. Hearing Haley was serious, Drew's eyes turned cold. "Well, you've got guts, Haley. You want to torture me? I'm currently the imperial son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty. Think carefully." Haley snorted and gritted her teeth. "So what if I beat you? You assaulted a government official on the street. Shouldn't you be punished?" Drew frowned as Haley yelled at him. He vaguely sensed that Haley still harbored feelings for the original owner of his body. If he couldn't recognize this after living 2 lifetimes, he truly hadn't lived for nothing. She was clearly a wronged woman venting her frustration. The original owner abandoned her halfway, though they didn't have much substantive progress. He toyed with her emotions. Now Haley acting like this made sense. "But don't involve me, girl," Drew thought to himself, his eyes spinning. "Barnabas will eventually add you to his harem. Having feelings for me now? Aren't you dragging me down? No, I need to find a way to make her dislike me. If the original owner, known for his wildness, could make her fall for him, I need to take it up a notch." As Drew pondered, Haley stared at him intently. Who is Barnabas? Why does he sound familiar? Wasn't he the one imprisoned and later insulted the emperor and Addie in the court? Haley frowned, her gaze darting. Suddenly, Drew yelled loudly, "Help! Someone is using private punishment here. Help! The imperial son-in-law isn't treated as a person here. She wants to torture me privately." Haley was furious, looking at Drew's unruly and unreasonable display, reminding her of their past encounters. But she was powerless against him. To punish him, both the Quentin and the constables were too frightened to proceed, with the magistrate not daring to return to the court. If she did it herself, it would feel awkward. She sneered, "All right, Drew, you're brave. I won't beat you. Come with me to somewhere else." Drew opened his eyes wide, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Feeling alert inwardly. "Don't worry, follow me." Drew tried to resist, but Haley moved forward quickly, grabbed his arm, and pulled forcefully. "Ouch, that hurts." "Easy, easy." Drew cried out in pain. Haley tightened her grip, showing no mercy. "You still no pain? I thought you were tough, unaffected by hot water." Drew gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing Drew at a disadvantage, Haley finally felt triumphant. Since meeting Drew, she had always been helpless against him. Watching Drew unable to gain the upper hand in front of her, a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. Drew frowned, glancing at Haley's righteous little face. She was indeed quite beautiful. Ah, how blind the original owner must have been to overlook such a pretty woman for Mu Yingguan. How regretful. Hearing these words, Haley furrowed her brow. Honestly, she found Drew somewhat peculiar. ####Chapter 59. Good service. He had praised her appearance before, even calling her a great beauty, so why was he still avoiding her? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. But as soon as she saw Drew's unruly street thug demeanor, her anger flared up again. She immediately let out a cold snort. Come with me. Drew was dragged away by Haley from the court and quickly arrived at the county jail. The place was dark and damp, covered in moss on the walls, littered with messy weeds on the ground, and reeked of foul odors. A group of dirty prisoners, dressed in tattered clothes with the character for prisoner written on them, were huddled in the corners. Several of them looked disheveled and unkempt, their faces obscured. A suffocating atmosphere permeated the jail. Haley kicked the door open with a loud clang. Light from outside flooded in, and the moldy stench inside instantly filled Drew's lungs, making him cough continuously. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Haley smirked, then suddenly grabbed Drew and shoved him inside. Drew immediately noticed several prisoners emitting a strong aura of hostility, their eyes like hungry wolves sizing up fresh prey. Some even licked their dry lips and grinned wickedly. Ooh, look who's here. Fresh meat. A hoarse voice made Drew's hairs stand on end. He gasped, his lips twitching, as he looked at Haley. Don't joke around, Haley. I need to talk to you. But Haley wasn't listening. She sneered, saying, listen up. These guys are notorious bandits. They kill without blinking an eye, don't spit out bones when they eat people, and consider murder and robbery everyday activities. Each of them has multiple lives on their hands. She glanced at Drew pitifully after finishing. Suddenly, Haley clapped her hands loudly and shouted into the cell. Hey everyone. Treat this young master well, massage him, stretch his limbs, whatever. I'll check later. If done right, this lady will reward you. The prisoners perked up instantly, slapping their hands and pressing against the bars, staring at Drew with crazed enthusiasm. You can count on me, Officer Wong. I'll take good care of this young master. Absolutely. We must ensure this young master is relaxed and pampered. Haven't seen such smooth-skinned lad in ages. One prisoner, with a strangely effeminate voice, pinched his fingers delicately and leered at Drew while striking a seductive pose. Drew panicked, quickly covering his backside. Damn, this Great Qian Dynasty has such twisted people? This isn't going to end well for my dignity. Drew turned to run, but Haley wasn't about to give him that chance. She shoved him forcefully into the cell. Enjoy yourself. Haley slammed the door shut with a resounding clang. Soon, screams of terror echoed from the cell. Haley, you bastard, you're not human. After a few hours, Haley, who had been napping, returned to the prison door. The silence inside made her frown deepen, worry clouding her face. What if something went wrong? She regretted bringing Drew here impulsively. How could he be so infuriating, talking about making her someone's harem? It was embarrassing. But now, the eerie quiet worried her. Had she gone too far? What if something happened to Drew? Feeling guilty, Haley nervously bit her nails, then took a deep breath and pushed open the small door. What she saw stunned her. Drew was lounging leisurely on the only wooden table in the cell, smoking and puffing out rings of smoke. He even had the prisoners serving him, massaging his shoulders and legs. One prisoner, the same one who had offered to pamper him, was rubbing his feet, complimenting, Oh, Master Yi, your feet are so beautiful. In all my travels, I've never seen such lovely feet. Flattery. Drew kicked him. Instead of being angry, the prisoner continued admiringly, Master Yi, even your kicks are handsome. Other prisoners chimed in, lavishing more compliments, leaving Haley speechless. Drew, enjoying himself, glanced sideways. Well, Miss Wong, you came pretty fast. I was hoping to enjoy this a bit longer. Haley was seething. She had been worried about him, and here he was, relaxing. But wait, weren't these supposed to be tough criminals? Why were they pampering him instead of punishing him? She yelled. What are you doing? The prisoners froze for a moment, then resumed their tasks, completely ignoring her. Drew scoffed. Can't you see? These are just ambitious young men working for their future. Haley trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly. She had intended for these men to teach Drew a lesson, but instead, he had turned the tables. What was happening? Drew glanced at Haley, thinking to himself, it was best to keep his distance from this girl. Already there were some complications, and if Walter found out, it would be trouble. ##### end of chapter 59. Chapter 60. Come to rescue me? I absolutely can't let her develop feelings for me anymore. I need to be even more heartless and ruthless. Haley heard Drew's thoughts, but remained silent. A misty haze slowly spread in her beautiful, expressive peach blossom eyes, giving her the appearance of a wronged young woman. Her nose twitched as if tears were welling up in her eyes. She just couldn't understand. Did Drew really hate her this much? After all, something had happened between them. How could he treat her like this? Haley felt so wronged. If someone saw the renowned leader of Beijing's 4 great detectives, Haley, being made to cry by a man, they would be utterly shocked. The ferocious criminals she had sent to their deaths at the Meridian Gate would probably rise from their graves in anger. Drew was startled when he saw Haley's expression. He couldn't help but think to himself, damn, why are you crying for no reason? Isn't this harming people? Before Drew could say anything, an urgent voice called out from outside the door, Detective Wong! Detective Wong! Then, Aotian rushed in hastily, stumbling and running like the wind until he reached the county office gate. When he arrived at the prison entrance, he glanced inside and saw Drew unharmed in his cell. He breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Haley asked harshly, what is it? The Aotian bowed and said, Detective Wong, Addie has arrived. Addie? Haley muttered, her brow furrowing as if she remembered something. Before she could say more, she waved her hand and instructed, guard this prison door tightly, make sure he doesn't get out. Yes, the servant replied. Haley flicked her sleeve and hurried toward the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Drew immediately sat up, his face changing drastically. Oh no, this is bad. Why did Princess Stacy come here? Is she here to bail me out? I caused such a big scene, even publicly saying I wanted to kiss her. Isn't she angry? Drew was anxious, feeling that recently Stevie's harem was lining up to throw themselves at him. Princess Stacy, do you have any pride? After everything I've done, you're still coming closer? Drew was incredibly frustrated, but the servant stood guard at the door, apologizing softly. My apologies, Master Yi. He then trembled as he closed the wooden door. Meanwhile, Haley rushed to the front courtyard in a panic. From afar, she saw Princess Stacy sitting composedly at a wooden table, exuding regal dignity. Two elegantly dressed maidservants stood respectfully behind her. At the head of the table sat the county magistrate, fawning over Addie with an obsequious smile. Addie, your visit brings great honor to my humble place, he flattered. Haley walked in, her expression sour. She noticed another person standing behind the maidservants, wearing a brocade robe embroidered with clouds and cranes, indicating he was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice. Haley was taken aback, recognizing him as a third-rank official in charge of judicial affairs. Why was he here? The official raised an eyebrow, seeing Haley, and shook his head, as if conveying a message. His own expression was puzzled. He had only just started work today when Princess Stacy summoned him. Knowing Drew was the son of Gale, even if he caused major trouble, it shouldn't be his responsibility to intervene. Yet what puzzled him was why Princess Stacy sought his help to rescue Drew. As the favored Solange, whatever she said, he dared not refuse. Thus, he hurried along with her. Looking at Haley and Princess Stacy, recalling Drew's antics in the capital, he began to sense what was happening. In silence, the tension grew heavy. Princess Stacy sipped her tea calmly and said, Detective Wong seems quite powerful, arresting the imperial son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty. What crime did he commit? Haley's expression changed slightly, feeling annoyed by Princess Stacy's high and mighty attitude. She didn't understand what Drew saw in this woman. What was so good about her? Speaking without venom was already an improvement. Her aloof demeanor was an act for whom? Didn't she claim not to like Drew? Yet now she had brought the ministry official to help. Worse, Haley had arrested Drew merely to spite him, to repay his past wrongs. Now there were no witnesses or evidence. Haley said nothing, coldly staring at Princess Stacy. The two women's tension escalated rapidly. Mario, sensing the mood, interjected nervously, Miss Wong, just release Drew. My small town can't accommodate both of you grand figures. If you must fight, take it outside. Otherwise, how will I explain the mess? Haley snorted, frightening the magistrate into silence. Haley, seeing the smug Princess Stacy, knew she was at a disadvantage today. She sighed inwardly, glancing sideways at the county magistrate, who looked pitiful. She snorted again. Seeing Haley's tone soften, the county magistrate whispered, Miss Wong, you've made enough fuss. Addie came prepared. Without evidence or witnesses, holding him here isn't wise. Haley knew he spoke the truth, but resented Princess Stacy's arrogance before her. Chapter 61. How is it you again? But she indeed felt at fault now. Detaining Drew in the county jail without evidence would surely invite gossip that she was petty and vengeful. So she said, all right, I've questioned him, nothing serious. He's still in the jail, you can take him out. On hearing this, a smile flickered across Clarissa's lips as she rose. Her two maids quickly supported Clarissa's hovering small hand, whispering, Princess, please walk slowly ahead. Clarissa, aided by her maids, slowly passed by Rena without a single glance. Clarissa was clearly towering over Rena now, chin nearly up to the sky, muttering inwardly, competing with me, you're too inexperienced. At that moment, seeing Clarissa so arrogantly strutting, Rena seethed, an unhappy look on her face. She coldly remarked, Addie, your effort might be for nothing. Drew doesn't seem to appreciate your visit. Hearing this, Clarissa turned sharply to stare at Rena. Rena crossed her arms indifferently. Clarissa snorted coldly, humph. Seeing the two women who had just barely calmed down about to clash again, the Ministry of Justice official and the county magistrate exchanged uneasy glances and hurriedly stepped in, mediating, forget it. If there's nothing serious, let him go. After all, he's been in jail for some time. When Minister Yi from the Ministry of Revenue asks, we won't have a good answer either. Without arguing with Rena, Clarissa quickly headed towards the jail. Mario eagerly led the way ahead, while Clarissa walked behind supported by her maids. Upon arrival, they saw Drew sitting right where he was. Seeing Clarissa, he was startled, swallowed hard, and looked at her in disbelief. This is doomed. Is this Addie crazy? What does this girl think about every day? Go clubbing. Drew scratched his head, then lifted his eyes toward the sky, talking nonsense as he walked out. Oh, the weather seems really nice today. Nice, very nice, yes? Well, I should probably go fishing or something. He kept blabbering, not even glancing at Clarissa. Clarissa's pretty face flushed deep green, glaring angrily at Drew. She inwardly grumbled. You Drew, I've humbled myself to save you, yet you act like this. Even if you were locked up for my sake, I'm saving you out of both reason and sentiment, yet you treat me this way. Although angry inside, Clarissa showed no outward signs, but the hurt in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Watching Drew and Clarissa not getting along, Rena felt a sense of relief and sat on a nearby stone table, waving her hand, indicating she had no intention of seeing Drew off. Drew kept his gaze on the sky and walked to the entrance without greeting Clarissa. Though furious, Clarissa followed behind. Soon, they reached the county courthouse gate. There, Clarissa and her personal maid were already waiting, followed by a magnificent royal carriage. Two large black horses stood neighing before the entrance. Seeing Clarissa come out, the maid promptly said, Addie, the carriage is ready. Standing on the steps, Clarissa watched Drew's back silently. Although Drew ignored her when freed from the jail, shouldn't he at least get into her carriage now? Actually, Clarissa had many questions for Drew. What had happened between them? Before, he had clung to her like a sticky plaster, but now he ignored her. She felt slightly upset, almost missing Drew. Even those nauseating love poems now seemed somewhat nostalgic. After coming out, Drew scanned the surroundings, eyes wide open. Damn, what a mess. Only Clarissa's carriage here. How am I supposed to go back? Drew anxiously scratched his head. If he got involved with her again, Stevie would definitely tear him apart. Already stressed out, Another entanglement with Clarissa would certainly ruin everything. Just then, in the distance, a carriage approached hurriedly. The wheels rumbled on the stone road, stopping abruptly. Drew and Clarissa stared at the carriage with wide eyes. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Ashlyn's pretty face peeked out. Seeing Drew standing by the gate, Ashlyn was startled. Brother Feiyun, you're okay? Ashlyn was taken aback, somewhat confused about the situation. As for Drew, upon seeing Ashlyn, he immediately slapped his thigh. Damn. His eyes were like those of someone who had seen a savior. Sister Funfong, I've missed you so much, finally getting to see you. Without looking back, Drew instantly climbed into Ashlyn's carriage. Seeing Drew rush into her carriage as if escaping, Ashlyn couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she glanced at Clarissa standing on the platform, and then at Drew already seated inside the carriage, black lines appearing on her forehead. She took a sharp breath, not quite understanding what was going on. She had heard earlier that Drew was taken away by Rena, so she rushed over. But before she could even say anything, things had turned out like this. Looking at Clarissa standing there, her fingers turning blue with anger, Ashlyn seemed to understand something. Ashlyn's eyebrows arched as she looked at Drew. Brother Feiyun, shouldn't you send off Sister Clarissa? Send her? Hurry up and go. Drew anxiously shouted from inside the carriage. He couldn't avoid Clarissa fast enough. Why would he want to send her off? Upon hearing this, Ashlyn's lips curved into a slight smile, giving Clarissa a challenging look. Both were born into royalty. Ashlyn came from the prince's mansion, not inferior to the noble Princess Clarissa in any way. They had always competed with each other since childhood, never getting along. Previously, when Drew had been fawning over Clarissa, Ashlyn was somewhat upset. Wasn't she better than her? But now, seeing Drew hurriedly avoiding Clarissa and rushing into her carriage, she felt a twinge of satisfaction. Chapter 62, Fragrant Sister. Clarissa's beautiful face was so gloomy it seemed about to drip with water. She had taken risks and lowered herself to ask the Ministry of Punishments to save Drew. Yet he not only refused to speak to her, but now Ashlyn came and practically threw herself at him. What, are you his mother? Of course, Clarissa didn't say these words out loud. Then Drew delivered another blow. Addie, I now have someone to pick me up, so you should head back quickly. It's windy outside, and you might catch a cold. Ashlyn covered her mouth in a laugh, seeming triumphant as she added, Solange, go back soon. Standing here will make you cold. Clarissa trembled all over from anger, her beautiful face dark as thunder. Seeing Clarissa furious, Drew felt a glimmer of hope. He casually put his arm around Ashlyn's shoulder and said lightly, Addie, you don't know how close Sister Finfong and I are. She'll be taking me back to my residence. No need for you to worry. Clarissa looked at Drew this way and was immediately enraged. Her small face turned iron gray, as if the words you win were written all over it. Seeing Clarissa's reaction, Drew felt elated. Apparently, this tactic was working. Drew did not stop there but moved even closer to Ashlyn, leaning his face towards her. In a shameless tone, he flirted, Addie, please don't worry about me. Now when I come out, I have people to pick me up. If you stand here looking silly, it won't look good. And imagine if they say Clarissa is a slobbering dog to Drew. How embarrassing that would be. Drew spoke with feigned helplessness. Ashlyn was both angry and amused but shut her mouth with a smug smile, watching Clarissa. They had been rivals since childhood, and seeing Clarissa in such distress brought Ashlyn great satisfaction. So she did not reprimand Drew for his almost insolent behavior, but instead cooperated fully. Clarissa's face was ashen, unable to utter a word for a long time. Her red lips had lost their color from being bitten, and her tiny hands under her skirt were clenched tight, turning white at the knuckles and fingernails. If anyone saw, they would realize her effort was causing her pain. Seeing the right moment, Drew knew it was best to stop while ahead. Pushing further might make Clarissa hate him more, and hating him could spell trouble. After all, she was one of Walter's top harems, and who knew what trouble she might stir up. The timing had to be perfect, not too much, not too little. Drew immediately stopped, giving Ashlyn's shoulder a friendly pat and saying warmly, All right then, great Addie, no need for you to linger here idly. I'll find time to visit you later. Thanks a lot this time. Drew smiled cheerfully, winking at Clarissa. Clarissa felt stifled inside, unable to vent. After all, Ashlyn was right there watching. If she acted resentful, it would show how much she cared. This made Drew glance sideways and keep quiet. Seeing the desired effect achieved, Drew wasted no time, pulling Ashlyn into the carriage. A light voice drifted out, Drive to Prince Mu's mansion. The carriage driver paused briefly before Ashlyn's voice reiterated, Do as Lord Yi says. Upon hearing his mistress's command, the driver hesitated no longer. He cast an apologetic glance at Clarissa standing by the carriage, eyes wide open, and cracked his whip. The carriage began to move slowly, rolling on its wheels, swaying along the bumpy road towards the distant end of the street. Clarissa took several deep breaths, her anger gradually subsiding. An attendant whispered beside her, Princess, shall we return to the palace? Where else would we go? Clarissa snapped unusually, scaring the attendant into silence. With a flick of her brocade robe, Clarissa turned and boarded the carriage without assistance. Return to the palace. Her cold voice commanded. The attendant dared not delay, and urged the carriage away. Mario, standing at the county office gate, sighed with relief watching the two carriages depart. His palms were slick with sweat. Well, these troublemakers are finally gone. Who knows what could have happened if they had stayed? He looked as if he had just survived a great calamity, wiping the sweat from his forehead and taking a deep breath. After speaking, the county magistrate placed his hands behind his back, straightened his posture slightly, and slowly made his way into the mansion. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Drew immediately distanced himself from Ashlyn once he slipped through the curtain. He leaned against the corner of the carriage, arms crossed, and closed his eyes to rest. Ashlyn, noticing Drew's demeanor, frowned. So, it turns out Drew was using her as a shield? But Ashlyn couldn't quite understand why. Previously, Drew had been so infatuated with Clarissa that everyone in the capital knew he was her number 110 doc. If you asked him to see the Emperor at 6, he might not go. But if you told him to see Clarissa at 5, he would probably wake up at 4. Now, it was clear that Clarissa had some feelings for Drew. As a woman, Ashlyn could easily see through Clarissa's little intentions. Yet, Drew was avoiding her like she was a tiger. What had happened between them? I have to ask you, Drew. Now that she's gone, stop pretending. Tell me, what were you really trying to do just now? Ashlyn propped her chin on her hands, staring at Drew curiously, blinking her eyes. Hearing the question, Drew opened his eyes slightly, glancing sideways at Ashlyn, who was intently watching him. What else? I just didn't want to get tangled up with her. Drew didn't dare to tell the truth. Ashlyn chuckled. Do you think I'm stupid? Didn't you just use me as a shield? Weren't you trying to avoid Clarissa? If I hadn't played along with you, would you have gotten away so easily? She had seen through Drew's intentions clearly, but she wasn't upset. Even though Drew had only acted close to her to use her as a shield, seeing Clarissa suffer made her secretly pleased. Chapter 63 Shield. Perhaps only women themselves truly understand the jealousy between them. Drew looked up and down at Ashlyn, muttering in his heart. Oh my, this little lass seems to be getting sharper. She can almost read my mind. He had finally managed to shake off Selena, only to end up closer to Ashlyn again. Bear in mind that this little lass was also one of Walter's consorts. If Walter found out, he would definitely have a lot of trouble on his hands. Drew's eyes darted around as he realized that if he continued to tangle with Ashlyn, he wouldn't fare well. Walter wouldn't let him off easily. If things carried on like this, he would definitely find himself in hot water. Thus, Drew immediately said, Don't overthink it. I need to get off now. Upon hearing this, Ashlyn became upset and blocked Drew's path. Why? You were calling me little sister Funfong when you needed me, and now that you don't need me anymore, you want to leave? Drew opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Ashlyn. He clearly remembered that Ashlyn and Selena were allies who detested the original owner greatly. Why did it seem like they had changed their tune and were all trying to please him now? Ashlyn heard all of this. As she was about to flare up, considering what Drew thought, she decided to hold back and see what trick he might play. What? Not happy your noble lady is sticking to you? Do you wish to curry favor with Selena again? Going back to Selena for favors was absolutely out of the question for Drew. Even avoiding her was challenging enough. But now, Ashlyn was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Drew retorted, Don't make me insult you. Get out of my way. Ashlyn frowned. What? Before she could react, Drew saw his chance and wriggled out from under her arm, jumping off the carriage as swiftly as a rabbit. Ashlyn hurriedly pulled back the curtain and looked outside, finding Drew dashing into a side alley like a hare fleeing for its life. Stop thinking about brother, because brother is just a legend. His voice floated over from a distance. You. Ashlyn, holding the curtain, watched as Drew ran off into the distance, seething with anger. After all, she had helped him. Yet after barely exchanging a few words, he fled? The nearby maid, seeing Drew hastily depart, was puzzled, her eyes filled with surprise. She looked back at Ashlyn and asked urgently, My lady, what do we do now? Ashlyn's eyes darted wildly with frustration. What else? Go back. Yes. The maid quickly stood up, whipped the reins, and the carriage left rapidly. Drew was on edge, terrified that Ashlyn might come after him. He darted through Beijing's alleys like a thief, turning for a full hour, going down many streets. Not just Ashlyn, even the guards of the imperial capital would likely have lost track of him. Drew peeked out, glancing along the bustling street on both sides, confirming that Ashlyn's carriage wasn't in sight, then heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Close one, almost got caught by her. Drew couldn't figure out what was happening. He didn't know why Ashlyn and Selena wanted to ingratiate themselves with him, but staying away from them seemed wise. Not seeing Ashlyn's carriage or Selena reassured him. At this rate, his days of being a carefree scion weren't far off. Thinking of this, Drew felt especially elated. With hands clasped behind his back, he strutted proudly down the busy street, his nose held high, feeling extremely satisfied. Passers-by watched him curiously. Beautifully dressed girls and plainly dressed people alike stared. Drew's reputation in the capital was infamous. Yet here he was, without servants or a carriage, walking the streets alone and so pleased. Must have encountered something good? However, no one dared to provoke Drew. They merely watched from a distance. Drew glanced sideways with a smile. As he strolled along, eventually he reached the entrance of his own residence, the Yi Mansion. The gate of Yi Mansion was magnificent, two large lions standing majestically beside it. The calligraphy, Yi Mansion, exuded dignity. A few stern-looking household guards stood at the entrance. Just as Drew prepared to enter, suddenly his eyes widened and he froze in place. Goodness! He actually saw Ashlyn's carriage parked right there at the entrance. What in the world? Drew gaped in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. No, must be mistaken. Surely Ashlyn should have gone back by now. Why would she come to the Yi Mansion for nothing? Drew patted his chest, furrowing his brows, thinking he must have been mistaken. At that moment, he cautiously walked into the Yi Mansion. But before he even entered, two servants shot him helpless glances. Drew's heart sank. Just as he was about to retreat, a black shadow suddenly darted at him, accompanied by a whiff of fragrance. Unable to evade in time, Drew was tackled to the ground. Which punk? Drew cursed. Upon closer inspection, he saw Ashlyn's smiling face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked down at him. Feiyun, look, how coincidental, we meet again. Drew was fuming, breathless with anger. What was this? He had nearly worn out his shoes in the capital city, and now she was back here. Wasn't this just ridiculous? Fuming, Drew pushed himself up with both hands, struggling to stand and head into the mansion, but Ashlyn wouldn't let go, grabbing onto him. What are you doing now? Drew twisted his head, urgently scolding. Ashlyn looked waged, grieved. No, I just want a hug. Hug your head. Drew sweated profusely in anger. Walter might have escaped from the prison by now, and could be watching him from somewhere. If he hugged her, would he still be okay? Drew was livid, asking, Miss, Gavin's sister, dear aunt, didn't you go back? Why are you here? Hearing this, Ashlyn's lips curled into a smug smile as she looked at Drew. I missed you, so I came to see you. After being shaken off by Drew earlier, Ashlyn had grown increasingly angry on her way back, and finally decided to go all the way and come directly to the mansion. Unbeknownst to her, it took her almost an hour at the entrance of the mansion to finally wait for Drew. Now that she had finally met him, she definitely wouldn't let him go easily. Ashlyn clung to Drew while Drew looked around anxiously, fearing that Walter might be lurking in some corner, watching him. Chapter 64, A Hug. No, don't cause trouble. Let's talk inside the manor. Ashlyn's face immediately showed a smug look as soon as she heard those words. Although she didn't know why Drew was so afraid of that person called Walter, who was still locked in the royal prison, she couldn't help but feel delighted seeing Drew's anxious and fearful expression. Each time Ashlyn saw Clarissa and Drew humiliated, she felt an overwhelming sense of achievement, an indescribable satisfaction, even more exhilarating than being personally praised by Sunny. Meanwhile, Charlotte skipped like a little rabbit, following Drew into the mansion. The maidservant trailing behind her frowned, muttering to herself about how odd Miss Moo had become, always following Drew around. But she dared not think too much about it and hurriedly kept up with them. Drew walked hastily through the stone courtyard, sunlight filtering through onto the weeds by the side, gently stirred by the breeze. Worn down by Ashlyn's persistence, he asked, "What exactly do you want, miss?" He spread his hands wide, looking at Ashlyn. Ashlyn put on an injured tone. "What's wrong? You're done playing with me, and now you don't care anymore?" Hearing this, Drew's eyes bulged. "Oh, come on. Are you just trying to get yourself into trouble? What do you mean, done playing?" He immediately said, "Food can be eaten randomly, but words shouldn't be spoken lightly. Miss, when did I ever treat you this way?" Drew was so flustered. If this got out, Walter would tear him into 8 pieces. Ashlyn continued feigning hurt. "Then let me follow you. I promise not to say anything." The maidservant behind her gaped, almost unrecognizing their young mistress who had become so difficult. It was too strange. Drew was infuriated, panting heavily. With Clarissa and now Ashlyn, these two seemed to have gone mad. "Are you sure you'll follow wherever I go?" Ashlyn replied, "Of course, wherever you go, I'll go." Drew gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "Fine, you win. If I take a bath, will you come?" "Sure." Ashlyn answered without hesitation. Drew was furious, his face turning red like a liver. "You win." But he wasn't giving up yet. He doubted that a noble lady from the capital would really follow him into the bath. He needed to get rid of this troublemaker. If he could just lose Ashlyn now, he'd kneel and kowtow. He shouted loudly, "Someone! This young master wants to bathe and change clothes." Ashlyn and the 2 maidservants watched wide-eyed as the servants of Ye Manor quickly busied themselves. 2 rows of servants carried bathing supplies towards Drew's room, while other maids brought towels, fragrant basins, dates, and wooden tubs, causing chaos throughout the estate. A victorious smile crept onto Drew's face as he looked at the astonished Ashlyn. "What now? Weren't you so smug earlier? Now I'm going to bathe. Will you come?" Ashlyn's face twitched, not expecting Drew to be so thorough, but she refused to back down, biting her lip. "Who's scared of whom? Sure, I'll come." Drew glared. "All right, if you back down, you're a coward." "I won't back down," Ashlyn repeated. Drew turned sharply and walked into his bedroom. Without a second thought, Ashlyn yelled at the maidservant behind her, "Wait here, miss. Don't fuss." Ashlyn followed Drew into the room. Indeed, the efficiency of Ye Manor was remarkable. Just moments after Drew announced he wanted to bathe, a large bathtub filled with faint fragrance was ready. A screen embroidered with orchids and bamboo stood in the middle, and the luxurious room looked even more opulent with its grand 2-meter wooden tub floating with fragrant flowers, filling the entire room with a sweet scent. "Don't go." Drew walked in, and Ashlyn silently followed, keeping close behind him. Drew turned to see Ashlyn's small face, tightening inside. She actually came. Earlier, Drew had only hoped to scare Ashlyn off, but she really did follow. Wasn't this pushing him to his limits? If word got out that Ashlyn saw him bathe, Walter would never forgive him. Ashlyn looked at Drew, smirking. "Well, you said you'd bathe in front of me. Go ahead." She sat on a wooden chair, crossing her legs leisurely, her beautiful face mocking Drew. "AI." Drew's teeth chattered in anger. "So, I'm undressing then." Drew pretended to undo his belt. "Go ahead, show me," Ashlyn said confidently, feeling she had the upper hand. Drew was fuming. Damn it, he'd never been so embarrassed. If worst came to worst, they'd both suffer. "Then I'll undress." "Do it. If you don't, I'll think less of you." "Damn." Drew reached for his belt but stopped abruptly when a timid voice sounded behind him, weak and full of surprise. Ye master?" The unexpected voice nearly made Drew's heart skip a beat. He let go of his belt, turning around in shock, disbelievingly looking at the screen behind him. Ashlyn was also startled, staring blankly at Drew, equally puzzled. They both turned to see a graceful figure standing behind the screen. This woman, though unadorned, possessed a striking beauty that left one breathless. She held a row of white towels, blushing and shy, looking down at her feet, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ye master, I'm here to assist you in bathing." Drew's face changed dramatically. "Oh dear, isn't this Amber? Why is she here? And she's holding fresh clothes, looking so bashful? Isn't this ruining someone? Heaven, earth, I am so wronged." Without thinking, Drew quickly fastened his belt, swallowing hard, then turned to Ashlyn, saying instinctively, "Listen, let me explain." Ashlyn's face turned pale, her trembling finger pointing at him. "Drew, you pervert, bringing a maid to bathe with you. I really misjudged you." She had heard rumors before about Drew's chaotic private life and his unsavory deeds. Chapter 65. Now you tell me you're a gentleman? But now, the other party had actually brought in an innocent maiden to serve him while he bathed. This was too absurd. You, listen to me," Drew started to explain, but then he suddenly realized something wasn't right. What did he have to explain to Ashlyn? He should want her impression of him to be as bad as possible. Brecken swallowed his words and turned around with a look of shock, glaring at Amber behind him. Tell me, how did you end up here? At least Walter wasn't around. If he knew that Amber was in the harem to serve him while bathing, things would be disastrous. The thought was unbearable. It would be too much. Drew's face darkened, while Amber didn't dare lift her head, her eyes fixed on her toes. Freddie Yi, it was Grand Steward Yi who sent me. Which Grand Steward Yi? Drew asked in a rough voice. Godwin, Grand Steward Godwin. Amber was nervous. Before entering the Yi household, she had heard that Drew was a notorious lecher. None of the maids in the household were spared his mischievous antics. Even verbal teasing aside, physical harassment was common. Before entering the Yi residence, she had mentally prepared herself. She had overheard Drew's inner thoughts earlier and thought he was a gentleman. Yet within 2 days, Godwin had assigned her to assist with his bath and change of clothes. What could happen next was obvious. However, Amber's impression of Drew wasn't entirely negative, so when Godwin asked her, she didn't resist. But just thinking about what might happen made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Drew's expression froze. He finally understood what was going on. Damn Godwin for sending her in, likely misunderstanding his intentions. But Drew truly hadn't planned anything improper. What if Amber told Walter that he intended to harm her? That would only fuel Walter's resentment. He just wanted to take care of her properly while she was in the Yi household. He never meant to do anything inappropriate. With Ashlyn already there, if Amber came as well, wouldn't he be branded a lecher everyone despises? There would be no way to clear his name. Drew's face turned ashen, and he was speechless with anger. Inside the room, both Amber and Ashlyn clearly heard Drew's thoughts. Amber looked up gratefully, tears welling up in her eyes. Earlier, she thought Drew was just putting on an act to appear virtuous. But now, hearing his true thoughts, she realized he genuinely had no ill intentions. Had she misjudged him? Amber knew that men in the capital often glanced at her with lustful eyes because of her beauty. Yet, Drew didn't seem to have any ulterior motives towards her. This surprised her, and even made her wonder if she wasn't attractive enough. Ironically, this led to a hint of disappointment, like being rejected by someone you hoped would pursue you. She chided herself internally, feeling ashamed for such thoughts. How could she think this way? It was absurd. Amber shook her head, trying to suppress these bizarre feelings, her flushed cheeks growing redder, like the evening sky. Meanwhile, Ashlyn was astounded by Drew's thoughts. She had always believed he indulged in all sorts of scandalous activities in the Yi household. But now, she felt she had wronged him. This situation was becoming more intriguing by the minute. Ashlyn couldn't help but smile, staring intently at Drew, curious about how he would handle it next. Drew looked at the delicate Amber in front of him and the stern Ashlyn behind him. His mind raced, coming up with an idea. Ashlyn was always plotting against him, and keeping Amber in the Yi household would be troublesome. He decided to send Amber back to the Mu residence, making it easier for Walter to find her. He would tell Walter that Amber went willingly, and that he hadn't done anything inappropriate to her. This way, even if Walter blamed him, it wouldn't hold up. After all, Walter couldn't bully him unfairly just because he was the main character. Excited by this plan, Drew smacked his thigh. Genius. Clearly, when it came to intelligence, he had no rival. He trembled with excitement, his mind spinning, looking between the wide-eyed Ashlyn and the blushing Amber, wondering how to make Ashlyn take Amber away. Little did Drew know, his thoughts were completely transparent to both women. Amber sighed inwardly. Why did Freddie Yi want to get rid of her? Since arriving at the Yi household, she had felt comfortable and well cared for. Drew treated her kindly, without any untoward intentions. Now, why was he sending her away? Had she done something wrong? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt incredibly hurt. Ashlyn was stunned, hardly believing what she was hearing. Rumor had it that Drew never missed an opportunity with a beautiful woman. But here he was, showing no interest in Amber, despite her stunning beauty. Even in the entire capital, few could match her. Ashlyn was bewildered, finding Drew increasingly unfamiliar. What was happening? Chapter 66, Ethereal Bliss. Why does he like that Stevie so much? Ashlyn was filled with doubts. Meanwhile, Drew thought for a moment, a cunning smile flashing across his face as he walked up to Amber and teasingly lifted her chin. Amber's face instantly turned bright red, and she softly called out, Freddie Yi. Drew chuckled again, deliberately leaning to the side and pulling at his waistband. Oh, what's wrong? Are you really that unwilling to serve me in my bath and change of clothes? Humph, I'll tell you this. If you stay in this mansion tonight, I'll make sure you feel so ethereal and blissful you won't be able to resist. His grin was exceedingly sinister as he glanced sideways at Ashlyn's expression, thinking inwardly, Miss, hurry up and have mercy on this little girl by taking her away. Then I can achieve both objectives. After all, Ashlyn had always been kind-hearted and could not stand injustice. If she believed that leaving Amber in the Yi residence might lead to harm, she definitely wouldn't stand by idly. Then, after pretending to decline a few times, he could smoothly let her take Amber away. In this way, he would get rid of two problems at once. Perfect. I'm a freaking genius. However, Ashlyn understood Drew's intentions. She furrowed her brows and quietly watched him play his games. Amber, on the other hand, felt utterly wronged. Her eyes reddened and her nose twitched as tears threatened to spill. This Freddie Yi was so heartless, even putting on an act of being vicious and unprincipled just to drive her away. Was she really that loathed? She couldn't understand it. Ever since she entered the Yi household, she had enjoyed a life of ease, without even having to wash her own clothes. Had she ever heard of such treatment for a maid before? Growing up in poverty, she knew that everything required fair exchange. There were no free lunches falling from the sky. Even if there were, they wouldn't come to someone like her who had endured hardship since childhood, with no one to love or care for her. She couldn't figure it out. Drew didn't seem to want anything from her body. He only wanted to be good to her, yet now he wanted to send her away. What did he want? Drew saw the two women standing still, one crying as if deeply wronged and the other nonchalantly enjoying sunflower seeds with legs crossed, watching the show unfold. Wait, don't you think you should show some respect? This is tiring work for me. This is an insult to my acting talent. Perhaps I'm not being outrageous enough, and need to kick it up a notch. No, I need to ramp up the intensity. Drew's mind raced as he thought of strategies, but both women observed his every move with amused smiles. Flower-hearted, indeed. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Let's see how you escalate this. Amber, feeling deeply wronged, her big, tear-filled eyes brimming with mist, seemed about to cry at any moment. Drew clicked his tongue, stunned. Hey, wait, I haven't done anything yet. Why are you crying already? Is there no justice in this world? But whatever. Crying is good. The more intense the better. Then Ashlyn will believe I'm a complete villain. She'll take you away quickly. Maybe, she might even hate me from the bottom of her heart and never speak to me again. Who knows, maybe word of this will reach Clarissa, leading to a marriage annulment. What a brilliant plan. What a brilliant plan. Ha ha ha. Drew was ecstatic, unaware that Ashlyn was trying hard not to laugh. How could she not have noticed before? So many thoughts racing through his mind. He was almost as unpredictable as a storyteller on the street, coming up with ideas on the spot. And he didn't seem to want to marry Clarissa, even planning to use this situation to call off the engagement. What game are you playing? But now I must stop you from getting your way. Watch me. Hee hee. Ashlyn subtly raised the corners of her mouth, unnoticed by anyone. Preparing herself mentally, Drew launched into a top-tier performance, striding forward and seizing Amber's delicate hand with a wicked laugh. Miss Tsuetsue, since you've been sold to our Yi family, you belong to us whether living or dead. Whatever we want you to do, you must comply. Amber's face flushed, her cheeks stained with redness, yet her fragrant hand remained still as Drew acted out his antics. Yi. Freddie Yi. Drew cast a sidelong glance at Ashlyn. Hey, this girl is surprisingly composed. Even though I'm behaving like this, she says nothing. By right, shouldn't she shout, vile rogue, and give me a couple of slaps before throwing down a hefty ransom to take Amber away? Move already. Don't you pride yourself on righteousness and intolerance of injustice? Why are you just staring blankly? While muttering to himself, Drew loudly proclaimed, then I'll take you to the bathtub, where you'll suffer tonight. He spoke aggressively, yet moved slowly, waiting for something. Ashlyn, seeing through Drew's scheme, sat motionless in the wooden chair, her delicate foot encased in embroidered shoes swaying in the air. Smiling warmly, she watched Drew, not in a rush at all. She even picked up half a teacup to cover the hot tea, blocking the steam. The rising steam curled gently as she silently watched Drew perform. Interesting, much better than the plays in the capital's theaters. Listening to his mental chatter while watching him act was rare. Remember, Drew was the son of Gale, Minister of Revenue. Out in society, he held a third-rank position under the Prime Minister's residence. Even as a princess born in the royal court, Ashlyn had never seen any second-rank official performing like this. Ashlyn watched intently, barely containing applause. Drew, despite his dullness, felt something amiss. Why was she smiling? Doesn't she fear I might drag Amber away? What's going on here? Anxiously, Drew dragged Amber to the bathtub. Maybe the intensity wasn't high enough, the act not outrageous enough for Ashlyn to notice? Looking at Amber's face turning crimson, Drew felt a pang of worry. Chapter 67. Bathing? To be honest, he was also gauging the situation carefully. He truly didn't dare to do anything too over the line. After all, these two ladies in front of him were none other than Stevie's consorts. Offending either one would be enough to land him in hot water, so how could he possibly dare to go beyond his bounds? But as soon as he thought that if he played his part well, this troublemaker Ashlyn might leave the Yi manor, and perhaps even take Amber along with her, Drew gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and without further ado, swiftly undressed down to his undergarments and plunged into the bathtub with a splash. Water splashed everywhere, and Drew wiped the water from his face, laughing as he said, "Come on, Amber. Don't just stand there. Whatever's supposed to happen tonight will happen anyway, so why not get started early? It's still early, and we have nothing else to do. Come here and help me bathe." Amber's face turned as red as an apple on the street corner, bright and fresh. Nevertheless, she softly replied mm, and proceeded to do as he asked. Drew, while enjoying the attention, kept a close eye on Ashlyn, inwardly urging her, "Auntie, hurry up and make a move. Why are you just standing there? Look at me, quick, look at me." Hearing Drew's mental outburst, Ashlyn couldn't help but laugh. She revealed a mouthful of mischievous little fangs, looking straight at Drew. Ashlyn's movements were swift and efficient, clearly indicative of someone who had done laborious tasks before. In no time, she hung the towel she was holding on a clothes rack. Then, with gentle movements, she filled a basin with cool water, dipped a white embroidered handkerchief in it, and began to wash Drew vigorously. Drew let out a sigh of contentment. Ah, so comfortable. Ouch. It must be said that Amber's technique was indeed top-notch. There was no match for it even in all of the capital city. If it weren't for Stevie, he really would want to keep this beautiful and charming lady by his side. But Drew dared not. He sighed inwardly. Being the protagonist really was different. Leading such a glamorous harem and always thinking about expanding it. It was infuriating when comparing oneself to others. However, Drew wasn't greedy. He always remembered the system's mission. To survive no matter what. Sacrificing his life for a few beautiful women wouldn't be worth it. One had to endure hardships to become someone great. Endure. He silently encouraged himself. Yet, glancing over, he saw Ashlyn still sitting there, her smirk untouched. It seemed his actions hadn't been provocative enough yet. Frowning, Drew shouted, "Hey, Ashlyn, what are you doing just standing there? Watching me bathe is a cheap thrill. Come and help me bathe." His heart raced as he spoke. He knew Ashlyn's temper. If she reported this to the Emperor, he'd likely be confined for months, unable to step foot outside the Yi manor. Or worse, the Emperor might punish him in his rage. Still, he considered it might be worthwhile to anger Ashlyn further, thus forcing her to take Amber away. A little sacrifice for the greater goal. He had to endure. As Drew shouted arrogantly, he never expected Ashlyn's next move to shock him. She stood up gracefully, set down her teacup gently, eyes twinkling mischievously, and said in a soft voice, "Oh, today Lord Yi seems particularly lively. Fine, I'll serve you well." With that, she swayed her slender waist. her embroidered shoes tapping lightly on the ground, heading to the wooden bucket prepared by Amber. She took out a handkerchief, dipped it in the clear, cool water, then approached Drew and began to wash him without any irritation. Damn! Drew was stunned. Was this the Ashlyn he knew? According to the original story, she had a fiery temper and couldn't stand even a bit of injustice. Yet now, she was giving him a bath. Drew couldn't believe what he was seeing. He gulped and stared wide-eyed at the coquettish Ashlyn, utterly baffled. Did you hear what I just said? Drew stuttered. I heard you clearly. Master Yi isn't asking me to give you a bath. This servant is simply serving you, Ashlyn said with a smile, wiping Drew with the handkerchief. Ordinarily, she would never do something like this. After all, as a princess of the Great Qian Dynasty from the Mu royal family, even her future husband wouldn't have her do such tasks. But now, watching Drew's nervous yet composed demeanor, she found it amusing and decided to play along, wanting to see what he was up to. Drew tried to provoke her anger, but she refused to get angry. The more he wanted her to take Amber away, the less she would do so, determined to defy him every step of the way. Ashlyn enjoyed herself internally while increasing the pressure on Drew's back, causing him to yelp uncontrollably. Ow, damn, it feels good. Drew's eyes were wide open. The two ladies diligently washing him made him feel even more uneasy. Suddenly, he pushed them both away, sat up, breathing heavily as he stared at them. Stop right there. Amber, thinking she did something wrong, immediately showed signs of distress, hurriedly kneeling on the ground. I'm sorry, Master Yi, I didn't mean to. Drew glanced at the frightened Amber and said, It's fine, get up, it's not your fault. Meanwhile, Ashlyn held the handkerchief gently, mimicking Amber's gesture. Is Master Yi unhappy with my service? Drew was dumbstruck. He pinched his thigh hard, thinking it was a dream, but the pain caused him to break out in cold sweat, confirming it was real. Swallowing hard, he stared at Ashlyn. You know this is me helping you wash me, right? Are you clear on what I'm saying? Yes, I'm serving Master Yi, aren't I? Ashlyn replied in a mock-injured tone. At this point, Drew finally realized Ashlyn was intentionally making things difficult for him, deliberately trying to torment him. Chapter 68 Save Her. Seeing the situation, Drew decided to drop the act and said through gritted teeth, Ashlyn, don't you think I'm being too much? Yes, too much. Then don't you think I'm being pretty perverted? Pretty perverted, Ashlyn nodded. Then aren't you going to rescue this impoverished woman in distress, and then give me a good slap or two in anger and sever ties with me? Drew cautiously probed, but Ashlyn replied, No, I don't want to. Drew, worried, slapped his thighs, so it was all for nothing. He grumbled, Aren't you afraid Amber will be harmed by me? She's still an innocent young girl. This sweet and filial daughter joined the Yi mansion just to sell herself to bury her father. Look at me, such a rascal who does every wicked thing, even bullying women. What if one day I get tired of her and sell her to Yihong courtyard to serve those oily men? Doesn't that make you feel scared? Drew stared wide-eyed at Ashlyn. Isn't that normal? There are so many unjust things in the world. How could I possibly take care of everything? Besides, since Tsue has joined your Yi mansion, everything naturally is up to you, Master Drew, to decide. Why should I have any say in this? And she said while pretending to be aggrieved. Besides, as a woman, what do I know about these matters? Come, Freddie Yi, quickly lie down so I can give you a bath. No. Drenched in sweat, Drew hurriedly stopped Ashlyn, grabbed her arm, and even felt her forehead temperature to check if she was feverish. Ashlyn took a step back. Freddie Yi, what are you doing? Are you trying to take liberties with me? Ashlyn said in a coy manner, blushing slightly, imitating a harassed little maiden perfectly. Drew felt his heart chill. He never expected Ashlyn to say such shameless things. How did he subtly feel like she was teasing him? Drew took several deep breaths to calm himself down and organize his thoughts. No, something must be wrong somewhere. Surely there's a part where I didn't seem bad enough. Drew gritted his teeth. Then aren't you afraid I'll really sell Amber to Yihong courtyard? As I said, matters of the Yi household are left to Freddie Yi to decide. There's no need to ask me, Ashlyn said shyly and gently. Drew was quite angry, and nearby, Amber had already heard Drew's inner words, feeling utterly wronged. Amber admired Drew deeply. Ever since entering the Yi household, she complied with everything he asked. If he wanted her to go east, she wouldn't go west. Even when Godwin asked her to bathe Drew, she did not complain once. Moreover, more importantly, she had already made up her mind to dedicate herself. Even if Drew were to cross boundaries tonight, she would silently accept it. Finding a man who pretends to be a rascal but is actually an upright gentleman is hard. Even searching throughout the entire capital, there wouldn't be many. Drew was the perfect match for her criteria. Even if she were just an unnamed servant, she would be content following Drew. But now, Drew kept talking about getting rid of her. Amber's tears fell uncontrollably as she wiped them with small moist hands. Freddie Yi, have I done anything wrong that displeased you? Tell me, I'll change. Please don't expel me. Drew was speechless. He did all this to make them hate him, despise a villainous and tyrannical rascal. But why is it so hard? He couldn't understand why they acted like they were obsessed with him. How do I compare to Stevie? Handsome, wealthy, mastering acupuncture skills, making everyone blissful. Why do you keep staring at me every day? Feeling desperate, Drew didn't dare to speak these thoughts aloud. And hearing Drew's frustration, Ashlyn almost broke out laughing, but she continued pretending to be upset. Master Yi, please don't talk anymore. Quickly lie down so I can help you bathe. Wait a minute. How could Drew dare let Ashlyn rub him down? He immediately flipped out of the bathtub and hurriedly put on his clothes without even drying himself. Amber was terrified. She knelt down and her delicate forehead knocked against the ground repeatedly, making a loud banging sound. Ah, Freddie, this servant has done something wrong. What did I do to upset you? Please tell me. I'm wrong in every way. Her sobs echoed loudly throughout the room. Ashlyn looked at Amber's distressed face, then at Drew, and frowned immediately. Master Yi, didn't you say you wanted me to rub you down? Why are you putting your clothes back on now? Drew gave Ashlyn a sidelong glance, walked over, and helped Amber up. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm not blaming you. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. Hearing these words, Amber raised her tear-filled eyes to look at Drew, feeling more fondness for him. Sure enough, Freddie isn't really displeased with me. He just cares about me. He's not saying I did anything wrong. There's still a chance for me to stay by Freddie's side. Seeing Amber's gaze, Drew felt as if her eyes were almost emitting threads. Having long been accustomed to matters of romance, how could he not know what this look meant? Drew was immediately alarmed and took a few steps back. This situation was getting more and more complicated. If it went on like this, both women would probably chase after him, and he still wanted to live a good life. Drew rubbed his face vigorously several times, thinking of Stevie who might be watching him all the time. He became so agitated that he could hardly speak, almost breaking into a rage. Looking at Ashlyn again, he waved his hand helplessly at her pretending demeanor. All right, stop pretending. How about I tell you something? What does Freddie want to tell me? This servant is waiting here. Ashlyn continued to feign weakness. Drew took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Chapter 69. I'm going crazy. All right, Ashlyn, I know what you're up to. If you keep this up, don't blame me for not holding back. Not holding back? In what way? At night maybe? Ashlyn said with a coy smile, blushing. Drew couldn't figure out what to do with Ashlyn. He sighed and simply waved his hand. After much persuasion, he finally managed to pull Ashlyn aside. Ashlyn looked at Drew, noticing his usual arrogant demeanor returning. She stood with her hands on her hips, giving him a sidelong glance. What's up, brother Feyon? Did you not enjoy the bath scrubbing? Why did you call me over here? Aren't you planning to take care of Amber tonight? It's not easy to find such beauty in the capital, Ashlyn remarked, seemingly insinuating something. Drew took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with Ashlyn at the moment. How about we talk business? What kind of business? Ashlyn asked. Drew glanced warily at Amber standing at a distance, her hands crossed demurely. He lowered his voice. How about you take her to your move family mansion? Our Yi family mansion already has plenty of maids. Keeping her around doesn't make much difference either way. You can give her 100 or so silver taels, and she'll be well taken care of at your place, right? You saw how skilled she is at scrubbing. Ashlyn waved her hand dismissively. No can do. How dare I take someone from Master Yi? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Drew eyed Ashlyn, feeling like she was deliberately making things difficult. Calmly composing himself, he whispered, please, just take her away. My family mansion has too many servants, and feeding one more mouth would strain us. I'm afraid I might lose control and do something inappropriate. Just take her. His reputation as a spoiled son was well known throughout the capital. No way Ashlyn wouldn't be worried about her innocence being compromised under his watch. Ashlyn thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. Drew was getting frustrated. He slapped his palms together. What do you want? Okay, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver if you take her. I'll cover her meals and salary myself. Ashlyn continued to shake her head. No way. This is Master Yi's servant. How can I just take her? It's only fair that you keep her. Seeing Drew's frustration, Ashlyn almost burst into laughter. She pretended to be scared of this Walter, but secretly found it amusing. She wanted to see what connection Drew had with Walter, which she couldn't quite understand. Drew pleaded with Ashlyn again, exhausting himself trying to convince her. Clearly, she was intentionally making things difficult for him. Drew gritted his teeth. Fine, you win. Go ahead. Get out, he shouted. Ashlyn smirked and glanced at Amber behind her. Though she was beautiful, Ashlyn knew Drew wouldn't dare do anything improper. Staying by his side, eating and drinking luxuriously, she'd probably live better than outside. Satisfied, Ashlyn flicked her sleeve, swayed her waist, and hurried out of the Yi family mansion. Today's game was enough. She didn't want to mess with Drew anymore. Standing there panting, Drew felt utterly drained. Amber timidly approached. Master Yi. It's fine, you may leave, Drew replied, feeling like all his energy was sapped. Ashlyn's antics were relentless. The entire performance made him speechless. Strangely, Drew felt like Ashlyn somehow understood his thoughts. He wondered aloud but quickly noticed Amber hadn't left, standing there looking at him shyly. What's wrong now? Drew asked. Amber's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had something to say. If you have something to say, speak up. There's no need to hesitate, Drew urged. Amber blushed deeply, burying her head, staring at her toes as if she were an innocent maiden. Do I still need to serve Master Yi in bed tonight? Drew nearly exploded hearing this. What was she thinking? If Walter heard this, what would happen? If she served him, he'd be torn to pieces. Amber panicked upon realizing his inner thoughts but didn't show it, ready to wipe away tears. Drew immediately comforted her gently. All right, you do nothing. Stay in the Yi family mansion, eat and drink whatever you want. If you need anything, ask Godwin. If he asks you to do anything, slap him and tell him I said so. Understand? Shocked, Amber hadn't fully registered what happened before Drew hastily left, fearing he'd go crazy if he stayed any longer. In the garden pond, Drew sat by the lake, lost in thought. Everything seemed beyond his control, like an invisible hand was throttling him. Throwing a pebble into the water, he watched the ripples. Just like his current state of mind, miserable, Drew sighed, resting his chin in his hands, contemplating life. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Drew. Startled, he jumped up. What? Who's there? He turned sharply, expecting Walter to assassinate him. It was Simeon, grinning widely beside him. Why are you here? Drew frowned. Chapter 78 Chat. Simeon grinned and edged closer to Drew. What's up? Can't I come to chat with you when I have nothing else to do? Drew frowned and stared at Simeon without a word. Unconsciously, he shifted his buttocks toward the nearby rock, intending to keep his distance from Simeon. This guy isn't right in the head. Don't let him get you into trouble. Drew was currently plagued by these issues. Liana trailing behind him, Mariana following, and then there's Amber too. It was like having several big problems hanging around, ready to explode at any moment. Not to mention, the main character Jagger was still locked in the prison, thanks partly to Simeon's actions. He had repeatedly warned Simeon not to harm Jagger, but Simeon turned around and led a bunch of Jinui guards to arrest him in a tea house, now keeping him imprisoned and flogging him daily. Once Jagger gets out, won't he chop me into pieces? And Jagger's harem seems to have gone mad, each one sticking to him like dog skin plasters that can't be shaken off. Just thinking about it makes Drew break into a sweat. Seeing Simeon, he snapped irritably, "Say what you need to say. If not, scram." Simeon didn't seem offended. He leaned in close to Drew and whispered, "Drew, be honest with me. What did my sister do to you when she brought you to the county office today?" Drew frowned, finding it somewhat strange. Wang Dafeng didn't really have any reason. Bringing him to the office wasn't to punish him. After all, Gavriel, who deserved punishment, wasn't even there. Then Liana came to save him, merely saying a few words symbolically before releasing him. Drew, having been reborn twice and read countless web novels, couldn't fail to notice Wang Dafeng seemed to have some unspoken feelings for him. Her behavior completely resembled a girl sulking over her lover. Drew knitted his brows, piecing together the fragmented memories rapidly. Speaking of which, Wang Dafeng was indeed devoted. The original owner had been infatuated with Liana, making a scene throughout Beijing. The original owner recited those nauseating love poems every morning outside the palace, but Wang Dafeng never got angry. Back then, they were still maintaining their bizarre romantic relationship. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, she sent breakfast to Drew every day. Drew was astounded just thinking about it. He might not understand, but he couldn't help feeling stunned. This is a Bo Yangyang behind another Bo Yangyang. He'd be willing to call Wang Dafeng the queen of Bo Yangyang. Seeing Drew remain silent, Simeon patted him again, saying, "Fei Yun, tell me honestly, what do you think of my sister? And what exactly happened between you two before?" Simeon looked utterly nosy. Drew frowned, glancing at Simeon, pondering rapidly. Simeon was peculiar. 2 years ago, when Drew and Wang Dafeng were still dating, during Simeon's birthday banquet, this wretched fellow had gotten his sister Wang Dafeng drunk and somehow sent her to Drew's bed. Fortunately, the original owner hadn't done anything improper to Wang Dafeng, though taking advantage of the situation, he certainly hadn't passed up the chance to touch her a bit. Drew shook his head. "I didn't do anything. Your sister is as innocent as ever." Simeon wore an incredulous look. "Really? But why has my sister shown no interest in arranged marriages lately? It feels like she has a thing for you." Drew resisted the urge to sigh heavenward. What on earth was going on? Why did Jagger's harem keep clinging onto him? Was he so desirable? Drew felt helpless. He only wanted to live a little longer, but it seemed so hard. Drew sighed deeply. At that moment, Simeon stared at Drew and said, "Tell me honestly, do you have any feelings left for my sister?" Hearing this, Drew's eyes widened sharply. He dared not speak rashly. Although Jagger was still in prison, who knew when he would be released? Any wrong word might bring disaster once Jagger was out. Suddenly infuriated, he began badmouthing Wang Dafeng. "Your sister? She looks good, sure, but she's terrible inside. Her temper is worse than a sow next door." While complaining, Drew pulled down his collar to reveal an obvious footprint. Simeon widened his eyes. "What's this? Who kicked you?" Frowning, Drew replied, "Your sister. When she dragged me to the county office and even took me to the cell to meet that sissy." Drew spoke, displaying a painful expression on his face. After hearing that, Simeon widened his eyes in disbelief. "My sister could be that vicious? That's exactly what she is." Drew looked angrily at him. He must dissociate himself from Wang Dafeng. Absolutely cannot let Simeon develop any hope or thought about them being together. He knew Simeon had always tried to introduce his sister Wang Dafeng to him. Could he accept it? Absolutely not. It would be a hot potato. If he accepted, he wouldn't have peace for the rest of his life. Though Drew was a rake, he knew well. Choosing a wife must not only consider her beauty but also her temperament. A poor temperament would disrupt family harmony. Moreover, and most importantly, Wang Dafeng was also part of Jagger's harem. The first rule of web novels: never touch the protagonist's harem. Otherwise, you'll end up dead or crippled. Even if he avoided stirring trouble, Jagger would still want him dead. If he did stir up trouble, he'd definitely die sooner. Feeling despondent, Drew continued his relentless rant, spitting saliva everywhere until even the pond beside them rippled occasionally. Simeon listened dumbfoundedly. Is my sister really that perverted? Suddenly, Drew started another round of relentless rants, not noticing that behind them in the courtyard, a delicate figure was slowly approaching. Drew became more and more engrossed in his rant, speaking fluently, while Simeon listened dumbfoundedly. So perverted. And you should hear about even more perverted things. Chapter 71 Complaints. Drew glanced casually and saw that the sunlight was shining from behind, casting a shadow on the stone next to him. Subconsciously thinking it was a maid from the manor, Drew immediately blurted out without a second thought, "Step back. I still have things to talk about with Freddie Wong." Simeon didn't pay much attention and simply listened as Drew ranted, looking completely dumbfounded, occasionally nodding in agreement. "My sister usually has a terrible temper at home, you know? She's always nagging me." The two of them talked as if they had found a kindred spirit, almost crying but not quite hugging in despair. Unsure how long they had complained, Drew felt like his saliva was running dry. From when he met Haley at 8 years old to forming this fateful bond with her in his 20s, he had recounted it 8 times. Drew wiped his mouth, appearing somewhat sullen. "Sigh, you wouldn't believe how scary Haley can be." Simeon, coming to his senses, replied, "Fei Yun, if it weren't for you telling me, I wouldn't know my sister is so crazy." Finally, they finished chatting. At this moment, Drew took a quick look and felt something wasn't right. How could that shadow still be on the stone? "Didn't I tell you to go?" Drew turned his head while talking, only to freeze upon seeing who was behind him. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, he was doomed. Haley stood there with an expression so dark it seemed ready to drip water, glaring fiercely at both men as if her eyes were about to spew fire. Recalling how he had told the maid to leave earlier, Drew realized she must have been listening for some time now. They had been complaining all along, while Haley silently heard everything from behind. Meanwhile, Simeon hadn't noticed a thing and continued ranting about his sister Haley. You don't know, my sister acts very tyrannical at home. Even the sow from the neighboring village is scared of her. Drew frantically gestured to Simeon, trying to alert him, but Simeon just looked unsatisfied. What are you doing? I'm not done yet. Then he turned around and froze in shock. Drew, Simeon was so nervous he couldn't even speak coherently. Seizing an opportunity, Simeon stammered, I remember I have things at home now. I'll go first. Haley glared at Drew, ignoring Simeon as he left. Drew abruptly stood up, backing away until he nearly fell into the pond. No, let me explain. Miss Wonged. Miss Haley, I didn't mean it that way. You know, you understand, right? Drew's words were jumbled. He didn't know how to explain anymore. Haley's face remained grim as she angrily said, Drew, is this really how you see me? Her tone carried a hint of tears, which softened Drew's heart. After all, despite her fiery temper, Haley had been nothing short of perfect toward the original Drew. He had exaggerated things a bit just now to distance himself from her. Well, it was inevitable. Simeon always tried to introduce his sister to him, and he had to think of himself. Drew speculated wildly in his mind, unable to speak as he looked at Haley. That's not what I meant, listen to me. But Haley ignored Drew, cutting him off directly. So, tell me, what do you think of our relationship? All those years, I delivered breakfast to you every day, picked you up and dropped you off, allowed you to court Stacy at the Imperial Palace. Didn't you ever consider my feelings? Drew was speechless. To be honest, any girl would hope to be cherished by the man they love. Yet, the original Drew had let Haley deliver him to the palace to curry favor with Stacy while keeping her hanging, undoubtedly behaving like a scumbag. It was unclear how Haley managed to endure it. Now even if he wanted to explain, Drew didn't know where to start. He could sense that Haley was furious beyond limits. Haley bitterly added, Fine, Drew. If you hate me so much, then we should never see each other again. I'll go south of the city to fight bandits. Whether I live or die, you don't need to care. She scolded angrily. Earlier, when she brought Drew to the Yamen, it was just a pretense to spend more time with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored Gavriel so completely. But as soon as she came in, she heard Drew and her brother Simeon talking about her in a way that made her sound like an unforgivable demoness. Am I really that bad? And now, Haley looked at Drew with a heart full of despair. Drew was just about to say something to console her when he suddenly stopped, the words dying in his throat. What? You're saying you're going to fight bandits in the southern part of the city? Yes, I'm going to the south of the city to fight bandits. Haley flicked her sleeve and started walking towards the backyard. Drew's heart sank. This wasn't good. He remembered from the original story that Haley encountered notorious bandits in the south of the city. Those people were ruthless and set a trap for her. He never expected that his interference would make this plot happen earlier. Those heartless, skilled bandits were no match for the gentle Haley. Despite her violent temper and reputation as one of the 4 great detectives of the capital, her skills were only so-so, mostly relying on her father's authority. If she went to the south of the city alone, it would be a total disaster. This was courting death. Initially, this plot was resolved by Stevie saving Haley and defeating the 4 notorious bandits, winning her heart in the process. But now Stevie was still in prison. How could this be allowed to happen? Drew sped up and got in front of Haley, pleading, You must not go. You must not go. Why can't I go? Haley cursed angrily, still furious with Drew. All Drew wanted to do was kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Stevie was still in prison. If Haley went to the south of the city now, there would be no return. And Stevie might very well blame him for what happens next. Chapter 72. Bandit suppression? More importantly, Drew didn't actually bear any ill will towards Haley. He didn't even feel repulsed by her. This sweet and innocent girl. If it weren't for the involvement of Walter, Drew truly wouldn't have the heart to do anything to her. He immediately said, Haley, listen to my advice. You mustn't go to the southern part of the city. Really, you can't. Drew earnestly tugged at Haley's clothing, but she ignored him completely. With a flick of her sleeves, she broke free from Drew's grip and stormed off with an angry expression. In no time, she was out of sight. Drew stood frozen on the spot, jumping around in anxiety. Oh no, what trouble is this? Turning his head, he saw Simeon peeking out from behind a red pillar, looking as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Feiyun, my sister left. Drew was furious and felt like scolding him. You idiot. Why didn't you stop her? Simeon's face showed his distress. How could I dare to stop her? You know my sister's temper. Extremely worried, Drew knew that if Haley went to the southern part of the city, something significant would surely happen. He immediately shouted, Godwin. Upon hearing his call, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door almost instantly. Then, like a small mountain, Godwin barged in, looking around with his tiger-like eyes. Master, what is it? Seeing Godwin panting like a bull and the muscles in his arms bulging, Drew's expression turned serious. Quick, gather people, gather as many as possible. Godwin frowned, not understanding what was happening. Drew was in a panic. If Haley went to the south alone to suppress bandits, who knew what might happen? Every second delayed increased Haley's danger. If something happened, it would be serious indeed. Drew slapped his thigh. There's no time. Gather all the capable fighters from our household. In truth, Drew wasn't sure how strong those 4 skilled bandits were in the original story. After all, although Walter was evil and lustful, his martial arts skills were undeniable. If Drew brought too few people, they might not only fail to save Haley but also get themselves killed. Godwin immediately turned to leave upon hearing this. Although he didn't understand what Drew was up to, he dared not disobey his master's orders. Whatever his master said was law, more powerful than an imperial decree. Drew rushed out the door, with Simeon timidly following close behind. Feiyun, what should I do? Follow. Drew looked at Simeon and couldn't help feeling annoyed. This guy was useless at everything but had an insatiable appetite. Simeon responded meekly, trailing after Drew. Godwin was highly efficient. In no time, over 40 or 50 vassals wearing black clothes, Pants, shoes, and hats stood outside the residence, all looking tough and trained. Godwin stood at the front, directing them. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. Their voices were loud and spirited, making Drew's ears ring. Simeon stood there stunned. What was going on? Feiyun, what are you doing? Drew suddenly grabbed Simeon by the collar and scolded him. Simeon, listen to me. Your sister has gone to the south to suppress bandits, and there are 4 notorious bandits there. Something big will definitely happen. Now, gather all the Jinui, Imperial Guards, you can find. Got it? Simeon frowned, though confused. He understood Drew's urgency. Gather people. Drew let go of Simeon's collar. All right, go now quickly to the south. Godwin led a tall horse over to Drew, who leaped onto its back without hesitation, kicking its sides to set off towards the south. The vassals followed closely, keeping pace with Drew. Godwin carried a 9-ring broadsword, its rings jingling as he marched ahead, looking fierce. Simeon watched everyone leave with a puzzled look, then muttered to himself and ran into the city to summon more help. On horseback, Drew scanned the bustling streets anxiously, searching for Haley but finding no trace of her. He knew her fiery temperament well. Once she made up her mind, nothing could stop her. She had surely headed to the south, for notorious bandits awaited her there, each guilty of countless crimes, including murder and plunder. If Haley confronted them, something disastrous was bound to happen. Drew slapped his forehead in regret for being so mean just now. But panicking wouldn't help now. He needed to rescue her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Godwin and the other vassals looked intimidating, causing passers-by to step aside and whisper, "Holy cow, isn't that Freddie? Which girl did he offend this time?" "I don't know. He gathered so many people. He probably plans to storm the palace." Everyone was astonished. After all, Drew's reputation was notorious, even worse than a village dog. Witnessing this scene, everyone assumed Drew was about to cause more trouble. Naturally, Drew overheard these comments, but he paid them no heed, thinking only of Haley. "Haley, please don't get into trouble. If you do, how will I explain myself to Walter?" With this thought in mind, he urged his horse faster. The sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestone path. They sped toward the city gates where 2 armored soldiers, spears in hand, were guarding the entrance. Seeing Drew and his group approach rapidly, they crossed their spears, blocking the way. "What's the purpose of your visit?" "Dismount," asked the spear-carrying soldier. Chapter 73, Get someone for me. Godwin suddenly drew his long saber from behind his back. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten who we are, and do not recognize us? Do you want to die?" Godwin glared at them. The 2 guards saw Drew mounted on a high horse behind Godwin, and their expressions turned fearful. "We did not know that Freddie Yi was personally here." They immediately dared not to block anymore, quickly put away their spears, made way for him, and knelt on the ground kowtowing nonstop. Drew's reputation was notorious. Even officials in the court had to make way upon encountering Drew. The last person who didn't make way probably had grass several feet tall growing on their grave by now. But Drew did not get angry. He sat high on his steed, looking down as he asked, "Did you see Haley just now?" Haley was one of the 4 great detectives of the city, well known and recognized by almost everyone in the capital. The soldiers exchanged looks, realizing something, and lowered their heads, admitting, "She left. We saw her rush out with the saber." Upon hearing this, Drew became anxious immediately. "Go, hurry up and chase." Drew spurred his horse and kicked up dust as he headed out of the city. Godwin waved his hand. "Follow, follow." All the servants hurriedly followed Godwin in the direction Drew went. The 2 guard soldiers stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what happened. "What's going on? Did Freddie just go chasing someone?" "I don't know. This must be reported to the court." "Yes." In a dilapidated temple among towering trees in the southern outskirts of the city, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shadows on the ground. Angry voices could be heard inside the temple. "Nowadays, these refugees are all penniless. We've looted but got so little gold and silver. It's been a waste of effort," one man complained roughly. "If only a delicate lady would show up right now, it'd be quite delightful." "You wish. How many such ladies can you find?" The lecherous laughter echoed from inside the temple. Inside, the temple was covered in spider webs and scattered with various kinds of wine and meat. The place was a mess, and 4 burly men were sitting there enjoying themselves, grumbling occasionally. Beside them were dozens of strong-looking men in coarse linen clothes, covered in dirt, with menacing eyes that made one shiver. Each had weapons of different types nearby, some with blood stains, giving off a heavy smell of blood. Just as they were lost in thought, a figure rushed in with urgency. "Adelard, it's bad. It seems people have come from the city to fight the bandits." The leader narrowed his eyes, and the others looked at him in unison. After a moment, they burst into laughter. "Are you kidding me? Fighting bandits? That's a joke." Ever since they set up camp in the south of the city, they had successfully repelled several waves of troops sent by the government. "They're pathetic, barely managing to survive against us," one remarked dismissively. "How many people are there this time?" The leader grabbed a chicken leg and chewed it while asking, his mouth dripping with oil. The messenger outside said hastily, "It seems to be only one person. Just one?" The leader stopped chewing, staring in disbelief. "And it appears to be a woman." "A woman?" The leader laughed nastily, saying to another man, "Nelson, your wish comes true. Didn't you just wish for a young lady? She's here. That's great. It's been a while since we've had some fun, ha. Let her in." "Yes." At this moment, Haley was walking along a narrow mountain path, beads of sweat dripping from her pretty face. She gripped her saber tightly, her palms sweating profusely. Looking up at the blazing sun, she continued forward. A gentle breeze brushed her sweat-soaked face, making her feel a chill. She had known about the bandits in the southern suburbs for a while. However, multiple attempts by the city authorities had failed. Earlier, Haley had argued with Drew and impulsively came here. But now, in this deserted area, fear crept into her heart. She regretted coming alone. What if she failed to eliminate the bandits and ended up getting herself killed? She considered turning back but thought of Drew's infuriating face and gritted her teeth, muttering, "Fine, Drew, since you hate me so much, I might as well die and make you regret it forever." Anger filled her words as she quickened her pace. Soon, she arrived at the ruined temple. Surprised by the silence and emptiness around, she cautiously drew her saber, observing the surroundings. She walked into the temple slowly. Inside, a stone Buddha statue stood with cobwebs hanging from it, and remnants of food and drinks scattered on the ground. Where had everyone gone? Suddenly, laughter sounded from both sides. "Oh, what young lady is this? Seems like she has taken a wrong turn into this old temple." Chapter 74. He actually came to save me? Haley immediately spun around, her saber at the ready in front of her, scanning her surroundings warily. Before she knew it, 40 or 50 men had surrounded her, each wielding a variety of weapons. At the forefront were 4 scruffy, swarthy large men whose knives gleamed menacingly under the sun. If everything went as expected, these 4 must be the notorious bandits from the southern part of the city. Haley deeply regretted her decision at that moment. Why did I quarrel with Drew and come to such a dangerous place? She could see that these bandits were ruthless killers. Her heart tightened with fear, and all she could do was curse inwardly. "If I die, I hope you remember me." The bandits gave Haley no chance to react, closing in on her with sinister grins. Haley swung her saber protectively in front of her chest, gritting her teeth and threatening, "Don't come any closer." The lead man sneered, saying, "If I don't come closer, how can I entertain this little miss?" Ha 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 ha. They burst into laughter, treating Haley like a mere toy. Haley clenched her teeth and steeled herself. Deciding to fight for her life, she attacked the group with her weapon, but the bandits quickly countered with their own sabers. Sparks flew as metal clashed, and before long, Haley's precious saber fell to the ground. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she looked at the brutal thugs with despair. She truly didn't know what to do next. These men were far beyond her capability to handle. All she could hope for now was that someone would come to her rescue. But then again, who could possibly help her? She had come out alone. The only one who knew where she was Drew, yet why would he ever come to save her, considering his hatred for her? Haley gave a bitter smile, shaking her head helplessly. Perhaps this was her destiny, to remain entangled in emotional suffering. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling under the sunlight. Despair and helplessness filled her heart. The approaching bandits paused for a moment, glancing at each other with puzzled looks. Then, they erupted into even more rampant laughter. "Hey, is she giving up? Get up, little girl. Your resistance just makes us more excited." Their vile words rang out. Tears welled up in Haley's eyes. Just when she thought there was no escape, suddenly, shouts of battle erupted from afar, followed by an angry voice belonging to a young man. "Capture them all. Kill every single one of them, and don't let anyone get away." The bandits exclaimed nervously. "What the hell? Did the court send so many soldiers? Damn, it's a trap. Run." The sounds of chaotic footsteps and cries mixed together. Haley's eyes snapped open, and she saw a dashing man on horseback, commanding about 40 or 50 black-clad servants charging fiercely at the bandits with their weapons raised. The man on horseback exuded an imposing air, none other than Drew. He actually came to save her. Haley's eyes widened in disbelief. She had assumed Drew would rather see her dead. Why did he come to save her now? Drew sat astride his high horse, visibly relieved that Haley was unharmed. Thank goodness he arrived in time. Otherwise, things would have been disastrous. He barked orders at once. "Attack. For every kill, 100 silver taels. Move faster, not a single one should escape." The servants, including Godwin, became even more vigorous upon hearing his words. Though these bandits were stronger than the weaklings in the capital, they were no match for the well-trained servants who had often bullied others. Within moments, the battlefield was covered with bandit corpses and pools of blood. The renowned martial artists among the bandits also fell one by one under Godwin's command. Only the ringleader remained kneeling, held captive by Godwin. The captured leader glared at Drew, cursing bitterly. "Who are you?" Drew's face darkened. "Who am I?" he retorted, pointing at himself. "I am Drew of the Yi family, known to none by a different name." The bandit wanted to continue his insults, but Godwin showed no mercy. He lifted his saber and, with a swift strike, severed the head of the ringleader. The decapitated head rolled on the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. Wasn't Drew supposed to be a famous idler in the capital? What was he doing here? A shiver ran down Drew's spine as he noticed Haley, terrified and in shock. He quickly dismounted and rushed to her side. "Are you okay? Are you scared?" Haley mumbled incoherently, attempting to stand up but finding her limbs unwilling to obey. Losing balance, she fell directly into Drew's arms. The scent of her wafted through his nose, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. Drew instinctively wanted to push her away, but looking at the beautiful woman lying in his embrace, he felt a wave of emotion stir within him. With Stevie absent, surely it wouldn't matter if he held her for a while? Drew couldn't help but soften when he saw Haley's tear-filled eyes. Could he really not understand her feelings for him? Even if Drew's heart were hard, he couldn't bear to do something cruel. He bit his lip and helped Haley to her feet. "Godwin, let's go back to the estate." "Yes, sir," Godwin shouted, watching his master support Haley toward the horses. His rough, strong face softened slightly with a hint of affection. His young master was in love. On the way back, Drew and his group encountered Simeon. Behind him marched several dozen imperial guards, equipped with swords and clad in fine armor, fully armed. Simeon rode ahead on a large horse, followed closely by his team. They met Drew precisely on the road back. Chapter 75. Return. Simeon immediately saw Drew and asked, "Brother Feiyun, is my sister all right?" Simeon, who had just realized something was wrong, finally discovered the issue. The group of bandits in the southern part of the city had been unsuccessfully attacked by the government troops several times. His sister went alone, and it wasn't likely she would return safely. Therefore, Simeon immediately gathered the city's brocade guards and quickly rushed towards the south of the city. But he didn't expect that Godwin had already rescued his sister and was on the way back. Drew felt relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, Haley sat behind Drew on the horse, lightly holding Drew's waist. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Haley's expression changed. This troublemaker, how could you always be involved everywhere without knowing when to step back? But Haley couldn't say these words out loud. Drew immediately dismounted. Your sister is fine. Quickly take her home and make sure nothing bad happens. Drew wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a lingering fear. If anything happened to Haley, it would surely blame him. Bringing Haley back with Simeon was the safest option. Simeon glanced at his affectionate sister and then looked at Drew. He understood what was happening but was unsure, so he tentatively said, Sister, let's go home. Why should I not go home? Although Haley was reluctant, she couldn't show it and instead angrily pulled the reins, heading towards the city. Simeon, seeing Haley's angry face, couldn't understand the situation. Did he do something wrong? He turned to ask Drew with a grimace. What happened? Why is she so upset? Drew laughed bitterly, ignoring him. Simeon also laughed helplessly and did not speak. He whipped his horse and followed Haley into the city. Drew sighed heavily. Phew, fortunately, nothing serious happened. But that girl's eyes earlier. Sigh. What a disaster. Drew slapped his thigh hard. Just as Drew returned to the mansion and hadn't even sat down properly, an unexpected event occurred again. Master! Master! An urgent call came from outside the door. Drew, who had been wary of potential assassination attempts by Stevie, was just about to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he was almost frightened out of his wits. He cursed out loud. Why are you shouting? Are you calling me to my death? Drew sat up abruptly, cursing loudly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It's not like that. A servant knelt at the door, sweating profusely. You want to scare me? Say what you have to say. If you have something, just say it. Drew breathed a sigh of relief and was about to lie down again. Addie is here? What? Drew stumbled, almost falling off the bed. His face turned deathly pale. How did this troublemaker come again? Was the punishment last time not enough? That shouldn't be right. Drew frowned deeply, muttering to himself. Considering Princess Clarissa's character, after Drew and Annie publicly humiliated her in front of the county office, Clarissa, being proud and haughty, had never shown favor to the former dog Drew. How could she possibly seek him out? Drew's thoughts raced, nearly giving him a headache, yet he couldn't figure out why. Perhaps Clarissa was playing some kind of trick? But that doesn't make sense either. He had no wealth or looks, so why target him? Princess Clarissa, a prominent figure in the Great Qian Dynasty, wouldn't fixate on him, right? Drew kept muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the servant, drenched in sweat, anxiously said, Freddie, perhaps you should take a look. Addie is waiting outside and seems to have brought an imperial decree. Hearing this, Drew froze in shock, realizing things might be more complicated than he thought. An imperial decree? Holy crap, is this a forced marriage? Drew's Adam's apple moved as he struggled for words, waving his hand. All right, stall outside. Tell the young master I will be right out. Before the servant could get up, a sharp voice rang out from outside. What, are you now too bold, Drew, that you dare to keep the princess waiting? Princess Clarissa's voice carried a hint of anger. Without waiting for Drew to react, a graceful shadow drifted into the room. It was Clarissa, slightly made up, with two timid maids trailing behind, bowing low. They even gave Drew a few strange glances, one of them stifling laughter, causing Drew's heart to race nervously. What's so funny? Drew wondered. Clarissa's lips curled slightly. The imperial prison in the capital resembled a tall wall several meters thick, with a narrow passage dug beside it, similar to a dog hole. Beside it, a woman in black clothes and pants, with a simple ponytail and unadorned makeup, revealed excellent features and a touch of purity. Chapter 76. Walter returns again. However, the woman's expression alone was indeed somewhat shocking to look at, without a hint of emotion, as if she were a corpse. She was staring intently at the dog hole, while clasping her fists in respectful greeting. Welcome back, Freddie. Not long after, a figure crawled out, with a dark complexion and tattered clothes that had some bruises. It was none other than Walter, who was unkempt and dirty. As soon as he crawled out, he gritted his teeth and cursed. You people from the Qian Dynasty's Ministry of Justice really don't hold back. He cursed again. Damn it. During this time, after being caught by Simeon's brocade guards and taken to the underground prison, that fellow used whips, pepper water, tiger stools, and nail pulling on him. Walter had cultivated unique skills and barely managed to withstand the torture due to his robust physique. If he stayed there for 2 more days, he might not have made it. The woman clasped her fists. Freddie, are you alright? Walter's face turned dark. Can't you tell if I'm okay or not? You still dare to ask? The woman remained unperturbed. Welcome back, Freddie. Suddenly, she knelt down with a respectful demeanor. Walter rolled his eyes. Why does something feel off everywhere? After finally coming out, he wanted to seize Clarissa and Annie in one move. But every time it felt like an invisible force was strangling his throat, preventing him from making a move. Even this time, Simeon directly caught him and brought him to the dungeon. Everything feels wrong. So wrong? Why do my harem girls seem to have no interest in me? Are these women crazy? Am I not handsome enough? Not tall enough? Not rich enough? Walter's eyebrows twitched violently as he seriously pondered. At this moment, Ivy, kneeling on the ground, said tremulously, Freddie, Addie invited you this time, saying she wants to discuss important matters with you. Walter's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, and his lips curled up involuntarily. Although he had been in the dungeon for some time, his network of relationships was deeply rooted, and in this capital city, it could be said that no news escaped him. Through his connections, he had already established contact with Clarissa. Of course, he didn't use his identity as Walter, but instead posed as a reclusive master. He told the other party that through Ivy, he had connected with Clarissa and was preparing to enter the palace to see the emperor today. Walter's face turned gloomy. Last time, in the court, he intended to take advantage of Clarissa's status as a bodyguard to expand his influence, But unexpectedly, he was thrown into the dungeon by Ivor. After enduring all that torment, he finally escaped only to be caught again. After days of unimaginable, inhumane torture, he finally saw the light of day once more. This time, he must succeed and gain Ivor's trust. Otherwise, his days of wielding power and influence in the Dacian Empire would be indefinitely postponed. Walter waved his hand. Let's go. Everything is settled, right? Ivy immediately replied while still kneeling. Freddy, everything has been arranged. Addie is now waiting for you in the palace. Good, Walter said, overjoyed. Every time he thought of Clarissa's exquisite face, he felt a surge of excitement. But seeing such a beautiful girl show no interest in him, even acting coldly, made him gnash his teeth. All the beauties in this world should belong to him. Involuntarily, Drew's name popped up in his mind. Just thinking about how that Drew always strutted around looking handsome and proper before him filled him with hatred. When I gain Emperor Ivor's trust, I'll see how I can finish you off, Walter muttered under his breath, clenching his fists so hard they cracked like fireworks. You will surely succeed, Freddy, Ivy added. Walter rolled his eyes. Fine, fine. Get up and let's get moving. Yes. At this moment, Drew was accompanying Clarissa into the palace. Since they were entering the palace, although Drew's carriage usually moved freely within the capital, he didn't dare drive it directly into the imperial grounds. Now, he just wanted to be a quiet playboy, listening to music in brothels and hanging out with friends outside, occasionally teasing virtuous women, without drawing too much attention and avoiding trouble. One Walter was already causing him enough headaches. He didn't want to make any more enemies. Therefore, Drew was riding in Clarissa's carriage this time. After getting into the carriage, Clarissa crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and leaned against the corner to rest, with no intention of speaking to Drew. Drew felt uneasy and did not dare to speak either, only occasionally sneaking a peek at Clarissa. What he didn't know was that Clarissa had already heard all his inner thoughts clearly. Clarissa found it amusing how many psychological activities Drew had. She couldn't figure out why Drew was so afraid of Walter. Last time she heard, Walter was imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon, suffering all kinds of extreme punishments every day, living a miserable life. Yet, even so, Drew was still very scared. Clarissa believed that with Drew's connections, it was impossible for him not to know about Walter's suffering in the dungeon. This made her somewhat interested in Walter. But this time, she carried some anticipation in her heart because she had met an expert named Aotian, who supposedly could offer significant advice on the current imperial rules. So, she planned to introduce him to the palace to meet the emperor, letting her father take a look. Meanwhile, Drew had no idea what Clarissa was thinking. He just kept sneaking glances now and then and quickly looked away, fearing that Clarissa might notice. Clarissa slightly opened her eyes, secretly observing Drew, and inwardly smiled. Humph, quite interesting. Weren't you and Ashlyn playing along well to annoy me? Why are you so scared of me now? Of course, Clarissa did not say these words out loud. As the carriage swayed, it arrived at the entrance of the palace. The guards recognized this as Clarissa's carriage and immediately pulled open the huge city gate studded with yellow rivets, making way for them. The carriage slowly entered the palace. Turning left and right, after an unknown amount of time, they only heard the driver's gentle shout from outside the curtain. Princess, we've arrived at the back garden. Please get off the carriage. At this moment, Clarissa finally opened her eyes, glanced at Drew, and silently got off the carriage. Seeing this, Drew hurriedly followed. Chapter 77. Entering the palace. Previously, Clarissa had come to the Yi residence to find him, only mentioning that Sunny had issued an imperial edict without specifying what it was about. Drew could only feel anxious and subconsciously thought that Ivor might be pressing for a wedding. Thus, he followed Clarissa with trepidation all the way to the palace. Soon, Clarissa led the way, and Drew quietly trailed behind her. After passing through a green corridor, they arrived at the palace's rear garden. Birds sang and flowers bloomed amidst lush trees. Beside them lay an artificial lake spanning over 100 acres, where lotuses blossomed in abundance, exuding a fragrant aroma. Emperor Ivor, dressed in his dragon robe, stood with his back to the garden entrance. Just his silhouette exuded regal authority, chilling one's heart. By his side were over a dozen Janus and maidservants, their heads bowed as they respectfully awaited Ivor's orders. Ivor picked up a fruit from the table and nonchalantly popped a grape into his mouth, savoring it playfully. Upon seeing the emperor, Clarissa exclaimed joyfully, "Father, Kendra is here." Ivor turned around, looking at Clarissa with affection. Drew, following behind, lowered his eyes. According to historical records, Ivor doted on Princess Clarissa greatly. Otherwise, given that Gale, his father, held the position of Secretary of the Six Ministries, Ivor should have fully supported the marriage between his daughter and Drew. The Minister of Revenue controlled the nation's finances and was a first-class official, making him a key figure Ivor would seek to ally with. Despite the Dacian dynasty's apparent prosperity, the court was divided into factions, the civil officials led by Gale and the military generals. These two factions maintained a superficial peace, but engaged in incessant power struggles beneath the surface. Logically, Ivor should not have opposed the marriage between Drew and Clarissa. However, the only reason in the original story why Ivor did not support this union was because Drew was incredibly dissolute and incompetent, even among debauched offspring. If it weren't for Gale's sake, Ivor might have had Drew executed countless times already. The guy would stand outside the palace gates reciting nauseating love poems and block the door of the salonge, which no emperor could tolerate. It was only Drew's illustrious family background that allowed him such audacity. However, during the previous court session, Drew had delivered a passionate speech and proposed innovative strategies for managing the Xiongnu. This changed Ivor's view of Drew. When Clarissa told him these ideas came from Drew, Ivor was thoroughly shocked. He had never heard that this perpetually frivolous Drew could come up with such measures. Having previously ordered Drew to manage the Xiongnu issue, Ivor noted no progress after several days. Thus, he commanded Clarissa to bring Drew to the palace to inquire about the situation. "Father, I missed you so much." Clarissa approached Ivor gracefully, sitting beside him. Ivor smiled. "Sit down. Don't be so formal." At this moment, Ivor noticed Drew standing cautiously nearby, causing a slight surprise. He remembered how bold Drew used to be, defying everyone in the court, even daring to challenge the emperor himself. But now, after just a few days, he seemed so obedient. Could this still be the Drew he knew? Ivor furrowed his brows, examining Drew closely. Drew felt alarmed, quickly averting his gaze from Ivor's intense scrutiny. He realized this was unmistakably the look of an in-law evaluating his future son-in-law. He needed to find a way out of this engagement before it was too late. Don't fancy me, please. Please don't tell me your royal family has such peculiar preferences. Feeling nervous, Drew didn't realize that Clarissa, seated in Ivor's lap, heard his thoughts and raised an eyebrow. If the emperor heard those words, Drew's entire clan might be eradicated. However, Clarissa remained silent, leaning closer to Ivor and said sweetly, "Father, I brought Drew to you. Look at him." Ivor then looked away and spoke steadily. "All right, Feiyun, sit down." "Yes, your majesty." Drew quickly found a stone stool and sat down obediently, appearing demure and respectful. This behavior left Ivor puzzled. Something was off. After some polite conversation, Ivor got straight to the point. "Feiyun, the strategy you proposed for managing the Xiongnu at the last court session has been on my mind for days. I have some questions." Drew breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't about forced marriage. As long as it's not about marriage, I can handle questions about the Xiongnu. Clarissa gritted her teeth, eyeing Drew with a cold glare, wanting to tear him apart. How could he hate her so much? Were the love poems nothing but lies? Clarissa stayed silent, watching him intently. When Drew heard Ivor's question, he respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the strategy one mentioned was merely a casual suggestion. As for specific methods, I genuinely cannot provide answers. Who wants to stick their neck out? Showing off in front of Ivor would invite trouble from Walter. Let Walter take the credit." Clarissa frowned, believing Drew definitely had brilliant plans for managing the Xiongnu and possibly more ideas, yet he refused to reveal them, which annoyed her. Serving the emperor meant sharing worries, but Drew couldn't seem to grasp this concept. Before Clarissa could speak, Ivor waved a hand. "It's fine, Drew. I've handed your proposal to the cabinet for discussion, and they will draft relevant policies. The general direction is sound." Ivor didn't seem too concerned. Drew widened his eyes in surprise, wondering if this approach was viable. Just then, Ivor asked, "Feiyun, I heard you recently helped eliminate the bandits in Nanshan with Wang family's little girl?" Chapter 78, Bryson? When Drew heard Ivor mention this, he immediately frowned and secretly wondered. This situation is off. Why did Ivor suddenly bring up this topic? Bad news travels fast. I just incidentally wiped out the bandits in the southern city. So why would Sonny, who handles countless state affairs every day, care about such a trivial matter? Drew's mind was in turmoil, but he dared not admit to it. If Ivor were to suddenly be moved and appoint him as a grand marshal or something like that, it would spell total disaster for him. He didn't want to get married to Stacy anytime soon, nor did he wish for his whole family to be massacred. Drew pondered how to respond, but beside him, Stacy felt a surge of anger rising within her. "Drew, you hate me that much?" She glared at Drew with her beautiful eyes, her heart seething with indignation. She knew Drew seemed to be avoiding her, but she hadn't expected him to be this afraid, even worrying that Ivor might marry her off to him, leading him to deny participating in the bandit suppression. Unable to contain herself, Stacy blurted out, "Father, I can vouch for this." It was indeed Drew who led the Yi Manor servants to completely eliminate the bandits in the southern city. Haley was also critically injured, but Drew saved him at the critical moment. "Father, you must reward Drew accordingly." Upon hearing this, Ivor's thick eyebrows raised, and his stern expression changed instantly. His eyes filled with admiration as they turned towards Drew. He had previously thought Drew was merely an idle scoundrel, and those house servants who bullied men and oppressed women were notorious in the capital. Yet now, under Drew's command, they managed to achieve something commendable, suppressing bandits. Ivor had long heard of the notorious bandits in the southern city, and several waves of troops sent by the authorities had all returned empty-handed. Now, Drew had accomplished what they couldn't with just a few dozen servants, making Ivor view him in a new light. A true talent. Ivor's admiring gaze made Drew feel uneasy, as if he were being watched by a tiger. Inwardly, he panicked, thinking, Don't look at me, brother. I actually wanted to help, but circumstances forced me to this." Dare not speak, Drew could only nod nervously. Meanwhile, Ivor praised, indeed, teachable. Each word echoed heavily in Drew's heart. Feeling wronged yet unable to speak, Drew forced a smile and echoed, "Yes, your majesty." Glancing at Stacy with a resentful look, Drew thought, this little brat. Why stir up trouble where there isn't any? Inside, Stacy giggled but kept her composure. She loved seeing Drew squirm. "How dare you team up with Ashlyn to upset me?" Humph. Then Ivor furrowed his brows and looked at Stacy. "Kendra, didn't you say there was an expert whom you wanted me to meet today? Why haven't you brought him in yet?" Stacy replied, startled, "Father, I will have him enter the palace immediately." With a gentle wave, an attendant rushed over. "Princess, please bring in the esteemed expert named Bryson to see Sonny." "Yes, princess," the attendant replied, quickly bowing and exiting the garden. Drew was puzzled. Bryson? Why does this name sound familiar? It wasn't right. They hadn't encountered anyone named Bryson in previous plot developments. Something felt off. Could this Bryson be related to Stevie? Stacy also felt unsettled, reflecting on recent events. A high-ranking official introduced Bryson to her, stating he wished to meet the emperor. Bryson claimed significant events were about to occur in the empire, insisting on meeting Ivor to reveal his reasons. Asking repeatedly didn't yield answers, so Stacy agreed to arrange their meeting. With Ivor asking directly, she naturally invited Bryson into the palace. While waiting, Ivor, Stacy, and Drew chatted aimlessly. Though Drew remained silent, Stacy skillfully redirected conversations, enhancing Ivor's perception of him. Ivor's authoritative gaze lingered on Drew, filled with admiration, almost like a father-in-law looking at his future son-in-law. Drew inwardly sighed. Life here seemed increasingly difficult compared to other novels where he rarely survived more than 3 days. He was already surviving 7 days, perhaps signaling hope. He needed to find a way out and retreat back to Manor to live as a reclusive noble, enjoying life without worries. Shortly, the Yanni's sharp voice echoed, "Please welcome Bryson for an audience with Sunny." The trio's attention turned to the garden entrance. There appeared a young man in white robes, with a valuable jade pendant hanging from his waist, elegant hairstyle, fair skin, and bright eyes, exuding confidence and nobility like a character from a novel. Without speaking, Bryson briskly approached, bowed deeply before Ivor, and respectfully said, "Bryson pays homage to your majesty." Though Stacy found Bryson handsome, she inexplicably felt uneasy and slightly repulsed, unsure why. Ivor scrutinized him carefully, saying nothing. Chapter 79. Why is it you again? Beside him, Drew was already utterly shocked. What the hell kind of Bryson is this? Isn't this Stevie in disguise? According to the original records, Stevie excelled in disguise and makeup, transforming from one person into another effortlessly. This clearly indicated that Bryson was none other than Stevie in disguise. Brecken trembled, but he didn't dare speak up, only silently suffering inside. Damn, Stevie has indeed recently escaped from the Imperial prison. Does he know about all the things I've been doing lately? Brecken anxiously pondered. If Stevie found out, wouldn't he kill me on the spot? Ashlyn, Clarissa, and Amber were all gathered around him, practically offering themselves to him. Drew felt a growing sense of dread, not daring to make eye contact with the supposed Stevie, fearing he would be noticed. He chanted inwardly, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, Stevie, please don't see me." Stevie's gaze swept across the room and immediately fell upon Drew, who was trying to move further back in his seat, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You, Drew, why is it you again? My first battle since re-emerging was ruined by you. Previously, you even had me thrown into the Imperial prison. Now here you are again in this garden." A sinister look flashed through Stevie's eyes, like a venomous snake staring at its prey. Cold sweat dripped down Drew's back, yet he dared not utter a sound, huddling in the corner. Meanwhile, Clarissa heard Drew's thoughts and couldn't help but frown, examining the so-called Stevie from head to toe. What? This Bryson is actually Stevie. Isn't Stevie my former guard who was imprisoned? How did he escape and change his appearance like this? Clarissa thought to herself. At that moment, Ivor spoke first, his voice carrying an authoritative magnetism. "Kendra mentioned you had urgent matters to discuss. She said something significant will happen in the court. What exactly is it?" His tone was imposing, exuding a royal air. An ordinary person would surely cower under such pressure. Unexpectedly, Stevie showed no fear. He clasped his hands in salute and said loudly, "Your Majesty, after investigating the capital today, I discovered a pressing matter that must be reported. Therefore, I sought an audience through Addie." Ivor's interest was piqued. He frowned. "What matter? Speak." Stevie's words also caught Clarissa's attention, her beautiful eyes turning towards him as she waited for his next words. Stevie lifted his head, his expression resolute. "I have discovered that the son of the Vice Minister of War, Gavriel, seems to have ulterior motives toward Addie and carries a strange drug that can manipulate desire." As he spoke, Stevie felt rather smug. After all, wasn't it he who provided Gavriel with that strange drug? Originally, he planned to use Gavriel as a stepping stone to get close to Clarissa. But after 3 days and nights of severe punishment in the Imperial prison, he changed his plan. Why not just betray Gavriel and approach Clarissa directly as Bryson? Since his identity as Stevie had been thoroughly compromised by Drew, changing his name seemed like a brilliant idea. "I'm a genius," he thought with delight, completely unaware that the entire back garden had fallen silent. Ivor and his two companions looked at Bryson as if he were mentally deficient. Is this man really an idiot? Ivor frowned, recalling how Clarissa had recounted the autumn hunt incident in detail. Because of that, he had developed a more favorable impression of Drew. Now, this so-called Bryson came to report on something that had already happened, causing Ivor to narrow his brows as he glanced at his daughter Clarissa. Clarissa's eyes expressed innocence. Clearly, Bryson had assured her of significant news, yet it was already known. Isn't this old news? Isn't this guy crazy? She felt embarrassed in front of her father. Drew sighed inwardly. "Damn, brother, your intel is off." "What? This already happened. Why are you bringing it up now?" Ivor frowned, speaking sternly. "You came here just to report this?" Ivor was growing displeased. His schedule was packed, and he barely had time to sleep. For this imbecile to report trivial matters. Ivor's expression darkened. Stevie blinked, confused. "Wait, shouldn't you be alarmed by this news? Didn't you adore your daughter Clarissa? Your precious daughter is about to be violated, and you're not worried? What's going on?" He turned and caught Clarissa's gaze, feeling uneasy. "Clarissa, why are you looking at me like this? Shouldn't you be panicked about Gavriel's intentions? This is messed up." Stevie was bewildered. Having been locked up, he hadn't kept up with recent events. Seeing Ivor's displeasure, even a fool could tell something was wrong. That look was familiar. It was similar to the day Ivor sent him to prison. Oh, trouble is brewing. Bryson broke into a cold sweat, glancing sideways at Drew, whose heart skipped a beat. "Damn, what do you want from me? It's not my fault. You're the one who chose to spill the beans." Panicked, Bryson quickly added, "No, your majesty, I have another matter to report." "Speak." Ivor's patience was waning, while Clarissa watched Bryson with a frown, waiting for his next words. Chapter 80. This is a reclusive master? Despite being greatly favored by her father, Emperor Ivor, if she were to bring in someone as erratic as this for an audience with the Emperor, it might still lead to her father reprimanding her. Now, she felt even more displeased with this so-called Braun. Moreover, Drew's earlier thoughts about Braun being the disguised Walter had worsened Stacy's impression of him. Even though Stacy hadn't seen any proof, she was starting to believe what Drew thought. How could Braun's mannerisms be so similar to that of Walter? Daring to deceive this princess. "I'll make you wish you were dead when the time comes." Stacy remained silent. Walter, meanwhile, clasped his hands and anxiously said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that there is a gang of habitual bandits in the southern city who have been harassing the citizens. I have a plan to eliminate them. Would your Majesty like to hear the details?" Walter spoke confidently. He had already learned from his time in prison about the southern city's habitual bandits. In his eyes, these 4 notorious robbers were merely small fries. If he acted, they would certainly be eradicated. And since the Imperial troops had failed multiple times, this was a perfect opportunity to display his prowess and gain some trust from Ivor. Unexpectedly, Ivor's face darkened as if it could drip water. Was this man not mentally stable? Why was he repeatedly revealing things that had already happened? Did he live in a mistaken timeline of the Great Qian Dynasty? Ivor remained silent, but an intimidating presence exuded from his seated figure, making everyone present feel uneasy. Drew inwardly sighed. "You are really my dear Gavin brother. Walter, weren't you whipped silly in prison? Or did you come back from the past?" But as Drew laughed, he suddenly stopped. Realizing that Walter might find out that he had solved these problems himself if he investigated later, Drew felt the need to save himself. "Damn it, I need to save myself. He can't salvage this, so I must help him do it." Immediately, Drew changed his expression and came to Walter's defense. "Your Majesty, although Braun's words may seem outrageous, he is genuinely concerned for the people and the state. Such loyalty deserves high praise." Walter frowned at Drew, unsure why he was calling his words outrageous. Wasn't he thinking of the welfare of the Aotian Empire? Stacy's expression also changed. She had initially thought Braun was some kind of master, confidently claiming significant events were going to occur in the Great Qian Dynasty and insisting on meeting Ivor. But now he was talking nonsense. Ivor glanced at Drew. If not for Drew, he would have dragged this supposed Braun out and had him torn apart by horses. Wasn't he very busy? Why was this man bothering him with such trivial matters? Walter sensed something was wrong, beads of sweat dripping down his back. What was happening? Shouldn't they see him as a loyal minister concerned for the Aotian Empire? Bowing his head and barely daring to meet Ivor's nearly murderous gaze, Walter hesitantly added, "Your Majesty, there is another matter I wish to report." Kneeling on the ground, trembling slightly, Walter knew he was in the palace. Even with his martial prowess, if Ivor became enraged and ordered the Imperial guards to arrest and execute him, there would be no escape. Why did he feel his life hanging by a thread? Feeling increasingly threatened, he hurriedly brought up his next point. Ivor suppressed his anger and shakily said, "Speak." Everyone present could tell Ivor was visibly angered. As an enlightened ruler of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ivor could also be ruthless. Repeatedly speaking nonsense, Walter had crossed the line. At any moment, Ivor might unleash a massacre in the palace. Stuttering, Walter said, "Your Majesty, I've heard that over 100,000 refugees have flooded into the capital recently. Although the government has distributed relief supplies, the refugee issue remains unresolved. I have a solution." Drew breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Walter had mentioned something important. If he had come up with another strange idea, even Drew wouldn't be able to save him. Patting his chest, he looked like he had narrowly escaped death. Stacy watched Drew's reaction, wondering why he seemed so afraid for this person and why he wasn't trying to showcase himself in front of the emperor. No other official in the Aotian dynasty would pass up the chance to climb higher. Yet, Drew's unconventional behavior intrigued her more. "Let me investigate this, Drew. I must see what he's up to." Hearing this, Ivor became interested. The refugee crisis in the capital had been troubling him for a long time. Despite many ministers opening private soup kitchens, tens of thousands of drought-stricken refugees kept pouring into the capital. He couldn't just turn away fellow citizens of the Great Qian Dynasty. However, even with increased aid and grain distributions, the situation was worsening, and rumors of cannibalism had emerged. As a self-proclaimed enlightened ruler concerned for his people, Ivor couldn't bear such atrocities. Hearing Walter's claim to have a solution, he immediately asked, "How would you solve it?" #### Chapter 81. Relief for Refugees. Stevie said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that Jamal, the Minister of Revenue, has been lining his own pockets, amassing an enormous fortune. I suggest your Majesty thoroughly investigate Jamal's assets and open the national treasury to provide extensive relief for the refugees using all available resources. This would help these people return home." Drew, standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, this is really happening. It looks like his father's embezzlement can't be concealed any longer. Indeed, it was true. The speed at which Jamal accumulated wealth left even Drew, who was accustomed to reading online novels, speechless. His rate of greed might even surpass the notorious ancient corrupt official he shunned. Jamal had amassed several billion taels of silver in his household. This amount was equivalent to several years' worth of the Great Qian Dynasty's national. He agreed beside the emperor, "Your Majesty, I believe what he said is correct. Think about it. Our Great Qian Dynasty is known for its strong national power. If there are so many refugees in the capital now, many people will criticize us. That would imply our front lines are under pressure while our rear lines are weak. This must not happen." Drew spoke calmly while Ivor remained quiet, deeply considering Stevie's plan. Meanwhile, Stacy shot a glare at Drew, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Drew was truly despicable. He clearly foresaw the dire consequences of opening the granaries to aid refugees, but still suggested doing so. Wouldn't this plunge the Great Qian Dynasty into a perilous situation? Stacy was furious. She feared that her father, in a moment of impulse, might order the granaries to be opened. If that happened, millions of refugees would flood into the capital, eating free grain and creating uncontrollable chaos. Worse, corrupt officials might embezzle the relief supplies, causing disaster for the entire kingdom. Stacy seethed with anger. Drew saw the trouble coming but chose not to warn anyone. Instead, he seemed to push her father into a dangerous predicament. Yet Drew noticed none of this, only feeling uneasy as Stacy kept staring at him. "Why is this girl always looking at me? Is she crazy? I've already praised your Stevie to the heavens. Why don't you just go along with him and let him become a hero? Don't you want to feel proud then?" Though he thought this, Drew naturally didn't say it out loud, only inwardly criticizing. Suddenly, Stacy gently bit her lip and softly said, "Father, I believe this plan is absolutely unacceptable." Drew mentioned a strategy to address the refugee issue earlier. Oh, did he? Let's hear it. Ivor's eyes lit up, giving Drew an approving glance, eagerly awaiting Stacy's next words. Despite previously seeing Drew as a lazy and irresponsible rich kid, recent events had made Ivor view him differently. Saving Stacy from Gavriel and handling the bandits in the south showed remarkable foresight and maturity. Drew, surprised by Stacy's statement, widened his eyes and silently shouted, "Blasphemy! Blasphemy! You're slandering me." But Stacy remained calm, slightly smirking. "Father, I believe teaching people to fish is better than giving them fish. Instead of opening the granaries, we should offer them jobs." "What do you mean?" Ivor became intrigued. Stacy continued, "Rather than distributing grain to refugees, which could lead to embezzlement by corrupt officials, we should assign them tasks. We could mobilize the refugees to construct fortifications in the north and pay them fairly. Additionally, we can recruit them as city guards within the capital, providing them with homes and meaningful work. This way, we prevent riots and perfectly address the refugee problem while deterring lazy opportunists." Ivor's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Translation note: Pinyin names have been kept intact to maintain accuracy. The translation preserves the original tone, style, and paragraph structure, ensuring coherence with previous content while being natural and fluent. Chapter 82. Alleviating disaster with public works. Throughout history, whenever a dynasty faced the plight of refugees, they always opened their granaries to alleviate the disaster. Yet, what Clarissa proposed was nothing short of revolutionary. What did it mean? To use public works for relief. Brilliant idea. Ivor's heart raced as he pondered the feasibility of this strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Drew. "Hey, Kendra, you're saying this plan was told to you by Feiyun?" "Yes," Clarissa answered promptly. "Good. What a brilliant plan." Ivor exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Drew, on the other hand, felt his scalp tingle and his hands tremble. He was completely stunned. When did I tell Clarissa that? How come I don't remember? Drew's thoughts raced with unease. Turning his head, he saw Jerry beside him, who stood with folded arms and a cold gaze that seemed to pierce through him, as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. That gaze could kill. Drew swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He dared not meet Long Aotian's glare, feeling as though death was imminent. If this continued, Clarissa would be the death of him. Moreover, Drew wondered how this girl seemed to know his every thought before he even had them. He had barely formulated the solution when Clarissa immediately spoke it aloud. No. Something was definitely amiss. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He needed to handle the impending disaster quickly. If he didn't, Long Aotian wouldn't let it go easily. He had offended him too many times already. Long Aotian probably wanted to grind his bones into dust. Provoking him further would only make things worse. Suddenly, Drew stood up, clutching his stomach and feigning pain. "What's wrong, Feiyun?" Ivor asked, concern etched on his face. "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen, as if it's being sliced open." Drew put on a convincing act. "I think I need to rest temporarily. I can't stay here." Ivor was taken aback. "What? Should we call the imperial physician?" Ivor held Drew in high regard. If anything happened to Drew now, he would regret it deeply. Drew was a pillar of the state. The refugee crisis relied entirely on him, and coming up with such a brilliant plan was truly remarkable. Losing such talent would be almost impossible to replace. Ivor was extremely worried about Drew's condition. Seeing Ivor's concern, and glancing at Long Aotian's menacing eyes, Drew inwardly cursed. "Why are you so concerned about my stomachache? You should care more about Long Aotian." Beside him, Clarissa heard Drew's thoughts and saw Long Aotian's frustration. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Father, I think Drew isn't suffering from abdominal pain but needs to use the restroom. Perhaps he'll be fine after he goes." Clarissa found immense amusement in Drew's predicament. She knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to escape, but she wouldn't give him that chance. Ivor nodded in agreement. "Yes, Minister Yi has always been in excellent health. Why would this happen suddenly? There's a restroom in the back courtyard. I'll have someone guide you." With no other choice, Drew nodded reluctantly. Soon, an old Yanni approached Drew with a high-pitched voice, bowing deeply. "Master Yi, please follow me." "All right," Drew replied, not daring to look back at Long Aotian's fierce gaze, and hurriedly followed the Yanni toward the rear courtyard. As he walked, cold sweat dripped down his back, sensing several pairs of eyes fixed on him. Undoubtedly, these belonged to Clarissa, Ivor, and Long Aotian, whose gaze was the most chilling, like knives piercing into his heart. The Yanni led Drew through winding corridors to a secluded corner. The toilet, made of Nanmu wood, was small yet exuded a subtle sandalwood fragrance, creating a soothing atmosphere. Drew paused. "Elder, is this the royal toilet?" The Yanni covered his nose with a slight smile. "Master Yi, this is the rear courtyard of the palace. Please attend to your needs promptly." The Yanni turned away, not looking back at Drew. Drew marveled at the extravagance of the Great Qian Dynasty. Even their toilets were opulent. However, since his abdominal pain was fake and the Yanni wasn't watching, he quickly pushed open the door and slipped inside. Inside the toilet, Drew was drenched in cold sweat, frantically searching for a way out, peering around desperately for an escape route. "What should I do? What should I do? Long Aotian will surely kill me next. I need to figure out a way to escape." Then Drew noticed the only possible escape was through the floor. Peering downward cautiously, a wave of foul odor assaulted his senses, making him cover his nose instantly. Damn, there's no way out. With a grimace, Drew cursed inwardly. If he had to leave, he'd have to crawl through the filth, but he wouldn't dare risk it, even over the prospect of Long Aotian killing him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He might not be able to burrow underground, but he could certainly climb up. The wall at the back of the restroom, intended for ventilation, was only about 2 meters high. Drew tested it with his hands. He could indeed climb over. Gritting his teeth, Drew pushed off with his legs and scrambled up, pulling himself over the wall. A faint smile appeared on his lips. There was always a way out. Without hesitation, Drew flipped over the wall, straddling it momentarily. But the next second, he nearly fell off in shock. At the foot of the wall, crouching in black clothes and pants, was a woman. Ghost. Drew screamed in horror. ##### Chapter 83, Ivy. Drew exclaimed in shock, damn. Isn't this the Lotus of Tongtian sect? His legs suddenly turned weak, and he fell straight off the wall with a thud, landing face first on the ground in an awkward manner. The pain made him wince. He cursed silently in his heart. Is this Walter sick or something? Ah, this Tongtian sect's Ivy is one of his harem, right? Why would he make her squat by the wall like that? Of all places, why right next to the restroom? That's way too creepy. Drew never expected to encounter Ivy while sneaking away, which was absurdly bizarre. He cursed the perverted Walter's ancestors 18 generations back for dozens of times in his mind. At that moment, Ivy, who was squatting at the bottom of the wall, looked up toward the top of the wall. She seemed to have heard some noise, but when she looked again, there was no one there. Ivy frowned, puzzled. Strange. Freddy asked me to guard here and told me to get closer if anything unusual happens. Why did I just hear someone talking? She shook her head, unable to think clearly, only certain that she really heard someone call her name, which was quite strange. Just as Drew fell onto the grass, the Yanni waiting nearby heard the commotion and turned his gaze. Spotting Drew lying on the ground, he hurriedly waved his sleeves and exclaimed in fear, Freddy, what happened? Didn't you say you were going to the toilet? How did you end up falling here? Impatiently standing up, Drew replied, enough, it's nothing serious. I got a bit excited while in the toilet and ended up falling out here. The Yanni listened to Drew's nonsense, feeling uneasy. Having served in the palace for 7 to 8 years, he had never seen anyone fall from inside a toilet to outside. It was indeed very peculiar. But seeing Drew's disheveled appearance, he didn't dare say much. After all, Drew was the future prince consort and the only son of Gale, the Minister of Revenue. A mere Yanni couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, he respectfully said, then, shall I escort you back, Freddy? Sure, Drew responded. Drew followed the Yanni back toward the rear garden, deliberately procrastinating. He was afraid that turning around might lead him to encounter that detestable Walter. Occasionally looking at trees, admiring flowers, or playing with fish, he prolonged the short journey to nearly half an hour. The Yanni, getting anxious, wiped sweat from his forehead and urged, Freddy, can you hurry up a bit? The Emperor and Princess are waiting for you. What will you do if you're late? Frowning, Drew retorted, why so anxious? Aren't they in the rear garden? My stomach still hurts. Desperate for excuses, Drew rambled on. He thought if Walter caught him, he would be torn apart alive. Moreover, Keisha was also a terrible person, always coming up with strange strategies. Though Drew didn't know how she knew those things, she claimed they were hers, which enraged Walter. Emperor Ivor wasn't a foolish ruler. He could easily discern the merits of these strategies. Constantly overshadowing Walter, Drew knew he wouldn't let it go. Thinking about it, Drew felt uneasy and apprehensive. Arriving at the rear garden, Drew saw Emperor Ivor sitting calmly on a stone chair, exuding imperial dignity as he ate pastries and fruits leisurely. Meanwhile, Keisha watched Drew's direction intently, seemingly waiting for him. After waiting for nearly an hour, she had grown suspicious, wondering if Drew had deliberately slipped away due to fear of Walter. Seeing him arrive finally, she smiled and announced, Father, look, Feiyun has come. Ivor raised an eyebrow and looked at Drew, whose movements seemed somewhat clumsy in the garden. He smiled faintly, oh, he's here. A bit late but understandable. At this moment, Ivor had a very good impression of Drew, considering him a rare talent for the Great Qian Dynasty. Initially, Drew had kept a low profile, acting like a reclusive sage, contrasting sharply with his notorious reputation as a debaucherous young man in the capital. Thinking of Drew's father, Gale, the foremost minister, Ivor felt elated. Gale headed the powerful civil officials faction, controlling the pulse of the Great Qian Dynasty. If Princess Stacy married Drew, his control over the dynasty would deepen further. Despite being the emperor, Ivor found it difficult to intervene in the political struggles among officials and military leaders. However, if Drew and Keisha got married smoothly, it would be a significant boon. Moreover, Drew was not a lazy incompetent, but a wise and talented recluse. This made Ivor even happier. He thought, this son-in-law is quite good. Feeling scrutinized by Stacy and Ivor, Drew felt uneasy, silently thinking, damn, why do their gazes feel so strange? Thankfully, he noticed Walter had disappeared, easing his anxiety considerably. Shivering, he walked to Ivor with the Yanni and said, Your Majesty, your subject feels unwell. Please forgive my tardiness. Ivor waved his hand casually, saying with authority, It's fine, take a seat. Keisha giggled charmingly, knowing that Drew had been intentionally avoiding them. But since Walter had already left early, mentioning trivial matters, Ivor had more pressing issues to attend to. Chapter 84, Troublemaker again? He was dismissed with a casual excuse. Stevie, as usual, was infuriated to the point of frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging out. However, Drew, the instigator of it all, excused himself by claiming illness, leaving Stevie fuming with nowhere to vent his anger. He barely managed to mutter a thank you before slowly leaving the back garden. Drew glanced at Clarissa, whose face was like a blooming flower, and then looked at Ivor, whose expression was calm. He sensed something was amiss. Drew sighed inwardly. Damn, this girl must have gotten me into trouble again. Looking at Clarissa's exquisite little face smiling at him, Drew felt a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that Clarissa was deliberately trying to harm him. He must have been cursed in a previous life to cross her path. What a disaster. Drew held his head. His brain was about to explode. He couldn't understand what the original owner of this body was thinking. Why did he have to curry favor with this troublesome Clarissa? After all, she was the Solange of the Great Qian Dynasty, a beloved golden branch and jade leaf favored by Ivor. If he tried to break off the engagement, not only would his entire family be in danger, but even extermination of the 9 clans was possible. Drew didn't dare say more. All he could do was try to find a way to annul the engagement with Clarissa soon. But not now. He would have to wait for an opportunity later. Sigh. A fated connection indeed. Clarissa, having overheard Drew's thoughts, huffed lightly, her petite nose twitching. She knew what he was thinking. Want to break off the engagement with this young lady? Not so easy. Let's see what you can do. Nowadays, she found it increasingly amusing to outsmart Drew. Hee. It's so much fun. Before, she had despised and detested the former Drew, who behaved like a sycophant. Now, however, she found herself increasingly intrigued by him. Unaware of all this, Drew sighed inwardly. Given the current situation, he needed to think of a solution. Ivor watched Drew holding his head, furrowing his brows, and asked in a low voice, Minister Yi, are you unwell? Drew wanted to escape as soon as possible and quickly nodded. Yes, your majesty. I'm not feeling well. If there's nothing else, please allow me to return home to rest. He pretended to cough several times, appearing sickly, almost like someone with tuberculosis. If he kept coughing, it seemed his lungs might just come out. Ivor frowned slightly and said concernedly, all right, then go home and rest. Come to the palace if there's anything urgent. Otherwise, you don't need to attend court regularly. Currently, Drew had 2 identities, one as the imperial son-in-law and another as a future pillar of the Great Qian Dynasty. You see, the old ministers with their long white beards had deliberated countless times in their mansions, yet none of their policies came close to those proposed by Drew. This was simply the difference. To Ivor, Drew was invaluable. Regardless, Ivor had to give him this respect. Whether or not he attended court was inconsequential. After all, they were family now and didn't need such formalities anymore. Clarissa immediately suggested, Father, shall I escort Drew out of the palace? That's fine, Ivor agreed after some thought. He believed this would be a good opportunity for Clarissa and Drew to bond. The more he looked at Drew, the more he liked him. If the two could marry, it would be a great benefit to the Great Qian Dynasty. A royal relative with exceptional talent, the combination was perfect. It had been ages since the dynasty had seen such an excellent prince consort. Seeing this, Drew's heart sank, but considering Ivor's regard, he had no choice but to say, Your Majesty, this minister takes his leave. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Afterward, Clarissa bid farewell to Ivor and escorted Drew all the way to the palace gate. Lowering his head, Drew scrutinized Clarissa, suspecting she was intentionally teasing him. He couldn't help but ask, Addie, where did that tiger Bryson go earlier? He was extremely nervous. The sudden disappearance of Stevie unnerved him throughout the journey. He walked cautiously, afraid to breathe too loudly. He had a strong feeling. Stevie wanted to kill him. He had to be on guard. Clarissa knew that the so-called Bryson was actually Stevie in disguise. Seeing Drew knowingly ask and even change the name, she found it amusing. He was chased out of the palace by father, thrown into the dungeon, and will be executed by slow slicing when the time comes. Knowing how much Drew feared Stevie, she deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Drew's eyes bulged wide, and his legs started trembling. He felt a buzzing in his head as he looked at Clarissa, who seemed like a terrifying demon to him at that moment. He thought, this girl is definitely doing this on purpose. Drew was so agitated that he couldn't speak for a long time, sensing that Clarissa was intentionally causing trouble for him and seemed to know about his fear of Stevie. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the palace gate. Clarissa escorted Drew to the entrance and softly said, Freddie, if you have time, remember to come to my palace and recite love poems. Addie is waiting for you. As she spoke, Clarissa even gave Drew a flirtatious wink. Drew burned with anger, his teeth grinding together loudly, but he didn't dare to speak up. All he could do was grit his teeth and respond through clenched jaws, Sure, Addie, this minister will definitely come. Take your time, no need to send off, Clarissa replied with a slight tilt of her beautiful face. Wearing her jade-blue robe that trailed along the stone steps, she turned gracefully and bowed, her exquisite features appearing utterly terrifying to Drew at that moment. As the large gate slowly closed, Clarissa's figure disappeared behind it. Drew glanced back, feeling his heart pounding rapidly. If there had been a heart rate monitor nearby, it would have likely shown his blood pressure spiking to over 120. Turning again, he saw Godwin driving a carriage parked outside the Grand Palace gate. Seeing Drew emerge, Godwin's face lit up with relief. With a hoarse voice, he exclaimed, Freddie, you've come out. We were worried something big happened inside. Shut up, Drew cursed, swiftly jumping into the carriage as if running from a storm. He shouted loudly, Get us back to the mansion immediately, get us back to the mansion. He was truly terrified. It felt like a nightmare. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that Stevie might be lurking somewhere, ready to trick him. If he didn't get back to the mansion quickly, things could go horribly wrong. Just thinking about the bizarre and eerie spells Stevie possessed made him shudder involuntarily. He kept replaying the visit in his mind, trying to recall if he had any physical contact with Stevie during the visit. Drew glanced down at himself. It shouldn't randomly explode. Chapter 85. An assassin. Drew, in the carriage, anxiously shouted again, Hurry up, don't dawdle. Godwin didn't dare delay. With a flick of his whip, the chestnut horse galloped away from the palace and headed toward the city. Behind the palace gate, Stacy peeked through the crack, seeing Drew as anxious as if he had been burned by fire. She laughed heartily, her mood brightening immensely. The maid behind her looked bewildered and whispered, Miss, what's going on? Back to the palace. Stacy, now in high spirits, flicked her sleeves and walked briskly toward the palace. The maid blinked, observing Stacy's happiness, puzzled. This princess is getting more peculiar, crying one moment and laughing the next. Could it have something to do with Drew? No way, no way. How could the princess take an interest in Drew? She shook her head, knowing well that in the palace, everyone knew Drew was Stacy's lapdog, someone she had always disdained. How could she suddenly be interested in him? She guessed Drew must have done something again. She could only think that much. The maid stopped guessing and followed Stacy respectfully. Prepare the imperial carriage and notify the imperial kitchen for extra meals today. Yes, princess. Drew was finally back at the Yi residence after all the anxiety. At the entrance of the Yi residence, Godwin carefully lifted the curtain and whispered, Master, we're here. Drew was huddled in the corner, clutching a dagger from the western regions tightly in front of his chest, eyes darting around warily. Are there any suspicious people near the house, around me, or at the entrance? No, Master, Godwin replied, puzzled internally. Why is Master acting so strangely today, coming out of the palace like this, as if he's seen a ghost? Who in the capital would dare touch our Yi family? He was extremely confident, even thinking no common thief or famous martial artist could get past him in a few moves. Godwin patted his chest and assured, Freddie Yi, you can get off safely. No one will come here to cause trouble. Taking a deep breath, Drew finally exited the carriage. But before he could step into the mansion, a black shadow shot out with hurried footsteps. Drew's heart skipped a beat. I really feared what would happen, and here it comes right after leaving the palace. Walter? He raised the dagger, which flashed coldly in the air. The shadow hastily dodged, stepping backward a few steps, barely avoiding Drew's sudden attack. Startled, Drew's face turned pale, and he retreated quickly, shouting, Godwin, Godwin, help, help. Godwin, shouting loudly, rushed over, eyes wide open, looking around. Where's the assassin? Drew scolded, Are you blind? The person is right there. Following Drew's finger, Godwin saw not an assassin but Ashlyn standing nearby, her beautiful face flushed with anger. She wore a simple white dress, her black hair tied back with a green jade pin. Her delicate features glared at Drew. Drew, you dare to draw your dagger against this lady? Realizing who it was, Drew exhaled deeply. Ashlyn, are you crazy? What are you doing here? I thought you were an assassin. He stormed off, ignoring her, walking briskly into the residence. Just as he escaped Stacy, Ashlyn appeared, and he didn't want to deal with her. He wanted to stay far from this scourge, and worried about Walter showing up anytime soon. Ashlyn gestured to Godwin, saying, Wait outside. I need to talk to your master. Yes, lady. Godwin respected her status and waited outside obediently. Ashlyn's maid also stayed outside, tapping Godwin on the shoulder, asking quietly, Hey, big guy, where did your young master go? Godwin gave her a dirty look, gruffly answering, What's it got to do with you? Hemph. The maid didn't mind, pouting and muttering, Fine, if you won't say, I won't bother. Why, you little girl? They bickered hotly outside. Meanwhile, Ashlyn stuck close to Drew like glue. Drew, lifting his robe, ran as fast as if chased by a ghost. Drew. Ashlyn called urgently, but he pretended not to hear and kept running. Drew, she shouted louder. Drew still ignored her. Drew, if you ignore me, I'll tell you, Walter is here. Drew turned in shock, staring at Ashlyn incredulously. How does she know about Walter? Feeling uneasy, Drew wondered why Ashlyn seemed to know his fear of Walter and used it to intimidate him. Examining Ashlyn closely, he felt something was off. Suddenly realizing something, Ashlyn put her hands on her hips and laughed smugly. What? You weren't running fast just now? Keep running. Drew quickly recovered, turning his eyes and putting on a flattering smile, approaching her like a servant. Lady, please, come inside, come inside. With a hand gesture inviting her in, Ashlyn, chin up, glanced sideways at Drew and walked inside with a humph. In Drew's hospitality, Ashlyn sat on a chair made of golden-threaded Nanmu wood. He had servants bring premium 18-year-old Biluakun tea with 18 precious herbs like ginseng and wolfberry added to it, almost making it look like a medicine jar. Ashlyn widened her eyes. Drew, are you trying to treat me or poison me? Drew chuckled awkwardly, holding up a cup of similarly loaded tea that might horrify even the imperial physician. Chapter 86, Don't waste it. He pretended to blow on the tea, took a large sip, and instantly a bitter taste spread in his mouth, almost making him spit it out. Damn, this is way too bitter, right? Drew couldn't help but curse under his breath, his brows furrowed so deeply they could strangle a fly. Ashlyn burst into laughter. You still know what bitterness feels like? I thought you were fearless. Drew shot her a glare and said helplessly, Ashlyn, what exactly do you want from me today? At this moment, Drew had completely lost his temper with Ashlyn. He couldn't figure out whether Ashlyn and Stacy were colluding secretly, deliberately making things difficult for him. They kept causing trouble one after another. Didn't they realize he was under threat from Walter? Each time they targeted him, it increased the danger to his life. He thought if this continued, he might as well find a remote village to hide and live as an indifferent playboy. That would be much more comfortable. And Ashlyn seemed to understand what Drew was thinking, stifling laughter with her hand. Seeing this, Drew felt a jolt in his heart and pleaded, Miss, why did you come looking for me today? Just say it straight. My heart can't take much more of this, he added silently, truly fearing the situation now involving both Ashlyn and Stacy. Ashlyn's face turned serious immediately. Looking at Drew's pitiful plea, she inwardly rejoiced. Drew, didn't you seem quite arrogant earlier? Let's see how competent you really are. This is fun. She then continued, Feiyun, I know someone you wish to meet today. Yes, I brought a wise man here for you to see. Drew frowned, unsure of what was happening. Who? Ashlyn smiled broadly. You'll see soon enough. Drew glanced at Ashlyn suspiciously as he heard her call out to someone outside. Soon, noisy footsteps approached from outside. The first person to enter was the bulky Godwin, who stared at Drew with wide eyes. Seeing the burly man, Drew's eyes bulged. Where is the person? Hey, Funfong, didn't you say you were bringing someone for me to see? Ashlyn laughed. Brother Feiyun, don't worry, the person is already here. Just as Drew was about to look out, he saw the person standing in front of him and froze, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn! Standing at the door was none other than Walter, dressed similarly to how he disguised himself as Braun in the palace, only with an additional mustache. Drew cursed inwardly. Damn, do you think sticking on a mustache fools me? But on the surface, he remained calm and feigned confusion. Who is this? I have never seen him before, Lord Yi. Ashlyn watched Drew's performance and thought to herself, keep pretending. She cleared her throat. Don't you recognize him? Look closer, Mr. Yi. It turned out that Ashlyn had accidentally met Walter disguised as Braun earlier. He wanted her help introducing him to someone. Recognizing Braun as Walter immediately, she initially wanted to brush him off because she didn't particularly like him. But recalling how Drew had chased her away earlier, she felt irritated and decided to lead Walter to Yi Manor just to spite Drew. So, Ashlyn knew very well that the so-called Braun was actually Walter. Hearing Drew's thoughts confirmed her suspicions. She then said sternly, Brother Feiyun, this is the wise man I've brought for you. He says he has business with you. Shall we proceed? Drew shuddered upon hearing this. He had just provoked Walter in the palace, and now Walter came looking for him. Wasn't this a case of a wolf turning back, not to repay kindness but for revenge? Clearly, Walter was here to settle scores. He glared viciously at Ashlyn, cursing her mischievousness internally. However, he couldn't reveal his fear and could only lower his voice. Oh, this gentleman looks distinguished, with prominent eyebrows and bright eyes. He surely will achieve great things in the future. His lavish praise made Walter feel slightly embarrassed. Am I really that impressive? How did I not know myself? As Drew spoke, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Walter had been eyeing Amber for some time. Despite Amber appearing to sell herself to bury her father, she was rumored to be a lost saintess of some cult, playing a crucial role in Walter's eventual rise to power in the Great Qian Dynasty. With Amber living in his manor, Drew was increasingly uneasy, eating and sleeping poorly. Seeing Walter led by Ashlyn, Drew had a sudden idea, to get rid of Amber by passing her off to Walter. Ashlyn, sensing Drew's thoughts, mused that it explained why he had always tried to get rid of Amber. A saintess, huh? Interesting. But since Drew wanted Walter to take Amber, she decided to thwart his plan just to see how he would react. Drew politely invited Walter to sit down. Brother Aotian, please sit. Having previously heard Ashlyn mention the name Braun, he correctly addressed him without any slip-ups, even calling him Brother Aotian, flattering each other warmly. Walter, looking at Drew's welcoming expression, felt his previous anger subside, unable to refuse such hospitality. Smiling politely, he responded, all right, no need to be so formal. I can manage. Sure thing. Drew then picked up his teacup that resembled a medicine jar and handed it to Walter. Brother Aotian, this is a special tea blend from my manor, reportedly infused with 18 precious herbs that can revive the dead. Please give it a try. Walter accepted the cup. Though it was hot to hold, he noticed its contents with shock. Is this even tea? Isn't this a medicine bottle? Is drinking this safe? Yet, seeing Drew's eager expression, he couldn't refuse and reluctantly sipped a tiny bit, nearly spitting it out immediately. Chapter 87. Take this troublemaker away. However, seeing Drew's concerned expression, he swallowed his words, thinking, no, I can't lose face here. I must maintain my demeanor. But that bitter taste spreading in his mouth made him swear that this was worse than anything he had ever eaten in his life. Drew watched as Walter drank the concoction, feeling relieved. Phew, at least it wasn't wasted. Then he looked at Godwin and instructed, come, bring Amber from within the mansion to me. Amber? Godwin frowned and asked. Yes, Amber. Don't you know? It's the one brought into the manor previously. Go quickly, don't make me scold you. Seeing Drew's urgency, Godwin said no more, bid farewell to the two men, and hurriedly ran out of the door. Drew entertained Walter. Don't be so formal. See if there's anything you like in the manor. Help yourself, don't hold back. Walter furrowed his brow. Drew was being so hospitable that he found it hard to pick any faults. He had originally planned to belittle Drew in front of Ashlyn to boost his own presence. But now, it seemed that Drew was overly accommodating. He feared that one moment of inattention might lead Drew to need his legs. Such warmth left him without a reason to start a quarrel. Ashlyn stared at Drew, growing more suspicious. Drew had always been extremely stingy. Even inviting someone for breakfast would make him ache inside. Now, seeing him so attentive to Walter, she couldn't help but scrutinize Walter closely. What made him so special? Could the son of the chief minister, Jamal, really be intimidated by someone just because he has a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs? She couldn't figure it out. Before long, a gentle sound came from outside the door. Is it Yi Gongzi who is calling me? Amber's clear and beautiful voice came through, followed by her entrance into the room. All 3 men looked over at once. Walter turned his gaze, seeing Amber, and instantly froze, his eyes sparking with ardor. Oh, how beautiful, so beautiful. He swore this was the purest and most innocent woman he had ever seen in his life. With her appearance like a lotus blooming from water and a figure that evoked pity, she would be top-notch anywhere. Even compared to Stacy in the palace, she did not fall short. No wonder, based on the intelligence he received, Amber had sold herself to bury her father in Jing province, but could never be found. Turns out she was in Yi Manor all along. Drew must have forcefully brought her into the manor. Whether or not he had done something inappropriate was unknown. Immediately, Walter's eyes flashed with anger toward Drew. But before he could speak, Drew interrupted. Oh, Brother Long. Aotian, do you fancy this maid? Let me tell you, this maid is exceptionally skilled, handling tea serving, washing, cooking, and even massaging with first-rate proficiency. If you like her, shall I send her to serve you as a maid? Drew preemptively cut in. If Walter took Amber away, it would remove a significant worry from his heart. After all, she was part of Walter's harem. It would be better for her to follow him around. If she stayed by his side, trouble would surely arise sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Ashlyn widened her eyes, carefully planning a countermeasure. Amber, overhearing Drew's thoughts, nearly burst into tears. When she heard Drew call her, she thought she was needed for chores or serving bathwater. Now, Drew wanted to send her away. She felt extremely wronged, her eyes brimming with tears that were about to spill over. Seeing this, Walter felt a surge of pain. He needed a potent elixir for his cultivation practice, and Amber was precisely suitable for this purpose. After all, Ashlyn and Clarissa were lukewarm toward him, and having Amber at home would be a fine arrangement. Just as he prepared to say, "Brother Feiyun, wouldn't sending her away be painful for you?" Amber cried out, "Wah," sobbing uncontrollably, stifling her sobs as she said, "Did I do something wrong, Master Yi? Why are you sending me away from Yi Manor?" Amber felt unbearable sadness. Over time, she had developed a fondness for Drew, yet he kept trying to get rid of her. She knew her appearance and figure were outstanding. Most men in the capital city looked at her with lustful eyes, yet Drew showed no interest in her whatsoever. After bringing herself into the Yi Manor, she barely saw him. A few times when they accidentally bumped into each other, he would leave hurriedly without a word, as if she were a harbinger of disaster. Now, just after being called in, he was talking about giving her away to this so-called Walter. How could she not be heartbroken? Immediately kneeling on the ground, Amber banged her white forehead hard against the floor with a loud thud, startling everyone present. Godwin, standing behind Amber, stared wide-eyed at Drew, unable to react for a moment. He thought, this isn't right. This doesn't seem like our young master. He knew very well what kind of person Drew was. Previously, he would hardly move when he saw a beautiful woman. Yet now, he wanted to give Amber to this so-called Bryson without hesitation, which was too strange. Amber, whether in appearance or figure, was outstanding and hard to find such a match in all of Jing City. How could their young master give her away so easily? Could it be that this Bryson was threatening him? With this thought, Godwin's eyes bulged, and his knuckles cracked with the sound of impending rage. Seeing the situation going bad, Drew rushed over to cover Godwin's mouth, stifling his outburst, while scolding, don't, you get out first. Godwin stared with wide eyes, only able to make muffled sounds with his mouth covered, looking at Drew in astonishment. Drew lowered his voice again, get lost. Godwin furrowed his brow, full of weichive, turned around angrily just like Amber did, humphed, and quickly left the manor. Ashlyn watched for a while, and finally understood the situation. She realized that Drew was afraid of Walter, so he wanted to send Amber to him. But she thought if so, why let Drew get his way? She promptly reminded, Freddie Yi, Amber is still your maidservant, even a close one. How can you give her away so casually? Isn't that breaking the rules? Breaking the rules? Drew trembled inwardly after hearing her words. He knew all too well which was more important between breaking the rules in his life. Chapter 88, Not Allowed. Didn't you see Walter glaring at me fiercely as if he was going to skin me alive? If I were still lecturing slowly and methodically here, wouldn't it be asking for death? Drew immediately waved his hand and said, no, I've already spoken. Since Brother Aotian likes this maidservant, how can I not let him take her away? Drew deliberately kept a straight face, glancing at Ashlyn's expression from time to time. Amber cried even more bitterly, tears streaming down her face, her forehead repeatedly hitting the ground with a thud, about to faint. She couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. Why did Master Yi hate her so much, eager to drive her away? The more she thought, the more wrong she felt, crying almost to the point of losing consciousness. Her cries were miserable, echoing around the Yi residence, refusing to subside. This scene made Drew's heart shudder. An inexplicable sense of pity arose within him. He pondered secretly, why is Amber so devoted to me? I don't think I've done anything to her. But then he thought again, and his scalp tingled. Oh no, I forgot that Walter is still watching. With how Amber acts like she's parting ways with me forever, won't Walter be thinking about ending my life every day? Drew turned around and saw the robust Walter sitting on a chair, his eyes tightly fixed on him. His expression was ferocious, his mustache slightly trembling. It seemed as if he wanted to devour him alive. Drew's heart sank. Even though he felt a bit sorry for her, he didn't dare delay any further. He shouted, all right, that's settled. Amber, today you'll go with Brother Aotian. From now on, you are never allowed to set foot in the Yi residence again. Amber screamed, crying as if she were about to faint. Walter revealed a triumphant look, seemingly extremely pleased. At this moment, Ashlyn could no longer bear it, shouting loudly, Drew, come over here. Drew immediately turned to look at Ashlyn, seeing her mischievous eyes staring at him as if she had something to say. Furrowing his brow, he quickly smiled at Walter, Brother Aotian, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Walter waved his hand, looking somewhat impatient. Drew followed Ashlyn quickly behind a curtain, whispering together. Drew was extremely anxious. After all, this was the crucial moment when Walter was about to take Amber away. Why did Ashlyn have to meddle at this time? If not for fear that Ashlyn would blurt out something, he wouldn't even pay attention to her. But since Ashlyn called him, he had no choice but to follow over, lowering his voice to ask, Ashlyn, what do you want? Can't you see this matter is urgent? While talking, he scratched his head and peeked outside. Seeing Walter leering at Amber, his heart pounded, fearing that something might happen while he was away. Ashlyn frowned, hearing Drew's thoughts, also feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She thought, Drew, as a man, why are you so timid? What's so great about Walter that he scares you like this? But these words Ashlyn naturally didn't say aloud. She just said, Drew, listen, you must not let Walter take Amber away. At this moment, Drew didn't notice that Ashlyn directly used Walter's name, instinctively responding, why not? This Amber is my maidservant. You refused when I offered her to you before. Now Walter is here. Letting him take her away will help her escape from this playboy. Isn't that good? Drew spoke very emotionally. Ashlyn, however, remained expressionless. After Drew finished, she continued, no, and that's final. Who do you think you are? Drew became flustered, shouting loudly. Outside, Walter immediately frowned, glaring viciously, giving Drew a warning look. Drew quickly forced a smile. Walter thought inwardly, Tsue and Ashlyn. They will both be mine eventually. You kid yelling so loud. We'll see how I deal with you later. Unknown of Walter's thoughts, Drew hurriedly tugged at Ashlyn's sleeve, anxiously saying, all right, Grandma, don't cause trouble here. I just want to send Amber away today, okay? Almost pleading. Ashlyn lifted her face. No. Why? Drew was completely confused. He couldn't help but wonder why Ashlyn seemed to show up everywhere. It was as if whenever he wanted to do something, she would come out to disrupt it. He was sending away his own maidservant from the residence, not hers. Why should she meddle? Drew wanted to persuade her again, but Ashlyn interrupted him word by word. If you dare to give Amber to Walter, I will tell him that a few days ago, you had us come over to bathe and dress you. Drew's eyes widened. He vaguely felt that Ashlyn had some leverage over him. It seemed she knew just how much he feared Walter finding out about their past interactions. His gaze flickered, eyes fixed intently on Ashlyn, guessing what she was thinking. No, this Ashlyn seems to know my thoughts. Ashlyn heard Drew's thoughts and immediately sneered, Himph, if I can't handle you, then what kind of princess of the Great Qian Dynasty am I? She continued, so, Master Yi, are you still going to give Amber to Walter? Drew's heart was racing back and forth, but Amber really couldn't stay at the residence any longer. He could only pretend to be in financial trouble, saying, Indeed, our residence is so poor we can barely put food on the table. Haven't you noticed we're almost starving? Look at Godwin, originally over 6 feet tall, now down to 5 feet 8. With one more person, it's really impossible. Drew started babbling nonsense. He thought, if Walter didn't take Amber away, coupled with the humiliation he suffered at the royal garden when Clarissa and he embarrassed him, who knows what crazy things Walter might do. Today, no matter what, he must let Walter take Amber away. There was no changing that. Just then, Ashlyn added, Oh, if that's the case, then I don't mind telling Walter again about how you asked us to bathe and dress you, and even helped you scrub and massage. Ashlyn said this while delivering a mischievous threat. Chapter 89. Can you guess what I said to him? Ashlyn's fair face turned slightly red, feigning a bashful demeanor. The blush uncontrollably spread across her cheeks. She kept her head low, gently tapping her toe on the ground and timidly said, He even said he wanted me to come over to his house tonight to serve him. Stop right there. Drew shouted immediately, squinting as he looked at Ashlyn. This was pure nonsense. Was she making this up out of thin air? Lady, you're too talented not to be a novelist. Talking nonsense isn't lying. Telling stories isn't deceiving. Each sentence would be enough to make Walter tear himself into 8 pieces. This was simply too outrageous. Drew couldn't believe that this seemingly innocent Ashlyn could utter such shameless words. It was indeed shocking. He merely wanted to send Amber away, yet it seemed so incredibly difficult. Ashlyn's expression turned serious as she asked, So what do you plan to do now, Master Yi? Are you still going to send Amber away? She found this situation more interesting now. Having read Drew's thoughts earlier, she knew that if Amber fell into Walter's hands, there wouldn't be a good outcome. Moreover, Walter seemed to have ill intentions towards her. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't let Amber fall into his clutches. Though Amber's reputation in Manor might be poor following Drew, this young rogue, and there were dangers, it was still better than staying with Walter. At least her life would be safe, and her chastity wouldn't be compromised. This was the reason for Ashlyn's determination. Drew sighed deeply, his mind racing through various solutions, but ultimately came to no viable conclusion. If Ashlyn relayed those words to Walter, Walter would undoubtedly slap him so hard that his brains would splatter 8 meters away. Drew didn't dare take that risk. Currently, Amber was nearly sobbing herself unconscious in his manner. Although Walter behaved like a typical web novel protagonist, acting arrogantly, bullying antagonists, and being bloodthirsty and cruel, he still needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. Imagine if Amber was unwilling, and he refused to comply. Walter wouldn't feel comfortable forcing Amber away either. At most, he could find another opportunity to send her to Walter later. I intended to give you Amber, but now I've changed my mind. Will you try to bully me? Drew suppressed his anger and said politely, Brother Aotian, it's not like that. Look at how miserable Amber is. She's clearly not feeling well. Perhaps in a few days, I can arrange it. What do you think? Walter frowned, glaring fiercely. Absolutely not. He had been wandering around in the Great Qian Dynasty for so long. Like a street thug, whether it was Ashlyn, Stacy, or Haley, almost no one paid him any attention. With his current state where he couldn't use his martial arts skills, he desperately needed some elixirs. Amber was just a servant with no status. Drew offered her freely. He had been thrilled, but now this cooked duck seemed ready to fly away. He couldn't accept that. She must come with me. Walter, disregarding his image, started pulling Amber off the ground, exerting force. Amber sobbed loudly, crying, Master Yi, save me. Walter growled harshly, Shut up and come with me. Seeing this, Ashlyn's face tightened, about to speak out, when Drew roared, Stop it. Ashlyn was astonished, looking incredulously at Drew. She couldn't understand why he was acting this way. Wasn't he terrified of Walter? Why now? Drew walked forward with angry strides, standing in front of Walter. Walter blinked, also confused. Just moments ago, this guy had been groveling in fear. Why did he suddenly become so confident? Drew furrowed his brows, glancing at the tear-streaked Amber, and lowered his voice. Brother Aotian, isn't this inappropriate? After all, Amber is my servant. She's clearly unwilling, and I haven't consented. Forcing her away like this isn't proper, is it? Anger surged within Drew. Walter was truly shameless. Amber clearly disagreed, yet he still dared to forcefully take her. Did he think the Yi Manor was a pushover? These past days, Drew had always avoided Walter, fearing him so much that he nearly kowtowed to him. But Walter constantly oppressed him, treating him like an easy target. A surge of righteous indignation rose in Drew's heart. He couldn't hold back any longer. Walter's eyes bulged. What did you say? He never expected Drew to dare defy him. After my master told me to leave the mountain, I planned to sweep everything away and gather a harem. How dare you, Drew, a mere nobody. Chapter 90. Throw him out. Before he could finish thinking, Drew shouted loudly in his coarse voice, Godwin, as massive as a mountain, stumbled in from outside the door, his tiger-like eyes sweeping through the room with a hint of menace. Drew waved his hand grandly. Drag him away, throw him out. If he doesn't leave, beat him to death. He didn't know where his confidence came from, but suddenly he bellowed this out. Walter turned his head abruptly. Before he could react, a pair of hands as large as fans descended upon him, and everything went dark as Godwin lifted him up like a little chick. Even with Walter's formidable martial arts skills, he was unable to defend against this sudden attack. Godwin sneered, "Get lost, boy." He had never liked Walter. Now that Drew gave the order, he was more than happy to drag Walter toward the door. Walter's sharp cries were heard from outside. "Drew, you just wait. Drew, you hear me." His limbs flailed helplessly in the air as Godwin hauled him out like a kitten. Finally, there was peace. Drew turned his head and saw Amber. Her frail body collapsed on the stone steps, crying uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking violently, as if she were about to faint. Frowning deeply, Drew shouted toward the door, "Someone!" Thud, thud, thud. The sound of feet approached. The servants dressed in the uniform of household guards appeared, their faces full of respect. "Master Yi, come, assist Miss Amber to rest in her room. Make sure you take good care of her. She can ask for anything she needs or desires to eat or drink." The household guards, seeing Amber nearly unconscious, hurriedly looked at her worriedly. Daring not to be careless given Drew's instructions, one guard gingerly helped Amber walk toward the door. Drew's heart sank as he finally came back to his senses. As his anger dissipated, his wise mind took over once again. Damn, I actually drove Walter away. This is going to end badly. He clicked his tongue, feeling a gaze fixed on him intensely, which puzzled him. Turning his head, he saw Ashlyn staring at him in shock, her eyes wide open, completely stunned. "What are you doing?" Drew felt uneasy instinctively and asked hurriedly. "Nothing, just looking at you," Ashlyn replied, her tone unusually shy. Too impressive. When had she ever seen Drew act so fiercely? Previously, whenever Drew encountered Walter, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. Now, he disregarded Walter's status, protected Amber, and even had Godwin throw Walter out, making him seem like a hero in her eyes. Seeing Ashlyn's adoring look, almost starry-eyed, Drew felt uneasy and waved his hand. "Stop it, stop it. Let's talk outside if you have something to say." Completely calm now, Drew feared Walter might come back. He hadn't lived long enough, and this was the longest he had survived after coming to this world. He wanted to live well, but he didn't want to get himself killed over this. Half an hour later, Drew was nowhere to be found in the Yi family compound. He had gone into hiding. After impulsively ordering Godwin to throw Walter out, Drew regretted it immediately. At this rate, Walter would definitely seek vengeance and destroy the entire Yi family. Just thinking about it made Drew's head ache. Meanwhile, by a small river near the capital city, Drew and Ashlyn strolled along the lakeside, discussing life and future aspirations. Drew's face was filled with worry. Sigh, if Ashlyn hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have done such an outrageous thing. If only he'd slapped himself then. He shouldn't have let Godwin throw Walter out. Hearing Walter's fierce threats earlier, saying he wouldn't let him off and would return, just thinking about it made Drew's head feel twice its size. Ashlyn occasionally glanced at the lake and then at Drew beside her, her beautiful eyes twinkling, deep in thought. As they walked, Drew muttered to Ashlyn, "Tell me, did you intentionally provoke me just now?" "Ah." Ashlyn looked up at Drew in surprise. If it were before, seeing Drew determined to give Amber to Walter, she indeed had done it intentionally. But now, with Drew's sudden question, it made her feel guilty. So she chuckled and tried to get away with it. "Nonsense, how could I? I was just thinking that Amber is kind-hearted and didn't want her to fall into Walter's hands." At that moment, Drew frowned and stared intently at Ashlyn. "You, why are you staring at me?" Ashlyn spoke incoherently and avoided Drew's gaze in a panic. "What did you call him just now? Walter? You know his name? You know he's not Aotian?" Drew's tone suddenly became urgent as he realized Ashlyn had clearly been setting him up. It was a trap, and Ashlyn knew all along that this so-called Aotian was actually Walter in disguise. She brought him here on purpose, purely to upset him. Hardly able to regain his composure, Drew was agitated, looking like he wanted to confront Ashlyn. Upon hearing this, Ashlyn shook her head and avoided Drew's gaze, speaking incoherently. Wait, you stay here for a moment, I'll be right back." Ashlyn took off in a hurry, quickly disappearing into the distance. Drew watched Ashlyn's retreating figure and smacked his thigh in frustration. Damn, I've been tricked. Drew sat by the lakeside, watching the flowing water splashing on the surface. In the distance, a few children were playing. Drew's mind became increasingly chaotic. He realized that trying to avoid Walter was getting more unlikely, and their interactions seemed to be increasing. Ouch, why does it feel like the more I try to avoid him, the more determined he gets? Just then, a clear female voice sounded in his ear. "Brecken, here, this is for you." Chapter 91, Declaration of Love? Drew turned his head and saw a string of donghulu, candied haws on a stick, almost touching his face. The donghulu was crystal clear, covered with a bright red sugar coating, emitting an enticingly sweet aroma in the air. Drew wrinkled his nose. It smelled so good. The Great Qian Dynasty had a thriving commercial sector, and this kind of snack could be found everywhere in the capital, so it wasn't particularly rare. What was surprising was that this string of donghulu was bought by Ashlyn. Ashlyn was holding a string of donghulu and chewing it loudly, making a crunching sound as she bit through the sugar coat. Her eyes lit up as she stared at Drew and said, "What's wrong? Take it, you're not going to eat it?" Drew frowned. He really feared that this little girl would poison him. You see, this little girl could be vicious. Previously, she directly led Walter to his mansion. He always felt that this little girl wanted to harm him. Amber was like a time bomb in his mansion. Before, he tried hard to persuade Ashlyn to take Amber away, but she refused. Now she bought him donghulu. What good intentions could she have? Did she put something strange in it? Drew's frown deepened and Ashlyn humphed. "Oh, Drew, you don't even want the donghulu I bought for you? Fine, then I'll give this string to Walter and tell him it's from you." No. Drew quickly stood up and snatched the donghulu. This couldn't happen. If Ashlyn told Walter that he bought the donghulu, given Walter's vengeful and petty character, he would surely suspect some inappropriate relationship between Drew and his harem. Then, Walter might find ways to make things difficult for him every day, throwing bricks or swinging cleavers, to prevent any mishaps. Eat. Drew didn't want trouble. Eating a string of donghua wasn't a big deal. At worst, if it was poisoned, so be it. At this moment, Drew felt a bit self-destructive. After traveling back to the Great Qian Dynasty, although nothing major seemed to have happened, everything went against his wishes. He was moving farther away from his original goal. He originally wanted to stay far from Walter and keep a distance from his harems, content to be a carefree son of wealth who strolled around listening to songs and playing with birds. How carefree it was. But now Walter hated him. Ivor was interested in him, and Ashlyn and Clarissa followed him around like shadows, never glancing at Walter. Drew was troubled. What a mess this was. Drew crunched into the donghua. The sweet sugar coat melted in his mouth, spreading sweetness over his taste buds. Indeed, it tasted very good. His eyes lit up, and he took several more bites in a row, his cheeks puffing up like a little mouse's. Beside him, Ashlyn smiled at him. How is it? Delicious? Not bad, Drew replied without thinking. Ashlyn and Drew chatted for a while, and then Ashlyn suddenly suggested, Feiyun, why don't we go for a walk by the river? Drew hadn't noticed that Ashlyn's way of addressing him had changed. Without giving it much thought, he stood up and said, sure, let's go. As they walked along the road, a gentle breeze blew past them, their two figures, one tall, one short, walking side by side. On the nearby river, waves rolled, splashing against the shore, creating white ripples. Willows swayed in the wind, lining the path of smooth pebbles. Their figures looked somewhat like those of lovers taking a romantic stroll. Ashlyn remained silent, while Drew focused on eating the donghua as if he were venting his frustrations on Walter. Before long, he finished the donghua and belched contentedly, still looking at the bamboo skewer, ready to lick it when Ashlyn suddenly spoke up. Drew, how do you feel about me? What? Drew didn't react fast enough, staring at Ashlyn. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes glistening as if she couldn't look straight at Drew, her eyebrows slightly raised. Her usually pearl-like fair face now had a touch of pink, looking a bit shy. Drew was taken aback. Having lived through countless novels, how could he not recognize this? He wasn't unfamiliar with this shy demeanor of women. Ashlyn clearly appeared to be speaking to a man she liked. This is not right. This is not right at all. Drew was startled, eyes wide open as he stared at Ashlyn. Ashlyn said, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Although her words were still curt, her tone had completely changed, like a little girl coquettishly flirting with a man. Drew's frown deepened even more, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Ashlyn blurted out, Drew, do you genuinely like Clarissa? If possible, can you suggest to Sunny that we try to get along too? Ashlyn looked at Drew with shining eyes. Drew's eyes widened in shock at her words, his jaw almost dropping. Can I spit out the donghua and give it back to you? He wore a bitter expression. Mufang finished speaking, her eyebrows raising. Himph, go to hell. As she said this, she slapped him. Drew quickly dodged backward, barely avoiding it. Mufang angrily strode away, disappearing quickly. Drew stood there, scratching his head. His mind seemed to freeze as he mumbled, finished? This is really finished. Mufang confessed to me. He was stunned. After all, the matter with Clarissa hadn't been resolved yet. Now Mufang had confessed to him. What should he do? Drew slapped his thigh hard and shouted, this is karma. Meanwhile, Mufang had returned to the carriage. A maid stood at the door, lifting the curtain and looking curiously at her mistress, whispering, Miss, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Did Drew upset you? She knew that her mistress had gone out with Drew and came back sulking. Given Drew's bad reputation in the capital, most decent women would avoid him like the plague. Her mistress had come back unhappy after being with him. Surely she had been wronged. Immediately, the maid's face turned indignant. She declared, Miss, if you've been wronged, tell me. I'll go to their mansion and raise a fuss. Mufang's face was dark. Hearing the maid's words only made her more irritable. She snapped, shut up. The maid closed her mouth unhappily, her big eyes curiously watching Mufang, too afraid to speak. Mufang's thoughts were chaotic now. She didn't know why herself. When talking to Drew today at his residence, she found him handsome when he stood up to Walter. Moreover, over time, she realized Drew wasn't as terrible as she had imagined or rumored to be. Growing up together, she noticed how Drew's roguish nature seemed entirely suppressed now. From caring about the common people at the porridge shop to worrying about Amber, he behaved like a true gentleman. Chapter 92. Why did she come to the house? Although Drew had been deliberately acting like a wastrel and seemed eager to distance himself from the man called Walter, Ashlyn could see that this wasn't his true intention. Hypocrisy. This term aptly described this man. Yet, it made her involuntarily feel some liking for him. It was quite strange. She didn't know how she developed a good impression of Drew. In a sudden fit of passion, she even said something embarrassing. In the end, Drew actually rejected her. Ashlyn clenched her teeth in anger, unable to regain her composure for a long time. The maidservant kept staring at Ashlyn. Ashlyn raised an eyebrow, catching the maidservant's gaze. Irritably, she said, What are you looking at? Drive the carriage properly. Yes, Mississippi. The maidservant, frightened, quickly responded and closed the curtain, driving the carriage at the front. Inside the swaying carriage, Ashlyn's mind was in chaos. She had just shared a few heartfelt words with Drew, yet he asked if he could have the candy skewer back. Humph. Ashlyn felt extremely angry and was about to vent, thinking of throwing the unfinished candy skewer out of the carriage. But as the curtain lifted, a hint of reluctance flashed across her eyes. After a while, she sulkily put the candy skewer back, carefully wrapping it in a white handkerchief and tucking it into her bosom. Drew. A delicate yet furious voice echoed from inside the carriage, leaving things unclear. With a tangled mind, Drew returned home. He rubbed his sore forehead, feeling his head swelling. The matter between Ashlyn and Stacy was still unresolved, and now Haley appeared. Drew sighed helplessly. As he entered the mansion, he had a vague sense of foreboding. The two guards at the door avoided his gaze, seemingly hiding something from him. There was a wish-you-luck look in their eyes. Drew frowned, asking, "What's going on?" Nothing, Freddy." They stammered, their tone anxious and evasive, giving no proper answer. Drew furrowed his brows. When he looked again, the two servants had already turned their heads away, deeply bowing their heads, pretending not to notice anything. He immediately felt a bad premonition, feeling a chill run down his spine. Not good. Trouble's coming. His sixth sense had always been accurate. Now, he felt sure that something was about to happen. As Drew walked further in, he saw someone speaking in the distant hall. It was a woman's voice, accompanied by his father's characteristic laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter carried from the inner courtyard to the outside, lingering in the air before finally dissipating. "Hey, Miss Wong, it's been years since we last met. You've grown prettier." Then, it was his mother's voice. One name resounded loudly in Drew's mind, stunning him. Haley. Suddenly, Drew's eyebrows shot up. Why did Haley come to the residence at this moment? Could it be related to Gavriel's incident? Drew felt more headaches as he thought about it. He wanted to slip away. After all, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. The issues with Stacy and Ashlyn were still unresolved. Regarding Haley, he planned to avoid her as much as possible. He sensed that she might also have feelings for him. "Walter's harem, please leave me alone. I can't handle this anymore." Just as Drew tried to sneak into the house, a roar came from behind. "Drew, where are you going?" Drew turned around and saw his father, belly sticking out, stroking his beard, glaring at him seriously. Looking terrified, Drew stuttered, I'm resting for a bit." "Rest your ass. Miss Haley has come. You don't even greet her before heading straight to your room?" Gale roared. Drew laughed awkwardly. Turning around, he saw Haley quietly sitting at the square table, a steaming cup of tea before her. She wore red, appearing dignified and elegant, as if meticulously dressed up today. Drew forced an embarrassed smile and waved at Haley. "Miss Wong, why did you come?" "Hello." Feeling anxious, Drew's eyes darted around. This shouldn't be too bad. Although he cooperated with Haley in berating Stacy at the county office earlier, he hadn't treated her kindly. Given Haley's fiery temper, it was unlikely she would force her way to the residence. Unless something big happened? Was it due to his father's corruption case causing trouble again, caught by Ivor? Drew quickly pondered in his mind. Haley stood up and gave Drew an extremely polite bow. "Feiyun, you're back?" Drew was taken aback, his gaze darting around as if looking for something. Oh my. The way Haley spoke to him was just like a wife greeting her long-absent husband. If Walter saw this, wouldn't he be furious? "You are part of Walter's harem. You must preserve your dignity." "Feiyun, what are you looking at? Miss Wong has come. You should greet her properly instead of gawking around." Drew's father exploded, grabbing Drew by the ear and pulling him to stand before Haley. "Miss Wong, long time no see," Drew replied with a bitter smile. "Weren't we just together yesterday? How can it be long?" Haley smiled faintly, her tone edged. Haley continued, "Uncle Yi, there's no need for such formalities. I only came here to talk to Drew briefly." "Talk briefly?" Drew widened his eyes. "What do we have to chat about?" "Very well, then you two talk." Gale responded with a smile, quite courteous. The matter between his son and Haley had once become notorious throughout the city, causing all sorts of fuss. Drew truly owed Haley. Though Gale was courteous, seeing his unambitious son irked him. However, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel that indeed, she chased him all the way home. Although Ivor had already betrothed Clarissa to Drew, which elevated the Yi family's status significantly, could they ignore the Wong family? Simeon, Haley's father, was the commander of the Imperial Guards, interacting daily with officials big and small within the palace. Which family wouldn't need help with urgent matters sometimes? The Wong family held significant influence in the capital. If they could bring Miss Wong into the Yi household, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Chapter 93. What do you want again? Just thinking about it makes one feel delightfully happy, doesn't it? Amy and Zinnia walked very fast, disappearing from sight in no time, leaving only Drew and Haley standing together with somewhat awkward expressions. Haley's face was extremely flushed, as if she were contemplating something, occasionally giving Drew a few sidelong glances. Drew felt his heart tighten at that moment. Finished. This little lass wouldn't be scheming up some mischief again, would she? Haley's personality was different from Stacy's. If Stacy disliked Drew, she might just feel annoyed and rebel covertly. But Haley was completely different. Her temper was fiery, often finding trouble with Drew after just a few words. Drew had known Simeon since childhood. They were best friends and childhood buddies, naturally having interacted with Haley for many years. When they played house as kids, Haley would try to stab Drew with real knives and guns. It was a miracle he survived, attributed perhaps to his strong fate. Thinking of this, Drew looked at Haley tensely. Haley's face slightly flushed, looking at Drew and asked, "Drew, when you came to rescue me last time, was it your own intention?" Haley fidgeted with her skirt, twisting her hands, seemingly embarrassed by what she said, unable to look directly into Drew's eyes, like a shy little girl. Drew suddenly widened his eyes and scanned Haley from head to toe. He previously thought that Haley had come to the Yi residence to apprehend him for Elseving's incident. After all, he had beaten Gavriel fiercely with a group of ruffians. If Haley came to confront him, it would make sense. But this situation seemed subtly off. Drew blinked his eyes, secretly pondering. Hearing that Drew remained silent for a long time, Haley's pretty face turned angry, her eyes widening. "Drew, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Drew immediately gave an awkward, foolish laugh. "Miss Wong, you misunderstood. My visit to the South City to rescue you last time was merely coincidental." Haley blinked her eyes, appearing somewhat unconvinced. Drew hurriedly explained, "Yes, Miss Wong, when I happened to pass by the South City, I saw you fighting with someone. So, I had no choice but to save you right away. Therefore, please don't misunderstand, there's nothing else to it." Drew inwardly grumbled. Holy cow, could this little lass be declaring her love to me like Ashlyn did? That would really mess things up. Drew stared wide-eyed, feeling uneasy. Just then, a startled cry came from outside. Freddy, something terrible has happened." Drew turned his head, no longer caring about Haley. Turning back, he saw Godwin rushing in anxiously, looking flustered and out of breath, puffing like a bull, breathing heavily like a bellows, making Drew's ears uncomfortable. Seeing this clumsy Godwin, Drew felt irked. If it weren't for his loyalty, he would have kicked him out of the residence long ago. But Godwin was considered one of the original owner's top henchmen. Drew couldn't bear to kick him out either. A person like him, rash but loyal, might come in handy someday. More importantly, after spending some time together, Drew's impression of this rough yet loyal man wasn't bad. He grumbled. Drew waved his hand indifferently. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Godwin hurriedly explained. No. This time Freddie Simeon was called to Eongyuan by Gavriel. Something feels off. Gavriel seems to have arranged quite a few ambushers. The spy from our manor discovered this and reported it to me. I felt something was amiss, so I came to inform you right away. What? Drew suddenly shouted, a thought flashing through his mind. In the original story, there was a plot where Simeon got into a conflict with Gavriel at Eongyuan. Walter had colluded with Gavriel. Back then, Drew had beaten Gavriel nearly to death at the autumn hunt, and the love potion in Gavriel's arms had been given by Walter. After several back-and-forth incidents, they decided to make a move against Drew. And Simeon, being Drew's top buddy and yes-man, was known throughout the capital. Chapter 94. Something big happened. Gavriel hatched a plan against Simeon, using the excuse that as an imperial official, Simeon had been privately drinking and entertaining in the Ehong courtyard and killed someone while drunk, thus executing him on the spot. In the later original text, Haley investigated for a long time with no results, and could only conclude that her younger brother had initiated the attack first before being killed in self-defense. That became the final conclusion. Drew, after some thought, knew there was definitely something fishy about this matter. It had to be Stevie's doing. Stevie hated Drew so much his scalp tingled, and because Gavriel had been foiled by Drew, he couldn't lay a hand on Drew for now but set his sights on Simeon. Instantly, Drew felt a jolt of panic, rushed out hastily while shouting, finished. Not good. Trouble, trouble. Haley hadn't finished speaking just moments ago. Seeing Drew turning around and running away made her shout angrily, stop right there, Drew. Drew turned and saw Haley, suddenly remembering the problem she still posed. Miss Wong, don't tangle with me. Your brother is in imminent danger, you know? In danger? What kind of danger? Haley's eyes narrowed in confusion. From her perspective, although Simeon enjoyed indulgence at Ehong Courtyard daily without engaging in proper business, squandering money lavishly, he was at worst unproductive and lost in pleasures. A big issue? What could happen? Her brother wasn't likely to be harmed by someone, was he? Drew naturally didn't know what Haley was thinking. He suddenly brightened up, recalling that Haley was one of the 4 famous captains of the capital city. If she were there, Gavriel and Stevie wouldn't dare do anything to Simeon. Drew had no idea how many executioners Gavriel had arranged for Simeon. Rushing there recklessly might even get himself involved. Taking Haley along was the safest choice now. After all, Simeon was one of his best friends, loyal to him and couldn't be abandoned. Immediately, Drew waved his hands. Come, come, come. Hurry up and follow me. This is urgent. Haley's eyes widened in shock. Before she could recover, Drew grabbed her and rushed outside. Her face instantly flushed red. She didn't protest as Drew held her hand. Godwin watched the scene unfold, eyes wide with bewilderment, but thinking of Freddie Wong in peril, he hurried along without much ado. At the gate stood an extravagantly decorated carriage. Without a second thought, Drew dragged Haley into the carriage, followed quickly by Godwin. With a snap of the whip, the carriage raced through the capital city, causing citizens to scatter in panic, exclaiming, "Who's that? Don't waste time. Can't you see it's the carriage from the residence? Are you asking for death?" Someone warned, and the previous speaker immediately closed his mouth, not daring to speak again. The carriage charged straight to the entrance of the Ehong courtyard. At the courtyard gate, elaborately dressed courtesans welcomed guests at the door. The madam with a mole near her lips immediately recognized Drew's carriage and greeted with a smile. "Oh, my, Master Yi has honored us with your presence. Where is Simeon?" Drew pulled back the curtain and asked immediately. W. Wong Freddy is upstairs enjoying himself. Is something wrong? Meanwhile, Haley stepped out of the carriage. The madam, upon seeing her, paled and froze like a rat seeing a cat, not daring to breathe heavily. Everyone knew that Haley was one of the 4 famous captains of the capital city. Although the Ehong courtyard didn't violate the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty, it engaged in some gray areas. Haley's appearance here couldn't help but cause tension. Seeing this murky place, Haley frowned unhappily. "Drew, why did you bring me here?" Drew had no time to explain, only saying, "Sister, hurry up, Simeon is in danger." Upon hearing this, the madam's hair stood on end, hurriedly trying to reason. "Master Yi, you shouldn't say such things lightly." Drew couldn't wait to explain, pulling Haley inside. Haley's heart also pounded fiercely. After all, though Drew was usually unreliable and somewhat idle, he couldn't possibly use such matters to frighten her, could he? If anything happened to her brother Simeon, it would indeed be a big deal. Yet, Haley felt a vague sense of unease. After all, the Wong family, though not comparable to the top noble families in the capital city of the Great Qian Dynasty, still held some influence. Who would risk harming her brother? Haley was momentarily puzzled. At this moment, the Ehong courtyard was aglow with lights and filled with a crowd of people from all walks of life. Seeing Haley, so pure and pretty, someone called out teasingly, "Hey, what a beautiful girl. Come here and have a drink with Grandpa, and Grandpa will give you some silver as a reward." Drew shot an angry glare at those rude drunkards, but they didn't seem to care. Haley's eyes widened in shock, then she suddenly pulled out a golden plaque from her waist, which had a bright, Xing, criminal, character on it, causing everyone to be startled. Holy shit, someone from the Ministry of Justice. Immediately, those who were yelling the loudest turned their heads away, pretending that it had nothing to do with them. Drew dragged Haley upstairs, their footsteps echoing loudly on the stairs. Earlier, Drew had already asked the madam which room Simeon was in and rushed towards it now. As soon as they reached the door, they heard Simeon's voice wailing, "Ouch, no, please don't, Ouch, ouch, ouch. The sound of pain came through the door, and Drew immediately felt relieved. He arrived just in time, before anything serious could happen to Simeon. He kicked open the door with a loud bang, and Haley couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. After all, her brother, though spoilt, was her father's beloved child. Moreover, Haley and Simeon grew up together, sharing a deep bond. If Simeon was in danger, she wouldn't stand by idly and follow Drew inside. With a loud bang, the room erupted in a chorus of women's screams. Hey, who is it? The women, barely dressed, quickly pulled their clothes together. Drew stood frozen in the doorway, and Haley, even more furious, her face flushed red, trembling all over, gritted her teeth and said through clenched jaws, Drew, is this what you call my brother being in danger? At this moment, Simeon was completely naked except for his underwear, lying comfortably on the soft bed, spread-eagled, enjoying himself with a flushed face. Chapter 95, Top Quality. Several women, dressed in disheveled attire, were huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Haley and Drew. The blush on their faces spoke volumes about what had transpired moments ago. Simeon suddenly looked up, his gaze shifting to Drew. Hey, brother Feiyun, why are you here? Damn, hurry up and come over. These girls at the Yihong courtesan house are truly top quality. Drew's face darkened, and seeing Simeon's contented expression, his anger flared. He had rushed over to save him, only to find him indulging in such disgraceful activities. Drew felt his temples throb with frustration. However, upon reflection, something didn't add up. According to the original storyline, Simeon was invited by Gabrielle to this place. The plan was for assassins to ambush him when he was drunk, leading to his eventual murder. Could it be that Drew arrived too early? Drew's eyes darted around the room suspiciously. Meanwhile, Haley's face darkened as well. Her brother's libertine behavior was nothing new to her. She had long grown accustomed to it. Usually, she would turn a blind eye, allowing Simeon to run wild without interference. But now, Drew had brought her here, warning of danger to her brother. Was this some sort of perverse interest? Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and her glare towards Drew seemed murderous. No, sister, please let me explain. This isn't what you think, Drew hurriedly said, glancing angrily at Simeon, who still looked bewildered. Simeon's wide-eyed confusion only fueled Drew's irritation. At this moment, Drew almost wished he could strangle Simeon himself. The guy was always getting into trouble and causing more problems than solutions. Just then, laughter erupted from outside. Circle around him. I want to see if this Simeon has an iron head or not. Today, I won't believe he can escape. Hearing this, Drew slapped his thigh in relief. Damn, finally here. Haley paused, turning her gaze towards the door. She understood the implications clearly. Someone intended to harm her brother. Immediately following the voice, two figures entered, one after another, their expressions brazen. Gabrielle's face was grim, while Stevie revealed himself, walking into the courtyard. Behind them were several servants, brandishing weapons, encircling the room tightly. Gabrielle and Stevie had planned this meticulously. Drew was becoming a hindrance in the Great Qian Dynasty, so Gabrielle, harboring grudges from previous encounters, joined forces with Stevie to eliminate Simeon, Drew's loyal follower. They would then pin the blame on Drew, ensuring that the Emperor's wrath landed squarely on him, perhaps even sentencing him to imprisonment. Stevie had been particularly frustrated lately. Since arriving in the capital, everything seemed to go wrong. His pursuits of Ashlyn and Clarissa led nowhere, while Amber refused to leave the mansion. Enraged, Stevie agreed to eliminate Simeon with Gabrielle. Servants, listen up, we mustn't let Simeon escape today, Gabrielle ordered, quickly noticing Drew and Haley in the room. Both froze in shock. What was happening? Stevie, oblivious to their presence, confidently declared, don't worry, leave it to me. If I don't kill Simeon today, my name isn't Stevie. Oh right, remember those girls you promised me after this job is done? Mid-sentence, Stevie noticed Drew and Haley. His body stiffened, eyes widening in disbelief and fear. How? Why was Drew here? Haley clenched her teeth. So, you two intend to murder someone within the capital? Her gaze sharpened, revealing fierce determination. As one of the 4 famous detectives in the capital, lawlessness infuriated her. Now, Gabrielle and Stevie were openly plotting against her brother right before her eyes. How could she not be enraged? Stevie panicked, trying to smooth things over. Oh, Miss Wong, what are you doing here? I'm just following. Pushing Gabrielle aside, he stammered. But Gabrielle, unfazed, suggested, Brother Long, since you mentioned it, might as well get rid of all 3. Killing 1 is easy, killing 3 saves us time. His eyes glinted with malice. Initially, he only aimed for Simeon, but with Drew and Haley present, eliminating all 3 seemed more convenient. However, before he could finish, a slap echoed through the room. Gabrielle spun around, landing hard on the ground, holding his reddened cheek in shock. Brother Long, what did you do? I did what? Stevie feigned righteousness. You're talking nonsense. In our Great Qian Dynasty, laws come first. Stop this talk of murder immediately. Chapter 96, Nonsense, I'm a good person. Walter angrily cursed. He had hoped to stage a heroic rescue in front of Haley. If he were to collude with Gabrielle now, what would people think of him? If this plan concerning Haley were to fail again, Walter might really not be able to survive in the Great Qian Dynasty anymore. Gabrielle's face was full of grievances. No, Brother Long, didn't we just agree to kill Simeon first? Shut up. Fearing that Gabrielle would spill everything, Walter ruthlessly kicked and punched him. His fists and feet rained down like hail on Gabrielle. Gabrielle screamed at the top of his lungs, causing Drew and Haley to feel both alarmed and uneasy. Fortunately, the blows hadn't landed on them. Walter was indeed ruthless, aiming mostly for vital points below the waist. Drew couldn't help but swallow several times. The more brutal Walter got, the more anxious he became. Hearing Gabrielle still yelling nonsense, he accelerated his attacks even further. He feared Gabrielle might accidentally say too much, which would make it impossible to cover up later. Before long, Gabrielle was bruised all over, barely able to breathe. speaking incoherently with a swollen nose and face. His eyes rolled up as he lay limp like a dead dog, his voice weak. The servants standing by were left dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. What was happening? Didn't Master Elsie just reach an agreement with Walter moments ago? Why was Walter now beating their master into such a state? Was this some kind of stratagem? The servants were filled with anxiety. After all, their young master had specifically instructed them to follow Walter's orders. But now, seeing their master beaten, should they intervene or not? What was going on here? Everyone was stunned. Seeing this scene, Drew's eyes brightened. After all, Walter came to the Ehong courtyard specifically for Simeon. Clarissa and Annie were elsewhere for some reason. If he could arrange for Haley to be with Walter, maybe Walter wouldn't hate him as much. A thought flashed through Drew's mind. Miss Wong, look how brave and valiant young hero Long is. Walter was startled. Was someone suddenly praising him? Haley was also taken aback, realizing that Drew's thoughts were entirely different from what he was saying. Why was he praising Walter all of a sudden? Ouch, ouch, groaned Gavriel before passing out from another blow. Stop wasting time. Drew hurriedly approached Walter, who looked bewildered. Haley was equally anxious, having caught a glimpse of Drew's inner thoughts earlier. She sensed that Drew was very afraid of Walter and seemed to be trying to ingratiate himself. Even more oddly, he had mentioned giving her to Walter. How could Drew view her this way? Anger surged in Haley's heart, but she quickly had an idea. If Drew was scared of Walter enough to offer her to him, perhaps he feared any connection between her and Walter? So, Drew arrived beside Walter and started flattery. Brother Aotian, you have a well-balanced forehead and jawline, truly a man of great talent. Walter was floored by this praise. What? Is that true about me? Drew continued, look at how you beat the wicked scoundrel Gavriel. Such men are the parasites of the Great Qian Dynasty and deserve severe punishment. Absolutely, no mercy. Walter felt his pride restored in front of Haley, straightening his posture. Exactly, one bad guy deserves a punch, two deserve two punches, he agreed, growing increasingly fond of Drew. After all, Walter had wanted to perform heroically in front of Haley. Now Gavriel's threats against his brother had played right into his hands. Brilliant. Ingenious. Feeling triumphant, Walter turned to gauge Haley's reaction but found nothing. His brows furrowed. Suddenly, Haley gazed around admiringly. Brother Aotian, I suddenly feel you're so amazing. Her shy demeanor and soft voice made Drew gape. Wow, this is getting interesting. It seemed he was finally back on track with the plot. One of the main characters was actually starting to join Walter's harem. Indeed, I'm a genius, Drew mused inwardly. Encouraged, Walter said, Sister Haley, don't worry. Anyone you mention, I'll take care of for you. Tell me, besides Gavriel, who else? Who else? Walter boasted, while Drew planned his escape. Let Haley fall in love with the protagonist, Walter. They'd enjoy their romance, and he could resume his carefree lifestyle. Unexpectedly, Haley hesitated, blushing but unable to articulate her request. Understanding her hesitation, Walter reassured her, Sister Haley, don't hesitate. Just speak your mind, and I'll handle it. Drew watched curiously. With Gavriel already dealt with, could there be another villain? Then Haley suddenly pointed at Drew. And him, please take care of him too. Startled, Drew forced a bitter smile and looked at Walter. Chapter 97 Accompany me to admire the flowers. Stevie's face and eyes looked as if they could kill someone. Finished. Drew looked at Haley in disbelief, never expecting this little girl would frame him like this. He had no grudge with her before. How could she play such a trick on him? One shouldn't play like that. Drew was shocked. He didn't think things would develop this way. Hold it. Drew abruptly raised his hand, stopping Stevie who was preparing to kill him with a fierce intent. Stevie's face was livid, his eyes blazing with rage. Brother Aotian, give me a few minutes to ask what's going on? Stevie remained silent, while Haley stood there with folded arms, an indifferent look on her pretty face. Drew hurriedly dragged Haley to the side of the door curtain with a darkened face, speaking in a low voice. Haley, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Haley pouted and said in a humping manner. What? Didn't you say you would give me to Stevie? If I become Stevie's woman, and you being my ex-boyfriend, wouldn't it be normal for me to deal with you? Drew clenched his teeth in anger as he looked at the woman in front of him. He wondered how could this woman be so vicious? Really? Indeed, the wickedest heart is that of a woman. The ancients did not deceive me. And thinking about it, with Stevie watching from behind, if he disrespected Haley, he would definitely be killed. Even though he had called Godwin here, even if Godwin was as strong as an ox, he would still be nothing against Stevie. If Stevie were to fight, adding himself and including Simeon, they might not last a few moves against him. The most urgent matter now was to appease this young lady in front of him. So, how can you let me off? Drew said angrily. Under such pressure, Drew had no choice but to submit. Haley gave a slight smile and said, all right, I can let you go if you accompany me to admire the flowers outside the city. Admire the flowers? What kind of flowers? Drew was taken aback. Cherry blossoms. What are you thinking? Haley reached out with a delicate finger and tapped Drew's forehead. Drew swallowed hard. Aren't you just unwilling to let me go? What good do I have? This Stevie isn't short, isn't handsome, and doesn't lack in martial arts skill. Drew was stunned. Just now Ashlyn confessed to him, and now Haley asked him to admire the cherry blossoms with her. What kind of situation was this? If Stevie found out, could he live through 2 chapters? But Haley seemed not to plan to discuss with Drew, standing firmly. All right, consider it yourself. If you don't agree, I'll tell Stevie now that you bullied me and tried to harass me, and see how he deals with you. Cold sweat dripped down Drew's back. If it really came to this, he estimated he couldn't leave this Ehong courtyard today. He said indignantly, fine, I'll go. It's just flower admiring. What's the big deal? Better than being beaten to death by Stevie. Drew had to bear the humiliation since he came to save Simeon. If Haley kept saying random things with Stevie around, he might die miserably today. Probably the one dying in this plot wouldn't be Simeon, but himself, Drew. Then Haley clapped suddenly. Briskly done. Haley pulled Drew out of the door timidly, and Stevie had been waiting, looking at Drew who seemed reluctant. He asked immediately, "Little sister Haley, will you kill him or not?" "It's not necessary. I'm planning to take this young brother Drew out for dinner later. Shall we go first?" Haley replied shyly. Stevie froze, confused. Just now she was calling him Big Brother so affectionately. Why was she going to have dinner with Drew now? Well, what about us, little sister Haley? Stevie questioned again. Haley waved her hand. "Big Brother Aotian, let's talk next time. I have some errands to run now. Bye." Haley quickly pulled Drew out of the room, leaving Gabrielle lying lifelessly on the ground. As the servants saw Haley pulling Drew out, they immediately cleared a path. After all, Haley was one of the 4 great detectives in the capital city. None dared to lay hands on her, especially since Stevie hadn't given any order. Rushing up themselves would be pure folly. The real leader Gabrielle was now lying on the ground, looking almost dead. Stevie was stunned for a moment. Something isn't right. Why do I feel something is off? Didn't Haley just express some interest in me? She called me brother. So why is she leaving with this Drew? Stevie's mind couldn't quite grasp it. Soon he propped his chin in his hand, seriously pondering the events that unfolded. This shouldn't be the way, right? Why does it subtly feel wrong? Soon, there came a series of footsteps. Stevie looked up to see Drew rushing back in, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. "Oh, Brother Aotian. My apologies, I forgot someone. I really did." Stevie watched as Drew dragged out Simeon, who was only wearing a simple robe. "There's also my brother. He's Haley's younger brother. Let me bring him along too." Drew smiled apologetically, and before Stevie could react, Drew had vanished again. Now the room only contained Gabrielle and several terrified girls from Ihong Courtyard, trembling in fear. Huddled in the corner, they stared at Stevie in terror. Stevie finally snapped back to reality. Damn, something's not right. Meanwhile, Haley and Drew had already walked outside. Seeing no immediate trouble, Drew breathed a sigh of relief. At least things didn't turn for the worse. At least his life was still intact. Next to him, Simeon, clad in a simple robe, disheveled and seemingly enjoying himself, prompted Drew to roll his eyes. "Can you try avoiding places like this in the future? It's dangerous." Simeon pouted. "It's not like..." But upon remembering his sister Haley was nearby, he promptly shut his mouth, afraid to speak. If it weren't for Haley here today, Simeon would have surely argued with Drew. With his appearance and means, why shouldn't he come to Ihong Courtyard and enjoy himself? What else would he do if not mingle with these young ladies? Isn't it delightful? Haley then turned to Drew. "Drew, remember we agreed to go cherry blossom viewing outside the city in a few days. You mustn't break your word." Chapter 98. Vulnerability. Drew felt as if he had been throttled at his weakest point. If he didn't agree, Haley would certainly not let him off easily. If Haley complained to Walter casually, Drew knew he'd be in deep trouble. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree." Haley smiled secretly and then walked away gracefully. Meanwhile, Simeon was sitting on Drew's carriage, wearing an ordinary robe, sprawled out with evident ease. Without hesitation, Drew slapped him hard across the head. With a bang, Simeon cupped his face, looking aggrieved. "Brecken, why did you hit me? I wouldn't have to hit you if you didn't deserve it. From now on, stay home obediently, understood?" Watching his sister walking away with joyous steps, he blinked several times and stood there stunned. At this time, Walter had just left the Ihong Courtyard. Gabrielle had been sent back to the Elsie family and was diagnosed without serious issues. She should be able to get up after a few months of rest. Walter sat on the stone steps outside, pondering life. He felt something wasn't right. Why were these pre-selected concubines all showing no interest in him but liked Drew instead? Did he do something wrong? Walter began to question himself. Next to him stood Ivy, dressed in black, who respectfully bowed and asked, "Freddie, everything is settled. What shall we do next?" What to do next? Walter was also thinking. He found this issue rather challenging and couldn't figure out what to do. Forget what to do. He was completely lost. Screw it. Just then, he realized he had been used. Despite Haley's sweet calls of Aotian brother, he finally saw through it. He had been thoroughly played. He was used as a tool and then discarded without even a cleanup. Damn that Haley. Walter's face darkened. He abruptly stood up and waved his hand. "Let's go. I won't believe this evil." Ivy quickly followed behind, anxiously asking, "Freddie, what do we do now?" "What to do? Screw it." Walter muttered angrily. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and added earnestly, "By the way, don't we have people in the Ministry of Justice?" Ivy nodded hastily. "Yes, we placed a woman named Leela, who is already investigating Gale's corruption case." "Good," Walter responded. "Today, launch a two-pronged attack. Let the Ministry investigate Gale's corruption, while sending Leela to lure Drew. Make sure Stacy sees his true colors. I refuse to believe I can't bring you down," Walter commanded sternly. Ivy bowed, acknowledging the orders. "Understood, Freddie." Walter clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening. He laughed chillingly. "Drew, we'll see how you deal with this. Once I dissolve your marriage contract with Stacy, your Yi family will never lift its head again in the capital." In just this short time, Walter had figured out the key matter. Among Ashlyn, Stacy, and Haley, Stacy was the crucial link. As Emperor Ivor's sixth princess and regarded as a treasure, she held significant influence. If he wanted to solidify his position in the Great Qian Dynasty, he needed Stacy. The Emperor had decreed her marriage to Drew next month. This couldn't happen. Otherwise, he'd have no hope. He had to start with Stacy. Given the Yi family's extensive roots in the capital, he decided to target Gale's corruption, with plenty of evidence in hand. This alone could take down the entire Yi family. Ivy acknowledged the plan, and both figures disappeared into the shadowy alleyways, out of sight. Back at the Yi Manor, Drew breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with Walter was exhausting. His presence loomed everywhere like a specter, impossible to shake. It almost drove Drew to despair. Recently, he often had nightmares and couldn't recover. Too damn stressful. Now Walter had even changed appearances, calling himself Braun. causing chaos in the capital. Moments later, Godwin rushed in, panicked. Master, something's wrong. Hearing those words from Godwin, Drew's blood pressure shot up. Seeing Godwin barge in again, Drew bulged his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Drew was extremely tense, fearing another surprise visit from Ashlyn or Stacy. Another confrontation could bring Walter back. Exhausted, Drew asked again, "What's happening?" Breathlessly, Godwin leaned against the doorframe. "Master Yi, someone from the Ministry of Justice has arrived." The Ministry? Drew frowned, sensing something. He knew very well that over the years, his father Gale had embezzled millions. Now, Gale was in trouble, and the arrival of the Ministry's officials was suspicious. Drew asked, "Who from the Ministry?" Godwin shook his head, confused. "I've never heard of them. Seems their name is Leela." Leela? Drew's mind raced. He remembered from the original story that among the followers of the heaven-reaching sect under Walter was a woman named Leela, known for her extreme charm and excellent skills. Chapter 99. Major Case. Having already infiltrated the Great Qian Dynasty, he had seen this woman on several occasions. He couldn't help but sigh. This woman was a born enchantress. Any man who saw her would be entranced without exception. And now, Walter actually arranged for Zaylee to appear. Brecken vaguely remembered that Zaylee should have appeared later, seemingly due to his recent actions, disrupting the plot and making Zaylee appear earlier. Brecken frowned and hurriedly said, "All right, then call her in to see what's going on." Godwin quickly ran out. Brecken pondered inwardly, needing to understand what Zaylee's intentions were. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory. He needed to start dealing with his father's situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would surely be major trouble. Worried sick. Brecken patted his thigh, sighing deeply. Guided by Godwin, Zaylee, wearing a flowing robe and long skirt, moved alluringly like a living fox spirit, swaying her waist, and soon entered the residence. Sitting gracefully at the stone table, she tossed a flirtatious glance, her watery eyes seemingly capable of stealing men's souls. Even several servants of the Yi family couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. She was too beautiful. Even Godwin, a rough man with no interest in women and focused only on martial arts, couldn't help but look at her occasionally, swallowing saliva. If the young master saw such a beauty, something would definitely happen. Too beautiful. Most importantly, the seductive allure she exuded wasn't something just anyone could possess. Just one glance made one linger, losing appetite and thought. After a short while, Brecken changed into clean clothes and walked out of the house. Upon seeing Zaylee, he immediately clasped his hands and laughed. "Hey, Director Yu, welcome to our residence. I apologize for not greeting you properly." Polite, Zaylee's eyes flickered, staring intently at Brecken, deliberately posing in an extremely seductive manner. Her gaze roamed over Brecken, as if secretly assessing him. Seeing this, Brecken swallowed hard. Zaylee was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Damn, she was indeed a born temptress. No wonder in the subsequent plot, she could easily seduce men every time. It's no wonder men can't control themselves. Why would they need anything else with such a woman? But he mustn't fall for her trap. A woman's charm can be deadly. Don't die unknowingly. Resist temptation. Brecken chanted inwardly, barely averting his gaze, avoiding eye contact. He sat across from Zaylee, looking up at the sky in silence, the atmosphere turning awkward. Zaylee was taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking, lips trembling, hesitating to speak. She had met countless men, but this was the first time someone faced her by simply looking up at the sky. What is this operation? Confusing. After a long moment, feeling somewhat awkward, Zaylee spoke. "Master Yi, do you know that recently our Ministry of Justice has been working on a major case?" Upon hearing this, Brecken instantly understood. This was about his father's case. The last time the ministry handled the severe corruption case involving Jamal, despite much time passing, there had been no news. Now, Zaylee's sudden visit likely indicated something significant. Brecken pondered for a moment and chuckled. "Yes, I've heard something about it." Without fully grasping the specifics, he pretended to be unaware. While speaking, Zaylee slowly lifted her skirt, revealing a white thigh beneath the table, even extending her foot to gently tap Brecken's toes. Brecken was immediately startled, trembling, sitting upright, staring disbelievingly at Zaylee. He inwardly exclaimed, "Bad, bad, bad. This woman is trying to ensnare me." A brief glance had almost got him hooked. Indeed, this vixen knew how to seduce men effectively. Had Brecken not been cautious and prepared, he might already have fallen for her. No. Brecken, stay focused. Don't let yourself be led by desire. Feeling a chill, Brecken smiled. "Why don't we head to the Ministry of Justice first?" Drew hurriedly stood up, not even bothering to pull out his chair, stumbling as he almost fell. He rushed towards the door of Yi Mansion. Godwin couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had seen everything clearly. The beautiful Zaylee seemed to be intentionally enticing their young master, yet their young master showed no reaction at all. What was going on? This didn't seem like his usual self. Normally, by now, Drew might have already knocked her out and carried her into the room. Zaylee's expression darkened, becoming rather unpleasant. "What?" She lowered her voice, gritting her teeth. She had mastered the enchanting holy arts of Tongtian sect, and was always successful in luring men. She had never failed before. Yet, after just a few words with Drew, it seemed like he was deliberately avoiding her. Could it be that he saw through something? But this shouldn't be the case. Zaylee was very confident. She never believed any man could escape her grasp. Maybe the timing wasn't quite right? She pondered silently as she watched Drew flee the Yi residence as if his life depended on it. Zaylee's eyes narrowed, and she immediately followed him. Despite Zaylee's repeated invitations for Drew to ride in the same carriage with her, Drew acted as if he had seen a ghost, refusing adamantly and insisting on riding in his own Yi Mansion carriage. Zaylee rolled her eyes multiple times in frustration, despite her persistent attempts to sit next to Drew. But Drew refused to agree under any circumstances. With no choice, they arrived at the Ministry of Justice one after the other. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by the chaos before them. The entire Ministry of Justice was in turmoil. Officials in court attire bustled about, carrying various documents, working feverishly within the ministry. Seeing this scene, Drew felt a tremor in his heart. It was over. Something big must have happened. A case that could cause such commotion at the Ministry of Justice, besides his father's major corruption case, what else could it be? It's over. It's over. Just as Drew turned his head, Zayli appeared beside him like a wraith, throwing a flirtatious glance. Master Yi, do you see what's happening here? Chapter 100, The Major Corruption Case. Drew was inwardly shocked after finishing reading. Considering the current upheaval in the Ministry of Punishments, he couldn't believe that it had nothing to do with his father's major corruption case. But what should he do now? Several officials from the Ministry of Punishments had also seen Drew at court before, but none of them expected this Bane, Drew, to actually be here. After all, Gale was still the foremost among the 6 secretaries of the Great Qian Dynasty. Although they were investigating him, the matter had yet to be concluded, and Gale still stood tall and firm within the Great Qian Dynasty. They didn't dare offend Drew, and greeted him with cupped fists. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Drew's face turned ashen. How could he not sense that this was just the last shred of courtesy these people were showing him? Their insincerity was obvious even without much thought. Something was off. In the past, these officials from the Ministry of Punishments would always treat him respectfully, speaking with utmost deference, and would kneel to him after a few words. Yet now, they acted so casually? Drew couldn't help but frown deeply. Drew immediately found a gavenly man around 50 or 60 years old, dressed in the official attire of the Ministry of Punishments, holding a thick dossier and heading into a room. Drew asked with a smile, "Sir, may I ask whose dossier are you investigating?" The old man reacted as if avoiding a tiger, his face changing drastically upon seeing Drew. "Oh, Mr. Yi, I don't know." As he spoke, the dossier almost fell from his hands, and he hurriedly ran away after just a few words. Drew stood there stunned. "Hey, hey, hey," Drew shouted, but Zaire didn't even look back. If Drew hadn't realized what was going on by now, he would have been foolish. These people were clearly investigating Gale's case. Drew was unsure of what to do when Leela gracefully approached him, exuding a light blue fragrance, and said calmly, "Mr. Yi, you've seen the situation yourself. Why don't you come with me? I have something to discuss with you." Drew frowned, looking at Leela before him. Though she looked beautiful, her treacherous nature was clear to him. Was she trying to use this opportunity against him because of his father's actions? Drew glanced around and then followed her to the side. Leela smiled gently and said, "Mr. Yi, as you can see, today is the day the Ministry of Punishments investigates your father's corruption during this period. How about this? Let's work together to suppress this matter. I can guarantee that no dossier will leave this place." While speaking, she moved closer to Drew, exuding an enticing fragrance that wafted through his nostrils. Drew's eyes widened. Leela deliberately exposed her shoulders, revealing smooth, round skin like pearls with a hint of rosy color. Drew stared intently, swallowing hard. He hadn't expected Leela to go so far, continuing to seduce him with her charm. Just as his gaze became intense, Drew shivered suddenly. No, he couldn't allow this. He mustn't lose himself. He needed to regain his composure. Drew collected his thoughts and looked at Leela again. Clearly, she was working for Stevie behind the Tongtian sect. If he got too involved with her, he'd end up dead without knowing why. Seeing Drew silent, Leela assumed he was falling for it. She possessed the Tongtian sect's enchantment art and had never met a man who wasn't moved by her. She giggled softly, her enchanting eyes fixed on Drew, making him feel uneasy. This woman was dangerously alluring, like a poisonous beauty snake, ready to strike at any moment. Daring not to think further, Drew waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll consider it." His eyes darted around. This was the best response for now. Given that his father was implicated in a major corruption case, he hadn't yet devised a proper plan and needed to keep Leela under control for the time being. Though he didn't know how Stevie had placed Leela in the Ministry of Punishments, he knew for sure that they were investigating his father's case. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from outside. "The Solange arrives." Both Drew and Leela couldn't help but look over, their expressions turning grim and startled. Drew frowned, heart tightening. Strange, why would Stacy come to the Ministry of Punishments at this moment? All the officials immediately knelt down, respectfully shouting, "Congratulations on the arrival of Addie. The Ministry of Punishments officials pay our respects." Stacy wore a long robe made of laoli, a translucence material, with a green jade hairpin in her hair, her dainty feet stepping onto the carpet as she entered, her eyes sweeping over everyone with an air of authority. "Rise," Stacy said without showing emotion, while her maid who always followed her quietly lagged behind, looking serene. Stacy's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. She had heard about today's events. The Ministry of Punishments was investigating Drew's father Gale for embezzlement. This matter, her father had repeatedly warned, must be handled with utmost caution. After all, Gale held high power in court for a long time, orchestrating strategies and having countless disciples. Any rash move could cause great turmoil, potentially shaking the foundations of the Great Qian Dynasty. More importantly, although the court seemed calm on the surface, there was much unrest brewing beneath it. If this case wasn't handled properly, things would get messy. Stacy had been entrusted by Ivor to monitor this case and report back immediately if any progress was made. "Be careful and more careful." These were Ivor's exact words. Therefore, the worried Stacy appeared here now. Drew saw Stacy come and instinctively wanted to hide, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something. If he ran away, what would happen to his father's case? Not handling it meant waiting for their entire family to lose their heads, but handling it meant he really didn't want to interact with Stacy any more than necessary. Stevie was like a landmine, constantly watching him, impossible to get rid of, ready to explode at any moment. What should he do? Pesque. But there was no other way at the moment. Seeing Drew fidgeting and flustered, Leela thought he was worried about Gale's case, so she whispered gently, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. With me here, your father will surely be fine." Chapter 101. A slap for you. The voice sounded light and casual, But to Drew, it was far from the case. Drew wanted to curse. You deceitful thing, do you really think I don't know what you were up to? If I truly believed you, my entire Yi family would be doomed, and our lives and deaths would be subject to Walter's single word. I must find a way to save myself. Running away was no longer an option. He could only tough it out and meet Stacy. Drew thought as he walked out from behind the Ministry of Justice building. Upon seeing Stacy, his lips twitched and he knelt down. Your servant Drew pays homage to Addie. Upon hearing this, Stacy immediately frowned and saw Drew with his butt sticking up on the stone steps, which made her raise an eyebrow. Why is Drew here? But there wasn't time to ask much more. Leela naturally knew about the relationship between Drew and Stacy. Her young master, Walter, had said earlier that no matter what, they must create a rift between Stacy and Drew. Now was the perfect time. Perhaps her young master would even reward her with a core. Such a rare opportunity couldn't be easily missed. With these thoughts, she stepped closer to Drew, close enough to whisper, Master Yi, did you come to the Ministry of Justice to look for me? Leela appeared timid. Drew was startled and inwardly shouted, what the heck, such a shameless lurchabal, green TB asterisk T. If Drew couldn't see through Leela's attempt to intentionally make Stacy uncomfortable in front of him, then he might as well not have lived all these years. He didn't read those countless online novels for nothing. She didn't act like this when talking to him just now. Yet, Drew pondered, although he desperately wanted to upset Stacy. In this situation, he really dared not. After all, numerous officials from the Ministry of Justice were watching. If he and Leela were seen together, while it might anger Stacy, what about his father's corruption case? If this got back to Ivor, Emperor would likely be furious and might even wipe out the Yi family. Considering their engagement, even Ivor would need to weigh the consequences before targeting his father. Drew thought about this while watching Stacy. Stacy heard every word in Drew's heart. So, Drew, you're courting me just to protect your family. Stacy felt so furious that her tiny fists clenched tightly under her sleeves, grinding her teeth with frustration. Drew didn't notice, but upon turning, he found Leela staring at him with longing eyes. Seeing this scene, Stacy grew even angrier. How could she not see through Leela's nature as a born seductress? To appear so persistently beside Drew, what was going on between them? Could it be? Stacy felt increasingly angry, even wishing to strike Drew. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed throughout the courtyard, drawing everyone's gaze. Leela covered her face, where a bright red handprint stood out on her pale cheek, looking at Drew in disbelief. Master Yi. She froze, having intended to embarrass Stacy, but Drew had slapped her instead. What happened? Had her charms failed? And he slapped her. Stacy blinked, stunned. Earlier, it seemed they were flirting. Why did things turn like this? Drew furrowed his brow. Miss you. Please behave. Am I Drew, someone who behaves so frivolously? Looking around at the Ministry of Justice officials watching with wide eyes, he continued. Not only did he need Stacy's favor, more importantly, with so many officials watching, if he were seen fraternizing with Leela, it could spell disaster. Behind Leela was Walter, who would stop at nothing. A slap was the least of what could happen. Then Drew realized something and said, Everyone, regarding today's matter, I understand you are all investigating my father's case. Let's be straightforward. Thinking carefully, Drew decided to be direct, laying everything bare. With these words, the entire courtyard fell deathly silent. Even Stacy's beautiful eyes flickered restlessly as she stared intently at Drew. This matter had already been widely discussed in the Great Qian Dynasty. It was said that Gale had embezzled tens of billions of silver taels over the years, making his family's wealth exceed even the imperial treasury. Given that the Ministry of Justice was investigating his father's case, shouldn't he be trying to avoid attention? Why would he openly mention it now? This didn't make sense. Stacy couldn't quite understand and waited for him to continue. Drew cleared his throat and spoke. Gentlemen, my Yi family stands by our actions. I came to the Ministry of Justice today to tell you that you may thoroughly investigate these records. My Yi family will not interfere in any way. However, what I want to announce here is that starting today, the Yi family will generously assist refugees in the capital, taking full responsibility for their living expenses. Additionally, we will cover the grain allowances for laborers constructing defensive works in the north. Drew swept his hand through the air. It must be known that over the years, Gale had embezzled a significant amount of silver from the Great Qian Dynasty. It was time to return this wealth to the people. Scattering wealth can gather people. If he were still hiding or hoarding now, it wouldn't just cost silver. It could cost heads. Now it was necessary to make sacrifices. So Drew took the initiative to deplete the Yi family's resources. First, he covered the living expenses of all displaced refugees in the capital, then assumed full responsibility for the grain allowances of laborers working on the northern defenses. By doing so, the Yi family's fortune would be nearly depleted. In this way, Emperor Ivor, even if informed, would have no reason to take action against him. And this would perfectly resolve the corruption case involving Gale. Drew quietly pondered this. As Stacy listened to Drew's thoughts, her eyebrows kept moving. One must know, the corruption case involving Gale was almost an irrefutable fact. She had been weighing how to handle her relationship with Drew. Chapter 102. I'll donate it all. Before the person could speak, Drew actually waved his hand and emptied the Yi family's coffers. This was the Ministry of Justice, after all, and it was at this crucial moment when officials, big and small, were investigating Gale's corruption. If Drew were to speak carelessly, would Emperor Alexei let him off easily? But could this be real? Stacy blinked her eyes. At this moment, she seemed not to recognize the Drew in front of her. Was this still the wastrel she knew before? And Zaylee remained seated, her exquisite face filled with disbelief, her beautiful eyes staring at Drew in shock. That didn't make sense. According to the intelligence given by the young master, Drew should have been a miser and lustful man. Yet, she tried to seduce him with her beauty, but Drew showed no interest. Now that she had agreed to help resolve the investigation into Gale's corruption case, he was ignoring her and directly donating the family assets. How different from what she had imagined. What was going on? She suddenly wondered if she had approached the wrong person. Drew, however, looked righteous and noble. He felt he had finally made the right decision. Walter had been keeping an eye on him all day, aiming for his marriage with Stacy and his father's position as the Minister of Revenue. The position of minister of one of the 6 ministries. It was too conspicuous. Once the Yi family donated all its wealth and his father submitted a resignation to retire, he didn't believe Walter would still keep an eye on him. If Walter still did not let him go afterward, Drew would consider him a freak. Without money or power, what could Walter gain? After pondering for a while, he concluded it wasn't so bad. Standing there, Stacy's eyes shook, unable to recover. She hadn't even listened carefully to Drew's thoughts. After all, the corruption case involving Gale shocked the entire imperial court. Her father, Emperor Ivor, had entrusted her to secretly investigate this matter at the Ministry of Justice. But before she could say anything, Drew had already volunteered to donate all the family's assets. More importantly, the current disaster of refugees in the capital troubled Emperor Ivor, causing him sleepless nights and loss of appetite. Drew not only took on the burden himself, but also offered to cover the grain expenses for all laborers involved in constructing defensive works in the north. Despite all this, even if Gale had embezzled tens of billions of taels, it wouldn't be enough to offset the damage. Moreover, they still had to pay more. At this moment, she couldn't fathom Drew's true intentions. Drew didn't have time to tangle with them. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Addie, Secretary, Drew, have other matters to attend to today. I won't keep you company." "Excuse me." After speaking, Drew turned and hurried away. He needed to return to the Yi family manor urgently to inform his father, Gale, who valued money so much. He didn't want any hitches arising on his father's side just as he solved his own problem. With the situation critical and urgent, any mistake could lead to severe consequences. Carrying those billions of taels of silver felt like holding a death warrant, likely to explode unexpectedly any day. After all, accompanying the emperor was like walking with a tiger. As long as one served in the court, one was always at the mercy of others. He had understood since childhood that even an innocent commoner might be punished for possessing valuable things. He must not give Emperor Ivor any handle to use against the Yi family. More importantly, if they did not solve this promptly, Walter might still keep watching him. Hearing Drew's hurried footsteps and seeing his rapidly disappearing figure, officials within the Ministry of Justice exchanged glances, unsure of how to react, having been stunned by Drew's words. The Yi family was actually taking the lead in disaster relief and donating so much silver. The crowd swallowed hard, their thoughts unclear. Stacy and Zaylee exchanged looks. Both women harumphed. Stacy quickly left, seemingly unwilling to stay longer. Seeing this girl chatting with Drew earlier made her furious, and Zaylee stood up, dissatisfied, and quickly went back inside the main hall. She needed to report this matter to the young master immediately. Meanwhile, Drew returned to the Yi family manor and found Godwin. "Godwin, where is my father?" "Oh Lord, your father seems to be in the manor." Godwin stood at the door, scratching his head and thick-necked, replying to Drew. Drew promptly flicked his sleeves and hurriedly walked toward Gale's study, with urgency. And Godwin, looking at the anxious Drew, wore a troubled expression on his face. Strange. He was finding it increasingly difficult to understand his young master's behavior. Earlier, in the presence of Zaylee, a woman whose beauty even made him involuntarily feel captivated, Drew showed no interest at all. Now, after rushing off to the Ministry of Justice, he returned in such a short time. Normally, Drew avoided Gale like a mouse avoiding a cat, hoping not to exchange an extra word. But now, he was taking the initiative to find Gale. It was really unfathomable how his young master would act next. Godwin shook his large, spatula-shaped head. He sighed inwardly, deciding not to think about it anymore. Anyway, he would just follow whatever his young master said. After all, he was Drew's #1 sycophant. Roar. Inside the study, Gale was holding a chunk of heavy white silver ingot, his eyes filled with fondness, beaming with warmth. Treasure, treasure. Gale looked delighted. He firmly believed in one principle. Money makes the world go round. To him, these dazzling silver ingots were almost as precious as life itself. The only thing more important than this might be his only son, Drew. Over the years, he had accumulated no small amount of silver for himself. As for the recent rumors circulating in the court, he had heard them but didn't take them seriously at all. The Yi family was deeply rooted in the Great Qian Dynasty, having operated here for so many years. Even Emperor Ivor would have to think twice before making a move against him. Once the money is in my pocket, can it easily be taken out? Gale's chubby face grinned. Just as he was about to place the shiny silver on the table, the wooden door in front of him creaked open violently, and Drew rushed in, looking very urgent. With a quick glance, his eyes immediately locked onto Gale beside the wooden desk. "Dad, something big happened. What are you rushing around for?" Seeing Drew's seemingly incompetent appearance, Gale felt irate right away and scolded. Chapter 103. Pillar of the Nation. Can't you knock first before barging in? You're not a kid anymore. I've reminded you countless times. Drew had no time to argue and interrupted. "Dad, this is urgent. Don't get hung up on that bar of silver in your hand." As he spoke, Drew's gaze fell on the heavy ingot of silver in Amy's hand, and he said reproachfully, "Dad, our Yi manor has already been targeted." "Targeted? What do you mean?" Amy looked bewildered. Drew quickly recounted what had happened at the Ministry of Punishments in brief. After listening, Amy was completely unruffled. Stroking his beard, he said lightly, "Fei-yun, your father has always told you to remain calm in the face of adversity. Our Yi manor goes through situations like this every year." As he spoke honestly, it wasn't as if the corruption within Yi manor was a recent development. Every year, countless loyal officials submitted memorials to Sunny accusing Amy of embezzling from the national treasury and lining his own pockets. Pile after pile of these memorials were intercepted by Amy's people and never reached the emperor's desk. Amy subconsciously thought his son must have heard some idle gossip, which was why he was so agitated. But Drew knew exactly what his father was thinking. He immediately scolded, "Dad, it's not just a rumor. Emperor Melvinho has already begun investigating our Yi manor. Today, at the Ministry of Punishments, I promised to donate all the silver, billions of taels, and take responsibility for supplying provisions for the northern defenses. Drew explained his plan. Amy was stunned, his eyebrows arching, his chubby face trembling uncontrollably. What did you say? He had spent half his life accumulating wealth to leave a substantial fortune for his son. Now, with one wave of his hand, Drew was giving it all away. What kind of situation was this? Drew grabbed Amy and shook him. Dad, stay with me. We're in big trouble now. If we don't turn over this money, both of us are finished. Dad, we can't delay any longer. We can't keep this money any longer, or something disastrous will happen. Drew urgently explained the gravity of the situation, but felt something was off. Why isn't Dad saying anything? Lifting his head, he saw that Amy, with his chubby, plump face, was about to faint. His eyes rolled back, and his hefty body was swaying backward, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Dad, don't do this. In the imperial palace of the capital city, behind the lush, verdant garden, a tranquil pond rippled under the sunlight, shimmering brilliantly. In the ancient pavilion nearby, Emperor Melvinho sat regally in his golden dragon robe, listening intently to what Aotian was saying, his thick brows revealing a mix of curiosity and shock. Drew really intends to donate all the silver and take responsibility for supplying provisions for the northern defenses. Melvinho asked incredulously. Aotian nodded, her eyes serious. Father, I feel that Amy and Drew may not be as corrupt as those memorials suggest. It seems they have the best interests of Great Qian in mind. Melvinho frowned, his stern face contemplating deeply. The situation seemed different from what he had anticipated. Over the past few days, he had received hundreds of secret reports detailing Amy's embezzlement, all with solid evidence. Although he had heard rumors about Amy siphoning off funds, he had turned a blind eye, thinking water too clear holds no fish. However, the evidence showed that Amy had amassed nearly billions of taels in just a few decades. Great Qian's annual revenue was far less than what Yi Manor had accumulated. This made Melvinho decide to take action against Amy. But now, after sending Francesca to investigate at the Ministry of Punishments, this unexpected event unfolded. After much contemplation, Melvinho finally spoke. Kendra, what do you think the Yi family's intentions are? Francesca pondered deeply. She couldn't quite figure it out either. Drew seemed to have changed drastically in the past half-month, becoming someone she could barely recognize. And now, by giving away all their wealth, what were they trying to achieve? She thought about Drew's recent actions and hypothesized, Father, I believe the Yi family might be hiding their true strength. Hiding their true strength? What do you mean? Melvinho asked. Francesca looked directly into her father's eyes, her beautiful face unusually solemn. Father, have you ever heard the saying, a great recluse hides in court? Melvinho was struck speechless, his broad shoulders stiffening in surprise. For a moment, the emperor known for his decisive actions was deep in thought. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, his expression grave. Your meaning is that Amy and Drew are using themselves as bait to stir the storm in the court, to ultimately save Great Qian from peril. Exactly. Francesca's eyes flashed, responding passionately. Melvinho was profoundly shaken. If this explanation held, everything made sense, as if all the pieces of a puzzle were falling into place. All clues pointed to one conclusion. The entire Yi family was dedicated to serving the nation and its people. They had acted only in critical moments to help. Amy's embezzlement allowed him to provide funds when the national treasury was short. Drew's reckless behavior served to distract from internal conflicts within the court. Chapter 104, Pillar of the State. How could such a heart for the country and its people belong to a treacherous minister or corrupt worm? This is clearly a pillar of the state. Alexei was greatly alarmed in his heart, with a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Aleka's delicate face also turned slightly serious, her keen gaze fixed on her emperor father. Father and daughter Mub had a tacit understanding, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Alexei waved his hand broadly, and a voice filled with imperial majesty resounded throughout the back garden. Send for someone. I need to draft an edict. Yes, your majesty. At this time, in the Yi household, Gale was finally rescued by Drew after considerable effort. He lay on the bed, his face deathly pale, a silk kerchief embroidered with gold thread covering his forehead. His pudgy face, usually full of color, now bore no trace of vitality, and his mouth, typically articulate, quivered as he looked at Drew kneeling before him with deep pain and anguish. Feiyun, did you really donate all our family's assets? And undertake the funding for all military defenses in the north? Gale still found it hard to believe. It all seemed like a dream. He had spent decades toiling to build up this modest fortune, and Drew had given it all away in one fell swoop. It was hard for him to accept this reality. More importantly, this was just too outrageous. He simply couldn't fathom Drew's motives. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish and earth will destroy. Such a move was almost unbelievable. Everyone talks about serving the country and its people, but in all these past years, he hadn't seen that Drew was such a person. Drew sighed, his expression heavy. He knew anyone would find it hard to accept such a drastic change, and that was normal. But he had to make things clear to Gale. Keeping this money was like holding a hot potato. The best course was for Gale to resign and retire home. Only then could they truly be at ease, and Walter wouldn't constantly watch them. They could lead a peaceful life. Being constantly scrutinized by Walter wasn't a pleasant experience. Moreover, Drew already had plans for the next step. In urgent tones, he said, Dad, we can't delay this any longer. These silver coins must be donated quickly. I went to the Ministry of Justice today, and they are now keeping a close eye on our Yi family. If we don't donate the money, the Emperor will keep watching us too. Dad, you know yourself how much you've embezzled over these years. Drew earnestly persuaded him. Hearing this, Gale felt a thud in his heart, his brows twitching. Anxiously, he stared at Drew. Indeed, the money he had embezzled was enough to have the entire Yi family executed 10 times over. Yet seeing Drew's solemn demeanor made a warm feeling rise in his heart. But thinking of all those savings accumulated over so many years being squandered by Drew caused another pang of pain, and he clutched his chest as if in angina. Dad. Drew grew anxious and began shaking Gale. During this period, he had developed some affection for Gale. Despite the chubby, greedy man's numerous flaws, he had genuinely treated Drew well, even ready to give him his heart. This moved Drew somewhat. If not for the situation, he wouldn't have done it. Not donating the money meant the Yi family would never find peace. It was indeed a difficult choice. After listening, Gale stared at Drew with piercing eyes, sizing him up for quite a while before saying earnestly, Feiyun, if you really think so, then it's not impossible. But from now on, it will depend entirely on you. Gale gently patted Drew's shoulder with his large, fan-like hands, as if giving some important instructions. Drew's face darkened, nodding his head. Father, as long as there are green hills, we won't lack firewood. We must get through this crisis first. Only then can we rise again. Drew's brows twitched. Gale's gaze flickered, remaining silent for a long time. Drew, however, was more open-minded. He knew that while this money had been embezzled bit by his father, money can always be earned back. The Yi family had operated in the empire for years, with officials high and low tied to their influence. Even grabbing a random literati official would likely have connections to the Yi family. Re-establishing themselves in the Dogon dynasty wouldn't be hard. They could choose a remote place and slowly rebuild. He believed that within a few years, he could regain his former power. Looking at Drew, Gale finally sighed after a long pause, saying, Since you feel this way, I won't say anything more. You're my son. What you say goes. Just remember, you'll have to endure hardships in the future. Gale's voice was choked with emotion. Drew silently agreed, his expression grim, gritting his teeth. Dad, rest assured, once this matter is over, I will definitely let you enjoy your old age. Gale's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. His son had finally grown up. Previously, Drew was only interested in playing and indulging himself, spending silver coins like they were snowflakes, never caring about it. Now, his son could say such things, even talking about supporting him until the end of his life. Gale was moved like a plump child. If this was the case, then scattering all their money was worth it. Looking at Gale, who was almost in tears, Drew couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Walter was pushing him too hard. He had already given way time and again, yet the other party kept pressing relentlessly. At this moment, Drew felt an impulse. Everyone has parents, one head, two arms, and two legs. He might as well have a real fight. Damn. Thinking he was the main character and could do whatever he wanted, he was still Drew, who had come from another world. Who was afraid of whom? While Drew was thinking, a sharp voice suddenly came from outside the door. The Imperial Edict has arrived. With a bang, Drew's door was pushed open, and Godwin rushed in, anxiously reporting. Master, sir, the Emperor's edict has arrived. Drew was startled and quickly stood up. Gale also got up hurriedly, disregarding the bedding on his body, and knelt down hastily, as did Drew. They hastened to welcome the edict. Shortly after, an old Yanni wearing official robes walked in, holding a golden-yellow Imperial edict. He glanced at Drew and Gale and began reading. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The Emperor orders, in recognition of the contributions of the Yi family to the Great Qian Dynasty, for taking responsibility for aiding refugees in the capital and voluntarily funding the construction of defenses in the north, Drew is hereby bestowed the title of Marquis of the State. This is the Imperial decree. After finishing, the Yanni looked at Drew and the kneeling Gale, his gaze carrying deep meaning. Chapter 105. What are you doing here? James was already the head of the Ministry of Revenue, commanding a vast number of disciples and followers within the imperial court. Recently, Jalen had become betrothed to Princess Liana, the Emperor's beloved sixth princess. The imperial marriage decree had been issued, with their wedding imminent. Now, Jalen had also been ennobled as the Marquis of National Protection. This undoubtedly elevated James's influence in court even further. To say that he could soon wield unparalleled power wasn't an exaggeration. His authority would be second only to the Emperor. How could such a powerful noble relative be casually manipulated by a mere Yanni? The Yanni carefully folded the imperial edict and looked at Jalen with a beaming smile. Simultaneously flicking his delicate finger, he said, Minister Freddy, why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly. I am just here to deliver the Emperor's decree. No need for such formality. Ha ha ha, Freddy looks even more distinguished. But the atmosphere was deathly silent. James's eyes were fixed on the imperial decree held by the Yanni. Jalen seemed like his soul had left him, staring blankly at the decree before him, unable to comprehend what had happened. It was utterly preposterous. He had gone to great lengths to distribute all his family's wealth, voluntarily taking on the responsibility of supplying provisions for the northern defenses, all in hopes of extricating himself from the court. And now Calhoun had bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of National Protection. Understanding the official hierarchy of the Great Qian Dynasty, with ranks from Duke down to Baron, the Marquis rank was only one step below Duke. Throughout the dynasty's history, there had been very few dukes, and marquises numbered scarcely more than 10. Had he saved Calhoun's father? Why would he elevate him to a marquis? It was outrageous. This meant that if Jagger found out, he'd be all over him like a cat drawn by the scent of fish every day. Shocked, Jalen hadn't expected this imperial decree to come so suddenly and inexplicably. What was going on? But there was no time for thoughts. He hurried to support his father, James, respectfully addressing the Yanni. Eunuch Lord, my apologies, but my father isn't feeling well today and cannot properly receive you. No worries, no worries. The Yanni had already sensed that Jalen was not an ordinary man and would surely rise to prominence. He courteously replied, the Yi family should rest well. I'll take my leave now. Please walk slowly, Eunuch Lord. Under the escort of servants, the Yanni gradually departed from the Yi mansion. The place returned to its usual tranquility. Jalen and James stood dumbfounded. James frowned slightly, trembling slightly as he asked, Eunuch, what's happening? What did you do? James was puzzled. They had donated their wealth to avoid charges of embezzlement. But why did the emperor not only fail to punish them, but also grant his son the title of Marquis of National Protection? Could it be a strategy of punishment followed by reward? A final honor? Moreover, Jalen's current rank was even higher than his own. James blinked repeatedly, unable to grasp the situation. Jalen was equally confused. All he wanted was to resolve this significant issue as soon as possible. He desperately needed to understand what had transpired. This was not an imperial decree but a death warrant. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "Father, don't worry about this. I'll go to the palace." What? James was bewildered. He watched as Jalen stumbled outward, moving rapidly. Slow down, James urged anxiously. Got it, father. Jalen's voice came from outside. James gazed at the direction Jalen left, filled with affectionate concern. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Son, it's up to you from now on. Just as Jalen exited the estate, he saw Camillo hunched on the roadside, looking lost. Kicking Camillo's rear, Jalen snapped, "Get up, we're going to the palace." Again to the palace? Freddie, what are we doing there? Camillo was thoroughly perplexed. Recent events had been one after another, leaving him completely disoriented. He couldn't keep up. Sighing, Jalen replied, "I don't know. We'll see once we get there." He also wanted to understand what had occurred. Didn't he donate all the Yi family's wealth to atone for past mistakes? Why then had Mu Tianhao awarded him the title of Marquis of National Protection? Wasn't this making him even closer to disaster instead of distancing him from Jagger? Jalen had no patience for idle chatter with Camillo, angrily barking, "Hurry up, or you'll be first on my list for wasting my time." Yes. Camillo responded hurriedly. Quickly securing a carriage, Jalen rushed inside, pulling back the curtain, to the palace. The carriage immediately set off toward the palace, where they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Well, Jalen, what brings you to the palace gates again? Coming to recite love poems to your dream princess, Liana? A brazen female voice echoed outside, laced with mocking undertones. Recognizing the voice, Jalen's eyes flashed open. It was none other than Mariana. What troublemaker was she causing now? Damn it. As if things weren't bad enough. Cursing inwardly, Jalen threw back the curtain and peered outside. Not far away, Mariana sat astride a majestic horse, dressed in a radiant purple gown with a jade hairpin gleaming under the sun. She looked remarkably dashing. Her charming little face wore an amused expression as she eyed Jalen. "Lady Mu County, it's been a while." Jalen forced a greeting. "Humph, don't waste my time." Mariana chided, waving her riding crop at Jalen. "Why are you here? Come to recite love poems to Liana again?" Though scolding him, she already knew from earlier reports that Jalen had declared at the Ministry of Justice his intention to bear all expenses for the refugees in the capital. He had also taken on the cost of provisions for the entire northern defense construction. Given the numerous informants of the Mu royal house in the capital, this news was not surprising. What baffled her was whether Jalen had undergone a drastic change of heart. This expenditure was astronomical, even stretching the Daician treasury thin. Was he planning to sell his father into slavery? Suspicious, she hurried to the palace to get answers, only to bump into Jalen unexpectedly. "Jalen, I'm asking you a question." Sensing something amiss, she glanced up again. "What the? Where did he go?" Chapter 106, Important Matters to Discuss. Ashlyn turned back once more, but there was no trace of Drew on the vast square of bluestone steps behind her. Drew. Ashlyn's fair face flushed red, her teeth gritted, and her hair danced wildly. At this moment, she wished she could devour Drew alive. They had been having a proper conversation just moments ago, and now after exchanging only a few words, he vanished. What kind of nonsense was this? The nearby maid's face also turned red, speaking softly. Mr. Yi has entered the palace." "I know," Ashlyn said with a delicate scolding, shocking the maid who immediately shut her mouth and dared not speak again. Ashlyn raised her fair face, gently biting her silver teeth, her watery eyes glaring fiercely at the distant palace gates, trembling as she said, "I will go into the palace. I want to see what sort of tricks Drew is playing." Yes. The maid hurriedly responded in a soft voice, and two graceful figures entered the palace one after another. At this moment, Drew was anxiously rushing inside, leaving Godwin outside the palace. In a hurry, he rushed forward. Now, he had inexplicably been bestowed the title of Guardian Marquis. Even Drew himself couldn't figure out how this happened. Could it be that he accidentally took another big wrong step by chance? Drew was so anxious that he sweated profusely, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot griddle. He had originally planned to distribute all his wealth, then humbly apologize to Emperor Ivor, and have his father, Gale, retire from his post. Gale hadn't exactly spared any expenses over the years, filling his pockets with money, yet he had served the Great Qian Dynasty loyally, almost attending to every detail, helping Ivor solve numerous troubles. If nothing else, he had certainly earned his keep. Drew believed that Ivor, considering past favors, would never wipe out the Yi family entirely. But in the end, he had been made a Guardian Marquis? What did he have to guard? Some chicken eggs? What kind of Guardian Marquis was he supposed to be? This move thoroughly bewildered Drew. What was going on here? Had everyone gone mad? Was little Miss Stacy crazy? Could it be that Ivor wasn't thinking straight either? With no time to ponder further, Drew hastily walked toward the rear garden of the palace. From time to time, passing Janice or maids looked at Drew's anxious face and nodded greetings. Mr. Yi. Drew didn't have the heart to respond, focusing intently on reaching the palace garden. Yeah. He replied absent-mindedly. Drew's slender figure formed a stark contrast against the grandeur of the expansive palace, growing more distant. That anxious mood seemed to materialize. A few maids caught sight of the hurried and flustered Drew, looking at each other in surprise. What is Mr. Yi doing? Why is he so urgent? Don't know. Is he looking for Addie? Forget it. Don't gossip. This matter doesn't concern us. We shouldn't risk trouble. Maids and Janice murmured among themselves, whispering quietly, fearing that they might say something wrong and provoke trouble with Drew. After all, Drew's reputation in the capital city was far from good, with nearly 1,000 servants dead at his hands. These people whispering about Drew behind his back were practically asking for death, weren't they? They dared not speak further and quickly clamped their mouths shut. Meanwhile, Drew arrived hurriedly at the rear garden, only to bump into Stacy unexpectedly. Stacy stood before the palace gate with a maid, wearing a long robe of willow green that trailed on the ground, adorned with golden foil on a jade pin. Her emerald and crystal ornaments shimmered gracefully, her delicate eyes smiling brightly, everything perfectly in place. She smiled warmly, directing her gaze at him. Drew? Hearing his name, Drew lifted his head sharply to see Stacy staring at him with a mischievous grin. Drew's heart sank. Stacy's strange actions over these days had already put him on edge. Every time the little girl looked at him with that peculiar expression, he trembled, filled with tension. He forced a smile, walking over and greeting her softly. Addie. Was this girl plotting some mischief? Why was she looking at me like that? Could it be that this bestowal of Guardian Marquis was a plot to catch our Yi family off guard? Well done, Stacy. Well done, Ivor. How ruthless. Drew ranted furiously in his mind, but maintained his composure outwardly, his face still plastered with a forced smile. Long time no see. The weather is quite pleasant today. Drew spoke nonsensically, and when Stacy heard Drew's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a gentle smile. Not only was she not angry, but there was also a hint of happiness in her demeanor. It seemed that Drew had misunderstood the intention of her father, the Emperor. Her father bestowed the title of Guardian Marquis upon him because of the Yi family's contributions to the Great Qian Dynasty. Of course, Stacy had certainly played no small part in this. Lately, for some reason, Stacy had developed special feelings for Drew. She even had vague urges of being deeply infatuated with him. Thus, she took matters concerning Drew very seriously. At this moment, seeing Drew's confused and muddled appearance, she couldn't help but find it amusing and adorable. Stacy pretended to be angry, lowering her eyebrows as she said, "Do you know this is inside the Imperial Palace? How can you barge in here recklessly? Don't think that just because my father arranged a marriage alliance between you and me, you can do whatever you want and disregard the palace rules." Stacy pretended to be angry, her eyes staring intently, her face showing a hint of coldness as she reprimanded him. Drew curled his lips. "Big sister, this is when we are in dire straits, and you're still hung up on this? If I don't act rashly, if I don't rush into the palace, wouldn't our Yi family be risking losing our heads? I've already given up our property and am preparing for my old man to resign from office. What more do you want? You guys are going to play us to death. Even if I die, I want to die understanding." Drew screamed in his heart. He swallowed hard and said shamelessly, "Addie, your subject has no other intention. I just want to see Sonny." "Where is Sonny now?" "He may not be available at this moment," Stacy said with a stern face, stretching her hands behind her back, turning around, and directly avoiding looking at Drew. "Oh, not available?" Drew's eyes widened as he pondered for a while. What game was this girl playing? But then he said, "Addie, your subject, Drew, has come here today to discuss important matters with Sonny. Please, princess, intercede for me." Drew could clearly see that Stacy was deliberately making things difficult for him. If he didn't make the situation seem serious enough, he probably wouldn't even see Emperor Ivor today. Chapter 107. Annulment of the engagement. If things continue like this, something major is bound to happen. His father had barely finished explaining himself after talking his mouth dry. He was asked to donate all their family assets. But if this matter isn't resolved quickly and complications arise, it would be a significant issue for his father. When the time comes, should he have a change of heart, no one could persuade him otherwise. Jamal's greed has been evident for a long time. If he changes his mind, who can Drew appeal to? This must be resolved immediately to understand what's going on. However, when Stacy heard Drew say this, her beautiful eyes widened in confusion as she stared at Drew. "Really? You truly need to discuss something important with my father?" "Absolutely," Drew said, thumping his chest. Stacy pondered for a moment. Previously, Drew had proposed excellent strategies for the Qian Dynasty multiple times. Although she didn't know why Drew feared Walter so much, if he indeed needed to discuss something important with her father, she couldn't obstruct him. The welfare of the empire came first. After thinking for a while, Stacy waved her hand. "All right, then follow me." "Thank you, princess." Drew nearly bowed his head to the ground. At that moment, Ivor was in the imperial study, holding a brush pen. Next to the elaborately decorated 4 treasures of the study, made from Western region sheep hair, Ivor gripped the ink brush and wrote vigorously on the paper before him, forming an artistic masterpiece. The calligraphy read, "Pillar of the State," with Ivor's signature below. Looking at the completed artwork, Ivor smiled satisfactorily, nodding slightly. He intended to present this artwork to the Yi family. After conversing with his daughter, he realized how much the Yi family had sacrificed for the Qian Dynasty. They risked their reputations for the welfare of the empire, even offering all their wealth during these critical times to save the nation. He indeed misunderstood them before. Ivor even harbored thoughts of investigating those who submitted hundreds of memorials accusing Jamal. Such loyal subjects were rare in the entire Qian Dynasty. To defame them thusly, what ill intentions could they have? They truly deserved severe punishment. Deeply moved, Ivor previously bestowed the title of Duke of the Nation. Now, he prepared to bestow this artwork to ensure the prosperity and longevity of the Yi family. Suddenly, there were hurried knocks on the door. "Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness Stacy and Drew request an audience." Ivor's face lit up as he softly said, "Admit them." Meanwhile, he gently blew on the completed artwork, carefully rolled it up, and placed it inside his robe. Shortly thereafter, in the imperial hall within the study, wearing a resplendent brocade dragon robe, Ivor sat majestically on the dragon throne, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over everyone. Drew knelt on the ground, his face full of reverence. Stacy stood to the side, equally respectful. "Feiyun, what brings you to the palace today?" Ivor spoke solemnly, yet his gaze towards Drew was soft and kind. Initially, Ivor had some reservations about Drew, but after Stacy enlightened him, he realized he had wronged the Yi family. Recognizing their loyalty, Ivor felt guilty and wished to make amends for these pillars of the state. Treating them poorly would only chill hearts. As soon as Drew heard this, his heart sank, his Adam's apple struggled, and sweat trickled down his forehead. Why did this seem off? Why was Ivor acting this way? Billions of silver taels were embezzled by his father. 10 billion taels. Brother. That's equivalent to 10 years of the Qian Dynasty's national treasury revenue. Why aren't you angry? Despite not understanding, Drew gathered his thoughts to ask clearly. Beside him, Stacy took the opportunity to say, Father, Drew says he needs to discuss something important with you. Oh, something important? Ivor grew interested, his gaze shifting to Drew, full of kindness. He found himself liking Drew more and more. Setting aside familial ties, Drew's innovative strategies were unprecedented and beneficial to the Qian Dynasty. He was indeed a genius of the Qian Dynasty. For such talent to seek him out for an important matter, how could Ivor not take it seriously? With great interest, Ivor asked, Feiyun, do you have another brilliant strategy to propose? Drew blinked in confusion. Was this old man sick or something? What strategy? But for the sake of his and Jamal's lives, he gritted his teeth and managed to speak. Your Majesty, I have come to request the annulment of our engagement, seeking your grace. While speaking, Drew banged his forehead on the ground loudly. Everyone in the room was stunned into silence. The entire study was eerily quiet. Stacy and the attendant Janice were visibly terrified, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Drew. Stacy glared fiercely. Drew had the nerve to claim he had important matters to discuss, yet upon entering the imperial study, he sought to annul the engagement. Stacy's eyes blazed with anger, but she held back due to Ivor's presence, staring fiercely at Drew. Ivor was also shocked, sitting upright with a frown, exuding royal authority. A heavy pressure filled the room. Ivor, despite his short reign, was a wise ruler, decisive and fair. Now, Drew dared to publicly annul the engagement? Given that Jamal requested the emperor to bestow the marriage to the sixth princess, now wanting to annul it. Was he courting death? Clang. The servants inside the room let out gasps of horror and fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Seek forgiveness from Sonny. Ivor remained silent, his stern face almost dripping with intensity. Drew felt immense pressure and repeated his plea. Please grant your grace. Chapter 108 Misunderstanding. Ivor's gaze towards Drew turned several degrees colder. Earlier, it was Jamal who requested a marriage arrangement in court from him. He had reluctantly agreed. But now, at this moment, Drew actually came forward on his own to request a dissolution of the engagement. Where would that leave the royal family's dignity? Does he really think it's like playing house for children? A wave of anger began to emanate from Ivor, the aura of supremacy belonging solely to the emperor of the Qian Dynasty spreading instantly. It seemed as if the temperature inside the hall dropped significantly. Drew knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. How could he not know that his actions risked losing his head? Unknown to him, despite the Yi family being powerful within the realm of Qian, their strength relied on Emperor Ivor. If he wanted to make an example of the Yi family, not even 10 Jamals would be enough to pay the price. Your Majesty, I am fully aware of my crime deserving death. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Drew's heart pounded fiercely as his hands clenched together, the joints turning white due to the force. He did not want to, but circumstances forced his hand. There was no way out. The corruption incident involving Jamal, as recorded in the original text, shook the entire court, implicating tens of thousands of people up and down the ranks. Just among Jamal's disciples, over 1,000 were killed. Now, they must donate all their assets and then cancel the engagement with Stacy. One is to appease Ivor, the other to protect against Luther. Both are like sharp swords hanging over their necks. Either could fall at any moment. If just one happens, Drew will be completely finished. This matter cannot be handled carelessly. Very, very good. Ivor repeated the word good 3 times, his anger reaching its peak, nearly ready to erupt. Even Stacy, usually extremely favored, remained as still as a cicada, barely daring to breathe. Facing her father's temperament, she understood it too well. Quiet and benevolent when calm, ruthless and decisive when angry. She couldn't believe Drew dared to speak such treasonous words, desperately signaling to Drew frantically. Drew. But at this point, Drew, having made up his mind, pretended not to see. Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. I wish to take my father's place to distribute all our family's wealth, then go to the border to guard against the Huns, serving the country faithfully. What? Ivor's expression slightly softened, speaking with an authoritative tone. Yes. Your Majesty. Inwardly, Drew grumbled. Luther was pushing hard, and Callie, that little girl, was constantly watching him. He had to find a way out fast. Whoever wants to clean up this mess in the capital city can do it. I don't want anything to do with it. After distributing all the family assets, the Yi family wouldn't owe the Muse anything anymore. After so many years, even if his cheap old man didn't have merit, he did have effort. They shouldn't exterminate us entirely, right? As for Stacy, stop looking at me with those eyes. I'm also at my wit's end. When you marry Luther later, and become one of his harem, we'll talk more about life then. Drew sighed, thinking helplessly. Stacy blinked her eyes, hearing Drew's thoughts clearly. She couldn't help but feel surprised, her red lips parted, eyes wide open. What? She initially thought Drew only wanted to break the engagement, but hadn't expected him to have such intentions. Moreover, breaking the engagement was just because he was afraid of Luther? And going to guard the frontier? So then, Stacy's beautiful eyes flickered. She couldn't help but develop some admiration for Drew. Though she didn't understand why Drew was so afraid of Luther, it seemed he was genuinely considering himself and the welfare of Qian. How could she not empathize? Father, I think Drew has a hidden reason, which is why he acts this way. I am willing to dissolve the engagement and accompany him to the Qian border to guard against the Huns. What? Ivor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, completely unaware of Stacy's thoughts, utterly astonished. Though Stacy had agreed to marry Drew, the arrangements were not finalized, and the reputation of a woman was paramount in Qian. And Stacy, who usually disliked Drew, was now defending him. What was going on here? How strange. Ivor frowned deeply, glancing at both Stacy and Drew, suppressing his anger without speaking. Drew has hidden reasons. Please forgive him, father. Hidden reasons? What are they? Drew gaped, staring at Stacy in disbelief, eyes wide open. No, this wasn't supposed to happen, right? He asked for the engagement to be terminated. You can either agree or disagree. Despite all the chaotic maneuvers that had already numbed Drew at this moment, he was still moved by her empathy. What kind of move is this? I don't have any hidden reasons. Please just agree. Go and join Luther's harem. Stop tormenting me. However, Clarissa paid no heed to Drew's inward protests and continued on her own accord. Drew once told me, a man should stand tall in the world, prioritize the nation's well-being, and dedicate himself to saving lives and defending the borders. He worried about me being alone in the capital and even, Clarissa sobbed uncontrollably, tears mingling with rain, choking up as she spoke. He feared that if he died in battle, he wouldn't be able to return home, so he decided to break the engagement. Clarissa performed her act so convincingly that it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard her, leaving Drew stunned. Did I say that? How come I don't remember? Looking over, he saw that Ivor's gaze toward him had changed, now filled with more respect. The respect of the emperor of the Qian Dynasty. What does that mean? Ivor took a deep breath, straightened his posture, almost ready to clap in approval. He never expected Drew to be such a pillar of the state, always thinking about the future of Qian, even how much Drew valued his daughter Clarissa. He had seen it clearly with his own eyes. Now, the other party made such a great sacrifice. How could he not be moved? What a national pillar. Excellent. Ivor suddenly exclaimed loudly, startling Drew so much that he fell back onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Crazy. They're both crazy. This father and daughter, neither of them has a normal mind. I'm breaking the engagement. One finds an excuse for me. The other even cheers loudly. Big brother, you are the royal family. Shouldn't you be angry? Furious? What's going on here? Your Majesty, I have another request. Chapter 109. I am willing to go with you. Speak. Alexei waved his hand, completely unconcerned and even considering rewarding Drew for his loyalty. How could such a pillar of the nation be casually punished? He even contemplated scolding him earlier. What a grave mistake. Alexei's gaze softened as he looked at Drew, almost melting with affection. Drew clicked his tongue. What a creepy old man. Before he could speak, Noel continued timidly. Father, since Drew is going to defend the border, I will not marry anyone else in my life. I do not wish to grow old alone in the capital. I am willing, from today onwards, to accompany Drew to the frontier. When all the Xiongnu are exterminated, we shall return home together. This is unbelievable. Drew was utterly speechless, staring dumbfounded at Noel. He even had thoughts of stabbing her with a knife. She's too crazy. He wanted to break off the engagement, but she didn't. Now he's leaving the capital, and she follows. Has she considered his feelings? You're really twisted, you know that? But Alexei was deeply moved. His heart, long cold from dealing with state affairs, softened upon hearing Noel's words. He even felt like writing an elegy for Drew. Good. Alexei shed tears, looking at Drew with a solemn face that practically wrote, loyal minister. Drew's jaw trembled, unable to utter a word. He found this father-daughter duo quite problematic, severely so. Drew. Just as Alexei was about to say something, a voice from outside interrupted. Your Majesty. Mub County Princess requests an audience. Alexei raised his head, surprised. His gaze followed to the door. Drew, kneeling on the ground, was startled. Why did Saad come now? Earlier, she mentioned declaring her love and marriage to him. Could this be why she's here? It was becoming more complicated. Drew was frantic, but dared not speak. Alexei swallowed his words, scanned the room, and commanded softly. Announce her entrance. The authoritative voice echoed through the hall. Yes, Your Majesty, came the response from outside. Drew and Noel turned back simultaneously, each lost in their own thoughts. The grand door creaked open, and Saad entered gracefully, her face radiant. Seeing Drew and Noel kneeling on the ground seemed to have no effect on her demeanor. Instead, she bowed politely toward Alexei. Minister Saad pays respects to Your Majesty. Rise, Funfong has been absent for some time, yet looks more splendid than ever. Alexei responded warmly. Logically, Saad was his nephew, born to his Gavin brother. Though titled a county princess, she valued family ties and never distanced herself from others because of her status. Your Majesty, I have come concerning Drew. What? Alexei was alarmed, glancing at Drew. How was he involved again? Drew nearly exclaimed aloud at the absurdity, clenching his teeth in frustration. What wrongs have I done? Funfong, what brings you here? Alexei asked curiously. Saad hesitated slightly, then glanced at Drew before speaking softly. I heard that Lord Yi scattered all his wealth to aid refugees, and plans to defend the border for our Great Qian Dynasty. I wish to join Drew and cheer for our soldiers. Drew? Alexei was stunned, unable to believe Saada's words. Remember, Funfong was always playful and uninterested in Qian's politics. Moreover, she was solely focused on Mub Tiancheng's illness. Now, she volunteers to go to the border with Drew? This was too astonishing. Funfong, do you realize how serious this matter is? A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly, Alexei asked tensely. I understand, Your Majesty, Saad said firmly. Silence filled the hall. Drew could hear his own heartbeat. Too intense. He felt like strangling Saad and Noel to see what was inside their heads. Giving up the royal harem just to follow him to the border. These two must be insane. Severely insane. Your Majesty, I think it's not like this, Drew stammered. Does Feiyun disagree? Alexei asked. If I go to the border, conditions will be harsh, dangerous, and full of new enemies. If anything happens to Adieb or County Adieb, I cannot bear the responsibility. Drew was desperate. Alexei pondered. Unexpectedly, Noel and Saad spoke in unison. Your Majesty, we are willing to go with Drew. Our Great Qian is prosperous, but the new threat remains unresolved. Today, what Drew says brings fortune to our Great Qian. We ask for your approval. Their voices echoed boldly, shocking both Alexei and Drew. Too intense. He spent the whole night trying to understand their motives, not because he figured it out. Hell, because dawn broke. Fine. Drew laughed bitterly. Agreed. The decision is made. Prepare and leave after the wedding of Yinyun and Feiyun. Thank you, Your Majesty. Drew didn't know how he returned to the Yi residence. His mind buzzed, and he couldn't recall how he got there. Lying numbly on the armchair, his eyes vacant, covered by a fan gently swaying, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Too terrifying. He felt throttled by the two, suffocating under their manipulation. They were definitely doing this on purpose. They wanted to doom him. So cruel. Drew suddenly sat up from the chair, enraged, spewing invectives. Feiyun, are you back from the palace? Gale's voice rang from outside the door, accompanied by his pudgy, stumbling figure quickly appearing before him. Upon seeing him, Gale hurriedly asked, How did it go, Feiyun? Chapter 110. Isn't this a good thing? Drew turned his head and saw Gale's bulky figure stagger in. His chubby face was still filled with panic as he looked at Drew impatiently. Earlier, he had heard that Drew had entered the palace. Sonny even bestowed him the title of Marquis of State Protection. It should be known that among the 5 ranks of nobility, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, the rank of Marquis is second. Even though Gale had served the Great Qian Dynasty for so many years, attending to it for most of his life, Emperor Ivor never conferred on him the title of Marquis. But now, his son had been granted this title. How could he not be excited? He was terrified that Ivor was about to make them his scapegoats, offering this sweet treat just before death. Gale was extremely anxious. Meanwhile, Drew lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, waving his hand listlessly and saying, Dad, please stop bothering me. I just want some peace. Gale was puzzled. Peace? Whose peace? But he rushed over immediately, grabbing Drew's arm and shaking him repeatedly. My son, don't scare me. Our Yi family only has you. What will I do if anything happens to you? Gale was worried sick. Drew was their family's only hope. He was terrified that something serious might have happened after Drew went into the palace, which explained his panicked state upon returning home. If anything happened to Drew, he didn't see any reason to live himself. After all these years of hard work, wasn't it all for Drew? If something happened to Drew, what would be the point of all these years of efforts? What would be the point of owning a bike then? Feeling dizzy from Gale's shaking, Drew weakly said, Father, stop it, or you'll really make me die. Don't say such things. Can't you speak more auspicious words? He almost vomited from being shaken and nearly spat blood onto Gale's face. He looked utterly despairing. Gale gave an awkward laugh. Sorry, I'm too excited. Then he examined Drew up and down. Are you alright? It's okay if you're fine. He was overwhelmed with excitement and fear that anything bad might have happened to Drew. AI. Looking at his affectionate and caring father, Drew couldn't help but sigh. The situation was very complicated right now. He had planned everything out. He was going to let his father donate the family assets, and then find an excuse to go guard the frontier against the Shonu, living far away, enjoying life without any worries. But now, unexpectedly, Ivor had bestowed him the title of Marquis of State Protection. Who could have guessed? Drew had thought about it all night and still couldn't understand Ivor's intentions. Wasn't he truly out of his mind? Plus, Stacy insisted in the palace that she wanted to go to the frontier with him. And there was also Ashlyn. Just thinking about it made Drew lose his smile. These two girls were definitely doing this on purpose. They were trying to harm him. Seeing Drew's gloomy face, Gale frowned, looking worried and asked, My son, what's wrong? Tell me, Dad. Watching his father's anxious expression, Drew sighed and briefly narrated everything from beginning to end. Father, that's how things are. Drew staggered to his feet slowly and walked inside. As Gale pondered over Drew's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, this is a good thing. Drew mentioned wanting to ask Stacy for a divorce earlier, although he didn't understand why his son wanted to do this. Didn't Drew always follow Stacy around reciting love poems, sticking like glue? Why did he change his mind now? More importantly, Sonny didn't agree to their request for divorce. The only uncomfortable part was asking him to donate all the family assets. However, now both Stacy and Ashlyn were willing to go with Drew to guard the frontier. What did this mean? This clearly indicated they liked his son. Holy crap. Gale pondered secretly, smacking his forehead as his thoughts became active. This situation needs to be grasped firmly. Even though Princess Ashlyn's status was a bit lower than Stacy's, but she was still a princess and the daughter of a prince, and quite prominent in the capital. If Drew built relationships with both Ashlyn and Stacy, wouldn't he have a surefire way to rise again? This was 100% assured. As long as Ivor didn't fall, the Yi family wouldn't either. Gale slapped his thigh, a look of joy spreading across his face. Then he turned his head. Huh? A huge question mark appeared on his face. At this moment, Drew was no longer nearby. Only his silhouette staggered into the room with slow, dragging steps. Father, I'll rest for a while. Call me when it's time for dinner. A weak voice came from inside. Got it. Gale seemed rejuvenated at that moment. He straightened his back and walked towards the door with a beaming face and energetic demeanor. Good thing. Hey, our Yi family is going to restore its glory and reputation once again. In the following days, Drew stayed home, contemplating life. He felt that transmigrating into this novel was the biggest regret of his life. It would have been better if the protagonist had given him a quick death with one slap. Now things were tough. He faced wolves ahead and tigers behind, every step filled with difficulty and danger. He really couldn't understand. Tianindi, Isn't Walter seriously deranged? No. He thought everyone in this novel was crazy. Whenever he wanted to do something, it always failed. But whenever he didn't want to do something, everything went incredibly smoothly. What shocked Drew even more was that not only did Ashlyn want to join him, but Haley also submitted a petition to Emperor Ivor. Haley expressed her willingness to go with Drew to guard the frontier against the Xiongnu and threatened to commit suicide at home if refused. Seeing Haley's devotion to the country, Ivor naturally had no reason to refuse and waved his hand. A royal decree was issued, agreeing that Haley would accompany Drew to guard the frontier against the Xiongnu. Upon hearing this news, Drew was completely dumbfounded. This was insane, totally insane. Oh my god. He had never seen anything this outrageous in his half-century of living. If Drew weren't mentally strong enough, he might have hanged himself by now. For several consecutive days, Drew's act of dispersing family assets and serving the country loyally became a hot topic throughout the capital. Praises for Drew rose continuously, making him reluctant to step out of the mansion for half a month. He feared that Walter might find some corner to kill him. Fame brings trouble, just like being famous makes people fear, and pigs being fat makes them grow quickly. Drew understood well. Walter had a narrow mind and a very small heart. Who knew when he'd be waiting to ambush him? Since Drew wouldn't fall into the trap, he simply stayed home and acted like a turtle hiding in its shell. Chapter 111. Foreign Aid. In the capital city, nothing but good words about Drew were being spread around. Inside a bustling and lively tavern, packed with patrons, the guests were excitedly discussing. Hey, have you heard? The young master of Yi family in our capital has donated all his family's assets to support the refugees. Another person replied, yes, how could I not know? This is too impressive. Seriously, so much money, all donated. You know how miserable the refugees are. Voices went back and forth, speaking loudly. They almost made Drew out to be a living savior. And throughout the entire capital, Drew's reputation was like a roller coaster ride. From being a pariah what irritated him even more was that Ashlyn, Jacqueline, and Haley actually followed Drew. All his concubines ran off with others. How was he supposed to live this down? Walter felt angrier and angrier, and with a punch, shattered the dining table, leaving a gaping crack before it collapsed completely. Nearby patrons and soldiers turned to look at the furious Walter, eyes wide open in shock. A waiter seeing this scene quickly smiled and said, oops, no problem, no problem. Today is a great day since Freddie Yi relieved, as if darkness swallowed everything. Drew, who had been hiding at home for nearly half a month, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He felt like a secluded little wife. If he stayed cooped up any longer, he'd surely develop problems. Drew remained in seclusion at home, during which Simeon visited several times but was turned away. The situation was delicate, making him feel like a scapegoat. He dared not show himself lest Walter strike unexpectedly. Finally, today, Drew finally couldn't hold back any longer and changed into a new outfit, intending to go out for some fresh air. Before he could step out of the courtyard, suddenly, a request for an audience came from outside the door. It was Godwin's voice. Report, Freddie, Lady Moo seeks an audience. Just as he was about to step out, Drew froze mid-step, cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn, why is she here again? That's not right. Didn't she agree with Ivor to go together with me to guard the border? It's not even time yet. Drew's mind was in turmoil. He had no idea what wind Ashlyn had caught. Jacqueline was his fiancée, and agreeing to go with him to guard the border against the Xiongnu made sense. But why would Ashlyn come along for the fun? More importantly, why did she suddenly come looking for him now? What's going on? Don't let her in. But before Drew could finish his sentence, a graceful figure already slipped inside. Dressed in white, with a devilishly angelic smile, Ashlyn approached Drew, bringing a whiff of fragrance with her. What? Did you want me to leave? No, Drew replied awkwardly. Ashlyn looked at Drew with a mischievous smile. What were you saying just now? Drew swallowed back the explanation on the tip of his tongue. He felt numb, feeling irked just by looking at Ashlyn. He didn't want to talk to her at all. So he waved his hand dismissively. Lady Moo, what brings you here? Let me tell you, I've donated all our family's assets. My father is about to resign from office, and I'm setting off for the border soon. What do you want? His expression was one of utter despair. Drew was thoroughly exasperated. Watching Ashlyn and Jacqueline's actions left him utterly baffled, but extremely shocked. On his path to becoming an idle rich kid without a care in the world, Drew was moving further and further away. Looking at Ashlyn now, he couldn't even muster the energy to speak up, completely lacking vigor. But Ashlyn wasn't angry at all, smiling and saying, do you really not want to see me? Are you this unhappy? Drew glared at her. However, he couldn't lose his manners. He casually waved his hand. All right, Lady Moo, follow me. We'll talk inside. Drew walked towards the house listlessly and dejectedly. Ashlyn looked at Drew's listless figure, revealing a playful glance. Humph. She followed him inside. Chapter 112. Accompany me shopping. Ashlyn followed Drew into the house. Despite Drew's obvious disfavor towards her, he had to maintain etiquette considering she was a princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Drew instructed the servants to serve 2 cups of top-grade Biluakun tea, steam curling and green smoke rising. Intentionally keeping a distance from Ashlyn, Drew lifted his teacup and sipped it, then sighed helplessly. Addie, what do you need this time? While talking, he picked up the teapot lid and slurped in scalding hot tea. Ashlyn shot a glance at Drew. What? Can't I find you if there's nothing wrong? With hot tea still in his mouth, Drew said indistinctly. Nothing, just didn't know why you came. I want you to accompany me shopping. What? Tea spewed out of Drew's mouth instantly as he stared wide-eyed. Me? Why should I accompany you shopping? His brain seemed to have frozen. Without thinking, Ashlyn replied, so what? I promised Sonny that you would go to the frontier to resist the Huns. Isn't it normal for you to accompany me shopping? She had been waiting outside the Yi mansion for several days, but Drew had been hiding inside like a turtle with its head in, not stepping out once. Eventually, losing patience, Ashlyn broke into the Yi mansion and asked Drew to accompany her shopping. Wait. Something felt off. Drew's mind was spinning. Looking helpless, Drew lamented, well, How did you end up finding me for shopping? Moreover, it wasn't me who asked you to go to the frontier. He was speechless. It was Aotian who volunteered to go to the frontier to resist the Huns before the emperor, not because he asked her. And he didn't ask her to accompany him either. How could she blame him now? Feeling utterly lost for words, Drew rejected immediately. Forget it. You can go shopping by yourself. I'm not going. If you don't go, I'll take off my clothes here. Who cares whether you take off your clothes or not? Drew subconsciously blurted out, stopping abruptly as his eyes widened. What? Take off clothes? A sudden shock went through Drew as he turned around again. Aotian was sitting in her place, slightly pulling down the collar of her long-sleeved robe, revealing smooth shoulders as white as jade. The atmosphere was becoming flirtatious. Her exquisite face, with sparkling eyes, looked right at Drew. Her rosy lips licked playfully as if enticing him, looking extremely alluring. She shyly said, if you don't agree, I'll strip, then tell Brother Walter that you have bad intentions, and report to the Emperor that you tried to assault me. See if the Emperor and Walter will forgive you. How ruthless. Drew gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why Aotian knew he feared Walter so much, yet it was as if she had struck right where he was most vulnerable. If he continued to tangle with her, Walter would definitely hammer him badly. Most importantly, it might even be reported to Ivor. At present, the case of corruption involving Gale had yet to be resolved. He and the entire Yi family were walking on eggshells, as if crossing a river by feeling for stones. If Aotian pulled this stunt now, he would be in huge trouble. Grinding his teeth, is it okay if I don't go? Not going? Not going, I'll undress. Fuming, Drew snorted. Fine, you win. There was nothing he could do, only to comply reluctantly. A light laugh echoed, and Drew sighed helplessly. But I want to make something clear. As he spoke and looked up, Aotian, who was originally standing, was gone. Empty space. Drew was startled. Look what? I'm right here, came a gentle rebuke in his ear. Following the voice, he saw Aotian at the door, fully dressed, without a trace of the coquettishness from before. She stood there, urging loudly, let's go. As if about to whip him. Damn it. Drew slapped his thigh. Hell. Fell for it again. Let's go. Don't waste time, or I'll really undress. Alright, let's go. Drew agreed to accompany Aotian shopping, but he was worried about being too noticeable and drawing Walter's attention. Therefore, they didn't choose to ride in a carriage or on horses but decided to walk. However, Aotian had come by carriage. She was wearing a long robe of brocade and glass, looking extremely luxurious, clearly not from an ordinary family. Combined with her exceptional beauty, exquisite and unparalleled, she and Drew were quite noticeable as they walked down the street. From time to time, men on the road would cast glances at her, their gazes burning, making her even more eye-catching. Miss, is it really necessary to dress like this for shopping? Drew was speechless. Why not? Girls should look pretty when they go out. Drew rolled his eyes. He felt a shiver run down his spine. He had already tried to lower the chances of being noticed by Walter, but the current situation didn't seem too promising. Isn't this too flashy? Drew thought to himself. However, seeing how Aotian didn't seem to care in the slightest, Drew could only sigh helplessly. He silently prayed to all the gods and Buddhas, hoping that he wouldn't bump into Walter. Drew invoked every god and Buddha he could think of. As Drew walked and chatted with Aotian, his anxiety gradually faded away. This bustling street was full of young people out for fun or small vendors doing business. Drew looked around curiously. Since coming to this world, he hadn't had a good time outside before. It had to be said, the Great Qian Dynasty's commerce was thriving, with a wide variety of snacks and entertainment options available. Just the mouth-watering snacks on the street were countless. If one were to try each dish for a day from start to finish, it would take a year to finish. There were not only these delicious snacks. Even establishments similar to footbaths and karaoke bars, which seemed a bit risque, emerged under the extremely prosperous commercial atmosphere of the Great Qian Dynasty. Take the Yihong Yuan where Simeon went every day. The girls there were incredibly beautiful and charming. Just looking at them made one's blood boil. The services offered inside were only limited by your imagination. As long as you had enough silver, it was a heaven on earth where one could feel euphoric. ##### Chapter 113. The Four Great Warriors. It wasn't surprising that Simeon almost lived in the Yihong courtyard all year round except during the spring festival. Every year he spent a fortune, probably more than 100,000 taels of silver, or at least several tens of thousands. Alas. Drew sighed helplessly, truly reluctant to leave the opulent and peaceful capital city. But there was no way around it with Luther constantly watching him and the matter involving Gale hanging over his head like a double-edged sword. Survival came first. Damned Luther. Drew cursed angrily, feeling incredibly unlucky. Without the issue of Luther, life would have been as carefree and enjoyable as could be since he had crossed over into this novel world. While these thoughts ran through his mind, chatting intermittently with Aotian, his worries were gradually forgotten. On the bustling street, the two walked and stopped now and then, looking like a loving couple in the midst of courtship, completely devoid of any tension, instead exuding intimacy. Occasionally, they could hear the citizens of the capital discussing how Drew had generously dispersed the Yi family's wealth to aid the refugees. All the words were full of praise for Drew, nearly deifying him. Aotian, turning her head slightly with a smile, remarked, "Listen, so many people are praising you. Aren't you moved?" Drew pursed his lips but said nothing, only feeling helpless inside. "Do I not know how outstanding I am?" he thought sarcastically. If it weren't for survival," he muttered, "would I have parted with that white silver? That's money. It was accumulated with great effort by my father. Despite his reluctance, there was no choice. Compared to risking their lives, dispensing the money was necessary." As Drew pondered, Aotian suddenly let out a sharp scream. Startled, Drew trembled, thinking Luther had arrived. He immediately retreated, stretching his hands forward in a defensive stance, scanning the area nervously. Where? After a thorough look, he saw only passers-by and vendors, with no signs of anything unusual, the scene remaining peaceful. Drew was shocked again when he turned and found Ashlyn gone from his side. She stood beside a stall filled with various small goods, happily selecting items. Drew, come here quickly. This jade hairpin is beautiful, she exclaimed. Ha, making such a fuss. Drew mumbled under his breath. Ashlyn held up a jade hairpin carved from jade, with dragons and phoenixes entwined, a golden border, and a delicate, translucent white jade hanging from it, shimmering elegantly. Her eyes sparkled with joy. The stall owner, Eldon in his 50s dressed simply with a kind face, chimed in, young lady, do you like it? If you like it, it's cheap. Frowning, Drew walked over. Ashlyn smiled and asked, Drew, doesn't this jade hairpin look nice? She giggled, pinning it into her hair. Drew couldn't help but stare seriously at Ashlyn. Indeed, her appearance was exquisite, with willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face, large luminous eyes like deep pools, and fair skin rivaling freshly peeled eggs. With the jade hairpin, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance, embodying classic beauty. Indeed, she's a real beauty. No wonder Luther cherished Ashlyn and others like her. He sure knew how to pick them. As Drew thought this, the vendor commented, young man, treat your wife well, don't be stingy. The vendor encouraged eagerly, trying to make the sale. Ashlyn, however, didn't get upset but laughed slyly, saying, brother, will brother buy this for me? Her tone was coy and affectionate, making it seem as if Drew were her husband. Damn, Ashlyn is stirring things up. Drew thought worriedly. There might be Luther's men anywhere in the capital. Being called brother like this, if anyone heard, cold sweat broke out on Drew's forehead. Bye. Quickly. Haha, Ashlyn laughed without further comment. The vendor, assuming they were a couple, looked at Drew approvingly. Hearing Ashlyn call him brother, he thought admiringly, wow, what a playful couple. Not wanting to be overheard, Drew hastily pulled out some silver coins. How much does it cost? Not expensive, 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver wasn't pricey, especially in the Qian Dynasty where commerce thrived and transportation costs were low, allowing valuable items from afar to be affordable. Just as Drew was reaching for his coins, a few sinister laughs echoed nearby. Hey, little girl, so pretty and buying jewelry? Your brother won't buy it, but I will, ha ha ha. Rude laughter sounded, carrying a distasteful tone. Turning, Drew and Ashlyn saw a group of burly men standing nearby, with rough features and muscular necks as thick as their heads, bald and shining, their mouths filled with dirty teeth. The leader unabashedly stared at Ashlyn, his leering gaze revolting. Seeing Ashlyn clearly, he swallowed disgustingly, licking his lips, drooling. Hey, little girl, so beautiful. Here, let me buy this for you. He snatched the jade hairpin from the vendor and shoved it into Ashlyn's hand. Ashlyn frowned, repulsed, stepping back and pulling on Drew's arm. Drew frowned deeply, glaring at the four ruffians. Cursing inwardly, he thought, what a bunch of scumbags. I've already had enough trouble with Luther. Now these louts dare to bully me. After all, Drew was one of the most privileged young lords in the capital besides Luther, known for bullying others with his thugs. Who dared bully him? Chapter 114. The Four Great Warriors? In other words, throughout the entire novel, only one person could match him in a fight, and that was the one whom Drew faced every day. What kind of people dared to show off in front of him as if they were something? Drew cursed inwardly and looked at them with a frown. But the bald man didn't seem to care about Drew's attitude. He grinned and asked, what's wrong? You look so delicate. You wouldn't dare to have a little spar with us, would you? Behind him stood three others dressed similarly, laughing loudly. Drew replied coldly, what? Who are you guys? Drew knew that Godwin would definitely follow him when he went out, so he wasn't afraid of them now. Though Godwin wasn't very smart, his combat ability was incredibly strong. Moreover, after being bullied by Walter recently, Drew had been holding in a lot of anger, eager for an outlet. This was just what he needed. People showing up right on time. The big men laughed even louder upon hearing this. What? You actually want to know our names? Tell you what, my name will surprise you. I'm Michael. I'm Gabe. They responded one after another. Michael, Gabe, Hector, Caesar? What ridiculous names. Drew shivered, his hair standing on end, as if he suddenly remembered something. No, wait. He vaguely recalled that in the original story, there were these so-called four great warriors. These people were actually the guardians under Tongtian sect, the sect backing Walter. Their martial arts were extremely formidable. Like the 18 dragons subduing palms, the one-finger Chan, and most bizarrely, some freak had mastered a power absorption technique. They could drain someone dry from dozens of meters away. Holy crap. Drew shuddered, a chill running down his spine, fear flashing in his eyes. Why did everything feel so off now? Could it be because of his Chanyear, time travel, that made the plot happen earlier? He thought these characters should only appear later in the story. Why are they here now? Seeing Drew silent, Ashlyn scowled and scolded. What are you doing? This is the capital of Dogon Dynasty. Where do you think you can act wild like this? The stall owner had already been frightened out of his wits and cowered in a corner, trembling and not daring to utter a word. These people were covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, clearly not nice guys. Their menacing appearance was terrifying. Lately, many refugees had flooded into the capital, bringing in quite a few notorious bandits along with them. The stall owner likely took these people as marauders who had slipped into the capital. These people were merciless killers. He dared not make a sound. Meanwhile, seeing Ashlyn being so forceful, Drew got anxious and whispered, keep your voice down, let's just forget it. Forget it? These misfits scare you? It's not about being scared or not. Drew stopped himself mid-sentence, his eyes darting over the group fearfully. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but they were Walter's subordinates. Although he didn't understand why they appeared early, he knew he couldn't afford to provoke them. If things got worse, Walter might be drawn in. Seeing Drew backing down, the four great warriors sneered. Haha, look at this coward. And you, girl, are playing with him? Come with us, we'll take you on a good adventure. At that moment, Godwin suddenly rushed out from nowhere, towering like a mountain, staring fiercely at the four great warriors. The four great warriors paused, their eyes locking onto each other, creating a tense atmosphere. Master! Godwin roared. Drew tried to stop him, but it was too late. Godwin started cursing furiously. What misfits like you, coming to the capital to bully my master, looking for death? The four great warriors raised their eyebrows, sizing up Godwin, then smirked. I thought you were something, turns out to be a simple-minded giant. Godwin? He scratched his shiny head. These guys' builds weren't much different from his. Giant? Do you have any right to call me a giant? If I'm a giant, what are you then? Before he could respond, Drew had an idea and stepped forward. Everyone looked at Drew intently, puzzled. Especially the four great warriors, who seemed genuinely confused. Wasn't this young man quite timid just now? Why has he suddenly become so bold? Drew thought to himself. These four were the four great warriors under Walter. If things escalated, there would surely be big trouble. He had to smooth things over here. At all costs, he couldn't let Ashlyn provoke them. Could these people be provoked easily? If anything serious happened, it wouldn't matter even if Godwin or all the people from the E residence were here. They wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Although these four were somewhat foolish and not very smart, they could dispose of Godwin as easily as picking up a chick. Drew's hair stood on end. Upon hearing Drew's thoughts, Ashlyn immediately opened her beautiful eyes wide and sized up the four great warriors before her. Hiss, Walter. Why is it always this Walter? Or Walter's subordinates, the four great warriors? What four great warriors? Ashlyn wondered. She finally understood why Drew was so afraid of Walter. It seemed like he had some powerful backing. But then Ashlyn thought again. No, that didn't make sense. The Dogon dynasty was strong and peaceful, except for the occasional harassment by the Xiongnu at the borders. Could these so-called four great warriors really challenge the authorities? Ashlyn immediately frowned and prepared to speak. Just then, she heard Drew say in a deep voice, I recognize you. Aren't you the four great warriors? As soon as these words came out, the four great warriors, who had been grinning menacingly, stopped talking abruptly. Their eyes widened as they looked at Drew, filled with surprise. They hadn't expected Drew to recognize them. What was going on? After all, they had just arrived in the capital and no one should know about their presence, not even Nathaniel's of Tongtian sect. How could anyone recognize them? The four exchanged puzzled glances, each with a question mark on their face. Michael, the leader, lowered his voice and asked, Who are you? Hearing this, Drew knew his plan was working. He immediately turned his eyes. Chapter 115, Bluffing them out. You ask me who I am? I want to ask you, after coming out from Tongtian sect to this capital city, instead of minding your own business, you just recklessly caused trouble on the streets? Drew shouted angrily, spittle flying. What? The four great diamonds shrunk their necks, not daring to make a sound. They didn't quite understand how this person before them suddenly changed demeanor and could even call out their names. They felt somewhat uneasy. And previously they had received news that logically, the only one who knew the four great diamonds were in the capital should be Freddie Walter. In the intelligence, it was noted that Freddie Walter was charming and handsome, with a dashing appearance that reportedly captivated countless women without any entanglement. Looking at the youth before them, he was indeed as dashing as described, fitting the description of a man like Jade by the roadside, unmatched among all gentlemen. Could it be? Several people suddenly had a bold guess in their minds. Drew immediately lowered his voice, as if delivering a secret message. Tongtian sect's four great diamonds. With these words, the four great diamonds were momentarily speechless, seemingly understanding something, looking at this young man with a look of reverence. Could you be? Yes. At this moment, Drew drew a sharp breath inwardly, muttering silently to himself, his heart pounding wildly as if it would leap out of his throat. The four great diamonds were extremely nervous. They had received orders to come to the capital city to assist Walter in eliminating rivals, but they didn't expect to encounter Walter right away upon arriving. Looking beside him, the young lady was beautiful like a lotus emerging from water, her pretty face clearly angry. Her eyes bulged as she stared at them. Several people involuntarily tensed up. Finished. This time it's ruined. Before doing anything in the capital, the first thing they did was offend the Freddy. Just now, they had actually teased the Freddy's woman. If this gets back to the Tongtian sect, wouldn't Nathaniel's kill them? Tongtian sect's rules were strict. If one commits treason or insubordination, being chopped into 8 pieces by 5 horses would be considered light. The lowest punishment would be death by slicing. What the hell? Sweat poured down their faces, and for a moment they couldn't speak properly, stammering. No, we didn't know. Aotian. Shut up. Drew roared again. All eyes widened. No one dared to speak further. They looked like frightened chicks, huddling in the corner, unsure of what to do. It must have messed up Freddy's plans. Otherwise, why would he be so angry? They traveled 1,000 miles from the Tongtian sect to help Freddie Walter in the capital, yet ended up causing such a big problem immediately. Startled, they remained silent. Seeing the effect, Drew was also anxious, hoping nothing had given him away. Otherwise, with these so-called 4 great diamonds, they might expose him in one move. Drew immediately turned around, dragging Ashlyn and walking backward while issuing orders. Just stay in the capital and wait for my summons. Do not act rashly and avoid stirring trouble. Understand? Yes, understood. They responded timidly. Godwin was puzzled, watching Drew drag Ashlyn around the corner. Godwin scratched his wooden-like head. 4 great diamonds? Tongtian sect? What's going on? Did the Yi family gain new power? But he didn't ponder much and quickly followed along. Meanwhile, the stall owner shrank in the corner, eyes wide open, stretching his neck, trembling while looking at the 4 great diamonds. His heart tightened. His stall was already in chaos, goods scattered everywhere. Suddenly remembering something, he shouted toward Drew. You haven't paid. Shut up. The 4 great diamonds stopped him, frightening the stall owner into swallowing his words, looking fearfully at them with an apologetic smile. Well, it's okay if you don't pay. He feared they might twist off his head on the spot. After all, their palms were nearly as large as fans. Seeing the stall owner's reaction, the 4 great diamonds remembered Drew's order not to stir trouble. They reluctantly pulled out 2 ingots from their chests. Here are 20 taels of gold, enough to buy everything on your stall. The stall owner was overjoyed, his face beaming. He never thought they would pay, let alone 20 taels of gold, which was more than enough to buy 10 stalls worth of goods. This is getting rich. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with joy as he knelt down, repeatedly thanking them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, honorable sirs. Bullshit. Shut up. Speak again and you're dead. Their faces showed a mix of pain. This time in the capital, they hadn't even had a chance to enjoy themselves. Thinking of the notorious Ehong courtesan house in the Great Qian Dynasty's capital, their minds wandered. The girls there were one more beautiful than the other. They had been hoping to spend some time there, but now 20 taels of gold had just slipped away. It pained them immensely. But remembering Drew's words, they dared not utter a sound. They could only turn and walk away. Now out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, it would have been even more unbearable. Michael led the way forward, his face gloomy as if about to drip water. Thud thud. Their footsteps sounded heavy. The sunlight behind them cast long shadows on the ground. Despite the bright, clear day, it felt like dark clouds loomed over their hearts. The oppressive atmosphere made no one dare to speak. Beside him, Gabe lowered his voice. Big brother, was that really the Freddy? Bullshit. Who else would know we are Tongtian Sect's 4 great diamonds? They paused, pondering, and realized it seemed to be true. After all, their trip to the capital had never been leaked. Who could it be besides the Freddy? More importantly, no one else could identify them by name immediately. They had never met Walter before, so this was their only guess. Hector and Caesar then asked, why did Freddy Aotian ignore us earlier? Didn't you see the Freddy was trying to woo a girl? Michael pondered for a moment, and gave what he thought was a reasonable explanation. To rise in the capital, the Freddy has to use the power of women, as Nathaniels have always planned. He must be following the original plan step by step. We can't interfere. Understand? Yes. But what? Michael snapped. Chapter 116. Run quickly. The 4 heavenly kings clutched their stomachs, which made gurgling noises. Their faces were filled with an expression of distress. But big brother, I'm hungry. Just as Michael was about to berate them, his own stomach growled as well. His face instantly turned into a look of frustration. He sighed heavily and said, all right, wait until Freddy contacts us in due time. We should lay low during this period. Under no circumstances are we to cause trouble. Got it? Got it. At that moment, Drew pulled Ashlyn hurriedly and rushed out at a brisk pace. The wind whistled past their ears. Drew kept turning his head back now and then, fearing the 4 heavenly kings might catch up, knowing that if they did, he and Ashlyn would be in serious trouble. Godwin also sprinted alongside, his long legs carrying him swiftly right behind Drew. Master, who are the 4 heavenly kings? Pfft, don't talk for now. Drew was on edge. Ashlyn's delicate brows moved, glancing at her hand held by Drew. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to say something but closed her mouth again. After quite some time, Drew led Ashlyn to a secluded corner before finally letting go of her hand, breathing heavily. What a close call. That was terrifying. Lifting his head, Drew saw Ashlyn hugging herself, her eyes half closed, smiling and looking at him with great interest. Don't just stare there. Didn't you know something big happened just now? You dared to scold those people? Drew was very upset. If he hadn't been quick-witted earlier, both he and Ashlyn would have been in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Ashlyn didn't respond, replaying Drew's words from earlier. Now she seemed to understand why Drew always avoided her, because he genuinely feared Walter. But was Walter's backing truly so powerful? Ashlyn pondered over this silently. Meanwhile, Drew patted his chest, catching his breath. It had been a narrow escape, and the 4 heavenly kings hadn't noticed any discrepancy. Otherwise, things would have gone downhill. Sighing deeply, Drew continued pacing around. Thinking Drew was too cowardly, Ashlyn couldn't help but frown at him. She knew what he was thinking and understood his plight. Yet seeing how he behaved like a spineless coward before the 4 heavenly kings, she felt displeased. Drew didn't notice Ashlyn's change in demeanor and whispered softly, Miss Moo, since nothing is amiss, you should hurry back. Drew's mind was chaotic, and he wanted nothing more than to return and figure out a plan to deal with the 4 heavenly kings and Walter. With the 4 heavenly kings already in the capital, he had to act fast. No, not good at all. Drew thought to himself that he must urgently disperse the family fortune and find a way to leave before anything major happened. What's the point of money if one can't save his life? He thought rapidly while Ashlyn looked grim-faced beside him. Drew, do you really not want to spend even a minute more with me? She was irritated. Despite knowing that Drew feared Walter, she had boldly accompanied him out today after confessing her feelings to him. Now, just moments later, he wanted to rush her away. Wasn't she attractive enough? Was Walter really that terrifying? Feeling rebellious, Ashlyn turned to look at Drew, who sighed deeply. Is this the right time to discuss this? You don't know. Drew bit his lip, swallowing the words back. Even if he explained the situation with the 4 heavenly kings and Walter, she wouldn't understand and would likely think he was foolish. Choosing not to explain further, Drew rubbed his throbbing forehead and said with feigned helplessness, Addie, Miss Moo, it's not that I don't want to accompany you. I'm just too exhausted these days and need rest. Without lingering, Drew quickly headed toward the residence. Godwin scratched his head, glancing between the swiftly departing Drew and Ashlyn standing in the corner. He awkwardly smiled. Addie, sorry. Let's get going. Go to hell. Ashlyn shouted, clearly upset. Scared, Godwin stumbled hastily behind Drew, following closely without another word. Standing alone, Ashlyn felt a mist rising in her eyes. She felt wronged. Why was Drew so afraid that he wouldn't even spend a second more with her? I hate you, Drew. Her furious voice echoed through the alleyway, but there was no response. Drew had returned to the residence guided by Godwin. On the way back, he was anxious, fearing he might bump into the 4 heavenly kings again. Fortunately, seeing the calmness at the entrance of the residence, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping down from the carriage, he asked Godwin in a lowered voice. Well, did we encounter any suspicious people on the way? Earlier, Drew had taken refuge in a tea house for half an hour, sending Godwin back to fetch the carriage. Puffing his chest, Godwin reassured him. Rest assured, Freddy. When you left, I checked everything carefully. No one unusual has approached our residence. I've also doubled the guards and patrols. Not even a rat can sneak in. That's good. Drew exhaled, feeling relieved as he got off the carriage. Still wary, he glanced around several times to ensure no one was lurking in the corners before standing straight. Close call. Walking into the Yi residence. Welcome home, Freddy, the servants greeted loudly, startling Godwin. Seeing it was just two servants, Drew scolded sharply. Why shout so loud? Quiet down. Muttering, Drew quickly walked into the compound. Confused and hurt, the servants didn't understand why their young master was so irritable just because of a louder greeting. Seeing this, Godwin smacked the back of each servant's head. Next time, speak softly when you see the young master. Got it? Yes, the servants replied dejectedly. Annoyed, Godwin gave them a final glare before hurrying after Drew. The two servants exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their unhappiness, almost close to tears. Why did the young master hit us? Unknown. Maybe we'll speak softer next time. Chapter 117. Seeking him out? Finally, Drew returned home. His tense heart finally relaxed, feeling a wave of comfort. Ouch! He massaged his slightly aching temples while sighing. That was close. Very close. Thankfully, those 4 warriors did not follow. Otherwise, I would have been doomed for sure. Godwin, standing not far away, listened to Drew muttering to himself and couldn't help but wonder. What 4 warriors? Could they be the guys we ran into on the street just now? What's there to be afraid of? Don't think just because they're burly fellows that they can stand up to my punches. I could tear their heads off with one blow. Godwin thought to himself. But he had no idea that if it came down to a fight, he probably wouldn't even last against them. Meanwhile, Drew quickly headed toward the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Gale's hefty figure suddenly emerged from within, greeting him. Drew was startled by the sudden appearance of someone, but upon seeing it was Gale, he breathed a sigh of relief and scolded. Father, what are you doing? Why are you wandering around here without reason? Don't you know it's dangerous? Drew said. Gale widened his eyes. What? This is our own home. Can't I stroll around as I please? But then he seemed to remember something and warned Drew. Feiyun, it seems a few of your friends came to visit. Would you like to go see them? Friends? Drew's eyes widened. What kind of friends? He was in the capital city. If it were those unruly friends, Gale would surely know them. And he definitely wouldn't speak so politely. Is it Simeon? That shouldn't be it either. Since childhood, Gale has known the guy. Every time he came to the residence looking for me, Gale wished he could chase him out with a stick. Why would he be so polite now? Then Gale stroked his beard and calmly said, I'm not sure. For rugged-looking men, dressed somewhat like people from the frontier. They say they know you. Confusion showed in Gale's eyes as he looked at Drew. Drew's mind went blank. Without needing to think too much, just hearing Gale's description, he had a pretty good idea who these people were, the 4 warriors. But why did they come looking for him at the Yi residence? Did they recognize him? Drew felt dizzy and instinctively turned to run. But Gale immediately called him back. Feiyun, what are you doing? The reception hall is on the east side. No, father. Can I avoid going that way? Drew mumbled. Not going. Gale frowned, completely perplexed by his son's behavior. He asked, how can you not go? Your mother is talking to them. If you don't go, won't they have waited for nothing? What, my mother? Drew repeated loudly, his eyes darting about, inwardly pondering, though he knew he had transmigrated into this novel, and Gale and Mother always got in his way of surviving. However, Gale and Mother genuinely cared for him. He couldn't just leave them hanging. Drew pondered for a while. Sigh, dead anyway, can't escape. Can't let Gale and Mother take the blame for him. Forget it, might as well go all out. Let's go. Drew slapped his thigh and immediately headed towards the reception hall. Gale watched Drew's martyr-like posture with confusion. Godwin? Yes, master, Godwin responded quickly. I ask you, what's wrong with young master? Why is he acting so strangely? Gale asked. Godwin blinked. I don't know. Freddy Yi has been like this for days. It seems my son has grown up. Gale frowned, watching Drew's retreating figure, deep in thought. In the vast reception hall of the Yi residence, an imposing square table sat centrally, flanked by expensive landscape paintings exuding a sense of grandeur. The 4 warriors whom Drew had encountered earlier sat awkwardly around the ancient table. Opposite them sat Drew's mother, Zinnia. Hey, you're all Feiyun's guests, right? Why are you dressed like this? Not cold in winter. It was nearly autumn, yet these men wore very light clothing, some even exposing their chests, causing Zinnia to feel distressed. Don't worry, Auntie, we're fine. But once they heard Mother Ye's words, the 4 men couldn't help but start muttering to themselves. If the young master has come to the manor, how could he still have parents? That's not right. Didn't they say that their young master wasn't an orphan? As the 4 of them speculated secretly, could it be that the guy had lied to them? The 4 great warriors immediately showed a look of irritation on their faces, growing increasingly grim. They asked with forced smiles, Auntie, may I ask when Freddy Yi will return? Just now, after some inquiries, they had already found out that the person they encountered in the street was named Drew, although the exact details were not yet clear. They had been following his trail all the way to the Yi residence. Upon entering, they discovered that Drew was not at home, so they changed their story and pretended to be his friends to gain entry. After all, they had no choice. 20 taels of gold had been paid to the stall owner, leaving them without money for food. Currently having nowhere else to go and not daring to cause trouble, they could only seek shelter with Drew. Meanwhile, outside the door, Drew was silently mulling over the situation. His face fell as he considered this. That's not right. Could it be that these people don't know who I am? If that's the case, isn't there room for manipulation? Drew pondered silently and then stepped forward. I'm back. Drew said with an extremely guilty smile, his eyes scanning and sizing up each of the four men. He had no idea what they were thinking and could only respond like this for now. Seeing Drew arrive, Mother Yi stood up immediately and smiled. Oh, Feiyun, you've returned? Why did it take you so long? Your friends have been waiting for you for ages. Good day, Freddy Yi, good day? Drew turned his head to see the four great warriors glaring at him like knives, making him shudder coldly. Not good. Have these guys figured something out? Stay calm, remain absolutely calm. Do not let them spot any inconsistencies. Drew knew. If the four great warriors discovered he was impersonating Walter, he would be doomed. Forget about his own head. Likely, everyone in the Yi residence would suffer today. Hashtag chapter 118, bluffing. Drew gave his mother a meaningful look. Mom, I'm a bit hungry. Can you get us some snacks and tea? Sure, you and your friend wait here. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. The four great protectors' eyes immediately lit up. They had been starving, their stomachs growling and their bellies empty. But upon arriving at the Yi family residence, they were too embarrassed to trouble Drew's parents and had endured the hunger as best they could. Now, hearing that snacks were on the way, they couldn't help but feel delighted. Auntie, take your time, Auntie, they chorused. All right. You all stay here and chat while I prepare the snacks, Selena replied as she walked out, glancing suspiciously at her son Drew. How could she not remember him having such friends? However, she didn't dwell on it for long. After all, Drew was acquainted with many from all walks of life, and it wasn't unusual for some to visit the Yi residence. Given that Gale, as the Minister of Revenue in the capital, wielded considerable authority, so much so that ordinary people would tremble at the sight of him, it was normal that fewer people dared to visit. Yet, she couldn't help but marvel at how robust these four men looked, their muscles bulging like gorillas. Once Selena left, Drew forced himself to remain calm as he sat down, though his heart was pounding wildly, cold sweat drenching his back. Despite his outward composure and casual conversation, he was internally struggling. Didn't I tell you to stay put? Why did you come here? The four great protectors, observing Drew's calm demeanor, furrowed their brows. This young man before them was indeed handsome and graceful, just as the intelligence described the Freddy. But there was one critical difference. They knew him as Walter, not Drew. What was going on? And why were their parents involved? Had he been lying? Michael's face darkened as he stared at Drew, tapping his fingers on the table in a steady rhythm, creating a foreboding atmosphere that made everyone uneasy. When did you have parents, Freddy? Michael asked, his voice laced with suspicion and accusation. Drew felt his heart tighten. Damn. As expected, these fools must have noticed something. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask this question. How should I explain this? In the original story, Walter had no parents, appearing almost magically. Now, he suddenly becomes a young master of the capital. Normal people wouldn't believe this twist either. But are these people normal? Drew lifted his gaze, mind racing. Since they had asked, it meant they might still be unsure about his identity. Perhaps a bit of bluffing could work. Is it something you can question about me, the Freddy? Drew replied coldly, exuding an authoritative presence. Hearing this, the four great protectors exchanged wary glances, sizing up Drew again. Though they were puzzled, they hesitated. If he weren't the Freddy, how could he know their names and speak to them in such a manner? Yet if he were the Freddy, this intelligence was all wrong. Their uncertainty made them hesitant to speak further, waiting anxiously for Drew's next words. After all, if he were the true Freddy, he could decapitate them effortlessly. Even a minuscule chance couldn't be ignored. They fell silent, leaving Drew to speak first. Drew's mind raced as he scrutinized the four great protectors. It was clear they hadn't yet identified him as Drew, assuming he was Walter. He needed to think fast and find a way to navigate this situation. His mind whirled with ideas. He had to get rid of these four men quickly. Walter alone was already difficult enough to handle. Adding four hulking giants like these would complicate things even further. They were like ticking time bombs, liable to explode at any moment. If he couldn't resolve this, Drew feared he wouldn't sleep soundly ever again. Facing their questioning gazes, Drew contemplated. Since they didn't know what Walter looked like, why not pretend to be him? Instead of being adversaries, he could make them allies. A brilliant idea. Walter, don't blame me for my ruthless tactics. Drew's eyes brightened, nearly slapping his thigh in realization. While he lacked other skills, deception was his forte. These men likely had less sense between them than a walnut, making them easy to manipulate. In the original story, Michael, Gabe, Caesar, and Hector, the four great protectors, were imposing in name but simple-minded and muscular in reality. They were no match for Drew's cunning. With this thought, everything clicked into place. Deceive, confuse, and then turn them into allies. Drew instantly formulated his plan. Seeing him hesitate, Michael's expression shifted, revealing a hint of menace. Freddy, may I ask where you learned our names, the four great protectors? He was testing. The discrepancies between Drew and Walter were glaring, and he needed to probe further without offending him. Drew straightened his spine, adopting a haughty demeanor. He mimicked Walter's condescending attitude from memory. Fools, he spat, startling Michael into recoiling and falling back into his seat, staring dumbfounded at Drew. Why young? Freddy, why you? Call me Freddy, Drew retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming menacingly. Why yes, Freddy, Michael hastily corrected himself, fearful of angering Drew. Hector and Caesar exchanged frightened glances. No one dared speak to them this way unless they were Walter, yet they still couldn't confirm his identity. How could Walter, who had no parents, suddenly have parents in the capital? Chapter 119. I am the true Stevie. Drew slapped the table with a bang, and the teacups on it rattled continuously with the tremor. This startled the few people present. They looked like scared chicks, too afraid to utter a sound. Drew cursed fiercely. I ask you, did you realize that you nearly ruined my grand plan? Didn't I tell you to wait? Why did you come to the Yi mansion? Michael shuddered instantly. What do you mean? Freddy, what are you talking about? I can't understand. Drew stood up, looking down at them from above. His gaze was full of disdain, as if he were looking at trash. This was the posture he had seen Stevie use most often before. Showing off? Who can't do that? Drew quickly caught on. Seeing Drew's all-encompassing, incomparably arrogant demeanor, Michael couldn't help but feel an inner thrill. Now this feels right. This is how Lord Stevie should look. That little stare. Yes, exactly right. The kind that annihilates everything with supreme coolness and awesomeness. However, he didn't dare say such words aloud. Looking at their shocked expressions, Drew felt relieved inside. It seemed they had been taken in by him, but if he wanted to completely deceive them, it still wasn't enough. He needed to intensify his performance. An old saying goes, once off the ground, the virus shuts down. I can't let their intelligence take over, he thought to himself, and continued. Do you remember what your mission was when you came to the capital? A glint flashed in Drew's eyes as he said, We are here to assist Freddy. At this moment, even Michael was so frightened that he had lost his usual sass. Drew's attitude was practically identical to Stevie's. He also started to doubt. Could the youth really be Freddy? Did I misunderstand earlier? If I misunderstood, then I'm finished. When Nathaniels of Tongtian sect ask, they will be punished by the sect's rules for sure. At this point, their hearts were pounding like drums, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They were extremely nervous. Drew sneered, a trace of a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Looking at them, it was as if he were watching soon-to-be dead men. Let me ask you, why did you come to this mansion? Do you know how much effort I spent to enter this mansion? Drew slammed the table again, shocking them into alertness, eyes wide open. Although they didn't know what they had done wrong, they quickly knelt down and bowed their heads. Why Freddy, we truly didn't know we disrupted your plan. We deserve death. They were extremely tense, buttocks raised high. Seeing their reactions, Drew felt satisfied. Good, that's the feeling, excellent. But Drew didn't relax either. Instead, he intensified his act. I'm telling you, I managed to enter this mansion after devising every possible scheme, swapping identities with the previous Drew. The real Drew is now outside pretending to be me, pretending to be Stevie. To explain this to you would probably confuse you further, but I hope you listen to my orders henceforth, understood? It wasn't that he wouldn't explain. It was because he didn't know how to make it clear himself. Swapping identities with Stevie, the four great protectors, whose brains weren't the sharpest to begin with, felt like their heads were about to explode from Drew's explanations, scratching their heads. Freddy, what are you saying? We're not quite following. Seeing their confused scratching, Drew's eyes lit up. Right, it's perfect if you don't understand. If you did, what would happen? Drew hurriedly said. All right, don't meddle too much in my affairs. Just follow whatever I do. If you hear Stevie's name outside, beat him mercilessly, understand? Upon hearing Drew's command, Michael and the others widened their eyes, blinking, filled with question marks. Beat Stevie to death? No. Why do I feel like I'm being fooled? There's a strange feeling of being deceived. Their gazes turned towards Drew. Drew's heart skipped a beat. Damn, are these guys getting smarter? But despite his internal unease, he pretended to be stern. Listen up, stop asking about my affairs. If Tongtian sect's Gavins ask, none of you can escape. The Gavin has already sent me a secret message saying you'll be arriving in the capital to assist me against the mischievous rich boys here. I knew this long ago, but circumstances are unpredictable, and we've swapped identities. Don't spread this around, understood? Drew rambled on at length, leaving the four great protectors stunned and barely following along. The only thing they clearly remembered was identity swap. Although they didn't fully understand what Drew was saying, every detail he mentioned was spot on, including their arrival in the capital and the orders from the sect master of Tongtian sect. Drew got everything right down to the last detail. Now, they were absolutely certain that this Drew in front of them was indeed their Freddy. Damn it, it's all over. Michael's face turned awkward, his lips twitching. Just moments ago, he had spoken to the Freddy with a questioning tone. Wasn't that asking for trouble? The other burly men were also on pins and needles, fear evident in their eyes as they looked at Drew. Seeing their reactions, Drew couldn't help but inwardly marvel. What did Tongtian sect do to them? Was it some kind of psychological torture? Why are they so terrified just by a glance? But this was good. As long as he could fool these four, it would make things much easier for him in the capital. Though these four were simple-minded, their martial prowess was top-notch. He wondered if even the legendary Stevie could stand up to all four of them. Drew mused to himself. It turned out that his blabbering had hit the mark by accident. He knew the original story inside and out, so hoodwinking these four was child's play. Phew, thank goodness. Just then, and walked in, carrying a tray laden with various delicacies emitting mouth-watering aromas. Damn! She was startled when she entered, nearly dropping the tray at the sight before her. Seeing four large men kneeling and bowing to her son the moment she returned. What was going on? Were friends greeting each other like this nowadays? Drew immediately reacted. Quickly get up. Don't talk about such cultivation methods anymore. I don't have time to practice those expensive things. Drew hurriedly changed the subject, making sure his mother and father wouldn't notice anything amiss. Hearing Drew speak, Michael caught on instantly and quickly echoed. Right, Freddy? Young sir. Almost slipping up by calling him Freddy, he quickly corrected himself. Young sir you're right. These cultivation methods are useless, ha ha ha. Chapter 120, Utmost Certainty. Mira looked utterly confused and bewildered as she placed the food she had brought on the table. What kind of fitness technique? Why haven't I heard of it? Mira gazed curiously at Alberic. Alberic didn't want to get entangled in this topic too much, so he casually replied. Mom, nothing serious. They told me practicing some techniques could improve health, ha ha ha. Alberic looked up at the sky, laughing awkwardly. Oh, don't practice blindly. What if something goes wrong? Mira worriedly said. How have her son's actions become increasingly strange recently? She even began to suspect that Alberic might be going crazy. Mira was extremely concerned about the original owner of the body, fearing something might be wrong with him. Don't worry, Mom. Everything's fine. Alberic waved his hand, signaling Mira to leave. Initially, Mira didn't want to go. She wanted to ask what exactly Alberic and his friends were doing, and what kind of technique they were talking about. She felt uneasy. There was something unsettling about all this. But Alberic pushed her gently towards the door. Mom, rest assured, I'm just catching up with my friends. You must eat, don't starve yourself. Treat your friends well, alright? I know. Mira was pushed out by Alberic, the door closing with a bang. She sighed as she looked at the closed door. Ah, really, children grow up without their parents' consent? She then glanced into the room again, concern etched on her face before turning away quickly. After closing the door, Alberic immediately adopted a stern expression, looking directly at Michael. I want to know what you brought this time when you came to the capital. Alberic was curious. Walter had suddenly called the 4 great protectors to the capital and must have had them bring something. Otherwise, relying on these 4 strong but not so smart individuals wouldn't help much. He remembered from the original story that after coming to the capital, the 4 great protectors indeed helped Walter achieve great things, becoming the grand commander of the border troops. Alberic couldn't let his guard down. As for the specifics, the author never clarified, leaving readers to guess wildly. Now, Alberic had to find out clearly. But Michael and the others remained silent. Their eyes were fixed on the inviting dishes on the table, swallowing hard, distracted. Master, we came to the capital this time. Alberic saw the 4 men nearly drooling inside. Alas, people were still the same. Helplessly waving his hand. All right, eat first. We can talk after you're done. Thank you, master. Michael and the others immediately brightened up, no longer holding back, devouring the food like wolves, using their hands and feet for fear of eating too slowly. After a whirlwind, they patted their bloated bellies, belching loudly, faces smeared with grease. They seemed too stuffed to walk, even loosening their waistbands slightly. Alberic watched them with disdain, feeling helpless. They were such gluttons. Even the old sow at the village entrance couldn't match them. All right, now that you've eaten enough, what did you bring to the capital this time? Speak up. Alberic knew that these 4 viewed him as their father figure, likely no longer doubting if he was Walter. They spoke more freely. Upon hearing Alberic's question, Michael's expression turned cold, saying, Master, this time we brought a secret letter. Secret letter? What do you mean? Alberic blinked. Michael stood up, walked to the door, checked both sides to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then slowly approached Alberic. Master, please see this. Michael took out a small embroidered scroll from his chest and slowly unfolded it in front of Alberic. Alberic's eyes widened as he carefully examined the paper. When the contents became clear, he almost shouted, Damn! It was a secret letter. It revealed how Adalberto, the father of court minister Gabriel, was secretly collaborating with the Hun tribes against the nation. Clearly written was how Adalberto had provided the defensive layout of the border to the Huns. This betrayal caused chaos among the Huns, leading to countless displaced refugees at the borders. The capital thus faced tens of thousands of refugees, causing widespread suffering and death. Fuck. What a bastard. Alberic felt a chill run down his spine. Adalberto wasn't just useless. He was harming the border people. Did he not understand that those were human lives? Those Huns continuously ravaged the border, burning, killing, and looting. So many families were torn apart, so many orphans and widows scattered far and wide. Fuck. With a bang, Alberic slammed his fist on the table, startling Michael. Master, what's wrong? Wasn't this arranged between you and the Huns? I talked with Adalberto. Alberic stopped himself mid-sentence. So, there was another plot? Could Walter also be involved? Alberic's mind raced. He quickly tucked the paper into his chest. If so, did he accidentally stumble upon Walter's major secret? Colluding with the enemy. What a huge crime. Compared to the corruption case involving Dashi, this was on a completely different level. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers fought bravely at the border. Yet, someone was selling the country for personal gain. Alvaro would be furious if he found out. Alberic blinked, pondering the original storyline. In the original, Walter gained Alvaro's admiration through impassioned speeches in the court. Alvaro even granted him troops to suppress the Hun incursions at the border. And yet, Walter colluded with Adalberto, leaking the border defenses. This way, he benefited from both sides. His plans were quite elaborate. Alberic felt a shock wave inside him. However, he suspected something. Since Walter could contact the border people, why couldn't he? If the Huns can come here, so can I. Several days ago, he had volunteered to Alvaro to lead the troops against the Huns. Along with Mufang Yu and Yin Alec, he was even bringing along the troublesome Rina. The Huns weren't kind-hearted. They pillaged and burned wherever they went. Worse, their fighting prowess was formidable. The border troops were in dire straits. If he acted impulsively and attacked blindly. Chapter 121. Life-saving talisman. Have you finished eating? Yes, we have. The 4 great warriors answered in unison. Drew cast a glance, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. With this confidential letter now in hand, it provided an additional layer of protection should anything happen in the future. If worst comes to worst, he would trigger his own explosion to take down Walter with him. Following the clue. He did not believe that following the threat of Adalberto wouldn't lead him to unearthing Walter. Walter wanted to mix in the Great Qian Dynasty, but he refused. Alright, then stay at my residence. Remember, during this time, you mustn't go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Follow my instructions for everything. The 4 great warriors were convinced that the Drew before them was indeed Walter, the young master they had been searching for desperately. Otherwise, how could he understand their matters so thoroughly, even knowing why they came to the capital? They had no doubt about Drew's words at present. Moreover, living in the residence meant food, drink, and accommodation, much better than wandering outside. There was no reason to refuse. After arranging servants and instructing Godwin to settle the 4 great warriors, Drew headed towards Jamal's room. Godwin's eyes widened throughout. He didn't know where his young master found such burly men. They looked like rough and simple fellows. Godwin thought inwardly. But with Drew's orders, Godwin dared not neglect, quickly guiding the 4 great warriors to the guest rooms beside. Yet, Drew also kept cautious, positioning them slightly away from Amber's room. He couldn't guarantee if these four great warriors might know about Walter through other means. And Amber was also one of Walter's concubines. Best not to let these two groups mix together. Better safe than sorry. Once everything was arranged, Drew arrived at Jamal's door, hearing soft snoring inside. Knock knock. Drew knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a muffled voice from inside. Drew pushed the door open slowly and walked in. Father, it's me. Jamal was lounging on a large chair, looking sluggish and sleepy, snoring lightly. Seeing Drew enter, Jamal rubbed his eyes and sat up. Feiyun, weren't you and your mother entertaining your friends earlier? Why are you here now? What did your friends come for just now? Jamal was somewhat curious. Earlier, when Drew heard friends were looking for him, he seemed distracted, almost eager to escape. The usually shrewd Jamal in the court naturally noticed Drew's thoughts, but didn't inquire due to Drew's hurried state. Now, seeing Drew personally coming over, he couldn't help asking. There's nothing much, just some friends from the border regions came to find me. Drew brushed it off. Jamal grunted. He wasn't interested in Drew's petty tricks. He knew very well that Drew hung around daily, befriending people from all walks of life. So he didn't delve deeper as long as his son didn't cause trouble, which was already a huge blessing. Sitting upright, Jamal looked at Drew with chubby, wide-open eyes. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly think of visiting me? Drew glanced around and, confirming no one was outside, cautiously closed the door and secured the bolt. Jamal stared blankly, completely at a loss. Feiyun, what are you doing? Father, Shua. Drew made a gesture to be quiet. Jamal watched wide-eyed as Drew sneaked up to him, lowering his voice. Father, I discovered something monumental. What? Jamal's eyes widened in curiosity. He felt his son was getting more peculiar by the day. Recently, Drew was always nervous and his temperament had drastically changed. Had there been any issues with his speech or actions, Jamal might have invited a spiritual medium to see him. Too eerie. When had his son started acting like this? Unaware of his father's thoughts, Drew gently pulled apart his robe, pulling out the small cloth strip given by the four great warriors. Father, look at this. What is it? As Jamal muttered and took it, unfolding it slowly in front of him, he froze upon recognizing what it was. Like being struck by lightning, he stood motionless. Those small eyes, which were usually just slits, now stared wide open, incredulity plain on his pudgy face as the fat quivered. This. Jamal stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. It was not just because of anything else. It was simply due to the astonishing nature of this revelation. One of the 6 departments of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Ministry of War, had someone secretly colluding with the Xiongnu at the border. This news, if exposed, would be earth-shattering. No wonder during this period while working in the Ministry of Revenue, Jamal had transferred countless silver taels to the Ministry of War without seeing any improvement. The well-equipped and strong Great Qian Dynasty could do nothing against those backwardly armed, often starving nomadic tribes. Clearly, the problem lay here. Jamal clenched his teeth and pounded his thigh, cursing. Damn it, Adalberto is really something. The court spends so much money on him, yet he causes such harm to our Great Qian people. All that money is wasted. On one hand, Jamal was heartbroken over the silver. On the other, despite being greedy, he was genuinely loyal to the Great Qian Dynasty. Thus, over the years, although Jamal formed factions and had many disciples, Ivor, who always kept a low profile, never entertained any thoughts against him. After all, he neither formed cliques nor controlled politics. Just wanting to line his pockets, but still capable of getting things done. Such a person was invaluable to any ruler. Seeing Adalberto collude with the Xiongnu at the border, Jamal was livid. Meanwhile, Drew frowned and said, Father, we must keep this a secret at all costs. Jamal stroked his beard and said with a stern face, I understand the gravity of this matter. Pausing for a moment, Drew continued, Father, I've already told Sonny that I will soon go to the border to guard against the Xiongnu. Keep this matter in your heart. If anything happens, you can use this information directly. Jamal furrowed his brows, seemingly guessing what Drew had in mind, but his eyes darted around suspiciously. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Drew asked curiously. Hashtag chapter 122. Again? Gale's eyes were fixed intently on Drew for a moment before he said, Nothing, just that I feel my son seems to have grown up. Drew was initially taken aback, then he wore a bewildered expression and responded, What do you mean? What Gale said was the truth. In the past, Drew would only spend money extravagantly and laze about all day, accomplishing nothing. He wouldn't even be able to write a simple poem, let alone guard against the Xiongnu. But now, when faced with problems, he handled them so calmly and composedly. In crucial moments, he could remain level-headed and ensure his own safety. His level of maturity in handling matters far surpassed even Gale's own abilities. Even Gale found it increasingly difficult to understand his son. If not for Drew looking exactly like him in his youth, handsome and dashing, he would have wondered if this Drew was a different person. Surprised, Gale was unsure where Drew had obtained such information. However, with this intelligence, Gale felt as if he had an additional protective charm. If Ivor intended to take action against the Yi family, he could expose this matter, diverting trouble elsewhere. As they say, better for others to die than oneself. Seeming to share a mutual understanding, Drew and Gale exchanged glances and broke into hearty laughter, filling the room with their voices. In the royal garden of the palace, Stacy was dressed in a long robe, strolling slowly by the path, deep in thought. She took a few steps forward and then hesitated, stopping abruptly. Her maid followed cautiously behind, nervously casting glances at her mistress, extremely anxious. It was already the second day Stacy hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Her temper during this period was exceptionally bad. Forget eating. Even talking too much or breathing loudly could earn a reprimand. Though her maid didn't know the exact reason, she had a bold hunch that Drew was to blame. Just thinking about it made her grind her teeth in anger. The audacity of Drew. Initially, he pursued Princess Stacy fervently, but now he was nowhere to be seen, not even showing his face for weeks. Although Stacy had developed some feelings for Drew, her pride as a princess, being of noble birth, and her previous attitude towards Drew made it impossible for her to lower herself to seek him out first. The wretched Drew. Why isn't he coming to see our young lady? Humph. The maid's face flushed red from anger. She could clearly see how Stacy spent her time these days, often walking back and forth along the palace corridors where Drew used to recite love poems, multiple times a day. Even a fool would understand what her intentions were. However, Stacy believed she had concealed her feelings perfectly, maintaining her temper. Do you know if the guards have reported seeing any suspicious people? Stacy frowned, throwing a flower into the lake, causing ripples on its surface, her mood visibly sour. No, your highness, they haven't seen anyone suspicious, the maid replied meekly, knowing well that Stacy was asking about Drew. Stacy's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her expression darkened, and her teeth clenched in frustration. That blasted Drew. Come on. Stacy suddenly shouted, striding off into the distance, her graceful footsteps carrying a faint fragrance. Ah, miss, where are we going? The maid asked, stunned. Stacy turned abruptly. To find Drew. Miss, so we're going to his residence? What else? Prepare the carriage. Yes. Soon, a luxurious carriage sped towards the residence, escorted by bowing and kowtowing guards who showed utmost respect, even though they didn't know the cause. Drew finally finished explaining everything to Gale and trudged back home, exhausted. Passing by the four great warriors' quarters, he couldn't help but glance up. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. He wanted to avoid any involvement with Walter, yet here were the four great warriors in his house. Drew sighed helplessly, rubbing his face, unsure how to handle this. He knew he couldn't hide the truth about Walter forever. What would happen if the four great warriors discovered he wasn't Walter? Drew pondered deeply, his head aching, his face clouded with worry. Shortly after, Godwin announced from outside the door. Master, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Drew responded irritably. Princess Stacy says she wants to see you. What? Drew stumbled, almost falling. He had just sorted out the issue with the four great warriors, and now Stacy was here. His heart raced. What did this girl want from him? Previously, she had agreed to accompany him to the border to defend against the Xiongnu, but this plan wasn't finalized. Could there be something else? With a troubled look, Drew hurried outside. Have her wait for me in the reception hall. Understood, master. Godwin's loud voice echoed in the courtyard. After tidying himself up, Drew entered the reception hall, only to see Stacy sitting at a wooden table, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at him, wearing an embroidered robe. Her maid beside her also glared, her face flushed with displeasure. Seeing this, Drew walked in through the door, feeling uneasy. Did they come to cause trouble again? Thankfully, Ashlyn wasn't there, easing his concerns somewhat. Stacy had likely come to discuss something unpleasant. Could it be that she no longer wanted to go to the border? Drew considered this possibility. After all, life at the border was harsh and not easily endured by ordinary people. For someone like Stacy, raised in luxury, accustomed to fine clothes and gourmet food, living rough must be unbearable. Just thinking about it filled Drew with sympathy. If that were true, it would be excellent news. Keeping Stacy in the capital would give Walter a chance. Although he didn't understand why Stacy constantly clung to him like a lovesick dog, if she decided to stay in the capital, it would be a great relief. Walter wouldn't bother him as much. Stacy sat on the wooden chair, carefully examining Drew as he entered. Hearing his thoughts, her anger flared. Chapter 123. Be his concubine? Was this Drew actually trying so hard to avoid taking her to the border? Clarissa gritted her teeth in anger. After all, countless people across the entire Great Qian Dynasty had expressed their desire for her hand in marriage. With her royal lineage and exceptional beauty, which noble wouldn't want to marry her? Even when she was 3 years old, many people had approached Ivor about a potential marriage alliance, only to be turned down by her. And now, after finally agreeing to Drew's proposal, he was suggesting that she stay with Walter instead. Who did Walter think he was? Drew finally found a wooden chair to sit on and picked up his teacup, preparing to take a sip. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Clarissa slapped her hand on the table, making the teaware rattle loudly. This startled Drew so much that he almost dropped his teacup, his eyes wide open. What do you think you're doing? Drew clenched his teeth. I'm asking what you are thinking. Drew blinked in confusion. What did she mean? What am I thinking? I'm asking what you think, Drew shot back, thoroughly perplexed. Why was she questioning him like this? He just wanted her to leave and join Walter as a concubine, not bother him. But unbeknownst to him, Clarissa had understood his intentions clearly. Her anger flared up, her eyebrows arching upwards, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Drew's throat constricted. What was going on here? This girl must be crazy. Why was she looking at him like that? Rapidly reviewing his actions, he couldn't find anything wrong. Why was she acting this way? Deep down, Drew felt uneasy but couldn't figure out why. What was Clarissa doing here all of a sudden? The four vanguards were still in the residence. If they encountered each other, things would be utterly ruined. Drew's heart pounded furiously. Meanwhile, Clarissa glared at him with fiery intensity, her delicate brows raised sharply, and her fair cheeks flushed red. Yi Feiyun. Her voice stretched long and trembled with fury. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Drew stared at Clarissa, speechless. For some reason, just the sight of her made him anxious. It was as if she was an inescapable burden, constantly clinging to him. Then, Godwin, large as a mountain, burst in, shouting anxiously, Freddie, something's wrong. What happened? Drew responded absent-mindedly. Sybil is here. What? Who cares about that Sybil? Tell her to leave. Drew stopped mid-sentence. What? That troublemaker was here too? Sybil? Ashlyn? Why was she showing up now? With everything else happening, how could he handle this? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, as he thought frantically about how to deal with the situation. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. None other than the four vanguards rushing in. Where's Freddie Walter? Where is he? Damn it. Drew panicked. If Clarissa accidentally revealed that he wasn't Walter, it would be over. Drew looked nervously at Clarissa, swallowing repeatedly. Clarissa herself was puzzled, frowning slightly. Was Drew impersonating Walter? What were the four vanguards' connection to Walter? Did Drew disguise himself as Walter? Clarissa glanced curiously at Drew, who seemed completely lost. She realized something was off. She had overheard Drew's thoughts earlier. Perhaps he really was impersonating Walter. But what was the connection between Walter and the four vanguards? At that moment, the four vanguards stormed in, their giant shadows cast against the light. They immediately spotted Drew. Whoosh! Drew stepped back instinctively. Master! Michael, the leader, quickly covered his mouth, remembering Drew's instructions. They were supposed to call him Freddy, outside. Why Freddy? Michael awkwardly corrected himself, giving an embarrassed smile. Drew sighed in relief. At least they hadn't blown his cover yet. He nervously glanced at Clarissa, fearing she might reveal the truth. If she slipped, the Yi family would be doomed. Hundreds of lives depended on it. Hush! Sybil has arrived. A servant announced from the doorway. Ashlyn walked in wearing a purple embroidered robe, revealing her white jade-like feet adorned with a blue anklet. Her black hair, pinned with a jade hairpin, shimmered under the sunlight. This was the same hairpin Drew had bought for her. Ashlyn's eyes scanned the room, noticing the four vanguards and Clarissa. She froze in surprise. Huh? Why are all these people here? Drew, what's going on? Ashlyn asked bluntly. Drew hurriedly stood up and whispered to Ashlyn, County Princess, what are you doing here? Which wind brought you? Ashlyn's brows furrowed deeper. Curious, she wondered why the four vanguards, who had previously caused trouble in the market, were now in Drew's house. What was Drew up to? How did these rough men end up here? Before you say anything, tell me first, what's with these four? Pointing at them, Ashlyn waited for an answer. Drew was at a loss, unsure of how to explain. This was a long story. County Princess, don't speak just yet, please sit down. Despite being ushered to sit, Ashlyn's gaze remained fixed on Drew, full of questions. The situation felt more and more bizarre. Not only was Clarissa here, but also the four vanguards. What was happening? Drew inwardly groaned. Things were getting out of control. Both Ashlyn and Clarissa were here along with the four vanguards. If anyone let slip that he wasn't Walter, how could he handle it? He had to find a way to keep them quiet. Coincidentally, Ashlyn and Clarissa overheard Drew's thoughts again. Impersonating Walter? And the four vanguards were Walter's subordinates? Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly put two and two together. They knew Drew feared Walter deeply. Note: this translation maintains the original structure and tone, providing a coherent narrative while preserving character names and pinyin. Chapter 124 Impersonation. Impersonating the other party at this moment? Things were getting more and more interesting. Could it be that now these four big dummies all listened to Drew? The two women sat where they were, their beautiful eyes blinking, faces full of amusement. The four great protectors stood dumbfounded on the spot, staring at each other with eyes as big as oxens. They looked at Drew, then glanced at the two beauties in front of them. These ladies looked just like celestial maidens. In terms of appearance and figure, anyone randomly picked from the capital city would be top-notch. Indeed, he was worthy of being Freddy. The few of them brightened up, looking at Drew with admiration in their eyes. He could seduce such exquisite beauties. They were far superior to those in the joyful red manor. By comparison, the latter were merely vulgar beauties, utterly commonplace. After giving the money to the stall owner, the four great protectors had no cash on them but kept thinking about the joyful red manor even when passing by. They couldn't help but glance a few times. Admittedly, the girls inside were all pretty and fresh-looking. But compared to the two before them now, they fell short by countless measures. It wasn't even comparable. Freddy is awesome. Several people shouted inwardly. But Drew said with a grim face, why did you run here? Get out. Drew roared angrily. The four great protectors shuddered and explained. Young master, we're really suffocated in the room. We thought we'd go for a stroll, didn't expect to bump into you. The four great protectors obviously had something to say. Stroll? Go back immediately. All Drew wanted was to get rid of them as soon as possible. If these people gathered together, would he have any peace? Isn't this like laying down bedding next to a cesspool? He turned cold. Get out now. Scolded by Drew, the four great protectors dared not retort and could only drag the others out quickly. Freddy was angry. The consequences would be severe. Unfortunately, Clarissa and Ashlyn suddenly shouted. Drew. Yes. The four great protectors turned around in shock, looking at Drew strangely, their eyes revealing some fierce expression. No way. There was no one else around here. These people were Freddy's harem. How could they call him by name? More importantly, they naturally knew these people were Stevie's harem. Was there any harem member who didn't know their young master's name? The only possibility was that this guy in front was fooling them. What the heck? Could it be that we've been tricked? Drew frowned deeply, almost sitting on the ground. He stole glances at Clarissa and Ashlyn out of the corner of his eye. He cursed them inwardly for being troublemakers. They were just creating trouble for him. It took considerable effort to fool the four great protectors. And they come out to make trouble at this time? Seeing the four great protectors approaching step by step, Drew involuntarily retreated backward, his mind racing, thinking of ways to deal with the situation. Although collectively, their brains might not add up to a walnut. But their martial arts skills weren't joking matters. Those muscles of theirs could likely snap his neck within seconds. This wasn't a joke. He couldn't take risks. If these four warriors got mad, dozens of people in the Yi family would suffer. Drew swallowed hard, pondering countermeasures. Michael rushed to his side first, asking fiercely, Freddy, may I ask why they call you Drew? Drew's head buzzed, hurriedly lowering his voice and pretending to be authoritative. Shut up. This young master encountered difficulties while handling affairs in the capital and swapped identities with Drew. Now they address me as Drew publicly. What's wrong with that? If you dare to ruin this young master's plan again, have you forgotten the rules of the Heavenly Tao sect? Huh. The four great protectors blinked in surprise. While it seemed to make some sense, they felt he was lying. Just as they started to get confused, Drew prepared to reinforce his statement. Then a report came from outside the door. Report, Bryson requests an audience. The brows of the four great protectors knitted into a knot. They had just clarified Stevie's matter to their young master, so how did another Bryson pop up? What was going on? Drew's forehead was sweating profusely, and his back was soaked in sweat. He hadn't expected Stevie to appear at this critical moment. Everything was thrown into chaos. Even a god wouldn't be able to bluff their way through this. He had been impersonating Stevie's identity. Now the real one was here. What should he do? Before long, a figure rushed in from outside the door. His steps hurried, his face stern. He scanned the room. It was none other than Stevie. After Stevie took in the situation inside the room, he also froze, exchanging bewildered glances with the four great protectors. Their eyes almost popped out. He was filled with confusion. Why did these few people look so much like the ones reported to be sent to help? The four great protectors also sized up Stevie from head to toe. No, they glanced again at Drew. How did this person seem even more like the young master? His pretentious manner had a bit of the right essence. More importantly, that air of outrageous coolness and charm. Drew was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, while Clarissa and Ashlyn instantly understood what was happening. They had just heard Drew's thoughts, knowing he had been impersonating Stevie all along. They were clear that the Bryson before them was actually Stevie, just under a different guise and name. Seeing Drew in danger, Ashlyn and Clarissa simultaneously stood up and walked to Drew's side. Swaying their hips grandly, their beautiful eyes flashing, they both extended their snow-white arms, leaning on Drew's shoulders, and said coquettishly, "Master, didn't you drive Bryson away before? Why does he dare to come and impersonate you now?" Ashlyn and Clarissa spoke in such sweet tones that they could almost drip water, their actions charming and flirtatious, surpassing even the girls from the joyful Red Manor. Drew was drenched in cold sweat. Finished. He felt like he should go ahead and reserve a coffin. Seeing this scene, the four great protectors felt reassured as if they had taken a tranquilizer pill. So that was the deal. It turned out that Bryson dared to impersonate their young master Stevie. Before coming to the capital, they had heard that their young master was not doing well in the capital, and someone was always going against him. Could this guy be that one now? The four great protectors looked at Stevie with hostility, as if ready to act, and whoosh, they surrounded Stevie. Stevie panicked and shouted, "What do you want to do?" At this moment, he vaguely felt that the four great protectors were here to help him. So why were they mixing with Drew and about to attack him? You guys don't. Chapter 125. The four great warriors take action. Tiger's heart sank, and he quickly realized that Clarissa and Ashlyn were helping him. He shouted fiercely at the moment, "For great warriors, throw him out for me." Yes. Stevie hadn't even finished talking when he was instantly lifted up by the four great warriors and carried toward the door. Although Stevie was highly skilled in martial arts, the four great warriors were no pushovers either. Stevie's strength wasn't powerful enough to overpower them, and Tiger had already won their loyalty with money and food. They put in even more effort, as this was their first battle in the capital city, and it had to be impressive. Stevie flailed his arms and legs frantically in the air, screaming, let me go. What are you blabbering about? Shut up." One of the four great warriors frowned and punched Stevie in the stomach. Stevie's eyes almost bulged out. He cursed inwardly. What the heck? How dare you curse? Bam bam bam. There came another series of dull sounds as fists hit flesh, and pitiful screams echoed in the room, making Tiger shudder. These guys really went all out. Indeed, they were good subordinates. Using them felt so handy. Was Stevie taken care of just like that? He even felt a bit excited. The four great warriors didn't stop until they quickly carried Stevie out of sight. Tiger breathed a long sigh of relief, almost kneeling on the ground. Phew, it was close. It could have gone wrong. Tiger turned his head and looked at Clarissa and Ashlyn with gratitude, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If not for these two, he would probably have been in big trouble. But he couldn't quite figure out why Ashlyn and Clarissa would help him at such a critical moment. Tiger lowered his voice and said, "Thanks." He sighed, feeling his heart still pounding. Ashlyn and Clarissa looked at Tiger, a smile spreading across their pretty faces as they released Tiger's arm. "Look how happy you are." Tiger immediately forced a smile. Though he didn't have a great impression of these two women, they had helped him, and he couldn't say anything harsh now, so he kept smiling and thanked them continuously. Just then, knock knock knock, there came hurried footsteps outside. It was the four great warriors returning. Several of them brushed off the dust from their clothes and laughed. "Master, the job is done. We've thrown him out. Worried he might come back, we tied him up with ropes and threw him into the river. Guess he won't be coming out." They grinned smugly. "What? Such luck?" Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, they're quite something. Wasn't Stevie supposed to be invincible in the capital city? Had he been defeated so easily by the four great warriors? In the novel, Stevie's combat skills were top-notch. Forget about his exquisite medical skills. Just with his iron cloth body technique and the 13 Tai Bao techniques, his defensive capabilities would be nearly unbreakable by any normal person. Yet the four great warriors had handled him so easily. Tiger couldn't believe it, amazed inwardly. The four great warriors curiously sized up Tiger, Clarissa, and Ashlyn. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Then, Michael smiled, catching on and said, "Well, we won't disturb Master's fun anymore. We'll take our leave." The four great warriors winked at Tiger, raising their eyebrows suggestively. Tiger was bewildered and hadn't reacted before they quickly left the room, and even kindly closed the door for him. "Hope Master enjoys." Tiger stood there, looking at Clarissa and Ashlyn who were standing very close. He could almost feel their heartbeats. The sensation was intense. Both were stunning beauties, each with unique charm. Ashlyn had a spicy temperament with an underlying heroism, while Clarissa seemed like an icy mountain peak, unreachable and aloof. Facing these two beautiful women, Tiger didn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. He feared Stevie might launch a surprise attack again. If Stevie returned to the mansion, even if the four great warriors could deal with him, seeing himself involved with his two main consorts. He might get enraged and try to finish him off. At that time, Tiger blinked and asked, "Is there anything else, ladies? Accompany me shopping. Accompany me to the back garden." The two shouted fervently, pulling on Tiger's arms, struggling on both sides. Tiger swayed like a puppet, pulled back and forth between the two. Tiger felt his head spinning, and his scalp went numb. Clarissa and Ashlyn didn't seem to care at all. Instead, they pulled even harder, as if competing with each other. They kept shouting, "Let go. You let go. Stop it, both of you. Let go." Tiger shouted. Clarissa and Ashlyn released him simultaneously, and he fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath as he looked up at them. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm a toy?" If these two hadn't helped him just now, he would have probably kicked them out immediately. But with the four great warriors still in the mansion, if he annoyed these two ladies, they might say something to the four great warriors. It would be hard for him to stay alive then. Tiger took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and forced a smile. "Why don't you two go first? I have some matters to handle." Himph. Both coldly harumphed at the same time, turned around, and walked away without giving Tiger another glance. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open, and the two graceful figures stomped off angrily out of the FA residence. Sitting in the room, Tiger watched from afar as Clarissa and Ashlyn exchanged a glance, their eyes practically shooting sparks. Himph. Another cold snort, and the two went their separate ways, quickly disappearing beyond the doorway. Sitting there, Tiger's eyes flickered, and he thumped the ground with his palm, sighing, "What have I done? What have I done?" Not far from the FA residence, near a pond, gurgle gurgle, water bubbles kept surfacing, rippling across the otherwise calm surface. A soaked figure emerged from the water, wet black hair sticking to its face, looking utterly miserable like a drowned rat. It was Stevie. His teeth chattered with rage, eyes almost spitting fire as he growled. Tiger. He had intended to confront Tiger earlier. Now he knew who threw him out, the four great warriors. What the hell? How dare they humiliate him so? "Tiger, I will never forgive you." He seethed. Chapter 126, A Young Maiden's Spring Thoughts. In the imperial study, the silent night was filled with an atmosphere of majesty. Dragon-patterned carvings adorned every corner, and precious sandalwood furniture were placed everywhere, all showcasing the grandeur of the royal family. At this moment, the darkness enveloped the palace like a curtain. The sky was dotted with countless stars, and only the wooden desk in the imperial study emitted a faint light, with the flame flickering on it. Emperor Ivor was hunched over his desk, his eyes fixed intently on the memorials before him, reviewing them diligently, a trace of fatigue showing in his expression. As one of the most industrious monarchs in the history of the Great Qian Dynasty, Emperor Ivor devoted more than 10 hours each day to state affairs and reviewing documents, nearly half of a day. His time for rest was pitifully little. Even the imperial physician had warned him multiple times that if he continued like this, his health would surely deteriorate. However, Ivor's heart was solely set on the future of the Great Qian Dynasty, and he paid no heed to the physician's advice. Instead, he sped up his review of the documents, which left him even more exhausted. Slowly taking off his heavy robe, Ivor draped it over the wooden chair behind him. He then stretched out, loosening his tired body. Working long hours under high pressure had already taken its toll on his health. On this night, this Eldon in his 40s looked like a man in his 50s or 60s, lines of weariness etched across his face. Ayani serving by his side, seeing how weary Ivor was, couldn't help but speak in a low voice. "Your Majesty, it is late. Perhaps you should rest now?" Ivor glanced at him, his eyes flashing. "Retire for now. I will call you if needed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Yanni did not dare to say more and quickly bowed himself out of the study. Outside the door, a figure slowly approached through the window's gap, bathed in moonlight. Ivor couldn't help but look in that direction. Soon, a graceful silhouette entered the room. The person respectfully greeted, "Your Majesty." A hint of excitement flashed in Ivor's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his tired face as he replied, "Eliza, please sit." Sitting back down on the wooden chair, Ivor rubbed his sore eyes. Eliza, dressed in a beautiful long dress, stood tall and elegant with outstanding features. Her pale complexion resembled a peeled egg, her cheeks flushed slightly with intoxication, her eyes gleaming as if she stepped out of a painting. She was one of Ivor's favorite consorts, and also the birth mother of Clarissa. Walking beside Ivor, Eliza gently massaged his shoulders and whispered softly, "Your Majesty, you have been too hard on yourself lately. You should get some rest soon." Leaning back against the chair, Ivor enjoyed the massage without speaking. After a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Alas, it can't be helped. The Xiongnu are invading the borders, and the ministers in the court are secretly plotting against each other. Any slackness at such a critical moment could lead to serious problems." What Ivor said was true. Although the Great Qian Dynasty appeared strong on the surface, there were actually hidden undercurrents beneath. Outside, the Xiongnu posed a threat, while inside the court, ministers schemed against each other. However, the only good news was that Gale had offered to donate his fortune of several hundred million. Ivor had heard about this earlier. After all, Gale had openly amassed wealth these past years, and such a large sum of money could not escape Ivor's attention. Not to mention the numerous memorials that piled up on his desk. But Ivor had never considered punishing Gale, since the man had always been loyal to the Great Qian Dynasty and harbored no ill intentions towards him. This kind of person, aside from being greedy, caused no harm. Rubbing his forehead, Ivor continued. But what troubled him most was that Gale had now tendered his resignation. A note of concern showed in Ivor's expression. Eliza, who was adept at reading people, noticed the unusual mood and asked in a hushed tone, "Is something wrong, Your Majesty?" "No, just busy recently, feeling a bit weary." Ivor did not reveal the truth. Living with Ivor for years, Eliza immediately sensed the abnormality and probed further. "Your Majesty, if there is anything bothering you, you can tell me. There's no need to bear such pressure alone." Indeed, Eliza's words hit home, comforting Ivor deeply. Ivor sighed heavily and whispered, "Now Gale has submitted his resignation." Eliza's voice suddenly rose, looking at Ivor in disbelief. "But the other day, didn't he just accept the engagement between Yin Alec and his son? Why is he resigning now? What's going on?" Niai, having lived deep within the palace for years, knew little of court affairs and was unaware of recent events in the capital. She didn't even know that Clarissa was planning to head to the border to serve the country and fight against the Xiongnu. The only thing she knew was that Clarissa was going to marry Gale's only son, Drew. This piece of news made Niai's face full of surprise. Emperor Ivor rubbed his face, lowering his voice. "Let's talk about this later. You wouldn't understand now." Hearing this, Niai immediately stopped questioning and closed her mouth obediently. Then, she used her fair and tender hands to massage Emperor Ivor's sore shoulders with perfect force. After a long while, Ivor suddenly said, "Do you know that Yin Alec is about to head to the border?" "What?" Niai's beautiful eyes widened, her eyebrows curved, revealing a worried expression on her face. Her hand relaxed abruptly, but resumed the gentle massage soon after. Yet, her astonished look lingered. "Yin Alec is going to the border? She never told me about this. Why would she go there? That place is so poor and hard." Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to realize it was inappropriate. Although Clarissa was a woman, she was from the imperial family and serving the country was also her duty. Her words were merely out of a mother's concern. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Niai shut her mouth right away, and Emperor Ivor gave a bitter smile. He had been thinking the same thing too. But at present, Drew had volunteered to go to the border to guard against the Xiongnu. Clarissa, Ashlyn, and Haley all volunteered as well. What could he say? If it was only Clarissa, he might have some reasons to refuse her. But with Ashlyn, a member of the royal family, going too, shouldn't Clarissa be allowed to go as well? If not, it wouldn't sound good. Emperor Ivor was troubled by this matter. In a moment of excitement, he agreed entirely, but now he felt it wasn't quite right. Chapter 127 Ivor's melancholy. But he didn't know how to say it. Nia's face changed, and she immediately said, "Could it be that the Yi family's boy is going to the border?" "Yes," Ivor replied. Indeed, Nia guessed right. It was because the Yi family's boy was going, so Stacy and Ashlyn were following along. Nia frowned and stood still in surprise. She couldn't understand it all. She remembered her daughter Stacy previously having a poor impression of Drew. How come now, in such a short time, Stacy had started caring about Drew particularly? This made Nia quite puzzled. As a woman herself, she understood very well the subtle thoughts of girls. Which youth isn't full of energy? Which girl doesn't yearn for spring? Her daughter Stacy had always been extremely aloof and cold, showing an attitude that kept men at arm's length. Yet only Drew from the Yi residence seemed like an exception. Even when Drew often recited those spine-chilling love poems in the palace, seemingly annoying Stacy on the surface. In reality, she did not have the palace guards genuinely drive Drew away. In a sense, Stacy did not truly dislike Drew. Now, Ivor had promised in court that Drew would marry Stacy, making them engaged as fiancés. Currently, Drew was leaving the Great Qian Dynasty to defend against the Xiongnu at the border, yet Stacy insisted on going too, which was very strange. If earlier, Stacy had agreed to this marriage under pressure, then now, wouldn't Stacy take this opportunity to postpone the wedding by several years, possibly even breaking it off? Instead, Stacy was eager to follow, undoubtedly showing that she wanted to be close to Drew. This matter even shocked Nia. She had several maids arranged as spies around Stacy. According to reports, recently Stacy lost her appetite and ate much less than usual. Upon asking, they found out Stacy was worried about Drew. Nia immediately sensed something was amiss. Her daughter Stacy must have fallen for him genuinely. Ivor gave an awkward smile. He knew what Nia was thinking, nodding silently in agreement. That's right. Our daughter has grown up and likes the boy from the Yi family. Otherwise, why would she go to the border? A hint of hesitation clouded Nia's eyes, her brows furrowed with worry. She grabbed Ivor's shoulder tightly and said anxiously, "But your majesty, those barbaric Xiongnu don't care about anything. If our daughter gets hurt, what will we do?" Ivor took a deep breath, his expression heavy as he pondered over this. Although the idea of serving the country by defending the border was noble, Stacy was just a girl. What if something happened at the border? Not to mention Drew. Though he recently proposed several shocking policies, his unreliable reputation in the capital was well known. He feared that if something went wrong, it would involve Stacy too. At this moment, Ivor regretted agreeing so readily back then. But now Stacy, Ashlyn, and Haley had already submitted petitions to follow Drew to the border to guard against the Xiongnu, and he had approved them all. If he went back on his word now, sigh. Ivor leaned heavily on the desk, his face full of worry. A monarch's words carry great weight, especially as the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. He couldn't retract his promise. Ivor thought for a long while before saying, "Well, let's talk about this later, beloved. I'll find a chance to chat with the Yi family's boy." "Yes, your majesty." Nia responded gently, and finally, Ivor showed a hint of relief. The next morning, at the vast Yi residence, by the tranquil pond sat a despondent figure. Drew sat on a huge stone, chin resting on his hand, staring blankly at the calm lake surface, occasionally throwing a small stone into the water, causing ripples. A few servants stood nearby, heads bowed, afraid to breathe loudly. That morning, Drew had flown into a rage over a mysterious reason, claiming the servants infuriated him by entering his room left foot first to wake him up. They felt incredibly wronged. Every day, waking Drew on time was a rule set by Gale. None of them dared disobey. Drew usually didn't get so angry. What was wrong with him today? Drew sat on the original stone, looking at the few servants who hung their heads in dejection, and a wave of guilt surged in his heart. He didn't mean to yell at them. It was just that things that had happened recently were too strange. Clarissa, Ashlyn, and Haley all seemed to have lost their minds, vying to follow him to the border. What was so good about that godforsaken place? No matter how hard Drew thought, he couldn't figure out whether he was really that charming. So during this period, he had bottled up a lot of frustration, which he unintentionally vented on these servants. At this moment, Drew felt remorseful and looked at them apologetically, waving his hand and said, "All right, you may leave now. I'll call if I need anything." "Yes, young master." Despite being yelled at, the servant still worried about Drew's health, giving him concerned looks before slowly leaving the courtyard. "Master! Master! Report!" Godwin's coarse voice shouted outside the door again, causing an immediate tension in Drew. Recently, whenever Godwin reported something, Drew felt a chill down his spine. It was either Walter, the four musketeers, or Aisling and Clarissa. Each one of them gave him a headache, making his scalp tingle just by looking at them. Who could it be this time? Drew abruptly stood up from the rock, fearfully staring in the direction from where Godwin's voice came. If Walter was coming, he would rather jump into the lake and die than deal with it. The author of this novel clearly had no intention of letting him live easily. Every day was like a living hell. In 2 more days, even if Walter didn't kill him, he might die of sheer fright. He wasn't sure if his fragile heart could withstand it. Godwin's rough voice kept shouting as his huge body stumbled in, running to Drew's side, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his broad forehead. Chapter 128. Are you going to live at my house? A pair of large eyes, resembling oxen eyes, stared at Drew. "What's up? If there's something, just say it." Drew called out with guilt. Godwin shouted loudly, "Bad news, Miss Wong. Miss Wong is here." "Miss Wong? Which Miss Wong?" Drew frowned and subconsciously thought of a name, Haley. Why is this disaster bringer coming again? Drew was drenched in cold sweat, blinking his eyes nonstop, with cold sweat oozing from his palms. Why did you let her in? Get her out now. What good could come from her visiting our Yi family? Recently, not only Clarissa and Charlotte had repeatedly visited the Yi residence, but even the 4 great protectors were staying in the mansion. If Haley came too, would the Yi household ever have peace again? It would probably become chaos. Walter already knew Drew was in the Yi household. Who knows when he might show up? For Haley to come now, wouldn't she be causing trouble? Godwin swallowed hard and said in a flustered tone, "Freddie, it's too late. Miss Wong has already entered the front hall, seemingly carrying a lot of things. I couldn't stop her." Sweat poured down Godwin's forehead as he explained. "I couldn't stop her, and she brought a lot of things." "What?" Drew blinked. You'll see if you go and check." Drew felt stunned, as if his brain had suddenly exploded, making him walk unsteadily. Supported by Godwin, he stumbled off the rockery and quickly made his way around the courtyard. In no time, Godwin helped Drew, whose legs were cramped, to the door. From a distance, he saw Aisling sitting at the tea table in the reception room, hands folded neatly, wearing a pair of red embroidered cloth shoes, dressed in the neat outfit of an official Arden, with a Arden badge hanging at her waist, looking exceptionally spirited. However, the woman's delicate and charming face contrasted sharply with her attire. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and her rosy lips exuded a touch of coquettishness, creating a stark yet captivating scene from afar. Drew inwardly cursed. At this moment, he had no mood for admiration. Walter was like a vengeful ghost watching over him constantly. At such a critical juncture, never mind Haley. Even if Yang Guifei descended, he wouldn't dare entertain any improper thoughts. With his head on the line, how could he even think about such things? "Hey, Godwin," Drew sighed deeply, addressing Godwin. "Starting today, guard the entrance of our mansion tightly. Don't let a bird, a mouse, or a fly inside. Got it?" Godwin nodded vigorously, scratching his head. Yes, Freddie understood. Hearing Godwin's promise, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief, his complexion improving slightly. He waved his hand helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. "Just go, don't come unless necessary. Guard the gate strictly and make sure no one else gets in. Understand?" Drew was utterly exhausted. Dealing with people like Aisling and Clarissa daily had drained him completely. He no longer wanted any more surprises. Godwin nodded blankly, staring oddly at Drew as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he swallowed his words, leaving with a backward glance toward Drew, heading outside. Standing at the door, Drew noticed that Haley hadn't seen him yet. Instead, her gaze roamed around the mansion. Pausing for a moment, Drew rubbed his face, took several deep breaths, and tidied his clothes before walking into the reception room. The moment he entered, before he could speak, Haley pounced on him and locked a handcuff on his wrists with a click. Drew looked astonished. What's going on? Playing a role-playing game? What's this? Looking down, Drew saw that the handcuffs from the Great Qian Dynasty era were different from those in his original world. Made of black gold, they were heavy like 2 black rings connected by iron chains, weighing down on his hands and hurting a bit, probably about 18 pounds each. Blinking his eyes. "Miss Wong, what are you doing? Why are you cuffing me like this?" Haley's expression turned grim. She tugged the chain sharply, almost making Drew fall. She pulled Drew down onto a chair and said seriously, "Drew, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, come with me to surrender to the authorities. 2, let me stay in your Yi family residence." Both options left Drew shocked. What was she talking about? Letting her stay in his home and having him surrender to the authorities. What did these 2 things have to do with each other? What do these 2 things have in common? Drew couldn't figure it out, his eyes wide open, staring at Haley. "Are you sure I heard what you said correctly?" Haley spoke with an unfriendly tone. "Drew, don't play dumb with me." Then, Haley's pretty face turned cold, and she issued a cold threat. "I know what you're thinking. Don't think you can wash your hands clean of the matter with Gabrielle before. I've investigated this thoroughly inside and out. You indulged your wicked servants to beat up a court official. Do you really think this can be settled easily? I've collected quite a lot of testimony." Haley took out a stack of papers from her bosom and slammed them on the table with a bang. Speaking with satisfaction, "These are all testimonies from people who accuse you, including the victim Gabrielle's testimony. Drew, let me tell you, you can't talk your way out of this. If you don't agree, you think about it yourself." Drew swallowed hard, his eyes wide, staring at the black words on white paper, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. Damn, Gabrielle has some guts to actually sue him. It seems he didn't beat that kid enough that day. Now he's still breathing and talking. This is indeed my miscalculation. Why didn't I finish off that scumbag back then? Drew cursed inwardly, but dared not show it in front of Haley. Hey, Miss Wong, could you explain to me why you're staying at my Yi family residence? If it were the first option, Drew could manage to understand Mincheng understand it after some thought. But the second option, Drew would probably still be puzzled even if he thought about it all night. What's the connection between these two things? Moreover, staying at the Yi family residence makes no sense. Most importantly, does she not consider Walter human? After all, the four great protectors and Vivian are already living in the Yi family residence. Adding Haley at this moment, would he even be able to live? You mind your own business? Haley arched her delicate eyebrows. Hey, wait! Drew was flustered, losing his train of thought. Chapter 129 moving in. Although Drew could understand every word and sentence the other party said and could write them down, he didn't comprehend the overall meaning when he heard it all together. Does this Haley not have a home? Why does she want to live in my house? Drew stared at Haley with widened eyes and said in a troubled manner, No, sister, listen to me. If you don't have a place to stay, find your brother Simeon. That guy has plenty of homes in the capital. Drew wasn't exaggerating. Simeon splashed out large amounts of silver here in the capital, and no one knew how many courtesans he kept. Not just 10 residences, but probably around 8. Now Haley had suddenly rushed to his house, which left Drew completely baffled. Seeing Drew's puzzled look, Haley gave a disdainful smile and said coldly, Drew, are you really going to pretend to be dense? Drew furrowed his brows, genuinely not understanding Haley's words. He only remembered that according to his memories, the original host indeed had an awkward sort of romance with Haley. They seemed to have developed some feelings for each other, but in the end, they did not reach a happy ending and went their separate ways. Looking at what followed in the plot, he vaguely guessed that this Haley might still have lingering feelings for the original host. Could it be that she still had unextinguished desires and wanted to reconnect? While Drew was thinking rapidly, he heard Haley roar. Stop thinking. I'm telling you, I'm staying here today, whether you like it or not. I've already brought all my things. What? Drew's eyes widened. Immediately, Haley pointed outside. There were piles of luggage stacked like a small mountain in the courtyard. Some servants were hurriedly moving things into the east wing room. Drew was frightened out of his wits and immediately shouted, What kind of joke is this? Stop. All of you, stop. The servants looked worried at Drew but continued moving things into the courtyard. Drew was stunned. These were all his own servants from the Yi household. Why weren't they listening to his orders? At this moment, Godwin rushed in. Looking at Drew, Freddy. Drew glanced over. Godwin had a bruise under his right eye and was looking droopy-eyed, clearly having been beaten up. In the capital, Godwin could be considered the top lackey of the Yi family, known for bullying men and women, being a rascal who caused much discontent throughout the city. And someone actually dared to hit Godwin in the capital. Drew couldn't figure it out and incredulously focused his gaze on Haley. He had good reason to suspect that Haley was behind this. Haley stood with her arms crossed, tapping her foot lightly as she walked outside. She stared straight into Drew's eyes, a slight curl at the corner of her mouth. What are you thinking? Let me tell you. I did it. So what? Drew was so angry that his whole body trembled. He gnashed his teeth, wishing he could slap his thigh in frustration and cry to the heavens. Why did he encounter such a rogue? Not like this, Mississippi. Drew forced a bitter smile and moved closer to Haley. Miss, what do you really want? Can you tell me? Please, don't torment me like this. Haley gave him a sideways glance. Her lips curled into a slight smirk as she stood there, still displaying that arrogant demeanor. I want nothing special, just that you don't please me. I just want to stay at your Yi residence, okay? Drew sighed deeply. He knew things weren't this simple. But now Haley stubbornly stayed in their Yi household, and he couldn't drive her out. Haley was, after all, one of the 4 famous detectives in the capital. If word got out that the Yi household harmed one of their people, it wouldn't look good for them. Currently, Gale was at a critical juncture, dispersing tens of billions in assets to ensure self-preservation. More importantly, he was about to resign from his official post, and Drew was soon heading to the frontier to guard against the Xiongnu. If they offended Haley, would the hundreds of people in the Yi household still survive? Drew forced a smile and said with a bitter laugh, Miss, please don't fool around with me. Tell me what you really want. Haley scrutinized Drew for a while before finally saying slowly, All right, I'll tell you, Drew. I won't leave today. I'm staying at your Yi residence, got it? I get it. But what exactly do you mean? Drew was almost crying, repeating this for the 8th time, and he had heard every sentence, but he just didn't understand why. Do you not have a home? Why do you need to live in my house? A slight curl appeared at the corner of Haley's mouth, as if harboring some resentment. Didn't Clarissa and Annie come to your Yi residence a couple of days ago? What? Only they can come, but I can't. There was a hint of jealousy in Haley's words, seemingly harboring resentment over Clarissa and Annie's previous visits to the Yi residence. Drew slapped his forehead, his eyes brightening. So it was about this. Drew couldn't figure out what kind of misfortune he had encountered, with everyone rushing to his Yi residence one after another. What did he do wrong? Was he so attractive? Drew couldn't understand it himself. He remembered that in the original story, the previous host was someone everyone wanted to get rid of. Why was the situation completely different now that he had transmigrated here? These people were practically throwing themselves at him. He even felt that if he told Clarissa he wouldn't give her a proper title and asked her to be a concubine, she would agree readily. And Haley was even more direct. She moved straight into his house. In all the history of the Great Qian Dynasty, there had never been such an assertive woman. All right. Haley patted Drew on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't think too much. I'm staying here. When you set off for the frontier, I'll go with you. Got it? Drew widened his eyes. This wasn't a discussion. This was clearly a notification. Drew blinked his mouth open and shut. Fine, madam, you decide. Whatever you say goes. Drew stood there dejectedly, while Godwin beside him looked worried. The two of them seemed like unfortunate stars, standing listlessly outside the door. They watched as Haley, looking triumphant, quickly settled the east wing room, moving in with her luggage. She even instructed several servants to clean up and gave them a few silver taels. From now on, this room belongs to me. If you need anything, just come to me, got it? The servants, grateful for the silver, responded loudly, understood, Miss Wang. Haley smiled broadly and slammed the door shut with a bang. Chapter 130, Justifiable. Looking at the tightly closed doors of the eastern wing, Drew slapped his thigh. Damn, what a disaster. Godwin cautiously tugged on Drew's clothes. Turning his head, Drew retorted irritably. What? Why didn't you stop her just now? How did she get in? Tell me. And what's going on with these servants? Drew was cursing furiously. Just then, he tried to stop Haley from moving luggage inside, but the servants ignored him and worked even harder. Their strength exceeded that of an ox working in the fields. He wanted to figure out who the real master of this residence was. Godwin had a mournful expression on his face. Freddie, don't say anymore, please. Drew looked at Godwin with shock and bewilderment, not understanding what he was saying at all. The people in his own residence wouldn't listen to him, telling him not to talk. What was the point of being the young master? It would be better to retire early and defend against the Huns on the border. Speak, what's going on? Allison barked harshly. Godwin shrank his neck, fear filled his eyes, and after a long time, he plaintively said, Freddie, you don't know. When Miss Wang came in just now, she said anyone who dared to stop her would have to go with her to the magistrate. To the magistrate for what? If your conscience is clear, there's no reason to fear ghosts knocking on your door. Drew cursed fiercely, not understanding it at all. Godwin blinked his eyes. Suddenly, the air seemed to grow silent, the atmosphere so oppressive it was terrifying. Drew and Godwin stared at each other blankly, unable to react for quite some time. Subtly, Drew seemed to understand something, pondering for a moment. Godwin looked at Drew sadly and whispered, Freddie, don't you know? How many people in our family are clean? Drew sighed helplessly, finally recalling it. Before the original owner was replaced by the Changyuechira. Changyuechira means someone who traveled through time or worlds, which might not fit naturally here. The original owner indulged in daily pleasures, committing countless evils like hurting people and behaving recklessly. There were at least 8 cases of fights and brawls in the capital city. One could say that every named servant in the entire residence had some dirt on them. Once captured by Haley, they would definitely get thrashed. Furthermore, Haley was one of the 4 great captains of the capital city. Though not infamous, their reputation wasn't good either. A beating with leather whips and pepper water. Just thinking about it was unbearable. Subtly, Drew finally understood the plight of those servants earlier. Why they were like rats seeing a cat, scared witless upon encountering Haley. Drew sighed, waving his hand helplessly. All right, let's settle this matter like this. Drew wasn't unreasonable. Seeing Haley made him tremble all over, let alone those servants who only followed his orders. Seeing Haley, they all became terrified and bewildered. All of this was due to his own actions. Drew thought inwardly. Godwin seemed still uneasy, looking worriedly at Drew. Freddie, this? Don't call me Freddie. Hurry up and go. I'm very annoyed right now. I want some peace. Facing Drew's urging, Godwin dared not linger, so he walked out while glancing back, thinking in his mind, who is peace? Why does the young master often say he wants peace lately? Fortunately, Drew didn't hear these thoughts. Otherwise, there would certainly be more curses. He really wanted to ask if Godwin had any brains at all, because his words, though full of concern, always infuriated him. This point. Drew couldn't comprehend. In the capital city, at the foot of a secluded mountain, in a desolate old temple stood a Buddha statue, its construction unclear as to when it was built. The statue was covered in spider webs, and weeds grew wildly around it. Dusty red curtains hung limply beside it, and cold winds constantly howled through broken windows. On top sat a person, drenched and trembling, glaring angrily, cursing fiercely. Investigate. Find out what happened with the 4 Vajras. Did they betray? Standing before him was a woman in black, with her black hair neatly tied back. She exuded an aura of spirit and had clear, innocent eyes. Seeing the enraged Walter, the woman spoke timidly. Yes, Freddie, we've investigated clearly. The 4 Vajras arrived in the capital city a few days ago. They can't betray. They grew up in Tongtian sect since childhood. Hearing this, Walter shivered all over with anger and gritted his teeth, cursing fiercely. No betrayal? If they didn't betray, why did they throw me into the river and tie me up with ropes? Did you know that? Walter gesticulated wildly as he mimed the thickness of a rope with his fingers. This thick, it was hemp rope, tied around me and thrown into the river. They said they wanted to feed me to the fish. Now they're following Drew. Walter ranted furiously, spittle flying from his mouth, utterly beside himself with rage. Just recalling how he had been lifted out and thrown into the river by the 4 Vajras after arriving at the residence filled him with indignation. He was fuming to the point of nearly exploding. Wasn't it agreed that the 4 Vajras would come to the capital to assist him against Drew? How come they ended up working for Drew's household now, even throwing him into the river? What was going on? Whose aid were they supposed to be? Walter's chest heaved with fury, his nostrils flaring as if about to emit smoke. Seeing her master in such a state, Ivy's eyebrows knitted with worry, and she whispered in a hushed, fearful voice, Master, shall I investigate further? Right now. Immediately. Walter roared in response. Thinking about all that had happened since he arrived in the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, he seethed with frustration. He wished he could tear Drew apart limb by limb, chop him into pieces, and have him executed in the cruelest way possible. Would it be possible to just make him explode mildly? Why did he have such bad luck? He wouldn't believe he couldn't deal with Drew. After all, Drew was merely the only son of the chief minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Did he really think he couldn't handle him? Or else, he wasn't Walter anymore. Walter clenched his teeth so hard they grated together, his finger joints turning white from the strain. The sound of his bones cracking under pressure echoed ominously. He was so angry that steam seemed to rise from every pore. What infuriated him more was that he didn't understand why Clarissa, Ashlyn, and Haley insisted on fawning over Drew. Chapter 131. My brother has gone crazy. And that Amber, no matter how he persuaded her, she refused to leave and follow him. Shouldn't he be the righteous hero under heaven, who saves all living beings? But why did it seem like Drew was the one with the protagonist's halo? He couldn't take it, and he wouldn't acknowledge it. He, Walter, was the strongest man. Walter was so angry that his whole body shook. Ivy glanced at Walter out of the corner of her eye, as if she wanted to say something. She opened her mouth but closed it again reluctantly, appearing submissive. Speak up, what's the matter? Walter caught on at once. He had been with Ivy, this woman, for countless years, knowing well what she wanted to say or do. Now he guessed that she had something to say. With timidity, Ivy said, Freddie, before I speak, please don't get mad. Speak. Walter was still furious. Ivy turned her eyes and lowered her voice. Freddie, we received intelligence earlier that Haley has moved into the Yi family residence. A heart-rending scream immediately echoed in the broken temple. The spider web scattered, the breeze blew, and even the windows were nearly blown apart by the roar. Ivy seemed to have anticipated this scene. She took a few steps back, cautiously covering her ears to avoid injuring her eardrums. Then she looked at Walter, who was now almost entering a rampage state, his hair looking like it might burst open. Immediately, find out what Haley is up to. Yes, yes. Ivy responded quickly while stepping out of the broken temple. She feared staying any longer. Walter might eat her alive. After Ivy left, Walter was alone in the decrepit temple. Standing still, water from his head dripped down, wetting the grass on the ground. Achoo! Walter sneezed suddenly, hugging his shoulders. Damn, it's really cold. Drew, you wait for me. An angry voice resounded in the temple, echoing around. At this time, in the capital city's Ehong courtesan house, red lights were hanging, and wine and beauty surrounded every kind of drunk customer. There were also elaborately dressed girls giggling and laughing merrily. Simeon, meanwhile, was drunk, with a tongue so large he could barely speak clearly. What is my brother Drew up to recently? Why haven't I heard from him in days? Simeon leaned back in his chair, barely standing, his face flushed from drinking. It was clear he hadn't spared the drinks. Beside him, an old woman with a mole on her cheek smiled and replied, Master Wong, it said that young Master Yi donated all his family assets, which are worth hundreds of millions of taels. He intended to help refugees and save our Dacian Empire from disaster. The madam spoke excitedly, her face glowing with emotion. To understand what hundreds of millions of silver taels meant for the Dacian dynasty? Forget about places like the Ehong courtesan house. Even the annual income of the Dacian treasury wouldn't match this amount. It was rumored that Drew would distribute these funds among the displaced people in the capital to help them rebuild their homes and return to their hometowns. Another part was to be used for fortifications in the north against the Huns. How much would they receive from this? The madam pondered, her eyes flashing mischievously. With a little manipulation, perhaps she could get a share too. What? Upon hearing this, Simeon abruptly sat up, his eyes wide open, seemingly sobered by half. He pulled away the cup he was about to drink from, asking in disbelief, You mean my brother gave away all his family wealth? Yes. The madam was equally astonished, not expecting such a big reaction from Simeon. Weren't they close? Did he not know such an important matter? The serving girls beside him continued to encourage him to drink, completely unaware of Simeon's expression changes. Sir, finish your wine. Get lost. Simeon shoved them away roughly, making the girls squeal and scatter in shock. They stared at Simeon in fear, unsure why this lord suddenly flared up. Simeon shook his alcohol-clouded head, stood up, and showed a determined look in his eyes. At that moment, his silhouette seemed overwhelmingly imposing, as if bathed in a halo. The madam didn't dare to approach, her eyes trembling with fear as she looked at him. Master Wong, what are you doing? Simeon glared at her. You said my brother donated all his family wealth? Yes, that's right, absolutely true, the madam replied. But in the next second, Simeon resolutely walked out of the room, forcefully pushing open the door and striding away. My brother must have gone crazy. I have to save him. A voice full of resolve and deep brotherly affection echoed from outside. The madam inside the room was still stunned, looking at the frightened girls beside her. Everyone felt the atmosphere turn oppressively eerie. They couldn't understand why he had been drinking heartily just moments ago. How could it suddenly turn into such chaos? What was happening? After leaving, Simeon headed straight for the Yi residence without stopping anywhere else, driving his carriage furiously. To him, if Drew, who valued silver more than life itself, gave away all his family wealth, there was only one possibility. He had gone mad. Simeon knew that during their carefree days in the capital, it was always he who paid even when they came to Ehong courtesan house for drinks, let alone making Drew spend a single coin. And now, for Drew to donate all his family wealth, there could be no other explanation. Drew must have gone mad. He grew up with Drew since childhood, sharing a deep bond that could be described as inseparable. If anything happened to Drew now, how could he continue living? No, he had to save his brother immediately. As he thought this, Simeon shoved aside the coachman driving the carriage and took over the reins, giving them a sharp snap. Snap! A horse's neigh broke the sky. The wheels rolled, and the luxuriously decorated carriage careened through the bustling streets, causing citizens to scatter in all directions. Simeon shouted, Get out of my way! Anyone who dares to block me today will not blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 132. Escape quickly. Simeon urged the carriage forward in a great hurry, racing towards the Yi mansion. A journey that normally would take half an hour was completed by Simeon in just a few incense sticks' time. Upon arriving at the Yi mansion gate, he saw Godwin holding a wooden stick and pacing back and forth in front of the door, with two servants looking around nervously. Drew had previously ordered that during this period, not only those uninvited nuisances, but even a mouse couldn't be allowed into the mansion. Godwin, receiving this order, instantly felt like he had regained his former glory. After all, the Yi family had been arrogant and unscrupulous in the capital. When had they ever suffered such indignity? During this period following Drew, Godwin hadn't understood why his master suddenly seemed to have changed. Doing everything hesitantly and paying special attention to Walter, Godwin had endured much frustration over this period. Hearing Drew's command now, he immediately became arrogant, determined to recover his lost dignity. At this moment, a recklessly driven carriage stopped in front of the Yi mansion. Godwin frowned, instantly getting angry. Who dares park in front of our mansion? Just as Godwin was about to start cursing, the curtain of the carriage lifted, and Simeon's head popped out. Seeing Godwin and then the short stick in his hand, Simeon curiously asked, "What are you doing here, Godwin?" Godwin, who was ready to yell at the person, immediately softened upon seeing it was Freddie Wong. He widened his eyes and quickly put away the short stick. "Why, Freddie Wong? What brings you here?" Godwin asked with curiosity. Simeon didn't waste any time. He jumped off the carriage, grabbed Godwin's collar, and anxiously asked, "Where is Drew?" "Master Yi is inside." Godwin thought for a moment, recalling that Drew had instructed no one should be allowed in again. But did this rule apply to Simeon? Considering their close relationship since childhood, would his master be upset if he stopped Simeon? Seeing Simeon's anxious expression, Godwin dared not hold him back. Simeon let go of Godwin and rushed straight into the mansion without another word. Simeon charged into the courtyard, shouting loudly, "Drew! Drew! Something big has happened." At that moment, Drew was dozing in the room, rubbing his sore face while sitting on the bed with a worried look. Events had piled up one after another recently, and having the 4 great generals staying at home felt like living with explosives, waiting to detonate. If one day Stacy or Ashlyn slipped up and revealed his true identity, these 4 great generals wouldn't spare him. What could he do? He was deeply troubled. Suddenly, he heard Simeon's voice outside the door. Drew's heart skipped a beat. How did this trouble come now? Drew trembled, stood up, and saw Simeon standing outside through the window, shaking his head nonstop. Drew pondered carefully. Something wasn't right. Why was Simeon here? Could something serious have happened? His mind fell into confusion. Simeon was always unreliable, impulsive, and Haley was now staying at the Yi mansion. Drew's eyes darted around. But if that was the case, perhaps he could use emotions and reason to persuade Simeon to take Haley back. A brilliant idea. Drew made up his mind and walked out of the room. "Simeon, why are you here?" Simeon glanced sideways and saw Drew. Lately, Drew had been so worn out from these issues that he looked haggard, with dark circles under his sunken eyes, appearing as if he hadn't slept well for days. Simeon quickly came to Drew, sized him up, and said affectionately, "Brother, are you crazy?" At the same time, he reached out to feel Drew's forehead. Seeing Simeon's peculiar behavior, Drew instinctively took a step back, alertly asking, "What are you doing?" He knew Simeon was always unreliable, spending large sums of money daily at brothels in the capital. Now touching him, what was going on? Seeing Drew's reaction, Simeon immediately realized the misunderstanding and awkwardly laughed. "Brother, if you're not crazy, how could you suddenly think of donating all your family's assets? What's that all about?" Simeon was frantic. Earlier, hearing Drew talk about donating the family's wealth shocked him immensely. Upon learning that the Yi family owned billions of silver taels, he nearly dropped his jaw. How much annual revenue did the entire Great Qian Dynasty have? And the Yi family had all that wealth? It was practically declaring war on Sunny. With such an enormous sum with unclear origins, he was surely inviting death. Knowing this yet still planning to donate, it must be madness. Simeon couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. So he hurriedly found Drew and pulled out a token from his body, shoving it into Drew's hand. "Brother, you better run." Drew glanced at the token in his hand, immediately dumbfounded, but quickly understood what Simeon was doing. This token was precisely the pass for the guards of the capital city. With this token, one could travel unimpeded throughout the capital. He wanted him to escape. He never thought that Simeon would even steal this thing out. It was obvious that Simeon believed the Yi family might lose their heads. He wanted Drew to escape as soon as possible and not die here. Involuntarily, a warm current swept through Drew's heart. Looking at his brother Simeon in front of him, he felt a bit grateful. Although the other party had always been rash and never thought things through, his affection for the original owner was genuine and deep. Even at this moment, he still risked everything to save his entire family. "AI," Reckon you sighed, putting the token back into Simeon's hand. "Why are you giving me this? I'm not going to run." Simeon was incredibly anxious, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He urged anxiously, "Brother, why aren't you running? Do you know your donation of family assets has caused a sensation across the city? Billions of silver taels. Just how much have the Yi family embezzled?" Simeon's tone was filled with surprise. He knew Gale had made quite a bit of money over the years in the Great Qian Dynasty, but he never imagined there was this much. Billions of taels of silver, if piled together, would be higher than a mountain. If this news reached Emperor Ivor, how could Drew and his family possibly be fine? Losing their heads would be a light punishment. Reckon you sighed again. "The problem isn't with this." "Then what is it?" Simeon asked anxiously. Drew glanced outside the courtyard. It was quiet, with no one around. Fortunately, he had already instructed Godwin that no idle people should enter the Yi mansion. Thus, the courtyard was silent, and even Gale and his mother were nowhere to be seen. Drew looked towards the door. "Come, let's talk inside." Simeon wore a somber expression, but seeing Drew's worried look, he hurriedly followed inside. Chapter 133. Are you nuts? Drew pulled Simeon down to sit, sitting in a chair on the side and pouring tea. "Go ahead and drink." Simeon abruptly blocked the teacup with his hand. "Brother, this is what time? And you're still thinking of drinking tea? Do you still care about your life? Don't you know that once this gets out, all of you will lose your heads?" While talking, Simeon gestured a throat-slitting action. Wasn't it unlikely that brother Drew didn't understand the gravity of the situation? Drew sighed. However, Ivor wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had made thorough preparations, donating the silver and then going to the frontier to resist the Xiongnu, as well as investing a large amount of money into constructing defensive works against the Xiongnu on the border. There was nothing wrong with what happened even if it was Ivor who did it. More importantly, Gale had been loyal and industrious all these years, and there was always effort even without merit. In the original story, Drew knew a little bit about Ivor. The other party would never take action against Gale. It was just that the important thing now was how to solve Walter's matter. What kind of situation was this for Kinna to live in the mansion? They weren't married yet, and even if they were, it shouldn't be so urgent. If Walter knew, wouldn't he strangle him to death? Drew was worrying about this when suddenly he saw Simeon come. A glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. Feeling Drew's strange gaze, Simeon quickly raised a hand to shield his chest. What are you doing? Brother, although I can save you and fight for you, I cannot give myself up. Get lost. Drew scolded violently, while Simeon grinned. Then, Drew suddenly said to Simeon, do you know your Gavin's sister, Kinna, came to my house? Huh. Simeon was stunned after hearing it. My sister came to your place? What does it mean? Why did she come? Simeon knew his Gavin's sister, Kinna, very well. She roamed around the capital every day. Although clearly a woman, she was more aggressive than any man. Even their father couldn't manage her. To say nothing of criminals in the whole capital city, each one of them trembled at Kinna's name. But now, Drew suddenly said that Kinna had come to Drew's home to stay. What kind of situation was this? After Drew briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter to Simeon, Simeon was completely disbelieving. What? My Gavin's sister came to your place? After pondering for a while, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Simeon's mouth. Brother, since that's the case, why don't you? While saying this, he made lecherous gestures. It made Drew furious. He wished he hadn't told Simeon. Once he started, the other party became frivolous throughout the day. Drew reprimanded immediately. Do you know how serious this matter is? The Emperor had already promised Stacy to me. If I get involved with your Gavin's sister, do you think anyone in our mansion would be spared? Simeon thought about it carefully and realized it was true. Brecken sighed. How about this? Let's talk it over. Bring your sister back home quickly. We're not married yet, nor is there an official engagement. What does it look like having her living in my house? This is a serious matter. Drew was utterly frustrated. Once Walter found out, would he still keep his head? Young Chui was enough trouble, and now there was Kinna too. Just thinking about it, Drew was worried sick. When Simeon arrived, it felt like salvation had arrived. But Simeon hesitated. It's not that big of a deal, but my Gavin's sister doesn't listen to me. Brecken was despondent, crouching in the corner, thinking to himself. He knew that Kinna was always a fierce person. Even Kinna's father might not control her. As for Simeon, he was even less of a match, unable to speak up for anything. Drew shook his head, walked shakily towards the bed, wishing he hadn't told him. This guy was no good, giving no help at all. Just then, a hurried female voice came from outside the door. Who called my name just now? Hearing the voice outside, Drew and Simeon both shivered. The owner of the voice was none other than Kinna. The door swung open, revealing Kinna standing at the entrance. Her silhouette was cast on the ground through the sunlight shining on her. Her hair was illuminated finely by the sun. The fine fuzz on her face smooth as if it were a peeled eggshell. Her watery eyes gazed intently at Drew and Simeon inside the room. Simeon and Drew looked like frightened chicks, not daring to make a sound. Simeon said timidly, Sis, why are you here? Kinna's eyebrows shot up and she retorted, I was about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Kinna. Her words left Simeon speechless, and he immediately looked at Drew as if seeking help. How did he end up here? Even with all the words he had been holding back, now he didn't dare to speak a single one. Drew looked at Kinna in front of him, not daring to make a sound. He forced a smile and said, Miss Wong, your brother came to find you. Why don't you go home quickly? Are you really crazy? Your own brother came to find you, and you still don't hurry back? Do you think Walter is someone easy to provoke? If Walter finds out you're staying at my house, what will I do then? Drew's thoughts were heard clearly by Kinna. Kinna raised her eyebrows again and looked at Drew. Drew, oh Drew. Earlier, when Clarissa and Annie agreed to go with you to guard the border against the Xiongnu, you didn't even dare to fart. Now that I've stayed at your mansion for just a few days, you're treating me like a plague and trying to get rid of me, even calling my brother over. The more she thought about it, the angrier Kinna became. She felt in her heart that this Simeon must have been called by Drew, so she scowled and slammed the door frame. What? What if I refuse to leave? Drew's mouth twisted into a frown, his face twitching. Seeing this situation, Simeon knew it wasn't good. If his sister got mad, there would be trouble. He hurriedly tried to laugh it off. Drew, since there's nothing else, brother, I'll be going now. As he spoke, he started to sneak away. Damn! Drew's eyes bulged with anger. This brother was fine in every way, except he was useless in this matter. Seeing his sister Kinna getting angry, he only wanted to escape. What happened to standing together through thick and thin, sharing life and death? Simeon gave Drew an expression of wishing him luck and quickly left. Chapter 134 Joyful Occasions Uplift the Spirit. Amaze clenched her teeth and sidestepped to let Drew pass, watching him with a mixture of anger and frustration. Ellsworth swiftly slipped away, vanishing in moments. Standing at the door with arms crossed, Amaze interrogated Drew. What exactly is your intention? You're so afraid that I will stay in your mansion for a few days? Do you really want to chase me away? Seeing Amaze's infuriated and reproaching demeanor, Drew couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, in the Great Qian Dynasty, women placed immense importance on their chastity and reputation. Currently, despite public rumors, Amaze moved directly into Yi Mansion, revealing her heartfelt intentions. She had made such sacrifices, yet he not only failed to consider her feelings, but also kept wanting to drive her away. Though Lamar played a role in this matter, Drew couldn't help feeling guilty as he thought about the previous owner's interactions with Amaze. Although the original owner hadn't taken any concrete actions toward Amaze, emotionally he owed her. Perhaps due to experiencing similar emotions after traveling from another world, Drew showed a trace of guilt towards Amaze and didn't know what to say, standing there sighing. As Amaze continued to speak, she felt increasingly wronged. Drew, I never expected much from you. With tears streaming down her face like the weeping beauty described in poems, her vulnerability became apparent. I only thought that since we've been through so much together, I just wanted to be with you. But look at what you're doing now. Amaze, thoroughly enraged, continued crying and venting. Feeling helpless, Drew wanted to comfort her but didn't know how to start. Suddenly, a maze pointed at Drew and scolded. I'm telling you, I'm staying in this Yi mansion today, no matter what. Even if you call the Emperor here, I won't leave until my demands are met. We'll see what happens when people find out about your past actions towards me. Startled, Drew had no chance to respond before Amaze turned and walked away, disappearing quickly. Staring at Amaze's retreating figure, Drew sighed to the heavens. Oh heavens, what sin have I committed? The original owner did indeed feel some guilt towards Amaze initially. Through Ellsworth's matchmaking, the original owner had an ambiguous relationship with Amaze before relentlessly pursuing Yin Alec Mu later on. Even knowing all this, Amaze never expressed dissatisfaction towards Drew, silently caring for him. Drew knew his series of actions probably misled Amaze. Why would he save her during the bandit raid in the southern city if he felt nothing for her? Probably these actions gave Amaze hope. Noticing Jamal's delighted expression, Drew wondered internally. This wasn't right. People do say joy can uplift one's spirit, but how can someone appear so spirited when facing imminent calamity without any reason for joy? Drew thought to himself and immediately said, Father, who sent these gifts outside? Jamal turned back for a glance and smiled even more broadly, his mouth nearly reaching his ears. He said, these are for my colleagues in the court before, huh? Drew was surprised. But aren't we about to resign? Why are they still sending gifts? Jamal and Mother Yi exchanged smiles, their gaze towards Drew filled with extra affection. This made Drew even more puzzled. Then Jamal slowly explained, you're silly. The wedding between you and the Solange is about to take place. And now that you're heading to the border to guard it and have been appointed as the Grand Marshal of the army, our Yi family might be declining, but our ties with the royal family will not allow us to fall. Do you think our Yi family can really collapse? Jamal's words instantly made Drew realize that the Yi family had long established deep roots in the court. Even if he resigned or retired, it would have no impact on the Yi family. More importantly, Drew's marriage to Addie meant that the Yi family was now related to the imperial family, which wouldn't be affected by such trivial matters. At this moment, both Clarissa and Ashlyn were following him to the border, and this news somehow leaked out. So in a short time, many of his colleagues in the court started sending gifts, like they were congratulating them. To them, the marriage between Drew and Clarissa was set in stone and unchangeable. Jamal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. With you, Drew, our Yi family has never been so glorious. Ha ha ha. Drew was dazed, and before he could recover, Jamal and Mother Yi hurried into the house while laughing. Starting today, we'll hold grand feasts at Yi Mansion for 3 days and nights without stopping. All who come are welcome to eat. The servants all responded joyfully, greeting Drew respectfully every time they saw him. Congratulations, Master Yi. Congratulations, Master Yi. A series of congratulations deafened Drew, making his head spin. What the heck? How is this getting more and more wrong? Chapter 135. The Imperial Edict arrives. In the days that followed, Drew stayed at home, deeply immersed in contemplation. This issue must be resolved by all means necessary. Stevie could come looking for trouble at any moment. Meanwhile, his wedding with Stacy was rapidly approaching. When that time comes, Stacy and Ashlyn would be like sticky plasters, following him to the frontier to resist the Xiongnu. The more Drew thought about it, the more inappropriate he found the situation. He was so distressed that his hair turned almost gray. He couldn't sleep well for days on end, losing clumps of hair, developing dark circles under his eyes. It seemed as if he had aged 10 years in just a few days. Just when Drew was living in constant fear, expecting Stevie but instead received an imperial edict from Ivor. Yi family receives the imperial edict. The envoy was an old Yanni wearing a red ceremonial robe, with a fawning smile, a sharp face, and surprisingly fair skin, which under the sunlight looked as white as a baby's skin. The Yanni held the imperial edict and arrived at the doorstep of the Yi residence. Gale hurriedly brought and drew out to receive the edict. The plump body of Gale knelt down, a servile smile on his face, loudly declaring, Minister Gale welcomes the Emperor's decree, and also bent down, bowing deeply. It was known that Gale had been able to stay in the Qian Dynasty for so long for a reason. Although greedy, Gale was loyal to the Qian Dynasty and had never engaged in factionalism. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to serving the dynasty. For this reason, Ivor never took action against Gale. Drew walked out with a deathly pale face. He really didn't understand why Ivor issued an edict at this time. Would he be accelerating the marriage agreement? Drew felt a pang of anxiety. If the wedding were indeed brought forward, his life would not be far from its end. He needed to sever ties with Stacy as soon as possible. In the story, Stacy was officially part of Stevie's harem. If he married Stacy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made his spine shiver. Kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring down, Drew trembled uncontrollably. The Yanni, holding the golden imperial edict adorned with majestic calligraphy, read aloud with a shrill voice. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, considering Drew's contributions to the Qian Dynasty, Gale retains his position as Minister of Revenue. His son Drew, for meritorious service to the state, is bestowed the title of Duke of State Protection and appointed as Deputy Minister of Revenue. So decreed. Upon hearing this, Drew lifted his head, eyes wide open in disbelief, staring at the smiling Yanni. He was dumbfounded. However, Gale was overjoyed, the fat on his face shaking with laughter. My son has become a duke? What did it mean to be a Duke of State Protection? In the entire Qian Dynasty, there were only a handful of dukes. When Ivor previously bestowed the title of Marquis of State Protection on Drew, it caused a sensation in the court. After serving the Qian Dynasty his entire life, Gale had yet to receive even a Marquis title. Now his son was not only promoted to a second-rank official, but also honored as a Duke of State Protection, destined for enshrinement in the ancestral temple. Gale never imagined his son would achieve such distinction. Though Drew usually acted irresponsibly, this showed he clearly harbored hidden potential, promising greater achievements in the future, and was also elated, patting Gale's shoulder, saying, Old man, our son is accomplished. Accomplished. However, Drew's face betrayed no joy, only a visibly strained throat, trembling jaw, and legs that shook violently. He understood there was no such thing as a free lunch. Ivor bestowing him with a dukedom certainly meant something. But what? Could it be that the price of becoming a duke was too high? Drew couldn't comprehend it. He believed this unexpected honor must come with strings attached. Why would Ivor do this? Feeling uneasy, Drew stood up. The Yanni who delivered the edict then beamed, offering congratulations to Gale. Minister Yi, congratulations to your family. Congratulations, Minister Yi, congratulations, Freddy Yi. Everyone in court speaks highly of Yi Freddy as a man among dragons and phoenixes. Flattery perfectly served. Gale stroked his beard, laughing effortlessly. Elder, you're too kind. It's just my unworthy son's good fortune. It's all due to the courtesy of colleagues. Nothing much, nothing much. While laughing, Gale pulled out 2 heavy silver ingots from his sleeve. Though the details were unclear, it was evident that those were gleaming silver ingots, now in the hands of the Yanni. The Yanni smiled faintly. How could that be? These are for people on duty, not to be taken. Not to be taken. Take it to buy tea, take it to buy tea. Gale laughed as the 2 men modestly pushed the silver back and forth. Eventually, the Yanni accepted the silver, his face lighting up even more, and he looked at Drew with a broad smile. Now, not only had Drew been appointed as Deputy Minister of Revenue, but he was also about to marry Stacy. At that time, within the entire Great Qian Dynasty, Drew would be a towering figure, not to mention that behind him stood Gale, a powerful backing. It was known that though Gale did not act honorably in life, always grabbing silver for himself, his connections and disciples in the Great Qian Dynasty were absolutely first-rate. To say he had 3,000 disciples under his tutelage was no exaggeration. Basically, everyone was related to or knew Gale in some way. They were either his disciples or old acquaintances. Considering just this, one could easily imagine how astonishing Drew's future prospects would be. Drew was extremely nervous. He knew this matter was far from simple. Stepping forward, he asked the Yanni, Elder, does Sonny have any other instructions? The Yanni's eyes flickered as he looked at Drew. Oh, Master Yi truly has divine calculations. You even know this? Wiping his cold sweat, Drew knew his guess was right. Emperor Ivor definitely had something else in mind. Otherwise, why would he so easily bestow upon him the title of Duke of State Protection? This was certainly not a simple matter. He immediately smiled and said, Elder, please speak if you have anything to say. The Yanni glanced at Gale, then at Anne, and laughed. Sonny invites you to the palace for an audience. Come with me immediately. Upon hearing this, Gale and Anne beamed with joy. Good, good, good. Feiyun, go quickly, don't delay. In their view, Emperor Ivor had repeatedly issued imperial edicts granting Drew official positions and such a prestigious title. Clearly, he held their son in very high regard. Going to the palace for an audience at this time would surely be 100% beneficial. Chapter 136, The Marriage Agreement in Advance. Gale and Zinnia couldn't stop laughing, their mouths almost stretching to their ears. And the Yanni was extremely courteous to Drew. In his view, this Drew was going to be the future imperial son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty, a sure thing. Why delay fawning when the opportunity is now? But upon hearing the news, Drew stumbled, nearly falling flat on the ground. Ivor wanted him to go into the palace for an audience with the Emperor. Could it be that? Drew didn't directly say what he was thinking aloud, but inwardly pondered that this matter was far from as simple as he imagined. He needed to get to the palace urgently to find out what was really happening. Drew slapped his thigh. Eunuch, let's go then. Please welcome Freddy Yi. When Drew raised his eyes again, they were wide open in shock. A few sword-bearing guards stood proudly at the front, the formation neatly arranged. Looking at Drew, they immediately saluted and congratulated. Congratulations, Freddy Yi. Behind them was an imposing red dragon palanquin adorned with gold, carried by several men in red attire, who brought the palanquin directly to the entrance of the Yi residence. Seeing this scene, Gale was completely stunned. After all, the dragon palanquin was reserved for the Emperor's use, and how did Drew manage to ride in it? Oh my son has truly made something of himself. Gale was beside himself with excitement. Zinnia was so thrilled that her whole body trembled, the joy in her almond-shaped eyes unhidden. Meanwhile, Drew's heart pounded fiercely, feeling like it might leap out of his throat. He knew how strange this situation was and realized how serious the consequences could be. Now Ivor was bestowing so much honor on him for no apparent reason. What could happen next? Drew sighed deeply in his heart. What else could he do? If you have to face a knife, it doesn't matter if you stick your neck out or pull it back. With no other choice, he had to bite the bullet and go along with it. Please, Freddy Yi, get in the carriage and follow me back to the palace. The Yanni was so courteous to Drew that he almost helped him down to the ground. To speak of this Yanni, he was quite influential within the palace, and many high-ranking officials tried to curry favor with him without success. But now he was fawning over Drew like a lapdog. However, one couldn't blame him. Drew was bound to be a rising star, and being courteous was only natural. Wiping his cold sweat, Drew's face was pale as paper. Only he knew that this situation was far more complex than it seemed. Shaking, he climbed into the dragon palanquin, which started moving toward the palace under the Yanni's call. As the palanquin was lifted and moved along, Drew sat inside, swaying gently as the guards accompanied him slowly towards the palace. Back at the scene, Gale and Zinnia stood there, watching Drew's departure with radiant smiles. Heavens, who would have thought our family would receive such honors? Yes, it looks like our son will indeed amount to something. When the time comes and we bring Addie home, are you family? Gale made a gesture to shush his wife, and Zinnia blinked. What's wrong? You're not letting me talk? Gale feigned sternness. What are you thinking? Don't you know that too much talking can lead to mistakes? Oh, right. Zinnia quickly agreed, and they walked into the mansion amid laughter. Standing outside, Godwin stared wide-eyed. He wondered why his young master had been acting so differently lately. So, this was it. Their Yi family was about to achieve glory. AI, following the young master, absolutely no mistake. On the way to the palace, Drew felt his head buzzing. He didn't know how he got there, only remembering the blurred scenes around him. Everyone who recognized him greeted him with, Greetings, Freddie Yi. They knew these greetings weren't for him personally, but because of his position. Imperial son-in-law, Deputy Minister of Revenue, now even bearing the title of Guardian Duke. In the Great Qian Dynasty, there weren't many who held such a prestigious position. Drew knew well the principle that no one received undeserved favors. Ivor must want something from him. His heart was pounding in his throat as the dragon palanquin slowly entered the palace grounds and wound through various turns to reach the garden gate. The Yanni who initially received Drew stood beside the palanquin. Freddie Yi, we've arrived. Sonny is inside. Would you like to go in alone? Wiping his cold sweat, Drew stepped down. Yes, thank you, eunuch. Drew understood that few people could ride in the dragon palanquin all the way from outside the palace into the imperial garden. Not knowing what awaited him next, he nervously entered the garden. Could this be the calm before the storm? The garden was filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, with various precious plants vying for beauty amidst swaying tree shadows. In the distance, in front of a vast and serene pond, stood an ancient pavilion with several red pillars beside it. A majestic figure clad in golden dragon robes stood there, gazing into the distance over the lake, deep in thought. Even from behind, one could feel the faint aura of authority radiating from him. Drew swallowed hard and walked over hesitantly. Your Majesty. Drew spoke in a low voice, trembling slightly. At this moment, Ivor slowly turned around, his eyes sweeping over Drew with scrutiny. What made Drew even more nervous was the doting expression in Ivor's gaze, a look he had never seen before, making him even more anxious. Ivor smiled gently, putting aside his imperial dignity, and said warmly, Oh, Fei Yun has arrived. Sit down quickly, sit down quickly. Drew blinked, completely bewildered by the situation, but hearing Ivor's words, he hurriedly sat down inside the pavilion. No sooner had he sat down than Ivor suddenly asked, Fei Yun, how about we bring forward your wedding with Yan Alec? Hearing this, Drew nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. He had long suspected that things wouldn't be simple, but this felt like a death sentence right off the bat. Drew was extremely tense. Damn. For days, he had been racking his brain at home, unable to eat or sleep, trying to figure out how to cancel the engagement with Stacy. But now, Ivor was directly proposing to advance the wedding. How could that work? Wasn't this forcing Stevie to confront him head-on? Drew swallowed hard, forcing an awkward smile, but didn't dare to say a word. Seeing Drew's appearance, Ivor frowned, a hint of confusion on his face. This wasn't right. Logically speaking, Drew had liked Clarissa for quite some time. If the wedding were to be brought forward, it should be a matter of mutual joy. Why was he reacting like this? Chapter 137. You don't agree? Ivor immediately asked, Fei Yun, could it be that you're unwilling? No, not at all. Drew hurriedly shook his head. Compared to Walter, if he said he wanted to break the engagement at this moment to Ivor, he reckoned his head would drop even faster. He had to think of a way to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Drew's mind raced, pondering secretly. Emperor Ivor suddenly advanced the marriage proposal. There must be a reason behind it. It couldn't have happened without cause. Earlier in the imperial court, Father Gale selected an auspicious date for the engagement when he requested the emperor to grant the marriage. Now to suddenly change it, something must have happened. Drew thought and suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, wasn't the date for my marriage to Addie already set? Why does it need to be changed now? Drew tried to keep his tone gentle, occasionally glancing at Ivor. He was extremely nervous, unsure of what to do. Although having Emperor Ivor advance the engagement might be good news, the current situation didn't seem right. Ivor pondered slightly, then cleared his throat and said, Fei Yun, regarding why the engagement has been advanced, it's not because of anything else. Just that you are heading to the border to guard against the Huns from today onwards. After careful consideration, I believe it's best if you and Yin Yun get married as soon as possible, given all the ministers watching. When you reach the border, it's uncertain when you'll return. So I think we should take this opportunity to settle this matter. What do you think? Drew felt thoroughly chilled. Upon hearing Ivor's words, his heart pounded violently. This was bad. He hadn't yet married Stacy, and Walter had been targeting him daily, challenging him. If he married Stacy, how would things escalate? Whether or not he could go to the border was still uncertain. More importantly, the 4 great generals were still living in his residence, potentially causing trouble anytime. If he married Stacy at this juncture, he'd become an easy target. Walter definitely wouldn't let him off. Cold sweat dripped down Drew's forehead. Swallowing hard, he sat on a stone bench under the pavilion, fidgeting uncomfortably. Ivor seemed to notice Drew's unusual behavior and asked, What's wrong? Fei Yun, are you feeling unwell? Since Drew came in, he felt that something was off with him, constantly twisting and turning as if there were nails on the chair. Drew quickly put on a pained face and waved his hands, saying, Your Majesty, your subject is fine, just suddenly remembered some matters. Oh, remembered some matters. Seeing that Drew didn't wish to talk about it further, Ivor turned and asked, Fei Yun, how has your father been recently? Minister Yi hasn't come to court for several days, and I miss him very much. Drew looked surprised but quickly regained his composure. He had told Gale earlier to donate all their family assets and resign as soon as possible, fleeing as far away as they could. The capital city was currently a place of conflict, unable to tolerate them any longer. Although Gale didn't understand, he followed Drew's instructions. It had been several days since Gale last attended court. Drew sighed. Although his father wasn't reliable, he did follow orders well. He promptly replied, Father is at home, in good health. Hearing this, Ivor's expression stiffened, nodding slightly with a hint of authority and nostalgia. Very well, you should tell your father. If he's free, he should come visit me at the palace. I miss him. Drew quickly responded, Yes, your Majesty, I will tell father when I return home. Ivor nodded. For some reason, Ivor's eyes lit up, suddenly recalling the previous topic, redirecting the conversation. Fei Yun, remember what I said to you about your marriage to Yin Yun? As he spoke, there was a trace of anger in Ivor's voice. Being the Emperor of Qian, his word was final, absolute. To repeatedly bring up his daughter's marriage to Drew was already a significant gesture. With Drew's hesitation, it was inevitable that Ivor felt a lingering annoyance. His words were more urgent now, losing his previous politeness. Now, Drew dared not dodge the matter carelessly and could only ask, Your Majesty, does Yin Yu know about this? Upon speaking, Drew felt something was amiss by his sixth sense, sensing his heart pounding and involuntarily looking around. Why did he feel like he said something wrong? Oh no. While Emperor Ivor only remained silent, his eyes flickered towards the back garden's entrance after glancing at Drew. Yin Yun, come in. Ivor clapped his hands. Drew followed his gaze with a stunned look. In the distance, through the entrance of the back garden, a slender and graceful figure was walking in, accompanied by two maidservants. The woman wore an elegant long dress, exuding a touch of solemnity. Her face bore an air of seriousness. Without any makeup, her skin was as smooth as an uncooked egg. Her clear and glossy eyebrows, curved like willow leaves, outshone even the light blue flower powder beside her, making it seem less vibrant in comparison. Who else could this be if not Princess Stacy? Stacy took quick, delicate steps and arrived swiftly in front of the stone pavilion. She cast a glance at Drew, her eyes flickering. Drew felt a thud in his heart, unsure what trick Stacy had up her sleeve. Princess Stacy gave a slight bow to Ivor. Your Majesty, Father. There's no need for formalities here. Feel free to sit down, Ivor said. But Stacy only shot Drew a fierce glare before sitting down next to Ivor slowly. Drew observed everything unfolding before his eyes. Throughout the entire Great Qian Dynasty, who did not know that Princess Stacy, the Solange, was deeply favored by the Emperor? Forget about the usual propriety and decorum. Stacy could even freely enter and exit Ivor's private chambers. This was something unthinkable for any prince or minister. And yet Stacy managed all this. If outsiders knew that this princess, greatly favored by the Emperor, now desperately wanted to marry Drew, they would likely drop their jaws in astonishment. Drew had no way to voice his distress. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry Stacy. Anyone knew that becoming the renowned son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty would ensure smooth sailing in life, getting whatever he desired. Chapter 138. Legitimacy. But he didn't dare to do so now. Stevie was watching him closely in the shadows. If he acted rashly, would that be any different from courting death? Drew's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he looked at Stacy, who was staring at him fiercely with a pair of pretty eyebrows. Subconsciously, he understood that this must be deliberate on her part. This sudden advance in the marriage proposal must have something to do with Stacy. There are always people trying to harm me. Damn it. Why did Sonny suddenly issue an edict wanting me to get married early? So, the problem lies here. Stacy thought. Drew still doesn't want to marry me? Do I make you so hateful? Suppressing her anger, she said, Drew, I think we should bring forward our wedding. What do you think? Since you are about to go to the frontier soon, when the turmoil begins, we may not be able to finish our wedding. While speaking, Stacy showed a shy expression on her face. Seeing this, Ivor felt extremely pained in his heart and immediately said, Fei Yun, I think what Stacy said is right. Since you are going to set out for the border area soon, then if Stacy goes with you without being legitimized, it wouldn't be proper. Drew blinked, feeling that they were waiting for just this moment. He had tried every means to shake off Stacy and Ashlyn, these two burdens, and now he even had to finish the wedding. Then there would be no shaking off them anymore. The other side could come running directly under the name of wife. Before this, if he hadn't married Stacy, if she wanted to find him in the capital city, she had no reason. If they were married, wouldn't that be following her husband's lead, where the husband fought desperately outside, and the wife came to visit? Who could say anything against it? Wouldn't this make Stevie hate him openly? Drew couldn't afford to gamble, nor could he. He could go to the border to avoid disaster, but father and mother Yi couldn't. With hundreds of people in the Yi family, once he left, wouldn't they be lambs among wolves, being devoured by Stevie until nothing was left? No, he absolutely couldn't let this happen. Drew's throat was dry. He coughed twice and said, Your Majesty, I think this is not advisable, absolutely not hasty. My relationship with Yin Yun can only be postponed, not advanced. What? Ivor's face showed anger, frowning as he looked at Drew. As the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, he had repeatedly spoken to Drew about the marriage contract, and not only had the latter not appreciated it, but now he actually wanted to postpone it. How could he save face as the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty? Who would listen to him from then on? Stacy raised her eyebrows and stared at Drew, also furious. Good one, Drew. I spoke to you nicely, and now I even brought my father Ivor into this, and you still ignore me. Stacy tried hard to suppress her anger, her beautiful eyes tightly fixed on Drew. Your Majesty. Yin Yun. This matter needs further deliberation, said Drew, standing up dramatically. A figure stood in the wind, with a gentle breeze blowing over Drew's long black hair tied behind him, and his robe flapped loudly. This figure appeared tall and dignified. The scene made both Ivor and Stacy somewhat mesmerized. In their impression, Drew was just a good-for-nothing, always flattering and fawning around. When could he ever be so righteous, which surprised them? After a moment, Drew suddenly said, So long as the Dragon City General remains, never will barbarian horses cross Yinshan. In hunger, I dream of eating Hun flesh, laughing while thirstily drinking Hun blood. Your Majesty, your servant Drew swears loyalty to the Great Qian Dynasty until death. How could I have time to think about such matters of love and lust? I only want to expel the Huns and protect the safety of our citizens. Then, retire gracefully, return victorious, and wed Addie, celebrate together with the world. If we wed now, how would thousands of soldiers heading to the front lines feel? In times of war, thinking about matters of love and lust, how can I justify this to the soldiers? Drew spoke passionately, droplets flying from his mouth, leaving Ivor speechless. Ivor frowned slightly, sizing up Drew. He felt that what Drew said made sense, but upon deeper reflection, it seemed a little off. Didn't you beg for the marriage yourself before? Why aren't you willing now that I agreed? Ivor was still pondering, unable to figure it out. Stacy was seething with rage, grinding her teeth so hard that she nearly shattered them. If she didn't know what Drew was thinking, she might have been deceived by him. As for Drew's true thoughts, how could she not be aware? This guy just wanted to flee to the border region and drag it out for 10 or 8 years before coming back. By then, when she was no longer young and beautiful and had no other choice, she would just marry someone else to Jala. Good one, Drew. But of course, she wouldn't reveal her true thoughts. Instead, she sobbed, Your Majesty, Father, this daughter has already given my heart to Drew. In life, I belong to him. In death, I haunt him. If he goes to defend the border against the Huns, I will follow him. Without a proper status, how can I show my face if word gets out? Would they say our Great Qian imperial family has no shame? Drew was startled. Damn, is this girl trying to act with me? Whether she was acting or not, Drew knew in his heart. But looking at her now, it didn't seem quite right. Stacy wiped away her tears with her finger and said timidly, I hope Father can take charge of this matter. If the frontline soldiers are unwilling, I will explain to them myself in front of the troops. I just need a result today. Stacy knew Drew was trying to get rid of her on purpose, but how could she let him have his way easily? Since that's the case, she might as well scare him by pulling out the Great Qian royal family. After all, Stacy's identity was not like others. She was a princess, every word weighing heavy as gold. Without a proper status, following Drew to the border, what kind of situation would that create? Where would the dignity of the Great Qian imperial family go? Seeing this scene, Ivor pondered after hearing both sides. Drew made sense, while Stacy raised a valid point. Without a proper status, if Stacy went to the border rashly, what would that be considered? Where would the face of the Great Qian emperor and the royal family go? Seeing Stacy and Ivor still thinking, Drew became anxious. Your Majesty. Chapter 139, Can you silence all the tongues? Your Majesty, your subject absolutely cannot agree to this. Yifan was so anxious that he spoke incoherently. I am discussing the royal family of Great Qian, the people, and the nation with you all. Yet here you are worrying about the dignity of the royal family. Drew understood that Ivor placed utmost importance on face. If Stacy went to the frontier without any official title, perhaps no one would dare say anything in the court. But could Ivor silence the tongues of countless commoners? This was absolutely impossible. Drew finally realized why Ivor summoned him to the palace so early today. It was regarding the prenuptial matters. And clearly, his efforts just now were futile. Your Majesty, Father. Stacy called out again, kneeling beside Ivor, crying like a pear blossom with dewdrops. Her tender little hands clung tightly to Ivor's leg as tears poured down her cheeks, evoking sympathy from anyone who saw her. Ivor immediately felt a pang of pain. What's wrong, Yenyun? While speaking, he helped Stacy up. Get up and speak. What is going on? Father, if there is no resolution today, I will not get up, Stacy sobbed even more piteously. Drew scratched his head. How could he not know what Stacy wanted? She was using this opportunity to marry him. But if he accepted this humiliation, with Ivor watching, how could Walter let him off easily if he married Stacy? Absolutely impossible. He might very well face a massacre at his residence. Drew's mind raced, trying to think of how to resolve the situation. Your Majesty, I believe we should deliberate further on this matter, Drew said with clasped hands, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Oh, deliberate further? Salho turned his head, anger evident in his eyes. He had already suppressed his temper as much as possible for Drew, yet the latter repeatedly delayed the engagement between him and Stacy. After all, if it weren't for Gale requesting the marriage in front of all officials in court, how would he have agreed? Moreover, Drew's bold pursuit of Stacy in the palace, declaring loyalty and devotion that moved the heavens and earth, had melted Ivor's otherwise cold heart, leading to the engagement promise. But now, Drew kept delaying. Bang! Ivor slapped the table, his imposing presence exuding an air of authority that seemed to make the air stand still, lowering the temperature in the room, causing everyone to shiver. Drew was taken aback, thudding to his knees. Your Majesty. Drew's mind raced frantically. What to do? What to do? Dead meat, dead meat, dead meat. From the look of things, Ivor was determined to have Stacy marry him. If that happened, wouldn't all the dozens of family members lose their heads? Oh Lord, this is evil. What can be done? As Drew desperately sought a solution, Stacy delivered a heavy blow. Your Majesty, previously I went to Drew's mansion. I even entered Drew's bedroom. Then, Stacy stammered without saying anything substantial, while Ivor frowned, sensing something was amiss. Yenyun, whatever it is, just speak. Your father will back you up, nothing to fear. Ivor, though the Emperor of Great Qian, could not fail to understand matters between men and women. Why did Stacy visit Drew's mansion as a young lady? And now she looked so aggrieved. Just thinking about it, Ivor knew something must have happened. Only Stacy couldn't bring herself to say it. Glancing sideways at Drew who stared at her in disbelief, Stacy wiped her tears and said tearfully, Your Majesty, back then when I visited his residence, Drew, that rogue, insulted me, removed my clothes, and promised to marry me. But now, he actually... Tears streamed down her face. What the hell? Drew was stunned. When did this happen? How come he didn't know? This is blatant slander. What a venomous woman. Seeing Drew's shocked expression, Stacy paid no heed, continuing her emotional appeal. She spoke so passionately that Ivor could hardly contain himself from drawing his sword. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing his daughter bullied like this, how could he, who always treated Stacy as his palm pearl, bear this humiliation? This was the anger of a heartbroken father, and it was also the rage of seeing his beloved daughter being taken advantage of. The surging anger could not be quelled. Drew was utterly shocked, completely dazed, unable to recover for a long time. Stacy, on the other hand, became more spirited in her narrative. How could she not know Drew's intentions? He wanted to delay for 10 years or so. Then, once sent to the frontier, forget all about this matter. How could Stacy let him get away with it so easily? It was simply impossible. Since that was the case, she might as well take the plunge and put Drew on the spot. Today's matter. He had to agree whether he liked it or not. What, there's such a thing? Hearing this, Ivor flew into a towering rage, his eyes nearly bursting into flames as he glared at Drew kneeling on the ground. Drew, kneeling on the ground, trembled from head to toe, almost losing balance and falling down. Damn. He didn't expect Stacy to strike so hard, fabricating stories left and right. When did he ever do such a thing to her, and why didn't he know? Drew was flabbergasted, cold sweat pouring down. Drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead, blooming on the floor like flowers. The air seemed to freeze solid, making one shudder with fear. Ivor scanned the room with his eyes. Drew, is there anything you want to confess? At this moment, Ivor was on the brink of fury. An emperor's wrath meant rivers of blood would flow, dead bodies strewn for miles. Drew dared not gamble. If Ivor lost control, their entire Yi family's heads would hang by a thread. And now this happened? Stacy sure had a ruthless heart. Little minx, I'll never forgive you. He turned his head and saw Stacy, crying but flashing a cunning smile that quickly vanished. She was definitely doing this on purpose. Chapter 140, want to have a chat with you. Indeed, all things were coming to a head now. There was no way to avoid it. Drew didn't dare to take the risk. He couldn't be sure if Ivor still had a shred of humanity and conscience under these circumstances. If Ivor really flew into a rage and ordered the entire Yi family executed, that would be quite a problem. After all, assaulting a royal princess before marriage was a huge crime. Even if he had 10 heads, they wouldn't be enough for chopping off. At this moment, Drew was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, Your Majesty, this minister would never dare. The reason I wanted to postpone the engagement earlier was because I was worried that after I went to the border, if the show knew there caused trouble, and if anything happened to me, I wouldn't be able to give an explanation to Addie and Your Majesty. Now, I will follow whatever arrangement the Emperor and the Princess decide. After finishing his words, Drew spoke with feigned fervor and kept knocking his head on the ground with a thudding sound. Stacy had already said her piece. It was obvious Ivor was showing signs of losing control. If he said another word, Ivor might drag him out and have him tortured to death. What would happen to his father then? Even with his toes thinking, Drew knew what was coming next. Rather than that, it was better to admit his fault quickly. Perhaps he still had a glimmer of hope. This humiliation could only be swallowed. Damn. Seeing Drew's response, Ivor finally reined in some of his anger. His chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to digest the situation. He suddenly sat down, panting heavily, staring at Drew like a hungry tiger. If it hadn't been for Stacy's words just now, he might have been deceived by Drew. But now, Drew dared to do such outrageous things to his daughter. If Drew refused to give an explanation, he certainly wouldn't let him off. How dare he mess with him like this? Stacy stopped crying upon hearing Drew's words. Earlier, she had sobbed uncontrollably, her tears making her pitifully beautiful. But now, her tears had completely vanished, replaced by a cunning smile. Drew, trying to compete with me? You're too inexperienced. Weren't you so confident just now? Fully set on not marrying me. Let's see how many guts you have to fight me now. Of course, Ivor didn't notice this subtle change, but Drew saw it all. Drew inwardly cursed endlessly. Damn, what a ruthless woman. Sure enough, he fell for her trap, but he didn't dare say anything now. Didn't he see Ivor's eyes looking like they were ready to eat him alive? Before Drew could speak again, Ivor waved his hand. Since Minister Yi has this intention, and since Yin Alec is willing, I don't think we should wait any longer. A week from now, you two shall marry in Gabia Garden. I will announce it to all officials in the court, inviting them to come and congratulate you. Remember, Feiyun, don't cause any more trouble during this period, understood? Though Ivor's impression of Drew had slightly improved recently, he knew the latter's character all too well, just a good-for-nothing wastrel. If he didn't warn him, who knows what nonsense Drew might do. Your Majesty, this minister understands? Drew responded in a flustered tone, feeling as if his brain was blank, suffocated, and utterly confused. Even when he walked from the garden back to Yi Manor, his mind was buzzing, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. He didn't even hear the Yanni who escorted him greet him. After all, whoever faced such a situation would hardly fare any better. Assaulting a member of the royal family. What a grave offense. Forget Drew. Even if his father Gale were here, he wouldn't have enough heads to spare. All Drew could think about now was resolving the engagement as soon as possible. It was a dire situation either way. If he married Stacy, Walter would definitely kill him. If he broke the engagement, Ivor would kill him. Drew slapped his thigh in frustration, cursing loudly. The palace staff wouldn't care much. Although Drew was in the palace, the Janus and servants noticed his distracted state and gave up trying to talk to him after a few attempts. Instead, they dispatched a carriage to send Drew back to Yi Manor. As soon as Drew stepped out of the carriage, he stood motionless for a long time, lost in thought over what Ivor had said to him. His mind was filled with the thought of marrying Stacy in Gabia Garden in 1 week. Drew took several deep breaths, trying to adjust his state. What to do? Drew was getting frantic. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Drew, I think we have something to chat about. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? Drew cursed loudly, without even turning his head. I think we have something to chat about. Get lost. Drew shouted angrily again. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Drew's heart murmured in confusion, and he turned his head. Shit. Drew yelled in excitement. Behind him stood no one else but Walter, dressed in black clothes and pants, with his long hair tied back, his eyes handsome yet his gaze carrying an eerie atmosphere. Wow, you didn't die. Drew was frozen stiff, looking around wildly. At this moment, there were only 2 servants standing guard at the gate of the Yi residence, and Godwin was nowhere to be found. Drew was extremely nervous. If Walter were to attack him now, he wouldn't stand a chance. What do you want? Hey listen, don't get crazy. This is outside the Yi residence. If you cause trouble, you'll be the one to suffer. Drew threatened nervously. Walter curled his lips into a disdainful smile, looking down at Drew as if he were a mere ant. Do you think if I wanted to find trouble with you, it would be in broad daylight? I just have some things to talk to you about. Walter suddenly pressed his hand on Drew's shoulder. Immediately, Drew felt an intense pain in his shoulder, as if all his bones were about to crumble. Even before Walter applied more force, Drew was almost unable to bear it. You. Drew was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth in pain, his features contorted. Walter's lips curled up again into a cold smile. All right, can we have a proper chat now? Chapter 141. Negotiation. Half an hour later, in the evening, at a desolate and barren mountain, the tree shadows were sparse. On a rugged path, two figures, one tall and one short, stood in the distance. Walter squatted on a boulder, a strand of dogtail grass dangling from his mouth, looking somewhat worried with a shadowy light flashing in his eyes. Drew stood beside him, raising an eyebrow. He felt that this Walter was simply acting as if he had a screw loose, kidnapping him from the manor to the outskirts of the capital just to discuss life. Was he sick or something? Did he have nothing better to do every day? But Drew naturally didn't say these things out loud. All he thought about was how to quickly get away from here. Every minute spent with Walter meant one more minute of danger. I'm fucking asking you a question. Walter suddenly roared angrily. Brecken frowned, thinking inwardly, who's he talking to like that? But fearing that Walter might slap him to death in anger, he reluctantly said, Walter, we've never crossed paths before. What's the point of doing this? Brecken knew clearly. You can't indulge such a main character. The more you cower, the more he'll bully you. It would be better to stand firm. Perhaps it would leave a way out for him. More importantly, this Godwin seemed to have no idea what was going on. He had been brought here, yet still hadn't seen him. How frustrating. Walter sized up Brecken from head to toe, frowning. Pointless. The moment those words left his lips, the air seemed to drop several degrees in temperature. Walter's expression turned cold instantly. After coming to the imperial city of the Great Qian Dynasty, everything had gone against him. It seemed like Drew's shadow could be heard everywhere. Initially, he planned to deliver a passionate speech in the court of the Great Qian Dynasty, aiming to become the Grand Marshal. He also intended to take Stacy into his harem but was completely thwarted by Drew. Later on, Ashlyn, Arvin, Amber, and other heroines who had long been in his sights were all snatched away by Drew. Worse still, these women clung to Drew like leeches. Could Walter not feel furious and indignant? Just thinking about these matters made him grit his teeth in rage, wishing he could tear Drew limb from limb and devour him alive. Drew, I'm telling you, my patience has limits. Walter's eyes flashed menacingly as he abruptly stood up. With a start, Drew was terrified, taking 2 steps back while trying to maintain his courage. Walter, I never intended to oppose you. I have no interest in fighting over those women with you. No interest? Upon hearing this, Walter flew into a towering rage. He wasn't that angry before, but now, Drew's words only fueled his fury further. What did he mean by having no interest? Could it be that he himself couldn't match Drew? Walter had a high opinion of himself, believing he was the great protagonist destined to save the universe, and all women should eagerly worship him. How could they entangle themselves with a useless man like Drew? In what way was he inferior to Drew? These thoughts had kept Walter awake for days, and countless times at night. He wanted to burst into Drew's room and crush him. Seeing Walter ready to lose control, Drew was drenched in cold sweat, his legs cramping involuntarily. But on the surface, he remained calm. Walter, yelling at me won't do any good. If you have anything to say, go find Ivor. Ivor? Walter's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. Humph, wait and see. I will make the entire Great Qian Dynasty bow down to me one day. Walter shouted loudly, his aura commanding, venting his inner frustration. Standing afar, Drew was stunned. What was the author thinking? Why does this protagonist seem to have low intelligence? A few words from him sent Walter into a frenzy. Wouldn't he chop him to pieces right away? Fearing Walter might pull out a 40-meter-long cleaver and hack him, Drew tried to calm him down. Not really, Walter. Why did you call me all the way here? If you have something to say, just spit it out. Drew was very nervous. Walter had been rambling on nonsensically without getting to the point, making him feel like he was at a rally. Could he not be tense? Most importantly, Walter seemed to be mentally unstable. Fine, let's cut to the chase then. No more nonsense. Brecken thought to himself. Who actually wanted to chat more with him? Acting so irrational, speaking without thinking, simple-minded and strong-bodied, even worse than Godwin. He was truly a human-shaped Taishan. Walter took a deep breath, spat out the dogtail grass stylishly onto the ground, stood up, and let the wind ruffle his clothes dramatically, presenting an air of a peerless hero. Drew, let me tell you this. I suggest you resign from your post right now and leave the capital. Hand over all the billions of silver taels from your father to me, and I will consider sparing your life. How about it? Walter playfully clapped his hands, casting a cold glance at Drew. What? Drew's eyebrows twitched. He never expected Walter to call him here for this reason. It turned out that Walter was eyeing the billions of silver taels from his father and wanted him to resign, intending to erase his presence in the capital entirely. However, Drew had already promised Ivor to donate all these silver taels for aiding refugees and building defenses against the Shownu in the north. He had given his word on this matter. If he backed out now, not only would Ivor not spare him, but Walter would also be relentless. Furrowing his brow, Drew pondered silently. Meanwhile, Walter continued, Drew, I know what you're thinking, but there's no need. As for those women like Stacy and Ashlyn, sever all ties with them. No contact allowed, including letters. Walter believed that the only reason those women fawned over Drew was due to some underhanded methods. Otherwise, how could an unattractive, idle rich kid who spent his days sucking up and playing with birds gain the hearts of so many women? He didn't deserve it. Only a supreme hero and the invincible protagonist like himself was worthy of these women's admiration. Upon hearing this, Drew almost burst into laughter. He couldn't believe that Walter's idea of resolving the situation was to make him cut off all ties with the women he couldn't win over. Despite being furious, Drew managed to laugh inwardly. Recently, he had tried his best to avoid Walter, fearing that any provocation would anger him. Yet, Walter kept pushing further, repeatedly targeting him as if he were just a soft target to be easily manipulated. Chapter 142 Who's Afraid of Whom? Drew couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, glaring fiercely. Stevie, I previously thought you were a man. But now, you are asking me to donate my assets just because you can't win over women. Do you even deserve it? This was the most courageous Drew had ever been. Not for any other reason, but Stevie was truly being too domineering, treating him as if he were an easily manipulated wimp. After all, they both have one head and two legs. Why be afraid? At worst, he would fight to the death. Drew truly didn't believe that Stevie could still rule with an iron fist. Huh? Stevie laughed aloud, full of disdain. What? It sounds like you want to challenge me. Don't think that just because you've used the 4 Vajras, you're qualified to compete with me. Those few people are nothing but trash in my eyes. Drew remained silent, watching him quietly. A gentle breeze blew, making his clothes flutter. The air suddenly became eerily quiet and chilling. Stevie continued, I advise you not to resist futilely. I will give you 3 days to handle everything as I said, then leave the capital. I might consider sparing your life. How does that sound? Flames seemed to flicker in Drew's eyes. At this moment, his tolerance had reached its limit. Seeing Drew's unwilling expression, Stevie laughed out loud again. Do you seem unwilling? Drew flicked his sleeves. I'm not unwilling, but if I do these things, would you really be able to swallow it? Drew rarely showed his fangs. This was the first time he dared to stand up against Stevie directly. Previously, he had always taken a conciliatory approach, avoiding confrontation wherever possible. No matter how much trouble Stevie caused, even coming directly to his residence, Drew always tried to avoid meeting him face to face. But now, with Stevie virtually trampling on him, could Drew endure it? Even clay figures have a little fire within them. Stevie was momentarily stunned, amazed that Drew would speak to him this way. After a while, he laughed wildly, arrogantly. Ho, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Want to challenge me? Fine, Drew, let me tell you. I have at least 100 more like the 4 Vajras. What are the 4 Vajras, Azure Dragon, White Tiger to me? They're all trash. If you dare, wait for me. Drew flicked his sleeves again. I'll wait. With that, Drew turned and walked away without stopping. Stevie hadn't expected Drew to have such audacity. Before finishing his sentence, Drew had already turned and left, leaving him wide-eyed. Drew's pace was slow, striding along the path as if he were a high-minded monk, exuding immense confidence. At this moment, Stevie felt an overwhelming pressure, as if anyone who made a move would be killed instantly. This intense sense of danger spread like wild grass throughout his body. He had never felt this before, yet it was brought about by a playboy he had never respected. Damn, what immense pressure. Stevie frowned slightly, eyeing Drew's retreating back carefully. Meanwhile, Drew quickened his pace. Out of Stevie's sight, his face drastically changed. Fuck. Did he see through me? Feeling indignant, Drew had just delivered those passionate words, but immediately regretted it as soon as they left his mouth. Who was Stevie? He was undoubtedly the main protagonist of this book, blessed with the chosen one, aura, possessing astonishing martial skills. Wasn't challenging him suicide? Drew silently pleaded, don't attack. Please don't attack. Godwin wasn't present, and if Stevie attacked him, he probably wouldn't last 3 seconds, ending up as a pitiful nobody. According to his past experiences in web novels, he usually didn't survive past 3 episodes. This time, however, it had already been nearly 2 months, the longest he'd ever lasted. Absolutely don't die. I must stay alive. Drew cried inwardly. Stevie watched Drew's retreating figure, seeing him gradually disappear down the winding path. Standing up, Stevie furrowed his brow, his expression solemn. Good boy, just wait and see. Drew descended the mountain and looked back. Stevie hadn't followed. Behind him was only the barren road and endless trees, desolate and devoid of people. Phew, close call, glad it worked. Drew staggered towards the capital. Halfway there, he bumped into Godwin, who was rushing forward with a group of people, determined to save someone. Freddy, where have you been? Why couldn't I find you for such a long time? Godwin was so anxious that cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his words were all jumbled. This tall and sturdy man now had a face full of panic. Drew still harbored some anger in his heart. After all, in broad daylight, he, the eldest young master of the Yi family, was actually kidnapped right in front of the Yi residence. Could Godwin, as the head steward of the Yi family, not be held responsible? But seeing Godwin's worried expression at this moment, Drew's anger dissipated somewhat. You finally came? If you had been any later, your young master would have been gone. Drew scolded in a sullen tone. Godwin tilted his head and looked behind Drew. The open ground was empty, with no one in sight. What about that guy just now? I heard someone abducted you, Freddy. That's why I hurried over here. Godwin recounted what had happened earlier. Several servants told Godwin that Drew had been stopped by a young man as soon as he arrived at the mansion, and it seemed like the other party was about to make a move. Hearing this news, Godwin was immediately frightened. The more he listened to the servants' descriptions, the more it sounded like Stevie. How could this be allowed? So Godwin quickly gathered some people and rushed out of the city in a hurry. Fortunately, those 2 servants weren't stupid. They followed Drew for a while after seeing him leave. After hearing Godwin's explanation, Drew's anger completely disappeared. He sighed deeply, his face full of worry. What's wrong, Freddy? Why aren't you happy? Godwin asked in surprise, thinking Drew might have been bullied. He picked up a thick wooden stick beside him and hurried down the path. Where's the guy, Freddy? Tell me, I'll deal with him. Looking at Godwin, who was brave but brainless, simple-minded and muscular, Drew helplessly covered his head. What kind of situation was this? Sigh, why did all the people around him seem to lack brains? Look, Freddy, isn't there someone over there? Godwin suddenly shouted loudly, causing Drew's heart to tighten, and cold sweat poured out. Holy crap, could it be that guy followed us again? Chapter 143 Resolution. Following Godwin's gaze, Brecken abruptly turned his head but found no one there, just empty space. Brecken let out a long sigh of relief. his face as red as pork liver. He reached out and smacked Godwin on the back of his bald head, scolding him. Are you dumb? There's no one there at all. Do your eyes work as nostrils? Just shouting nonsense. He was utterly furious. What if he got a heart attack from the scare? Luckily, he wasn't hurt by Walter, but almost frightened to death by Godwin. Breathless, Godwin scratched his shiny bald head and laughed awkwardly. Freddy, I just saw wrong. I've been on edge these past days. In the manor, Drew had issued strict orders that not even a cat or a mouse could enter the manor. Frankly speaking, Godwin had indeed become jumpy, his nerves strung tightly. Any sound would make him overly suspicious. That's how it was just now. But he did carry out Drew's order meticulously. No rats or flies had indeed flown into the manor. Drew was kidnapped outside the manor. Infuriated, Drew cursed. Enough chatter. Let's get back to the manor quickly. Drew felt a bit tense inside. He had just put up a show in front of Walter and said some harsh words. Now he didn't know what the other party's condition was. They might react any moment and chase after him with a knife. He needed to think of a way to deal with this. Given Walter's personality, he wouldn't let this humiliation pass easily. Swallowing this bitter pill wouldn't be simple. As for what specific actions should be taken, Drew hadn't thought it through yet. Dozens of people were following behind Godwin, a dense throng. These people, armed with swords and spears, looked fierce in their neat black uniforms, almost like members of a rebellious gang. Drew frowned, scanning everyone, and asked, What's going on here? What are these people doing? Godwin sneaked close to Drew with a sly expression and whispered, Freddy, these people are all picked from our manor. Each one has impressive martial skills. While saying this, Godwin also gave them a thumbs up. After hearing this, Drew was stunned for a moment, a look of realization crossing his face. Right, since it's like this, why couldn't he establish a similar organization? That way, he could better contend with Walter. Drew thought to himself, All right, let's go back to the manor first. Godwin shouted, and the crowd advanced towards the manor with an imposing manner. Fortunately, they weren't harassed by Walter along the way. Perhaps Walter was convinced by Drew's words, or something else was at play. Anyway, Drew returned to the manor safely, without encountering many of the usual refugees causing trouble in the capital city. Half an hour later, sitting in the study, Drew was deep in thought. The spacious study bathed in sunlight from outside, surrounded by ancient furniture made of golden-threaded Namu wood. This Namu table cost 1 tael of gold per piece, priceless. From this alone, one could see that Gale had accumulated much wealth over the years. However, Drew merely glanced around briefly, raising an eyebrow. The invaluable wooden table, which would cause a frenzy outside, was worth nothing to Drew. There was no way. He had seen mountains of silver. Why would he obsess over such trivialities? Clang! Drew slammed his fist onto the wooden table, creating a loud metallic noise. With a grimacing face, he spat curses. Too overbearing, Walter. The more he thought about it after returning, the angrier he became. Walter took him away from the manor without a word. What kind of behavior was that? Even if you're the main protagonist, you can't treat people like this. Can only Walter bully me while I can't bully him? After much thought, if he continued to avoid confrontation and adopt soft policies, it would only make Walter bolder. Now Walter dared to confront him directly. Could he really bear this humiliation? Moreover, Clarissa, Ashlyn, Haley, and others all favored him. If he acted like a coward, that would be too weak. This humiliation, he couldn't tolerate. Drew wasn't a pushover. Before, he was genuinely afraid of Walter's background. But now, since he had come to this world, the novel plot seemed to have changed entirely. Clarissa didn't end their engagement but rather begged to kneel before him. Ashlyn didn't dislike him either, and followed him around like a dog. Amber and Haley even stayed at his manor. The 4 great warriors weren't recruited by Walter but joined the manor instead. Though these 4 hulking men still couldn't figure out who the real Walter was, this meant that he had the capability to challenge Walter. Leaning back in the chair, Drew's eyes were half closed as he slowly rubbed the back of his hand, pondering deeply. If only. Bang! Another punch landed on the table, producing a loud clanging sound. If Gale were here, he would surely curse Drew for being a wastrel. But he wasn't around now. Drew stood up, with surging determination gleaming in his eyes and a fierce expression on his face. Damn it, Walter. If you want to fight me, let's play. This was a rare moment of firm resolve for Drew. Instead of being slowly tormented by Walter, he preferred to take up arms against him, both having 2 shoulders holding one head. Who was afraid of whom? However, Drew wasn't just a brute force warrior. He was considering what to do next. Going head-to-head with Walter wouldn't work. Walter had the Tongtian sect backing him. The Tongtian sect was very active within the Great Qian Dynasty, functioning as an underground organization. They had killers, medicine halls, money shops, among others, spanning numerous industries. Many brothels, gambling dens, and escort agencies were connected to them and secretly supported by them. But fortunately, although the Tongtian sect was extensive, its members didn't know each other's existence. In other words, it was like loose sand, unified only through orders from some higher-ups. It was precisely because of this that Drew could seize the opportunity and lure the 4 great warriors to his side. Tongtian sect. Drew took a deep breath, with sharp light flickering in his eyes. At present, the 4 great warriors must be firmly grasped in his hands. Walter's martial prowess couldn't be underestimated, and these 4 dimwits were needed to counter him. But if he intended to confront Walter outright, relying solely on the 4 great warriors and himself wouldn't suffice. Godwin, though loyal, was merely a rough man who relied purely on brute strength, unable to compare with someone like Walter who had been trained in martial arts since childhood. Walter had learned a bunch of strange and powerful techniques. In a real fight, Godwin would likely be wiped out instantly. Drew pondered quietly. Although Walter was hateful, there was one aspect where he couldn't match Drew. While the Tongtian sect behind him was vast and powerful, it remained an underground organization. Facing the immense national machinery of the Great Qian Dynasty, it simply couldn't contend. Despite the thriving nation and the hidden struggles within the court, as well as constant harassment by the Huns at the borders, the Great Qian Dynasty ultimately dominated one region. Chapter 144, Building a Force. It's not entirely impossible to thoroughly eliminate the Tongtian sect. Although Stevie has exceptional martial prowess and is backed by a large group of people, without the support of the Tongtian sect, he would be nothing. I need to figure out a way to approach this. But how can I get Ivor to focus on the Tongtian sect? Drew pondered inwardly. After all, if I recklessly run up to Ivor and tell him that there's a Tongtian sect in the Qian Dynasty preparing to disrupt the political system, overthrow the rule of Qian, and snatch his throne, Ivor definitely wouldn't believe it. He might even reward me with the execution of my entire family, or send me to be beheaded at the Woman Gate. Drew sighed deeply and sat in the chair, looking troubled. He had to think carefully about this matter. After pondering for a long time, an idea seemed to strike him. He abruptly stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. The glaring sunlight outside the window shone onto Drew's face, casting alternating light and shadow. He shouted toward the yard, "Godwin, Godwin." "Yes, Freddy." A loud voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Immediately, a towering figure cast a huge shadow as it stumbled towards Drew. It was Godwin, always ready and available around the clock. "Master, what do you need?" Godwin asked with eyes wide as a cow's. Drew scrutinized the rough man in front of him. Many times he wanted to kick this guy away. However, it couldn't be helped. The other party was undeniably loyal. Point him where to go, he'll fight wherever he is told, making himself very useful. The only drawback was that his martial arts were indeed inferior to Stevie. Otherwise, Drew wouldn't feel so stifled. Yet, facing such a loyal person, Drew wouldn't easily drive him away. Speaking softly, he said, "Go fetch Simeon." "Simeon? Freddy Wong?" Godwin asked. Drew responded, "Is there another Simeon here?" Godwin scratched his head and hurriedly ran out the door without turning back. Drew sighed helplessly. He supported his forehead. What a fool, not even asking why he called him over. But it wasn't too bad. Although Simeon was a rogue and acted frivolously, he did listen to Drew and would surely come when summoned. Drew slammed the door shut and walked back into the room, pacing back and forth inside, hands behind his back, looking worried. In just this brief moment, Drew realized two things needed to be done to deal with Stevie. First, gain the people's support. Drew had read many novels where gaining the hearts of the people allowed one to gather the strength of public sentiment. Whether this was true or not, Drew couldn't verify, but it was better than blundering around aimlessly like a fly without a head. Early planning was never wrong. Who knows, maybe consolidating the belief power of the people would give him more confidence against Stevie. After all, Drew knew well that Stevie in the story was the protagonist destined for great fortune, carrying the world's blessings upon him. To compete with him, he must first consolidate the hearts of the people. Earlier, Drew had advised Jamal to donate tens of billions of silver taels to aid the refugees. If this could be achieved, it would undoubtedly work. Considering the hundreds of thousands of refugees flooding into the capital city, the gathered belief power should far surpass that of Stevie. Who is this person kidding? Drew's eyes lit up, feeling slightly reassured. The second thing he needed to do was build his own force. After all, there were plenty of capable people in the Qian Dynasty. Wasn't the Tongtian sect just a hastily assembled band of misfits? Inside, it was a chaotic mix of various figures like the four great Vajras, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. They were all oddball heroes from the Donghua who followed Stevie around causing trouble. Since this was the case, why couldn't he build a force of his own? As the illustrious heir of the Yi family, how was he any less than Stevie? Not to mention, both Stacy and Ashlyn showed interest in him. Even in terms of wealth, tens of billions of silver taels made him richer than the Qian National Treasury. Besides, with his wealth and resources, he could rally a group of people and directly challenge Stevie, without fear. Drew made up his mind. He had to build a force of his own. Regarding the members for this force, Drew already had plans. Just as Drew was about to sit down and take a sip of tea, a hurried announcement came from outside the door. "Freddy Yi, someone has arrived." Drew subconsciously tensed up, almost dropping the teacup. During this period, he nearly developed a conditioned reflex due to Godwin. Every time he heard someone coming to the Yi residence, he felt anxious. However, after a moment's thought, it seemed not so necessary to overreact. Drew calmed down. Since he had already decided to go against Stevie, what was there to fear? At worst, he would risk his life. With a bang, the door opened, and two people stood outside. One tall and one short, one big and one small. It was Godwin, and beside him, Simeon, who was drunk with blurry eyes, mumbling and slurring his words. "Brother Yi, why did you suddenly call me?" Simeon scratched his head awkwardly. Drew frowned and asked, "Where did you get him from?" Godwin said helplessly, "Freddy Simeon was drinking at Yihong Courtyard. I heard you urgently needed to find Freddy Simeon, so I carried him here." "Carried here?" Drew widened his eyes. "Yeah, Freddy Wong was drinking at Yihong Courtyard. Seeing he hadn't sobered up, and knowing you were in a hurry, if I let him come by himself, who knows when he would arrive, so I brought him here." After hearing this, Drew sighed deeply. Godwin was indeed loyal, but not very smart. If someone drank too much, you shouldn't just carry them over. What if something happened to them? Right now, Simeon probably didn't even know where he was standing. "All right, you may leave." Drew waved his hand helplessly. "Yes, Freddy." Godwin turned and left. With Drew's support, Simeon staggered into the room. Drew carefully locked the door before turning to look at Simeon. Just as he turned his head, Simeon was already lying back on the chair, legs crossed, head tilted back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Bubbles of snot appeared at his nose and mouth. He was snoring loudly. In just the blink of an eye. "Are you King kidding me?" Drew shouted. "Simeon." "Damn." Simeon was startled awake, suddenly sitting up from the chair, making an Ultraman pose, looking around fearfully and saying, Who? Which rogue wants to harm your majesty?" Drew took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, "Simeon, I'm Drew, remember?" Drew grabbed Simeon's shoulders and shook him vigorously, making Simeon's head sway like a rattled drum. Chapter 145. It's not stealing if a son takes from his father. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Struggling to focus his eyes, he recognized Drew and asked, "Oh, Freddie, what? Why am I in your mansion?" Drew was so furious that his whole body trembled. It turned out this guy had forgotten how he got here. Enough nonsense. I have something important to discuss with you. Important? What could it be? Simeon blurted out carelessly, slurring his words and exhaling alcohol fumes. Drew waved helplessly, trying to disperse the smell of alcohol in the air. Your Freddie Yi is in trouble. What? Simeon's eyes widened in shock. Who dares to mess with Brother Yi? Tell me, and I'll deal with him right away. Drew frowned at Simeon. In the Great Qian Dynasty, the only truly reliable people were Simeon and Godwin. Though they weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, their loyalty was unwavering. Don't ask so many questions. After some hesitation, Drew stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Simeon with gravity. I need you to do something for me. As he spoke, Simeon's eyes kept wandering. Wake up, don't fall asleep. Drew slapped him hard. Pained, Simeon refocused his gaze and eventually became fully alert. He sized up Drew, then asked with slurred speech, Brother Yi, why are you here? You. Drew lost all patience. This was Yi Manor. Where else would he be? Didn't he just ask this question before? But seeing the intoxicated Simeon, he couldn't bring himself to scold him. Instead, he said, I need your help with something. Can you do it? Simeon thumped his chest and declared, Freddie Yi, just tell me. Whatever you order, I'll follow through without a second thought. Just say the word. Drew took another deep breath. Hearing Simeon's determined promise, he felt somewhat relieved. I need you to get me a waist plaque from the Jinyui. Jinyui? Simeon sobered up considerably, staring at Drew with fear. Why do you need the Jinyui, Freddie Yi? The Jinyui was a covert organization of the Great Qian Dynasty, with an intelligence network as vast as that of the Tongtian sect. More importantly, everyone in the Jinyui was genuinely talented, highly skilled, and extremely discreet. They were a formidable force. If Drew could control this power, he wouldn't fear Walter anymore. After all, Walter was nothing more than a brute. Moreover, the Jinyui had official recognition, unlike the secret operations of the Tongtian sect. However, the Jinyui only obeyed orders from Ivor. Simeon's father held a special position as the head guard, possessing a waist plaque that could mobilize the Jinyui. So now Drew needed Simeon's help to build his own force. Simeon said thickly, Brother Yi, it's not that I won't help you, but the Jinyui are the Emperor's private army. If I give you the Jinyui, my father will surely kill me. Though Simeon often acted irresponsibly, he still had a sense of right and wrong when it mattered. If he merely visited brothels or spent money recklessly, his father might only punish him lightly or confine him at home. Or perhaps Kina, his sister, would scold him, but it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if he received a severe beating, he would likely recover within half a month. But if he stole the Jinyui's waist plaque, it would be a serious matter. If exposed, it could lead to the entire Wang family being executed. This was far more serious than a mere beating. Naturally, Simeon refused, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother Yi, I'm afraid I can't help with this. Drew understood Simeon's predicament and sighed. Brother, I'm not trying to put you in harm's way, but I'm really facing a difficult situation. Without the Jinyui, things will get complicated. What's going on? Simeon asked anxiously. He couldn't understand why Drew, who was nearly a prince consort, would need the Jinyui. And if there were any issues, wouldn't it be simpler to inform Emperor Ivor directly? Drew sighed and replied, Brother, let's not talk about anything else. I'll ask you one thing. Will you help me with this? Drew knew that trying to explain everything to Simeon would be too troublesome. No matter how much he talked, Simeon might still not understand what he was saying. Instead of doing this, it would be better to directly leverage their brotherhood to pressure him. Simeon hesitated for a moment and looked at Drew. Brother, do you really trust me? Drew repeated. Yes, Simeon gritted his teeth and said, before Drew could speak. I'm going home right now to steal the Jinyui waist plaque for you, brother. Just wait for me. Simeon was indeed someone who valued brotherly affection. Without even knowing what Drew intended to do, he went back to prepare to steal the waist plaque. Seeing Simeon's stumbling figure, with the alcohol smell not yet gone and barely able to walk straight, a warm current surged in Drew's heart. He quickly supported Simeon and said, Brother, don't be too afraid. Let me tell you the truth. Ask yourself, who is your brother now? A man. Simeon blinked, revealing a clear kind of stupidity. Drew felt like sighing aloud. Why did communicating with Godwin and Simeon feel so exhausting? With patience, Drew asked, Am I about to marry Clarissa? Yes, Simeon replied. Then won't I be the imperial son-in-law? Yes, Simeon agreed again. If I borrow my father-in-law's Jinyui now, would there be any problem? No problem. Simeon's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh. So you're thinking about that, Brother Yi? That's right. A son taking from his father isn't considered stealing. If that's the case, since I'm marrying the princess now, using the Jinyui should be entirely appropriate. Simeon murmured to himself. If so, there shouldn't be any problem if he steals the Jinyui waist plaque. Even if his father found out, he wouldn't blame him. After all, Drew would be the imperial son-in-law. Drew gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, quick on the uptake. With just a slight hint, Simeon figured it out and rationalized the entire logic, making the situation suddenly clear. What talent? Blushing slightly at the praise, Simeon smacked his lips and said, All right, Brother Yi, wait for me. Chapter 146, Trying to Trick Again. Drew solemnly patted Simeon's shoulder. Simeon walked towards the door in big strides, yet unsteadily. Meanwhile, Drew stood by the door, pondering after watching Simeon leave. Now that things with the embroidered uniform guard were almost settled, he needed to stabilize the four great warriors quickly. These few people were a hidden danger. If they changed their minds at the last moment, he would be in deep trouble. He was already having a tough time dealing with Walter. If these four highly skilled warriors joined forces with him, Drew might as well end it all. Since he had decided to confront Walter head-on, he needed to have a solid plan and must not act rashly. He needed to be fully prepared. Drew never fought without preparation. Hastily, he came to the western chamber on the east side of the manor. As he approached, he heard snoring sounds louder than pigs, shaking the heavens and earth like a train. Drew clenched his teeth and helplessly covered his ears. No need to guess. It must be those 4 fools of the 4 great warriors sleeping inside. After coming to the Yi residence, Drew did not treat them poorly. He fed them well every day, and even gave them silver coins from time to time. Although these few people were powerful and acted tyrannically in the Tongtian sect, they had never experienced such a life of ease. At the Yi residence, they indulged in eating, drinking, and pleasure every day. Cough, cough. Drew cleared his throat and forcefully pushed open the door in front of him. Taking a look inside, he took a deep breath and muttered, "What a bunch of good-for-nothings." In front of the 4 great warriors were scattered wine bottles. The table was filled with chicken bones left after a feast. The 4 great warriors lay haphazardly on the ground. One was even more outrageous, his feet on the table, drooling bubbles from his mouth. Compared to them, Simeon seemed much better off. Drew shook his head helplessly, but knew he needed to win over the 4 great warriors to deal with Walter. Although these 4 were crude, their martial arts were superb. Isn't this exactly what Drew needed? Holding these people tight would increase his chances against Walter. Clap, clap. Drew clapped his hands crisply. Startled awake, they lifted their heads. Michael, leading the charge, looked wary, flipped over, crouching on the ground with one hand supporting him while looking up at Drew, full of alertness. "Why, Freddy?" Michael's eyes instantly relaxed, replaced by reverence and admiration. After interacting with Drew, he was thoroughly moved. Drew treated them better than family. Pulled into the Yi residence, they didn't need to do anything and enjoyed fine food and drinks daily, even given silver coins to spend. They hadn't lived such a good life for 8 lifetimes. When they had free time, they could even visit the Yi Hong brothel and enjoy the company of tender young girls. What a wonderful life. Moved to tears. Seeing Drew come personally, Michael's face turned serious, and he slapped a few times, waking up Hector, Caesar, and Gabe. Covering their reddened faces, the others complained pitifully, "Brother, why are you doing this? Master Yi is here, can't you see?" Michael shouted loudly. The rest turned their heads abruptly and saw Drew standing by the door, immediately showing surprise. Their thoughts mirrored Michael's. At this moment, even if Drew asked them to call him father, they wouldn't hesitate. After all, even a biological father couldn't compare to Drew, who provided food, drink, and money. Standing outside the door, Drew's expression was stern as he asked melancholically, "Have you been living too comfortably these past few days?" Huh. Drew deliberately acted fierce. He knew the 4 great warriors respected Walter greatly as their Freddy. Not knowing which one of them was the true master, he had to play the part similarly. After all, wasn't this how Walter usually spoke? Pretending was something Drew was familiar with. Who couldn't pretend? And he could act even better than Walter. Seeing Drew seemingly about to lose his temper, Michael and the others became extremely nervous, cold sweat pouring down. What is it, Freddy? Did we do something wrong?" Drew frowned and asked, "I ask you, what have you done since arriving in the capital?" Michael and the others exchanged glances, utterly confused by Drew's words. They confessed guiltily, "Freddy, we've been staying in the capital as you instructed. Previously, we even threw the impersonator into the pond." Cold sweat poured down Michael's forehead, heart pounding wildly. They had no idea why Drew was so angry, and they were terrified that in his anger he might expel them from the Yi residence. If that happened, they would lose all the good food and drinks, and wouldn't even be able to think about pork head stewed with wine. They would also have to say goodbye to the young ladies at the Yi Hong brothel forever. Drew silently cursed in his heart. Damn, these are such idiots. However, he still put his hands behind his back, sharply shut the door, and said mysteriously, "I'll tell you, the Drew you dealt with last time hasn't completely finished. He's even lurking in the Great Qian Dynasty, ready to strike us at any moment. With your state now, I'm really worried, as your Freddy." Drew deliberately acted very profound. "Ah, there's still this matter?" Michael and the others were greatly shocked. That person didn't die last time? They clearly remembered that after throwing Walter out, they were even afraid he wouldn't die, so they used thick hemp ropes to tie him up. If he could survive that, it was truly too bizarre. Drew knew that according to Walter's nature as a leading character in a novel, if he could die so easily, he wouldn't be called Walter anymore. But at the moment, Drew didn't find them for this reason. Instead, he said, "I will tell you." And now that Drew is spreading rumors everywhere, saying that our Tongtian sect will send new leaders to the capital anytime. He's impersonating me and swindling around. Upon hearing this, Michael was infuriated and stood up to rush towards the door, but Drew held him back. "What are you doing?" Michael's eyes were wider than a cow's, and he said, "Freddy, I'm going to kill him. How dare he impersonate you? I reckon he's tired of living." Hearing this, the other 3 also clamored and prepared to rush out the door, nearly dragging Drew along with them. "Hold on." Drew shouted loudly, and the few stopped, staring wide-eyed at him. Drew sighed. These few fought like Godwin, unable to stay calm at the slightest sign of trouble. They rushed out in a commotion, just like cannon fodder. Chapter 147. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. But fortunately, such people are easy to control. Drew cleared his throat and said, "Ridiculous. Are you going to find Drew blindly like this? Do you even know where Drew is?" Drew shouted loudly. The few of them immediately froze. It seemed that Drew had a point. They didn't know where Drew was at all. Dashing out now would be aimlessly wandering the streets. Drew patted their shoulders and said meaningfully, "You don't need to worry about this matter. If there's any task, I will notify you in the first place. However, you must remember to be smart. Don't believe any rumors outside. Understand?" Michael and the others nodded thoughtfully, seemingly understanding yet somewhat confused. Seeing their muddled expressions, Drew couldn't help but sigh with relief. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more muddled they were, the easier it was for him to deceive them. After all, if Stevie exposed him, it would be a headache-inducing situation if they found out he wasn't the real Stevie, completely uncontrollable. Having finished briefing them, Drew added earnestly, "All right, eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink. If anything happens, your young master will call you. Drew turned around, left, slammed the door shut, and left a silver note worth 1,000 taels on the table. Once he left, Michael hugged the silver note, knelt on the ground, and wept bitterly, deeply grateful, almost wailing in grief. Our Freddy is so good to us. We must not let our Freddy down, understand? Yes, live for our Freddy, die for our Freddy, go through fire and water for our Freddy. They shouted loudly, their impassioned words echoing in the room for a long time without fading. Just then, as Drew stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Simeon returning hurriedly, almost stumbling, holding something precious in his arms. Master Yi, I'm back. Drew looked up and saw Simeon entering the yard furtively, stealthily, and cautiously. Drew smacked him on the forehead. What's with you? This is my home, not yours. Oh, right, Simeon realized, chuckling foolishly and straightening up instantly. Drew looked eagerly into his arms and asked, did you get it? Got it. Young master, look. Simeon pulled Drew into a corner. In a mysterious manner, he stared at Drew and took out a palm-sized, square-shaped waist plate from his chest. Upon receiving it, Drew's heart raced wildly, feeling like it might jump out of his throat. This waist plate was no ordinary item. It was one that could command the most secret intelligence organization of the Great Qian Dynasty, the embroidered uniform guard. With this waist plate, it was like the emperor being present. Even the highest-ranking officers of the embroidered uniform guard would kneel upon seeing this token. It could be said that Drew could directly control the most confidential intelligence organization in the capital with this waist plate. As long as he did not order them to assassinate Ivor, everyone would follow his commands faithfully. With this waist plate, Drew felt assured, slipping it into his robes. All right, with this waist plate, we have nothing to fear. Simeon didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? Earlier you said, shut up. Drew snapped. Simeon obediently closed his mouth, looking curiously at Drew. All Drew could think about was how to deal with Stevie. Now that he had obtained the waist plate of the embroidered uniform guard, he still needed to figure out how to firmly control this group of the embroidered uniform guard. But he already had an excuse. Even if Ivor inquired, he could divert blame. He could claim that a dark force had secretly infiltrated the Great Qian Dynasty, planning to overthrow it. Moreover, it wouldn't be a complete lie since the Tongtian sect indeed aimed to overthrow the Great Qian Dynasty. Is Stevie a good person? Definitely not. Spreading falsehoods in the court was solely to threaten Ivor's throne. If he explained everything clearly, Ivor surely wouldn't blame him. Simeon opened his eyes wide and asked, then, Brother Yi, where are we going now? To the embroidered uniform guard. What? To the embroidered uniform guard? Drew hurriedly dragged Simeon towards the door. With Simeon as an insider, Drew naturally knew where the embroidered uniform guard was located. It was in a secluded courtyard within the capital, appearing to be just an ordinary residence on the surface. But none of them could imagine that inside lived more than 100 martial arts experts who could leap across roofs, scale walls, and face any peril without hesitation. Ivor had gone to great lengths to gather this group. Each person's selection and appointment went through layers of screening and evaluation. They all came from impeccable backgrounds and were extremely loyal. They would follow orders without question, even if it meant taking their own lives. Such people were like sharp blades in one's hands, obedient and effective. Drew pondered this silently. However, he naturally brought Godwin along with him this time. After all, both he and Simeon were not skilled at driving the carriage. Dashing about recklessly in the capital would attract too much unwanted attention. Bringing Godwin made Drew feel more at ease. After half an hour of travel, the carriage swayed to a stop in front of a guest house. Lifting the curtain, Drew glanced out and whispered, "Is this the place?" Simeon grinned and poked his head out. "Yes, Freddy, this is it." He had come here with his father before, so he naturally knew where the secret base of the embroidered uniform guard was. Drew took a moment to compose himself, but his heart was pounding with anticipation. If he could control the embroidered uniform guard, everything would be easier to resolve. Glancing around, Drew got off the carriage. Godwin busily attended to him, whispering, "Freddy, why are we here?" "Shut up." Drew felt exasperated by the simple-minded yet strong Godwin. If not for his quick thinking, Godwin might have ended up lying on the roadside torn apart by stray dogs by now. Godwin didn't get angry. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, Freddy, whatever you say." Godwin nudged Simeon and walked toward the courtyard. "Let's go in and see what's going on." They tiptoed into the yard. Chapter 148. A different world within. Originally, from the outside, the courtyard looked no different from ordinary civilian houses in the capital. But when the few of them pushed open the gate, they were taken aback by what lay inside. Their eyes lit up with astonishment. There was a whole different world within. A spacious courtyard of several dozen square meters was filled with flying sand and pebbles, and the cries of battle shook the heavens. Charge! 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 Dozens of men clad in embroidered flying fish robes were training intensely. The shouts filled the air, sending chills down Drew and Simeon's spines. It was terrifying. On either side of the courtyard, wooden railings taller than a man held an impressive array of 18 types of weapons. Daggers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and more, all on display. Just looking at the gleaming blades in the sunlight made one's hair stand on end. Simeon lowered his voice, clearly frightened. "Brother Yi, what do we do?" "Shut up. Keep quiet for now." Honestly speaking, Drew himself was a bit nervous. Not because of anything else, but because he had stolen these Jinui waist plates. These people in front of him belonged to the most powerful intelligence agency of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Jinui. From selection to appointment, each member of the Jinui underwent rigorous evaluations. Each Jinui operative could be considered a disciplined elite warrior, part of Ivor's private army. Apart from the two waist plates, nobody else could command them. Godwin, on the other hand, appeared fearless, his eyes wide, his voice rough and intimidating. "Master, what should we do now?" "Shut up, keep quiet for now." Cold sweat dripped from Drew's forehead as he nervously watched the group of Jinui before him. The Jinui, who were originally training, suddenly turned their gaze towards Drew and the others. Once they recognized the visitors, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. For a moment, the entire courtyard felt unbearably tense. What was going on? Everyone stood stunned. As per Drew's account, these Jinui waistplates were not obtained legitimately. Simeon had stolen them. If the Jinui detected any suspicious signs, their heads would certainly not be safe. If Emperor Ivor found out, they might even face extermination. Dozens of Jinui exchanged glances, eyeing Drew and his companions with suspicion. The Jinui's intelligence-gathering abilities were formidable. It was no exaggeration to call them the most potent intelligence organization in the Great Qian Dynasty. Their information-collecting prowess was astounding, almost frightening. If they wanted to investigate, they could even find out whether a court official entered the toilet with their left foot or right foot first. Under their watchful eyes, almost every minister was as exposed as if stripped naked, all secrets laid bare. Drew inwardly marveled. Looking at these Jinui operatives, famed in legend for their lethal efficiency, his heart pounded with anxiety. Suddenly, he realized that Ivor must have been quite lenient, considering all the underhanded deeds committed by his father, pocketing silver every year. With such a formidable intelligence agency like the Jinui, Ivor would hardly remain unaware. Yet, he had never troubled Gale, instead turning a blind eye, showing considerable leniency. Whoa, what? Brother? Simeon wanted to say something but didn't get the chance. Suddenly, the dozens of Jinui moved, their speed blurring into a blur. Dozens of black shadows zipped across the walls. Just as Drew opened his mouth to speak, in the next second, he felt a chill around his neck. Looking down, he saw dozens of gleaming sabers already placed against the necks of Drew, Godwin, and Simeon. The flashing blades were intimidating, terrifying. Are you courting death? Godwin was about to retort, but suddenly someone struck him with a forceful chop to the neck. Godwin rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious with a dull thud, falling like a small mountain. The person who acted glanced at Godwin disdainfully, stepping back a few paces as if not wanting to be associated with him. Drew inwardly marveled again. Though Godwin's martial prowess couldn't match those like Barnabas or the four great protectors, he still ranked among the top fighters in the capital. Back when Drew wreaked havoc in the capital, Godwin had been the head henchman, unmatched in combat. Yet, he was taken down in a single move now. The skills of the Jinui were evident. Speak, who are you? The leading Jinui asked in a low, gravelly voice. Furrowing his brows, Drew counter-asked directly, what are you doing here, and do you know? His words further chilled the air. The dozens of sabers pressed even closer to their necks. Another slight pressure, and Drew feared he would meet an untimely end. Several Jinui remained baffled by the situation. But looking at Drew, who appeared so confident and self-assured, they couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. One must understand that the Jinui of the Great Qian Dynasty was undoubtedly the most mysterious intelligence agency. Ordinary people had no idea where they were based. Now, these three individuals had accidentally stumbled into this courtyard, yet showed no sign of fear, clearly indicating they came prepared. Moreover, the leader of this group, a young man with an imposing presence and strikingly handsome features, remained unperturbed even with dozens of sabers pointed at his neck. What they didn't know was that Drew was almost frightened out of his wits. He was deep in thought when the young man instead asked them first, which threw the Jinui off guard. What do you mean? Their strong psychological training kept them from immediately lowering their weapons. Instead, they pressed the blades closer to Drew's neck, more menacing than before. Speak up, what is it? Do you recognize this object? Moments later, the dozens of Jinui withdrew like receding tides, kneeling in unison on the ground, terror-stricken. Simeon was bewildered and, glancing up, saw Drew holding the Jinui waistplate he had stolen earlier, dangling it in the air. The waistplate sparkled in the sunlight, one side bearing an intricate, Mu character symbolizing a dragon flying among phoenixes, and the other side engraved with a dragon-shaped, Jin character. There were only two such Jinui waistplates in the entire Great Qian Dynasty. One belonged to Emperor Ivor, and the other was held by the head of the Jinui guards. The Jinui exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend how this unknown young man could possess their precious waistplate. With this waistplate, do you kneel or not? Drew said loudly. To command the most lethal weapon of the Great Qian Dynasty, he needed to establish dominance over them. After all, the Jinui were Ivor's private army. Having Simeon steal the waistplate, and then come to the Jinui's territory was already a bold move beyond protocol. If Ivor found out, it wouldn't just be the extermination of the Yi family. Drew might end up dismembered. Now, for Drew to counter Barnabas, he had to control this lethal weapon of the Jinui, or he wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 149 Confidence. With this group of highly skilled Jinui, Imperial Guards, and the four great generals, Drew felt a bit more reassured. The Jinui all looked intently, and once they recognized the plaque in Drew's hand, they knelt down Zhengqi Zhi, shouting loudly. We did not know that you, my lord, were personally here. Please forgive us. The Jinui recognized plaques, not people. Even if the commander of the guards came without a plaque, they could ignore him. They had royal permission to act first and report later. Now that Drew had shown his plaque, even if he ordered them to commit suicide, they would not say no. Seeing the Jinui kneeling on the ground with respect, Drew's face showed an approving look. Indeed, these were worthy of being the Jinui. In the original story, these Jinui were later used by Stevie, helping him conquer the Great Qian Dynasty and achieve great deeds. Highly skilled in martial arts, merciless in killing, and loyal to the core. Such an organization was rare in the entire Great Qian Dynasty. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon them. How could Drew not be delighted? As long as he kept control of the Jinui, current problems would not be an issue. Let me tell you, I am Drew. Surely, everyone present has heard of my name? Drew spoke slowly, making sure everyone could hear clearly. What, Drew? The Jinui were startled, their eyes wide with shock, immediately exchanging glances and whispering amongst themselves. Is this the Yi family boy who married Addie? It seems so. Right. Isn't Drew the only son of Lord Yi? Why does he have our plaque? This is strange. Don't speak. Sure, perhaps it was given by Sunny. Each person added a word or two, discussing the peculiar nature of Drew's plaque. Drew's heart skipped a beat, and Simeon became extremely nervous. He had not thought much of it before, but seeing the frightening training discipline of the Jinui made him thoroughly panic. If the Emperor found out, both he and Drew would lose their heads. Simeon stepped forward and tugged at Drew's collar. Master Yi, should we go? He was thoroughly frightened, but Drew frowned. There was no reason to retreat now that things had come to this point. No, just stand beside me, Drew said sternly. Simeon pouted and sulked back. Drew scanned the kneeling Jinui and announced loudly, I know you all are puzzled about why I have this Jinui plaque. Now, let me explain. The Emperor has assigned me a special mission requiring your cooperation, which is why he gave me the plaque. Do you have any doubts? Drew spoke with utmost confidence. He absolutely could not let the Jinui know he was using Ivor's plaque. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Not only did he need to keep this batch of Jinui firmly under control, but he also couldn't leak any information. What? The Jinui were taken aback. However, seeing Drew's confident demeanor, they started to believe him. One man, who seemed to be the leader of the Jinui, a man in his 50s with a rugged beard but a determined gaze and a chilling aura from years of warfare, bowed and asked. Drew knew instantly this man must have retired from the military. One needed experience with countless battles to have such an imposing presence. Drew frowned. So now, I need your help for a special mission. The guard leader seemed doubtful and whispered, May I ask, what task has Sunny entrusted to you, Master Yi? Drew's expression changed. He hadn't expected such relentless questioning. Why ask so many questions? Could they not just follow orders? Since they asked, Drew couldn't dodge it and had to smile slightly. If I told you everything, would it still be a special mission? Turning around, Drew stood tall, his hands behind his back, full of confidence. The courtyard was dead silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The Jinui, having heard Drew speak, exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. In theory, they should recognize the plaque and obey any order given by its holder. By questioning Drew, they had overstepped their bounds. The Jinui commander frowned, kneeling and clasping his hands together. Freddy Yi, it's not that I am overstepping, but this plaque is suspicious. Please pardon me, but may I ask a few more questions? Simeon was almost dumbfounded. Drew truly was fearless in the face of beheading. If Ivor found out about this, none of them would come to a good end. Even worse, implicating 9 generations would not be strange at all. Just as he was about to speak to persuade, he saw Drew's sharp gaze sweep over, like a blade. Simeon, who had grown up with Drew since childhood, could not possibly misunderstand what the look meant. He immediately closed his mouth sullenly and looked down at Drew with drooping eyes. Meanwhile, Godwin had fainted and lay on the ground like a heap of meat. Drew felt a wave of melancholy watching him. Why did he even bring this deadbeat along? He took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. The sunlight illuminated his handsome profile, a high-bridged nose, deep-set eyes, exuding an air of nobility. More importantly, there was an unprecedented confidence. These Jinui were all shrewd individuals. Any sign of weakness would inevitably reveal everything. Drew said with a slight killing intent in his voice, Do I need to report every action I take to you? Don't forget your duties. With these words, Drew's tone was extremely heavy, imposing a great sin on the Jinui. The captain of the guards who had spoken earlier immediately felt cold sweat drenching his clothes, his back dripping with cold sweat, and his legs cramping. Indeed, according to Jinui rules, anyone with the plaque can command them to do anything, and they cannot say a word more. If it weren't for the peculiar circumstances of Drew's plaque, he would never have asked. But now, what should he do? Am I not speaking clearly enough? Or is this plaque fake? Drew threw the plaque to the ground with a clang, sending up a cloud of dust. The guard who questioned Drew immediately prostrated himself on the ground, hands pressed against the floor, his head thudding loudly as he said, Dare not, sir, dare not? Good that you dare not. I ask you, if I tell you something today, will you do it or not? Chapter 150. For what reason? Please enlighten me, your excellency. The commander of the guards kneeling on the ground said with his whole body trembling in fear. Brecken took a deep breath, stood straight, and strode forward to the front of the hall courtyard. His gaze was sharp, fiercely sweeping over the kneeling officers of the Jinui. To be honest, he was terrified to the extreme. This was no trifling matter. Stealing a Jinui waistplate and then secretly instructing the Jinui, this would get him killed even if Ivor found out, let alone if Jamal knew. The Yi family may have been corrupt, but they had never overstepped their boundaries. And now, Drew was challenging imperial authority. What did that mean? Even if there was a possibility of an alternate timeline after Drew's transmigration to the Great Qian Dynasty, imperial power remained supreme and inviolable, with absolute authority and utmost dignity. If Drew's provocation of imperial power were exposed, it would be a disaster that could cost him his head. Including those in the prince's mansion, everyone involved would be executed without exception. But now, there was no other way. To confront Yuan directly, Drew needed the assistance of the Jinui. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furrowing his brow, Drew spoke loudly. A few days ago, Sunny told me about something. I mobilized the Jinui yesterday because of this matter. I need 2 or 3 capable men by my side, at my command. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jinui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. Work with Drew? Typically, the Jinui acted as a unit and never engaged in individual operations. After all, a powerful organization required coordinated actions, especially one like the Jinui, which was a vast intelligence network across the country. Individual actions would undermine its integrity. Everyone was completely baffled, not understanding at all. Drew took a deep breath, his expression changing abruptly as he secretly observed them. Was it okay? Surely they hadn't noticed anything suspicious? I think what I said sounds normal enough. Simeon behind him also stared wide-eyed, watching Drew's figure, at a loss. Why did he want to select 2 capable men to stay with him now? Could it be Godwin? He just glanced away when he saw Godwin lying unconscious on the ground. Forget it. This guy can't be relied upon. Sigh, well, brothers who live together should die together. In the past, we didn't ask for the same birthday, but we will surely share the same death day. Simeon clenched his teeth, closed his eyes and thought, might as well go all in. Dying once is better than dying many times. Drew raised his voice again. What? Are you unwilling? Drew shot a fierce look at the waste plates scattered on the ground. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. He had no choice. Yuan, that madman, might challenge him anytime. Without arranging Tu Jinhui to protect his safety, he wouldn't dare step out the door. Yuan might be stupid, but his martial arts skills weren't fake. Steel spear through the throat, stepping on light bulbs. The guard commander who previously spoke with Drew suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, this subordinate is willing. Brecken finally sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding disaster as events unfolded according to his expectations. If they refused and brought him to Ivor, he would be utterly doomed. Then every member of the Yi family would lose their heads. After Brecken gave the order, the Jinhui commander acted swiftly, gathering nearly 50 Jinhui members stationed in the capital almost instantly. They lined up in 2 neat rows in the courtyard, standing spirited and full of energy. Drew stood at the front, pacing back and forth, his gaze sweeping over each determined face. Undoubtedly, the Jinhui were teeming with talent. Young men in their 20s, middle-aged men in their 30s, and even older men in their 40s. Yet, without exception, their eyes revealed intense determination. These were people who had survived countless dangers and battles. There was no mistaking the intensity in their gazes. The Jinhui was undoubtedly a razor-sharp weapon. Silent, they stared at Drew. Drew's gaze fell on a young boy's face, around 17 or 18 years old, with tender skin like peeled eggs, watery eyes, and eyebrows with a slight curve that added to his beauty. A beautiful youth. Drew was startled. Such feminine beauty in a male was rare but always indicated exceptional attractiveness. The youth in front of him looked somewhat inexperienced, and Drew pondered silently. If he chose those experienced and steady Jinhui officers, he would have no confidence at all. If the other party asked some casual questions, it would be hard for him to respond, and might even expose his cover. He needed to pick some younger Jinhui officers to stay with him. Drew glanced over and loudly asked, what's your name? Before the youth could answer, Drew suddenly reached out and touched his upper body. The youth blushed immediately, his face as red as the burning sunset, stuttering, why, your excellency, what are you doing? Nothing, I'm just checking. You see. Drew pinched a bit. Something was wrong. Why did it feel so soft? Hiss, could it be? Drew instinctively reacted, jumping back half a step, extremely horrified. Are you a girl? The Jinhui officer who had been violated by Drew blushed deeply, answering softly, your excellency, my name is Coraline, and yes, I am a girl. Drew's mind buzzed, feeling like hundreds of eyes were piercing him like arrows. At that moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Damn, why didn't she say earlier? Drew was greatly alarmed. But now, if he were accused of violating her honor, it would be. Drew tried to remain calm, coughed twice, and said awkwardly, I did not know before. Please do not misunderstand or take offense. Your excellency, this subordinate dares not. Coraline's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her head buried deep down, trembling while speaking. Drew couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him a few more times. To tell the truth, this woman was delicate and innocent. From the few sentences they exchanged, Drew realized that this woman was definitely not as experienced as other Jinhui officers. She couldn't even make eye contact while talking. Chapter 151 Left arm, right arm. Having such a person around is just right. More importantly, the other party is a woman, making it less likely to expose herself in certain situations. Someone as ruthless as Walter would surely notice any abnormality. It's normal for me to have a woman by my side. After all, the original me was indulged in debauchery every day. An additional stunning beauty wouldn't be unusual. Moreover, at critical moments, she can even dress up as a man, which is excellent. Facing over 100 sharp gazes like knives, Drew chose to ignore them outright. Coraline had only recently joined the embroidered uniform guard, but many treated her as a backbone and a favorite. Now that Drew had come and offended her, and even wanted to keep her around, how could they not worry? More importantly, Drew's reputation has never been good, frequently visiting pleasure houses like Yihong Courtyard. His infamy was well known. They were afraid that Drew would keep Coraline by his side without doing serious business. But Drew naturally ignored these concerns. He swept his gaze and asked, tell me, what are your specialties? Coraline replied, I am skilled in disguise. Disguise? Drew was taken aback, but quickly became relieved. In the original story, this group of embroidered uniform guards was incredibly powerful, each mastering 1 or 2 unique skills. Disguise is one of those skills. Just wondering if anyone, like Walter, knows that secret technique that can crush someone's balls? There is one. I must learn it too. To give Walter a taste of his own medicine. Drew shook his head to clear his thoughts. All right, you're on then. Stay by my side. Yes. Coraline timidly responded, cautiously stepping forward, obediently coming to stand beside Drew, respectfully standing still. Meanwhile, the other members of the embroidered uniform guard frowned, harboring unspoken anger in their hearts. They naturally weren't convinced by Drew. Although a badge allowed him to command them, ultimately the embroidered uniform guard valued strength above all else. Drew's idleness and reckless behavior were notorious throughout the capital. If they had to follow Drew, they naturally felt reluctant. After all, suddenly a random person pops up with a badge, asking you to treat him like family. Who could stand it? Drew noticed this clearly and furrowed his brows, saying, do you think following this young master is beneath you? Everyone remained silent, but their meaning was evident. Drew took a deep breath and said loudly, fine. Let me tell you why I've summoned the embroidered uniform guard to follow me. The capital is currently unstable, full of crises, with countless refugees pouring in. Among them are numerous notorious bandits and vicious criminals. Today alone, several murders have occurred in the capital. The emperor entrusted me with handling this situation, so I mobilized you. What? You don't listen to me? Don't you listen to the emperor either? Hearing Drew say this, everyone looked at each other, stunned into silence. Turns out Drew was here to solve the murder cases in the capital. Simeon in the back stared wide-eyed. Damn, he didn't tell me before. However, what Drew said was true. There had indeed been several deadly robberies in the capital, all committed by refugees flooding in. Whether they were truly notorious bandits is debatable. But now Drew just blurted it out, and no one knew if it was true or false. Currently, they could only listen to Drew's explanation. Drew clenched his fists, cleared his throat, and scanned the crowd, looking very much the part. The crowd was moved by Drew's confident demeanor and stopped doubting. They immediately responded, "We swear allegiance to Lord Yi. We the embroidered uniform guard will serve until death." With a rustling sound, everyone kneeled in unison, creating a grand scene. Drew felt relieved inside. Phew, managed to bluff through again. Sometimes Drew couldn't help but admire himself. Damn, he was a genius. These words flowed out effortlessly, without needing to draft anything. As Drew scanned the crowd, he spotted a towering man beside him, muscles bulging like coiling dragons, veins prominently visible. He differed from others who wore tailored fish-scale robes of the embroidered uniform guard. This guard wore nothing but a vest-like undershirt, revealing arms reminiscent of the character Rocky from an animation Drew once watched, muscles swelling impressively. And he had a menacing look, with thick eyebrows and glaring tiger-like eyes, which made people feel intimidated at first sight. Drew pointed at him casually. "What's your name?" The man didn't even lift his head but seemed to sense the question. "Report to your excellency, this humble person is named Fergus." Arnold's voice suddenly came. Drew raised an eyebrow. "What the hell? Fergus, what a great name. Isn't the person I have to deal with called Walter? If this one is called Fergus, wouldn't they be perfectly matched to face off?" Drew's eyes darted, asking, "What are you good at?" Then, Fergus stood up, his shadow stretching long, instantly enveloping Drew who stood afar. Drew widened his eyes, filled with surprise. Without a word, Fergus walked to a huge rock nearby with imposing momentum. The stone was like a small mountain. Just one glance told it weighed over 1,000 caddies. At this moment, the burly man shouted, "Ho!" He used force with both hands, bent down slightly at the waist, and lifted the massive stone that weighed thousands of caddies. The scene was incredibly impressive. Every embroidered uniform guard present revealed expressions of shock. Although they all knew Fergus's abilities, seeing him lift this enormous rock of thousands of caddies caused astonishment in everyone's heart. Only the one who had spoken with Drew earlier remained calm and composed, his gaze steady. All selections and appointments of the embroidered uniform guards went through his hands. Hence, he understood their skills and wasn't surprised. Drew was utterly excited. My god, my god, my god, my god. Amazing, amazing, too amazing. This isn't human, this is a humanoid T-Rex. To challenge Walter in arm wrestling, definitely need to bring this guy, and Drew felt that this guy could even punch out Walter's insides with one blow. This guy. Drew put on a cool expression, speaking softly, "Fergus, then follow me."
"Yes."
Fergus responded, his voice resonant and full of energy. Chapter 152, Recruitment. Drew spent almost half an hour at the Jinui. The entire process went relatively smoothly, recruiting two capable assistants, one named Coraline and the other named Fergus. Godwin, however, fainted. Being carried to the carriage, he was definitely not in any condition to drive it. Drew had no choice but to drive the carriage back to the Yi mansion. Simeon, from start to finish, never figured out what Drew was up to. How did he suddenly recruit two people into his household? Blinking his eyes, he was left speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, Drew remained silent, driving straight back to the Yi mansion. Upon arrival, two servants at the entrance of the Yi mansion were alert, eyes wide open. "Master Yi." Their voices resonated with vigor. Drew's expression was gloomy as he held the silver plates and stomped up the stone steps. Simeon made a funny face, gestured to the two servants, and followed inside. The two servants stood dumbfounded, still not understanding what was happening. Why is young master unhappy? "We don't know. Something must have happened. Who cares? Who dares to offend our young master in the capital city?" They muttered quietly. At this moment, a roar echoed from the courtyard, "Shut your mouths, and drag that big fool from the carriage inside."
"Yes."
Big fool, of course, referred to Godwin. Not long after, Drew sat at a wooden square table inside the mansion, legs crossed, looking rather relaxed. At this moment, his mood was excellent. Having recruited Fergus and Coraline made him feel more confident in dealing with Walter. Damn, is he trying to compete with me in numbers? Drew feared nothing more than this. The Yi family, wealthy and powerful in the Great Qian Dynasty, had both resources and manpower. Previously, he didn't want to match strength with Walter, especially in real combat. After all, who would be crazy enough to go against the protagonist of a web novel? That's like setting up a bed next to a latrine, courting death. Since he has made up his mind now, he's determined to confront Walter head-on. What's there to fear when everyone has only one head and two arms? Worst case scenario, they die together. Drew felt his temper rising rapidly. Recalling everything that happened recently, anger welled up uncontrollably. Walter's overbearing behavior has pushed things too far, even bullying him directly. Could Drew swallow this humiliation? At this moment, Fergus and Coraline stood respectfully indoors, their eyes on Drew. "Master Yi, your subordinate. Both of you can step down for now. I'll call you if needed." Drew waved his hand dismissively, and they bowed respectfully before walking out. Like the four heavenly kings, they were assigned to the West Wing. Since Coraline was female, she was placed next to Amber. This way, Drew felt more assured. Just wondering how Amber was doing lately. As Drew pondered, a voice came from behind him. "Brother Yi." Turning around, he saw Simeon standing there, head tilted, curious expression. "Are you trying to scare me to death? Can't you make some noise when you walk?" Drew grumbled irritably. It wasn't his fault. Simeon walked silently, startling him unexpectedly. Drew's expression hardened. "What's wrong? What's the matter with you?" Simeon had just accompanied him to the Jinui earlier. Why does he look so unsatisfied now? He looked rather disheveled. Drew was still trying to figure out what was going on. Simeon hung his head, pointing backward. Turning around, Drew exclaimed, "Oh my." Outside the door stood Haley, her eyebrows inverted, hair flying wildly, eyes burning with fury as if they could spew flames. Drew instinctively took a step back, nearly tripping. Why did this demon star come? Despite all his calculations, he had forgotten about Haley. He shouldn't have led the Jinui to Haley's house. Haley, one of the 4 famous detectives in the capital, was very familiar with the Jinui. Simeon's father was the commander of the Jinui. Haley regularly dealt with the Jinui in her daily work. Now with 2 Jinui staying at the E-mansion, anyone with half a brain would find it suspicious. Haley was definitely here to cause trouble. Drew broke out in cold sweat, planning how to handle the situation. If he told the truth to Haley, she wouldn't believe him and would surely check with Simeon's father. This badge belonged to Simeon, stolen by him. If this was revealed, both Simeon and Drew would lose their heads. While Drew was thinking, Haley stormed into the room. Simeon stood beside her, head hanging low, not saying a word. He glanced at Drew from time to time, looking resigned. Drew rubbed his face helplessly, realizing he overlooked this problem despite careful planning. What should he do now? Drew sighed, forcing a smile. "Miss Wong, I didn't know you were here." Haley asked sharply, "I want to know what's going on with these 2 Jinui?" The moment she entered the courtyard, Haley recognized the 2 Jinui. Initially, she assumed they were out on official business and didn't say anything. But when she saw the 2 Jinui being respectful to Drew, she knew something was amiss and immediately came over to ask. Drew was so nervous that he was drenched in cold sweat, not knowing how to respond. If he told the truth, Haley wouldn't believe him and would definitely check with Simeon's father. Then things would get complicated. Drew's mind was a tangled mess, but Simeon could hear his inner thoughts. Haley's eyes widened in surprise, unable to speak for a while. She never expected Drew to be so bold as to steal the Jinui badge and recruit them into his household. Isn't this courting death? Haley couldn't understand what Drew was thinking at all. Others avoided the Jinui like the plague, fearing any association. Yet, Drew brought them directly into his home. Drew sighed and said, "Miss Wong, I didn't plan for this, it just happened. You decide what to do." Drew took out the golden badge from his waist and slapped it on the table with a bang, looking like he was ready to accept whatever punishment, then lowered his head. Haley stood there stunned, her beautiful eyes flickering, glancing between Simeon and Drew. She didn't understand what these 2 were up to either. At this moment, Drew thought inwardly, it's all thanks to that damned Walter. If it weren't for him, would I be in this predicament? Now that Haley has found out, I'll just have to face the consequences. The worst that can happen is losing my head, and I'll come back in 18 years as a fine man. I wonder if there's any possibility of reincarnation after being obliterated as the system described. Immortal dead, bones scattered, human destroyed. If I die, this Qian dynasty might truly be finished. Drew grumbled inwardly, but Haley heard every word clearly. What does this mean? Is the Qian dynasty doomed? It makes Drew seem like a hero who's trying to turn the tide. Could there be some secret she doesn't know about? Haley's eyes blinked as she waited for Drew to explain. Drew lifted his head blankly and waited for a long time. Chapter 153, Counterattack Plan. "Miss Wong, aren't you going to arrest me?" Drew asked in surprise. "Why should I arrest you? Isn't there something you want to tell me?" Catherine was more curious than ever. She looked at Drew with great interest, eager to learn more about this impending collapse, he mentioned. The current Qian dynasty was strong, and although the Xiongnu were aggressive, they only caused trouble on the borders. Drew described the situation as so dire that Catherine was completely taken aback. And his constant mentioning of Walter, could this be related to him? She was indeed very puzzled. Drew forced a smile and said, "Miss Wong, you can see the situation now. The identity plaque was stolen, and I moved the Jinui to the mansion myself. Let me finish my business before I explain everything to you, alright?" He practically pleaded. They say one dies before fulfilling their ambitions. For Drew, it felt like he hadn't even started and already faced a setback. He felt helpless, as if his efforts had no outlet. It was frustrating. Catherine frowned, scrutinizing Drew, and asked, "I'll ask you just one thing. Why do you need the Jinui?" Upon hearing this, Drew's eyes lit up. It seemed she didn't intend to report him to Ivor. Was she letting him off the hook? If so, then maybe there was still a way out. Drew's eyes sparkled again, and he said, "Miss Wong, things in the capital are changing rapidly. I, Drew, want to save this critical situation, which is why I stole the Jinui's identity plaque. Give me a month, and I guarantee to restore order. What do you think?" Catherine crossed her arms and sized up Drew, unsure if she believed him or not. After a long pause, she said softly, "Fine, Drew. I'll trust you one more time." Then, without another word, she walked gracefully out of the courtyard. Drew let out a long sigh of relief, watching her leave with a pounding heart. If he had a blood pressure monitor, it would probably show 180 right now. With this matter not exposed, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Simeon finally raised his head, eyes wide, marveling at Catherine's departure. "Damn, what's going on? According to my sister's usual temper, she should have dragged us to the authorities by now. But she actually let us go." Drew also found it strange. His gaze swept across the room and landed on an extra identity plaque on the table, inscribed with several large characters. It was Catherine's identity plaque. Simeon suddenly approached, excitedly and mockingly saying, "Damn, my sister even left you her personal identity plaque, Brecken. You really got skills." This shocked Simeon. The identity plaque was unique to the 4 great captains of the capital. With it, one could move freely in the city without seeking permission, except for Ivor's private quarters. Even entering the palace wouldn't be a problem. Leaving the plaque behind clearly meant that Catherine not only wouldn't report Drew but also wanted to help him. Drew felt deeply moved. He didn't expect this little miss to be so principled, not only refraining from adding to his troubles but offering support in difficult times. Looking out the door meaningfully, Drew felt his emotions surge. Honestly, since crossing over, he found that the female lead in the original story wasn't as described. She was kind-hearted and always guessed his intentions correctly. Most importantly, she wasn't as terrible towards the original protagonist as expected but showed some ambiguity. "Sigh, I owe her one," Drew thought. In the original story, the original protagonist treated Catherine awfully, abandoning her after using her and constantly belittling her mentally. A classic case of PUA. Yet Catherine remained loyal, silently supporting him. This left Drew feeling uneasy. Simeon played with the identity plaque, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. Dude, my sister must have a crush on you, Drew. Listen, my sister gave you her personal identity plaque. If you dare to betray her. Shoo. Drew frowned and gestured for silence. Simeon panicked and glanced around. What is it? Is there an enemy attack? Drew was bewildered. Sometimes he couldn't help but marvel at how bizarre Simeon's logic was. Sighing impatiently, he retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't speak recklessly. There's nothing else. The matter is settled. Don't overreact all the time. Seeing Simeon's irresponsible demeanor every day irritated Drew. If it weren't for the fact that in the original story, this difficult brother and the former protagonist were close allies with unwavering loyalty, even as Simeon never abandoned Drew despite the latter's eventual persecution by Walter, Drew would have long forsaken Simeon. In light of the current situation, naturally, he had to bring this troublemaker along. After all, if he were to fall from power, could Walter possibly let Simeon off? That was definitely impossible. Simeon had clashed with Walter several times before, each time forcing Walter to retreat, so Simeon was surely already on Walter's most wanted list as a top target. How could this be easily resolved? Walter's vindictiveness was something Drew understood all too well. It was tinier than the eye of a needle. Once given the chance, they would undoubtedly die at his hands. And then there was Godwin, the big oaf. Walter would tear him apart limb by limb. Sigh. Drew helplessly supported his head, realizing he had two less than reliable teammates and that he needed to turn things around all by himself. Drew's mind raced, swiftly devising his next move. Now, he had 2 Jinui under his command within the mansion and the 4 great captains ready for deployment at any moment. The Yi family's strength had significantly increased. Even if Walter stormed into the Yi family compound right now, Drew had the power to fight back. As for what to do next, Drew tapped his fingers against his hand, thinking deeply. His eyes gleamed gold for a moment, and he slapped his thigh, saying, "Let's go to the refugee camp." Simeon's eyes widened, almost believing his ears were playing tricks on him. Brother Yi, why go to the refugee camp now? Is that place fit for human beings? Tens of thousands of refugees have flooded into the capital like fish crossing a river. To maintain order and preserve the city's appearance, many officials have driven them out to the outskirts, preventing them from entering the city. But isn't this the perfect time to win over public support? He knew from the novel that public support could be a powerful asset. If he could harness it, it might bring him some advantages. At that point, facing Walter would be more confident. Chapter 154 Disguise. Drew did not dare to delay for a moment. After all, Stevie was staring at him like a madman at present. Who knew when he would lose his temper and come looking for trouble at the Yi residence? If he did not prepare a response strategy, Drew would have no confidence. This Stevie was indeed a bona fide lunatic. As this thought crossed his mind, Drew looked down and felt a tightness in his heart. Talking about other things, what he feared wasn't techniques like the 18 dragons subduing palms. He truly feared secret skills that could cause someone's testicles to burst. Sigh. The wind blowing on these, it's cold. He was an only son in his family. If something happened now, this might be considered the most humiliated he had lived through since being reborn several times. If even his balls were smashed, what else is there to think about? Drew suddenly felt a surge of determination arise within. Come on, let's get out first. Simeon stood dumbfounded where he was, dazed and confused with no reaction. Drew strode briskly toward the door. Just as Drew arrived in the courtyard, he glanced casually over and saw Dion and Coraline, whom Drew had brought back to the residence, practicing. Dion's well-built muscles bulged under the sunlight, veins pulsating, each low and deep cry resounding, making one's heart tremble, and Dion was swinging a huge stone weighing over 100 pounds in midair with fierce vigor. Drew watched in amazement. Holy crap, can this guy even be human? This is practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Even Drew thought that if this Dion were to contend with Stevie, it would be hard to tell who was stronger. No matter how powerful Stevie was, he was still mortal. Could he withstand the violent smashing of this 1,000-pound stone? Drew didn't dare to dwell on it. Then, with another glance, he saw on the side, at a table made from natural wood, Coraline was sitting elegantly, wearing light makeup, dressed in a long robe. She had already removed her iconic flying fish uniform of the Jinui. Her black hair floated in the air, her gaze calmly watching Dion practice. It seemed she had become accustomed to all of this. Drew furrowed his brows, and both Dion and Coraline noticed Drew's arrival, respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Lord Yi." Both hurried to rise and bow while speaking, and Drew waved his hand. There's no need for formalities. Drew gave a somewhat admiring look at the bulging muscles on Dion's body. Wow, with this, who needs anything else? If Godwin were this strong, he wouldn't need to go beg for help at the Jinui. Unfortunately, comparing people will drive you crazy. Behind Stevie was a group of elite soldiers, with the Tongtian sect continuously supplying reinforcements. All he could do was rack his brains to recruit people from various places. Thinking about it gave him a headache. Perhaps sensing Drew's unusual gaze, Dion looked down at his exposed muscles and instinctively raised his hand to cover his chest, feeling strange. After all, in this Great Qian Dynasty, quite a number of men preferred male companionship, and more than a few officials, upon seeing Dion's awe-inspiring physique, had privately suggested sharing intimate moments. And among them were several deviants, including wealthy young masters. How could Dion bear such insults? He was also a formidable soldier of the Jinui. How could he be subjected to such treatment? Naturally, none of these things happened. At this point, Coraline's eyes flickered, possibly noticing Drew was sizing her up, eyebrows arching in surprise. "Lord Yi, what is it?" she asked curiously. Drew frowned, seemingly recalling something. "Right, didn't you say you could disguise yourself?" "Yes, this servant girl can," Coraline replied softly. Disguise was her forte when entering the Jinui. Without mastering this skill, A weak woman like her would not have been able to join the Jinhui. Originally, she had a very feminine appearance. The reason Drew mistook her for a man initially was because of her exceptional skills. Her appearance back then was nearly identical to a man's. Drew thought to himself and immediately said, "Can you help me with a disguise?" Disguise? Coraline furrowed her brows, seemingly not understanding Drew's intention. Previously, the Jinhui needed disguises for special missions, so they changed their appearances to avoid being recognized by enemies. Now, why did Drew want a disguise without any reason? Drew waved his hand impatiently. "Enough talk. Now I ask you to help me with a disguise, so help me, got it?" Drew was very excited. He had forgotten about this previously, but now remembering it caused his heart to flutter. Since Stevie liked to scheme behind people's backs, why not change his appearance? That way, Stevie wouldn't know where to find him. If he could truly change his appearance, he could simply assume a new identity in the Great Qian Dynasty, and Stevie would never be able to find him. Though he knew Stevie had that technique that could make someone's testicles burst, it wasn't like he could follow a scent like a dog to find him, right? Drew was ecstatic, but Coraline was still confused as she was dragged by Drew, who hurriedly ran into the house. Simeon and Dion, not understanding what was happening, stood there. After entering Drew's bedroom, which was filled with antique charm, there was an expensive sandalwood square table, with a bronze mirror reflecting a cold light, showing Drew's handsome profile. Drew said, "Change my look. Preferably make me look like Andy Lau or Leon Lai." Andy Lau and Leon Lai? Coraline was puzzled, not understanding. Drew knew there was no time to explain and immediately said, "Never mind, just do it based on my appearance, so no one can recognize me." With an eager expression, Drew anxiously looked into the mirror. Coraline, though unsure of what Drew was up to, had no choice but to comply, saying, "All right, Freddie Yi." Soon, Coraline returned from outside the room carrying a wooden box about the size of a suitcase. She gently opened the wooden box, took out 4 or 5 crystal-clear silver needles, then retrieved a very realistic human face mask, which she slowly placed over Drew's face. Drew couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. "Damn, feels good." Coraline blushed, wondering why this young master didn't seem quite proper. The sound he made was too, but she didn't dare to think further, busy focusing on disguising Drew. Relaxing against the chair back, Drew fully enjoyed the service Coraline was providing for his disguise. Chapter 155. Can you recognize me now? Drew felt a tingling sensation on his face, thoroughly enjoying it as if currents were occasionally sweeping through. White ivy moved with such gentleness that Drew hardly noticed any discomfort. After a full half hour, a soft voice spoke by his ear. "Master Yi, take a look, it's done." Drew abruptly opened his eyes and immediately gazed excitedly at the ancient bronze mirror before him. He saw that the strikingly handsome face had vanished, and he looked as if he had been completely transformed. His brows arched high, nose bridge stood straight, with piercing dark eyebrows and bright eyes, fair skin, and sideburns trailing down past his ears. He appeared just like a noble young master stepping out of a painting. Drew was already good-looking, but this transformation made him seem reborn. If before he still carried an air of debauchery, now anyone would think of the saying. The man on the road is as jade, unmatched in the world. Holy crap. Amazing. Drew spun around the mirror, inspecting his new appearance in awe, utterly astonished. He had anticipated that White Ivy might be skilled, but he never expected her to be so remarkable. Drew stared at himself in the mirror for a long while. Even Wyatt might not recognize him. Indeed, it was excellent work. Drew turned his head and suddenly hugged White Ivy, planting an excited kiss right on her forehead. "Thank you, Wow. Now this is perfect. Now I don't fear Wyatt anymore." Ha ha ha. Drew laughed heartily. White Ivy was startled by Drew's sudden move, her fair cheeks turning red. Though she didn't know who Wyatt was, she was embarrassed by what just happened. Her blushing face, like the sunset sky, exuded coy charm. Ambrose, having heard the commotion, came in, examining Drew loudly. "Holy crap. Master Yi, you." Ambrose also froze. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he recognized Drew after White Ivy's transformation. The person before him was unmistakably Drew, yet he had changed completely. If Ambrose hadn't seen Drew follow White Ivy into the room for the transformation, he wouldn't have recognized him now. Cheerful spirits bring vigor. Drew strode briskly towards the door, unable to suppress his smile, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. It was harder to control than an AK. "Let's go to the refugee camp on the outskirts of the city." At this moment, Drew was brimming with excitement. He firmly believed that even if Wyatt had a keen nose, he wouldn't recognize him now. Even Jamal might not recognize him, let alone Drew himself. Drew was filled with confidence. What about going to the refugee camp? Although White Ivy and Ambrose were puzzled, they hurriedly followed Drew outside. But perhaps overexcited, Drew bumped into someone right outside the door, causing a scream to echo near Drew's ears. "Who's there? Watch where you're going." Drew felt a soft collision and took a step back, looking up to see none other than Rena standing there, her face flushed with anger, hair disheveled, glaring at him. Rena wore a white robe embroidered with lotus flowers, her delicate features glowing with irritation as she stared at Drew. Just as Drew was about to explain, he had a sudden thought. He had just been transformed. Rena probably couldn't recognize him now. Rena scrutinized him carefully, finding him familiar yet strange. She scanned his features, yet his looks were indeed unfamiliar to her. Rena's beautiful eyes showed doubt as she sized up Drew, uncertain in her heart. Drew felt nervous, his palms sweating. He nervously watched Rena, silently praying. It seemed White Ivy's skills were truly divine. Rena couldn't recognize him. Normally, if Rena recognized Drew, she would have scolded him by now. But now, she hesitated. Credit to White Ivy craftsmanship, Rena kept staring at him strangely. Drew inwardly gloated. Heh, so arrogant, can't recognize me now, huh? Then, hearing Drew's inner thoughts, Rena felt a chill run down her spine, her expression changing. What a surprise. So it's still Drew. No wonder this person looks so familiar. Sigh, but how did Drew? Though Rena didn't know what Drew had gone through, he looked entirely different now. Yet she still recognized him. It was indeed Drew before her. Immediately, Rena's face darkened as she said, "Drew, are you blind? What are you aimlessly wandering around here for?" Drew froze upon hearing this. He froze on the spot. Damn it, he was recognized after all. He had thought earlier that Haley didn't recognize him. Why didn't it work? What kind of lousy disguise technique is this? Drew cursed inwardly, still standing stunned in place. White Ivy and Ambrose, who were following behind, were equally confused. Without a second thought, Haley lightly moved her lotus-like steps as if she didn't want to quarrel with Drew, quickly walking towards the residence. "All right, watch where you're going next time." Haley's voice dissipated in the wind. Drew stood there dumbfounded, muttering softly under his breath. It shouldn't be like this. Why was I recognized? At that moment, his mind was filled with big question marks. White Ivy was also bewildered. She was extremely confident in her craftsmanship. After transforming Drew, even Gale might not recognize him, let alone Haley. Yet he was identified so quickly, which was truly strange. Ambrose also had faith in White Ivy's skills and couldn't understand what happened. Drew frowned, feeling disoriented by the wind. This shouldn't be happening. What's going on? Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure approaching again. It was Haley returning. She stood beside Drew, her beautiful eyes sizing him up, and smiled. "By the way, did you bring the waist plaque I gave you last time?" Drew's brain hadn't processed yet, and he remained stunned. I brought it." "Good." Upon hearing Drew's response, Haley relaxed and turned around, walking away quickly. Her voice came from afar, fading into the distance. "Oh, and your mask looked pretty realistic just now. Don't worry, no one else will recognize you." "The three of them?" Drew cursed silently. Damn, if it was so realistic, then why did you see through it at first glance? Isn't that insulting? No good. Frowning, Drew turned to White Ivy and said, "Come on, let's do it again. This is really strange." Chapter 156, Heart Turned Cold. Another round of fuss took place, stretching on for nearly half an hour. Coraline let out a long sigh, her body going limp as if all her energy had been abruptly sapped from her. She collapsed onto the ground. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her pale, tender face. She wiped the sweat away with her hand and whispered, "Lordy, you can check now. It should be about right." During that period, Coraline had put all her skills to work, this being likely the most delicate disguise she had ever attempted in her life. She simply wouldn't believe she could still be recognized. If she was recognized, then she would. Standing to the side, Benton had watched the whole process with wide eyes filled with confusion. His mouth stretched into a large, carefree grin. "Master Yi, it will surely be fine this time. Even watching beside you, I feel like it's completely a different person," Benton flattered excessively, trying to ingratiate himself. Drew cast him a scornful look. Though Benton seemed rough in appearance, his words were anything but, reminding Drew more of a sycophant, just like Godwin. Drew stood up and examined himself in the mirror again. Not bad, even better than before. Now even if he ran into Haley, he felt confident that the other party wouldn't recognize him. Drew thought to himself. At this moment, an urgent voice rang out from outside the door, accompanied by stumbling steps. "Drew, Drew." Shortly after, Simeon appeared at the doorway with an anxious expression, looking around the room. Seeing Benton and Coraline, he immediately asked anxiously, "Have you seen Drew? I've been searching for him everywhere. Why is he gone?" Earlier, Simeon had been talking with Drew when the latter stepped out after only a few words. But now, having searched the entire Yi Manor, Simeon still hadn't found Drew. Soon enough, Simeon's gaze landed on Drew sitting calmly in a wooden chair. Drew straightened his back and puffed out his chest confidently. After Coraline's work on his appearance, he felt pretty confident. He assumed Simeon wouldn't recognize him at this point. Drew felt both uneasy and tense. Simeon didn't have time to be surprised. His eyes scanned over Drew. For what seemed like an eternity, Drew was on edge, thinking to himself, shouldn't recognize. Even Coraline and Benton were nervously sweating. Their Jinui operations were usually flawless, never failing. And Coraline's disguise techniques were indeed remarkable. So much so that even their own comrades couldn't tell the difference after makeup was applied. Yet the previous disguise failed in front of Haley, leaving them embarrassed. These two were carefully chosen by Drew from the Jinui. If they performed so poorly, what kind of face would they have left? Drew frowned. "Hey, brother Yi, how come you're here?" Simeon walked straight over, giving Drew a hearty embrace. "I've been looking for you everywhere. You know nothing about it?" Drew froze midair. What is going on here? It seems these hours were wasted. With so much effort spent on the disguise, to be recognized at first glance, things were messed up. Drew felt dejected and spoke calmly. "It's nothing, we're chatting." Simeon poked curiously at Drew's fake human skin mask. "Hee, brother Yi, this human skin mask is pretty realistic, almost fooled me." Drew rolled his eyes. "If you recognized me, why shout so loudly? You recognized me at first sight." Feeling helpless, Drew was overwhelmed with frustration and powerlessness. Simeon chuckled. "Brother Yi, you're thinking too much. We grew up together. Even if you were turned to ashes, I could recognize you. Even buried, I could find your grave among many." Phew. Drew clamped his hand over Simeon's mouth. "Can you say something auspicious?" Looking at Simeon, Drew couldn't help but feel furious, wanting to tear apart his annoying mouth. Ha. Realizing his mistake, Simeon laughed awkwardly, patting his own mouth symbolically and said, "Just showing how close we are, right? Enough." Drew waved his hand exasperatedly. "Let's go to the refugee camp." Forget it. At this point, he didn't care whether Stevie could recognize him or not. This repeated hassle had already taken several hours. Whatever happened next was up to fate. Besides, this was just insurance. As to whether it worked or not, who cares? Coraline and Benton exchanged worried glances, feeling uneasy themselves. All the effort they had put into Drew's disguise seemed wasted if he could be recognized right away. That would mean their Jinui operation was a failure. At this moment, even Coraline began to deeply question her life choices. She was utterly astonished. Drew thought to himself, perhaps Haley and Simeon could recognize him, but Stevie might not, right? He could only console himself this way. After all, Drew had checked his appearance just now. The disguise did look quite realistic, and it took such a long time to perfect it. Drew was confident that even Gale wouldn't recognize him if he saw him. Right. It must be so. Simeon and Haley could recognize him purely by coincidence. Drew led Simeon toward the door. Let's go to the refugee camp. Okay. Simeon, who already knew Drew's plan to go to the refugee camp, was not surprised and followed quickly. But before they had taken a few steps, they ran into Gale in the courtyard. He looked exhausted and had a bulging belly. Gale saw Drew and Simeon immediately, frowning deeply. Drew, where are you going? At this moment, Drew felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart, but he forced a smile and replied insincerely. His heart felt icy cold. Dad, nothing much. I'm just going out for a stroll, to clear my mind. I need some peace. Who is peace? Watching Drew and Simeon's figures move further away, Gale stood there stunned for a while, scratching his chubby face, his lips and eyes filled with confusion. Strange, how could things be so out of place these days? Filled with a sense of defeat, Drew and Simeon got into the carriage. At this moment, a feeling of powerlessness enveloped his heart, as if countless ants were gnawing at it. How disheartening. Godwin had already regained consciousness, scratching his head and rubbing his still sore neck. He sat at the front of the carriage, driving the horses. Benton and Coraline sat at the other end of the carriage, the vehicle swaying as it headed towards the suburban refugee camp. Chapter 157. Visiting the refugees. On the way, Drew was in low spirits. Previously, Coraline had changed his appearance for him, but it had been recognized one after another by people, which dealt a heavy blow to him. Sigh, how distressing. Drew's handsome little face was constantly rubbed by his hands, and he occasionally lifted the curtain to peek outside. Walter could be hiding anywhere. Caution was still the best policy. Now, it felt like he had his head almost between his legs, couldn't be too careful, but then he thought of something else. Drew felt it was unreasonable again. Since he had brought Godwin along, why should he worry about Walter? Godwin was an unmistakable landmark figure, nearly 2 meters tall, walking like a small mountain. His shadow on the ground was quite intimidating. Calling him human Mount Tai wasn't an exaggeration. Oh, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Life and death are predestined. Drew didn't want to think anymore. As the carriage shook and swayed, it arrived at the refugee camp in the outskirts of the city. But when Drew lifted the curtain and got off the carriage, seeing the scene in front of him, he froze. All the worries in his heart vanished at once, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness and shock. The current suburban refugee area was filled with tree trunks that had been stripped of their bark, exposing bare branches. It wasn't exaggerated to say there were corpses everywhere. Everything was in ruins. Thousands upon thousands of ragged refugees were queuing up, beside 2 cauldrons steaming hot gruel being served, receiving relief food. Countless children cried out in despair, while refugees moaned all around. Drew snapped back to reality and waved. Godwin? Yes, Freddy. Godwin came running over quickly, his footsteps light. At this moment, Fergus and Coraline also got off the carriage. Seeing everything before them, both wore shocked expressions. Truly, while the front lines were tense, the rear indulged in reckless enjoyment, which aptly described this situation. In the strong Great Qian Dynasty, countless nobles in the capital lived extravagantly and aimlessly day by day. Yet just outside the capital, thousands of refugees were barely fed and clothed. They were currently queuing up, holding their shabby bowls in hand, begging for whatever little food they could get from the porridge shop to fill their stomachs. Both felt a mixture of emotions, as if cut by knives. Drew's eyes were red, and his voice trembled. Godwin, I ask you, did we not provide relief food earlier? Why is it still like this? Drew spoke word by word, with a hint of suppressed anger. He had clearly remembered persuading Gale to donate tens of millions of silver taels, 5 billion of which were specifically for refugee relief. Even if converted into rice, those 5 billion silver taels would amount to billions of pounds. How could it be like this now? Earlier, Drew hadn't had time to visit the outskirts, but now seeing it made him indignant and clench his teeth in anger. Godwin was also at a loss for words. Master Yi, this subordinate is also unclear. Previously, I saw with my own eyes that hundreds of sacks of rice were loaded onto carts and transported outside the city, but Godwin didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. He had seen the white rice neatly loaded onto carts and delivered to the outskirts with his own eyes. Let's go, Drew shouted, not waiting for Godwin to explain, rushing directly to the porridge stall. Many refugees looked at Drew with pleading eyes, their eyes full of endless helplessness and bitterness. There was even a young girl with innocent eyes being dragged by her parents, sucking her finger and staring at Drew with wide eyes. Mommy, who is she? Beside her, a poorly dressed woman immediately tugged at the girl's collar. Don't talk nonsense. That's an official. Seeing this, Drew felt even more unsettled. His emotions were mixed. At the porridge stall, 2 officials were serving congee. A large pot in front of them emitted billows of steam, with bits of rice floating sparsely, clear soup with no sign of any meat. If you called it porridge, it might as well be called rice broth. Drew took a deep breath, barely restraining his anger as he asked, I ask you, who among you is in charge here? Bring them out. Drew's order caused the 2 officials serving the porridge to recognize him. You, who are you? The 2 officers stared curiously. Do you dare ask? Just as Drew was about to lose his temper, he suddenly remembered. He was in disguise, so it was normal for them not to recognize him. Lowering his voice, he initially wanted to reveal his identity but realized it would render the disguise useless. Thus, he directly showed Haley's golden waist badge in front of them. Do you recognize this waist badge? The 2 constables, seeing this, were taken aback and hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling as they said, We did not know you were here in person, sir. We failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us. Spare your apologies. Quickly bring out whoever is in charge of serving gruel here. Drew shouted once more. The two constables exchanged a glance, and one of them immediately got up and ran toward the back of the house. Soon after, a grumbling voice was heard from outside. Who the hell is looking for me? Can't you see I'm drinking? Drew took a deep breath. These officials who occupy their positions but do no real work were always lining their own pockets while countless refugees suffered from cold and hunger. They pretended not to see it all. Once he found out who was embezzling funds, he would twist off their heads. Drew's face was deathly pale as he stood there, his coat flapping in the wind, exuding a chilling tint. And beside him, Godwin, who normally had a playful demeanor, now stood solemnly next to Drew, eyes glaring fiercely like an enraged tiger. This frightened the refugees, preventing them from getting any closer, watching from a distance. Then, the constable returned, accompanied by a Eldon dressed in official robes, with a round belly, greasy hair, and still stained lips from drinking. Who's looking for me? The Eldon seemed to still be hung over, his words slurred, stumbling under the support of the constable as he approached Drew. The constable's face was white with fear, almost losing his soul. Earlier, Drew had shown his badge, which belonged to one of the 4 great captains of the capital. It was clear that Drew was here to question, yet their superior was drunk and barely coherent. This was a surefire way to invite disaster. The constable Sola hid behind the Eldon, not daring to speak a word. The Eldon stuck out his neck, squinting, searching left and right, unable to focus his gaze. It took him a long time to finally make out Drew and Godwin. Ha ha. Drew's face was grim, laughing coldly, whispering softly, Godwin, who is this? Chapter 158. What rank are you? Godwin scratched his head. Sir, I don't know this person either. Maybe he's an official from the porridge distribution shelter. Drew tapped his hand playfully. Then, Godwin, tell me, what rank would a typical disaster relief official of a porridge distribution shelter usually be? Godwin's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting this question from Drew. He hesitated before replying, Freddie. Usually, the disaster relief officials in the court belong to the 5th rank. Oh right, lower 5th rank? Godwin hastily added that detail. Drew sneered inwardly even more. When the original host was rampaging through the capital city, let alone a 5th rank official, even royal princes on the street didn't receive good treatment from him. Now the emperor has bestowed upon him the title of national guardian. Would killing a 5th rank official really be no big deal? Meanwhile, the middle-aged official still blustered on, cursing again. Oh, you there. Who do you think you are? Summoning me without seeing that your lord is. As he spoke, the intoxicated official staggered and nearly fell. The nearby constables quickly caught him. My lord, my dear lord, your life is almost gone, and you're still drinking here? Humph. Drew sneered. Fine. Drag him down and give him 50 strokes. Beat him hard. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged official finally sobered up, staring at Drew with shocked eyes. He hadn't recognized who stood before him at all. And now this person dared to punish him? Before he could finish speaking, you dare to drag him down. Drew shouted again. Godwin immediately moved into action, dragging the man towards the execution area without waiting for any reaction. Lionel and White Ivy, who were closely following Drew, promptly joined in. They had long been displeased with these inactive officials, but had no means to act before. The embroidered uniform guard was an intelligence agency, a hidden blade within the sleeves of Ivor, with limited authority. But now, under Drew, they could finally vent their frustrations. They worked even harder. For a moment, piercing cries and wails spread around, echoing everywhere. The middle-aged official who was boasting earlier now screamed like a pig being slaughtered, making everyone shiver. 2 constables wisely fetched a chair for Drew. Drew crossed his legs and sat leisurely, observing the official being punished, his face ashen. Drew had been away from the suburban refugee area for some time. His family had punished anyone who embezzled relief supplies severely before. Yet in these few days of absence, after executing one Zhang San, another Li Si dared to embezzle the relief supplies. People in the crowd began whispering. This young man, who is he? How can he dare to beat the imperial disaster relief official? I don't know. He looks handsome. Perhaps he's a nobleman's son? Quickly, stop talking. Those officials spend their days indulging themselves. Who cares about our lives? In their conversations, everyone harshly criticized the Qian Dynasty officials for their incompetence and greed, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Drew heard every word. Each word felt like it was stabbing directly into his heart. His anger flared up instantly, and he felt an intense urge to tear apart the corrupt disaster relief official in front of him. Drew slammed his chair. Beat him harder. Beat him until he dies. Yes. Godwin and Lionel responded in unison. Godwin and Lionel swung their thick wooden sticks left and right, each strike landing forcefully. The rhythmic wails of the middle-aged official filled the air. The two stood there, wielding their sticks vigorously, looking like bears dancing. White Ivy watched coldly from the side, her eyes occasionally flashing with coldness. After several incense sticks worth of time, the half-dead middle-aged official was dragged back to Drew by Godwin and Lionel. At this point, his face was covered in blood, and his official robes soaked red with blood. He was barely breathing. Clearly, he was on the verge of death. Lying on the ground, still not fully sober, he mumbled. Who are you? To dare hit this lord? The man struggled to speak. Humph. Drew sneered again, standing up and walking straight to the middle-aged official. Standing over him, he extended his large foot and stepped on the plump face of the official, twisting it from side to side. Do you want to know who this Freddy is? Let me tell you, there's only one in the entire capital, Drew of the Yi family. Heard of me? Drew was extremely angry. Otherwise, in broad daylight and with so many people watching, Drew would never reveal his identity. After all, Stevie could take action against him at any time. But at this moment, he simply couldn't hold back. Leaving that aside, the Yi family name still carried a lot of weight within the capital city. At this point, he was furious to the extreme. As a playboy, if one doesn't behave in a bit of a reckless manner, how can they be considered a true playboy? Drew. The onlookers among the refugees flashed some light in their eyes. They immediately cheered. It's the young master of the Yi family. Oh my god. It's actually the young master of the Yi family. Previously, when Drew severely punished the Yi family members who embezzled relief supplies in the southern city, the news spread far and wide. Even many civilians spontaneously set up shrines to honor Drew. Yet, Drew was completely unaware of this matter at present. Feeling the earnest gazes of the common people behind him, Drew's anger burned fiercely. The Elden suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, finally coming to his senses. You are Freddy Yi. Yes, precisely this young master. Drew sneered repeatedly, his face like a grim reaper before the middle-aged official. Now that I've beaten you enough, let me ask you, just how much silver did you embezzle? I didn't embezzle. I didn't embezzle. Drew laughed coldly. You won't cry until you see the coffin, and your heart won't change until you reach the Yellow River. Keep beating. 50 strokes. Drew said this calmly, suddenly lifting his foot. A large shoe mark remained on the Elden's face. No, don't beat. I'm Elsie Mashing, the nephew of Secretary Elsie from the Ministry of Revenue. You can't touch me? Elsie Mashing shouted in panic. Initially, the disaster relief operation in the shelter was managed by the Ministry of Revenue. Later, due to a shortage of manpower, it was taken over by the Ministry of War. And Elsie Mashing, relying on his uncle, the Minister of War, took over this lucrative post. Upon assuming office, he lived a carefree life. Every day, thousands of bags of rice were delivered, which he sold in the city at inflated prices, pocketing the profits for himself. Chapter 159. Heard you have connections? But now, Drew suddenly appeared. Drew abruptly stopped and turned around. So, you do have a background after all? Elsie Mashing nodded frantically, drenched in cold sweat. Yes, Freddy Yi. Isn't this like the floodwater from a temple flushing out its own dragon? Family attacking family? He forced a smile, attempting to draw closer to Drew. Ha! Another sneer from Drew. This laugh, in Elsie Mashing's eyes, was terrifying. It was as if it were a rat paying homage to a cat with ill intentions. Fine, I know we're family. 80 strokes of the cane, then add another 30, and then reward him. Damn! Elsie Mashing stared wide-eyed, his eyes bulging. Godwin and Brantley smiled coldly, dragging the half-dead Elsie Mashing away again. Please, Freddy Yi, I won't dare anymore. Spare me my life. Elsie Mashing's anguished cries echoed through the sky, cutting through the night air. The ragged onlookers stood there stunned, completely baffled by what they saw. Though they had heard that Drew was just and hated evil, they had never seen him so irascible. In just a few words, he beat an official until he was unconscious, barely hanging on to life. To these refugees, those officials were once high-ranking deities they could hardly meet, now beaten to a pulp. Such scenes were rare sights indeed. Drew, smiling grimly, sat in his chair, rubbing his fingers thoughtfully and said with interest, continue beating him. I want to see when he'll finally tell the truth. Drew pondered inwardly, where did Elsie Mashing get such audacity? How dare he brazenly embezzle so much grain stipend for the Yi family right before his eyes? Just as they had persuaded Old Man Gale to convert 500 million taels of silver into rice, Elsie Mashing turned around and sold it back to shops in the capital. Thinking about it made Drew grind his teeth in anger. Their family's donations had benefited these corrupt officials instead. What did that make him? A wastrel? Damn it. Drew felt furious inside. Godwin and Brantley had long detested these corrupt officials, dragging the almost dead Elsie Mashing away. White Ivy beside them had an angry expression on her beautiful face, fists clenched tightly, staring furiously at Elsie Mashing. Coming from poor backgrounds, they joined the Jinui by chance. Growing up in poverty, they naturally had no patience for corrupt officials. Seeing Elsie Mashing beaten mercilessly gave them a sense of relief. Immediately, their gazes towards Drew contained more admiration. Previously, in the Jinui, they had always heard that Drew was a reckless son of privilege, unreliable and irresponsible. They also knew something about the Yi Manor, but for some reason, Ivor didn't assign Jinui members to enter it. Now, looking at Drew sitting in his chair with his leg crossed, sword-like brows and starry eyes, fair skin, hair neatly tied up, wearing a white robe, he seemed aloof yet exuded a unique elegance of a scholar. For some reason, White Ivy blushed thinking about it. Realizing her thoughts were wandering, she quickly shook her head, dismissing these absurd thoughts. Where am I going with this? Am I imagining things? Meanwhile, Drew remained unaware of all this, only watching Elsie Mashing being beaten with amusement. The sound of cudgels hitting flesh rang out loudly, shocking everyone present, making them gape like wooden puppets, some even turning away unable to bear it. The two Ardens who supported Elsie Mashing earlier were now trembling, nearly collapsing. Luckily, they came early. If they had been late, Drew might have blamed them. Wouldn't they be the ones receiving punishment now? Not all corporal punishments were the same. Some seemed harsh but only caused surface wounds, while others, seemingly light, injured deep muscles and bones. Under Godwin and Brantley's hands, the beating looked brutal, and it was. Elsie Mashing's cries changed from loud protests to weak moans. Finally, it was like beating a lump of rotten meat. Only sounds but no cries. Clark and Brantley exchanged glances, judging that they had inflicted enough punishment. With a nod of understanding, they immediately discarded the wooden sticks they held. At this point, Elsie Mashing was lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes were rolled back in his head, frothing at the mouth, and the blood had soaked through his clothes. He lay there like a dead dog, his fate uncertain. Clark scratched his head and jogged up to Drew. Master Yi, he's been beaten enough. If we continue, he might not have any breath left. Drew's expression remained calm as he stood up from his chair. So he's out of breath? Really can't take a beating? After all, Elsie Mashing had embezzled such a large sum of silver from their Yi family. Drew was already furious beyond words. If he didn't teach him a severe lesson this time, the anger within would not subside. However, Drew did not want to kill him for real. It would cause too much trouble otherwise. After all, Elsie Mashing was still a fifth-rank official in the court, and more importantly, his uncle was Adalberto, the Minister of War. If this incident escalated, a moderate lesson would suffice. Moreover, Empress Elsie Gue, Gabrielle's Gavin's sister, was highly favored in the court, though Drew had never met her. With a stern face, Drew stood up and looked into the distance. Bring him over. Hearing this, Clark and Brantley quickly dragged the limp Elsie Mashing to Drew's feet. Master Yi, take a look. Drew glanced down to see Elsie Mashing only exhaling, seemingly unconscious. Drew's expression remained unchanged. Wake him up. Right away. Clark fetched a large wooden bucket filled with water and splashed it over Elsie Mashing with a hiss. Elsie Mashing jerked awake, his face full of terror. I really don't know. Drew strode forward, lifted his foot, and stomped on Elsie Mashing's face, glaring at him and demanding, I ask you, where did all that rice go? Chapter 160 Continue Beating. Elsie Mashing seemed to be overwhelmed by fear, mumbling incoherently, unable to utter a complete word. Drew gave an eerie smile. Oh, so it looks like the beating didn't scare you enough? He then raised his head and looked at Godwin and Brantley. Continue with the punishment. This time, go a bit harder. Otherwise, our Lord Elsie might not remember this lesson well. 100 lashes should do it. Heard me? Sure thing. Although Godwin and Brantley knew that if they continued, Elsie Mashing might not survive, they still put on a fearsome appearance and rolled up their sleeves, stepping forward. Once he heard Drew was going to continue, Elsie Mashing was utterly terrified. His last shred of resistance completely vanished. If they continued, he wouldn't survive today. Compared to his life, everything else. Master Yi, please stop. I got it. I'll tell you everything. This matter was extensive. Elsie Mashing had concealed things earlier out of fear for his uncle, Adalberto, as this case of embezzling Yi family's grain supplies implicated Adalberto. Now seeing Drew intent on beating him to death, he had no choice but to confess. Drew raised a hand to stop Godwin and Brantley. Lowering his head, Drew's smile held a mocking undertone as he looked at Elsie Mashing, who trembled like a frightened stray dog. Recalling how arrogantly Elsie Mashing had acted when he first came, Drew couldn't help but sneer. People are indeed despicable. Only through pain can they learn fear. Humph, Drew said with a smile. Speak then. What exactly happened? Let me warn you, think carefully before speaking. Don't say nonsense. Otherwise, these boards aren't used lightly. If I decide to give you 100 lashes, I doubt your frail body can take it. Elsie Mashing's body had long been weakened by excessive drinking and debauchery. He usually indulged in alcohol and visited brothels daily, leaving his body in poor health. These several dozen lashes already had him barely clinging to life. Faced with Drew's threats, Elsie Mashing kept nodding in agreement. Yes, Master Yi, I will follow your instructions. I dare not hide anything. While speaking, he glanced warily at the blood-stained wooden board in Godwin and Brantley's hands, his own blood. Then he timidly glanced at the gentleman-like figure of Drew, standing in front of him. They say the Yi family has a playboy, yet why does Drew act so ruthlessly? Even compared to the harsh officials from the Ministry of War or Ministry of Justice, he is no less severe. Elsie Mashing remained silent for a moment. Seeing Elsie Mashing still hesitating, Drew roared, still not talking? Do you want another 80 lashes? Drew knew the principle of striking while offering a sweet reward afterward. He had shown some leniency earlier, yet Elsie Mashing still played games with him. Although Gale had resigned, the lingering power of the Yi family remained significant. Killing a fifth-rank official wasn't a big deal. Besides, it would also let off some of his anger. Faced with Drew's ferocious threat, Elsie Mashing truly felt that any further delay might cost him his life. He nodded continuously, replying like a pecking chick, Master Yi, I'll speak. The rice was all sent to a designated mill in the capital in exchange for silver. Who ordered this? Drew asked coldly. Elsie Mashing felt uneasy inside, hesitating to speak. Drew lost patience. So, you still think we haven't punished you enough? Want more beatings? Drew glared and deliberately put on a stern face. Seeing Drew's expression made Elsie Mashing shudder. Every time before a beating, Drew looked just like this. Just now, he felt like he could faint at any moment, daring not to delay. He hurriedly said, No, Master Yi, it was my Uncle Adalberto, who ordered me to do it. Upon hearing this, Drew's expression changed, and he was inwardly shocked. As expected, his suspicions were correct. Adalberto was involved in this. Earlier, he received intelligence from Walter that Adalberto secretly collaborated with the Xiongnu along the border, raiding the civilians of the Great Qian Dynasty and plundering countless valuables. Did Adalberto get a cut from this too? Daring to covet relief supplies intended for refugees. What audacity! Embezzling supplies meant for their Yi family? Drew inwardly snorted and immediately asked, Which mill in the capital did you send all the rice to? Speak. Drew urged again. Elsie Mashing did not dare to hide anything further and immediately said, It was Dakian Rice Shop. The owner's surname is Qian. How much silver was exchanged in total? In total, over 22 million taels. Brecken was inwardly shocked. The entire Dogon dynasty's annual treasury income was how much? It barely reached hundreds of millions of taels. He had persuaded Gale to distribute their family wealth, exchanging it for silver to aid the refugees. In just half a month, Adalberto and Elsie Mashing had colluded to embezzle over 22 million taels of silver. This amount would be enough for decapitation 9 times over. Having learned everything he wanted to know, Drew no longer wanted to deal with the now pitiful Elsie Mashing and waved his hand. Hang him up and leave him there for 3 days and nights. Give him 2 taels of rice and 2 taels of water each day to keep him alive, but make sure he doesn't die. Let him be publicly shamed. Upon hearing this, Elsie Mashing's soul almost left his body. He didn't expect that even after confessing everything, Drew would still punish him. He immediately pleaded, Freddie Yi, you cannot. Hang him up. Drew roared again and turned around, striding toward the carriage before him with great strides. Godwin and Bardian exchanged glances, then showed a sinister expression and said in an odd tone, "All right, Lord Elsie, please." Amidst the wailing, Godwin and Bardian lifted Elsie Massing and hung him on a nearby high scaffold, his hands tied tightly and hanging high, exposed to wind and sun. With Drew's order, no one dared to rescue him. This undoubtedly became a strange sight. At the capital city's gruel dispensary, they actually hung the official responsible for distributing gruel for 3 days and nights. Countless refugees clapped and cheered. After witnessing Drew's actions, they immediately felt that Drew was no playboy at all. The previous rumors in the capital about Drew being a wastrel were naturally debunked. At this moment, in the hearts of these refugees who barely clothed and barely fed themselves, Drew was their true righteous judge, a genuine clean official. Chapter 161. Lord of the Clear Sky. Otherwise, how could he use such a thunderous method to deal with these corrupt officials? They felt that they had indeed wronged Drew before. Some people even thought that Drew was too deserving of his reputation. But now, it seemed completely different. Master Yi is truly a good person. I knew it. Those slanders about Master Yi were all false. Yes, otherwise, how could Master Yi have donated so much silver to save us? We must be grateful. And the little girl who exchanged glances with Drew earlier timidly asked, "Mommy, is Master Yi a good person?" A plain-dressed woman with a bit of dirt on her face gazed deeply at Drew's carriage leaving and stirring up dust along the mountain road, saying, "He's a good person. He is the Lord of the Clear Sky." No one knew who started it first. Lord of the Clear Sky. Suddenly, the shouts of "Lord of the Clear Sky" echoed in this space for a long time, as if mountains and seas were being moved, growing more intense. At this moment, Drew, sitting inside the carriage with a hurried expression, naturally didn't know what happened behind him, but his gaze was deep, lost in thought. Godwin was responsible for driving the carriage in front, while Benton and Ferdy sat at the back, scrutinizing Drew with piercing eyes. Perhaps they had certain opinions about Drew before, but after today's events, they realized everything was entirely different from what they had imagined. This Drew, although somewhat unrestrained in action and a bit exaggerated, genuinely did practical things for the common people. After all, both Benton and Ferdy were members of the Jinui, who, though interfered less in court matters, understood the complex relationships better than anyone else. There was no way out. The Jinui was the top intelligence agency of the Great Qian Dynasty. They were well aware of some private connections among these officials in the court. This Elsie Mashing wasn't just the nephew of the Minister of War Adalberto. More importantly, he was related to Empress Dowager Elsie, who was greatly favored in the court. And Drew, without a word, beat him half to death. Although Gale wielded supreme power in the court, could this Adalberto be easily provoked? After all, as the Minister of War, he held considerable authority in the court and had a strong say. Moreover, he had always been at odds with Gale in the past. Now, Drew, for the sake of unrelated commoners, beat Elsie Mashing like this. Alas, both secretly marveled. Sitting in the carriage, Drew closed his eyes, swaying with the bumps of the carriage, thinking deeply about all that had happened today. Now, in front of everyone, he had beaten Elsie Mashing so badly that he almost lost his life. Although Gale wielded enormous power in the court, would this Minister of War Adalberto let it go? By doing this, he undoubtedly humiliated Adalberto publicly. If Adalberto found out about this, could he bear it? Could Drew swallow this humiliation? The hard-earned money that his father, Gale, diligently obtained was squandered by the Elsie family. This was his painstakingly saved lifeline money. If this money had been used for the homeless and displaced people, it would have been worth it. But now, it had been wasted by the Elsies, which Drew couldn't tolerate. However, Drew was not afraid of this. Even if it reached Emperor Melvinho, he would be in the right. With such a huge corruption case, even if one Gale fell, there would still be countless others. Drew's plan took shape suddenly as he opened his eyes. Earlier, he came to the refugee camp to gather public support to fight Walter. But now, he wanted to make some changes. Which man doesn't dream of reaching the highest position and being honored in the ancestral temple? So why not take a bold move? Since fate gave him another chance to be transmigrated into this novel, instead of living cautiously all his life, why not really fight against Walter with full force? Isn't he just another person? One head, two arms. What could he be afraid of? Worst case, establish a career in the Great Qian Dynasty. Now Drew was even slightly regretful that he persuaded his father Gale to resign from his post and retire. However, Drew's contemplation caused no harm. After all, he was soon to marry Stacy. Once married, his official fortune would soar. With the help of the Jinui and Emperor Melvinho, he believed he could gather the strength of the entire Great Qian Dynasty and compete with Walter. Who does he think he is? Drew pondered, but for his plan to succeed, he first needed to eliminate Adalberto and Gavriel. After all, Jamal was currently renowned in the court, seemingly with countless people on their side, giving them a deep-rooted foundation. However, many of these people secretly colluded with Adalberto and Gavriel. These individuals were fickle. If the Yi family lost power, they would rush out like rabid dogs to tear the Yi family apart. Adalberto and Gavriel had to be eliminated. But Drew pondered further. If it were only Adalberto and Gavriel, it would have been simpler. Yet, the worst part was that there was also Empress Elsie Gue. Empress Elsie Gue didn't have much mention in the original story, but from snippets here and there, she could be seen as a ruthless woman, stunningly beautiful, who captivated Emperor Melvinho with her enchanting dance. Even compared to someone like Stacy, a princess-like figure, she did not fall short. And perhaps she even received more favor. It was as if Emperor Melvinho had lost his heart to her. Within just 2 years, he elevated her directly from a palace maid to a royal consort. If one said there was nothing suspicious about this, Drew would never believe it. But it clearly indicated that Empress Elsie Gue had some means. To deal with Adalberto and Gavriel, the first step was to bring down Empress Elsie Gue. Drew rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Thinking about these things one by one made him feel a bit overwhelmed. He had to tackle each issue at hand. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Under the shocked gazes of Benton and Ferdy, Drew suddenly stood up, flung back the carriage curtain, and loudly shouted to Godwin, who was driving the carriage outside, "Turn around!" Head to Daejeon Rice Shop in the capital. Daejeon Rice Shop? Godwin was taken aback. But he quickly recalled that when Drew questioned Elsie Mashing earlier, the latter mentioned that the rice donated by the Yi family had all been sold at Daejeon Rice Shop. Now that Drew wanted to go there suddenly, there must be a reason behind it. So without asking any more questions, Godwin immediately cracked the whip. The horse neighed long, and the carriage turned around toward the direction of Daejeon Rice Shop. Chapter 162. Rectifying the capital. Within the capital city, it was worlds apart from the continuous battles and incessant turmoil at the borders. Many of the carefree citizens lived quite comfortably. They had enough to eat and drink on a daily basis without much trouble. The streets were bustling with crowds, and commerce thrived. A luxuriously decorated carriage charged recklessly down the road, heading straight for Daejeon Rice Shop. Inside the carriage sat Drew, his face a picture of anger. To thoroughly topple Gavriel and his father Adalberto, merely charging in recklessly or directly engaging in combat would not suffice. After all, Adalberto was also a first-rank official in the imperial court, just like Drew's father, one of the 6 heads of the ministries. If action were taken directly against him, it would be hard to explain even to Great Mountain Yi, Gale, let alone when Ivor would surely hold an inquiry. Thus, he must find evidence of embezzlement by the Elsie family before making a move. Although these silver taels obtained by Great Mountain Yi were ill-gotten, Drew knew that Ivor must be aware of his earlier distribution of billions of taels of silver. Since no blame had been placed on him, it could be seen as a tacit approval, acknowledging the Yi family's effort to redeem themselves. Yet this matter required separate treatment. Just as the Yi family had donated money, the Elsie family began their malfeasance. If this issue reached Ivor, there might be a way to seek justice. As the carriage barreled through the streets, the leisurely strollers immediately scattered in panic, exclaiming, "Whoa, whose carriage is this? Acting so unreasonably. Lower your voice. Didn't you see that it's from the Yi family? Watch out for your head and tongue." Upon recognizing this, someone quickly advised. The person who had been complaining loudly and unrestrained immediately clamped his mouth shut. Though Drew had calmed down recently, his previous reputation as a rogue in the capital still lingered like an ominous cloud over the hearts of its citizens. Upon hearing it was Drew's carriage, they immediately fell silent in fear, lest their tongues be cut off by speaking too much. Inside the carriage, Drew remained oblivious to this scene. As the carriage moved farther away, some citizens who had previously scattered grew bolder, but there was nothing they could do. After all, food is essential to survival. One cannot live without eating. So despite facing such domineering servants, they had no choice but to endure the indignity and purchase rice here. These servants strutted around like officials from the government, glaring fiercely at the people while declaring, "Listen up, the price of rice isn't 3 taels per shung anymore. It's now 4 taels. This announcement caused an uproar among the citizens, revealing looks of shock. What, 4 taels per shung? Oh sir, how can the citizens of our capital The citizens continued to blame Daejeon Rice Shop for raising prices during such a difficult time, profiting from the nation's misfortune. Hearing this, the 2 servants' eyes flashed with hostility, immediately focusing on the Eldon who had spoken up first. They thought he was leading the protest. Otherwise, how could things have gotten so out of hand? They needed to make an example of him to intimidate the crowd. "I say, you old bastard, do you want to die?" One of the servants grabbed the Eldon by the collar, cursing furiously. The Eldon hastily tried to block him. No, not you officials, sir. I was just talking casually. We're here to buy rice." Seeing their father being bullied, the 2 little girls rushed forward in panic, hugging the servant as they cried, "Let go of my daddy! Let go of my daddy! Get lost! Who are these brats?" The other servant hung his wooden stick around his neck and dragged the 2 little girls by their collars. Chapter 163. "I hear you're very arrogant?" Then, a servant standing nearby immediately raised his hand and slapped the Eldon. With a crisp smack, a bright red handprint instantly appeared on the Eldon's face. The onlookers glared in anger, but none dared to step forward to help. Seeing their father being hit, the 2 little girls were frantic with worry and began biting the servant's hand. "Let go of my father." The servant, in pain, immediately released his grip. The 2 little girls dashed crazily to their father's side, as if they were tender fledglings protecting against vicious wolves. The Eldon, seeing the situation, had an expression of utmost fear flash through his eyes. He promptly held the hands of the 2 little girls. Sir, we won't buy rice, okay? Let's go. He knew that things had already escalated. If the servants pressed charges, today's beating would be unavoidable. It wouldn't matter much if he got beaten, but what about his 2 daughters? They were only 10 years old. What if they got beaten too? How could they possibly survive such trauma? While speaking, he tried to lead the 2 little girls away. "Hold them back. F***K, said the servant who had just been bitten, charging up furiously. The other servant immediately pursued, kicking the Eldon down to the ground. There was a clear crack sound as bones rang out, and the Eldon fell on the ground, clutching his waist, seemingly injured. His face was contorted with pain, cold sweat dripping nonstop. Yet he still managed to shield the 2 little girls behind him. "Sir, my daughters are still young and ignorant. Please forgive them. Just let them off this once." At this point, the servant stood menacingly, wielding a wooden stick and approaching with a cruel look. "If I let them off, then tell me, can my Daejeon Rice Shop continue doing business? Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know your own name." These 2 men acted arrogantly and proudly like officers on duty, showing absolutely no restraint. Onlookers clenched their teeth in frustration and balled their fists tightly but didn't dare speak up. Everyone knew that at this moment, stepping up meant facing almost the same outcome, if not worse, with a beating. They were all common folk. How could they dare oppose these people from the Daejeon Rice Shop? Rumors spread throughout the capital city about one rice shop after another shutting down due to powerful connections behind the Daejeon Rice Shop. Such powerful, incredibully powerful connections. Some even said these connections extended into the imperial palace. How could they, ordinary citizens, ever reach those high-ranking officials who never appeared in public within the palace? Thinking of it alone felt unimaginable, not to mention openly challenging them. Wasn't that courting death? Sigh. All bystanders could do was silently watch, pitying the family. Just then, one servant swung the wooden stick high, whipping the air towards the Elden's head with a bang. With another bang, the Elden screamed in pain, clenching his head. Blood trickled from his forehead, quickly spreading across his brow and eyes, covering his face entirely in blood, making for a horrifying sight. The two little girls sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces like rain, eliciting sympathy. Daddy, Daddy, what happened? The two servants seemed still unsatisfied and simultaneously lifted their sticks. I'll tell you, neither of you is going anywhere today. Still thinking of leaving? Or Daddy, I'll sell you to the Yihong courtyard. One servant sneered and reached out to grab the crying little girls. But at this moment, there came a loud bang. The servant about to act flew backward like a cannonball, landing hard on the brick ground, holding his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth instantly, spewing out, shocked and gasping while holding his chest. F***K. Who the hell dares hit me? The other servant looked up and saw a ferocious, towering presence, Braden, staring straight at him. He was about to curse again, but the words died in his throat, barely managing to gulp. For good reason, the person before him was shockingly intimidating, likely nearly 7 feet tall, muscles bulging. He felt like one hand could strangle him alive. Was this a man or a gorilla? Who are you? Do you know where you are? This is Qian Rice Shop. The servant was drenched in cold sweat, blustering threats. Qian Rice Shop, impressive indeed. How have I never heard of it before? A clear, mocking voice sounded. The servant turned to see Drew with sharp eyebrows and brilliant eyes, draped in white robes. Flanked by Ferdy and Godwin, Drew slowly walked up, looking down at the servant from a higher vantage point. The servant blinked his eyes, looking at the young man in front of him, seemingly finding him familiar. Are you? Humph, I don't change my name when I walk, nor do I hide my surname when I sit. I am Drew, Drew said with a smile. But at this moment, his smile seemed as terrifying as a devil to the servant. What? The servant was so frightened that cold sweat poured down from him, immediately helping the man to get up from the ground. I didn't know Freddy Yi was here. Please forgive me. Who in the entire capital city didn't know of Drew's notorious reputation? If they were the local tyrants, then Drew was surely the undisputed king among them. Though the previous Drew had acted wantonly and wildly, he had indeed built up that infamous reputation through real actions. There were other prodigal sons in the capital city, not just from the Yi family, but under the suppression of the Yi family, all of them submitted obediently. And who in the capital city dared to impersonate Drew? That would be courting death. Therefore, the servant did not doubt Drew's identity. He quickly stood up, threw the wooden stick aside with a clank, and humbly apologized. Just now, I saw you two were quite arrogant. When you were beating people, you didn't seem to be this reserved, right? Drew squinted his eyes and spoke in a teasing tone. The bystanders, on the other hand, remained silent, watching the conversation between Drew and the servants, regarding it as one dog biting another. After all, neither party had a good reputation. Drew hadn't committed fewer evil deeds in the capital city, and these servants profited from national difficulties. Alas, the people couldn't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the blindness of heaven. But this matter wasn't closely related to them. Even fewer felt sympathy like they did for the father and daughter who were bullied by the servants earlier. People turned their heads away, no longer paying attention to what was happening. Who cared about dogs biting each other? The servants sweated profusely. Drew naturally noticed the change in the crowd's attitude. He had seen everything that happened here clearly while sitting in his carriage. Chapter 164. Bring out your Adelard. Now it was clear what had happened. The rice donated by the Yi family had been delivered to Qian Rice Shop by Elsie Mashing, and then sold at a high price to the citizens of the capital, to occupy a position but do nothing, casually trampling on human lives. The rations originally intended to aid thousands of refugees were instead resold to the people of the capital. This way, not only would the starving refugees outside be left without food, but now even the residents of the capital faced food shortages. Tracing back, this situation was caused by Drew's donation of his family's assets. How could he be made the villain here? Could Drew swallow this humiliation? Cold sweat dripped down the servant's face as he wiped his forehead. Master Yi, this? He spoke with lingering fear, glancing nervously at his companion from earlier. At that moment, the companion, dressed in black, lay on the ground convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and barely conscious like a wriggling maggot. It was evident he was nearly dead. Just watching this scene sent shivers down one's spine, making legs weak and shaky. Who still dared to talk tough to Drew? You misunderstood. This isn't what happened. That man was talking nonsense and trying to steal our rice, so we hit him. As he spoke, he lowered his head guiltily, fabricating a story out of thin air. Not everyone had Drew's nerves. Oh. Drew's expression grew colder, almost laughing aloud. If not for witnessing it firsthand from the carriage, seeing this servant speak so confidently might have deceived him. But now, how dare this person lie to his face right in front of him? Did they really think Drew was a fool? How amusing. One won't change their mind until they see the yellow river. One won't shed tears unless they see the coffin. Drew spoke each word with increasing coldness, sending chills down the servant's spine. No. Godwin and Benton. Present. Both answered simultaneously. Give them a beating, just like the father and daughter. They should be bedridden for at least half a month. Drew waved his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yes. No. Master Yi. The two servants panicked completely, or rather, only one did, since the other was already unconscious, lying lifeless like a dead dog. The remaining servant, visibly terrified, stammered. No, Master Yi. Please don't go too far. Our Qian Rice Shop. So, you dare to threaten me? Drew suddenly turned around, his expression icy, with a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, looking like the Grim Reaper. Let me tell you, go ask anyone in the capital. If there's someone Drew, can't touch, I haven't met them yet. No one in this city is beyond my reach. Drew pointed to his nose and swore fiercely. The frightened servant collapsed to the ground with a thud, thoroughly sobered up. He realized today he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Hit them hard. Drew turned away and walked off, seemingly indifferent to what was happening. Godwin and Benton exchanged glances, feeling vindicated. Humph, they had long despised these arrogant, bully-like individuals. Now, with Drew's order, they wasted no time. They clenched their fists and grabbed the servant who was still conscious, who began screaming in agony. Master Yi, you can't do this. We are only. Before he could finish, Godwin punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, letting out a painful groan, feeling as if all his bones were breaking. Blood mixed with vomit spewed out onto the ground, creating a gruesome sight. Drew turned back, watching with interest, idly stroking the precious jade ring on his thumb. He thought about how he had donated the Yi family's wealth, only for these scoundrels to embezzle the money, leaving the Yi family blamed for everything. How could Drew tolerate such humiliation? With Drew's instructions, Godwin and Benton spared no mercy. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed repeatedly. The screams gradually faded, and the two servants appeared to be breathing out but not breathing in. Citizens buying rice nearby watched in shock, exchanging looks. What is going on here? I don't know. Is this young Master Yi from the Yi family? I seem to have heard before that Freddy Yi detests evil, and is here to stand up for us? The commoners looked at Drew, unsure of what to say for a moment. After all, Drew's reputation in the capital was far from good. He was truly a dissolute young man. Every day, he bullied the people, acted tyrannically, and committed all sorts of misdeeds. But now, it was like two fierce dogs biting each other, and the lackey of Dachin Rice shop got his comeuppance. Although they secretly despised Drew, they also felt relieved in their hearts at this moment. Good. Someone shouted approval, and soon applause and cheers rose, wave after wave, unstoppable. Seeing this scene, Drew couldn't help but feel his face heat up. To be honest, he had only come for the Yi family's money and hadn't intended to stick up for these refugees and citizens. But with events having developed to this point, Drew found it hard to back off, so he waved his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down, please calm down. The citizens exchanged glances, not understanding what Drew meant. However, Drew's mind wasn't on this either. Seeing that the beating was almost over, Drew clapped his hands to call a halt. That's enough, stop. Godwin and Benton took a breath, immediately stopping their assault and standing by Drew's side. Each on one side, they were like towering mountains. Drew stood in the middle. Although shorter than the two, he stood straight with graceful demeanor, especially his handsome face which made people unable to look away. Drew took a deep breath to steady himself. Oh right, bring out the boss of this Dachin Rice shop for me. Drew scanned his surroundings, remembering that when he arrived, he saw someone furtively peeking from behind a wooden board. Without any doubt, it must be the boss of Dachin Rice shop. Hearing Drew's words, the boss who had been hiding behind the door panel of Dachin Rice shop trembled. He was surnamed Qian, named Paolo, the owner of Dachin Rice shop. Chapter 165. Guess who I am? He had just witnessed Drew bullying and beating his servant boys with the help of two evil servants, but he didn't dare to show up and stop it. Not for any other reason, but who was standing in front of him? None other than the son of Gale, the imperial prince consort of the Great Qian Dynasty and the head of the 6 ministries. Even if given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to step forward rashly. Otherwise, more than just that servant boy would be beaten. He gulped and the fatty, oily-looking body quivered involuntarily. It seemed like he had embezzled countless amounts of money from the Yi family and the citizens of the capital city to fatten himself. Previously, Coraline had been standing far away, watching everything unfold. Upon hearing Drew's command, she took a few quick steps forward, leapt up a step, and abruptly pushed open the door panel, revealing Paolo's face. Paolo trembled all over, trembling so violently that his calves cramped up. Facing Drew, he managed to force out a weak smile. Master Yi, I, this humble one, failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. Instantly, the air became stifling, almost dead silent. Even the citizens who were cheering before fell quiet. At that moment, they also sensed something amiss. It seemed as though Drew had come to stand up for them. Could it be that the news of Great Qian Rice shop raising prices had already reached the ears of the idle officials in the capital? Was Drew here to help them? The citizens who had suffered silently for days looked at Drew sideways, their eyebrows furrowed in confusion and curiosity, unable to understand Drew's purpose for coming here. And Paolo was even more panicked. If anyone present wanted to know what Drew came for the most, it would be him. His own servant boy had been beaten half to death. As the boss, he didn't even dare to take a deep breath, let alone utter a single word. With Drew there, he was afraid that if Drew got angry, he would be beaten too. After all, doing business is about making money, and Paolo knew well that in recent times, he had made quite a fortune by profiteering during national hardship. A large amount of rice intended for famine relief, piled like small mountains, had been sent to his Great Qian Rice shop and resold through his hands at several times the price directly to the citizens of the capital. Before this, there were still a few ordinary merchants' rice shops in the capital without any backing. But after his secret operations, those rice shops were forced to close, leaving him as the sole operator in town. Currently, rice had risen to 3 cash pieces per measure, yet he was still pushing for a rise to 4 cash pieces, completely disregarding whether the citizens could afford it, only caring about filling his own coffers. Seeing Paolo's obsequious demeanor and his face full of smiles, Drew waved him over with a teasing smile. Come here, Adelar Qian. Startled, Paolo dared not delay, immediately tiptoeing quickly to Drew's side, waddling like a mountain of meat. This appearance made Drew irritable. He frowned and turned to look at Godwin and Benton beside him, saying, Come on, give Adelar Qian here some loosening up. Drew said casually. Upon hearing this, Paolo nearly collapsed in terror. His fat face twitched uncontrollably, and his speech stuttered. No, Master Yi, what do you mean? He had seen clearly how the two servants were brutally beaten earlier. Compared to them, he stood no chance. At least they were young and sturdy enough to endure the beating. He was nearly 40 or 50, and his body was weakened by alcohol and indulgence. If he were to be brutally beaten by Godwin and Binton, both of whom were as strong as human tyrannosaurs, he might not survive until tomorrow. He hurriedly begged for mercy while Drew glanced at Paolo, rolling his eyes and said, "Adelar Qian, you have indeed been very powerful recently. You raised the price of rice in the capital to 4 cash pieces. Made quite a bit of money, haven't you?" Paolo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Drew's words, becoming extremely nervous, forcing a smile onto his face. "Not, Master Yi, you know, all the rice in the capital comes from outside, with high transportation costs due to long distances. It's reasonable to raise the price given the labor and resources expended." While saying this, Paolo felt extremely guilty, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If others didn't know, he knew all too well. Where did the rice sold by his Dakian rice shop come from? Precisely from the silver traded by the Yi family. After purchasing the rice from various rice shops in the capital, it was delivered to the refugee camps outside the city. Through his connection with the Elsie family, he bought back this rice and then resold it at a high price to the citizens of the capital. Now, seeing Drew personally come to his door, how could he not be anxious? If it were an ordinary person, it would be different. But this Drew in front of him was no one else but the only son of Gale, the imperial prince consort of Aotian in the capital. Looking at Drew's indisputable face, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. What a joke. He had seen clearly the miserable state of the two servants just now. If he dared to stand up against Drew now, wouldn't that be seeking death? Paolo was drenched in cold sweat, stammering for a long time, unable to speak clearly. Please, Freddie Yi, step inside and talk." Drew snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and led Godwin and Binton, with Coraline closely following. The three strode hastily into Paolo's shop. Paolo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he looked inside the shop, his heart started worrying again. He knew that nothing good would happen next. Why did this star of disaster come to his door? Paolo wiped away his cold sweat, feeling the unusual gazes of the people lining up to buy rice, and immediately warned, "Buy your rice. Don't talk nonsense." The citizens had been severely oppressed by Paolo on other days, yet they had no choice, because there was nowhere else in the capital where they could buy rice except Paolo's Dakian rice shop. Facing his reprimand, they dared not answer back and could only sullenly look away. Wearing a worried expression, Paolo hurriedly followed inside. 3 incense sticks later, in a luxuriously decorated reception hall with carved beams and painted rafters, everything exuded an antique elegance. The opulence of the decor was unparalleled, costing no less than several thousand taels of silver. In the middle of the hall stood a huge screen inscribed with 4 characters, integrity and honesty. Outside the door, Godwin and Binton stood guard ominously, looking like fierce deities. The servants raised by Paolo only dared to watch from a distance, too scared to approach, fearing that any misstep might enrage the 2 gentlemen, leading to their dismemberment. Chapter 166 Danbai Jiao Dai. The 2 young servants who had just been beaten were already sent to the medical hall for treatment. The doctor said that they probably wouldn't wake up for at least 10 or 8 years, and would definitely be left with disabilities in the future, speaking and acting unsteadily. That miserable sight alone was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Now, Godwin and Fergus seemed like fearsome demons in their eyes. How could they dare to provoke them? Being able to take a glance from afar was already considered having big courage. And naturally, the one who wanted to curse the most right now was Paolo. That pompous and plump face of his, which used to be so arrogant, was now all scrunched up, looking timidly at Drew in front of him. He was terrified that this young master in front of him might directly demolish his large money rice shop if he wasn't pleased. Don't think that when his large money rice shop bullied those commoners without backgrounds in the capital city, it showed no mercy, but in front of real nobles, he couldn't even speak assertively. Moreover, who was the person in front of him? Drew, the son of the famous minister of household affairs of the 6 ministries of the Great Qian Dynasty. And at present, news about the upcoming marriage between Drew and Stacy was spreading wildly throughout the capital. Who didn't know about it? He, Drew, was the prospective son-in-law of the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ivor. Even if given 10,000 times the courage, Paolo dared not go against Drew. Paolo could only secretly lament inside, wearing an extremely distressed look, his heart pounding. He also did not know why this disaster-starred person came to visit him today. Was it because the secret had been exposed? Just thinking about it, cold sweat ran down Paolo's forehead continuously, his lips pale with fright, and his mouth corners trembling involuntarily. Once this matter was exposed, let alone him, even the secretary of the Ministry of War whom he relied on, Adalberto, could not protect him. Even with 10 more heads, they would not be enough for the chopping block. Although Gale had embezzled quite a lot of silver from the Great Qian, most of it was extorted from corrupt officials, and Gale did not indulge recklessly. The biggest expense of the Yi family was Drew. In daily life, he spent huge sums of silver listening to music in tea houses, playing with birds and insects, while Gale himself was frugal, even riding in the lowest class carriage when going out. Perhaps for these reasons, Ivor delayed taking action against Gale. Or in other words, Ivor saw Gale as a sort of piggy bank. However, now Gale donated the family assets to fill the national treasury gap, using large amounts of silver to buy relief food and construct northern defense works against the Huns, and ended up being defrauded by Adalberto. Once this matter became public, not only would the poor literati in the court criticize him, but even he felt guilty. Adelar Qian, I'd like to ask you where your rice comes from? Drew suddenly stopped walking, turned around, and looked at Paolo with a smile. But that smile was eerie, chilly, sending shivers down Paolo's spine. Well, Master Yi, this rice is truly transported from the border areas, absolutely genuine. Please don't think I'm charging too much. 3 or 4 cash pieces per caddy are normal prices. It's far away, human resources cost is high, isn't it normal to raise the price? Paolo started talking nonsense. Really? Drew casually jumped onto a nearby chair, crossed his legs, relaxed. At the same time, He picked up a green flowery teacup, drank a sip of tea, spitting out the dregs. Oh, Aotian, what good tea. This tea tastes nice, but I wonder how this person's heart is. With a loud thud, Paolo collapsed onto the ground. He wasn't foolish nor a fool. Drew's words clearly had hidden meanings. The fat on Paolo's face was quivering, his speech stuttering. Seeing Drew's expression, if he didn't know the ins and outs of the situation, he might really have been fooled. But the evidence was solid now. Earlier, Elsie Mashon confessed everything clearly, like beans falling out of a bamboo tube. And now this old guy was still acting crazy in front of him, treating him like he was stupid? Only Drew intended to reveal Adalberto's embezzlement of relief gray. If Paolo got desperate, he might clam up, leaving Drew with nothing. What needed to be done now must be gradual, leading Paolo into revealing his words. Then, when concrete evidence was obtained, reporting to Ivor would not be too late. But how should Drew get Paolo to talk? Drew thought hard, knowing he couldn't delay. He kept pondering over the best way to get him to confess, staring at the frightened Paolo in front of him. Drew said, "Since Aotian says the price hike is justified, let me ask you again, where does this rice come from?" As soon as these words were spoken, Paolo became instantly nervous. After all, others might not know, but how could he not know the source of this rice? It was all bought from major rice shops in the capital and then sent to the refugee camps for relief grain. He then transported it back and resold it to the people of the capital. These grains were originally registered and traceable to their origins. But after such a roundabout process, who would still care about the origin of the rice? These, Master Yi, they are all from the north, from the north. Paolo blurted out in his panic, improvising and making excuses. From the north? Humph. Drew sneered coldly, immediately asking, "If that's what Aotian claims, can we get some rice to take a look? I'd like to see how northern rice differs from our southern rice." The Great Qian Dynasty differed from other dynasties, with its capital located in the commercially prosperous southern region. This was due to historical reasons. The prosperity of commerce in the south of the Great Qian Dynasty led to thriving businesses, including bustling winehouses, servants, and entertainment venues. Because the capital was in the south, there wasn't a heavy military presence in the north, which emboldened the Xiongnu to invade the northern borders of the Great Qian Dynasty. Hearing Drew's words now, Paolo broke into a cold sweat, still thinking of a strategy. What's wrong? Aotian, aren't you capable? Isn't the rice from the north as you claimed? There's nothing wrong with me taking a look, is there? Drew couldn't have been clearer about Paolo's thoughts at this moment, so he decided to engage him in a game. Unable to resist Drew, Paolo had no choice but to call two servants. "Come, bring in a bag of rice from outside." He was also taking a gamble, thinking to himself, Drew came from a noble family and was the only son of Gale, the head of the 6 ministries. Wouldn't it be normal for someone like him not to recognize grains? Chapter 167. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive. He didn't believe that Drew could really spot any discrepancies, so he gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. Since he had already told a lie, he might as well tell this monumental lie to the end. He didn't believe Drew could figure anything out. Seeing Paolo lean forward, Becker and Godwin couldn't help but glare with their tiger-like eyes. This glare made Paolo shrink back, feeling cold inside. The two servants approached nervously, extremely tense. Upon hearing Paolo's call, they immediately responded, "Yes, sir." They hurriedly ran outside to lift the bags of rice. Every extra minute here was dangerous. Didn't they see those human-shaped tyrannosaurs constantly watching them? They might be dealt with at any moment if they displeased them. Drew waited with interest, looking at the trembling and extremely nervous Paolo, even developing a teasing thought. Since he wanted to play, then he would play along. He wanted to see who was more powerful, Adalberto or the Yi family. Although Gale had resigned from office, Ivor held him in high regard, not only bestowing on him the title of Marquis of State Protection, but also allowing Gale to re-enter the government. Though the tree has fallen and the monkeys scattered, the tiger has lost its fangs, yet its remnants of power remain. Gale had meticulously cultivated his influence in the court for many years. His disciples and connections spread throughout the court. Basically, throw a brick down, and it would land on someone acquainted with the Yi family. For Drew to deal with Adalberto was merely a recent upstart relying on some relationships. And the most important relationship was none other than the Noemi from the back palace of Ivor. Drew vaguely remembered that this Noemi had vicious means, thereby stabilizing her position in the harem. Could it be that this matter is also related to Noemi? Sitting on the wooden chair, Drew rubbed his hands secretly, deep in thought. Soon, the two servants, trembling with fear, carried 2 bags of rice into the room. "Sir, the rice is here." The servant spoke with a stutter, due to his nervousness. Carrying the bags of rice, they placed them on the wooden bricks with a thud and fled the house before Paolo could say anything. Drew couldn't help but laugh aloud at the panicked appearance of the two servants. It seemed that the effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys had been pretty good. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Seeing the two servants fleeing in panic, Paolo inwardly cursed them as useless things, and immediately turned his head, putting on a smile, looking up at Drew who stood above him. "Master Yi, the rice is here, please take a look." Drew didn't speak, but stared intently. Now, in the middle of the reception hall, a bag of white rice packed in hemp was placed there. Drew stood up, slowly walking over, circling around the rice bag, occasionally glancing at it. Although Drew should not know much about rice, he never imagined that he was no longer the original master. Identifying different types of rice and grains was something Drew learned in his future life. "Mr. Qian, I vaguely remember whether the rice planted in the north is harvested twice or thrice a year?" Drew asked. Cold sweat dripped down Paolo's face as he replied, reporting to Master Yi, "The northern rice is harvested twice a year." "Oh, twice a year." Drew bent down, cupping a handful of rice in his hands, examining it closely with his fingers. "But I seem to remember that these grains are plump and round, clearly nurtured by abundant rainwater throughout the year, which should mean it's harvested 3 times a year. According to my memory, the southern rice we usually have seems to be harvested 3 times a year, with full and round grains. This is clearly southern rice. What do you think?" While speaking, Drew let the rice fall from his hands, clapped his hands, and looked at Paolo with an amused expression. Paolo was extremely tense, as if a sharp sword hung over his head, ready to drop at any moment. How could he have thought that Drew actually understood rice? Wasn't this too strange? Over the past few years, no one had ever heard that the son of the Minister of Revenue, Drew, knew about this. Paolo was sweating profusely. As the owner of Daxian Rice Shop, he probably knew less about rice than Drew. After all, he opened the Daxian Rice Shop mainly because of the intricate relationships in the capital. Everyone knew that at present, the northern region was in turmoil, with countless refugees flooding into the capital. The grain storage in the capital was limited, and refugees naturally took away part of the citizens' food supplies. Let alone now, every household, officials under pressure from public opinion, would also release their stored grain. With the already scarce grain, it became even scarcer. So the establishment of the Daxian Rice Shop had been no more than half a year. As for whether Paolo understood grain, it was self-evident. It was merely a matter of taking advantage of the current national crisis to make some ill-gotten gains, so he seized the opportunity to enter this business. With the backing of Adalberto, the Minister of War, and others, his business in the capital was booming. He hadn't expected that Drew would actually ask such a question. Freddy, this rice? Drew stood up straight, his eyes fixed on Paolo like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Given how explicit the conversation had become, Paolo was still trying to wriggle out of it. Drew said, Mr. Qian, let's skip the other details. But somehow, I feel this rice resembles the rice we have here in the capital. What do you think? As he spoke, Drew gave Paolo a probing look. He had made it quite clear. If Paolo knew what was good for him, he should kneel and beg for mercy, then spill the beans about Adalberto's scheme. If Paolo continued to beat around the bush, Drew had no intention of wasting any more time. Drew had never been patient. In the past, he endured humiliation only because he was determined to take down Walter. Now that he had decided to confront Walter head-on, why should he hold back? At this moment, he revealed his sharp fangs. If cunning was the measure, Drew outshone even the protagonist from those web novels. After devouring hundreds of novels, his strategic mind was no less than Ivor's. A terrified Paolo was no match for him, just a toy. Paolo broke into a cold sweat. Freddy, are you not making things up? Clearly, Paolo was still trying to spin lies. With a thud, Drew kicked over the bag of rice, spilling white grains all over the floor in a mess. Paolo, I've been pretty clear with my words. My patience has limits. If you continue to lie and babble nonsense, believe me, I will make you worse off than those two servants outside. Not just for half a year, I will ensure you can't get out of bed for the rest of your life. Do you believe me? Chapter 168. Do you think I'm a fool? Drew said while directly grabbing Paolo's chubby face and pulling it outward. Paolo cried out in pain. Ouch, Freddy, easy. I'm telling you, when have I, Drew, ever suffered such a loss? Do you really think I don't recognize that this rice came from our capital's rice shop? Or do you take me, Drew, as a fool? Or do you think all the thousands of people in the capital are fools? At this moment, fear filled Paolo's eyes. He hadn't expected Drew to have seen through everything so early. He had merely been teasing him up till now. You, Freddy, you, what do you mean? What do I mean? I mean nothing else but to tell you that today's matter must be resolved, whether you like it or not. Bang! Paolo suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror, supporting himself with both hands. At this point, his last shred of psychological defense was shattered. He hadn't expected Drew to see through everything so clearly. Why, Freddy? What do you mean? Cold sweat streamed down Paolo's face as he thought about an escape route. Although Adalberto and his son were the masterminds behind this incident, he couldn't escape responsibility either. If Drew pursued the matter, how would he explain it? How could he cover up this mess? How could he protect his chubby head? Drew looked at him coldly without speaking, walking quickly to the side table, grabbing a set of pen and paper, and throwing them loudly in front of Paolo. Right what? Paolo stuttered. Write how this rice got out of your Dacian rice shop. How did you get this rice? Should I teach you how to write it? We family donated silver to buy this rice for the refugee camp, and the official responsible for disaster relief outside the capital, Elsie Mashing, turned around and delivered the white rice back to you. Then you resold it to the people in the capital at a high price. Is that clear enough? Drew spoke each word slowly. Each sentence felt like a sword piercing Paolo's heart, making him stare dumbfounded at Drew, eyes wide with terror. At this moment, he panicked completely, thinking it was over. If he still didn't realize that Drew had thoroughly investigated everything, he really should bash his own head against the wall. This mind wasn't fit for business anymore. Why, Freddy, I deserve death. I truly deserve death. Paolo threw the paper and pen aside, banging his head on the ground repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. Given the evidence Drew already had, there was no need for more words. If the matter was reported to Emperor Cory, Paolo and the Adalberto father and son trio would surely lose their heads. Seeing Paolo begging for mercy, Drew remained unmoved, leisurely crossing his legs and leaning against the wooden table. As the continuous thuds echoed, Godwin and Aotian standing outside the door couldn't help but glance inside. They had heard every word between Drew and Paolo clearly. Now it seemed that the matter was almost settled. After the thudding continued, Paolo's usually arrogant fat face lost its bravado, replaced by sheer panic, nearly scared to death. His broad, round, white forehead now bore fresh red blood stains, and the floor tiles were almost cracked from the force of the knocks. Mr. Qian, you don't need to knock your head open. It won't change anything. I don't want your head. I want the heads of the Adalbertos. Drew stood up and said with interest. Realizing Drew's intention, Paolo dared not delay and immediately responded, All right, Freddy. All right. Knowing full well that Drew told him that as long as he truthfully wrote down all the evidence, Drew might show mercy and let him off. But if he didn't cooperate, he and Adalberto would both lose their heads. Being a fickle opportunist, Paolo naturally dared not delay when faced with Drew's threat. In a short time, 2 pages of documents were densely filled, clearly writing the names of Adalberto and his son Gabriel, mentioned almost in every line. Drew took the paper and pen, giving it a quick glance. Well, Mr. Qian, you've explained things quite clearly. Yes, yes, Paolo replied with a forced smile. That's good, goodbye then. Drew didn't pay much attention and stepped out boldly. Watching Drew leave, Paolo slumped to the ground with a thud, wiping his cold sweat, panting heavily. What should I do? What should I do? He thought it was over. Although he had temporarily passed this hurdle with Drew, what about the Adalbertos? Could they let him off easily? That was definitely impossible. He had revealed everything about them. Every line of the petition contained the names of Adalberto and his son Gabriel. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to stay in the capital city any longer. Even if he managed to escape this calamity with Drew, would Adalberto and his son let him off easily? It was definitely impossible. Just now, it was a matter of being cornered. There was no other way out. He feared that if he refused again, the two fierce-looking men outside the door could simply crush him to death. Just as Paolo was about to heave a sigh of relief, footsteps sounded from outside the door. He looked up in fear and saw Drew return with a smiling face. Yi, Freddy Yi, you, why did you come back? Paolo was terrified that Drew might change his mind and take him away. It's not like that, Mr. Qian. I forgot to remind you. By the way, make sure not to accept any rice from the refugees outside the city during this period. And all the embezzled silver and rice, whatever you have, give it all to me. I'm sending people to check during this time. Everything will be registered. If even a single grain is missing, I'll tear down your Dacian rice shop, and I'll carve the fat from your head, piece by piece, to fry for skewers. Do you understand? Drew threatened. Paolo's eyes bulged wide. After a moment, he nodded rapidly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Freddy Yi, I understand. His frightened voice echoed in the room. Humph! Drew gave a light laugh and turned to leave. Outside the door, confused citizens gathered and chattered among themselves. Hey, do you know why Freddy Yi came here? I don't know. Do you think he's here to raise prices too? That's impossible, right? The Yi family still needs to make money from us. We're already struggling to eat enough. Well, who knows? Don't you understand the principle of officials covering for each other? Maybe he's here to get his share of the pie. After all, who can't see that the price of rice in the capital has soared sky high? From half a tael of silver per shung of rice, it has now risen 8-fold. Even a fool can see how profits have exploded. Chapter 169, The Just Official Under the Clear Sky. The Yi family has always been greedy, their obsession with money bordering on fanaticism. They feared that if this Drew entered Dacian rice shop and raised the price to 5 coins, how would they be able to afford rice? Alas, someone sighed sorrowfully, wearing an expression of distress. Forget it. We commoners are destined to be exploited. What can we do? Endure it. As a few people were grumbling in indignation, suddenly someone whispered, Don't talk anymore. Someone is coming. Those few immediately stopped talking sullenly and curiously glanced over. They saw the door of Dacian rice shop being pushed open forcefully. Drew, Benton, and Clark hurried past, casually glancing at the people in front of them before quickly boarding the carriage. Without any delay, Clark whipped the horse with a crack, and the carriage sped away into the distance. The crowd was left confused. With the sound of the carriage wheels gradually fading into the distance, those who had been queuing up to buy rice at Dacian rice shop exchanged bewildered looks. What's going on here? Why did Freddy Yi just leave? Someone worriedly asked. After Freddy Yi injured someone seriously just now, will the Dacian rice shop still raise prices after they leave? This statement instantly silenced everyone present, a look of unease visible in all their eyes. The current price of rice in the capital had already skyrocketed from half a coin per shung to 4 coins. If Drew came here and the price of rice rose again, how could they survive? While the common people knew they couldn't compare to the wealthy and powerful, they too had lives. Was there truly no one in this capital city to regulate matters? Some people even felt a sense of resolve mixed with helplessness, as if heaven showed no mercy and treated all living beings like straw dogs. Were they really not worthy of surviving in this chaotic world? Faces turned ghastly pale among the crowd. That person's words seemed like a stone thrown into calm water, stirring up waves of solemn expressions and mournful silence, revealing a touch of sorrow. At that moment, the door of Dacian rice shop was flung open once more, and 2 servants timidly stepped out, looking around cautiously. They nervously glanced in the direction Drew had left, then relaxed slightly when they saw no one around, their faces regaining some composure. Countless pairs of eyes from the crowd fell upon them, waiting for them to speak. Some had already resolved that if Dacian rice shop raised prices again, they might as well directly seize the rice. Rather than be slowly crushed to death by these corrupt officials, perhaps resistance offered a chance at survival. One close call, he's finally gone, one servant said with palpable relief. The other servant nodded in agreement, still shaken from the earlier scare. Yes, thankfully he left. Now we don't have to worry. The terror on their boss Paolo's face moments ago was still fresh in their minds. They knew their boss had deep connections in the capital, wielding considerable power. Otherwise, why would other rice shops mysteriously shut down overnight without a trace? This sufficiently demonstrated how formidable Paolo was. But Drew's visit had terrified Paolo so much that he couldn't even speak coherently, trembling uncontrollably. Drew was known as the top ruffian in the capital. Only now did they fully understand the might of the top ruffian in the capital, whose mere presence frightened their boss into such a state. Compared to him, they were just insignificant pawns, incapable of confronting Drew. Relieved by his departure, they felt slightly more at ease. However, seeing the indignant crowd, their expressions changed abruptly, and they began yelling back. Enough! Stop shouting. Our boss said all the rice will be sold at a reduced price, half a coin per shung. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in shock, their eyes reflecting surprise. None of them could fathom how rice priced at 4 coins per shung could now be sold at half a coin. Was the sun rising from the west? Or did Paolo suddenly find his conscience? How could this be possible? A few young men who had clenched their fists, ready to fight for rice, lowered their hands, mouths agape, murmuring in disbelief. Could it have something to do with that Freddy Yi just now? Someone boldly speculated. Amidst the various comments from the crowd, the two servants remained silent, quickly changing the price tag on the rice bags from 4 coins per sheng to half a coin per sheng. Immediately, the crowd broke into smiles, their faces beaming with excitement. They quickly formed an orderly and long queue, beginning to purchase rice. I want 4 sheng, I want 6 sheng. Hurry up. During this period, Aotian had been secretly selling rice from the capital city, causing the price of rice to remain high. Countless citizens had been going hungry, unable to fill their stomachs, with no food in their homes. Now, seeing Great Qian rice shop suddenly lower its prices, several people were overjoyed and immediately started buying rice, fearing that the price might rise again. Paolo stumbled out of the gate, looking at the jubilant crowd like surging waves. He swallowed nervously. His chubby eyes darted around as he shouted loudly, "This reduction in rice prices is all thanks to Freddy Yi. Remember his kindness well?" The previously noisy crowd fell silent almost instantly. Their eyes widened as they stared at Paolo, filled with disbelief. Drew's reputation in the capital was not good. Calling him the top rake was not an exaggeration. How could he suddenly be so kind and lower the price for them? They couldn't make sense of it. Paolo, with a stern face, rebuked, "What's wrong? Freddy Yi lowered the price for you, and you're not happy? Remember Freddy Yi's kindness. Shout with me, Freddy Yi is the just official under the clear sky." Paolo raised his pudgy hand in the air, shouting intermittently while stealthily observing the situation in the distance. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd began echoing Paolo, raising their voices together. For a time, shouts of "just official under the clear sky" spread throughout the area, lingering for a long while without fading. Those shouts echoed like waves, each louder than the last, stirring the spirits of those who heard it. Paolo's actions weren't really out of gratitude towards Drew. If he could, he would wish Drew to vanish on the spot. But there was no other choice. Now his head was literally on the line. This was the only way he could ensure his safety. Chapter 170. Lady Noemi. Perhaps only Drew could do it, which was why he played a little trick. Drew had the ability to uncover Elsie Moshing's secret selling of rice and embezzlement of silver. How could he not find out about the people calling him Clear Sky Grand Lord? This was also Paolo's way of saving himself. Sitting in the carriage, Drew's body swayed with the cart's movements, completely unaware of all that happened behind him. Instead, he rested with his eyes closed. The confession written by Paolo earlier was neatly folded and placed in his arms. At this moment, he was planning his next move, pondering on how to bring down Adalberto and his son. Now that he already had Paolo's confession, the evidence of Adalberto and his son's embezzlement was irrefutable. However, what concerned him most was the little-known yet notoriously ruthless Lady Noemi from the capital city. There was scarce description about Lady Noemi in the original story, so Drew was not sure what kind of person she really was. To bring them down, he would definitely have to bypass Lady Noemi. After all, she was Ivor's confidant. If Lady Noemi were to whisper into Ivor's ear, turning black into white, things would become troublesome for him. He must be like a coiled snake ready to strike. Either don't make a move or ensure victory in one lethal attack. Now, he had decided to confront Walter head-on, to fight to the end with everything at stake. Thus he must hold onto every possible advantage. Having just the embroidered uniform guard wouldn't be enough. After all, the Tongtian sect backing Walter couldn't be ignored, with an endless supply of reinforcements possibly heading to the capital city at any time. Like the 4 great warriors with immense power. Even just the formidable figures of the Tongtian sect that Drew knew were countless. If this matter wasn't resolved, Drew wouldn't sleep soundly. While he was deep in thought, a glance revealed Bada and Ferdy standing there. Their gazes were fixed on Drew. Drew shivered slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" Instinctively, he touched his cheeks, thinking there might be something on his face. "No, Freddy, just now?" Bada and Ferdy said eagerly, clearly hinting at something. "Just now?" Drew said. He immediately recalled everything that happened at Great Qian rice shop, where he had beaten the servants and Paolo severely, and even more so, threatened Paolo with terrifying words afterwards. Embarrassed, Drew chuckled awkwardly. "Do you think I was too harsh?" Indeed, those 2 servants were beaten unconscious by him. Their appearances too miserable to behold, likely not able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Actually, Drew did not wish to do such things, but there was no other way. The principle of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys made sense to him. Without giving them a lesson, how could he obtain the evidence regarding Adalberto and Gabrielle so smoothly at Great Qian rice shop today? That was utterly impossible. Paolo was despicable and needed to see the severity of consequences to confess truthfully. Unexpectedly, before Drew could explain, Bada and Ferdy excitedly interrupted. "Freddy, that's not what we meant. What you said just now was incredibly refreshing." As they spoke, their faces filled with righteous indignation, as if they had uncovered some terrible truths. Drew stood there, stunned. What are you talking about?" Ferdy's beautiful face showed anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "I've long hated these corrupt officials. Today, Freddy, you made us feel so relieved." Exactly, the beating wasn't enough. "If Freddy hadn't stopped us, I would have ripped the intestines out of those 2 servants," Bada swore fiercely. Listening beside them, Drew was dumbfounded, unable to regain his composure for a while. Goodness gracious, why did he feel like being used as a tool? But after careful thought, it didn't matter. Since he had planned to truly clash with Walter, winning public support and strengthening his own forces was necessary. If his subordinates submitted to him, that was naturally a good thing. Drew waved his hand, somewhat guiltily saying, "All right, don't overthink it. Since you're happy, Freddy will lead you into more actions like this." In reality, Drew felt uneasy when he said this. After all, he was not exactly fighting for the people as Bada and Ferdy suggested. It was more for himself. However, he couldn't let others take the credit for this good deed, could he? Brecken spoke with audacity. "Ha, that was refreshing. Master Yi, if there's such a thing in the future, don't find me. It's way more enjoyable than being in the embroidered uniform guard," Ferdy quickly chimed in. Seeing the two's overjoyed expressions, Drew did not interrupt them easily nor dampen their spirits, but kept nodding in agreement. With Godwin's skillful driving, they arrived at the Yi Manor in just a few incense sticks time. As Drew got off the carriage, he instructed Batian and Ferdy, "All right, go back and rest first. I'll call you immediately if anything happens." Yes. Batian and Ferdy were extremely admiring of Drew at this moment. Punching corrupt officials and kicking dishonest Ignatius was satisfying anywhere. If Drew hadn't ordered them to be on standby, they would have been tempted to share this experience with the embroidered uniform guard. After all, this was far more thrilling than secretly stealing intelligence every day as part of the embroidered uniform guard. They had come out and thoroughly beaten corrupt officials. How cool was that? The group quickly walked into the mansion, and Drew turned to see a large face staring at him with bulging eyes, huffing and puffing like an old ox. "Do you have a problem?" Drew scolded. Just now, Godwin had squeezed his face close to Drew's, almost touching noses, which made Drew furious. "No, Master Yi, I was wondering what I should do." Godwin scratched his head, somewhat flustered, resembling a maiden before marriage. "You stay where it's cool, no nonsense." Drew cast an unfriendly glance at Godwin. Godwin was good in every way except for his poor brain. He didn't know what he was thinking, following Drew around like a shadow all day. Deep down, Drew felt that, if Godwin could have given some peace, the original owner wouldn't have died so soon. Chapter 171. Do you think he is a clean official, Dad? During the conflict between the original owner and Walter, this guy had also contributed significantly. Otherwise, Walter wouldn't have been so eager to eliminate the original owner. However, Godwin was now showing his loyalty, and Drew naturally wouldn't easily drive him away. Yes. Godwin stood at attention, making a firm promise. Drew rolled his eyes and quickly walked into the mansion. He knew he now carried Paolo's testimony with him. To bring down the father and son duo Adalberto and Gabriel, relying on his own abilities alone would definitely not be enough. After all, Drew had spent his days in court either indulging in pleasure or flattering officials. Sometimes, he would even follow Simeon to places like the Ihong courtyard. His connections in the court were virtually non-existent, and he could only get into the palace by using his father Gale's face. Otherwise, those heavily guarded and highly skilled imperial guards would have killed Drew long ago. Sigh, how troubling, what should I do? Drew walked quickly, his face filled with worry. To bring down Adalberto and Gabriel, he might have to use Gale's network of relationships. But how should he approach his father? Drew knew who Gale was. Without exaggeration, he could be considered the top corrupt official in the Great Qian Dynasty that made it into the history books. Tens of billions of taels of silver had been stuffed into his pockets. This news was explosive. If he hadn't urged Gale to donate all the family assets a few days ago, Ivor might not have targeted Gale yet, but surely would have later. The heads of hundreds of people in the Yi household would definitely not have been spared. What did 10 billion taels mean? If all officials in the Great Qian Dynasty didn't receive their salaries and the common people lived frugally, it would still take 3 to 5 years to accumulate that amount. And Gale accomplished this grand goal all by himself. How could Drew not be shocked? Yet now, Drew wanted this enormous corrupt official to deal with another corrupt official. How should he go about it? Although Drew knew that Gale doted on him extremely, convincing him to help dismantle Adalberto and Gabriel was quite troublesome. Moreover, how should he explain it? If Gale questioned why he needed to deal with the Elsie father and son, it would be hard for Drew to explain. While pondering, Drew hurriedly walked until he reached beside Gale's bedroom. He raised one hand and, after hesitating for a while, knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A lazy voice immediately came from inside, belonging to his father Gale. It's me, Drew. Drew replied at the door. Come in. Upon hearing this, Drew pushed the door open with a creak and cautiously peeked into the room. Talking about being greedy for money, Gale certainly had skill. The famous paintings and furniture in the room were all bought with piles of silver. Just this small bedroom of Gale's could probably match the annual income of all officials in the Ministry of Revenue. Wangwali tables and chairs, priceless ancient paintings, and the rare flower pollen produced only in the Tian Mountains on the border. All these items appeared in Gale's bedroom. A strange fragrance permeated the air, refreshing and invigorating. Just sniffing it could make one feel clear-headed and focused. This old man sure knows how to enjoy life. Drew thought secretly as he glanced around and saw Gale lying lazily on the bed, his mountain-like body facing away from Drew, covered with an exquisite silk robe and resting. Feiyun, what's the matter? Drew looked at Gale, then glanced back at the open door behind him. He quickly walked over and carefully closed the door before saying, Father, there's something I need your help with. What's wrong? Gale gently turned over, facing Drew with sleepy eyes and a hoarse voice, clearly having just woken up. Drew frowned, cautiously took out the confession from his chest, and handed it to Gale. Father, take a look at this. What is it? Gale hesitated, but still took the 2-page thick confession. Fat eyes scanned up and down. Drew remained silent beside him. After a considerable pause, damn, is this? Gale suddenly shouted, sitting up, holding the shaking paper in his hands, his face full of fear, and fat cheeks trembling uncontrollably. This, Adalberto has really dared much, robbing us ye family's wealth. Drew was startled by Gale's reaction, stumbling backward, eyes wide open. He had imagined how Gale would react, but he never thought it would be like this. Wait a minute, aren't you the biggest corrupt official? Why are you reacting so strongly to someone else being corrupt? Could it be sympathy for the dead fox? You really think you're a clean official, old man? Drew thought inwardly, but naturally didn't voice these thoughts. If he did, Gale would likely slap him without hesitation. Drew cautiously probed, Dad, what do you think about this? What do I think? We should get him. Gale's face was agitated as he cursed profusely, seemingly unable to wait to dig up the Elsie family's ancestral graves. Drew listened in astonishment, watching his father rant and rave, spittle flying everywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, is this still the father I know? But wait, wasn't the money also something his father embezzled? Why is he getting so worked up over a few coins of others? Drew stared wide-eyed, carefully observing his father's reaction. Gale seemed to have tired himself out, panting heavily with his hands on his chest, breathing like an ox. Drew, listen to me, this won't end here. That Adalberto, embezzling from me, is asking for death. With a slam, Gale slapped the paper down on the table with his chubby hand, his face horrified as if he had heard something incredible. Though the shock in Drew's heart hadn't dissipated, he felt reassured now. Just moments ago, he was thinking about how to convince his father Gale to help him eliminate Adalberto and Gabrielle. But now it seemed there was no need to say much. Gale was already furious about their embezzlement, needing no further provocation. What a turn of events. Drew tentatively said, "Father, what about dealing with Adalberto and his son? He embezzled so much of our family's money we were supposed to dedicate to the Great Qian Dynasty." Chapter 172 United Father and Son. Drew said with deep sorrow. Previously, he had spent tremendous effort to persuade Jamal to donate all the tens of billions of silver taels. And this, was it because Drew and Jamal were so kind-hearted? Naturally not. Who was this show for? It was for Ivor. But the money did not go where it should have gone. It was embezzled by Adalberto and Gabrielle, father and son. Drew certainly would not be willing in his heart. Jamal's plump face trembled as he turned his head and stared intently at Drew, saying, "What do you want to do?" "Son, I support you." Hearing this, Drew let out a long breath, finally feeling relieved. He immediately said, "How about we present this accusation directly before Sonny?" Drew asked Jamal because Jamal was an old hand in court affairs, knowing all its intricacies and official procedures like the back of his hand. Hearing Drew say so, Jamal immediately waved his chubby hand. "No way. Why not?" Drew asked curiously. "Think about it. Hasn't Adalberto been able to stand in court for so long thanks to Empress Noemi?" Jamal mused, stroking his chin and analyzing the situation in secret. Roscoe could not help but feel nervous inside. In the original story, he indeed knew of such a character named Empress Noemi, but he did not know what she did exactly. All he knew was that Ivor doted on this little-known Empress Noemi, who resided in the inner palace and rarely showed herself. Even the mother of the Princess Clarissa, a celebrated daughter, seemed to be one notch below Empress Noemi. Drew pondered silently that Empress Noemi used many tactics to vie for favor in the harem. In the later parts of the plot, during Walter's infiltration of the Great Qian Dynasty's power struggles, there was also the shadow of Empress Noemi. She apparently made considerable contributions, playing a significant yet not too glamorous role in the book's storyline. However, Drew did not understand much about this person and just listened quietly to Jamal's words. "My son, if our family really wants to contend with the Elsie family, we must plan carefully and not rush into things," Jamal said. The room door was tightly shut, and Jamal's sharp small eyes sparkled while he whispered a few words to Drew from time to time. Drew merely nodded in response and listened quietly. Then Jamal continued, "Empress Noemi has been in the palace for some time now. It is said she can make the wind and rain in the harem and even cover the sky with one hand. Previously, a few people said they wanted to move against her, but they were all suppressed." This was the first time Jamal talked about these things with Drew. After all, before this, Drew only knew how to take his bird out for walks and mint money with Simeon every day, never caring about court matters. Other than going to Ehome courtyard for flower wine or flattering Clarissa outside the palace gate, Drew didn't do much else. As for this prodigal son, Jamal had long lost interest in him, only indulging him without confiding his troubles. But recently, Drew's behavior and conduct had greatly impressed Jamal. Not only did Drew act maturely but also started showing some manliness, which inevitably made Jamal treat him more seriously. So, Jamal began to open up. "Father, are you saying someone investigated Empress Noemi and dared to move against her?" Drew looked shocked. In the original story, who didn't know that Empress Noemi was Ivor's treasure? Who would dare to move against her? Unexpectedly, Jamal's face revealed a playful and sinister smile, making Drew's heart shudder. "Father, don't tell me." "Yes, it's our Yi family," Jamal replied bluntly, unhesitant. Drew was stunned. He never thought that his usually mild-mannered father, Jamal, would have anything to do with Empress Noemi in the harem. "Father, what's going on? Could you tell me?" Drew asked curiously, rubbing his hands together, unable to contain his curiosity. Jamal looked at Drew earnestly, then shifted his gaze towards the window involuntarily. Drew immediately understood that his father was worried about eavesdroppers, and that the matter might leak. He hurried to the door and called out softly, "Godwin." After a few moments, a gruff voice responded from outside, "Watch the entrance well. Don't let even a fly in. Got it?" "Got it," Godwin responded gruffly. Although Godwin wasn't very smart and acted rashly, his loyalty to Drew was unquestionable. Whatever Drew instructed, Godwin would carry out with his life on the line. After finishing everything, Drew returned alone and came before Jamal, gracefully sitting down beside the bed, staring intently at Jamal. Seeing Drew handle things so steadily, Jamal nodded in satisfaction. "Alakir, you've really grown up. You didn't understand these things before, did you?" Drew gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. Indeed, what had the previous owner of this body done? It was all just drinking flower wine, day in and day out. Either he was drinking flower wine, or on the way to do so. Every day, besides lavishly spending silver and writing love poems that made one shudder at the thought, nothing much else. No wonder Clarissa looked down on him, and even his own father, Jamal, held him in low regard. Sigh, but now that things were like this and he had come from another world, he had to make everything work properly. "Old man, speak up. I've already had Godwin watch outside. There won't be any mistakes." Hearing this, Jamal nodded and then spoke seriously. "Regarding Noemi, she actually has a connection with our Yi family." Listening to Jamal's detailed explanation, Drew was dumbfounded, staring blankly. There seemed to be no such record in the original story. According to Jamal, Noemi was originally an impoverished person from a brothel, born in less than honorable circumstances. By chance, she was spotted by Ivor during one of his outings. Because of her striking beauty, Ivor was instantly attracted and brought her into the palace. Once inside, Noemi was diligent and efficient in her duties, gaining sympathy from everyone for her attractive appearance. During a thunderstorm with heavy rain and lightning, Ivor and Noemi completed all that needed to be completed. Noemi's status soared immediately, transforming from a palace maid to a consort overnight. Chapter 173 The Background of Lady Noemi. Drew learned from this moment on that Lady Noemi's real name was Elsie Jingy. Dad, what's the connection between her and our Yi family? Jamal sighed upon hearing this, revealing a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he said helplessly, you'll definitely know what Lady Noemi does later. It's just not convenient to say right now. A shade of worry flickered across Jamal's eyebrows, speaking haltingly, as if concealing the hidden matters of the past. Drew frowned, pondering quietly. However, since Jamal didn't wish to talk about it, he didn't want to force him either. After all, at this point, it didn't matter to him where Lady Noemi came from, what she was called, or what she did in the palace. What he most wanted to do was topple the Elsie family. After all, during Walter's campaign to unify the world, the Elsie family had exerted great effort. Calling them the top lackeys wasn't an exaggeration at all. Unless this number one villainous servant was removed, Drew couldn't sleep well. He then asked, so, Dad, what do you think we should do? Drew felt helpless. In front of Jamal, Drew seemed like a little child, inadvertently showing some weakness in speech and action. It wasn't that Drew intentionally did so. It was just that after so many years in the court, Jamal had reached heights of speech and action that Drew could not reach. Though Drew had amazed Jamal recently with his actions, he was still far behind the steady and shrewd Jamal. Naturally, he needed to seek Jamal's opinion now. Jamal stroked his beard, his eyes flashing, thinking deeply. After a while, he hesitantly said, Feiyun, don't rush for now. Try to gather evidence against the Elsie family in the coming days. Collect evidence? Drew interrupted. Yes, collect evidence against the Elsie family first. As for Lady Noemi, I'll figure out a way to deal with her, Jamal reassured. Deal with her? How? Drew wasn't entirely convinced. After all, in the original story, Jamal had always been portrayed as honest and straightforward, only focusing on making money. Such firm assurances from Jamal made Drew uneasy, prompting immediate questioning. What? You don't trust your dad? Jamal seemed slightly irritable and slapped Drew's head. Drew winced, smiling awkwardly. Dad, it's just that I'm worried. Our Yi family is under intense pressure. If something goes wrong, what will happen to the dozens of lives in our family? Leaving his words unsaid, the implication was obvious. And it was reasonable. Jamal's eyes lit up, scrutinizing Drew closely, looking astonished. The fat on his plump face trembled continuously, while his small eyes sparkled sharply. My son has really grown up? You can think like this now? Jamal couldn't help but be surprised. Not because Drew was different, but due to his previous misdeeds. They were outrageous acts. But now, Drew was genuinely considering the Yi family, which brought some comfort and warmth to Jamal's heart. His seemingly frivolous son, who usually spoke recklessly, had finally grown up. Drew laughed bitterly. Why did the original protagonist insist on chasing Stacy despite having such a prestigious background? Why did he go to great lengths to oppose Walter, only to end up paralyzed by a slap and drag his father, Jamal, into it? Their Yi family collapsed like a house of cards, falling as a massive power in the court. Who ultimately benefited? Wasn't it that damn Walter? Drew thought silently, and Jamal seemed to understand what Drew was thinking or noticed his change over the recent period. He lowered his voice. Don't rush. We can't deal with the Elsie family alone. But there are plenty of people who want to. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto his face. Drew immediately understood. His father Jamal already had a plan. He even slapped his head in regret. He indeed acted foolishly before, right? In the court, couldn't he find others who disliked the Elsie family besides their own Yi family? Their Yi family was a colossal power in the court, firmly rooted after operating for years. The up-and-coming powerful Elsie family naturally targeted them in order to establish themselves in the court. And Drew naturally fell into the trap, wanting to rely on his own strength to bring down the Elsie family, but he encountered a major obstacle in Noemi. However, Jamal's words woke him up. Why bother killing someone yourself when you can have others do it for you? Getting others to do your dirty work is the highest form of strategy. It was impossible that the Elsie family had not offended anyone in the court. One general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. Every hero's rise is built upon countless dead bodies and ruined lives. In this court, who knew how many people had been robbed of silver by the Elsie family? Not only the officials within the court, but also the starving refugees outside the city walls. Once he leaked the information about the Elsie family embezzling the relief grain, there would be bloodshed and chaos in the capital. Imagine thousands of refugees gathered outside the palace gates, loudly demanding an explanation from the Elsie family. The scene alone was enough to make one feel thrilled. Then, he could lure out Ivor. A cunning smile appeared on Drew's lips as he exchanged glances with Jamal. Indeed, nothing beats the wisdom of one's own father. All right, leave this matter alone for now. Don't disturb me while I'm trying to sleep. Jamal waved his sleeves dismissively, giving Drew an approving look before lying down on the bed. Soon, snoring sounds filled the room. Drew sat up from the bed, his gaze towards Jamal now filled with admiration. Previously, he thought his father was just a kind-hearted honest man, or simply a fat slob. But now, Drew had changed his perception greatly. It turned out that in the original story, both father and son were hiding their true abilities. His father concealed his talent, excelling in calculations, while Drew, after coming to this world, possessed awareness far beyond the second-generation heir who only cared about eating and idling away time. With the father and son joining forces, their synergy would be unstoppable. Overjoyed, Drew bowed respectfully, his tone more solemn. Father, you rest first. I will take my leave. Chapter 174. Are you stupid? Let's go. Jamal responded lazily to Drew, who was standing behind him. Yes, sir. Drew replied respectfully. This time, Drew backed out of Jamal's bedroom, cautiously pulling the door shut after him before straightening up. Turning around, in the courtyard, Godwin was holding a torch, his eyes wide as bells, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Drew frowned and couldn't help but scold. Are you stupid? What are you doing here? Godwin gave an awkward smile. Young master, didn't you ask me to guard here? So I kept my eyes on everything, not letting even a fly pass. Drew sighed helplessly. Sometimes he wasn't sure if Godwin was really that foolish or just pretending. By telling him not to let a fly pass, it was figurative speech. Couldn't he understand that? All right, you can rest now. I'll call you if anything happens. Drew waved his hand helplessly. Godwin scratched his head, utterly confused. Before Godwin could speak, Drew hurriedly walked along the corridor towards his bedroom. Holding the torch, the flickering flame cast half light, half shadow on Godwin's rugged face, which was filled with confusion. What's wrong, young master? He felt that something seemed off. Perhaps Freddy wasn't happy either. Back in his room, Drew had barely sat down when Haley's angry voice came from outside the door. Drew, are you asking for death? Doing such a despicable thing. Just preparing to lie down and rest. The earlier events with the father and son Adalberto had left him feeling frazzled. Exhausted from all the running around, he was about to rest when Haley suddenly appeared. What's going on? Startled, Drew shot up from the bed, looking fearfully at the door. In the next second, the door was slammed open, and there stood Haley, her face red with anger. The moonlight illuminated her silhouette, revealing a furious expression. Her hair flying, teeth clenched, she looked as though she wanted to tear Drew apart. Drew quickly got up, grabbing clothes and hurriedly putting on his shoes. Miss Wong, what have I done to you this time? Why are you here again? Drew was baffled. To keep Haley at ease, he had been treating her like royalty, pleading and begging. But she hadn't been quiet for long before returning like this. Drew was getting frantic, slapping his hands together anxiously. However, Haley's gaze wasn't as affectionate as usual, rather filled with disgust. Didn't you know what you've done yourself? What did I do? Drew asked in surprise, his mind racing. He couldn't recall doing anything significant recently. The only thing worth mentioning was beating Elsie Mashing outside the city and visiting Great Qian Rice shop, where he got evidence from Paolo about the crimes of Adalberto and his son. Could Elsie Mashing have reported him? Furrowing his brow, Drew thought that if Elsie Mashing had filed charges, his embezzlement case would have already been well known in the capital. Haley should know about it if she investigated. Drew knew Haley well. She detested corruption. For such officials, she would have rejoiced rather than being angry if she knew he had taken action against Elsie Mashing. So why was she so furious? It must be something else. In the dark, Drew's handsome face shone slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on Haley. Miss Wong, tell me, what did I do this time? Haley huffed and eyed him suspiciously, arms crossed. You really don't know? I really don't. Drew slapped his thigh, completely at a loss. He had countless doubts in his mind. How had he offended Miss Wong so much that she stormed over in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Haley finally turned her gaze to Drew, scrutinizing him intensely. After a while, she seemed to believe he wasn't lying and said angrily, Fine, come with me to the magistrate's office. They need us there. The magistrate's office? Drew furrowed his brow but reluctantly followed Haley out. On the way, he finally figured out what had happened. It turned out that after leaving Great Qian Rice shop, several women had come to the government office weeping and wailing, holding a large hammer to strike the drum for wrongful grievances. And when the commotion arose, it was said that Drew had, on that day, in the refugee camp. Hearing all this, Drew widened his eyes and sat in the carriage, while Godwin was driving the carriage outside. Drew's body swayed unsteadily. It was very dark inside the carriage, and only by the faint moonlight could he barely see Haley's angry face. What? How do I not know about this? Drew slapped his chest, extremely anxious. Seeming to recall something, Drew suddenly leaned forward, pulled open the curtain, and shouted outside, Godwin, did you do this? When did I tell you to hit anyone? Chapter 175. Did you hit someone? Godwin turned his head, a bitter smile on his face. Master Yi, I was afraid you'd think those few people were lying, so I beat them up. Godwin scratched his head awkwardly, looking guilty. He had indeed acted behind Drew's back, but at the time, wasn't it all to help smooth things over for him? But he hadn't expected the situation to escalate this much. If not for Haley's timely arrival, he would have successfully suppressed the matter. Looking at Godwin's apologetic face, Drew didn't know what else to say. He knew that Godwin did it out of concern for him. You can ruin more than you can accomplish. Drew cursed, then retreated into the carriage again, turning to Haley, Miss Wong, I really didn't do it. Drew felt helpless. If this happened in the past, he might have just taken the blame. After all, when you have too many lice, you get used to the itch. But now that he was about to compete with Walter and also preparing for his wedding with Stacy, he couldn't allow these baseless accusations to taint him. Haley crossed her arms, looking intently at Drew. I don't know the details, but you should explain it to the magistrate. The people outside the city need justice. Drew froze, feeling a surge of anger. This girl still didn't believe him after all he'd said. She has always been straightforward, but that doesn't mean she can throw around such accusations based on hearsay. Knowing that his upcoming marriage to Stacy was the talk of the capital, being accused of such acts now could be disastrous. Upon reflection, Drew realized something was amiss. This is a setup. If this happened before, he might have thought that these women were trying to extort money from him. But given the timing, someone saying he harassed them would harm no one more than himself. And the fallout could jeopardize his marriage to Stacy. Who would benefit from this? Walter. The name echoed ominously in Drew's mind. Slapping his thigh, Drew cursed, Damn it, I know who's behind this. Haley was startled by Drew's sudden outburst. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Ignoring Haley, Drew waved his hand dismissively. Wait here, I figured it out. Hurry to the yamen. Under Haley's puzzled gaze, Drew shouted through the curtain, Godwin, hurry to the yamen. Got it. Godwin replied gruffly from outside. Night fell over the capital, and a crowd gathered outside the county yamen, furious citizens packing the space tightly. They yelled in unison, Bring out Drew. Bring out Drew. Exactly. Does he think we commoners' lives mean nothing? We're bullied and our silver is stolen. He must be punished. The law applies equally to all. The angry voices rose and fell like waves. A magistrate in official attire stood outside, bewildered. Facing the enraged crowd, he felt stuck. In the past, he would have simply sent guards to drive them away. However, with the influx of refugees into the capital recently, which had caught the attention of Ivor, he dared not act rashly. Previously, dealing with commoners was simple: appease them first, then pass the problem on to Drew, ensuring both parties got their way. Gale's generosity would ensure ample rewards. But now, he couldn't risk it. Caught between two powerful forces, Ivor and Drew, he hoped that by bringing Drew, they could settle this quickly. To him, both were towering mountains, and he was merely a pebble at their feet. It's a tough position to be in. Please calm down. Freddie will be here soon. When he arrives, I'll have him explain everything clearly to you. The county official pleaded helplessly, his eyes darting towards the crowd as if seeking rescue. Behind them lay a dark and deserted road under the night sky. He sighed inwardly. Why hasn't Freddie come yet? If he doesn't come soon, I fear my yamen will be torn apart. The already impatient refugees began shouting again. The corner of the county official's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly came the sound of horses neighing and wheels rumbling from behind. Godwin was holding a torch, and the carriage was swaying as it quickly approached the entrance of the county yamen. Freddie has arrived. Godwin's gruff voice rang out. The county official seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, Freddie has arrived. He immediately parted the crowd. Stop yelling. Freddie is here. If you have any issues, talk to him. Earlier, he had been at a loss due to the pressure from the refugees, so he resorted to this now. Seeing Drew enter, the indignant refugees all started cursing. Drew, you damn scoundrel. How dare you defile our honor? Are there any men among you? Who wants to take him on with me? A few hot-headed young men even picked up sticks and stones. They charged towards Drew's carriage, looking like they were ready for a fight at the slightest provocation. Could Godwin, who was accustomed to being arrogant and tyrannical in the capital, stand by and let them? His ringed eyes narrowed sharply, and he bellowed hoarsely. Who dares approach? Are you courting death? Though Godwin had somewhat reined in his violent tendencies under Drew's guidance recently, facing these people's provocations, his innate ferocity burst forth like a tiger among sheep. One roar echoed through the night, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 176, You call again and I'll hit you. Everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, looking at Godwin with lingering dread. This man in front of them was almost 9 feet tall. Anyone who got into a fight with him would definitely be at a disadvantage. The young men's faces turned pale, and they immediately retreated. Their gazes still held no goodwill toward Drew. Drew frowned and emerged from the carriage, followed closely by Haley, whose face remained expressionless. Drew's eyes swept around, his hands clasped behind his back. Who was looking for this young master just now? Step forward. Drew looked stern. Although he hadn't done it, he didn't want to make things difficult for these refugee civilians. But if they tried to overstep their boundaries, he definitely wouldn't agree. After all, who was he, Drew? Though he usually acted submissive in front of Stevie, that was just for self-preservation. He had only helped these refugees earlier in the day. Now, in the evening, they were accusing him of inappropriate behavior towards their womenfolk and demanding an explanation. What? How dare they act so insolently? Drew frowned, while Godwin stood behind him with a fierce look, his gaze sweeping around ominously. This scene was chilling, and the previously arrogant young men immediately shrank back, no longer daring to be the first to speak out. Everyone understood that although the Yi family was easygoing, they weren't someone to be trifled with easily. If they wanted to take advantage of or harass the Yi family, it would undoubtedly be courting death. Drew's eyes scanned the crowd, his face grim. He said, Nothing? If there's nothing, don't shout recklessly. Speak up when you have evidence. The general crowd of refugees instantly fell silent, occasionally glancing at Drew but remaining quiet. The wave of accusations demanding answers from Drew had vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Drew, the county magistrate beamed as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Freddie, you're finally here. Just now, a few unruly citizens came to file complaints against you. What do you think about this matter? Drew glanced casually at the magistrate's obsequious face and instantly understood what was happening. The other party wanted him to owe them a favor. Otherwise, they could have simply said that people had already been sent to arrest him or reported the matter to Ivor. But instead, the magistrate hinted that he had suppressed the issue and was waiting for Drew to come and handle it. Although Drew knew what the magistrate was thinking, he maintained a polite demeanor. He patted the magistrate on the shoulder with a smile. All right, you handled this well. Let's discuss inside. Ah, yes. The magistrate grinned, instantly understanding Drew's thoughts. Under the escort of the magistrate and the watchful eyes of the crowd, Drew quickly walked into the county office. As Drew and his companions entered, the formerly servile magistrate suddenly exuded authority. Standing by the door, he pointed at the refugees trying to follow inside and shouted, All of you wait outside. We will notify you once we have a result. The few young men who had been scared off by Drew started calling out again. But the magistrate, emboldened by Drew's arrival, barked orders. Guards, who dares to cause trouble? Arrest them and give 50 lashes. Several intimidating servants stepped forward, wielding thick cudgels, swinging them through the air with force. They warned, Who dares step forward? You'll get a beating. One should not fight with officials, even if one could challenge heaven and earth. How could these commoners possibly argue with the county office? Although the magistrate was merely a 7th-rank official, he was still like a lord to them. They immediately shut up, quietly standing aside and not daring to cause any more trouble. Seeing the crowd become docile, the magistrate's lips curled into a smug smile. With a humph, he strode past the threshold and followed inside. Inside the county office, Drew looked around. The atmosphere in the entire office was solemn, with antique decorations on the sides and dark corridors leading deeper inside. In the distance, the brightly lit county hall was visible. 2 ragged-looking women lay on the ground sobbing uncontrollably, their cries heart-wrenching. Tears streamed down their faces, hitting the ground audibly. Seeing this scene, Drew couldn't help but frown. These 2 women were the ones accusing him of inappropriate behavior. Drew's brow furrowed, and suddenly, Haley behind him let out a cold snort. Humph! Drew turned his head and saw the beautiful face of Haley with a hint of anger, her eyes staring at Drew. Drew, you're still the eldest young master of the Yi family. Why would you think about these refugee women? Aren't you ashamed? Haley felt that Drew was somewhat uneasy coming to the magistrate's office, so she accused him like this. Drew's brow furrowed. Perhaps at home he usually endured and begged for Haley's forgiveness, but could he bear this now? Drew's face turned stern. Haley, I warn you, you can eat anything, but don't speak recklessly. There's no solid evidence yet regarding my connection with these two women. You, being one of the 4 great detectives of the capital, shouldn't defame others without cause. If you can't explain clearly, I'll accuse you of defamation. Do you believe me? Defamation? Haley murmured, blinking her eyes. She didn't understand what defamation meant, and Drew didn't want to argue further with her. He just waved his hand. Haley, I'm telling you, only speak when you have evidence. Don't babble nonsense, or I will beat you. Do you believe me? Drew suddenly felt more confident. In the past, he treated Breckenlong and Stevie's harem with utmost care, always trying to appease them. This attitude inadvertently fueled the arrogance of people like Haley. Now that Drew had decided to confront Stevie seriously, he naturally wouldn't be courteous to Haley anymore. Before Haley could react, she was puzzled by Drew's sudden firmness. Just as she was about to retort, "Sir, please do justice for us refugees," a pitiful voice came from behind. Drew turned his head sharply. Chapter 177 Slander. In the distance, 2 peasant women huddled on the ground, their clothes torn and barely covering their bodies, sobbing bitterly as tears fell one after another. Drew, look at what you've done. Haley couldn't help but rebuke him sharply. She always prided herself on her sense of justice. Even though Drew had explained earlier, she now suspected that he might indeed be the culprit. Otherwise, who else in the entire capital could commit such a despicable act? Humph. Drew's face darkened as he glanced at Haley with a deep and meaningful look, but surprisingly remained silent. After all, the situation was getting more complicated. It would be better to resolve this matter quickly rather than argue with Haley here. He had just begun to gain some goodwill among the refugees. Now someone was trying to frame him by putting this enormous blame on him. Could Drew tolerate this? His face turned grim, and he strode quickly toward the entrance of the magistrate's hall. Drew hurried to the entrance of the Yamen hall. His piercing eyes scanned the surroundings. Mario, who had followed Drew inside, trailed behind with a flattering smile on his face. Master Yi, these 2 people are accusing you. I dared not publicize it, so I kept it under wraps. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Drew slapped the back of the county magistrate's head. Mario cried out in pain, falling to the ground, looking bewildered and rubbing his sore spot indignantly. Master Yi, why did you do that? He didn't understand. Weren't those women fine? Master Yi had been talking and laughing with him just moments ago. Why slap him without a word? Wasn't this a mute's loss? Torches were lit at the entrance of the Yamen, casting flickering light onto Drew's gloomy face. Looking at the county magistrate, Drew was already at the place of accusation, yet the magistrate still tried to ingratiate himself and boasted about suppressing the matter. If this spread, what would people think? Wouldn't it seem like Drew colluded with the government to suppress and then cover up the mistreatment of civilian women? If this news got out, would he still have any reputation left? Haley, following behind, looked seriously at Drew and the county magistrate, her gaze sharp. Godwin and Lucas stood like mountains at the entrance, guarding the steps where a group of angry refugees gathered, murmuring angrily but too afraid to speak out, their faces filled with frustration. Anyone could tell that these 2 towering men were not joking around. If something happened, they could easily crush them like watermelons. Seeing this, who dared to cause trouble? They merely closed their mouths, quietly observing the scene inside the Yamen. Meanwhile, Drew stood in the Yamen hall, hands behind his back, looking intently at the 2 crying peasant women accusing him. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Whether he had done it or not, he knew clearly in his heart. But who was trying to accuse him, slander him, and put such a big cap on him? Drew couldn't figure it out for the moment. Could it be Stevie? Drew's gaze suddenly fell on the 2 ragged, dirt-covered women. They were indeed somewhat attractive, with willow-like eyebrows, oval faces, and natural beauty despite their current state. However, the dirt on their faces obscured their beauty, making them look like refugees from outside the city walls. Drew was startled and asked, "Who are you 2? How did you end up here?" Upon recognizing Drew, the 2 women immediately wailed loudly. "Great justice! Please give us justice. Earlier, Drew from the Yi family bullied us, molested us, and even killed our fathers and husbands. Now only we 2 are left." The 2 women cried pitifully, their loud sobs echoing far and wide, lingering for a long time, as if it were the most extraordinary case in history. Tears washed away some of the dirt, revealing slightly rosy cheeks. But upon seeing this scene, Drew couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just now, when he came over, they didn't recognize him as Drew but accused him of molesting them. More importantly, although he could not see clearly earlier due to the darkness, now their tears had wet their faces, washing away the dirt and revealing their features. At this moment, Drew could clearly see that these 2 girls were quite pretty and graceful, looking nothing like those refugee women who were constantly exposed to the elements. Instead, they looked like charming beauties from within the capital city. Drew spread his hands, a helpless look on his face. In this situation, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that these 2 civilian women were deliberately framing him for no reason. Beside him, Haley frowned slightly and came over to Drew's side with quick steps. She had heard everything between Drew and the 2 women just now. These 2 women were clearly lying, making no sense at all and obviously trying to frame Drew. Anyone could see through this easily. After all, if Drew had indeed assaulted them, how could they not recognize him when he was standing right in front of them? This was clearly nonsense. A hint of apology flashed across Haley's face as she lowered her voice, saying, "Drew, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now." Humph. Drew let out a cold snort, indifferent to Haley's apology. He crossed his arms. This girl did indeed need to be disciplined. Every time something happened, she rushed to confront him without understanding the situation first. bringing him straight to the yamen with accusations every time. If he hadn't explained properly, this little miss might have drawn her sword and attacked him. Such behavior absolutely couldn't be tolerated. Women, they need discipline. Now that the matter had been clarified, Drew looked at the county magistrate, who was covering his face and sobbing pitifully, frowning in thought. How should he handle this? It wasn't difficult to deal with the two women. Relying on the Yi family's influence, suppressing this incident would be simple. But how to appease the crowd of indignant refugees outside was another matter. If this situation wasn't handled well, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Drew. Chapter 178, Exonerate himself. He knew he was about to have a real showdown with Stevie. At this moment, his reputation in the capital was extremely important. Though Drew wasn't sure whether the so-called intangible cohesion of public sentiment actually existed, now he could only treat it as a last-ditch effort, trying everything possible just in case it worked. What if it really did work? Although Drew was bold and ambitious at that moment, when he went back and thought about it carefully, considering the terrible consequences, he felt regretful and fearful. Who knew how well Stevie's secret technique, which caused people to burst into flames faintly, had been cultivated? What if things didn't go smoothly? After all, he was the only heir in his family. He couldn't afford to mess up on this matter. Drew pondered inwardly. Suddenly, Drew stepped forward and grabbed a woman by the wrist, lifting her up abruptly. The woman was in pain. Ah, my lord, what are you doing? Just an upright grand judge. Drew's expression turned slightly serious, and his tone grew colder. You call me a just and upright grand judge? Weren't you going to sue Drew for misconduct? Now Drew stands right in front of you. What do you mean, you don't recognize him? Upon hearing these words from Drew, the two women showed panic on their faces, blinking in surprise, their red lips parting in shock. What? Why you're Freddie Yi? They were originally courtesans from the Yihong courtyard. Someone approached them, offering them 100 taels of silver to accuse Drew of inappropriate behavior towards them and make them pretend to be refugees displaced by famine outside the city. Initially unwilling, they complied when the visitors showed an official badge. Yihong courtyard often operated in a gray area under the regulations of the Great Qian Dynasty, sometimes not even being able to open its doors for business. Facing officials, they naturally couldn't resist and had to comply. But they never expected the person who came would be Drew. Yes, I'm Freddie Yi. Weren't you just accusing me of misconduct? How come you don't recognize me now? Drew sneered. This person framing him from behind should use some common sense. Those hired couldn't even recognize who they were supposed to accuse. At least they should provide a portrait or something. Drew muttered to himself inwardly. The two women's faces suddenly froze as they started to retreat backward, using both hands and feet. This left Drew stunned, unsure what had happened. Then he saw the two women crying and shouting, "Oh no, Freddie Yi is here. He wants to force false confessions from us. Fellow citizens, please stand up for us." Their reaction was surprisingly quick. When Drew revealed his identity, they hadn't expected such a turn of events. They thought there would be an official notice or something similar. Instead, Drew appeared unexpectedly, and for a moment, they hadn't recognized him. Seeing Drew, they gave up the act, trying to gain sympathy from the refugees outside and put pressure on the authorities. Meanwhile, Drew stood there with folded arms, watching their dramatic performance. It was then clear to him what was happening. These two women were deliberately trying to frame him, putting on an act of being pitiful. Frowning, Drew shouted loudly, "How dare you? Bring out the torture instruments. If you want to force confession, let me show you what a real one looks like." Earlier, Drew had patiently talked to them calmly, but now that they wanted to frame him, he wouldn't indulge them any longer. These two needed a beating. After a few strokes, anyone would become compliant. What? The two women widened their eyes in disbelief, not expecting this. Suddenly, two intimidating servants rushed in, brandishing their sticks fiercely. They immediately saw the county magistrate lying on the ground, holding his face, looking distressed. "Are you waiting for orders? Hurry up. Is Freddie Yi's word not enough?" The county magistrate yelled. Despite getting slapped by Drew earlier, he knew better than to offend the Yi family. Or rather, in this county office, Drew's orders were more effective than his own. "Yes, yes, my lord," the two servants quickly responded, casting a glance at Drew before hurrying forward to grab the two women and press them to the ground. "They're beating people. They're beating people." The two women were terrified. In the Yihong courtyard, they were pampered and tender-skinned, unaccustomed to such a situation. They were genuinely scared, sobbing loudly. Drew watched coldly, seemingly indifferent. These two women had thought of framing him, but hadn't expected this turn of events. Meryl frowned as she watched, knowing that using private punishment was absolutely not allowed in the Great Qian Dynasty. Without even hearing their side of the story, Drew had already ordered the servants to beat them. But given the current situation, it wasn't easy for her to say anything. After all, it was clear to anyone with eyes that these two women were trying to deliberately frame Drew and had been caught by him. If they didn't use punishment now, would these two women tell the truth? She hesitated but ultimately said nothing, silently watching from the side. Godwin and Fergus stood outside the door, glancing in upon hearing the shrill cries of the two women. The refugees packed tightly outside the office, hearing the cries from inside, began to grumble in anger. What? Drew is beating people? Does the Yi family respect the law at all? Ah. Yes, how can such private punishments be used under the feet of our emperor in the Great Qian Dynasty? People were shouting back and forth. Though Godwin and Fergus weren't sure what happened inside, they naturally took Drew's side. They barked loudly, "Shut up. This is an official office. Anyone who shouts will get a taste of the stick too." Faced with Drew and Fergus's reprimand, everyone quickly shut their mouths, afraid to speak any further. In this situation, everyone knew that making too much noise would surely earn them a beating. They immediately retracted their necks, ceasing argument. A few young men who shouted the loudest gave Godwin and Fergus dark looks. If they could truly fight back, would they hold back? Inside the office, the servants were indeed not idle. The sticks fell one after another, crackling against flesh, echoing throughout the hall. Drew crossed his arms, coldly watching. He knew that these two women were clearly framing him. If he didn't give them a lesson, How could he make them reveal who was behind this? Help! Help! The two women stubbornly persisted despite the beating, insisting that Drew had acted improperly towards them. Chapter 179 True Identity. Upon arriving at the county office, Drew actually had someone beaten. He was shouting incessantly about seeking justice for the people, crying out loud. Haley seemed to be somewhat unable to bear it. A trace of sympathy flashed across his face. He leaned close to Drew and whispered, "Drew, shouldn't you stop? What if you really kill someone this way?" Without turning his head, Drew replied, "What if I do? Don't you see? These two women aren't refugees at all. They're from the capital, rich and powerful ladies." Drew spoke very clearly. Although he had already guessed that these two were most likely from Ehong courtesan house, one could smell the scent of cosmetics on them. Drew wouldn't have lived in vain if he couldn't recognize it after entering and leaving the courtesan house with Simeon every day. But without solid evidence, he naturally would not say anything. However, he was certain that these two were definitely not from the refugee camp outside the city. Moreover, any claim of impropriety against him was completely unfounded. Haley looked serious, but remained non-committal, pursing his lips discontentedly. But then he felt it was inappropriate and immediately said, "Forget it. Stop beating them. If we accidentally kill someone, it will be hard to explain to Sonny." "Sonny?" Drew frowned, his tone turning cold. "Now, my wedding with Clarissa is imminent. Have you thought about what might happen if this gets out? I am practically part of the royal family now." Drew was being honest. He was about to marry Clarissa and would soon become the top royal groom-in-waiting of the Great Qian Dynasty. And at this crucial moment, someone dared to accuse the future royal groom of misconduct towards commoner women and suppress the matter. If this weren't clarified, not only Drew would be implicated, but it would also greatly affect the Great Qian imperial family. In troubled times, harsh measures must be taken. If this situation wasn't resolved, Emperor Ivor's dignity would be compromised. Feeling indignant, Drew saw the two women still being defiant. He waved his hand. "Come, continue the beating. I don't believe they won't tell the truth." The two servants hesitated, trembling as they held the thick sticks used for intimidation. But they didn't dare to move closer. What if someone really died here at the county office? If it got out that Drew indeed acted improperly, and they aided him by beating someone to death? Though the Yi family was influential, whispers and rumors spread both inside and outside the city. Gale had already resigned from office, and the Yi family's wealth had been donated. The family was like a tiger without its teeth, still fearsome but less intimidating than before. They hesitated, afraid to proceed. "What? Is my word no longer effective?" Drew roared, his face stern. Reluctantly, the two servants moved forward again with their rods. Just then, a clamor of horses neighing and hurried footsteps could be heard outside the gate, along with loud voices floating through from time to time. The glow from fires beyond the city walls illuminated the night sky. All of them looked over involuntarily, wondering who it was. Could someone have arrived? Drew didn't understand, but he knew that unexpected visitors at such a moment would certainly bode ill. Sure enough, just then a chilly voice called out from outside, announcing, "Noemi has arrived." The sharp voice of Inyani echoed throughout, reaching Drew and Haley's ears. Haley was startled. He hadn't expected anyone from the palace to come. Logically, even if Drew did act improperly towards some women, it should be handled by the local authorities in the capital. Why would someone from the palace arrive? Especially Noemi, an imperial concubine. Why would she know about this place? Haley, coming from a well-established family, similar to Simeon as offspring of inner palace guards, knew something about the relations within the imperial harem. This Noemi was Lady Adalberto's daughter. Why would she appear here? Confusion flickered in Haley's eyes. Drew's expression darkened even more. At that moment, a graceful figure walked in from the gate. Dressed in a golden gown, two white-haired Janus walked ahead, each holding a fuchun, fly whisk, with a light touch, their steps unsteady yet purposeful. "Noemi has arrived," he announced again. Under the dim firelight, Drew finally saw Noemi clearly. She was in her mid-20s, her fox-like eyes filled with allure, mesmerizing. Her fair face was like a peeled egg, smooth and flawless, with eyebrows and eyes as if painted. Her willow leaf brows were gracefully curved and thick as ink. Even in the darkness, one could see that this woman was exceptionally beautiful, charming, and extraordinarily gorgeous. No wonder Ivor favored her so much. Indeed, love knows no boundaries, Drew thought with a frown. No wonder, when a beauty appears, the emperor neglects his morning court. Noemi walked in quickly, glancing around and immediately said, "Oh, who's administering private punishment here?" Noemi's expression was unpleasant. At a glance, she had understood the scene inside the room, which sent a chill through her heart. The two Janus earlier were on either side of Noemi, supporting her as if they were protecting her. Some were even considerate enough to bring a chair for Noemi to sit down. Noemi moved gracefully, causing a gentle breeze of fragrance to waft. After sitting down slowly, she couldn't help but look towards Drew and the two women on the ground. "I wonder what has happened here." Drew didn't give her any leeway and retorted, "Noemi, why are you here?" Drew's words were extremely disrespectful. After all, he was the only son of Gale. Even if he met Noemi face to face, even if she was a favored concubine of Emperor Ivor, so what? Isn't she just a plaything at the end of the day? Naturally, he couldn't be polite to her. Moreover, her appearance at this critical moment. If there wasn't something fishy going on, would Drew believe it? He wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. He immediately said, "Can you explain why you're here, Noemi?" Noemi rolled her eyes, clearly displeased with Drew's impolite remarks. But she still kept her voice low, suppressing her anger. "I was visiting my family earlier when I heard some commotion, so I came to check. Just now, I heard someone say you, Drew, had insulted civilian women and hence, you were administering private punishment here." Chapter 180. Noemi arrives. As Noemi spoke, her delicate hand slapped on the wooden table beside her with a sharp sound, startling everyone and drawing their gazes immediately. "So, Drew, you commit crimes despite knowing the law well. Even the Son of Heaven shares the same punishment as commoners when committing a crime. Do you know that?" Is your Yi family trying to say that they do not regard our Great Qian Dynasty's laws? Wanting to disrupt court discipline in this manner. After hearing this, Drew couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a big cap she's trying to put on me. To accuse him of disrupting court discipline and oppressing commoners right away. If this accusation was confirmed and reached Ivor's ears, how could Drew expect anything good? Not executing his entire family would be quite fortunate already. At present, Drew was like a goldfish in a fishbowl. In the entire Great Qian Dynasty court, countless pairs of eyes were watching him. If he made any slight move, reports would immediately be delivered to Ivor's desk. Any wrong word or mistake he made, and the Yi family would face a catastrophic disaster. Drew sneered inwardly. Humph, Noemi. I was about to ask you why you suddenly appeared here. You said someone told you that this Freddy oppressed a commoner. Who said it? Have that person come forward and confront me. Drew sneered, arms crossed, and his words were extremely disrespectful. Just now, when Noemi came in, the atmosphere was grand. Not only did no one dare speak to her, she entered with a large entourage of guards. It wasn't just that no one dared to talk to her. Even looking at her might cost one their head. Facing Drew's icy remarks, Noemi was visibly enraged. Her pretty face slightly changed, clenching her teeth lightly. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to this palace noble in such a manner? Noemi received Emperor Ivor's favor within the harem, and her treatment was no less than that of Princess Stacy from the imperial family. In daily life, who wouldn't flatter her? They were exceedingly respectful. There were very few people who dared to speak to her as boldly as Drew. What's wrong? Can't take a couple of words? You, a member of the harem, run out here. Do you think this is appropriate? Drew frowned. Since she wanted to catch him out, he didn't mind showing her what colors he could display. For someone from the harem to appear at the county yamen late at night was already a major taboo, let alone for her to come here without reason to reprimand him. If Drew didn't seize this opportunity to expose her, he would have wasted his life. A flash of panic crossed Noemi's face as she looked at Drew standing before her, instantly infuriated. But she forcibly suppressed her anger, managing a smile on her face, which was somewhat unsettling in the darkness. She knew that Drew had already become an enemy of the Elsie family. Her younger brother, Gavriel, had been left half paralyzed by Drew, and the royal physician said he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 to 15 days. Moreover, Elsie Mashing was currently hanging outside the camp for embezzlement after being harshly reprimanded by Drew, with an order stating that no one was allowed to take him down for 3 days and 3 nights. If Drew were just a playboy, perhaps someone disapproving would have taken him down long ago. However, Drew's actions against corruption had already earned him admiration among refugees and applause from upright officials behind closed doors. Additionally, no one dared to disobey Drew's commands within the capital city. Thus, Elsie Mashing hung there, barely alive, exposed to the wind and sun, almost turning into a mummy. It was questionable whether he would survive much longer. Noemi's gaze towards Drew was unfriendly. It was the first time she met him, but she never expected that on their first meeting, Drew would show no respect and make her speechless with a few retorts. What great courage, Drew! Who gives you the nerve to speak to this palace noble in such a tone? Imph, what's wrong? Unhappy with a couple of words? You, a harem member, appearing outside and showing yourself like this. Should I report this to Emperor Ivor? Drew showed no tolerance for her. He knew that Emperor Ivor definitely did not know that Noemi had come out of the palace so rashly. This late at night, a member of the harem causing such a commotion. If it reached Ivor's ears, she wouldn't be in an easy position either. Noemi was so angry that her chest heaved, and a cold, lethal look appeared in her eyes as she stared at Drew. Earlier, she heard that Drew was extremely troublesome. After today's encounter, it proved to be true. In just a few words, she was already at a disadvantage. And Noemi seemed unwilling to tangle with Drew over this matter any further. Instead, she stood up. This palace noble will naturally explain this matter to Sunny. I should ask you, what's wrong with these 2 civilian women? Noemi swiftly approached the 2 women who were beaten up and covered in wounds, her voice filled with concern. I have arrived. I am Noemi from the harem. If there's anything, you can tell me, and I will stand up for you. She put on a delicate and gentle act, which made Drew feel sick to his stomach. The 2 women immediately raised their heads as if they had seen their savior, their eyes regaining a glimmer of hope. They cried out pitifully, Noemi, please stand up for us. While speaking, they wept bitterly, struggling to point at Drew with their slender fingers, trembling and saying, Today, Drew, the eldest young master of the Yi family, insulted us outside the city and cruelly murdered our fathers and husbands. We came to this capital city to file a complaint against him, but he beat us like this without a word, hoping that you, sir, would give us justice. The 2 women wailed loudly, sounding as if they had suffered a great injustice. Drew watched them perform this act and felt another wave of coldness rising in his heart. Are these 2 stupid? Performing such a pitiful act in front of him. Did they not know who he was backed by? Standing behind him were the famous 4 great captains of the capital city. Haley spoke with animation. He couldn't understand what these 2 women were thinking. Could they really be delusional? There were obvious loopholes in their story. If thoroughly investigated, problems would surely arise. Having mistakenly blamed Drew before, he could not allow Noemi to frame him like this. So he immediately said, Noemi, I am Haley, a police officer in the capital city. I have already guessed that these 2 women are falsely accusing Drew. This matter needs further investigation. Chapter 181. Bring the madam over. As Haley spoke, he suspiciously sized up Noemi in front of him. Unexpectedly, Noemi's voice rose sharply as she said piercingly, What? False accusation and defamation? What evidence do you have? I think that Drew was coerced into confessing under duress. You, as a Arden in the capital, are already derelict in your duties. Yet, you still speak on his behalf. Why? Could it be that you and Drew have some unsavory relationship? Noemi spoke with a cold tone. She had long heard that Haley was entangled with this young man from the Yi family, and now, she seized this opportunity to defame Drew and Haley as having an inappropriate relationship behind closed doors. If things went this way, perhaps she could break the engagement between Drew and Stacy and pin a significant charge on them. The Elsie family viewed the Yi family as a thorn in their side and a splinter in their flesh. As newcomers, the Elsie family was being tightly suppressed by the deeply entrenched Yi family within the imperial court. If they could bring down the Yi family, then, at that time, wouldn't the Elsie family overshadow the sky with one hand and command the wind and rain in the Great Qian Dynasty? A fervent and passionate look shone in the beautiful eyes of Noemi, as if she could already see the grandeur of the Elsie family ruling the Great Qian Dynasty and holding sway over the court. Noemi had a steady mind and acted ruthlessly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ascended to the position of empress within just a few short years. Had Stacy's birth mother not been the empress might have been toppled long ago by her insidious means. Noemi had already planned out that when the time came, based on her stable position in the palace, she would help her father Adalberto and her brother Gabriel secure important positions in the court and cultivate a group of disciples. At that point, it wasn't impossible for her to possibly ascend to the throne. The Yi family must be eliminated now. Noemi added coldly, this matter must be thoroughly investigated, otherwise, won't people say that the royal family of the Great Qian Dynasty shelters its own members and oppresses the common folk? Noemi's voice grew louder, her face stern, appearing to uphold justice. Drew frowned and scrutinized Noemi, who claimed to uphold justice. If she didn't know about it and wasn't involved, she might have truly deceived everyone. But it was obvious now that she was orchestrating a great drama herself, trying to use this to frame him. Drew laughed coldly a few times. All right, since Noemi wants to investigate clearly, it's simple. Let me ask, and I'll know. Come here. Yes, someone responded. A servant hurriedly answered, quickly stepping forward. Then Drew said to him, Go to Yihong courtesan house and bring the madam over. Oh yes, the one surnamed Wang. The man widened his eyes, not quite understanding what was happening. In this situation, Drew actually still had the mind to find someone from Yihong courtesan house and bring the madam over. Several pairs of eyes exchanged looks, while Noemi watched Drew intently, feeling uneasy. Drew opened his eyes wide again, urging him once more, just go when I tell you to. Don't make excuses. Go quickly. If you come back too late, I'll beat you with a stick. Yes. The man responded repeatedly. Seeing Drew's obvious anger, how dared he disobey? He immediately hurried away from the yamen. With the servant leaving, a hint of worry flashed across Noemi's eyes. Did the other party know something? Going to Yihong courtesan house to find people? Noemi felt uneasy. She couldn't escape involvement in this matter. It was she who had asked people to make these two women pose as commoners and falsely accuse Drew, wanting to pin a heavy charge on him. Did someone slip up? Noemi cast a cold gaze at the two battered women lying on the ground. Her gaze was chilling, and the two women subtly shook their heads in an almost imperceptible manner. Seeing this, Noemi nodded satisfactorily. Standing up confidently, she flicked her sleeve and sat back on the wooden chair. All right, this empress will watch how you clear this matter up, Drew. If this investigation is unjust, this empress will surely report it to Sunny and punish your Yi family. Drew snorted, but did not respond. If this matter was not clarified, Ivor would naturally hold him accountable, and Drew already had a rough idea in his mind. There was a high chance this whole ordeal was orchestrated by Noemi. However, he needed to exonerate himself and expose Noemi's scheme. As for the madam of Yihong courtesan house, Drew had a good grasp of the situation. Over these years, he and Simeon had generously spent large sums of silver at Yihong courtesan house. Those were real silver and gold, adding up to no less than 1,000,000 taels. Could the madam of Yihong courtesan house possibly lie to him? Drew was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a place to sit down with an indifferent expression on his face. Empress Elsie watched this scene and felt another surge of anger. She thought Drew would quickly beg for mercy from her in this situation. Instead, he stood firm, not only countering her but also demanding a thorough investigation. Did he really have the confidence? Standing far away, Haley noticed the strange atmosphere between the two. Sensing that they were waiting for something, he remained silent. Time ticked by, and soon the voice of a servant came from outside. Report, the madam from Yihong courtesan house has been brought. In the yamen, the county magistrate seemed to have turned into thin air, hunching his shoulders with his hands hidden in his sleeves, saying nothing. He knew this matter had nothing to do with him. If he said too much, he might lose his official hat. Rather than getting involved, it was better to let them handle it themselves. The servant led a panic-stricken madam into the yamen, her words stuttering. To this official, sir, I really don't know anything. Why did you bring me here? The madam, who managed Yihong courtesan house, had met countless high-ranking officials in the capital, but she was well aware that her business was not reputable. Being brought to the yamen made her truly nervous. She was suddenly doing business at Yihong courtesan house when an official appeared out of nowhere and took her to the yamen. How could she not be in turmoil? Then, her chubby eyes lifted, catching sight of a familiar figure, Drew. Why, Freddie Yi? Why are you here? She immediately exclaimed with relief. Chapter 182. Why are they my own people? Seeing the familiar face Drew, she felt a bit more reassured. Perhaps if it were someone else, she might feel somewhat afraid. But who was this Drew? He was the notorious #1 rogue in the capital, the son of Jamal, the Minister of Revenue. With him here, nothing bad would definitely happen to her today. Ajani patted her chest, heaving a sigh of relief as she hurriedly came to Drew's side, putting on her usual fawning tone. Master Yi, why are you here? What can I do for you? Drew glanced at her sideways, and then pointed with his chin towards Elsie Guifei, who was standing there frowning. Well, this is Empress Dowager Elsie, the first beauty of our Great Qian Dynasty in the capital, who says I, Drew, have bullied common women. Today, I've brought you here to see this. I want to see if you recognize these two women. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Don't make any mistakes. You want me to see? Ajani said to herself, and immediately looked at Elsie Guifei dressed in luxurious attire. The pressure from the other party made her shudder involuntarily. Just by looking at her, one could tell she was from the imperial palace. Following Drew's gaze, Ajani saw two women on the ground, beaten to an unrecognizable state. Her pupils narrowed. These two people were very familiar to her. Why? They were indeed the courtesans from her Yihong house. How had she not thought of that? Why would they appear here at such a time? Ajani couldn't help but wonder. Looking back at Drew, who stood there nonchalantly with folded arms, and then at Elsie Guifei, whose face was clouded with concealed anger and a warning glance, Ajani felt conflicted, unsure of how to respond. She timidly shrunk her neck and stepped aside. Drew keenly sensed something amiss. Clearly, this Empress Dowager Elsie was bullying others using her royal identity to suppress Ajani, making her afraid to speak up. Was Drew scared of her? As the only son of Jamal and also a distinguished prince consort, and personally bestowed the title of Marquis by Tyler, he surely wasn't. With a loud bang, Drew picked up a nearby stick and smashed it onto the floor, creating a loud clanging sound. A few people looked over, puzzled. Frowning, Drew looked at the frightened Ajani and scolded, "Ajani, come here." Drew beckoned with his finger. If he, now a renowned prince consort in the court, couldn't control Ajani, how could he talk about doing great things? How could he fight Curtis? Ajani responded with a small noise, her fat neck shrinking, her chubby face quivering slightly, and a matchmaker's mole particularly noticeable in the dark night. She trembled as she approached Drew. "Master Yi, what do you need?" Beside them, Elsie Guifei's face darkened like heavy clouds, her beautiful eyes occasionally flickering between Drew and trembling Ajani, resembling a cold and venomous snake ready to strike. Drew pointed at the two beaten-up women on the ground with his stick. "Ajani, do you know these two women?" Ajani listened to Drew's question and immediately looked over. Upon seeing their familiar faces clearly again, she couldn't help but be startled. From the moment she entered the room, she recognized them as women from the Yihong house. But now that Drew was asking, coupled with the woman who sat upright, clearly from the imperial palace, Ajani speculated. Could Master Yi have clashed with these people? On the way here, Ajani had heard people say that Drew had insulted two women, and at first, she thought that if Drew didn't visit the Yihong house, why bother bullying ordinary women? But now, seeing clearly, she understood the situation. These weren't ordinary women. They were courtesans from the Yihong house pretending to be so. The intricacies of the matter were clear to the always shrewd Ajani. But when questioned by Drew, she found it difficult to answer directly and could only mumble, "Master Yi, I don't know them." Bang! Drew smashed the floor with his stick again, the marble cracking like a spider web spreading out. "Do you or do you not know them?" Drew's tone grew icy. It was tolerable if he couldn't control the arrogant Empress Dowager Elsie, but if he couldn't even control a madam from the Yihong house, wouldn't he, Drew, be useless? Moreover, if Ajani didn't tell him the truth, would he give her any good face? Ajani was greatly startled by Drew's action, stumbling and almost falling to the ground. She stammered, "Master Yi, they are from our Yihong house." "Oh, courtesans from Yihong house." Hearing these words, Elsie Guifei's previously gloomy face suddenly changed. Yes, these two women were precisely the ones she had arranged. She went to Yihong house and bribed them with 100 taels of silver, making them falsely accuse Drew of molesting them. After all, Drew had been clashing with the Elsie family recently. He first gave Gabrielle a thorough scolding, and today, he brutally beat up Elsie mashing outside the city. After fiercely rebuking her father Adalberto and Gabrielle for their incompetence, Elsie Guifei decided to take action herself. But she never expected Drew to trace back so quickly and uncover her plan. Elsie Guifei's expression became serious, casting a warning glance at the two women, the threat in it clear. Although the two women were almost beaten to death, they caught a glimpse of Elsie Guifei's condescending warning look out of the corner of their eyes and immediately shrank their necks, hearts racing. Perhaps Ajani didn't know, but they were fully aware of this woman's identity. If they offended her, they would not be able to survive in the capital anymore. Drew saw all this with his own eyes. He walked swiftly to the two women, tapping the ground with the wooden stick in his hand, creating a clanging sound. "Tell me, you two are from Yihong house. Why did you come to the yamen claiming to be common women from the outskirts?" Drew squatted down and pinched one woman's cheek, lifting it up. The woman's eyes showed fear as she looked at Drew with surprise. Drew said threateningly, "Who exactly instructed you?" Behind him, Elsie Guifei cast a vicious glare, warning them. The woman whose cheek was pinched by Drew noticed Elsie Guifei's gaze and angrily shook her head, timidly saying, "Freddie Yi, no one instructed us. We did this on our own." The other woman, enduring the excruciating pain, hurriedly echoed, "Yes, Freddie Yi. We just couldn't help it because you seem to be living too well." Drew sneered inwardly. The two women's story was inconsistent and full of loopholes. Chapter 183 Jealousy. What did it have to do with them that he was living a good life? Out of jealousy, they went to the county magistrate's office to accuse him of misconduct and pretended to be civilians from outside the city. Wasn't this just causing unnecessary trouble? Drew coldly smiled and said, "All right, continue your act. Let me tell you then, what would be the consequence of falsely accusing an imperial official, not to mention the current prince consort?" Drew was now ennobled as the guardian duke by Ivor, and also held the positions of vice minister of revenue and vice minister of war. These two titles together were enough to terrify the two women. Upon hearing these words, the two women felt a chill run through their hearts, yet they remained silent, stammering incoherently. Drew continued with a sneer, "Let me tell you, according to the laws of Qian, anyone who falsely accuses an imperial official shall receive no less than 40 strokes of the cane and 2 years of hard labor. Since you're accusing the current prince consort, even 48 strokes might not suffice. It should be 50 strokes." Drew casually held up 5 fingers in front of the two women, waving them casually. He then added, "Also, by disguising yourselves as civilian women and deceiving the authorities, you're essentially fooling the emperor himself. I am now the betrothed of Princess Six, Stacy. For you to falsely accuse in such a manner, you'll be exiled to the frontier, sent to fight against the Xiongnu. Maybe you'll even be captured and taken to the Xiongnu border to become their concubines. They say life on the frontier is quite enjoyable, with vast grasslands stretching endlessly, where one can eat and drink their fill every day. However," Drew's eyes flickered as he spoke sinisterly, "it seems that over there They like polyandry, 2 husbands, 3 husbands, maybe even 4. It's said that one wife must marry several husbands, and every day, well, you'll have endless fun. Drew spoke casually. The 2 women were utterly terrified by Drew's words. Their fair faces turned pale, and their eyes revealed extreme fear. In fact, without Drew mentioning it, they had heard plenty about the frontier. Those ruthless Xiongnu on the border were extremely savage. Every year, countless women from the Great Qian Dynasty were abducted and led a life worse than death, worse than pigs or dogs. Not only did they have to work in the fields during the day, wash clothes, cook meals, and serve the whole family, but at night, they had to accompany the Xiongnu men in their pleasures, sometimes more than one at a time. Just imagining this scene made the 2 women tremble all over, covered in goosebumps, cold sweat pouring down their backs, soaking through their clothes. Aotian, standing nearby, now clearly understood the situation. This Drew was the future prince consort of the Great Qian royal family. Even if Noemi was highly esteemed, could she possibly surpass Ivor in status? With this realization, Aotian hurriedly stepped next to the 2 women, seemingly trying to mediate while scolding them. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Falsely accusing the prince consort of our Great Qian dynasty. Who gave you the guts? Quickly tell us who instructed you. Aotian was frantic. If this matter escalated, her Yihong courtyard might be implicated too. Hearing Aotian's words, Drew couldn't help but glance at her appreciatively. Though this old madam usually seemed dim-witted, she knew right from wrong when it mattered most and took his side. Earlier, Drew had been considering how to deal with her if she stood firmly by Noemi's side. Now, her actions satisfied him greatly. Sensing Drew's gaze, Aotian immediately squeezed her plump face into a smile, responding to Drew. The 2 women stammered and shivered, their faces pale, yet remained silent as if deep in thought. At this moment, Empress Noemi, who had been silently observing from behind, suddenly spoke up. What grievances do you 2 have? You must speak truthfully, or I will make sure you wish you were dead. These words seemed to urge the 2 women to confess, but the undertone suggested otherwise, almost like she wanted them to keep quiet. Drew turned around and shot an unkind look at Empress Noemi, wondering why she still tried to save face after putting him through so much. Now that her words had reached the ears of the 2 women thawed at their necks, swallowing back whatever they were about to say. We don't know, the 2 women wailed. Drew took a deep breath. Without physical evidence, only human testimony. If the 2 women refused to confess, he wouldn't know the truth either. Moreover, he knew he was innocent. He was clear on what he had done and what he hadn't. If he only wanted to clear his name, Drew wouldn't stop there. He needed to find out who was behind this. Given the current situation, it was clear that Noemi was involved without any doubt. If he wanted to bring down the Elsie family, Drew had previously visited Gale, who told him to collect as much evidence of the Elsie family's misdeeds as possible during this period. This would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The corruption of Elsie Guan and Elsie Bin, father and son, had long been confirmed with solid evidence. However, dealing with Noemi was not easy. First, she was deeply favored by Ivor. Second, she had cultivated a significant number of supporters in the court. If Drew wanted to bring down Noemi for no apparent reason, he must possess solid first-hand evidence. Drew's eyes darted around, deep in thought about how to solve this problem. Haley, who had been watching from afar, noticed something amiss. She stepped forward with a stern expression, her face grim and cold. I'll tell you, I'm Haley, one of the 4 famous detectives of the capital. I advise you to come clean immediately. The 2 women lifted their heads from the ground with difficulty, looking bewilderedly at the elegant woman before them, whose imposing presence exuded authority. If you don't speak up, you know that according to Great Qian law, you will not only receive 50 strokes of the cane, at the very least, but also be exiled to the frontier or possibly even executed at the Meridian Gate. Haley spoke the truth. Falsely accusing an imperial official was a serious offense. Moreover, Drew was not just anyone. He was the soon-to-be son-in-law of Aotian, the fiancé of Stacy. Additionally, Drew had another identity, the son of Gale, the sole son of the Minister of Revenue. Once this matter came to light, the 2 women would definitely face severe consequences. And Haley, being well-intentioned and experienced with various cases, could easily tell that the 2 women were clearly coerced by someone. Chapter 184, Certain Death. At the moment, they seemed to be threatened by Noemi, so they dared not speak out the truth. Therefore, they must be made to confess, which would also be a way of saving themselves. Upon hearing Haley's warning, the 2 women trembled and lost all composure in their speech. After all, if they were exiled to the frontier, it might be less severe compared to being killed by Noemi in the capital city. But if they were taken to the Meridian Gate for beheading, that would mean certain death. Comparatively speaking, whether dying early or late, they die eventually. Better to preserve their lives now. After all, offending Noemi did not necessarily mean death, but if they continued to hide the truth at this moment, certain death was guaranteed. I'll talk. The 2 women hurriedly said, as if seeking self-rescue. Drew finally showed a hint of satisfaction on his face, sending a grateful look toward Haley. However, Haley acted as if he hadn't seen it, looking serious, and simply stared at the 2 women in front of him. Drew, finding no response, retracted his gaze and fell silent. Speak, hurry up. Drew roared while picking up the wooden stick in his hand, banging it on the smooth floor tiles with a clear, crisp sound, striking fear into the hearts of the 2 women like the drumbeats announcing their imminent death. Bang, bang, again and again. The 2 women dared not delay any longer. One of them abruptly pointed at Noemi with a blood-stained, dirty hand, trembling and stammering. It was Noemi. Today, Noemi came to Yihong courtyard and offered us 100 taels of silver to accuse Master Yi falsely, saying you had insulted us. It was all her idea, not ours. Seeing her companion spill everything, the other woman quickly followed suit, pouring out everything about today's events in rapid succession, from the beginning till the end. Everything became crystal clear, the timing, location, and who approached them. Humph, at this point, Drew sneered coldly. Though he had guessed that Noemi was behind this mischief, without evidence, he couldn't act rashly. After all, She was a member of the Dacian royal family. To expose her, he needed concrete evidence. Now, with witnesses present, Noemi, what feud do you have with me? Why harm me thus? Drew frowned, turning his head to look at Noemi, whose face was pale and dripping cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Lorena's complexion changed drastically, and her pudgy body began to tremble uncontrollably. This matter has escalated. She didn't expect that the person behind these two women was actually Noemi. She had first suspected that the elaborately dressed woman earlier might have come from the palace, but never imagined that she was so distinguished, a consort indeed. Having long been involved in this pleasure establishment, Lorena often interacted with many wealthy officials who frequented Ihong courtyard. Occasionally, after drinking, some guests naturally revealed the current situation and gossip within the imperial court. And it was well known that Noemi enjoyed Emperor Mubin's favor. She hadn't expected that the confrontation between young Master Drew and this consort was an issue of internal court affairs. Oh, this is turning into a major scandal. This isn't just a fight between gods affecting ordinary people? Lorena looked terrified, glaring at the two women as if wishing she could skin them alive right then and there. Isn't this pushing her into a pit of fire? Noemi's face changed when she heard the two women expose everything she had done, turning from anger to embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed red with fury, mumbling, but still defiantly shrieking, "You're lying, utter nonsense." The current situation was akin to being stripped naked in public. Noemi's face turned blue with rage, her voice sharp as she tried desperately to argue. Then suddenly she cast a cold glance at the two women on the ground, shouting angrily, "You two are spouting nonsense, slandering this palace. Kill them. Get rid of them." Noemi let out a piercing scream. The servants in the government office fidgeted, eager to move. Beside her, the county magistrate, whose heart was already dispirited and face deathly pale, kept his hands inside his sleeves and dared not intervene in the dispute between these deities. A warning look from him sent the two fidgeting servants back into retreat upon noticing their lord's glare. This matter had nothing to do with them. Clearly, it was a quarrel between the prestigious He family and this unexpected appearance of Noemi. They didn't want to get entangled in it. Then Drew said, "Humph, you say they slandered you? But why do you hold grudges and want to kill? Are you trying to silence them and destroy evidence?" Drew's consecutive questions, although filled with probing and playful undertones, revealed the truth bit by bit. The Empress Dowager Elsie's face changed instantly, becoming as pale as paper, her complexion ashen. "You were making things up. This palace was only trying to uphold justice. They bit the hand that feeds them like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, turning against us. What's wrong with this palace disciplining them?" The Empress Dowager Elsie's tone was hurried, panic-stricken, and incoherent. If Drew couldn't see through this, he would have lived in vain. Seeing that the Empress Dowager Elsie denied everything and wanted to kill them, the two women suddenly felt a surge of anger, speaking hatefully. "It was her. It was Empress Dowager Elsie who sent people to us, telling us she had someone powerful backing her up. She gave us 100 taels of silver, which is still in our bedroom. If you don't believe it, sir, you can go check." The two women were extremely agitated, as if they had clung to a lifeline, rushing to speak to Drew. Drew raised an eyebrow. "Oh, there's this too?" He then looked meaningfully at the Empress Dowager Elsie, whose face had turned ashen with fury. Empress Dowager Elsie stood frozen on the spot, her body stumbling, her pupils contracting, looking utterly terrible. Drew didn't give her any slack either. With just a wave of his hand, he called out, "Godwin. Here, young master." Outside the county government office, Godwin stumbled in hastily, his large figure rushing over quickly. He clasped his hands in respect, coming before Drew, his face showing deference. "Go to the rooms of these two girls at Ihong courtyard, and see if there are the 100 taels of silver they mentioned. Bring it here to the government office." As things became clearer, it grew increasingly simple to thoroughly bring down Empress Dowager Elsie. Wasn't Empress Dowager Elsie firmly insisting that this had nothing to do with her? He would find the silver those two women spoke about, and see how she would explain it. After all, to completely bring down Empress Dowager Elsie, concrete evidence was needed. Idle talk and groundless rumors wouldn't work. Not to mention whether or not Ivor would acknowledge it. Empress Dowager Elsie was Ivor's intimate partner after all. If she casually whispered something into his ear, stirred up some trouble, given that the Yi family was already struggling and facing difficulties, if anything went wrong now, Drew and Jamal would be in deep trouble. Chapter 185 Evidence. Although the Elsie family was a rising power, its complex web of influence could not match that of the deeply rooted Yi family. But as influential nobles in the court, they still required utmost caution to deal with. "Yes," Godwin replied sharply. Earlier outside the door, he had already been eavesdropping on the situation inside. Upon hearing Drew's order, he hurriedly walked out of the door. As Godwin left hastily, Noemi's face turned pale, her long and graceful phoenix eyes fixed on Godwin's retreating figure, and her expression suddenly changed drastically. Immediately after, as if thinking of something, she stubbornly said, "You, Drew, don't defame this palace. Besides, even if it is found, how can it prove that it's mine?" However, while she spoke, she felt Drew's ambiguous gaze, which made her extremely uneasy. She immediately shouted, "Why are you looking at this palace like that?" Drew didn't respond, just sneered and casually walked to the county magistrate's seat. He then leisurely crossed his legs on the large desk in front of him, knocking on the thick wooden table, making clanging sounds. "Noemi, have you been foolish from staying too long in the palace? Do you know that silver ingots in the palace are different from those outside?" "What?" Noemi's face changed. Drew continued, "These silver ingots in the palace, whenever you receive silver inside the palace, they all have stamps. Outside silver, also known as civilian silver, has a slightly different quality than official silver and does not bear any stamp. Once found, it's very simple and easy to distinguish whether the silver came from the palace or not." Drew explained, realizing that Noemi had overlooked this point. The difference between official and civilian silver was significant. One glance would reveal the distinction. If official silver could be found at Ihong Courtesan House, it would imply the nature of what happened without needing further words. Noemi's face sank, turning cold like frost, her pupils contracting sharply. She had overlooked this matter. But suddenly, she seemed to think of something else and said, "How do you prove that this official silver wasn't given by someone else?" Drew laughed lightly, his voice filled with mockery echoing throughout the vast hall. "I know there are some officials in our Great Qian Dynasty who occupy positions without doing work, often indulging in pleasures at the Yihong courtesan house. But they know that according to the law of Great Qian Dynasty, officials are absolutely forbidden from visiting Yihong courtesan house. So even if they go there, they use civilian silver. Therefore, why would official silver appear at the Yihong courtesan house of the Great Qian Dynasty? Isn't it right, Sage?" Drew glanced sideways at the frightened Sage. "Right, Master Yi. Master Yi is correct," Sage quickly agreed. Indeed, their courtesan house, which had been open for decades, hardly received any official silver. And most of it came from rascals like Drew and Simeon. Since they were not government officials, even if evidence of them indulging in pleasures was caught, no one dared to report them, so they were carefree. Noemi's complexion changed instantly, appearing listless and spiritless as if her energy had been sapped, collapsing weakly into the chair before her. At this moment, she realized she was completely ruined. Her two maidservants, who accompanied her earlier, immediately cried out anxiously, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Noemi faintly waved her hand, signaling them not to speak. Her face was deathly pale, staring straight ahead with an empty look. Meanwhile, Haley, who had observed everything, now saw chaos reigning in the entire prefecture office. Looking at the two women lying battered and possibly lifeless on the ground, he commanded, "Someone, take these two away first and give them proper care, make sure nothing happens to them." The servant standing nervously nearby nodded slightly, "Yes, sir." Immediately, two servants moved swiftly, gently lifting the two bruised and half-naked women, guiding them into the office. Seated high on the magistrate's chair, Drew whispered sternly, "Gentle." These two women were crucial evidence, vital to toppling Noemi. What would happen if anything went wrong? "Oh, we understand, sir." The two servants, showing deferential smiles toward the women and Drew, treated the two women much more gently, barely managing to support them out. As the two women were walking, they timidly followed the two servants forward. Just before leaving the county magistrate's office, they suddenly shouted loudly toward Drew, "Freddie Yi, you must seek justice for us. Hurry up, stop babbling." The two servants frowned and urged them on. Drew merely nodded slightly from his lofty seat, acknowledging their plea. Then the people were taken away, and the entire county magistrate's office fell into a deathly silence. Noemi sat as if she had lost her soul, taking a long time to regain her senses. Her slender hands were drenched in sweat, and her lips twitched involuntarily. Sage was terrified by this scene. Having run the Yihong courtesan house for years, she usually only saw smiles and friendly faces, all there to seek pleasure. When had she ever seen such a situation? Her legs turned to jelly just entering this government office, let alone staying here for so long. Just looking at the four big characters, upright and transparent, behind Drew made her heart tremble. She came cautiously to Drew's side and asked in a low voice, "Freddie Yi, can I leave now? This has nothing to do with me anymore, right?" Drew immediately furrowed his brows, his expression unfriendly, and scolded, "Leave? What are you talking about? Didn't you see those two girls come from your courtesan house? Now the trouble has come to me, and you still want to leave?" Sage forced a smile, but her embarrassment left her speechless. Drew cursed again, "Enough. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Let me tell you, if this matter isn't resolved, I'll tear down your Yihong courtesan house. Do you believe me?" "Master Yi, as you say." "Master Yi, yes, this old woman deserves punishment," Sage said while using her large hand to slap her chubby face. "Freddie Yi, you're right." Meanwhile, outside the door, the crowd of refugees who had been watching the spectacle finally understood what was happening. Chapter 186, A Misunderstanding. Turns out, the claim that Drew had molested a commoner girl was pure nonsense. This was clearly a dispute between people from the palace and high officials. These refugees barely knew if they could get enough to eat on a daily basis. Who would have the heart to spectate such a scene now? "I swear, I thought something serious happened. I thought he really did assault a woman in our refugee camp, but it turns out it was a girl from Yihong courtesan house pretending," someone muttered under their breath. The few young men who had been shouting the loudest earlier now looked extremely embarrassed. They had previously threatened to attack Drew, but now that the truth was out, it turned out to be a huge misunderstanding. Drew hadn't done anything wrong. It was their internal conflict that implicated ordinary civilians. "Let's go, this has nothing to do with us." In the night, a few of them waved their hands and immediately dispersed. The previously crowded refugees gradually left, leaving the magistrate's gate much quieter, completely devoid of people. Only Fergus's tiger-like eyes scanned back and forth over the blue stone slabs in front of him, occasionally looking worriedly behind him. After all, through his brief interaction with Drew, he found Drew to be an excellent person. He seemed nothing like the rumors outside suggested. That Drew was idle and aimless every day. His actions were full of righteousness. Fergus pondered silently and then retracted his gaze, standing at the door with clenched fists, vigilant. As time passed second by second, Noemi sat limply in her chair, utterly dejected, oblivious to the repeated calls from the several maidservants behind her. Drew lounged with his legs crossed, humming a tune contentedly. Mario cowered beside Melody, both terrified as if standing on the edge of a precipice. These two people seated here were not ones they could offend. At this moment, hunching their necks and treading carefully was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Melody swallowed hard. In the darkness, her shiny eyes stood out sharply. She didn't know what to do next, only taking one step at a time. How distressing. Just thinking about it made her furious. She never expected that girls from her Yihong courtesan house would be involved in so many issues. If she found out, she would surely give them a severe lesson. Drew hummed his tune, tapping his thighs rhythmically. To Noemi, this sound was filled with irony. "Drew, can you stop tapping?" Noemi was clearly distressed, having been thinking about how to explain things when evidence was found later. After all, while others might not know, she herself was fully aware. Those two women had told the truth just now. Noemi naturally couldn't look at Drew kindly right now. What? I'm humming my tune, singing my song. What does it have to do with you? Drew shot back rudely, glaring. You. Noemi's face was full of anger, her teeth gritted, but she hesitated, unable to say anything for a long time. Her brows furrowed, finding Drew increasingly unbearable to look at. Just then, a report came from outside the door. Report, Freddie Yi. Immediately after, Godwin hurried in, striding briskly, making clanking sounds as he approached Drew with 2 burlap bags in hand, which clinked with metallic sounds, likely silver coins. Drew sat up interestedly and asked, resting his hands on the table, Godwin, what did you find? Godwin glanced meaningfully at the dispirited Noemi, then saluted and reported, Freddie, the items have been found. It's exactly 100 taels of official silver. Great. Drew slapped the table, his eyes challengingly fixed on Noemi. Noemi's expression changed drastically, as if the last line of psychological defense had collapsed. Her red lips parted, trying to speak, but nothing came out. Godwin half knelt on the ground, fists clenched. Freddie, it is precisely 100 taels of official silver, all genuine and new, as if they came straight from the palace. Drew sneered inwardly. With clear evidence, and especially since it was official silver from the palace, it could only come from the consort before him. Drew put his hands in his pockets, looking at Noemi unkindly, almost mockingly. Noemi, now that things have escalated to this point, do you still have anything to say? Why did you falsely accuse me? Beside them, Haley's face turned ashen. In an instant, she stepped forward, her expression unfriendly as she glared at Noemi. Although she had some grievances with Drew, and their entanglements were continuous, right now the other party was unjustly slandering Drew. As one of the 4 great detectives of the capital, she had previously stood up for justice for the suffering refugees. Now that Drew was slandered, she would naturally not stand by idly. She immediately shouted angrily, Noemi, I think you should give an explanation for this matter. Noemi's face changed rapidly, shifting between gloomy and pale, stammering for a long time without saying anything. Nonsense. You have colluded together to frame me. I will report to Sunny and sue all of you. Drew almost burst out laughing. This clearly showed that Noemi before him had completely lost her defenses. Her words were now disjointed and chaotic. What did she mean by framing her? Clearly, it was she who had bought people off to frame him, but now she was trying to throw mud on him. All right, Noemi, I'll wait for you. With witnesses and evidence in place, when we bring this to court tomorrow, I will see what the result will be, Drew said unyieldingly. Noemi, realizing that staying any longer would be futile, flicked her sleeve and hurried away with angry strides, shouting, Take me back to the palace. The 2 palace maids, seeing their mistress in such a state, snapped back to reality and quickly followed. Yes, escort Her Majesty back to the palace. A sharp voice rang out, and Noemi's group hastily left the magistrate's gate. Only Drew stood alone where he was, his tall figure standing still, his eyes twinkling, deep in thought. Haley frowned. Drew, what do you plan to do about this? What can I do? Sue the Emperor. What else? Drew raised an eyebrow, as if he wasn't the one involved in the matter. Beside them, the magistrate and Melody timidly stood close to Drew, hands in their pockets, nodding nervously. Chapter 187, Go cool off elsewhere. Master Yi, see, can we leave now? Looking at the plump face of Indira, Drew felt a surge of displeasure. Why was she always around? Whenever he was in trouble, she ran faster than anyone else, and now that the matter was just resolved, she wanted to make a quick getaway. All those years of spending silver coins on her were wasted. Go, scram quickly, don't obstruct my view. Drew waved his hand impatiently. Feeling as if she had received a great pardon, Indira hurriedly thanked him repeatedly. At this moment, she wiggled her stout body and even forgot to greet Drew properly before rushing away. Mario's aged face barely managed to smile, looking at Drew with a pleading expression. And Master Yi, what about Emmy? Drew rolled his eyes, glaring at him unfavorably. Why are you always causing trouble? Get lost. For this county magistrate, Drew naturally didn't have a good attitude. When he came earlier, the other party acted like he was lacking a brain string, declaring he would suppress matters for him right in front of everyone. That fawning intent, how could Drew not know it? Yet, it was pushing him into a burning pit. He had been trying so hard to establish a good image among the commoners of the capital. After all, the original owner had done nothing but flatter superiors, bully men and women, and act tyrannically. It was incredibly difficult for him to craft an image of righteousness, grace, and charm. After all his hard work, these few words from magistrate put him back to square one. If this got out, how could he still survive in the capital? Seeing the county magistrate, Drew couldn't help feeling anger rising up within him. Seeing Drew's eyes bulging like copper bells and his impolite tone, the county magistrate smiled weakly. Well, then I will take my leave. Scram! Drew roared angrily. Mario hurriedly signaled to several attendants on the side, while swiftly walking toward the backyard. This was a disaster. Even if given 10,000 chances, he wouldn't want to get involved again. Indeed, when immortals fight, lesser beings suffer. Those nearby were frightened, trembling and not daring to breathe loudly. Only time would tell who would come out on top between Freddie Yi and the deeply favored Noemi inside the palace. As for the twists and turns, they remained unknown to him. Watching the county magistrate leave, the servants outside had already vanished without a trace. Only Godwin and Benton stood like 2 towering mountains in the night, tall and loyal. With these 2 giants guarding him, Drew felt more reassured. Walter, what was there to fear? Just do it. They were all the same, 1 head and 2 arms. If it really came to blows, Godwin and Benton could probably hold their ground for a while. Drew tapped his hand against his palm, his eyes constantly moving, silently contemplating. The most critical thing now was to topple the Elsie family first. Doing so would deprive Walter of his leverage within the palace. No matter how powerful his Tongtian sect seemed, it was ultimately just a civilian organization, while the Great Qian Dynasty was a formidable state apparatus. Hadn't he heard that before the powerful state machine, civilian organizations amounted to nothing? Once the Elsie family fell, they could fabricate a false charge against Walter, turning him into a wanted man. Then, controlling him would be a piece of cake. Marriage to Stacy could be arranged, hiding within the Great Qian Palace under the protection of hundreds of palace guards. He didn't believe Walter, no matter how powerful, could sneak into the palace and harm him. Thinking this, Drew felt exceptionally elated. Now holding evidence of Empress Elsie's false accusations against him and the embezzlement by Elsie Mashing and his sons, Adalberto and Gabriel, it was a sure thing. He needed to return home quickly and discuss with Gail. Let's go back to the residence, Drew hurriedly said. Under the guard of Godwin and Benton, he quickly boarded the carriage. Benton, with his burly figure, sat at the back of the carriage. Once in the carriage, Drew closed his eyes, his body swaying with the motion of the carriage. Godwin sat at the front, cracking the whip, and the carriage started off into the night toward the Yi residence. Though normally the trip took only a few incense sticks time, this time, either intentionally or for some reason, the carriage took half an hour to reach the Yi residence. Even though it was now late at night, dark as a curtain, the street was eerily quiet. The Great Qian Dynasty enforced curfew laws. During midnight, people were not allowed to loiter outdoors unless necessary. So by nightfall, except for places like brothels, gambling dens, and music halls, ordinary citizens rarely roamed the streets. The Yi residence, however, stood out particularly. In the dark night, the incredibly luxurious red lanterns and the fierce-looking doorboys with glaring tiger-like eyes at the entrance were especially eye-catching. The lavish carriage slowly came to a halt with the sound of its wheels. Godwin shouted coarsely toward the back, "Freddy, we've arrived." Drew lifted the curtain, poking his head out, his eyes cautiously surveying the surroundings. Now that he had made it clear that he was opposing Walter, and knowing how cunning Walter was, Drew worried that in a fit of anger, Walter might try to attack him. So he had to be extra careful. After all, his life was his own. It's better to be cautious than to have an accident in the smallest details. This time, it was the last time traveling through. He couldn't afford to be careless anymore. He must safely get through this. Once Walter was eliminated, wouldn't life be like that of an immortal? The tender-skinned and smooth young ladies from the Yihongyuan, wouldn't they line up for him to play with them one by one? Just thinking about it, it made him feel utterly relaxed. Benton, noticing Drew's strange behavior, scratched his head and asked, "Freddy Yi, what's wrong?" "Sure, don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't pry into matters of society." Left standing in the empty carriage, Benton watched as Drew hurriedly got off, filled with confusion. What's wrong? Could there be someone in the capital city who can threaten Drew, making him so alert? The capital city was heavily guarded. If not for Ivor's deliberate actions, these tens of thousands of refugees would never have been able to flood into the capital city. Each of the 13 checkpoints of the capital city was defended tightly to prevent the Huns from infiltrating from the border. Therefore, the capital city of the Great Qian Dynasty was impregnable, let alone with the ghost-like patrols of the embroidered uniform guard everywhere. It was very difficult for people of unknown identity to sneak in, which is why Benton truly didn't understand what Drew was worried about. Getting off the carriage, Drew called out to Godwin, "Park the carriage properly, don't crush the flowers and plants. I'll go in first. If anything happens, find me." Chapter 188. Where are you running? Yes. Godwin had long been used to Drew's peculiar behavior and responded crisply. He then turned to look at Brantley, who was utterly confused, and patted his shoulder meaningfully, as if Gavin was teaching a junior. "Well, don't overthink it. Our young master is just like this. His mood changes every day. Think too much, and you might hurt your brain." Seeing the calm and experienced demeanor of Godwin, Brantley couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Like you have the right to lecture me?" Both Godwin and Brantley were the type of people with well-developed muscles, but simple minds. Observing Godwin speaking in such a tone, rage bubbled up in Brantley's heart. Brantley rolled his eyes again. Godwin shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. "What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, let's fight. If you want to fight, then so be it." In a moment, outside the door, tensions escalated rapidly, as if a fight would break out anytime soon. The loud argument between the two gradually faded away into the night, traveling far and wide. Hearing the clamor from the two behind him as he walked into the inner courtyard, Drew couldn't help feeling helpless. Oh, what misfortune had befallen him? Why did he end up with these two live treasures? If not for their absolute loyalty, Drew would have kicked them away long ago. Disastrous. At this moment, within the Yi Manor, lanterns hung everywhere, illuminating it brightly. What ordinary citizens usually treasured and hesitated to use, like candles and lamps, could be found all over Yi Manor, lighting the place as bright as daylight. With a worried face, Drew was about to head toward his bedroom. I wonder if father has returned yet. What is he doing? Drew muttered to himself. But before he took a few more steps, a coarse shout came from behind. Bastard! Where do you think you're running? Drew immediately turned around and saw Amy stroking his beard, glaring fiercely at him with anger in his eyes. Drew's heart skipped a beat. His mind raced. He seemed not to have done anything wrong. Why did Amy appear so furious? Could it be that Simeon got him into trouble? But that shouldn't be the case. Drew was racking his brains. He distinctly remembered that when he left Amy's residence today, Amy was still talking amicably. How did the attitude change after only half a day? Before Drew could figure it out, Amy's stout body was already beside him. Suddenly reaching out his hand, Amy grabbed Drew by the ear. Where have you been? Huh? I didn't do anything. Drew was dumbfounded, looking at Amy's angry eyes, completely lost. Father, Drew stammered, unable to comprehend the situation. Earlier in the day, his father had been plotting with him against the Elsie family. How could his father now seem like a different person? Was someone possessing him? While Drew was pondering, Amy kept muttering curses while making eye signals to Drew, constantly pointing back with his mouth. Bastard, you dare to challenge Noemi? Following Amy's gaze, Drew saw an old Yanni in the luxurious living room of the Yi Manor. Dressed in a red robe embroidered with a four-clawed golden python and carrying a white duster, the The man, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, was exceptionally well preserved. His sharp eyes were scrutinizing Drew unkindly. Almost instantly, Drew realized what was going on. Someone from the palace. Thinking, "Father, I'll kill you." It seemed Amy had become absorbed in acting. Picking up a thick wooden stick from the side, he waved it threateningly toward Drew. Father, no more." Drew dodged while covering his head, darting around the spacious courtyard. Drew ran hither and thither while Amy bellowed loudly, brandishing the stick furiously. However, when the stick actually hit Drew, it felt very light, almost like a caress, causing no pain. An Oscar-worthy performance. Watching Amy act out this loving father, filial son scene, Drew inwardly sighed but yelled even louder. Chasing from behind, wielding the wooden stick, Amy wondered how realistic Drew's scream sounded. "Now where are you running, you disobedient son? I'll beat you to death." Drew fled frantically as Amy pursued relentlessly, turning the entire Yi manor upside down. Servants passing by watched in confusion, unsure of what was happening between the Yi family father and son. After a while of the commotion, the Yanni who had been observing finally stood up and said in a high-pitched voice, "Lord Yi, that's enough. Your son likely made an unintentional mistake. Empress Noemi just wants an explanation. There's no need to go this far." The Yanni, twisting his body as he walked out of the living room, squinted his eyes. His sparse beard, paired with silver streaks at his temples, emphasized his high-pitched speech. Drew inwardly thought, he had just incurred the displeasure of Empress Noemi, and now someone from the palace had arrived. Fortunately, his father Amy was sensible enough not to fall for Empress Noemi's trap. Otherwise, Drew would be in serious trouble. Drew looked at Amy, who puffed out his chubby cheeks as if giving Drew a signal. Drew instantly understood. His father was putting on a show for the Yanni. "Eunuch, you shouldn't intervene. I'll beat this disobedient son to death." Amy growled. A barely noticeable smile flickered across the Yanni's lips as he softly replied, "Enough, Lord Yi. There's no need to investigate this matter deeply." Drew silently cursed. The Elsie family had embezzled military funds, and before he could present the evidence to Ivor, Empress Noemi had already sent someone. Wait until this situation is over. Once Drew gathers all the evidence, we'll see which family ends up suffering more, the Elsies or the Yis. Feigning grievance, Drew rubbed his hands together, appearing utterly helpless. "Eunuch, your presence at our residence is an honor. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive us." "You insolent son, you dare say." Drew grabbed a wooden stick and struck Drew's bottom with a loud smack. Drew cried out in pain. His reaction couldn't have been more convincing. Yet, Amy had pulled his punch. What seemed like a fierce blow would hardly break a piece of tofu when it landed. Drew played along perfectly, clutching his bottom and falling to the ground. He sobbed, tears splashing down, presenting a scene of filial piety amidst discipline. "Father, please stop hitting me anymore, I'll kill you." Amy raged uncontrollably. The Yanni, witnessing this, raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had seen through their act. In his heart, he marveled at how perceptive Amy was. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, he hadn't even finished explaining his intentions before Amy had already understood. Chapter 189. Acting. Jamal said nothing and waited at the door with a thick wooden stick. As soon as Drew returned, father and son put on a grand show of confrontation that left the Yanni stunned. He hadn't expected the Yi family to be so cooperative. He hadn't even done anything yet, but the other party was already showing such an attitude. As the saying goes, one cannot hid a smiling face. Since the father and son of the Yi family had behaved this way, he couldn't very well say more. "Lord Yi, if that's the case, I shall take my leave." "Please wait, sir." Jamal shot an impatient glance at Drew lying on the ground and hurried after him. Pulling out 2 large pieces of shining silver from his wide sleeves, each clearly 50 taels, he held a total of 100 taels in hand. "What are you doing? This is not proper." The Yanni's eyes gleamed eagerly as he politely refused while pretending to push the silver away. "Take it for tea, take it for tea." Jamal smiled apologetically and hurriedly stuffed the silver into the Yanni's arms. Although the Yanni made several gestures of refusal, he ultimately accepted the silver, his smile unable to be concealed, his lips curling upward. His attitude toward Drew also did a complete turnaround, addressing him as Master Yi. "Master Yi, rest early, and I will take my leave." "Please walk slowly," Jamal said respectfully. Having served in the Great Qian Dynasty for many years, if Jamal couldn't handle such matters, he would indeed have been wasting his time. These Janus who carried out tasks for Noemi always came out looking for some benefit. Seeing what the other party wanted, he gave it to them. The most important thing now was to deal with Noemi. Under Jamal's courteous escort, the Yanni left the Yi residence. After the Yanni departed, Jamal stood outside the door, watching until the Yanni's carriage disappeared at the end of the road before the Yi residence. Then, his smile instantly vanished, replaced by an unusually somber expression. After glancing around and confirming no one was nearby, he quietly closed the door. With a loud bang, the gates of the Yi residence were tightly shut. Turning around, Drew, who had just been groaning in pain, was now standing straight with his back rigid and sharp eyes. "Dad, you really went all out there. Just look at what you've done to me. Away with you. Don't think I don't know how much it hurts," Jamal scolded impatiently. He knew exactly how much pain it caused. This little brat was obviously trying to pick a fight. Hee, Drew grinned. Jamal's brows were knitted tightly, his face clouded with worry as he lumbered over to Drew like a small mountain in his bulky boots. Looking at his father's troubled expression, Drew felt puzzled. Their performance had been convincingly realistic, and the Yanni had seemed quite pleased when he took the silver. It didn't make sense. Why was his father still unhappy despite successfully sending the Yanni away? "Dad, what's wrong? Why do you look like this?" Jamal looked at Drew and said impatiently, "Are you foolish? Didn't you see what that old Yanni was here for?" Drew frowned. "Of course, he came here to hold us accountable, and we handled it, didn't we?" Drew didn't understand. It was clear that the Yanni had been sent by Noemi to demand accountability. Yet they had acted out an entire drama with him and finally saw him off. Why was his father still displeased? Sigh, you don't know. The situation is much more complicated than we imagined, Jamal said, his thick eyebrows knitted together, his chubby face seeming to sweat profusely. How so, Dad? Drew asked curiously. Jamal glanced back once more. The courtyard was empty except for them. Still, Jamal wasn't reassured. Let's go inside and talk. Drew followed Jamal into the house. Jamal carefully bolted the door and dragged his heavy body to the square table, lighting the lamp with a tinder box. A faint glow filled Jamal's bedroom, casting flickering shadows on their faces. Drew was thoroughly puzzled. What was going on with his father? Something felt off. Jamal sighed, his brows still hanging low, as he sat down on a wooden chair. His hefty weight nearly broke the chair with a creak. Drew thought, if Dad doesn't lose weight soon, he'll die of a heart attack one day. Suddenly, Jamal spoke, snapping Drew out of his thoughts. This matter may not be as simple as we think. Do you know who the Yanni was? Who? Drew widened his eyes. That Yanni is a favorite in the palace, known as Lord Wei. Lord Wei? Drew furrowed his brow. He had not encountered any mention of Lord Wei in the original story. There was no reference to this figure whatsoever. Confused, Drew lifted his head and looked at Jamal, who wore a worried expression. The flickering shadows cast on Jamal's face, which resembled a bitter gourd in its sorrow. Then, Jamal spoke, Alakir, you don't know about this matter. Gregor usually stays behind the scenes in the palace and is especially favored by Jana, the birth mother of Clarissa. Ordinarily, he wouldn't involve himself in such trivial matters. But today, he appeared. Drew was startled. His eyes widened as he listened to Jamal. Only then did he realize the significance. It seemed that this Qian held an extraordinary status. Even Jamal, the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, had to be extremely cautious when facing him. Moreover, Gregor was favored by Jana, Clarissa's birth mother. Drew put aside his previous light-hearted thoughts, and his expression became grave. In the original story, Jana, the birth mother of Clarissa, played an important role. After Stevie gained power in the Great Qian Dynasty, a series of events led Jana to fall for Stevie. She even insisted on marrying Clarissa to Stevie, indirectly leading to the downfall of the Great Qian Dynasty. But does Clarissa know about this? Drew wondered silently. With their wedding approaching, Emperor Ivor had personally promised him at the 100-Flower Garden that they would soon be married. Now, the palace was already decorated with lanterns in preparation for the event. However, after the conflict with Noemi, Gregor, who was close to Jana, appeared at the Yi residence. This was something worth pondering over and caused anxiety. Was this the intention of Jana, or Noemi? Furthermore, if it were Noemi's intention, why would Grand Nate listen to her orders? Drew's brows knitted into a knot. As if sensing Drew's thoughts, Jamal sighed and lightly tapped his fingers on the wooden table, producing a soft, tap-tap sound. Alakir, this is precisely what worries me. Otherwise, why would we have gone through all this trouble, playing good cop and bad cop? After hearing this, Drew suddenly understood, his furrowed brows relaxing. Chapter 190, probing the situation. Now he understood why Gale had seemed like a completely different person today, racking his brains to beat him until he was bruised and battered. Playing such a grand drama with that so-called Yanni. It turned out that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. If it were just in Yanni from Noemi's side, playing along would suffice. There was no need to actually hit anyone. Earlier, Drew thought Gale was overreacting. Now, thinking about it, it was truly fitting of his old man to cover all bases thoroughly. Old man, what should we do now? Drew sighed. Regarding the complicated relationships in the imperial court, he didn't understand them as deeply as Gale, who had been firmly established for many years and accumulated extensive connections. On this matter, he really needed to consult Gale. Relying solely on his own judgment wouldn't be reliable enough. Gale remained silent, seemingly lost in deep thought. The firelight cast a shadow on his chubby face, revealing none of his usual honest demeanor, but rather that of a cunning strategist pondering a solution. Drew didn't urge him but quietly stood aside, respectfully waiting. After a long while, Gale's eyes lit up, as if he had found a way. I've got an idea. What is it? Drew asked eagerly. He had waited nearly as long as the burning of an incense stick and couldn't help but be curious when Gale finally spoke. Gale tapped his fingers and said, Tomorrow, you go to the palace, find Stacy, and say you want to meet Sunny. See what their attitude is. At the same time, inquire about your confrontation with Noemi at the Yamen, and see if the palace has heard any rumors. Drew was taken aback. Old man, you? Of course I know everything you've done. If your father didn't know, what kind of father would I be? Gale rolled his eyes and said irritably. To Drew's surprise, Gale had been fully aware of his actions in the capital all along. Only then did he realize how formidable this seemingly honest man was. Outwardly calm, but secretly, teske, Drew couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Clearly, this old man wasn't as simple and honest as described in the plot. He was quite a formidable character. Drew nodded. Old man, should I visit Stacy or Kay? Drew wondered, knowing he was about to marry Stacy and being very familiar with her. Though he initially disliked the original host, circumstances led him to develop feelings for Drew. As the protagonist, Drew would be foolish not to notice this. Stacy's affection towards him was evident, and as the nominal prince consort of the Great Qian Dynasty, visiting Kay also made sense. But should he visit Stacy first or Kay? Drew was uncertain. Gale's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he pondered. Are you stupid? Of course, you should visit Kay. This feral is a favorite of Kay. How else can you find out the palace's stance on you? Also, don't assume your position as prince consort is secure. Gale tapped the table. Huh. Drew's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean? Could the position of prince consort be revoked? Previously, Ivor had repeatedly urged their marriage. Could something change now? They were almost married. How could there be a twist now? Humph. According to my knowledge, there are quite a few people in the palace who oppose your marriage to Stacy. Although your old man has resigned, Those memorials to Emperor Ivor. Well, Gale chuckled, and Drew instantly understood. Despite resigning, Gale still maintained significant influence within the palace. Many of the memorials submitted to Ivor often passed through Gale's hands. Therefore, several officials had been impeaching Drew, calling him frivolous and incompetent, basically saying he wasn't worthy of Stacy. Thus, Gale knew well that many in the palace hoped this marriage wouldn't happen. Gale warned Drew not to be overly optimistic. Drew frowned, understanding the implications. He asked again, "Old man, what should we do now?" This Elsie family. Drew was worried. Even he hadn't expected the Elsie family's power to be so great that they could bring out someone close to Kay like Farrell. Moreover, many of the officials impeaching him in their memorials to Ivor were from the Elsie family. After all, although the Yi family appeared to wield supreme power in the Great Qian Dynasty, there were no shortage of people who secretly wanted to bring down the Yi family. How many of these people truly had Stacy's happiness at heart? Most just wanted to see the Yi family fall from grace. Once he married Stacy, the Yi family would become royalty, easily commanding influence in the Great Qian Dynasty. How many people didn't want the Yi family to expand its power even further? So, regardless of their grand words about justice for the country, it was all a front. In reality, they were acting on their own selfish desires. Human hearts are unpredictable indeed. Never mind, tomorrow you go to the palace and see what Queen Mother Ma's stance is. Come back after that, and we'll decide what to do, Gale said with a sigh, his face showing signs of exhaustion as if he had suddenly aged. Drew felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. Although he had traveled from another world, he wasn't overly concerned about this adoptive father. But after spending so much time together, or perhaps taking over this body, the original host's feelings for Gale made him understand deeply. He felt a wave of gratitude for Gale's unwavering care. Yes, Dad, I understand. Go now, leave. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, go to the palace early. Don't go empty-handed, understand? Gale looked at him as if he were an incapable child. Yes, Drew replied. With Gale's sighs following him, Drew finally left Gale's bedroom. Stepping out of Gale's bedroom door and standing on the bluestone steps, a cool autumn breeze brushed past Drew's handsome face. Drew let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his slightly weary face, and kept sighing to himself. Why was he always so incredibly unlucky? Every time he traveled through time, he encountered such bizarre misfortunes. In his previous life, Drew had read plenty of Chanya, time travel, novels where the protagonists always commanded respect, dominated their surroundings, and had one golden finger after another. But what about him? Chapter 191. Something happened again? He had to face Stevie of the wicked cult. His enemy was eyeing him with greed, ready to take his life at any moment. One wrong move and it would all be over. Drew, who had died 6 times before, did not want to stumble on this matter again. He must consider this situation carefully and act cautiously if he wanted to keep himself alive. It was difficult. Drew took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. At that moment, night loomed like a huge black cloth, tightly covering the Yi residence. The stars twinkled, and cicadas chirped. Autumn was coming soon. Drew's eyes darted around as he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. That wasn't right. Where had Simeon gone recently? Where was that guy? Could it be that Rena came? Did that kid feel too embarrassed to show his face? In the darkness, Drew's shiny eyes gleamed with anxiety as he thought about his brother-in-arms, Simeon. Simeon often engaged in sneaky activities. Whenever he visited the Yihong brothel for debauchery, he would surely come looking for him. Yet, he had vanished for quite some time now. How odd. Drew held his hands behind his back, pondering deeply in the dark. He was just about to return to his bedroom when a frantic voice called out from behind. Master Yi. Drew's steps froze instantly as he turned around quickly. He recognized the voice immediately. It was Godwin. However, every time Godwin brought him news, it felt like an icy cold shiver ran down his spine because whenever Godwin came, there was never good news. Was there something wrong again? Drew's face instantly turned so gloomy, it seemed about to drip black water. Truly unlucky. Even his mother would have thought he was doomed. Why couldn't anything good happen to him? Yet every single bad thing happened to him without fail. A bitter look crossed Drew's face. Holding a torch, Godwin hurriedly ran over. The firelight cast on his rugged face, eyes wide open as if frightened out of his wits. What is it? Something terrible. Master Wong. Master Wong has been beaten up by someone. Master Wong? Which? Drew cut off mid-sentence as he realized who it could only be. Who else could it be other than Simeon? His good friend Simeon indeed. Simeon? Drew repeated. Yes, Master Simeon. He was beaten up at the Yihong brothel. Godwin frowned, anxious like ants on a hot pan. While he might not care much about other people's affairs, he knew very well the deep bond between Master Simeon and Master Drew, who grew up inseparable. Although Godwin often argued and played around with Simeon, deep down he had never treated him as a mere subordinate. Godwin also cared greatly for Simeon. Earlier, while he was on guard duty outside Yi Tian's door, a servant reported that Simeon had been beaten at the Yihong brothel, allegedly by a high-ranking official. Moreover, Simeon asked for help through someone, which definitely indicated something serious had happened. Upon hearing Godwin's report, Drew's entire body shook. His brows knitted together in worry, and his face turned frighteningly grim. Hold on, don't panic yet. Drew raised a hand, signaling Godwin to calm down. How can we not panic? I heard Master Wong was almost killed. Sweat dripped down Godwin's head as he continuously urged Drew. Ignoring Godwin's urging, Drew's mind raced with thoughts. Simeon being beaten at the Yihong brothel didn't make sense. Who exactly was Simeon? His father was the commander of the Imperial Guard in the capital, and his sister was one of the famous 4 great detectives of the capital. Who wouldn't think twice before laying a hand on Simeon? Although officials were forbidden to frequent brothels, Simeon held no office and his family was immensely wealthy. Even top-ranking officials in the capital treated him with respect. Otherwise, how could he, the young master of the Yi family, have befriended him? It all came down to equality in status and wealth. Who dared to provoke Simeon? Drew narrowed his eyes, sensing something strange about this incident. Who did it? It seems I didn't hear clearly, but I heard he was severely beaten. Master Simeon had someone bring a servant from the Yihong brothel to our gate seeking help. The servant was battered beyond recognition. Drew gasped, feeling a hunch forming in his mind but couldn't be sure yet. Still lost in thought, Drew rushed towards the entrance of the Yi estate. All right, no more talking. Prepare the carriage, gather more men, and go to the Yihong brothel. At your command. Hearing Drew was taking action, Godwin hurriedly ran to the back courtyard. Come on everyone, arm yourselves and charge. The rugged voice echoed throughout the Yi residence. Bright torches and hurried footsteps filled the air, turning the entire estate into a chaotic mess. And Drew stood at the gate. At this moment, Fergus had already brought out a chestnut-red steed. The horse was exceptionally robust, with strong hooves that puffed and heaved. The sound of hooves clattering against the bluestone floor echoed with a rapid rhythm. Drew gave a meaningful glance at Fergus, who showed no emotion, only quietly pulling on the reins. Drew felt an indescribable satisfaction welling up inside him. He had previously gone to the Jinui and brought back Fergus and Coraline. Earlier, Drew was somewhat worried that he might not be able to control the group from the Jinui. After all, they were the personal army of Emperor Ivor. Ordinarily, they only took orders from one person, and he had merely asked Simeon to steal his father's identification plaque. But unexpectedly, Fergus seemed to harbor no suspicion toward him whatsoever, and instead appeared genuinely dedicated to serving him, which was a good thing. Without further ado, Drew leaped onto the horse, swift and precise. Seated majestically on the tall horse, he exuded confidence and heroism. What he did not know was that Fergus had already ceased questioning whether the identification plaque was truly granted by Ivor. Following Drew meant eradicating evil, a feeling of utmost satisfaction. In the past, working in the Jinui, their daily lives revolved around covertly gathering intelligence, like rats and cockroaches in dark corners, unseen and hidden. But now, following Drew meant indulging in fine food and drink daily, while their actions brought justice and a sense of righteousness. Wasn't this exactly what Fergus had joined the Jinui for? Seated majestically on the tall horse, Drew's gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over the front gate of the Yi residence. Godwin, holding a torch, hurried out, followed by a large crowd. All dressed in neat black clothes and pants, each figure robust and agile, trained to perfection. They marched in unison, highly disciplined and skilled. Chapter 192. The Rascal Makes His Move. This was something Drew had especially emphasized earlier. He instructed Godwin to train a squad of 50 household guards at home, just in case any emergencies arose and they could be put to use. It turned out that today it did come in handy. 50 expected, 50 present. Please give instructions, young Master Yi, Godwin shouted loudly. This was what Drew had taught him beforehand. Drew's gaze swept over the well-trained and spirited group of skilled men who looked every inch like seasoned fighters. Go! Drew swung his hand and vigorously cracked his riding crop. Crack! The chestnut horse whinnied sharply, kicked up its hooves, and charged forward as the vanguard. Godwin held up a torch and closely followed behind, with Benton also following without hesitation. A band of 50 men surged forward in dense numbers, heading toward the Crimson Court courtesan house in high spirits. On the way, Drew was furious. It was midnight, curfew time in the capital city, where most people had closed their doors and were getting ready to rest at home. Suddenly, the noisy footsteps and the bright light from the torches stirred up chaos among the citizens' homes. Occasionally, someone would peek out from the street, wanting to see what on earth was happening outside. But as soon as the windows opened, they heard Godwin shout rudely, "Get back inside!" The man shuddered in fright and immediately recognized the man sitting on the tall horse. It was Drew, the notoriously infamous young master of the Yi family in the capital and a notorious rascal in Dahan history. The man slammed the window shut with a thud and dared not utter another sound. Feared like tigers, Drew frowned deeply, sitting astride the towering horse with worry filling his eyes as he urged the horse forward incessantly. Simeon, you must not be hurt. Since Drew transmigrated to the Dahan Dynasty, only Simeon and Godwin were close enough to be brothers, talking heart to heart. Now, Simeon was captured at the Crimson Court courtesan house. Even thinking about it, it was clear this matter had something to do with him. After all, Simeon's father was the head of the Imperial Guards in Dahan, looking across the entire capital city. Who, blind as they might be, would dare provoke trouble for him? If it were those powerless scholars from court, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance against Simeon, possibly even receiving a beating themselves. And if it were the Imperial Guards within the city, how could they not recognize the identity of the son of the Imperial Guard commander? So Drew was certain this was clearly aimed at him, with Simeon serving as a scapegoat. Thinking about this, worry clouded his handsome eyes. He squeezed his horse's belly hard, making the horse let out a sharp neigh and galloped once more towards the Crimson Court courtesan house. The troop moved hastily, the torches blazing brightly in the night like daylight. Their hurried steps created an extreme racket, much like an army rushing forward. Hurry! Faster! Even faster! Drew yelled hoarsely. Godwin frowned and responded, "Did you hear that?" The young master said hurry. Yes. The rough voices of everyone echoed through the night. The Crimson Court courtesan house was lit with lanterns and red wine, smoke swirling in the air. At this moment, the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. What used to be a bustling place was now in chaos, completely in disarray. Many fine Wangwali wooden chairs were smashed into pieces, and a group of extravagantly dressed girls were panicked. The guests who came here to have fun stood nervously to one side. Without some extraordinary connections backing it up, the Crimson Court courtesan house couldn't remain unshaken for 100 years. Given the speed at which money flowed through this gray area, it was undoubtedly a massive treasure house. Many people in the capital envied this business, but the Crimson Court's brand had stood firm for centuries despite all kinds of storms. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell there was something going on behind the scenes. Attempting to mess with it carelessly was like courting death. As for who could dare cause trouble in the Crimson Court courtesan house now, apart from divine beings clashing, what else could it be? In the middle of the chaotic wreckage of tables and chairs, 4 or 5 thugs in black clothes were pummeling a man mercilessly. Ouch, stop it, stop it. F***ck. Wait till my brother comes, you'll see. The man being beaten cried out in pain, curling up like a shrimp, swearing continuously. A closer look revealed blood already covering his face, soaking his clothes, dripping red onto the ground with pattering sounds. Those 4 thugs paid no heed, pounding him with relentless blows, the sound of flesh hitting flesh echoing repeatedly. In the distance, the matchmaker faced Cambria, frantically waved a red embroidered kerchief, shouting, "Stop it, stop it." But those who had started the fight ignored her, continuing their assault. Simeon, suffering greatly from the beating, was about to lose consciousness. The onlookers watched in trepidation, but no one dared to speak out or intervene. This matter had become serious. Who dared to assault someone in the Crimson Court courtesan house? Moreover, they were all familiar with the man being beaten. It was none other than Simeon, the only son of the commander of the Imperial Guards in the capital. They occasionally visited the Crimson Court courtesan house, usually coming for pleasure every 10 days or so. Simeon, as a regular at the Crimson Court courtesan house, could be recognized by face even if one did not know him personally. A little inquiry would reveal this nobleman's prestigious identity. Yet now, someone dared to lay hands on Simeon, indicating that the person behind this must have considerable clout. At this moment, who would dare offer help? Wouldn't that just invite trouble? As Simeon was about to lose consciousness from the beating, suddenly there came a noise of footsteps and angry shouts from outside the door. Who is causing a commotion here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cambria rushed toward the entrance as if she had seen a savior. Drew led the charge, even riding his tall horse directly into the Crimson Court courtesan house. Sitting on the horse, he scanned the scene with sharp eyes. Behind him, Godwin and Benton, along with 4 or 5 dozen neatly dressed black-clad servants, stormed into the Crimson Court courtesan house, instantly surrounding the men who were attacking Simeon tightly. The atmosphere immediately turned tense to an extreme degree. "Stop!" Drew roared, waving his hands. No matter how bold the attackers were, they didn't dare to continue after recognizing the dashing figure on the tall horse. It was Drew. Seeing Drew clearly, they stopped immediately, fear showing on their faces. Godwin and Benton's eyes gleamed fiercely. Godwin noticed Simeon lying on the ground and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, quickly moving forward to support Simeon. "Is everything all right, young Master Simeon?" Simeon, severely battered and barely conscious, stammered weakly. Blood streamed down his forehead, a shocking sight. No. Has my brother Drew arrived yet?" Chapter 193, Defying the Powerful. "Here he comes, Freddie Yi is here." Simeon opened his heavy eyelids with great effort and identified Drew, sitting on the chestnut steed in front of him. His heart finally found some relief. If Drew had been any later, he would have really been beaten to death. Riding atop the reddish-brown horse, Drew's handsome face was so grim it seemed like water could be wrung out of it. He drew in a sharp breath, and the anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. In this capital city, it was always Drew and Simeon who bullied others. Who dared to defy them? How dare they? Had Drew come any later, who knew what condition his brother might have been beaten into? Who's beating people? Have you all gone mad? Godwin, beat them. Already infuriated, Godwin grabbed the 4 ruffians who had been attacking, holding their necks as if they were chickens. Instantly, the 4 turned purple-faced, flailing their limbs wildly in the air trying to break free. Halston also grabbed 2 more by one hand. Compared to the towering figures of Godwin and Halston, these 4 appeared as weak as little chicks, unable to resist. Beat them. Drew waved his hand, looking fearsome. Godwin and Halston wasted no mercy and unleashed a brutal assault on the men in front of them. Simeon watched with deep gratitude. Just moments ago, he was drinking wine at the Red Courtesan house when a group suddenly arrived, clearly looking for trouble. After some arguments, they started fighting. It seemed they had come prepared. The 2 servants Simeon brought were nowhere to be seen. Being attacked by 4 against 1, and already weakened by alcohol and indulgence, how could Simeon withstand such ferocious attackers? After a few rounds, he was beaten to the ground, crying out in pain. Had he not given a signal to a servant of the Red Courtesan house during a momentary lull, Drew might still be unaware of the situation. Drew, phew, almost. Simeon spoke shakily, breathing heavily. Drew took in a cold breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Simeon was his brother, known throughout the capital. Yet, someone dared to provoke him and attack his brother. Today, even if the Emperor came, he would have to explain himself well. Seeing Godwin and Halston dominate the fight, the 4 assailants were now unconscious, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, and bodies limp on the ground, their fates uncertain. At that moment, Lorena approached Drew nervously, her plump body wobbling, and asked anxiously, "Freddie Yi, please, don't hit them anymore. My Red Courtesan house." Drew sharply turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring like a beast ready to devour. Lorena shuddered, nearly falling over from fright. His gaze was terrifying. Even meeting it made her shudder inside. Another word and Drew might include her in his retribution. Drew said each word icily. "You didn't stop them when my brother was being beaten. Now that I'm here, you want to stop me? What do you mean?" Lorena turned pale, unable to say a word, trembling with nervousness. Drew half closed his eyes, revealing undisguised malice. Suddenly, the temperature within the Red Courtesan house seemed to drop several degrees. All spectators remained silent. Everyone knew these dozens of people were not easy to provoke. Anyone speaking up now would risk a beating with no place to cry out for help, especially considering who was riding the tall horse in the distant hall. The notorious troublemaker of the capital, Drew. Though many heard that Gale had resigned from his official position, the Yi family's influence in the capital remained profound, with numerous disciples under their command. No one dared to offend them. Wasn't this like pulling a tiger's whiskers? Drew's icy gaze commanded, "Lift those guys up." "Yes." Godwin abruptly lifted the heads of the 4, then poured a bucket of cold water over them. They instantly woke up, drenched, shaking their hair, their eyes regaining clarity. "Who ordered you to beat people? Speak." Drew suppressed his rage. He knew, though today's attackers were these four, the mastermind behind them remained unknown. To understand who targeted Simeon, he needed to interrogate them. He hoped they would confess quickly, or else he would tear the mastermind apart limb by limb. Supported by servants, Simeon trembled continuously, blood dripping from his body. At that moment, a brazen shout suddenly came from the high hall. Who is it? Such audacity to touch my people. In an instant, all present turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. And Drew, astride his tall horse, cast a hostile glance in that direction, surmising that this person must have been the one who ordered the beating. Then, from the second-floor railing of the Yi Red Courtesan house, a man in a yellow robe appeared, hands clasped behind his back, with a firm brow and a square face. His eyes were sharp, exuding an aura of dominance as he slowly descended from the second-floor balcony, looking down at everyone below with a hint of provocation in his gaze. Drew, you have some nerve. How dare you lay hands on my men? Drew furrowed his brows. It only took him a moment to recognize who this was. Leandro, Ivor's third son, also known as the third prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. This character had little mention in the novel, but possessed deep scheming. He had once served as cannon fodder in a power struggle, dying innocently. The original text didn't provide much detail about him, yet here he was in the Red Courtesan house, orchestrating an attack on Simeon. Drew couldn't quite grasp the situation but instinctively felt that the storyline must have gotten tangled up since he arrived in this Qian world. Drew's frown deepened as he shifted his gaze. But upon seeing the figure behind Leandro, his eyebrows shot up, and his expression changed abruptly. Behind Leandro stood a man in a black robe, partially obscured by its shadows, revealing only a pair of gleaming eyes that glared menacingly at Drew. Drew couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why did all these characters seem so peculiar, especially fond of wearing black robes? Was their identity so unsuitable for the light? Did they all enjoy being mysterious? Meanwhile, Drew remained frowning. Noticing the worsening situation, Simeon tugged anxiously at the edge of Drew's robe. Chapter 194, Picking a Fight. Drew turned his head and saw Simeon wiping the blood off his forehead in a panic. Drew, we were drinking here just now when several people suddenly came in. Simeon shivered as he recounted the events roughly. Drew understood. It turned out that Simeon was drinking at the Yihong courtyard when some people came to cause trouble. Then, several lackeys sent by Leandro beat Simeon up mercilessly. Following this, Simeon sent someone to seek help from Yi Manor. What a scheme. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Drew quickly figured out that the target wasn't Simeon but himself. If they truly wanted to deal with Simeon, why let the servants of Yihong courtyard go? They intended to lure him over. But what for? Drew couldn't figure it out for now. According to the original story, Leandro, the third son of Ivor, had been in constant rivalry with the legitimate eldest son Corbin for the prestigious position of crown prince. The previous owner, Drew, had no significant interactions with them. Despite his unruly behavior in the capital city, the original Drew knew who could be provoked and who couldn't. A confrontation with princes would bring endless troubles even to the illustrious Yi family, so he always avoided conflicts with members of the royal family. But why did Leandro come after him all of a sudden? While pondering, Drew silently observed the man behind Leandro. This man was clad in a black robe, slender, about 1.7 meters tall. Suddenly, Drew recalled and inwardly exclaimed, "Disaster!" He recognized the man. It could only be Barnabas. His heart skipped a beat, his brows twitching wildly. Now things are bad, didn't expect to fall into the trap. Could Barnabas and Leandro be in collusion? Drew couldn't comprehend how these two unconnected individuals ended up together. Barnabas has always sought to leverage the Great Qian imperial family as a stepping stone into the court to gain Ivor's trust, eyeing the empire of Great Qian. Meanwhile, Leandro also aimed for the throne. Logically, they should be adversaries rather than allies. Why would they collaborate? As Drew mulled over this, seeing Simeon beaten to a pulp ignited his anger despite his thoughts. He immediately rebuked, "Third Prince, why did you hit someone?" Leandro, standing on the high building, glanced sideways with a mocking smile. "So what if I did? It's just a servant." His words were harsh. After all, Simeon's father was the commander of the Imperial Guards of Great Qian. Though technically correct to call him a servant, nobody dared to speak this way in the entire Great Qian Empire. Seeing Leandro being disrespectful like this, Drew sneered coldly and retorted without holding back, "Servant? As a member of the royal family, you humiliate your subordinates like this in frequent places like the Yihong courtyard. If the emperor hears about this, how will you explain yourself?" Without further ado, Drew unleashed his trump card. According to the laws of Great Qian, officials were forbidden from visiting places like the Yihong courtyard. As a royal family member, Leandro shouldn't be there either. It wasn't that Drew was fearless. If it came to an open conflict, the Yi family wouldn't be afraid of Leandro. Since he hadn't become the crown prince yet, he wasn't the true successor. If he were the crown prince, Drew might reconsider, but as just a prince, challenging him directly was doable. In the imperial court of Great Qian, there were 6 ministers heading their respective departments, whereas Ivor had numerous princes and princesses. Being the third prince, Leandro couldn't just bully around using his royal identity alone. So, Drew brought out his final move. If Ivor learned about Leandro's visits to Yihong courtyard, it would definitely stir trouble. Upon hearing this, Leandro's expression turned grim and pale, seemingly afraid that Drew would report to Ivor. His tone softened slightly. "I think perhaps there was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? You beat me and call it a misunderstanding?" Simeon yelled angrily. Drew spoke furiously, pointing at Leandro. "When he was being beaten, you didn't come out. Now I'm here, mention reporting it to the emperor, and suddenly it's a misunderstanding? What about his injuries?" Drew remained silent with a darkened face, staring intently at Leandro. Leandro took a deep breath, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Yi, why don't you come up and talk?" Drew pondered silently, gently patting Simeon's shoulder. "Brother, you go back first. I'll handle this." Simeon was full of concern. "But what about you?" He was worried that Drew might be at a disadvantage. "Don't worry." Drew waved his hand, signaling Simeon to be reassured. I'll take care of this. You shouldn't fear. Do you not know your brother Yi? Have I ever been at a disadvantage in the capital city? Simeon thought about it and realized he had a point. In the capital city, there probably wasn't anyone who could put Drew at a disadvantage, so he felt more at ease. Be careful, Simeon instructed with lingering concern. Drew gave a subtle glance, and Godwin and Fergus quickly came over to support Simeon out. Take Simeon back to Yi Manor. Send Freddie Wong to Yi Manor to recover from his injuries. The black-clothed servants immediately escorted Simeon toward the door. With Drew backing him up, no one dared to obstruct them, all remaining silent. The old woman Wong was even trembling in the corner, too scared to breathe loudly. Raising his gaze, Drew saw Godwin and Fergus about to turn back. Under their watchful eyes, Drew gracefully dismounted from his horse. As they watched, Drew hurriedly walked up the stairs. What are you two standing around for? Follow me. They were startled, thinking Drew would attend alone but didn't expect him to call them now. What? What do you mean, what? Why are you two just standing there? Aren't you coming up? Drew roared, then took large strides up the stairs. Pausing for a moment, they exchanged glances, noting an awkward look before hastening to follow. They had initially thought Drew would attend alone but ended up getting scolded instead. Drew's heart turned cold. This matter seemed far from simple. If it was only Leandro, it wouldn't have mattered much, but there was also Barnabas beside him. What Barnabas was planning remained a mystery to Drew for now. Chapter 195. Play cosplay? If the opponent were to rashly attack him, having Benton and Clark around would at least provide some defense. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. When Drew went upstairs, Leandro immediately turned around without hesitation, pushed open the red door of the inner room with a creak, and walked in to sit down. Drew only glanced to see Walter, dressed in a black robe, standing behind Leandro with an obedient expression, but his eyes kept sweeping over Drew. Frowning, Drew felt Clark and Benton following behind him. He took a big step forward, crossed the threshold, and entered as well. Close the door, Drew ordered. Benton and Clark, who had come in, cautiously closed the door and latched it. Then they stood on either side of Drew, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. All remained silent, the atmosphere extremely heavy. Leandro sat across from Drew with a sullen look, staring straight at him. Walter, wearing a black robe behind him, kept sweeping his eyes around the room, occasionally meeting the sharp gazes of Clark and Benton, as if sparks were flying. Drew glanced at Walter in the black robe. He cursed inwardly. What are you pretending for? Just because you're wearing a black robe, I can't recognize you? At this moment, Leandro suddenly spoke, tapping his fingers lightly on the exquisite table, making tapping sounds. Drew, this happened inside the Yihong courtyard. Your people beat up my people. How should we settle this? Drew tried hard to suppress his anger. What do you mean, your people? Your people beat up my brother Simeon. If he got beaten, then so be it. After all, he's just a servant. Leandro's face changed, not expecting Drew to return his previous words word for word. But he couldn't refute what the other party said. Indeed, those few people he brought were servants. How could it be that right after his people beat Simeon, saying he was a servant made it okay for them to beat him? The servants he brought shouldn't have been allowed to beat anyone? Leandro's expression fluctuated as he forced down his anger and managed to smile. Drew, I actually came late for this matter, and am also here to find you. Do you, Drew, wish to help me? Drew frowned, not understanding what the other party was talking about. Turns out Leandro had coincidentally met Walter recently. Walter told him that he was willing to support him to become emperor and eliminate his strongest competitor, the eldest legitimate son Corbin. Then he could secure his seat as emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. The only condition was to have him get rid of Drew. After several clashes with Drew, Walter had been at a disadvantage every time, suffering quite a few setbacks openly and secretly. He hated Drew to the core but had no choice, so he approached Leandro directly. Just think, once Leandro became emperor, wealth and luxury would be within reach. Any woman he wanted would be available. So now, Walter had abandoned dual cultivation techniques and focused solely on supporting Leandro. When he first found Leandro didn't believe him. But after showcasing the astonishing power of the Tongtian sect, Leandro wavered, leading to today's scene. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Leandro suddenly changed his mind. If he could recruit Drew, it would undoubtedly be a huge help to him. An enemy's enemy is a friend. There was no need to make another enemy. After all, Drew was about to marry Princess Elsiune Clarissa, who was greatly favored by Emperor Ivor, a powerful figure in the capital. If Leandro could recruit Drew, it would mean pulling Clarissa over as well. With such a significant ally, Leandro's chances of ascending the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty would improve. After all, Kay, Clarissa's mother, held considerable influence in the harem. If he could gain Kay's support, things might go more smoothly. Therefore, instead of challenging Drew right away, Leandro extended an olive branch. Drew frowned and quickly understood what was going on, inwardly laughing. It seemed that the other party came seeking his cooperation. Anyone could guess that Leandro probably wanted him to help seize the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty. If Leandro had sought Drew's help earlier, Drew might have considered it. After all, although Emperor Ivor was still in his prime, the Crown Prince position in the Great Qian Dynasty had yet to be decided, so no faction supporting the Crown Prince had emerged. If Leandro could become the Crown Prince and ally with Drew, it would undoubtedly benefit Drew's plans. But now that Leandro had gotten involved with Walter, how could Drew possibly help him? Yuck Feiyun furrowed his brows and shook his head firmly, saying in a determined tone, "What if I refuse?" Leandro's eyes turned cold, a sneer spreading across his face, looking as if he could drip with gloom. The one in black robes behind him, Walter, took a step forward as if about to say something. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up, bristling with hostility. Brantley and Clark immediately moved, their gazes unwaveringly meeting Walter's eyes. The tension within the room was terrifying, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. But Leandro waved his hand, signaling Walter to step back. Walter did not retreat but remained in place, still locked in gaze with Brantley and Clark. Step back. Leandro's voice grew sharper. Only then did Walter reluctantly take a step back, hiding his figure under the black robe once again. Yuck Feiyun couldn't help but inwardly curse. Show off, wearing that black robe all day long, acting like you're someone important, as if no one knows who you are. Yuck Feiyun didn't even want to acknowledge Walter. In his view, apart from having a strong backing and high martial skills, Walter's IQ was basically 205, making people speechless. Every day, he acted neurotic, as if he thought he was invincible, doing things that left others speechless. Yuck Feiyun shifted his serious gaze back to Leandro, staring at him. Leandro, however, smirked and said, Freddy, you don't need to rush into refusing me. I think there might be something I can offer that will appeal to you. Yuck Feiyun frowned. Then he saw Leandro nonchalantly take out a thick piece of paper from his sleeve and slapped it on the table. I think Freddy, if you look at this, you might find it interesting. Yuck Feiyun's brow raised in surprise as he took the paper from the table and began flipping through it. His eyes scanned up and down. When he understood the content, his heart couldn't help but leap in shock, followed by an astonished glance at Leandro and Walter behind him. Are these two crazy? Earlier, Yuck Feiyun was curious what Leandro had the confidence to show him. But when he saw the contents, he was struck by horror. Chapter 196. You threaten me with this? What Prince Leandro took out were actually the pieces of evidence proving Gale's corruption and embezzlement in the court over the past few years. Was this guy's brain not working properly? Earlier, he had advised Gale to resign from his post, retire to the countryside, and step down. Meanwhile, he also suggested donating billions of wealth accumulated by the Yi family, using it for constructing defense works against the Huns in the north and aiding refugees, all in an attempt to completely erase any trace of Gale's embezzlement. Although everyone tacitly agreed on this matter, it was long resolved. Emperor Ivor naturally understood the implications of these actions, yet Leandro now threatened him with this. Wasn't he out of his mind? Drew raised his head, his eyes flickering as he silently stared at Leandro. Leandro instinctively felt that Drew was feeling guilty at the moment. Immediately, the corner of his mouth curled up into a self-assured and charming smile. How about it? Freddy, what do you think of this gift I've brought? He thought he had acquired solid proof of Gale's corruption in the court. By presenting this, Drew would certainly hasten to bow down and flatter him. After all, Gale's corrupt deeds had been widely known in the city and among the officials. Obtaining such evidence did not require much effort. Although Leandro was puzzled, if he could collect this evidence so easily, wouldn't his father, Emperor Ivor, know too? However, he did not dwell on this anymore, but instead focused on controlling Drew. Walter's emergence undoubtedly added more fervent desire for the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty in his heart. After all, establishing the crown prince based on the eldest legitimate son was the rule since the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty. If not for the internal turmoil within the Great Qian Dynasty some years ago, the position of the crown prince wouldn't have remained vacant. What kind of situation would that be? Thus, Leandro developed an unusual thought. The imperial throne. What a tempting allure. In the open and hidden struggles with his Gavin brother Corbin several times, Leandro had always been at a disadvantage. As time passed, he had even gradually given up on competing for the throne. But Walter's appearance reignited his restless ambitions. If he took a risk, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Currently, if he could just win Drew over, his chances of obtaining the throne would significantly increase. Humph, third prince, aren't you joking? Drew's cold laugh interrupted Leandro's thoughts. Leandro's face darkened. Drew, what do you mean? Don't be ungrateful. He believed that by not immediately drafting a memorial about Gale's corruption and submitting it to Emperor Ivor, he was giving Drew a face-saving measure. But now, since the other party neither spoke nor reacted and only laughed coldly, what attitude was this? Drew crumpled the paper in front of him into a ball, tossing it casually onto the ground where it rolled around a few times. Without any care, Drew smiled teasingly. Third prince, isn't it ridiculous for you to threaten me with this? At this moment, Drew wished he could burst into laughter if not for the inappropriate setting. He felt that no wonder the third prince could team up with Walter. Apparently, both of their brains weren't functioning normally, using something months old to threaten him. If it were 2 months ago, Leandro might have made him feel guilty with such concrete evidence. But now, with everything settled, he was actually coming to threaten him. Messing with me? Playing games? Foolish? Drew almost let out an expletive. Leandro's face turned livid as he slammed his fist onto the table in front of him, making the chair shake. What do you mean? Concealed in the black robe, Walter grew restless, his gaze icy and sharp, scanning Drew like a bolt of lightning. His voice sounded like a wooden saw. Freddy, I believe you should reconsider this. After all, your father's embezzlement is no trivial matter. With so much silver, if it reaches the Emperor's ears, it won't be good for your family. Upon hearing Walter speak, Drew rolled his eyes. This guy pretended as if nobody knew who he was. Wearing a black robe like cosplay, really thought he couldn't see through who he was. Though Drew didn't expose him, he smirked slightly and stood up abruptly. All right, then I'll wait for you. Take this evidence to Sonny, and I'll wait. While saying this, Drew walked towards the door, looking utterly relaxed. Prince Leandro and Walter both had ashen faces, clearly not expecting Drew to be so disrespectful. But Drew, who had reached the door, suddenly stopped and sharply turned his head, saying with a sour look, by the way, I nearly forgot to remind you. The matter concerning my brother Simeon won't be settled so easily. Drew knew that if he took rash action against the third prince here in this Yihong courtyard, it definitely wouldn't work. After all, the one who assaulted others was a family slave. If Emperor Ivor really investigated, they could simply claim poor discipline. If Drew were to directly attack Leandro at Yihong courtyard, the nature of the offense would be much worse. Although Gale was the head of the Ministry of Revenue, openly assaulting the royal family was beyond Drew's courage. But to deal with him, there were plenty of methods, not just for a moment. Behind the scenes, Drew was quite adept at mischief. To deal with someone as intellectually comparable to Walter like Leandro would be easy. Leandro's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to say something, the door creaked open, and Drew didn't even turn back, quickly walking away with large strides. Bataille and Godwin cast a warning glance at Leandro and Walter, and hurriedly followed after Drew without hesitation. For a moment, the room was left with the door wide open, a slight cool breeze blowing in. Leandro and Walter exchanged glances, each seeing an unfriendly expression in the other's eyes. Walter tore off the black robe over his head, revealing his originally grotesque face, now twisted with features. Third Prince, I think we need to carefully reconsider this matter. With a bang, Leandro punched the table. He had promised Walter to help settle accounts with Drew, but he saw potential in leveraging Drew's connection to Princess Clarissa. However, he never expected that Drew wouldn't take him seriously, leaving him aside with just a few words, making him feel like a fool for a moment. Yet he didn't know that in Drew's mind, he indeed held such an image. Chapter 197 Compensation in Silver. Take it easy. There will be plenty of chances to get him back. Wait. Leandro slammed another punch on the table with a crisp clang. The room was instantly filled with Leandro's voice, grinding his teeth in hatred. Walter and Leandro exchanged a glance, their eyes cold as ice, exuding a hidden sense of menace. The flickering firelight cast eerie shadows on their faces, making them look especially sinister. At this moment, Drew hurriedly strode out of Yihong Courtyard. Outside Yihong Courtyard, a row of black-robed servants stood guard in neat formation, well-trained and sharp-eyed, flanking the road, creating an intimidating scene. Inside Yihong Courtyard, the place was already in ruins. When Leandro ordered people to act earlier, no one dared to intervene. Tables, chairs, pots, and bowls were smashed into pieces. Customers who had come earlier for pleasure had all left without a trace. Only the frightened young ladies, trembling and losing their usual charm, cowered in the corners, not daring to make a sound. Drew walked out, stepped over the bluestone steps, and abruptly raised his head, looking at the three large characters, Yihong Courtyard, written in bold strokes, his gaze cold. In the room beside the sign, flames flickered, visible through the irregular windows, revealing two faint figures, exactly where Leandro and Drew had just conversed. Through the thin paper window, it seemed that their gazes met momentarily, making the atmosphere tense. After a long while, Drew spoke coldly, "Let's go." He turned swiftly, leaped onto his horse with agility, and sat high on its back. Godwin and Fergus hurried forward, one holding the reins, the other carrying a torch to light the way ahead. At that moment, "Freddie, please slow down." "Freddie." A chubby old woman named Indira came running out clumsily, her cheeks shaking with each unsteady step. "What?" Drew glanced at her, his eyes unfriendly. When Simeon was being beaten, Indira watched indifferently. Didn't she know Simeon was his brother? She just watched quietly while others beat him on his own turf? Even if one disregarded this personal connection, Simeon and Drew had spent countless amounts of silver here over the years, yet Indira acted as if she saw nothing. This naturally made Drew irritated. Seeing her rush out like this now, his tone became even colder. "Can Freddie compensate me for the silver?" Indira asked hesitantly, stumbling as she spoke. "Compensate silver?" Drew narrowed his eyes from atop his horse, scrutinizing Indira's plump face, finding it almost amusing. "What do you mean?" Drew squinted, supporting his chin with his hand, gazing at Indira. Feeling Drew's gaze, Indira shrank back, her heart skipping a beat. But thinking of the damaged tables and chairs, she couldn't help but feel pained and said timidly, "Freddie, when Freddie Simeon was fighting earlier, quite a few dishes and bowls were broken. Could you give me?" Indira obviously wanted Drew to compensate for the losses. "Ha ha ha." Drew laughed loudly, laughing heartily. Did Indira not understand the current situation? Simeon was badly beaten in Yihong Courtyard, and was sent back to Yi Manor for treatment. The situation wasn't clear yet, and she dared to ask him for money? It was already good that he didn't order the destruction of Yihong Courtyard. With a crack, Drew struck the bluestone ground with his whip, sending a piercing sound that startled everyone. Indira took several steps back, nearly falling, her face filled with shock. "Freddie, what are you doing?" Drew ignored her question and instead scanned the ruined courtyard coldly before saying, "Pass my orders. Anyone who dares to enter Yihong Courtyard again, I will break their legs. Any member of the Yi family who dares to step into this place, they'll have something coming." Drew cursed angrily, brandishing his whip in the air. "Yes." Godwin immediately responded coarsely. The dozens of neatly lined Yi family servants also answered in unison, their shouts echoing like thunder through the streets. It was a striking scene in the pitch-black night. Indira's face turned extremely unpleasant. Not only did her request for compensation fail, but Drew also issued a stern order. Who would dare come to her Yihong Courtyard from now on? Though Yihong Courtyard was frequented by nobles, both Freddie Simeon and Drew were regulars here. At this moment, Ajani's heart was filled with regret, wishing she could slap herself for even uttering those words. "Go!" Drew did not spare another glance at Ajani, merely flicked his horsewhip and dug his heels into the horse's sides. The chestnut stallion immediately kicked up its hooves, snorted loudly, and then trotted off in a series of hoofbeats towards the distant road. The group carrying torches promptly followed swiftly. As Benton and Godwin passed by the seated Ajani on the ground, their expressions were cold, their eyes like warnings as they sniffed coldly, making Ajani shiver once more. Subsequently, they all walked past Ajani as if no one else was there, as if they hadn't seen her at all. As the group gradually moved further away, they soon vanished into the distance along the street. The bright torchlight also disappeared along with them. Ajani sat on the ground, glanced at the crowd surrounding her, looking at her with glee and schadenfreude, and then slapped her thigh, flailing her arms and legs about. What karma! Along the way, Drew rode atop his high steed, and the group rushed through the streets of the capital city, heading straight for the bustling area where the Yi mansion was located. Along the way, Godwin brandished a torch to drive away pedestrians, shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The Yi family is passing. Who dares to block?" The townspeople, upon hearing this coarse voice, quickly moved aside, afraid of angering Drew, who didn't know that the person riding the high steed was none other than the current illustrious first imperial son-in-law of the capital city, Drew. Without mentioning his status as an imperial son-in-law, Drew's name as the only son of Amy, the Minister of Revenue, was enough to overawe anyone. In the capital city, who would dare to provoke the tiger by pulling its whiskers? Although it was curfew time, there were still a few pedestrians on the streets. Godwin. Drew called from atop his high steed. Godwin turned his head, immediately showing respectful demeanor. Freddie, what is it? Drew frowned. From now on, when we travel on the road, do not scatter the common people like this, understand? Drew casually instructed. Chapter 198 Adoration. Godwin widened his eyes, scratched his head, and wore a confused look. When had the Yi family ever not acted recklessly and brazenly within the capital? Today, they were just driving away a pedestrian while walking. Why did Drew suddenly speak up to stop them? Godwin was somewhat puzzled. Lucas cast a thoughtful glance at Drew, then retracted his gaze, only staring at the tips of his own shoes as he walked in silence. Sitting on a high horse, Drew's figure swayed with each step of the horse. He spoke earnestly. From today onward, we need to be good people. We need to make the citizens of the capital adore us, understand? Godwin's eyes widened instantly. How exactly does one become a good person? After pondering for a moment, Drew propped his chin with the whip and explained thoughtfully, well, being a good person means that when the common folk see you, they like you, respect you, and are not afraid of you. Understand? As Drew spoke casually, he knew well in his heart that since he planned to confront Walter seriously, winning the adoration of the commoners was paramount. After all, Drew understood the saying, water can carry a boat, yet it can also capsize it. If he fell out with Walter and ended up alienating the commoners, he would be completely isolated. But if he could win their love, even if Alexei wanted to harm him, he'd have to think twice. He who wins the hearts of the people will win the world. This truth held true everywhere. Godwin scratched his head as he looked at Drew. Next, he watched as Drew rode off slowly on his high horse, the hooves tapping incessantly. He couldn't help but gasp and hissed inaudibly. What did that mean? He couldn't quite figure it out. Meanwhile, Drew, unaware of Godwin's thoughts, slowly headed towards the Yi residence. Lucas, who was holding the reins, glanced at Drew with added gravity. His expression changed slightly, seeming to find that this playboy was somewhat different from what he had heard about. Even more so, every word out of his mouth left Lucas shaken. The rumors didn't match the reality. Following Drew's instructions, Godwin did not drive any pedestrians away along the way, instead proceeding in a friendly manner towards the Yi residence. Yet, the commoners' opinion of the Yi family hadn't changed. They would scatter far away at the sight of the group approaching, just like birds and beasts, avoiding confrontation. Seeing this, Drew sighed deeply from atop his horse. Changing the perception of the capital citizens towards the Yi family would indeed be a long and arduous task, requiring much effort. After all, ingrained prejudices were like a mountain, and not easily changed. Shaking his head, Drew stopped musing, his eyes flashing with determination. He thought of Simeon. Simeon's current condition was uncertain, and judging by the beating he received just now, it wasn't looking good. His concern grew. Though Simeon was dim-witted, similar to Godwin, he was undoubtedly loyal to Drew and counted as his top lackey in the capital. If anything happened to him, who else would respect Drew in the entire city? Wouldn't that imply he was a soft target for anyone to bully? Simeon must not be harmed. Quick, back to the Yi residence. Urged by Drew, the group quickened their pace, rushing towards the residence. Half an hour later, under the bright lights of the bustling Yi residence, a sumptuous bedroom revealed Drew frowning and leaning against the doorframe alongside Godwin, both occasionally twitching their lips with pained expressions. Inside the room, intermittent screams akin to a pig being butchered filled the air. Oh, heavens, please be gentle. Sitting by the door, Godwin and Drew frowned deeply, observing the scene with worry. The screaming had been going on for half an hour. After Simeon was brought to the Yi residence, Godwin immediately sent for court physicians to treat him. However, it seemed that Simeon mostly suffered external injuries. After disinfection, his cries became more piercing, like a pig being slaughtered. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows of Simeon writhing in pain. The physician, trying to pacify him, said, Freddie Wong, please do not move, go slower. If you keep this up, it will be hard for me to treat you. Unable to stand it any longer, Drew shouted from the doorway, Simeon, behave yourself and stop whining. Only after hearing Drew's words did Simeon shut his mouth, obediently lying flat on the bed. At this moment, his back was torn and bloody, a gruesome sight. Simeon wiped his forehead, his face full of sorrow. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have rather died than gone to the Yi home courtyard today. But only Drew knew that Simeon was now shielding him from trouble, taking the beating for him. It wasn't just Simeon being beaten by Leandro and Walter. In reality, they were slapping him in the face. They wanted to warn him. If he didn't cooperate with them, after dealing with Simeon, they would come after him next. Just thinking about it made Drew's expression darken a little. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He'd see who turned out to be tougher in the end. Who dares to touch my people? We'll see about that. Drew thought for a moment, then at this time, Simeon's pitiful wails finally came to an abrupt stop. The Gavonley court physician, drenched in sweat, walked out, wiped the sweat off his forehead, bowed to Drew, and whispered, Freddie Simeon's injuries have been treated. Rest for a few months, and he should be fine. Just make sure he doesn't catch a chill or get infected. The old physician trembled as he spoke, and Drew immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Godwin. Give him some silver as a reward. I know, Godwin gruffly replied, his tone suddenly respectful. On the way back, Godwin had been pondering what Drew meant by being a good person, at least making others not fear you. So, he was slightly more polite to the physician now. The physician's murky eyes lifted slightly, giving a thoughtful glance at Drew and Godwin. When Godwin sent people to invite someone from the palace earlier, the old fellows at the Imperial Medical Institute had repeatedly declined, none daring to come here. To them, the Yi residence seemed like a dragon's lair and tiger's den, where coming meant misfortune. He could only come since he couldn't refuse. But now, It seemed that the reputation of the Yi family was quite different from what he had heard outside. Drew and Godwin were exceptionally courteous in their speech, and even the burly Godwin, who looked like a rough man, spoke in a refined manner. Chapter 199. Misinformation? The imperial physician couldn't understand how Drew, who was notorious in the capital, could be so modest and courteous. Could it be that the rumors in the palace were false? The old eyes of the imperial physician examined Drew from head to toe, seemingly speculating. And Drew, sensing something, glanced meaningfully at Nathaniel physician with white beard, inwardly startled. Why is this old man looking at me like this? People here are always weird, thought Drew. I hope this old guy hasn't got any strange hobbies. Although I am handsome and graceful, you can't have ulterior motives. Thinking this, Drew hurriedly urged, Godwin, did you hear? Quickly escort the old gentleman out. Certainly. Standing nearby, Godwin responded loudly without realizing anything unusual. Only now did the old physician withdraw his gaze, giving Drew another meaningful look before following Godwin towards the warehouse to collect his reward. The reputation of the Yi family being despicable is true, but their generosity is also genuine. In the entire court, officials connected to the Yi family have pockets stuffed full of money. Gale's treasure vault is indeed the largest gold repository in Qian. Even a small amount of money slipped through their fingers would suffice for low-ranking officials' annual income. The formerly hunched figure straightened slightly, and his shuffling steps quickened. Make money. What comfort. Standing outside the doorway, Drew watched them leave, then turned back into the room worriedly. He saw Simeon sprawled on the bed, sighing and groaning incessantly, having been beaten all over. Covered in some kind of green medicine, he was sucking air sharply, clearly in great pain. A miserable scene that could make anyone weep. Brother Yi, you? Simeon spoke weakly. Drew frowned, hurried to the bed beside Simeon, and patted his shoulder. Brother, you? Ow. Unexpectedly, as soon as Drew touched Simeon, he grimaced and his cold sweat dripped profusely. Don't pat me, Brother Yi. My bones are almost shattered. Drew felt uneasy seeing this. Simeon grew up with him since childhood, like brothers. But now that Leandro and Walter planned to strike him, they targeted Simeon instead, which made Drew unable to bear it. He knew Simeon suffered on his behalf. Without Simeon, they might have targeted Gale or Godwin. To lure him out, they must use such tactics. Looking closely again, Drew saw that Simeon's skin was damaged everywhere, with flesh torn and bones visible in places. The bandages around the wounds were soaked in blood, showing a terrifying scarlet red. Simeon, what exactly happened today? Please recount the event briefly again. Earlier in the Yihong courtyard, Simeon had explained roughly to Drew, but he still didn't fully understand the sequence of events. Logically speaking, even if there was a conflict at the Yihong courtyard, Simeon shouldn't have been beaten this badly, and why did Leandro suddenly collude with Walter? Drew couldn't fathom this. According to records, Leandro is cunning yet incompetent, similar to a cannon fodder character. In his numerous battles with his brother Corbin for the throne, he always failed but never gave up, a spirit worth praising. But now he is collaborating with Walter, making things difficult. Initially, Walter intended to use Stacy as leverage to enter the Qian court and target Drew. But since Stacy has shown affection for him, no longer entangled with Walter, the latter shifted focus to Leandro. With these two complicating matters, standing firm in the Qian Dynasty became more challenging for Drew. Although he has become Prince Ivor's son-in-law, he knows deep down that Ivor will favor his own son above all else. If anything really happens, Prince Ivor will definitely believe his own son Leandro without hesitation. How will I deal with it then? Drew's eyes flickered as he pondered. Simeon's voice of grievance sounded again. Brother Yi, you have to avenge me. These two bastards beat me up like this. Simeon lay on the ground, propped up on the bedboard, lamenting pitifully with sad eyes, glancing at Drew from time to time. Drew's heart sank, rest assured. Brother won't let you suffer in vain and will definitely avenge you. Drew wasn't just comforting Simeon. Since he had made up his mind to confront Walter, there was nothing to fear. If his brother Simeon got beaten up like this and he didn't even dare to retaliate, what kind of man would he be? Not to mention that Simeon suffered this beating because of him. Hearing Drew's assurance, Simeon's expression eased somewhat, and he managed a faint smile. But, if you can't beat them, just forget it. Leandro isn't easy to provoke. After all, he's from the royal family, Simeon pouted, still worried that Drew might impulsively rush into the palace to confront Leandro. After all, Leandro is Prince Ivor's son. Even if Drew's father Gale is strong, he can't be stronger than Prince Ivor. After all, this is the Qian Empire, and they bear the surname Mu. Drew's face darkened, but he remained silent. The candlelight in the room flickered, casting shadows on their faces, alternating between light and dark. At this moment, everything was unspoken. The next morning, Drew was still sound asleep, having not woken up from a deep sleep. The Yi residence was eerily quiet, but outside the door came the clamor of shouting. Drew, come out. The sleeping Drew abruptly woke up from his bed, drenched in cold sweat, as if waking from a nightmare. The cursing by his ear made him startle inwardly. Hiss, strange. Who is this? But after a moment, the now fully awake Drew recognized the owner of this voice. Ashlyn. Chapter 200. Seeking him out. It had been a while since they last met. With the other party rushing over like this, could it be that something urgent was happening? Drew hurriedly got out of bed. He didn't even have time to wash up and get dressed. He was only wearing a white nightgown when he felt his bedroom door being suddenly pushed open and sunlight spilled in. Doreen stood at the doorway with an annoyed look on her face. Her beautiful eyes swept over Drew instantly. She shouted angrily, Drew, just take a look at what you've done. What I've done. Drew and Doreen locked eyes, the atmosphere becoming awkward for a moment. Instinctively, Drew covered himself, and Doreen rolled her eyes. What are you doing? Where haven't I seen before? You act like you're so innocent, but I see people like you all day long. Drew rolled his eyes too. He's still an untainted man and couldn't allow this tigress to take advantage of him. He snapped back, Doreen, if you have anything to say, just spit it out. Why did you run into my bedroom? You yourself are not married either. How can you act so shamelessly? Doreen glanced him up and down, showing a teasing smile. She murmured to herself, so small, Then, she turned and walked away, leaving Drew standing there, eyes wide and puzzled, mumbling to himself, what's so small? What's so small? Drew? Outside the door came Doreen's persistent voice, hurry up and come out. I'm waiting for you in the reception room. It took Drew a while to regain his senses. Hearing Doreen's words, he hastily got dressed and rushed towards the reception room. Even before entering the reception room, he saw Godwin and Benton peeking from the entrance of the meeting hall, motioning frantically at him. What's going on? Drew moved closer and asked quietly. Godwin looked grim, stammering. Master Yi, just get to the point, Drew said irritably. He hadn't fully woken up when Doreen showed up and started causing trouble. Feeling uneasy, like being scratched by cat claws, Drew had no clue what happened. Godwin sighed. Master Yi, I think this is serious. Miss Mub has been shouting non-stop ever since she arrived, scaring off several servants. It looks like she's truly angry. Upon hearing this, Drew was startled. He still couldn't understand what had happened. After all, Doreen hadn't visited the Yi family manor for some time. Now, she had suddenly rushed here, pointing at him and yelling incessantly, leaving him dazed and confused. Seeing how frightened even Godwin was, Drew began to suspect that this matter might indeed be severe. Godwin, who was notoriously carefree, wouldn't have panicked under normal circumstances, even if beaten until bruised and bloody. But now, sweat droplets as big as soybeans appeared on his forehead, which made Drew realize how serious the situation was. Perhaps this matter had escalated beyond control. Taking a deep breath, Drew tried to calm himself. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard another shout behind him. Drew turned sharply, seeing Gale also standing there looking livid. Drew was taken aback. Drew! Inside the room, Doreen yelled loudly. Drew turned again, only to find Doreen sitting at a square table, holding a teacup and sipping noisily. Her beautiful eyes glared at him angrily, as if ready to burst into flames. Drew was utterly bewildered. What on earth had he done? Could it be something serious? His heart raced uneasily as he saw Gale's furious expression. Taking a few steps forward, he called out hesitantly, Dad, what? Gale looked at Drew, frowning deeply. Several times he opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately held back, saying only, Ai, Feiyun, even your father can't help with this. It's all up to you. As he spoke, he patted Drew's shoulder lightly, seemingly struggling to express more. Drew wanted to ask more, but Gale didn't give him a chance, turning and walking away. Watching Gale leave, Drew felt thoroughly perplexed. What was going on here? Was everyone trying to play charades with him? With no clear understanding, Drew finally mustered his courage and entered the reception room. Miss Mub, what do you want from me? Drew sat down on a chair, furrowing his brows as he stared at Doreen. Drew, do you know that you have caused an enormous disaster? Ashlin's brows furrowed in anger, gnashing her teeth with fury, strands of her hair fluttering. Drew felt a jolt in his heart. An enormous disaster? Recently, he had been focused on competing with Walter. He went to the refugee camp outside the city and eradicated the tyrant Elsie Massing. Then he tangled with Noemi Gouet, and later at the Yi Red House, he clashed with Simeon and Leandro. Ashlyn must be here because of one of these matters. But which one? Drew couldn't guess. He decided to pretend to be unaware and asked, Miss Moo, can you just say it straight? Stop making me feel like I'm being tickled. Drew rolled his eyes as he spoke. Drew, do you know that Sonny is about to look for you? Find me? Drew's tone abruptly rose. Yes, you've committed a major offense. Noemi accused you of embezzling the grain rations from outside the city and pocketing them for your family. Now the petition has been presented directly to Sonny. What? Drew sharply raised his voice, standing up in shock and disbelief. He had fought against Elsie Massing at the refugee camp outside the city. How did this end up turning into a lawsuit against him? Who submitted the petition? Tell me who. It was Elsie Massing, Ashlyn said angrily. Fortunately, her father was Prince Mu, who held considerable influence in the Great Qian Dynasty. So when Drew's petition was placed before Ivor's wooden desk, she came over to alert him. Frowning, Drew felt that this matter was definitely not so simple. Someone must be framing him. What did he say? Does Sonny believe everything he hears? Ashlyn remained silent, only glancing sidelong at Drew. Drew, you'll have to figure out a way on your own. I've already told you this much. Sonny will summon you to the palace in the afternoon, so be prepared mentally when that happens. Chapter 201. Royal Marriage Decree. Ashlyn stood up, ready to leave. Drew's heart tightened. He sensed something was amiss and speculated that Ashlyn had come with a message, no matter how reluctant she appeared. Especially considering her smirking earlier, he knew she was hiding something from him. Drew quickly grabbed Ashlyn's arm. Miss Moo. Drew smiled awkwardly. What's wrong? Ashlyn replied indifferently. You must have a reason for coming to see me. How about you tell me so I can be prepared? Drew knew that although Ashlyn appeared as cold as ice on the surface, deep down she was looking out for him, or else she wouldn't have come all the way to Yi Manor just to warn him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed off after only saying a few words. Ashlyn rolled her eyes. Drew, listen carefully. The person accusing you this time is none other than Elsie Massing, backed by Elsie Guifei, Gabrielle, and even the matchmaker Wong from the Yihong courtesan house. What? Drew froze in place, feeling a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected that his actions would stir such a reaction from the Elsie family, involving even the matchmaker from the courtesan house. Drew's mind raced. Clearly, this wasn't going to be an ordinary case. Elsie Massing must have been driven to desperation after getting thrashed earlier, thus roping in Elsie Guifei and Gabrielle to file accusations against him. If it were only these minor players, Drew wouldn't have worried much. However, Elsie Guifei was part of this, and she held significant influence over Emperor Ivor, whom she deeply charmed and trusted. Even the most upright man couldn't withstand frequent whispers at night. Now that Ashlyn had sought him out, she must already have a plan in mind. Miss Moo, you have a solution, right? Sure enough, as Drew anticipated, Ashlyn hesitated briefly before speaking. Drew, I'll be straightforward. The Emperor is already aware of this matter. If you want to save your life, you'll have to agree to one condition. Drew felt a knot tightening in his chest. Seeing the teasing smile on Ashlyn's face, he knew the situation wasn't looking good. The sword of Ivor hung over him like a guillotine, and he was cornered on all sides by Walter and the Elsie family. If he didn't handle this properly, not only would he and his father, Gale, be in grave danger, but everyone in the Yi household would be at risk. All right, granddaughter lady, what's the deal? Speak up. Drew waved his hand in resignation. The recent events had drained him, leaving him no energy to play games. Ashlyn, seeing Drew's helpless expression, cut straight to the point. Go ask the Emperor to arrange a marriage between us. Drew stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, eyes wide open in shock as he stared at Ashlyn. Ashlyn's face showed a brief flash of discomfort, but she quickly turned away, pretending it was nothing as she forced herself to say, "What? You're so unwilling to ask the Emperor for our marriage?" Ashlyn was secretly annoyed. Previously, Drew had persistently pursued Mu Alec Gun in the palace, while she had always competed with Mu Alec Gun, even over their clothes. But now, Mu Alec Gun had turned around and chased after Drew instead. This made Ashlyn feel more disgruntled. She didn't think she was any less desirable than Mu Alec Gun. Drew sighed, slapping his palms together. Granddaughter lady, please don't joke. Is this really the time for jokes? Drew found it unbelievable that Ashlyn could suggest something so absurd. After all, Emperor Ivor had just decreed a future wedding between him and Ashlyn at the 100-Flower Garden. Now, asking for another royal marriage would be too much. Besides, Ivor's beloved daughter Mu Alec Gun was already engaged to marry him. Asking for a second wife would not sit well with anyone. Historically, no prince consort had ever taken multiple wives in the Qian Dynasty. Why? Are you really that unwilling? Fine, go ahead then. I'm warning you, when Sunny comes to question you about embezzlement, don't come crying to me. Ashlyn stood with her arms crossed against the door frame, looking quite confident. No, you, Drew's voice trembled as he spoke. He had thought of many possibilities earlier. Ashlyn might make excessive demands, but he never imagined it would be for him to marry her. This was too outrageous. Drew's face fell. Lady, how about you change your demand? I'll agree to anything else. No, just this one. Ashlyn refused straightforwardly and decisively. Drew felt like his head had split into two, standing dumbfounded without coming back to his senses. He didn't know what to do. Just then, a sharp Yanni announcement sounded outside the door. By imperial decree, Drew is summoned to the palace for an audience. Drew immediately recognized the figure outside as none other than Feral Sway, who had previously visited Yi Manor. That sharp voice pierced his ears with its distinctive tone. Drew instantly recognized it. Upon hearing this, Ashlyn did not seem the least bit anxious, but instead smiled smugly at the corner of her mouth. Drew, you think it over. I've said my piece. Whether or not you agree is up to you. Ashlyn stood with her arms crossed, looking completely at ease, clearly counting on Drew's predicament. Cold sweat dripped down Drew's back, soaking through his clothes. If he agreed to Ashlyn's demand, Emperor Ivor wouldn't spare him. If he refused, he wouldn't be able to clear things with Ivor either. What could he do? Only now did Drew understand the mocking smile on Gale's face when he entered the manor earlier. No wonder. If he were in Gale's place, he'd want to slap himself too. Lady, please don't joke around. I'm not joking. If you agree to ask Sunny, I'll help you right away. Ashlyn made her promise with full confidence. Drew was caught between a rock and a hard place, completely at a loss. With Noemi Guefe and Gabrielle working together, he was isolated and unsupported. Gale had resigned and no longer held sway in the court. If Emperor Ivor truly believed he had embezzled funds, what could he do? Chapter 202. Trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Just thinking about it, Drew couldn't help but feel at a loss. This matter had come upon him unawares. Truly trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Drew had thought of 10,000 possibilities, yet he never imagined that Ashlyn would actually propose marriage to him. If this happened earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, with Gale granting a marriage contract to Clarissa before so many people, the only way to satisfy Ashlyn was for him to marry her. If Gale found out about this, he'd flay him alive. Even Drew couldn't imagine how bad Ivor's reaction would be upon hearing this. Enraged, he might wipe out the entire Yi family. It would be as if eggs were shaken until the yolks scattered, and earthworms were cut lengthwise. Not a single person from the Yi family would survive. Drew drew in a cold breath and hastily begged, Mistress, can you think of another way? Please, mistress, don't do this. Drew, let me make myself clear. This is the only solution. If you refuse to discuss this with Sunny, then don't expect my help. Ashlyn spoke while strutting over to sit at the side table, crossing her legs and folding her arms, looking at Drew through half-lidded eyes. She seemed to be counting on his acquiescence. Drew began to speak. Where is Drew? Why hasn't anyone come to receive the imperial edict? Gregor's hoarse voice sounded outside the door. Drew became as anxious as an ant on a hot griddle, pacing in circles. What should he do? Clearly, Ashlyn was forcing him into a corner. Moreover, with Noemi and Ivor being so close, if he couldn't get past Ashlyn, no one would speak up for him. He couldn't even clear his name by jumping into the Yellow River. Drew, have you made up your mind? Ashlyn urged from her seat. Seeing Ashlyn's determined expression, Drew sighed in resignation. All right, mistress, you win. I agree. Oh. Ashlyn's eyes lit up, half smiling, half grinning. I thought you, Drew, were tougher than this, that you wouldn't agree. Hee. Drew gnashed his teeth in anger, but had no choice. He knew Ashlyn was intentionally making things difficult for him. However, Ivor suddenly summoned him to the palace, surely due to Noemi's instigation. If he refused Ashlyn's demands, who knew if he could leave the palace alive? Ah, you win. All right, go ahead and enter the palace. As for Sunny, you needn't worry. I will definitely take care of it. Ashlyn said with satisfaction. Drew eyed her suspiciously. Are you sure? Of course, why would this countess lie to you? Ashlyn rolled her eyes. Seeing her confident and assured demeanor, Drew didn't press further, saying only, "All right, you must keep your word. Relax, what benefit would lying bring me?" Ashlyn rolled her eyes again, taking a sip of tea, a smile playing on her face. Drew couldn't say anything more, only giving Ashlyn a meaningful look before hurrying outside after adjusting his robe. At that moment, Gregor, dressed in a red dragon-patterned robe, stood on the stone steps some distance away. His white beard fluttered in the breeze, his lips slightly curled downwards, revealing displeasure. He had been waiting here for quite some time, yet no one from the Yi residence came to welcome him. Gregor, favored by Kay, was usually treated with utmost respect wherever he went. How dare the Yi household treat him with such indifference? Drew expressed his apologies. "My apologies, Supervisor Wei. I was detained just now." Gregor snorted coldly. "The Emperor has explicitly ordered the Imperial Edict to be delivered to the Yi family. Does that mean Sunny's edict isn't worth much anymore?" Drew's face fell, scratching his head. "No, Supervisor Wei, please forgive me." With that, he knelt and kowtowed. "Long live Sunny." Seeing this, humph. Only then did Gregor reluctantly announce the edict. By the grace of heaven and the Emperor's command, Drew is summoned to the palace for an audience without fail. He must arrive at the back garden of the Imperial Palace by noon. After finishing, he abruptly rolled up the edict. "Why haven't you received the edict yet?" This was clearly intentional provocation. Drew quickly got up, accepting the edict, heart pounding fiercely. Previously, Sunny had summoned him to the palace for an audience. Now, another Imperial edict had arrived. Even a fool would know that something was amiss. Otherwise, why would there be two Imperial edicts within half a month summoning him to the palace? Could it really be, as Ashlyn said, that Sunny wanted him to investigate the embezzlement case? At this moment, Drew did not know that the entire capital was in chaos. Gale's resignation had caused a storm in the court, and many officials who had originally sided with the Yi family were now in a state of panic. There were even rumors that the Yi residence was about to fall, and many officials seeking to protect themselves began to panic and scramble for new patrons, with many directly joining the Elsie family. Drew knew nothing of this. His mind was full of thoughts concerning Ashlyn. He guessed that this girl was likely telling the truth. Otherwise, why would she make such demands on him? If Sunny wasn't asking him to investigate the embezzlement, he would know as soon as he entered the palace, and Ashlyn wouldn't be able to deceive him. Drew's eyes flickered as he secretly considered how to respond next. After accepting the Imperial Edict, "Let's go, Freddie Yi." Gregor looked displeased, flicked the whisk in his hand, and shouted outside. "Hold on, Supervisor. Supervisor Wei." Drew smiled broadly and hurriedly took out 2 large silver ingots from his pocket. The ingratiating look on his face was identical to Gale's. No wonder they were father and son. This time, Gregor didn't refuse like he did with Gale. Only after Drew placed the silver in his pocket did Gregor's expression improve slightly. "Freddie Yi, let me warn you. Sunny doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Be careful once you enter the palace." Gregor spoke in a pinched voice, slowly finishing before walking out the door, leaving Drew standing where he was. Drew sighed inwardly. Money could indeed move even a ghost. These 2 silver ingots had brought such important information. It seemed Ashlyn's guess was right. Sunny must have something significant if he summoned him like this. For now, this 2 silver ingots paid to Gregor served as a reminder. Drew sighed helplessly. Things had come to this, and he could only take it one step at a time, dealing with problems as they came. He steeled himself and walked toward the door. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, Godwin suddenly rushed out, stumbling and looking at Drew pleadingly. "Freddie Yi, I?" Chapter 203. Money can make the devil grind. Before Drew could speak, Gregor, standing beside the carriage, preemptively said, "Sunny decrees that only Drew is allowed to enter the palace this time. No one else may accompany him." Upon hearing this, Godwin's brows furrowed and his face turned livid with anger. It was clear he intended to argue with Gregor. In this capital city, apart from listening to the words of the father and son of the Yi family, he had never taken anyone else seriously. To him, how was Gregor any different from those who flatter and fawn? Did he have anything to fear? Seeing Godwin's attitude, Drew knew he was about to act rashly. Immediately, he put on a stern face and turned to shout angrily, "Shut up and return quickly. Do you hear me?" Drew understood clearly that this trip to the palace was far from simple, and it was crucial not to let Godwin cause trouble here. Realizing that Drew had spoken, Godwin dared not say more but gruffly responded, "Yes, young master." However, he still shot a fierce glance at Gregor, filled with warning. "It's time to get in the carriage. Sunny has been waiting." Gregor didn't mind Drew scolding Godwin. He just waved the duster in his hand and turned to climb into the carriage. "All right then." Drew hurriedly followed and got into the carriage. The carriage swayed as it moved along, with Drew and Gregor sitting together inside. Gregor closed his eyes tightly, constantly stroking the white ends of his brows while resting. Drew's eyes darted around, contemplating ways to deal with the situation. Indeed, he had nothing to hide, having never embezzled a single penny and even dispersing tens of billions of the Yi family's assets. All these were solid facts, but he also knew well that false accusations weren't rare. Such things had happened countless times throughout history. Although Ivor was a renowned enlightened emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, there was always someone whispering poison into his ears. Those officials, seeing that Jamal had resigned from his post, might take the opportunity to fabricate stories and defame Drew. And with Noemi whispering pillow talk into Ivor's ear, black could easily be made white. Sigh, truly helpless. Yet, when Drew thought of the determined look on Ashlyn's face previously, he couldn't help but wonder what plan she had to clear his name. While he was pondering, the carriage already arrived near the palace. "Master Yi, it's time to disembark." Nate got out first and stood by the carriage, waiting. Drew lifted the curtain and climbed out. At this moment, the entire palace was heavily guarded. In the distance, red pillars and green stone steps lined up neatly. Several sword-wielding guards patrolled vigilantly, appearing spirited and imposing. As Gregor's carriage was the one Ivor usually rode, after recognizing Drew as the young master of the Yi family, no one dared to bother him. With closed eyes, Gregor casually said, Sonny is in the Golden Hall and has instructed Master Yi to walk in on your own. Drew felt a chill. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. In the past, whenever he entered the palace, wasn't it always by carriage directly to the back garden? Now, Ivor was making him walk in, a clear sign of putting him in his place. Moreover, the destination had changed from the back garden to the Golden Hall. But Drew did not show his emotions on his face. With clasped hands, he respectfully said, Thank you, Yaniwei. Speaking, he swiftly took out 2 silver ingots from his pocket and stuffed them into Gregor's pocket. Nate, take this money to buy tea. Earlier, Drew had already given him silver once, so Gregor hesitated, unsure whether to accept again. Drew smiled and said, No worries, I'm worried that I won't return if something goes wrong. Keeping money on me would be useless, so please spend it for me. These words were skillfully said, making it hard for Gregor to refuse and keeping things smooth. Gregor opened his eyes slightly, observing Drew for a while before slowly saying, Very well, Master Yi, go in. Just remember, acknowledge what you should and deny what you shouldn't. There are some things that even with clenched teeth, you mustn't say. Do you understand? Drew knew Gregor was giving him a hint, so he thanked him promptly and pushed the silver into Gregor's pocket. This time, Gregor accepted calmly, flicked the duster, and left. I'll be going now. Watching the carriage drive away, Drew took several deep breaths to adjust himself. Even if it were a den of tigers and dragons ahead, he had to face it. Isn't it just Noemi? Humph, who's afraid of whom? When it comes to concocting lies, he was her ancestor. With a flick of his sleeves, he walked boldly toward the Golden Hall. Along the way, the empty palace was eerily silent, lacking the usual noise of officials in court. It was already past the time for morning court sessions, leaving the Golden Hall empty. Drew felt anxious inside. He walked into the Golden Hall with varying depths of steps. The Golden Hall was magnificent and grand, with Jean de Guangming, great justice and brightness, hanging above the dais in huge characters. Emperor Ivor, dressed in his dragon robe, sat majestically on the dragon throne, exuding imperial authority. His gaze swept over, and his voice echoed in the spacious hall. Is it Drew who has come to the palace? Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Long live your Majesty. Long live forever. Drew hurriedly knelt down, his buttocks raised high, and respectfully said. In the past, the Emperor would always summon him to the back garden for audiences. Now it was in the Golden Hall, indicating that matters were much more serious than he had imagined. Ivor's eyes scanned over, his tone cold. Drew, tell me, what have you been doing lately? Drew felt a thud in his heart. Fortunately, Princess Ashlyn had warned him earlier, otherwise, he would be at a complete loss now. He trembled as he answered, Your Majesty, this subject does not know. You don't know? There was an undercurrent of anger in Ivor's words. Recently, impeachments against Drew piled up on Ivor's desk like snowflakes. If not for considering Stacy's wedding, Ivor would have launched a strict investigation long ago. But just 2 days ago, concubine Elsie accused Drew of forcibly seizing property from civilians in the capital city, bullying girls, and even reaching out for food supplies in the refugee camps outside the city. Thinking of this, Ivor grew angrier. Tens of thousands of refugees flooded into the capital, creating chaos within the city. To settle these displaced people, Ivor had racked his brains. Yet the Yi family dared to target the relief supplies? At this thought, his eyes blazed with fury. Drew, do you know anything about the refugee camp outside the city? Drew cursed inwardly. Sure enough, it must be as Ashlyn said, concubine Elsie whispered into Ivor's ear. Otherwise, why would he ask about this matter now? Your Majesty, this subject does not know. You don't know? Then take a look. What is this? With a loud slap, a stack of memorials was thrown down by Ivor, landing before Drew, scattering everywhere in a mess. This? Before Drew could speak, Ivor's angry rebuke suddenly rang out, spreading across the hall. Look carefully at what is written here. Chapter 204. Your subject has unwavering loyalty. Drew's heart sank. He had never imagined that this matter would escalate to such an extent. Ivor was usually dignified and elegant, maintaining his composure even if Mount Tai were to crumble before him. Yet now, he was livid with rage. It was unknown what Noemi had whispered in his ear, but it managed to infuriate the Emperor so thoroughly. Your Majesty, I will inspect them immediately. Drew hurriedly picked up the memorials on the table, examining them closely. The sight made his heart thud wildly and cold sweat poured down. These were all impeachment petitions from officials accusing him of various atrocities, portraying Drew as an extremely vicious villain who committed every conceivable crime, including murder and robbery. After reading them, Drew was utterly stunned. Do I really have it that bad? How come I don't know myself? Isn't this ridiculous? Feeling a chill run through him, Drew looked at the detailed list of his alleged crimes and was completely dumbfounded. What chilled him to the bone even more was that many familiar names appeared on the petitions, including many of his father's disciples. At this critical moment, they actually impeached him in front of Emperor Ivor. This was obviously taking advantage of his misfortune. It was infuriating. Your Majesty, after reviewing these memorials, I found that they are all nonsensical and baseless accusations. Drew hurriedly pleaded for justice, knocking his forehead against the large blue bricks in front of him with each strike, making a crisp sound. These officials used to greet his father with smiling faces, flattering like obedient lapdogs. If he did not explain promptly, he would truly be unable to clear his name. Isn't this absurd? No, he must find a way to save himself quickly. Your Majesty, the statements in these memorials are all lies. Please do not believe slanderous words. Slanderous? Ivor's tone turned colder, seated high above on the platform, his gaze sharp like knives. Drew, considering your past contributions to the country, we did not hold grudges against you. However, you became increasingly arrogant and deceitful. Drew, are you aware of your crimes? Your Majesty, your subject dares not. But your subject has never done anything to betray your Majesty. Drew knocked his head repeatedly on the ground, extremely nervous. He knew well that countless eyes were watching the Yi family at this crucial time. If he had any issues, the entire Yi family would suffer. Many people feared the Yi family because he was about to marry Stacy. Any trouble here could lead to catastrophic consequences. Your Majesty, your subject truly did not embezzle the supplies intended for the refugees outside the city walls. My loyalty to your Majesty is as bright as the sun and moon. If I am disloyal in the slightest, I deserve to die 100 deaths. Drew trembled, his tone passionate and mournful. In that moment, the entire hall was deathly silent, where even a pin drop could be heard. Above on the platform, Ivor's stern gaze seemed to pierce through Drew. Drew, are your words true? If there is even half a lie, let me be struck by lightning, deserve to die 100 deaths, and never have a good end. Drew raised his hand and swore, his sincere and stirring tone moving everyone present. It was no joke. If this wasn't resolved clearly, he might not even see the next sunrise. Would he, Drew, dare make light of this situation? Perhaps due to the firmness of Drew's statement, Ivor fell silent for a brief moment. For a short while, even Ivor slightly narrowed his stern eyes and took a deep breath. Then we ask you, why do we have so many impeachment memorials here? If there were just one or two, Ivor might still think someone was causing trouble intentionally. But there were hundreds of memorials all impeaching Drew. How could he easily believe Drew's words? Drew inwardly marveled, knowing that this issue must be related to Noemi. Otherwise, Ivor wouldn't bring it up at this crucial moment. Drew's heart sank as he immediately said, Your Majesty, I believe this matter is caused by some despicable person. On the platform, Ivor's eyes narrowed, his piercing gaze as sharp as a knife. His voice resonated with authority within the hall, making everyone quake in fear, not daring to breathe loudly. Even Drew felt his heart pounding fiercely, feeling as though it was lodged in his throat. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. His body swayed slightly. Without doubt, Ivor was truly the greatest emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. The pressure from his few words far exceeded Drew's tolerance, almost making him want to spill everything out like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube. Drew took a long breath, trying hard to steady his mind and force himself to calm down. In this situation, he absolutely must not panic. Your Majesty, your subject has something to say. Emperor Ivor's anger had not yet subsided. He said, Speak. Drew struggled to begin. In your subject's view, this matter must be the work of a despicable person. Otherwise, how could your subject have such unfounded charges? Ivor's thick brows slightly furrowed. He remained silent, quietly scrutinizing Drew, as if weighing the truthfulness of his words. Following this, Drew hurriedly added, All these memorials were submitted by officials from the Elsie family. Could they be related to them? As he spoke, anxiety gripped his heart. The entire court knew well that the Yi family and the Elsie family had long-standing animosities. Such an assertion now undoubtedly had the potential for instigation. If Emperor Ivor delved into this, Drew's days would surely not be easy. It might even land him in the serious trouble of deceiving the emperor. What mattered most at this moment was to see whether Emperor Ivor cared about this. After all, better one's companion dies than oneself. Drew was taking a gamble. He gambled on Emperor Ivor trusting him. After all, he was soon to be his prospective son-in-law. His words should carry some credibility, shouldn't they? Once these words were uttered, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence, like death itself reigned. No one dared to speak, only waiting silently. At this point, saying more could lead to more mistakes. One more word, and Emperor Ivor might charge him with the crime of deceiving the emperor. All evidence pointed to Drew's embezzlement, but he alone knew that the so-called embezzlement was nothing but fabricated accusations. Instead, he held evidence of Adalberto and Gabrielle's corruption. More importantly, he still possessed the testimony of Yue from the Deqian rice shop, as well as the incident arranged by Noemi involving the girls from the Yihang courtesan house. Each piece of evidence was solid. Drew did not fear. If pushed too hard, he would rather go down fighting. You say someone is stirring up trouble. Are you implying the Elsie family? Emperor Ivor's tone carried a hint of authority, as if deliberately pressing down on Drew. Chapter 205, Questioning the Offense. The struggles within the court ran deep. If Emperor Alexei could be easily swayed by a few words from Drew, how could he have secured his throne in Deqian? Your subject did entertain such thoughts, Drew admitted with a slightly trembling voice. Do you have any evidence? Alexei asked. Drew felt uneasy, uncertain whether the evidence he had gathered should be presented at this moment. After all, he was unclear about what Alexei already knew. Revealing all his evidence now would be rash. It would be like playing cards. If the opponent just played a pair of threes, and one responded with a bomb immediately, it wouldn't make sense. Wasn't that just reckless? Drew knelt on the ground, pondering silently. This situation was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps it could be said that Alexei had summoned him to the palace. It was also unclear whether Alexei had evidence. Perhaps he was bluffing. Drew, still kneeling, looked down at his toes but could feel the intense gaze from the dais, filled with deep meaning. As the emperor renowned as the greatest sage monarch in Deqian's history, Alexei was decisive and capable, which is why he could stand firm amidst the intrigue of the court. In any other dynasty, someone like his father, Gale, would surely be the top corrupt official. But Drew, who knew the plot of this novel well, understood that Alexei had always treated Gale as a money bag. When in a good mood, he played around with him, but when angry, he extracted everything, billions of silver taels. How much of it belonged to Gale? Drew took a deep breath, feeling an increasingly heavy chill. Getting through this ordeal would depend entirely on his performance. Drew, do you think I would summon you here so easily without any evidence? Alexei, seated on the dragon throne, radiated imperial majesty in his dragon robe, causing everyone to tremble. His slightly resonant voice echoed throughout the golden hall, deafeningly loud. Your Majesty, your subject has never entertained disloyal thoughts. Regarding the issue of refugees outside the city, your subject once suspected that some villains were trying to drive a wedge between you and me, Drew said with deep emotion, almost breaking into tears. On the throne, Alexei frowned and sized up Drew. Oh, Then tell me about these memorials. Recently, impeaching memorials against Drew had piled up like snowflakes on Alexei's desk. If it hadn't been for the engagement between Drew and Sonia, he would have summoned him earlier. But now the matter had reached this point. Your Majesty, these people are malicious and slanderous. If your Majesty does not believe me, I can confront them face to face. Drew lifted his head, speaking resolutely. Their gazes collided instantly. Alexei remained silent, while Drew's heart raced wildly. He knew that the previous impeachment memorials merely accused him of flattering superiors and clinging to power. But did they have substantial evidence? None at all. Drew was taking a gamble, betting that Alexei was bluffing. The reason Alexei created such a spectacle today was because baseless accusations weren't uncommon. Words could be powerful. Once rumors spread, they inevitably led to further speculation. Moreover, Drew had a history of questionable behavior, fitting the profile of a wayward son. Pointing fingers at the funds meant for the refugee camps seemed quite plausible. Alexei's stern voice rang out again across the court. Then explain the incident with Elsie Mashing. Why did you assault an imperial official? Drew was taken aback. As expected, this matter had indeed reached Alexei via Noemi. Now, it seemed he had collected enough charges. Embezzlement, assaulting an imperial official, and oppressing commoners. One crime after another. Unless Alexei was clueless, he would likely take action against him. If Drew truly committed these offenses, confessing would be straightforward. But accusing him unjustly? He couldn't endure such injustice. Your Majesty, your subject cannot admit to things I have not done. If someone accuses me, let them come forward and confront me. Drew raised his head and repeated. Alexei appeared deep in thought, silent for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne, producing crisp, tapping sounds. Since you say so, bring him in. As soon as Alexei finished speaking, Nate appeared at the door. Nate, holding a fly whisk, walked into the palace with small, quick steps, his face respectful as he bent over. Your Majesty, this servant is here. Bring Elsie Mashing in and ask him what really happened, Alexei ordered. Nate, who had entered the palace, cast a meaningful glance at Drew before turning around and retreating outside the palace. The atmosphere inside the palace was now heavily oppressive, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Drew, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat. Elsie Mashing, it seems I didn't beat you hard enough back then. If I knew, I should have beaten you until you couldn't speak. Drew cursed inwardly. Earlier, he had thought that by showing mercy to Elsie Mashing and saving his life in front of the crowd, he would establish a good image. If he had known that Elsie Mashing would become evidence against him later, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. But now, with the situation as it was, regretting it was futile. He could only calm down and wait silently. Whether he lived or died, it was up to fate. Alexei's gaze swept back and forth, like sharp knives falling on Drew, making his back chill and sweat profusely. A moment later, a noisy sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Drew, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw Elsie Mashing being carried in by two guards, looking disheveled and battered, pale as paper, barely able to breathe. Blood covered his face, and his complexion was deathly white. Your Majesty. Elsie Mashing's weak voice suddenly sounded, trembling, as if he were about to lose consciousness. Seeing this, Drew immediately narrowed his eyes, pupils twitching, clearly very fearful. The psychological shadow that Drew had cast on him earlier was no less than having someone bang a gong next to his ear while he was sleeping, only for it to happen again just when he managed to fall asleep. Now, seeing Drew was like a mouse encountering a cat, extremely nervous. Drew glared at him viciously. Chapter 206 Wallflower. Ray saw everything with his own eyes and now he spoke up. Do you two have anything to say for yourselves? Ray also wanted to figure out whether someone was causing trouble, or if this matter was true. After all, Drew was about to marry Tamara. At this critical juncture, every move of Drew was closely watched by countless eyes in the court. If handled improperly, not only would the Yi family be implicated, but the dignity of the Daiqian royal family would also be tarnished. This matter was significant. If Drew was indeed wronged, his name had to be cleared. But if it were otherwise, Ray had been extremely lenient towards Drew. If the Yi family did not know moderation and became even more rampant, he wouldn't mind tightening the screws on this overbearing Yi family. As Ray's words fell, Elsie Masha, who was carried in by two guards, immediately cried out like suffering from altitude sickness. Your Majesty, you must do justice for your servant. Drew stood to one side and glanced at him. Seeing Elsie Masha's Oscar-worthy performance, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. F***CK, you're really something. Putting on a show for me is one thing, but now you're performing in front of Ray. Why don't you go win an Oscar? Indeed, Drew thought this guy should go for a Golden Horse Award. It would be a waste otherwise. Your Majesty, I was distributing porridge at the refugee camp outside the city gate diligently for our Aotian people, but Drew didn't hesitate to beat me until I was severely injured, Elsie Masha said tearfully, tears dropping incessantly, his body already bruised and battered, making people very moved. The weeping spread around, falling into everyone's ears. One could say that all who heard it felt sorrow, and all who saw it shed tears. Sitting on the dragon throne, Ray trembled slightly upon hearing these words. It seemed he was about to fly into a rage. Recently, petitions accusing Drew had been flying around like snowflakes. Ray's impression of Drew naturally declined quite a bit. He hadn't expected Drew to do such a thing, and with Elsie Masha's astonishing performance, he now believed that what was written in the petition must be true. Otherwise, how could so many similar petitions appear at the same time? Drew's heart tightened. Not good. If this went on, he might fall into Elsie Masha's trap. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Drew raised his voice abruptly, with a hint of tremor. I feel that this matter cannot be judged based solely on his words. I have evidence to prove his embezzlement of refugee rations outside the city. Drew hurriedly added. Given the critical juncture, if he didn't bring out Paolo's testimony now, not only would Ray punish him, but even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Oh, you have evidence? Ray's expression changed, sounding puzzled. Upon hearing this, Elsie Masha was taken aback, looking at Drew with shock. His heart sank. Earlier, under Drew's beating, he had confessed to colluding with the boss of Dachan Rice Shop, and later he heard that Drew had gone to Dachan Rice Shop. What happened afterward he didn't know, because he was hanging outside the city wall. If it weren't for Empress Elsie sending someone to save him, he would still be exposed to wind and sun. Not only did his body suffer, but he also endured ridicule, sarcasm, and contempt from the refugees. He hated Drew so much that his teeth ground. Drew quickly explained, "Your Majesty, my evidence is right here, please review it." Ray remained silent. After a moment, he nodded, and Nate promptly approached, took the testimony from Drew's hand, and respectfully presented it to Ray. Ray, without any change in expression, took the document. His imposing gaze scanned back and forth. When he saw the content clearly, his brows lifted, and a regal air instantly emanated from him. Looking at him made people shudder with fear, their backs turning cold. Very well, very well. Ray laughed bitterly in anger. He never imagined that officials would defy orders and twist black and white to this extent. Regarding the recent high rice prices in the capital, he had heard about it. After all, the Jinui didn't sit idle. All sorts of intelligence were delivered to his desk daily. One could say that Ray was fully aware of the situation in the Great Qian Dynasty, but some people still dared to deceive him openly. Even under his watchful eye, they dared to commit such deeds. But now he indeed saw the confession submitted by Drew, getting a rough idea. Elsie Masha, do you know your crime? Ray slapped the dragon desk in front of him, his tone severe. I know my crime. Elsie Masha was terrified, kneeling on the ground shivering, his buttocks sticking up high, as if he had lost all feeling in the wounds inflicted by Drew earlier. When he came in just now, Noemi specifically instructed him. Some things should be said, some things shouldn't be mentioned, and some matters that could not be admitted should be denied outright. However, he never imagined that Drew would bring Paolo's testimony. If he still insisted that he did not embezzle rations, he might lose his head. Rather than that, it would be better to confess quickly, maybe he could save his life. Seeing Elsie Masha's opportunist behavior, Drew couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Noemi, I thought your schemes were highly sophisticated. Who would have thought you found someone like this to frame me? Drew felt like these characters in the novel all had brains missing a few neurons. If it were Stevie, Drew might have been more cautious. But dealing with such people was too easy. He even found it hard to believe, as if living in a dream. He felt somewhat amused. A moment later, Ray placed the petition on the table and pressed it down with a paperweight. His sharp gaze swept over Drew. I ask you, Drew, besides this, do you have any other evidence? When Drew came in, he looked confident and even declared that he would confront the officials who accused him. The cunning Ray immediately guessed that Drew must have more evidence than what was shown. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? After reading through, he asked, if there is more, present it all. Your Majesty, I also accuse Noemi. Oh. Ray's voice suddenly rose. Chapter 207. Testimony. Drew cautiously observed the situation, his heart pounding wildly as if drums were beating. He was well aware of how deeply Emperor Ivor favored Noemi Guifei. Such deep favor even made Kay, the birth mother of Grady, slightly inferior. From this, it can be seen that Noemi's position is extraordinary. Within the entire palace, she could almost act without restraint and do as she pleased. Otherwise, how dare her hands stretch into the court? The palace must not interfere with politics. This has been true in every dynasty, and in the Great Qian Dynasty, it is even more so. If an ordinary concubine dared to inquire about court matters, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to save her. But Noemi dared to do such a thing. The extent of her audacity was evident. If Drew hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have thought of making a move against Noemi. Previously, Gale had instructed him to first explore the sentiments at Kay's palace before taking action. However, now that he had brought out evidence of Noemi's crimes first, Drew was somewhat hesitant. He didn't know if his actions were right or wrong, and he was very clear that this might bring him great danger. In the court, people's hearts are unpredictable, and those who change their stance according to circumstances are countless. Many people appeared to still stand with the Yi family on the surface, but in secret, they had already aligned themselves with the Elsie clan. Here, everyone's intentions were hard to guess. One wrong step could lead to complete failure. One misstep and all will be lost. He must be cautious. One wrong move would mean total defeat. Your Majesty, I have another petition to present. Emperor Ivor frowned from his dragon throne, displeased. What else do you have? Today's matter involved Noemi, which greatly displeased Ivor. Your Majesty, today in the capital's magistrate's office, I encountered an incident. Noemi accused me of bullying a common girl, but this matter is utterly baseless. I have investigated clearly. This is entirely the doing of Noemi. She fabricated lies and then framed me. Upon hearing this, Ivor's brows instantly furrowed, and an intimidating aura spread, chilling to the bone. He loved Noemi immensely and could say that among the consorts, she was his favorite, without question. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to rise from an ordinary palace, made to a beloved consort within just a few short years. In the entire harem, apart from Kay who could match her, no other concubine could compare. Even Nate knew this. Although Ivor appeared to select consorts randomly, in reality, he knew there was a trick. Almost all the consorts he chose were Noemi. Anyone with eyes could see something amiss. Nate's heart tightened upon hearing Drew's words. He hurriedly signaled to the kneeling Drew on the ground and whispered a warning. Freddie Yi, some things should be said, others should not. These palace affairs were complicated. A single mistake could invite deadly consequences. Moreover, Wei himself was not completely clean. Who in the court didn't know? Over these years, the Yi family had given him no small amount of silver. He feared that Drew might impulsively involve him too. Kneeling on the ground, Drew's hands trembled slightly, hesitating. But Noemi had pushed him to this point. Without producing evidence, wouldn't she take advantage of him? Taking a bold decision, Drew loudly declared, Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. I am certain that it was Noemi framing me. On the dais, Ivor on the dragon throne was already enraged to the extreme. His thick eyebrows knitted, emitting an overwhelming imperial aura that chilled everyone present. What evidence do you have? Ivor might be considered a wise ruler, but he indulged in beauty and obeyed everything Noemi said. Due to this, Gabrielle and Adalberto could act arrogantly in court. The court was not unaware of the Elsie family's many misdeeds, but Noemi's influence was too strong, often turning a blind eye to their actions. Now, the Elsie family had started to compete with the Yi family. Drew was about to become kin to the royal family and his future son-in-law. At this critical moment, Noemi accused Drew of bullying a commoner woman. If this continued until Drew's daughter married Grady, wouldn't this embarrass the royal family? Though Ivor usually obeyed Noemi, he wasn't going to let her run rampant. If even he wasn't respected by Noemi, he definitely wouldn't show her any leniency. Though Noemi was beautiful and deeply favored, she was ultimately just a woman. He knew what was important and what wasn't. Could a mere Noemi be more important than the dignity of the great gone royal family? Beside him, Nate's face turned pale as he stared intently at the back of the kneeling Drew, his heartbeat accelerating. He felt that the entire Great Qian Dynasty was about to be turned upside down. Were the Yi family and the Elsie family about to formally go to war? He wanted to speak, but sensing Emperor Ivor's murderous gaze from the platform, he swallowed his words. He knew this was not something he could get involved in. It would be better to remain uninvolved. At least it wouldn't affect him. After all, he had the support of Kay. No matter how fierce the conflict became, it wouldn't harm him. Seeing this, Drew quickly stood up and pulled out a confession from his pocket. This was what he obtained from questioning the two girls from Ihong courtyard at the magistrate's office. At that time, Drew had been cautious. He knew that Noemi Guifei's challenge to him was inevitable, and his father Gale kept reminding him to collect evidence of the Elsie family's corruption and false accusations as soon as possible. He understood that although Noemi was currently highly favored, and Adalberto and Gabrielle held immense power, they still lagged far behind the Yi family in terms of accumulated resources and connections. While Gale did engage in embezzlement and bribery, he was also generous and magnanimous. In the entire court of the Great Qian Dynasty, which official hadn't benefited from Gale? Which one hadn't spent the Yi family's money? If Gale were to raise his voice, at least half of the officials would stand up in support. Those people wouldn't just watch the Yi family collapse. Shivering, Drew stood up and handed over the confession to Nate, saying, "Eunuch, please present this to Sonny." Nate gave Drew an unfriendly glance with his slender eyes, but eventually reluctantly took it. Then, with a solemn expression, he shakily walked towards Emperor Ivor on the platform and said, "Your Majesty, this is the testimony presented by Drew. Please review it." Ivor's thick eyebrows twitched slightly as he glanced at the thin paper before him, though his expression remained unchanged. But inside, his heart was already stormy and turbulent. If what was written on this paper was true, then what would happen next was self-evident. Chapter 208 Rumor? Emperor Ivor did not look pleased, his eyes with a sense of authority staring directly at Drew as if weighing something. "Your Majesty, every word I have spoken is true. If there is any lie, I am willing to suffer the punishment of being cut into pieces," Drew said sincerely and resolutely. Since Shania wanted to fight him, then he would fight until the end. One has to be ruthless in life. A person who isn't ruthless can't stand firm. This was something Drew had learned from a movie in his previous life, but never thought it would come in handy now. Previously, Shania tried to frame him and even found several girls from the Ihong courtyard. Seeing that she was exposed, she actually slandered him directly, pleading her case to Ivor. Could Drew endure this? Drew cursed inwardly. If so, then no one should live. Emperor Ivor sat on the dragon throne without saying a word. The atmosphere in the golden throne hall was suffocating. Even Gregor, standing by with respect, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This matter was thoroughly blown out of proportion. The current situation between the Elsie family and the Yi family was obviously at an irreconcilable point. Shania reported Drew's offenses to Ivor, while Drew countered with evidence of her slandering and framing. Gregor let out a long breath, feeling his heart pounding like a drum. He couldn't imagine how officials in the court would position themselves once a conflict erupted between the Elsie family and the Yi family, including himself. How many had taken money from Gale? How many had been favored by the Yi family? If the Yi family truly broke ties with the Elsie family, which side should they support? He didn't dare think about it, nor could he allow himself to. He was unable to meddle in this matter. Although Gregor was highly favored within the palace, in the end, he was just a Yanni. A chaos caused by Janice could never happen in the Qian Dynasty. With Emperor Ivor reigning wisely and ministers like Gale maintaining stability in the court, they held a tight grip on the political affairs of the Qian Dynasty. Even if things changed, they were helpless. After a long time, Ivor finally spoke up with a solemn tone. "Go back for now. Wait until I have investigated these matters before you will be notified." Drew did not speak, only bowing silently in response. Given the current situation, this might be considered a desperate attempt. Although she was previously afraid of Walter and later wished to live a quiet life, if Shania thought she could control her with such tactics, then she was mistaken. In a battle to the death, who was afraid? Seeing that Ivor had nothing more to say, Drew respectfully proclaimed, "Long live my emperor," before exiting the palace. Ivor, seated on the dragon throne, looked at Drew's figure, feeling increasingly that beneath the stern gaze lay some deeper meaning. "What do you think of this matter?" Ivor suddenly asked. The hoarse voice reverberated in the golden throne hall, sending chills down Gregor's spine. He hadn't expected Ivor to ask him at this moment, but it wasn't surprising either. Who else could be here besides him? However, how should he respond? Support the Elsie family or the Yi family? One wrong move and everything would be lost. Both the Elsie family and the Yi family were beyond his reach. Though he had Jana behind him, Shania wielded considerable power in the harem and was favored by Ivor. How should he answer? "Why aren't you responding?" Ivor's voice grew louder, with traces of displeasure. He had asked several times, yet Nate did not reply. What did that mean? Wasn't his order effective anymore? Or perhaps Nate was deliberately being negligent. He wanted a clear answer. Nate immediately knelt down, trembling and terrified. Your Majesty, I cannot ignore what Drew said. Gregor hesitated for a long time but still failed to complete his sentence, stuttering. Ivor slapped his hand on the nearby table. Why are you stammering when questioned by the Emperor? Is there something you can't tell me? Ivor hated deceit and lies. Many officials in the court twisted facts and lied to him. That was why he established the embroidered uniform guard to guard against such behavior among officials. But he hadn't expected Gregor to act this way in front of him. How could he not be angry? Your Majesty, I dare not delay further. Nate exclaimed in shock. I believe everything Drew said is true. More importantly, I have heard some rumors that the Elsie family has indeed been acting illegally in the capital city recently. Previously, Drew had already presented concrete evidence. Even if Gregor intended to help exonerate the Elsie family, he didn't have the courage. The evidence was clear and irrefutable. If he still dared to speak on behalf of the Elsie family with a muddled mind, the outcome would be too terrifying for him to even imagine. Therefore, he hesitantly and implicitly stated, Oh. Ivor's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of rumor? Speak quickly. Gregor hesitated. Although they were alone in the Golden Throne Hall, anything said could leak out eventually. Empress Noemi's ruthless methods were widely known within the court. Even though he had Janna backing him, if Empress Noemi pursued this matter, would Janna truly protect him? Not necessarily. Better to preserve himself. I have heard that Empress Noemi seems to be colluding with the Elsie family, involving the Dakian rice shop incident, which is indeed true. Feeling compelled by Ivor, Gregor could only say so much. After a long silence, the air remained deathly quiet. I understand, Ivor said indifferently. He now realized that no matter how much he pressed, Gregor would not provide any further results. It was evident that Gregor was merely stalling and evading. Besides, as the most prestigious emperor of the Dakian dynasty, he should not interrogate a Yani excessively. That would tarnish the royal family's reputation if spread around. Gregor felt a great sense of relief, cold sweat pouring down his face as he hurriedly knelt down. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, making thudding sounds. Your Majesty, this servant indeed knows no more. Please forgive me. Ivor glanced at him disdainfully before turning away. His eyes narrowed as if deeply considering something. That's enough, you may withdraw now. Chapter 209. Unharmed. Yes. Gregor was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Just thinking about what had happened made him tense up again. One wrong word could cost him his head. Ivor was known for his decisive and ruthless nature throughout the entire Dogon dynasty. It was clear that Ivor was truly enraged now. If he still dared to speak nonsense, it would be like courting disaster. Gregor took a long breath, quickly turning to leave the palace hall. Drew and Gregor left one after the other. The hall of golden splendor was deathly silent at this moment. Only Ivor's heavy breathing echoed, like the calm before a storm. Inside the grand hall, Ivor sat on the imperial throne, filled with imperial might. He took a deep breath, his eyes snapped open, as if shooting beams of light. Humph! Such audacity! To play games with me in the capital city. His angry voice reverberated through the court, sending chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, Drew had already stepped outside the palace. Walking alone within the stone-paved courtyard, he was covered in cold sweat. Drew couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Ivor was considered the first emperor of Dogon. In historical records, he was described as decisive and impartial. Today's encounter left a deep impression on him. Even if Trace has some secret technique to burst testicles, so what? Wouldn't he be afraid of having his head chopped off? Drew silently criticized as he quickened his pace toward the exit. Every second spent in the palace now was another second of danger. It was wise to get away as soon as possible. Along the way, not a single royal guard, who usually chased him, was seen, whether intentionally arranged by Ivor or coincidentally. It was eerily quiet. Even if Drew were less perceptive, he would sense something was amiss. As soon as Drew walked out of the Red Palace gate, he saw Godwin standing outside, his expression respectful. Master! Godwin called anxiously. Beside him stood an extravagantly decorated carriage, pulled by a chestnut horse snorting loudly. How did you come here? Drew asked in surprise. I saw Nate taking you away earlier. It felt off, so I followed, Godwin explained hurriedly. When Drew was taken away by Gregor, Godwin had an uneasy feeling. If everything were fine, why would Ivor have Drew brought to the palace for no reason? Any fool could tell there was something wrong here. Besides, Godwin wasn't a fool. In the entire capital, who else could command Godwin's unwavering loyalty besides Drew? Perhaps to put it bluntly, if Drew gave an order, even to kill his own parents, Godwin wouldn't hesitate for a second. Naturally, Godwin rushed over, fearing that Drew might be in danger. Seeing Godwin's loyal demeanor, Drew was deeply moved. Since coming to this world, besides Godwin and Simeon, few others had gained his trust. All right, let's head back to the residence immediately. Drew patted Godwin on the shoulder, instructing him, then quickly boarded the carriage and pulled the curtain shut. He didn't want to delay any longer. Yes, Godwin responded, jumping onto the carriage and cracking the whip. The chestnut horse galloped swiftly toward the residence. Outside the residence, under the bright red lanterns, a plump figure was pacing restlessly. It was none other than Amy. Earlier when Gregor came to the residence, Amy had noticed but chose not to show himself because it wasn't appropriate at this critical juncture. Firstly, Amy had resigned from office and no longer had any say or power in court. Many cunning officials had distanced themselves from him. Secondly, though Gregor represented Kay, he was currently delivering messages from Ivor, so anything he said might reach Ivor's ears. Without an official title, meeting Gregor privately could imply collusion. Moreover, Amy possessed intelligence no worse than the Jinui. It was best to leave these matters to Drew to handle. Just as he was worrying, the sound of rolling carriage wheels and clopping hooves approached from afar. A carriage drew nearer, and Godwin, sitting in front, spotted Amy from afar. Seeing this situation, the tension on Amy's face eased up instantly as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. After all, no matter what, this was his own son and the only heir of the Yi family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have indulged Drew so much earlier on. Now that Drew had returned, Amy's expression brightened with joy. Good. My son has really made something of himself. That's wonderful. The carriage came to an abrupt stop and Godwin, seeing Amy, immediately greeted respectfully. Lord, Freddie is back. Back. It's good that he's back. The fat on Amy's face quivered as he laughed excitedly, fearing that Drew might not return after entering the palace. His heart had been pounding in anxiety earlier. How could he not be overjoyed now, seeing Drew safe and sound? It was almost more exhilarating than the new year. Next, Drew emerged from the carriage, spotting Amy waiting outside the door. He immediately understood the situation and felt a warm surge in his heart. Smiling fondly, he said, Dad. Yes, you're back, that's good. Amy stood before the carriage, repeating those words. A father worrying about his son. It was only natural. Though Drew was Ivor's son-in-law, the old adage that royalty shows no mercy and serving the emperor is like taming a tiger. How could Amy, who had served in court for decades, not know this? He feared that Drew might never return once he left. The concern on his face was evident, impossible to hide. Tears welled up in Drew's eyes. Earlier, he had forgotten. In the entire imperial court, those who truly cared for him were not only Godwin and Simeon but also his father. Such rare familial affection. This couldn't help but move Drew. Damn Trace. Pushing me to this point. Wait till I get my hands on you. Drew cursed inwardly, recalling that Trace hadn't appeared in front of him for some time. Where had he gone? Chapter 210. The disappearance of Curtis. Brecken didn't have time to think. Curtis had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Could it be that he forgot about himself? It shouldn't be. This damn eagle. Could he be lying in wait for me somewhere? Drew couldn't help but murmur to himself. Obviously, the major battle between him and Curtis was unavoidable. Yet the other party had disappeared at this critical moment. How could Drew not be astonished? After all, Curtis was quite talented. First, he had his eyes on key female characters like Clarissa, Ashlyn, and Rena from the book, wanting them to become part of his harem. After being thwarted by Drew several times, by coincidence, Curtis made the 4 great warriors mistakenly join Drew's camp. Would Curtis give up so easily after that? Drew did not believe so. Having read the entire plot of the novel, Drew knew clearly that Curtis, having suffered setbacks, would certainly not give up so easily but would definitely try to take revenge on him. Pity. Extremely jealous. He mustn't let his guard down. Drew turned around and looked at his father's caring eyes, feeling moved again. He said immediately, Father, why don't we go back inside to talk? It's too windy out here. While speaking, Drew also carefully helped Gale straighten his collar. Gale's plump face with its rosy hue revealed a rare smile, full of doting looks towards Drew. His son had finally grown up, even knowing how to straighten his old man's collar. Gale felt incredibly happy. That feeling was just like finally seeing a white-eye wolf turn over a new leaf after years of raising it. How could he not feel delighted and excited? A prodigal son's return can change everything. All right, let's talk inside. Gale's cheerful laugh echoed all around. Seeing this scene of filial piety, Godwin felt a wave of joy. Gale and his son had shown kindness to him since childhood, never making him worry about food and clothing. Since becoming Drew's #1 lackey, life became even more carefree for him. Not only was there an endless stream of rewards, but Drew never forgot to take him along whenever he visited places like the red light district with Simeon. This loyalty to Drew grew deeper every day. Wherever Drew pointed, he followed, always obeying faithfully. Seeing Drew's days getting better and better, Godwin genuinely felt happy for his master. The father and son, supporting each other, entered the house with smiles of mutual concern, walking slowly. Godwin followed closely behind, hurrying with urgent steps. Once inside, after a long absence, Mother Yi came out from the inner room carrying a tray, her figure swaying, smiling kindly. She saw Drew and Gale, both laughing happily. She couldn't help but ask, "What happened? You two are smiling like you've eaten honey." Though she asked this way, seeing the father-son pair treating each other with respect and filial piety, her curiosity was piqued. In the past, Drew was always out partying, causing chaos at home, making the Yi family's life chaotic. But now, the Yi household seemed to be improving steadily. Drew was soon to become the son-in-law of Ivor, and Gale had retired to live quietly in the Yi residence. Knowing what dirty deeds Gale had done in the government, Mother Yi lived in constant fear of exposure, fearing execution if the truth came out. If things leaked, no one in the Yi household would survive. Mother Yi was well aware of the terrifying punishments in the Ministry of Justice, knowing that once something went wrong, everyone in the Yi family would suffer. Seeing the Yi family's fortunes improve, Mother Ye's smile became even brighter, filled with contentment. Holding the tray, she approached the father and son. Come, have some snacks? What good news has put such big smiles on your faces?" Drew took a closer look and saw fresh green fruits on the stone tray, giving off a faint fruity fragrance. There were juicy winter jujubes and other unnamed fruits. Their shapes varied, mixed fruit aromas inviting and extremely tempting. Drew took one out and wiped it on his clothes, just about to put it into his mouth when he caught sight of Gale's gaze fixed on him. He immediately chuckled lightly. Changing the direction of the fruit in his hand that was originally meant for his mouth, he handed it over to Gale and said, "Old Dad, you eat?" Gale's mouth stretched almost to his ears as he took it over with a hearty laugh. "Oh, my son finally understands. My son finally understands." Seeing this scene, Zinnia couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of her heart. How long had such a scene not appeared in their Yi family? Now seeing this scene, she was genuinely happy. "You haven't told me yet. What big good news is it?" At this moment, Drew was deeply worried. The matter with Ivor wasn't completely settled yet. They had only narrowly escaped. Yet both he and Gale were already joyfully unable to restrain themselves. However, he wouldn't tell these things to Zinnia. After all, one should share joys, not worries. Furthermore, Drew wouldn't ruin this harmonious atmosphere within the Yi residence at this critical moment. He then laughed and said, "Mom, nothing much. Didn't I go to the palace today? I talked to Sunny about my wedding with Addie. It's only a few days away now." Gale gave Drew a meaningful look, knowing well that this kid wasn't telling the whole truth. But he didn't point it out. Men sometimes should bear some responsibility. Women generally have more sheeny, fine, thoughts. If he told Zinnia, she might worry every day. So Gale smiled and said, yes, our boy should get married soon. By then, you might have a chubby grandson to hold. Hearing this, Zinnia giggled, covering her mouth while laughing. All right, you two always talk nonsense. Wait here. I'll go to the kitchen and fry up a couple of nice dishes for you. Today is a great day. You two can have a drink together. Laughing joyfully, Zinnia walked towards the kitchen in the inner room, oblivious that Gale and Drew had hidden important matters from her. She felt truly celebratory from the bottom of her heart. As soon as Zinnia's voice faded away, the expressions of Gale and Drew became somewhat gloomy. They had just sighed over Drew's survival after the incident. Coming back from the palace felt like he had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 211. A father's love and a son's filial piety. Feiyun, whatever you do, don't tell your mother about this matter first, understood? Jamal sighed, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes as he said these words. I understand, Dad. Drew replied, meeting Jamal's gaze unflinchingly. Father and son stood in silence, fully aware of each other's thoughts without a word. How could Drew not know what his father was thinking? He was even more worried that his mother would be distressed if she knew, so he chose to keep it from her for now. Otherwise, if news got to her ears about him being questioned by Ivor, it would inevitably cause another sleepless night of worry for her. Drew knew all too well what kind of person Zinnia was, as much as the original host remembered. The original host had no shortage of troublemaking. Every time a huge commotion was caused, it was always Father Jamal who cleaned up the mess afterward, while Mother Yi stayed awake all night, worrying so much that she even wiped away tears on occasion. Even if Drew had no conscience at all, he wouldn't bear to see Zinnia suffer like this. After all, since Drew had transmigrated here, he deeply experienced the feelings of the original host. He wouldn't act heartlessly or irresponsibly like the original host anymore. For Father and Zinnia, Drew held deep emotions. One could say that these two people were among the best to him in this world besides Simeon and Godwin. No matter how big the fuss was, he must ensure Jamal and Zinnia remained unharmed. If the sky falls, he would shoulder it as their son. Absolutely, it must not involve Jamal and his wife. Good, since you agree with me, go back inside. Your mother is very happy. A bitter smile appeared on Jamal's lips as he patted Drew's shoulder and spoke thusly. Both of them had seen how joyous Zinnia looked just now. Jamal didn't want to ruin this rare moment of happiness for the family. Drew agreed wholeheartedly, nodding as he followed Jamal into the inner room. Their figures walked one after the other. Standing still, Godwin shed tears uncontrollably, his eyes red-rimmed. He frequently rubbed them, filled with emotion, saying, Freddie, finally, Freddie has become sensible. Although Godwin was Drew's top lackey, it didn't mean he lacked sense. Following Drew in the past was merely out of loyalty. Seeing Drew begin to respect Jamal and Zinnia now, and finally behaving like a responsible man, how could he not be pleased? As long as Freddie doesn't recklessly stir up trouble, it's a great blessing for the entire Yi family. In the living room of the Yi household, where a warm atmosphere filled the night, a modest square table was set with an array of delicious dishes, 4 main dishes, 1 soup, and 2 side dishes. While not lavish, it certainly whetted one's appetite, drawing out hungry cravings. For the Yi family, such a meal wasn't overly extravagant, but its uniqueness lay in the fact that Zinnia cooked it personally. Sitting beside the table were Jamal and Drew. Watching Zinnia bustling around, placing one last dish before sitting down herself, wiping sweat from her body with her hands, they both felt a mix of emotions. Come, try it. I haven't cooked for a long time. I wonder if my skills have declined. Zinnia smiled. Jamal and Drew exchanged glances. Thoughts swirled in Jamal's mind. It had been so long since the family had sat together for a meal like this. Come, try your mother's cooking. Jamal picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and placed it in Drew's bowl. Drew hesitated for a moment, not immediately picking up his chopsticks. His emotions were complex. The Yi family's current situation was precarious, to put it mildly. Putting aside Ivor, there was also Walter lurking somewhere, ready to strike against him. The Yi family's current situation was far from good, yet Zinnia was completely unaware. With their delay in eating, Zinnia's elegant eyebrows arched in displeasure. What? Did I cook poorly, so neither of you wants to eat? Jamal and Drew remained silent, saying nothing. Though nearing 50, Zinnia's willow-like eyebrows, oval face, petite mouth, and excellent skin care showed that she was undoubtedly a beautiful woman in her youth. Even now, despite her age, she exuded a unique charm. Nonsense. We're just admiring how hard you worked. We want to reward you. Jamal gave a sheepish smile, standing up with his round frame, coming behind Zinnia and massaging her shoulders with his chubby hands. At least you have a conscience. Not in vain that I gave birth to a son for you. Zinnia rolled her eyes, closing her eyes to enjoy Jamal's service. Drew took a deep breath. To tell the truth, since he had transmigrated here, this was the first time he had properly sat down to eat a meal with Jamal and Zinnia. This feeling made Drew momentarily feel dazed. Each time he had transmigrated before, he had barely survived for a few episodes before being slapped dead by the protagonist. His deaths were peculiar and included all sorts of ridiculous methods, but he had never experienced the warmth of family like this. This time, no matter what, I have to survive. Drew made a silent vow in his heart. Then, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, eating large mouthfuls as if he hadn't eaten for days. It was like a whirlwind. That posture looked as if he hadn't eaten for several days. What are you doing? So anxious? Zinnia was astonished. In the past, Drew was very picky. Not only did he disdain these home-cooked meals, but even the dishes made by the imperial chefs of the capital city were merely glanced at or tasted once before being discarded. He always demanded food from the Jade Peak Tower in the capital. But now, this scene made Jamal and Zinnia exchange glances. Regarding Drew's behavior, Jamal's eyes flickered. He could see his son's changes over this period of time. He silently watched Drew without saying a word. Mom, another bowl please. Soon, a bowl of rice went down his throat. Drew lifted his head, holding out his empty bowl. Zinnia paused in surprise, then quickly stood up. Okay, I'll get you another bowl. Zinnia took the bowl and chopsticks, walking towards the kitchen, still casting curious glances at Drew. What's wrong with my son? Why does he seem so strange today? Could he have been wronged outside? Jamal looked at Drew, well aware in his heart that his son had finally grown up. Chapter 212. I'll handle this myself. After Zinnia left, Amy asked in a worried tone. Feiyun, tell your father how you plan to resolve this matter. Amy was referring to the current conflict between the Elsie family and the Yi family. Drew thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Father, don't worry about this. I've already obtained evidence of the Elsie family embezzling military provisions. The Elsie family won't be able to act recklessly for long. I confronted Sunny about this today. Upon hearing this, Amy's expression changed dramatically. Drew, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep contemplation, swiftly reviewing the events of the day in his mind. Technically, this matter shouldn't have involved Amy. It was originally a deadlock between Drew and Walter, and the Elsie family had developed a feud with the Yi family due to him. If he hadn't severely beaten Gavriel, the Elsie family wouldn't have targeted the Yi family. Although the Yi family and the Elsie family have always been at odds, and for the Elsie family to rise further in the Great Qian Dynasty, they would need to eliminate the Yi family. However, considering Amy has already resigned from office, it wouldn't be necessary for the Elsie family to escalate things with the Yi family right now. The Yi family is like a toothless tiger. While it may lack its former power, it still retains some influence. The Elsie family, being newcomers, has yet to establish solid roots in the Great Qian Dynasty. Alienating the Yi family completely would not benefit either party. Drew knew that everything stemmed from his actions, and he couldn't let Amy take the blame. Father, I think you shouldn't worry too much about this. I'll find a way to handle it myself. Saying this, Drew stared straight at the delicious meal Zinnia had prepared, thoughts swirling in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't consider Amy as family, but he felt that handling this himself would be more prudent. Amy didn't fully understand the situation, and even now, he was unaware of who Walter truly was. Drew, however, knew all too well. Walter was petty, cruel, and ruthless, with a heart smaller than a pin's head. Once offended, he would go to great lengths to ruin Drew. In stories, aren't protagonists usually treated this way? Clearly, peaceful coexistence was out of the question in this situation. Drew didn't want Amy to get involved either. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, if he were to be ruined by Walter, Amy could still live a peaceful life. After all, Walter was fixated on two things: women and the dragon throne beneath Emperor Ivor's seat. If he died and gave Walter the ultimate experience package, would he really be hard on this chubby old man? At the very least, he could ensure Yi father and Zinnia's safety. They were too old to be entangled in such matters. Reflecting on the original owner's debt towards Amy and Zinnia, Drew empathized deeply, feeling uneasy inside. He decided to shoulder this burden himself. Son, why are you suddenly? Amy's words trailed off as he stared at Drew, unable to continue. Earlier, Drew had sought his help to deal with the Elsie family, so why did he change his stance? Drew felt a pang in his heart. More words wouldn't help, so he forced a smile and said, Father, you're getting older, and I don't want you to worry too much over this. I believe I can handle this on my own without involving you both. What he said was true. Before returning to the Yi residence from the palace, Drew had hoped that if his father, Amy, could lend a hand, things would be more stable. After all, Amy had complex connections in the court, far surpassing those of a second-rate scoundrel like Drew. If it came to a direct confrontation with the Elsie family, Drew alone wouldn't be enough. But after coming home and enjoying the meal made by Zinnia, Drew had changed his mind. Alikar, you. Amy seemed to want to say something, but Zinnia's cheerful voice interrupted him. Here, Alikar, your bowl of rice is ready. Zinnia handed a bowl of steamed white rice to Drew and urged him affectionately, Alikar, hurry up and eat. Mother spent a lot of effort preparing these dishes. Yes, thank you, Mother. Drew immediately put on a happy face, took the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating heartily. Looking at the dumbfounded Amy standing beside the chair, he pretended to urge him, Father, sit down and eat. Didn't Mother say she spent a lot of effort on this meal? Right. Amy hesitated for a moment, nodded blankly, and then sat down as Drew suggested. Zinnia noticed the awkward atmosphere between father and son, frowned, and asked, What are you two up to? Did you do something behind my back again? Nothing at all. Amy forced a smile on his chubby face, trying to remain calm. It's just that he told me how Yin Alex sometimes doesn't talk to him much, even snapping at him. It's just their young couple's affairs. Oh. Hearing this, Zinnia seemed to believe them. She rolled her eyes and said, Women are like needles in the sea. They need careful coaxing. You know that? Your old man was the same when he was courting me. Seeing Drew eating heartily, Zinnia couldn't be happier, and started reminiscing about Amy's past attempts to court her. They went off on a tangent for a while. Himph, what did you say? Amy frowned, but Zinnia wouldn't back down either, leading to a lively banter between the two. Watching the harmonious scene between Amy and Zinnia, Drew became more determined not to drag his father into the situation. A mere Walter was nothing he couldn't handle. He wasn't afraid of anything. The family had a delightful meal together. It was a rare moment of harmony. During the meal, Drew felt incredibly at ease. He ate 3 bowls of rice, stuffing himself until his belly was round. After bidding farewell to Amy and Zinnia, Drew left the dining table alone. As soon as he left, his expression turned grim, and he walked into his bedroom. The bedroom was spacious with a large bed made of gold-threaded nanmu, priceless paintings adorning the walls, and valuable vases from unknown dynasties scattered around. The room exuded opulence, an extravagance unseen by ordinary people. Yet, Drew paid it no attention as he walked in alone. The flickering lamplight illuminated the entire room like daylight, casting his shadow on the wall, swaying gently. Inside the room, an eerie silence prevailed. Sitting in front of a wooden desk, Drew tapped his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop, producing a series of soft, tapping sounds. Chapter 213. How has this Freddy treated you? The Elsie family was clearly set on opposing him, and Emperor Ivor had summoned him for questioning. Moreover, Drew had already presented the evidence that Empress Elsie had framed him with. As for how Emperor Ivor would handle the matter next, Drew was uncertain. However, given the current situation, he could not afford to sit idly by. He had to go on the offensive and surprise them. At the very least, even if he couldn't best Walter and Gavriel, he wouldn't let them have it easy. Anyone who wanted to crush him had better be prepared to lose a few teeth in the process. While pondering his response, Drew suddenly remembered something important and quickly got up. He strode to the door, pulled it open, and whispered urgently, "Godwin." Almost instantly, from the pitch-black courtyard, the clumsy figure of Godwin rushed out and stumbled his way to Drew. "Master, what's wrong?" Godwin scratched his head, asking curiously. "Go get the 4 guardians," Drew said with a furrowed brow. "Why do you need the 4 guardians?" Godwin scratched his head again, still puzzled. "Tisk, just do as I say. Why so many questions?" Drew snapped impatiently. Godwin was indeed loyal without question, but he always asked unnecessary things. Drew wondered why it was so hard for him to just follow instructions. Hearing this, Godwin realized he had overstepped and hurriedly smiled awkwardly. "Yes, yes, master. Don't be angry. I'll go right away." With that, Godwin turned and hurried toward where the 4 guardians were staying. Godwin had seen the harmonious relationship between Gale and himself before. The 4 guardians had been living in the manor for some time now, either drinking day and night or going to brothels outside. Drew gave them large sums of silver daily, more than an average official would earn in several years. Godwin wasn't jealous about this, but he worried that if Drew called them over, something unexpected might happen. After all, the Yi family had finally settled down, and Godwin didn't want Drew to act rashly. Unaware of Godwin's concerns, Drew waited silently by the door, looking troubled. The pale moonlight illuminated his face, emphasizing his worry. Soon, hurried footsteps approached from outside, each step sounding like a drumbeat, heavy and urgent. Next, 4 towering figures walked in hurriedly. Leading the way was Godwin, followed by the 4 guardians, Michael, Gabe, Hector, and Caesar. They looked energetic but slightly unsteady, their faces flushed from drinking too much. "Master," they said when they saw Drew's grim expression. Their sobriety returned somewhat, and they straightened up. "We heard Godwin call us and came immediately. We apologize for being late." So far, they believed that Drew was Walter. After all, besides their young master, who else would treat them so well? They felt reborn. In addition, Drew hadn't mistreated them at all. They were provided with ample silver for drinking and entertainment daily. Such comfort was unimaginable for them, having never enjoyed it even in 8 lifetimes within the heaven-penetrating sect. They feared angering Drew and being sent back to the cold and impoverished conditions of the sect. So they were extremely nervous now. Drew's expression was unfriendly, his gaze cold as he scanned them. "Come inside," he said coolly. "Yes." They followed him into the inner room, puzzled and unsure of what was happening. Their hearts sank, not knowing what Drew had in mind, but dared not ask further. "Now, Godwin, wait outside the door. Don't come in," a cold voice said from inside. "Oh." Godwin, though unwilling, did not dare to disobey Drew's orders. He stood there, frowning and looking worried. He didn't dare to disobey Drew's words, but he was indeed somewhat displeased in his heart. What was the deal with these 4 guardians? Even they could be called into the room for a talk by Drew, while he himself had to stand outside. Godwin stood outside the door faithfully, full of sorrow, sighing, not moving a step. Inside, Drew sat down again at the wooden table, his face calm yet so gloomy it seemed about to drip water. The flickering firelight cast upon his face, now bright, now dim, revealing nothing of his mood. The 4 guardians stood neatly in front of the wooden table, all lowering their heads, watching Drew's stern expression, feeling restless and uneasy. They were afraid that something they did recently had displeased Drew. Before they could speak, Drew said, "Go, close the door." Michael immediately signaled to Hector to close the door. Hector didn't dare to delay, running over quickly and shutting the door firmly. Instantly, the room became eerily quiet. As Hector returned, the 4 pairs of eyes stared straight at Drew. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. Just moments ago, they were drinking merrily in the room, when suddenly Drew called them over and then brought them inside. They had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Drew suddenly asked, "I ask you, how has this young master treated you?" For a moment, they were taken aback, unable to react. But Gabe reacted quickly, slapping his chest, his face filled with excitement, and swore earnestly, "Freddie Yi treats us without any complaints, just like our own father." Since coming to the Yi family estate, their worldview had been completely refreshed. When had they ever lived such comfortable lives? In the Yi family estate, they spent their days indulging in food and wine, and Drew never questioned them, feasting on meat and wine, even having delicate young ladies to serve them in bed at night. This kind of life, when had they enjoyed it in the miserable days at the Tongtian sect? Chapter 2:14. We obey your orders. They were so grateful that they wished they could kneel before Drew immediately, filled with emotion. Drew looked at them sharply and then asked, "Now let me ask you this, if Freddie wants you to do something now, would you agree?" Upon hearing this, they suddenly seemed to understand something. They guessed what Drew was thinking. This meant he had a task to assign to them. After a brief moment of thought, they answered in unison, "Freddie, feel free to speak. We will surely accomplish the task. Through fire and water, we are ready to face any danger." With no one else present, their address to Drew shifted from Freddie to Master. Drew couldn't help but be thrilled inwardly. These 4 great warriors, valiant but lacking in strategy, truly lived up to their reputation. Who would have thought that just a few meals, a few drinks, and some insignificant amount of silver to Jamal would win over these people's hearts? No wonder in the original story, these 4 great warriors ended up as cannon fodder, manipulated by Walter until they died cluelessly, never understanding why. It seemed their intelligence was indeed touching, and now Drew needed someone to undertake a significant task on his behalf, and none of the others in the Yi mansion were suitable. These 4 great warriors were perfect for the job. After all, A soldier is trained for 1,000 days but used for only one. These 4 individuals in the Yi mansion seem to have a vendetta against rice. Even the food consumption rate in the mansion increased noticeably recently. Leaving them in the manor any longer might as well be wasting food. He looked at them sternly and slowly said, I want you to go into the palace and kill someone. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, their faces instantly turned grave. Killing inside the palace was no trifling matter. Even though they were members of the heaven communicating sect, who usually didn't abide by the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty and wouldn't think twice about killing ordinary civilians. But having Drew order them to kill inside the palace was different. The palace had the embroidered uniform guard and the heavily armed imperial guard. A slight mishap could mean there was no return. Would they even be able to come out once they entered? Moreover, it was evident from Drew's expression that this mission was extraordinarily dangerous and by no means easy. Their faces turned grim, and they fell silent, frowning deeply. Just by observing their reactions, Drew understood. These few were hesitating. It was understandable. No matter how foolish they were, they knew that carrying out an attack in the palace entailed significant risk. Even cannon fodder has a bit of sense and wouldn't rush in recklessly like fools. Seemed he needed to intensify their resolve. Drew frowned and immediately asked, What? Are you afraid? The flickering light in the room cast uncertain shadows on Drew's face, his gaze sharp, cold, and intensely focused on the 4 great warriors. His eyes pierced into their hearts like daggers. The 4 raised their eyebrows, feeling lost and uneasy under Drew's intense gaze. It wasn't that they didn't want to comply. But when they came to the capital city representing the heaven communicating sect, Nathaniel's instructed them to assist the young master in eliminating a person named Drew. Now Drew was asking them to kill someone in the palace. What was going on? Was the plan changed? Previously, Drew had tricked them, claiming that he and Walter swapped identities, asserting that he was the real Walter while the Walter outside was impersonated by Drew. Now, could it be that the action should be taken against the Walter outside? Could it be that Drew infiltrated the palace? With their low IQs, thinking about such complex issues was difficult. Immediately, their limited intelligence rapidly processed what was happening. Drew knew clearly that he couldn't let these few regain their senses. He had to press on without delay. With a loud bang, he slammed the table, causing the chairs to shake. With a fierce expression, he sternly stated, Are you going to disobey orders? Have you forgotten the sect rules of the heaven communicating sect? Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly knelt down, breaking into a cold sweat. No, that's not what we mean. The regulations of the heaven communicating sect were extremely strict, and orders from higher-ups must be followed absolutely. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse than death. Though they hadn't experienced it personally, they had seen those who violated the sect rules. The pitiful sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. If it happened to them, sigh. They couldn't help but shudder, their backs turning cold as they looked at Drew with fear in their eyes. Terror showed in their eyes. Drew took a deep breath, remaining silent, his eyes scanning them like daggers. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably tense. Almost audible heartbeats resounded within. The 4 great warriors felt their temples pulsating, hearts racing as if they were about to leap into their throats. As the 4 were hesitating, Michael suddenly clasped his fists, speaking respectfully and somewhat tremulously. Freddie, ye lord, we agree to this task. Please instruct us. It wasn't that they had thought it through, but they were scared by Drew. If they disobeyed and the news reached the sect leader of the heaven communicating sect, they would certainly not see the next day's sun. Rather than face such a fate, they might as well take a desperate chance. If they completed the mission, given how generous the Freddy had been recently, he wouldn't treat them badly. Once they successfully returned from the mission, they could enjoy drinking and eating meat lavishly again. Take a risk. Give it a shot. Seeing Michael take the lead, the other 3 no longer hesitated and quickly echoed with clasped fists. We are willing to follow the orders of our Freddy. Firm voices rang out one by one. Drew's face showed relief. He had prepared an impassioned speech, but he didn't expect these few to agree so easily. He had thought they might hesitate, and he was ready to put on some pressure, but it went so smoothly. A bit unexpected. Lord, may I ask which person in the palace you want us to act against? Michael lifted his head, his eyes full of worry, and asked in a low voice. He was afraid Drew would make them assassinate Emperor Melvinho of the Great Qian Dynasty. You don't need to be so nervous. Drew, seeing they had agreed, softened his expression slightly and waved his hand, saying, Do you know there's a concubine named Noemi El Sigue in the court? They exchanged glances, searching their minds quickly, but couldn't come up with anything for the moment. Their eyes revealed clear stupidity. Seeing this, Drew cleared his throat several times. Talking more with these few was just wasting words. He promptly added, It's fine. I'll send someone to draw portraits for you when the time comes, and you just find the person. Remember, this mission must succeed. No failure is allowed, understood? Drew's tone was serious. He felt exhausted communicating with these few, and gave a dead order immediately. Earlier while having dinner at Jamal's place, he had pondered for a long time about how to solve the current issue with the Elsie family. Sticking one's head out, or pulling it back both end in death. Instead of hesitating, better to launch a powerful strike. Chapter 215. A major incident. Since Stevie acted without regard for rules, Drew saw no reason to stick to conventions either. He decided to go all out. Instead of dilly-dallying, he might as well directly do Empress Elsie off. I want her dead. Drew lifted his head, his expression grave, gazing into pairs of eyes that shone with a mixture of clarity and foolishness. A ferocious killing intent flickered in his eyes. Kill, kill, kill. The atmosphere in the room was oppressively heavy, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard, except for the swaying firelight casting terrifying shadows on the ground, swaying left and right. The next morning, Drew sat up from the soft big bed, stretched lazily, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Wearing a pair of golden threaded shoes, which not even the combined salaries of officials in the entire capital could afford over several lifetimes, he walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed. He strolled lightly into the courtyard, hearing heavy breathing. Then he saw a huge man, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, swinging a massive rock. This was none other than Benton, whom Drew had brought over from the Jinui guards. Lately, Benton had been hanging out with Clark. It was unknown what the two had figured out. All Drew hoped was that they could manage to grow some sense amidst their busy schedule. To him, the two shared similar personalities, builds, and looks. They were practically identical in every way, almost like the two generals from a TV show ye Alec watched in the future, Hong and Ha. Neither seemed to have much brains. It was as if they were there just for comic relief. Speaking frankly, their IQs weren't much higher than the four guardians. Two peas in a pod. However, such people, if used properly, could be significant assets. Drew, hands behind his back and dressed in white robes, walked briskly into the courtyard. Benton was training, swinging a giant rock, his muscles rippling under sweat. Seemingly sensing someone's presence, he suddenly turned around, his fierce gaze softening instantly upon seeing Drew. Freddy. Drew was secretly alarmed by the sight of the boulder bigger than his own head. So big. Really, it's so big. After a moment, he composed himself. Where's Clark? Why can't I see him? Drew looked behind Benton, asking. Every time Clark appeared, he always brought bad news. With him missing, Drew felt uneasy, worried that he had caused trouble again. Oh, Clark went out, saying he was sending off some people. Upon hearing this, Drew's mind buzzed, heart pounding wildly. Could it be that after last night's instructions to the four guardians, they sought out Clark, who then personally escorted them to the palace? Drew slapped his thigh immediately. Trouble. Without hesitation, he rushed out while Benton stood still, scratching his shiny bald head under the sunlight, looking puzzled. Why? What's wrong with Freddy? At that moment, Drew had just reached the front yard, ready to stride forward, when Gale's urgent voice called out, Fei Yun. Turning around, he saw his father, looking worried, his substantial belly jiggling as he stared at him, eyes dark. Dad, Drew responded quickly. Come here. Gale beckoned him, walking silently towards the study. Drew's heart pounded fiercely, sensing that something serious had happened. His father wouldn't act like this otherwise. Drew's thoughts raced. Did last night's instruction to the four guardians to assassinate Empress Elsie go awry? More importantly, Clark, who lacked brains, had apparently gone along too. What a miscalculation. Though he believed Clark would never betray him, he was concerned about Clark's simple-mindedness. The officials in the capital were extremely shrewd. Even his influential father had to tread carefully, especially dealing with these sly foxes. And Clark's intelligence barely existed. Drew couldn't help but worry. Simple-minded, single-track thinking. Clark wouldn't let those crafty officials off. Heart racing, steps heavy, Drew entered the study. Gale was already seated at the desk, his brows furrowed, holding a brush in hand, writing incessantly on a piece of paper. The atmosphere was chilling. Go, close the door, Gale instructed without lifting his head, fully concentrating on his writing. Drew took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment in his heart. He quickly turned around to close the door, then walked to Gale's desk with a respectful expression, slightly bending over, ears perked up. Father, what do you need to tell me? Fei Yun, I'll ask you one thing first. Do you know what happened in the palace last night? Upon hearing this, Drew's body stiffened, as if a thunderclap had sounded in his mind. Sure enough, something went wrong. Were the four guardians caught? Or did Clark get into trouble? Cold sweat broke out all over Drew's body. However, facing Gale, he didn't hesitate and directly asked back. Was it because there were assassins in the palace? This question was phrased skillfully. Firstly, it subtly hinted to Gale that he knew about the matter without explicitly revealing his involvement. Secondly, it avoided directly linking himself to the events in the palace. After all, he didn't want Gale to get further involved in these troubles. The affair with Stevie and Empress Elsie was becoming increasingly thorny. If Gale got dragged into this, the entire Yi family would not be left in peace. If Gale was talking about something else, Drew could have easily brushed it off. But Gale's next words stunned Drew. Yes, there were assassins in the palace last night, and they assassinated Kay. What? Drew exclaimed, mouth dropping open in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, almost falling out of their sockets. Who is this assassin? Were they caught? Drew asked shakily. Gale put down his brush and pen, looked up, his expression serious as he stared at Drew. Tell me honestly, are you involved in this? Drew opened his mouth but closed it again, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 216. I really can't figure it out. The light from outside shone into this dim room, with the father and son's faces fluctuating between clear and gloomy as if the atmosphere at this moment was extremely oppressive. Immediately afterward, Drew opened his mouth nervously. Father, this matter has nothing to do with me. Drew originally intended to keep hiding it, but upon thinking that Gale had already received news of it, he knew that Ivor in the imperial court must have also learned of it. And the four great warriors spent all their days flaunting themselves around in his mansion, reveling in places like Yihong Courtyard under the Yi Mansion's banner. Rather than letting things drag on, it would be better to confess directly and discuss a strategy with Gale, so as not to catch the entire Yi family off guard later. Hearing these words, Gale paused the writing brush in his hand that was in the middle of writing, lifted his head, and sighed deeply, looking grim as if talking to himself. As expected, I knew this matter involved you. Fei Yun, you're too impulsive. Gale said this as if regretting an unhardened piece of iron, his gaze sizing Drew up. Drew remained silent, just bowing his head quietly. Regarding this incident, indeed, he handled it improperly. He blamed himself for being too presumptuous, also for assuming the four great warriors were cleverer than they were. It was his own misjudgment. And what I can't figure out is why you want to assassinate Kay, Gale asked in a tone filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Drew felt 1,000 curses run through his mind. He had ordered them to assassinate Noemi. His brain nearly exploded trying to understand how those dimwits ended up targeting Kay instead. After smoking all night, he still couldn't figure it out. It wasn't that he hadn't thought it through. It was dawn now. Damn fools. And Gale was equally baffled. He couldn't understand his son's intentions. At midnight last night, while he was asleep, he suddenly received news, causing him to bolt upright immediately. Then he heard that the 4 burly men who attempted to assassinate K made his back chill. Subconsciously, he guessed something. After all, during this period, hadn't there been several burly men residing in the mansion who were always drunk, slurring their speech and stumbling as they walked? Once he heard the report from his spy describing the appearance, it quickly narrowed down to the 4 brutish men swaggering about the mansion daily. It had to be them. Gale's thoughts were sharp, and a brief association led him to suspect this matter might involve Drew. However, he sat by the bed all night, unable to comprehend it fully. Why assassinate K? What was the point of that? The Electvi rubbed his cheeks hard, stopping short of voicing the profanity inside him. He had clearly instructed them to assassinate Noemi. How did this turn into being related to K? Damn it. In the next moment, he seemed to realize something, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Definitely the 4 great warriors messed up and got the wrong person. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. These few individuals' IQs were probably not much better than the husky he kept outside his gate in his previous life. Every day, they did nothing but drink, and when not drinking, they were on their way to more drinks. Expecting them to accomplish anything? They failed more often than they succeeded. Drew felt immense pain in his heart, clapping his thigh and displaying a bitter expression. Father, if I told you, would you believe me? What? Seeing Drew's peculiar demeanor, Gale furrowed his brows, the writing brush in his hand pausing, eyeing him strangely. Feiyun, what exactly happened? Don't hide it from me anymore. According to reliable sources, the brocade guards are already investigating who was behind the assassination attempt. I guess if this really has anything to do with you, it won't take long before they track it back to our mansion. Gale said coldly. An assassination attempt within the palace. Such a serious crime. Once confirmed to be connected to the Yi mansion, everyone in the household would suffer dire consequences. It wasn't that he worried Drew would involve him personally. Only, he didn't want Drew to keep hiding things from him. He wished he'd speak up sooner. The longer time dragged on, the more trouble it would cause. Drew secretly lamented. He truly hadn't expected that such a minor thing could turn into this mess. If they failed, it would be one thing. The 4 of them could have committed suicide rather than let this happen. But instead, they even targeted the wrong person and were caught. How did they learn the rules of the heaven-piercing sect? If they were in front of Drew, he would make them copy the rules 10,000 times. Actually, make it 100,000 times. Until they died copying. Drew's blood pressure shot up to 180. After taking deep breaths to calm down, he tried to control his emotions. Father, I did instruct them, but my original intention was not to assassinate K. Drew sighed after saying this, his tone bitter. His expression showed that he had grievances he could not express. Gale frowned. The light from outside the window reflected on his plump face, and his eyes were full of astonishment. He couldn't quite grasp what Drew meant. Not K? Then what do you mean? If Gale knew that Drew's original intent was to assassinate Noemi, but due to a series of unexpected coincidences, those under his command ended up targeting K instead, he might choke Drew to death right then and there, in a very cruel manner. Cough, cough. Father, what I'm about to tell you, you might not understand immediately. Drew took a deep breath and said helplessly, Father, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Don't worry. Drew didn't want to elaborate further. He didn't originally intend for Gale to get involved in this, but he didn't expect these 4 great warriors had screws loose in their heads, turning things into such a mess. Although Drew had countless words unspoken, now wasn't the time for cursing. The hidden danger needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Shabai, shabai, shabai. Without saying much more, Drew muttered under his breath and turned to walk out the door. With a creak, the door opened. The sound of Drew's footsteps grew distant, echoing away, leaving Gale sitting alone at the wooden table, stunned, unable to process everything that just happened. His eyes wide open as if frozen. Not K. It was Noemi. What's going on here? Gale muttered to himself, his mind nearly overheating, yet still couldn't figure it out. After rushing out, Drew's face was flushed with anger, glancing around the empty courtyard without seeing anyone. Immediately, his temper flared up. He bellowed across the courtyard. Godwin, get your ass out here. Earlier, Gale told him that only the 4 great warriors were caught. This meant Godwin definitely hadn't been caught. Otherwise, the Imperial Guards would not have been questioning just the 4 great warriors. Chapter 217. Come out? They should have come to the Yi Manor to apprehend someone. Just now, Godwin was nowhere to be seen, definitely hiding in some corner, too scared to come out and face him. No wonder when Benton spoke just now, his tone was hesitant, not daring to look into his eyes. It turned out the problem was here. Drew, having figured this out, let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. I'm counting to 3. If you don't roll out for me, you'll bear the consequences yourself. In the distance within the courtyard, there stood a rockery with birds singing and flowers fragrant. The pond in the distance was as still as ever, yet it seemed to wobble slightly due to Drew's shout. The tree swayed, startling the birds. Ripples continued on the water surface. Master, what's wrong? From a distant corner, Godwin's large body suddenly burst out, his face panicked. He wore an awkward smile, scratching his head embarrassedly, not daring to meet Drew's eyes at all. Clearly very uneasy. Hee. Indeed, he was hiding right here in the Yi Manor, only afraid to see me, right? Drew sneered inwardly, narrowing his eyes and looking at him cruelly. Where were you last night? He asked in a sinister tone. Just now when he met with Gale, this boy was nowhere to be seen. Now he suddenly popped out. One could imagine there must be something fishy about this. As for deeper implications, Drew dared not think about it. Just don't let the news leak, or else the entire Yi Manor will be implicated. Now that Gale had finally resigned from his official post and retired back to his hometown, he could finally live peacefully, without enjoying a few days of tranquil retirement. Don't let Godwin cause trouble which would force him to find work elsewhere. Ray's heart is ruthless enough, and Drew knows this all too well. Though he speaks gently on the surface, behind his back, he kills people without spilling blood. Otherwise, how could he sit steadily on the throne of the Dogon Empire for decades? For those Huns outside with their elite troops, fine steeds, and sharp knives have been constantly harassing the borders of the Dogon dynasty for years, waging continuous wars. Like annoying flies, they come and go, driven away but always returning. But ultimately, they never cross the border even a step. The reason being, this emperor of the Dogon dynasty possesses such brutal means and unique vision. Just thinking about it sends chills down Drew's spine, making his head ache. If Ray takes interest in this matter, could the Yi family still be safe? Seeing Godwin playing dumb with him, Drew cursed loudly, anger surging. I'm asking you, what did you do last night? Master. Godwin scratched his head awkwardly, trying to pretend foolish. Last night, after the 4 diamond warriors received orders from Drew, they encountered Godwin right after leaving. Considering the distance from the Yi manor to the palace was more than 10 miles away, walking would take at least 2 hours. An idea struck them. They asked Godwin to drive them in the carriage. Initially unwilling, Godwin was tempted by their offer to take him to the Yi courtesan's quarters for pleasure next time. It wasn't that Godwin was stupid. Recently, Drew had issued strict orders, prohibiting Godwin from going out and causing trouble, running around aimlessly, or bullying others under the name of the Yi family. Though Godwin is a brute, he has always followed Drew's orders. So he obediently stayed in the Yi manor, locked himself up, and didn't step out of the door, behaving like a virtuous maiden. Life was tolerable until the 4 diamond warriors arrived at the Yi manor. Every day they indulged themselves, drinking and eating meat, occasionally visiting the Yi courtesan's quarters to chat with the courtesans, discussing the grand harmony of life. This made Godwin extremely envious. After much hesitation, he agreed. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the gate of the palace, the 4 diamond warriors changed into black clothes without a word. Godwin's eyes widened. What is this? This is clearly an assassination mission. Godwin inwardly lamented. Had he known this, even if invited to visit the Yi courtesan's quarters 100 times, he wouldn't have agreed. Wasn't this just waiting for trouble from Master Yi? He drove the unique carriage of the Yi family, branded prominently with Drew's mark, known throughout the capital. Who doesn't know this belongs to Drew? Most importantly, carrying out an assassination, boldly and openly, on Drew's carriage. Isn't this just fooling around? Feeling very guilty, Godwin waited outside for half an hour, and after the 4 diamond warriors went in, they didn't return. Godwin concluded something must have gone wrong. Though he was rough and brutish, he wasn't unintelligent. At least he knew this situation wasn't good. Without a word, he quickly drove the carriage back. Afterward, he hid within the Yi manor. That was why earlier when Drew called for him in the manor, he didn't dare to come out. Seeing the guilt-ridden look on Godwin's face, Drew had a rough idea. Did you follow the 4 diamond warriors to the vicinity of the palace last night? Drew's tone was icy cold, his expression terrifying as he stared intently at him. Without needing an answer from Godwin, Drew could already guess what happened. This rascal must have mixed up with the 4 diamond warriors. Otherwise, why would he be like this? The palace was currently filled with unrest. Earlier, Gale told him that the Jinuri had already apprehended those 4 people and were now interrogating them. Though Drew knew that according to the teachings of Tongtian sect, once captured, they were not to reveal a single word under any form of torture or coercion. Otherwise, they would face horrifying punishments according to the sect rules, and he guessed these people wouldn't dare to do so. What Drew was most worried about was that if the 4 diamond warriors somehow found out his true identity and spread it around, then troubles would come one after another. Stevie was nowhere to be found at present, and Drew did not know what he was up to. But one thing was certain, this rascal would definitely not let him off so easily. He needed to prepare thoroughly and remain calm to handle any situation. At this moment, there must not be any more trouble. Godwin looked embarrassed, grinning foolishly. Drew sighed helplessly, not wanting to pursue this matter anymore. He said very seriously, "All right, what's done is done. I will not hold you accountable for this." However, Drew's tone was cold. "But now you still have a chance to make amends." Godwin blinked widely, not expecting the matter to be resolved so easily. Chapter 218. To the Imperial Prison. Godwin's eyes widened as he stared at Drew, exchanging bewildered glances and panting heavily. Upon hearing Drew's words, even if he were stupid, he knew he had caused a great disaster. Drew sighed helplessly, pondered for a moment, and then instructed, "Godwin, I have a task for you. Listen closely." Godwin nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. Yet in his heart, he was perplexed. How did Drew know that he went to the palace with the 4 musketeers last night? Could young master predict the future? It's too magical. So impressive. So wondrous. Fortunately, Drew didn't know what Godwin was thinking. Had he heard Godwin's thoughts, Drew might have strangled him on the spot. Godwin stared at Drew with eyes as big as oxen, looking rather foolish. Seeing this, Drew couldn't contain his anger. He reached out and grabbed Godwin's ear, saying fiercely, "Now listen, go straight to the palace and gather information immediately. Where exactly are the 4 musketeers imprisoned? What did they say or confess? Understand?" He never expected that Godwin would actually accompany the 4 musketeers to the palace gate personally. Are you playing around? Or do you want to die sooner? You can't wait to finish yourself off. If it weren't for Godwin's loyalty, Drew would have kicked him away long ago. Keeping such a troublemaker by his side would eventually cause big problems. Even if not killed by Walter, Drew would be harmed by him. How did he end up with such a guy? Drew lamented inwardly. Yes, 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 Godwin replied hastily. Immediately, he rushed towards the door, looking panic-stricken. Hold on. Godwin turned back, confused. Freddy? Drew helplessly covered his forehead and pointed, seemingly at his wit's end. Wrong direction this way? Oh, sorry, Freddy. Godwin scratched his head, smiling foolishly, appearing not too bright. Then, before he took 2 steps, Drew's voice rang out again. Wait? Confused, Godwin turned his head, verifying that he was heading in the right direction, wondering why Freddy Yi was calling him again. He looked baffled, his eyes embarrassed, appearing naively adorable. Drew felt indescribable at the moment. Helplessly, Drew covered his forehead again, gesturing him closer. Godwin approached curiously, puzzled. Master. Drew leaned close to Godwin's ear and whispered instructions. Do this, and then that, understand? Godwin's eyes widened in shock, nodding uncertainly as he listened. Understood, understood. We'll start like this, and then that? Good, good. You can rest assured, Master. I'll complete the mission. An hour later. Imperial Prison. Built of blue bricks, the walls of the Imperial Prison were covered with various green mosses and unknown plants, giving off a spooky vibe. Cold water dripped continuously, dripping down. This place was eerily silent. The Imperial Prison was several dozen miles away from the bustling areas of the capital city. Ordinary citizens would never come here. Even ordinary officials rarely ventured here, who would willingly visit such an ominous place for no reason. However, strangely enough, a short while later, a carriage rushed towards this place rapidly, swaying violently due to its high speed. On the bumpy, muddy road, the carriage rocked from side to side, quite alarming. Sitting at the front was Godwin, whose intense gaze was fixed on the distant Imperial Prison. His expression was solemn. A few moments later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here. Another task given by Master is successfully completed. Yeah. The carriage stopped abruptly in front of the prison. Godwin hopped down from the front, bowing respectfully as he called out to the carriage curtain behind him. Master, we're here. From within the carriage, Drew's angry shouting erupted continuously. How many times have I told you not to call me Master? Do you believe I won't strangle you? Fuming, Drew pried open the curtain and squeezed out of the carriage, nearly popping his eyes out. He finally understood why the original host died so early. 80% of the blame lay on this man, Godwin. For no other reason. He just causes too much trouble. At this moment, Drew had changed his appearance entirely, looking brand new as if he were a 20-something young man never seen before. His originally elongated, narrow oval face had transformed into a square face, with two smiling eyes that showed no trace of the original Drew. This was due to Drew using the disguise secret technique from the Jinui agent Coraline. He had completely altered his appearance, changing his face. Although he had used face-changing techniques before, they were immediately recognized by Ashlyn, leaving him feeling defeated for quite some time. Now, he felt confident. After successfully changing his face, Drew stood alone in front of the mirror, admiring himself for a long while. Even if Gale came, it's likely he wouldn't recognize him. Absolutely. But as soon as he stepped out of the carriage and heard Godwin call Freddy, he nearly lost his composure. Drew instantly became furious. If you can't speak properly, I'll sew your mouth shut so you can't speak anymore. Do you believe me? His tone was chilling. Godwin's face fell, realizing he had said something wrong. He hurriedly patted his own mouth. Freddy, I didn't mean to. Still calling Freddy? Drew's voice suddenly rose sharply, almost spitting blood in anger, his eyeballs bulging. Did he want everyone to know it was Drew? Right now, Drew felt an urge to strangle Godwin to death. Godwin quickly covered his face. Sigh. Shortage. Indeed, stupidity wasn't developed in a day. Drew took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down, suppressing his impulse to stab the fool in front of him. He coughed dryly twice. Cough. Now, remember to say we're visiting the 4 heavily punished prisoners captured by the Jinui. Got it? Remember not to mention our Yi family. Godwin looked thoughtful, but puzzled. Huh? Not mentioning the Yi family? Then, Freddy, who are we supposed to be? Just say we're from the Elsie family, sent by Adalberto, understand? Drew repeated. Godwin's eyes lit up, secretly giving Drew a thumbs up with a cunning smile, hurriedly nodding and jogging quickly towards the entrance of the Imperial Prison. Chapter 2:19 Amiable Smile. My heavens! Drew wanted to sigh heavily to the sky. He adjusted his emotions slightly. Drew, standing beside the carriage, slowly lifted his head to gaze at the mighty and solemn Ministry of Justice prison, inadvertently falling into a daze. The entire Great Qian Dynasty's Ministry of Justice prison was impervious to wind, solid like copper walls and iron fortresses, resembling an iron drum in its sturdiness. Once inside here, forget about being a celestial deity. Even if a great sage were to come, they couldn't rescue anyone. I wonder how Stevie escaped last time when he was imprisoned here? Quite impressive indeed. Drew couldn't quite figure it out. His gaze had not left this prison since the beginning. Imperial Prison. The 4 exquisitely calligraphed characters above were extremely sinister, but deeply imprinted in Drew's eyes, his gaze filled with melancholy. It even gave Drew a bone-chilling feeling. Outside the gates of the Ministry of Justice prison, a few minor officials dressed in bureaucratic attire chatted listlessly, their expressions indifferent. Hey, did you see the carriage outside? Yes, Sir has said that there are several dangerous criminals currently incarcerated in our Imperial Prison. No one is allowed to visit them, no matter who comes, understood? An older minor official warned in a rough voice. Sure, I got it. The younger minor official hurriedly nodded, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. Seeing this, Nathaniel official smiled contentedly, thoroughly satisfied. A moment later, both noticed that Godwin had arrived breathlessly before them, wearing an apologetic smile. At this moment, Godwin wore a different expression, although his imposing stature remained unchanged. Sir officials, my master and I have come to pay a visit. Could you possibly give us some convenience? Godwin chuckled, but that smile seemed grotesque and frightening in others' eyes. Previously, Drew had instructed Godwin to appear amiable, not intimidating, and to act more friendly. So, in the manner, he practiced for days, trying to make his smile more friendly and approachable, as many people often shivered in fear at the sight of him. But somehow, his forced grin looked even more terrifying, like a malevolent ghost come from hell. The 2 officials glanced up and, upon seeing that huge face, almost pressing against theirs, only 10 centimeters away and huffing and puffing, their cold sweat instantly soaked through their clothes. Their gazes then shifted. They saw Godwin's arms as thick as their thighs and his towering mountain-like build, a deep sense of dread flashing across their eyes. Good heavens! Is this a man or a beast? Sir officials, could you grant us some convenience? Seeing their reactions, Godwin thought perhaps his smile wasn't amiable enough, so he strained harder to widen his smile. But this made it even scarier. The older official turned pale with terror, blood pressure skyrocketing as he clutched his chest, nearly falling to the ground. You, the young official, terrified out of his wits, managed to regain some composure, swallowing hard and mustering courage to say, What do you want? Why are you speaking so close? Upon hearing this, Godwin was taken aback, blinking his walnut-sized eyes, bewildered, and took a few steps back. What's going on? Am I not amiable enough? The young official took a few deep breaths, recalling Nathaniel Official's warning and stuttered, what are you doing? This is the Imperial prison. You can't just come and go as you please. Move aside, find a cool place and stay there. He reminded himself constantly that he was a court official. Absolutely cannot lose face, so he hardened his resolve and continued sternly. Sir officials, please help me out. Godwin grew anxious. He caused significant trouble earlier, and Drew entrusted him with this task after much effort. If he failed this simple mission, he would undoubtedly receive another scathing rebuke. Would he even get good results then? He spoke again, while the heavy breathing echoed from a distance like a wind box. The young official was frightened to the core, trembling all over. The Gavin official, wide-eyed, appeared to struggle for breath, clutching his chest, gasping, nearly fainting. Sir officials, what if? Godwin grinned apologetically, then furtively retrieved 2 gleaming ingots of silver from his robe and offered them to the 2 officials. Sir officials, please give us some convenience. Godwin gave a flirtatious-like raise of his eyebrows towards the 2 men. The young minor official's gaze shifted downward and saw the 2 ingots of silver, which startled him. Goodness, what generous means. Each month, their salary was only 1 tael of silver, yet here Godwin was offering 50 taels per ingot, a total of 100 taels for 2 ingots. Startled as they were, avarice flashed in the eyes of the minor officials as they swallowed their saliva. Godwin, seeing the 2 hesitate, couldn't help but feel a fire rise in his heart. Losing patience, he lowered his voice and cursed under his breath. Listen, don't be ungrateful. We are from the Elsie family. If you dawdle anymore, I'll kill you, believe it? Earlier, Drew had instructed him to be gentle and reasonable. He didn't want them to overhear. Both Ignatius shivered immediately, their eyes involuntarily sizing up Godwin from head to toe. They hadn't expected that this man belonged to the Elsie family. The Elsie family was currently at its zenith in the Great Qian Dynasty. Countless officials in the court had secretly pledged allegiance to the Elsie family, whose influence rivaled that of the Yi family. It hadn't occurred to them that someone from the Elsie family would show up. The Ignatius shook his head, steadied himself, and after a moment, felt something amiss. You say you're from the Elsie family? Do you have any proof? Just as Godwin was about to fly into a rage, he blinked and suddenly remembered something. Hey, he almost forgot. In an instant, he pulled out a square, palm-sized token from his robe with a bold, Elsie, character on it, clearly visible. Is this enough? The 2 Ignatius wiped their eyes and looked down, recognizing it as the Elsie family's token. The young Ignatius was about to refuse, as the senior had indeed said no one should approach the imperial prison. A crisp slap rang out. The older Ignatius slapped the young one on the head, scolding. What are you dithering for? An adult from the Elsie family has arrived, and you dare to block the way? Quickly let the gentleman in. As he spoke, the older Ignatius finally seemed to come back to his senses, smiling apologetically. Chapter 220. Eyes for venting? Clutching his chest, Godwin finally caught his breath. The people hadn't left. Godwin felt secretly pleased in his heart. The token Drew had given him just now was to prevent the petty officers outside the Ministry of Punishment's jail from stopping them and not letting them in. He didn't expect that Freddy was truly prescient. Even this was foreseen. If Drew knew what Godwin was thinking, he would likely want to strangle him again. After all, could those petty officers outside really ignore their official waste tokens? Upon hearing the commotion here, Drew frowned and approached with his robes rustling. Giving a scornful glance, he said, What are you doing? Nothing out of order happened, right? As he spoke, he cast a scrutinizing gaze between Godwin and the 2 petty officers, worried about Godwin's blundering nature. Afraid that he might say something nonsensical again, implicating him as well. Godwin chuckled and panted, Don't worry, Freddy, everything is settled. While speaking, he gave Drew a thumbs up, waggling it in the air. A silent acknowledgement of Freddy's prescience. Instantly, admiration shone in Godwin's eyes. Indeed, worthy of being his Freddy, for seeing even this. Beside them, the 2 petty officers hardly dared to breathe, standing by as if sizing up Brecken and Godwin. Though uncertain about their true identities, since they had already shown the Elsie family's token, it was only a matter of allowing them entry. Any issues arising wouldn't be their concern. Please come in, your excellencies. The petty officer efficiently opened the prison gates, flashing a fawning smile, gesturing for Drew and company to enter. Drew frowned, sensing something odd but seeing no immediate anomalies. He led the way while Godwin, watching the 2 officials turn and walk inside, waved at them one last time. Thank you, thank you. A hearty laugh echoed. The 2 petty officers smiled in return. With everything resolved, Godwin hurried inside. After the duo left, the 2 petty officers visibly relaxed, the tension in their eyes finally easing. That was scary. You didn't see that man's eyes, wide open like saucers, the young petty officer mumbled, mimicking the gesture, clearly still shaken. The older petty officer scowled, berating him. Next time you encounter someone like that, let them in directly, understood? The young petty officer, feeling annoyed after being scolded, mumbled with drooping eyes, Can't do that, sir. You always say, Don't talk back or I'll beat you. I won't. Inside the ominous underground prison, only light from windows the size of washbasins seeped in, stirring visible dust particles. Water dripped unseen somewhere in the dimness. All around were wooden or iron cages housing many ragged, unkempt prisoners, their feet shackled with thick chains. Their once white prison clothes were dirted black. Prominently marked on their garments was the word prisoner. These inmates huddled silently in corners, lifeless. The silence inside the Ministry of Punishment's prison was terrifying, making Drew's heart tighten, his back growing cold. He had always heard that the Great Qian Dynasty's underground prison was rigorously guarded, capable of subduing even immortals. But today, it seemed even stricter than imagined. How did Walter escape? Drew frowned, muttering under his breath. Sir. A boisterous voice rang out, echoing through the prison, very noticeable. Keep it down. If you call me sir one more time, I swear I'll strangle you. Drew turned, gritting his teeth in frustration. Oh, sorry, sir. Godwin awkwardly grinned, scratching his head. Drew almost choked with anger, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. All right, stop it. You're really something, Godwin. Godwin dared not speak further, covering his mouth, embarrassed. Taking deep breaths, Drew finally regained his composure. Holding onto the railing, then cautiously said, Hurry up and find where the 4 great protectors are held. What concerned Drew most was whether these 4 great protectors would spill under the Ministry of Punishment's interrogation. After all, although he had managed to deceive the 4 great protectors into believing that he was Walter, there were still many people in the court who knew exactly who he was. He was Drew. Fooling these 4 great protectors, whose intelligence seemed questionable, might work out. But if he tried to deceive the officials of the Ministry of Punishments, it would be nearly impossible. Drew felt anxious, realizing time was running out. If those 4 revealed anything under interrogation, the entire Yi family would be thrown into chaos. 鼓足勇气，叶叮当急道：“大人您放心，事情我已经调查清楚了，4大金刚就关在里头。”您跟我来。Godwin, gathering his courage, said immediately, Sir, rest assured. I have already investigated, and the 4 great protectors are being held inside. Please follow me. Drew did not quite trust Godwin, but for now, he could only follow him deeper inside. As they went further, they came to a door with flickering light where 2 petty officers wearing conspicuous official robes were sitting at a wooden table. They were breathing heavily, having just put down their whips soaked in pepper water with a clang onto the table. They picked up small bowls from the table, gulping water loudly. Damn, these guys have pretty stiff mouths. We've been flogging them for half a day, and they still won't confess. The other officer looked displeased and commented, I reckon these people must be sent by Noemi. The firelight cast on their faces, instantly changing their expressions. Don't talk nonsense, Noemi. One of them made a shushing gesture, obviously afraid of being overheard. What if you're right about Noemi? The other person seemed unconvinced. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense, or no one will be able to save you. The other officer slapped his own mouth symbolically, awkwardly saying, Well, what should we do? Who else in the court could offend Kay? Besides Noemi? The other officer frowned, seeming to agree with this speculation, looking hesitant. Indeed, after all, who in this Qian dynasty did not know that Kay was revered as the mother of the realm and had basically never offended anyone? Chapter 221. Have you come to save us? Moreover, the only one who was in conflict with Kay was the extremely favored concubine, Elsie Guifei, in the palace at present. Once Kay was removed, who else could be the one to stand as the mother of the world and ascend to this position of empress? The one who benefits the most has the greatest motive. Although there were suspicions, no one dared to speak without evidence. Just as the 2 people were talking, a sharp rebuke suddenly came from outside. What a great audacity you have! Who gave you the nerve to speak ill of Noemi behind her back? The 2 people immediately shuddered, dropping their wine cups on the ground and looking over with frightened expressions, their eyes filled with deep fear. One of them even instinctively drew his sword, a flash of cold light appearing. The firelight flickered in the room where they were, casting a particularly sinister light on their terrified faces. Then a figure in black robes, and another that seemed like a small mountain walked in. The leader was precisely Drew, while behind him was Godwin, who had a bewildered look on his large face. He let out a laugh that looked somewhat frightening and made people uneasy. Who are you? One of them immediately frowned. Don't you know in this prison? Before he could finish speaking, Drew waved the Elsie family's insignia in the air. Do you recognize this? That person's face immediately showed astonishment, slowly turning to look at his companion, who also saw the token in Drew's hand, his face now filled with fear. It is an official from the Elsie family who has come in. Sir, enough talk. Godwin pretended to be solemn, asking the 2 people directly, where are the 4 great warriors being held? The 2 faces immediately turned awkward, as if something clicked for them. After all, these 4 warriors had been caught after attempting to assassinate Kay. Now, someone from the Elsie family was here, and just moments ago, they were discussing whether the Elsie family had sent these 4 men. Now, with the Elsie family member asking about the whereabouts of the 4, it was too easy to jump to conclusions. Their faces darkened. Sir, in this prison. Drew glared fiercely, revealing a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Just that glance made the official tremble violently, his expression freezing, feeling as if death itself had set its sights on him, causing his entire body to be drenched in sweat. He feared that saying one more word would invite certain doom. After a tense moment, one of them stammered, they're inside. Humph. Drew snorted coldly, get out. Ah, the 2 people immediately showed hesitation. Sir, please don't make things difficult for us. The higher-ups. Godwin bugged his eyes and stepped forward, breathing heavily like a bellows. You 2 have some guts? Didn't hear what my master said? Are you leaving or not? Drew glanced at Godwin approvingly. Finally, the latter hadn't called him young master this time. Progress indeed. The 2 men stared at Godwin's massive frame, standing up like a roaring bear, with arms as thick as their thighs. They didn't dare say much, hesitantly murmuring, please, don't cause any trouble. With the assassination attempt on Kay, the prime suspects, the Elsie family, had arrived here, and now they were trying to send them away. What would happen next? They didn't even want to think about it. One of them wore a difficult expression, trembling but refusing to leave. Understanding the situation, Drew nodded subtly to Godwin. Without hesitation, Godwin did not continue threatening them. Instead, he reached out his large hands, quickly tapping both necks, and with a thud, the two collapsed, lying on the ground, twitching and unconscious. Don't hit so hard. Drew checked on them, feeling their breath. They're still alive. Try to go easier next time. What if you kill them? Master, no problem. I held back, Godwin hastily explained. Drew looked at him with a hint of exasperation before shifting his gaze to the distance. Inside the door where the two guards stood watch, another door led further in, where the firelight shone brightly, making the hot air feel almost unbearable. It was undoubtedly the interrogation room, and Drew knew exactly who was imprisoned within. From inside came a weak plea, "Help me." A shadow loomed in the flickering firelight, stark against the wall. Drew's face changed as he recognized the voice and immediately stepped inside first, with Godwin hurrying to follow. At that moment, on the rack, the four great warriors were tied up, their upper bodies bare, leaning against it. There wasn't an inch of unbruised flesh on them, covered in wounds and bloodstains. The glistening wounds revealed white bones, a gruesome sight that made one shudder. Their faces were swollen and bruised from beatings. Beside the iron rod stand, the coal burned red hot, sizzling and emitting waves of heat. Ah! Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Michael's trembling voice rang out, "Don't hit anymore, I can't take it. Please, give us some peace. What did you tell the Ministry of Punishments when they questioned you?" Drew's voice suddenly echoed. Earlier, Michael seemed startled as if by something significant, and abruptly raised his head. Sir. Master Yi, you've finally come. We haven't said anything." Their eyes gleamed with hope, as if they had seen a savior. "Oh, you didn't say anything?" Godwin didn't hastily untie the shackles of the four great warriors, but instead sat down at a nearby table. Drew picked up a piece of glowing hot iron, swinging it in the air, then used a pair of tongs to pick up a piece of burning coal, blowing it to make smoke rise, forming a small flame. "I asked you, what did the Ministry of Punishment say about your assassination attempt on Kay?" Drew glanced at them meaningfully. He had initially instructed them to assassinate Noemi Guifei, not Kay. He was already concerned there was something amiss. Even if these men weren't particularly intelligent, they wouldn't have messed this up so badly, would they? Confusing Elsie Guifei and Kay was simply too absurd. They must be brain dead. But unexpectedly, Michael and the others showed a bitter expression, hesitantly crying out in a pitiful tone. "Master Yi, you don't know. The residences of Elsie Guifei and Kay are next to each other, and we got lost and ended up being caught by the Imperial Guard." Chapter 222, Tight-lipped. The group exchanged words chaotically, the noise from all sides ringing in Drew's ears, making them buzz. For a long while, he couldn't make out what they were saying. After an eternity, he finally understood one sentence. Indeed, the group had made a mistake. Involuntarily, he nodded with satisfaction and looked at the few of them. Judging from the current situation, these four great disciples did have tight lips. They spoke what should be spoken, but kept silent about what shouldn't be mentioned. It seems the Tongtian sect has educated these fellows quite well, sparing me some trouble. Drew muttered to himself. Considering how beaten up they were, that their mouths remained tightly shut was somewhat surprising to him. When he first came in, it gave him quite a shock. These men were covered in injuries from head to toe, shocking to see and heart-chilling. Torture tools like pepper water, whips, and red-hot irons were everywhere. It was hard to imagine what they had endured in just a few hours. Without a doubt, they were iron-hearted tough guys. Drew couldn't help but look at them a bit differently. They weren't entirely useless after all. He felt relieved, his expression softening as he sat down and glanced around. "So, no one knows you attempted to assassinate Noemi, and no one knows I sent you on this mission, right?" Drew frowned. "Right, Freddy. We haven't told anyone. Rest assured, no one knows about our mission." Michael grinned, bloodstains mixing with his smile, appearing particularly fearsome, yet his eyes shone brightly. His gaze locked onto Drew. Drew sighed in relief, realizing that his biggest concern hadn't materialized. What a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Immediately afterward, the four great disciples began clamoring anxiously. "Freddy, why don't you quickly rescue us? It's unbearable being in here. Look at how we've been beaten." They continuously complained. "It hurts so much, the whips, the pepper water. These people are so ruthless." The four great disciples wailed endlessly, not expecting the tortures in the Dogon dynasty to be worse than those in the Tongtian sect. Drew remained unperturbed, nodding toward Godwin beside him, giving a meaningful glance. In an instant, Godwin, catching the hint, swiftly moved like a small mountain to block the door tightly as if keeping watch. Looking left and right, the atmosphere inside the room became strangely tense. The four great disciples, seeing this, furrowed their brows, curious. "What are you doing, Freddy?" Drew wasn't going to save them. Why would he block the door? Drew waved his hand casually, chuckling lightly. "Don't worry, you're still seriously injured. Your bodies won't hold up even if you leave. Besides, with me here, do you think you can't escape?" While speaking, a faint glint of malice flashed across Drew's eyes, sweeping over the four great disciples. Unaware, the four great disciples relaxed slightly, smiling gratefully at Drew. "That's right, Freddy must care for us. He wouldn't let us suffer here, would he?" Lao-Si, you were talking nonsense earlier. Do you realize your mistake now?" Michael scolded. Hector and Caesar turned red with embarrassment. They hadn't spared a kind word for Drew in the interrogation room. They thought Drew wouldn't save them. But unexpectedly, the Freddy came personally and knocked out the guards. Now, the two felt somewhat guilty. As Drew saw the moment was right, he conjured a small blue medicine bottle from his pocket and shook it in the air. "You were severely injured just now. Take this to restore your energy, then I'll take you all away later." Huh. The four great disciples stared wide-eyed at each other, then at the little bottle in Drew's hand, curiosity evident in their eyes. They also sneakily glanced at Godwin standing outside the door. This didn't feel right. They weren't fools. Blocking the exit and giving them pills seemed off. Could it be? Though not too smart, they'd faced life-and-death situations before. Now, they were wary, filled with alertness. Seeing their hesitation, "What's wrong?" Drew's face darkened. "Do you think I'm trying to harm you?" Drew snorted abruptly, his face turning grim, a threatening aura emanating from him. And no. The four great disciples hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "How could we think that, Freddy? How could you harm us?" Yes, this is the medicine Freddy gave us to restore our vital energy. Take it quickly, take it quickly." They spoke in unison, one after another. Hearing their words, Drew finally showed a satisfied expression. He stood up and opened the small blue bottle, pouring out several blue pills, distributing one to each of them. Since their hands were shackled to the torture rack, Drew personally fed them the pills. Hector and Caesar had spoken ill of Drew earlier, feeling guilty now. As soon as they saw Drew coming to feed them the pills, they hastily swallowed them down without hesitation. As they gulped the pills down, Drew stood by, watching intently. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. However, he did not unlock their shackles but turned around and sat back on the chair beside him, watching them with interest. "Freddy." The four great disciples furrowed their brows, curiosity evident on their faces. "Freddy, what are you doing?" Drew had said just moments ago that he would take them away, once they finished their medicine. Why was he sitting down again? But Drew remained silent, instead quietly counting down on his fingers with interest. 1, 2, 3. The cold counting echoed eerily in the empty, chilling interrogation room. Beside him, Godwin grinned, baring his teeth, eyes sinister. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Moments later, the four great disciples' faces suddenly twisted in pain, their features contorted. They began shouting, "Ouch, damn it, damn it. No, how come?" The few who had just swallowed the pills looked at Drew with fear and disbelief. At that moment, Drew's cruel smile and sinister eyes sparkled ominously in the firelight, causing dread. "No. Freddy. You. Aya." Chapter 223. Please walk slowly, Your Excellency. The screams of agony continued endlessly, causing one's scalp to tingle. 20 minutes later, Drew and Godwin's figures arrived at the entrance of the Imperial prison, their footsteps echoing back and forth. Two Ignatius, who had been dozing off, looking relaxed just moments ago, suddenly became alert upon hearing the approaching footsteps. They showed a face full of respect. Their eyes hastily turned to look behind them. Upon recognizing Drew and Godwin, "Your Excellencies, you're coming out so soon?" This Ignatius had just been given an ideological education by the older Ignatius. Knowing that to survive in the Great Qian Dynasty, one must be astute, he hurriedly took the initiative to speak in a crisp and respectful tone. His flattery was so excessive it bordered on ridiculous. Drew frowned, turning his head to glance at this Ignatius, thinking to himself, "What's up with this kid? He wasn't like this just now." But whatever happened wasn't something he wanted to dwell on. All he wanted was to leave as quickly as possible. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. He shouldn't linger here too long. Drew silently retracted his gaze, nodding slightly as if acknowledging, then followed Godwin toward the carriage in large strides. Even Godwin, walking ahead, didn't forget to bow and thank them both, his contorted face quite alarming. "Thank you, gentlemen." His voice sounded like wood being sawed, sending chills down people's spines. The two Ignatius forced themselves to endure the discomfort, watching the duo leave while bowing slightly, showing respect. Once Drew and Godwin's carriage wobbled its way further along the dirt road and gradually disappeared into the distance, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The young Ignatius looked relieved. "A close call. Scared me half to death. I have no idea what this Lord Elsie came for." Earlier, the senior Ignatius had thoroughly explained the Elsie family's influence in the Great Qian Dynasty, how powerful they were. After listening to this, he felt deeply frightened, feeling as if his heart might leap out of his throat. He was terrified that any slight misstep earlier might have earned the displeasure of these two lords, leading to the scene just witnessed. The senior Ignatius saw this and, stroking his beard, proudly glanced at the young Ignatius. With profound earnestness, he patted the young man's shoulder. "Well, learn from me from now on, it's all knowledge, got it?" I know. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your patronage. I'll die without regret." The young Ignatius quickly moved closer, rubbing the senior Ignatius's shoulders gently, trying to please him. Not bad. The senior Ignatius closed his eyes to enjoy it, but then abruptly opened them as if remembering something. "Urgently," he said. "Right, hurry in and check. Why is there no noise after such a long time?" He sensed something was amiss. Though puzzled, the young Ignatius turned around and quickly walked inside. Before long, horrendous screams of terror erupted within, reverberating and causing everyone's scalps to tingle. The senior Ignatius, now fearful, rushed in without hesitation. Immediately afterward, another ear-piercing scream, equally intense as before, echoed throughout. "Hurry, go report to the minister. Say the condemned prisoners in the Ministry of Punishments are dead. Faster, what are you standing there for?" Yes. At this moment, Drew sat in the carriage, his body swaying with emotion, eyes closed and resting. He quietly recalled everything that had happened during this time. Drew was naturally handsome, wearing a well-fitted white robe. The jade pendant hanging beside the carriage complemented his dashing looks perfectly, like a jade gentleman, unmatched among scholars. In front of the carriage, Godwin drove the horse, a chestnut-colored steed occasionally snorting, pulling the precious carriage along the bumpy dirt path toward the residence slowly. Looking worried, Godwin asked, "Master Yi, should we be concerned that our actions may be exposed?" He was anxious. Just now, several people went to the Ministry of Punishments, yet shortly after, for heavily guarded convicts in the Imperial prison died suddenly. Even a fool would connect this to them. Moreover, they had been seen by those people just now. Nervousness inevitably arose. Bullshit. Inside the carriage, Drew suddenly opened his eyes, scolding with disdain. "Are you stupid or something? Whose badge did we use just now?" "The Elsie family's." Hearing this, Godwin first froze in surprise, then suddenly realized, scratching his head as if enlightenment struck him. "That's right, We used the Elsie family's badge, so? Heh. A foolish laugh rose but didn't last long. His eyebrows tightened again, trembling as he said, but young master, weren't we seen by them just now? Sitting inside the carriage, Drew's expression changed. He sighed helplessly, as if looking at someone with low intelligence, and said speechlessly, never mind, these matters are not for you to consider. Head into the city. In front of the carriage, Godwin, who was driving, looked puzzled and muttered, what's this? Why shouldn't I be considering it? The carriage swayed gently, and Godwin gripped the reins tightly, almost overheating his CPU. Suddenly, he subconsciously touched his face, feeling something strange, and his eyes lit up as he said, oh, right, we changed our faces. Hee. The same silly laugh rang out again. Inside the carriage, Drew took several deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. He felt like he really wanted to kill him. Not just a little. Forget it. He chose this lackey himself. He had to keep him even if it meant shedding tears. Ahead, Godwin, completely unaware, felt a rush of relief and sharply flicked the whip with a snap. The sound echoed as the chestnut-colored horse immediately responded. The carriage sped up, and the rumbling of its wheels could be heard. The leaves on both sides rustled in the wind. One man, one carriage, one horse. They gradually disappeared into the distance. Night. The night sky was dotted with stars, dark as cloth, enveloping the entire capital city without any gaps. At this moment, the capital city was quiet except for the distant flagstones where patrols with bright torches patrolled back and forth, vigilantly on guard. Pairs of beautiful palace maids and Janice in red robes moved about quietly, busy, silent. The entire capital exuded an eerie stillness, except for the Golden Hall, which was brightly lit. In the splendid Golden Hall, Ivor sat on the dragon throne, his expression cold and solemn, his gaze sharp like a blade beneath his sword-like eyebrows. The hall was deathly quiet. Beside him, Noemi, with her graceful posture, wore a pink crystal robe. Her stunningly beautiful face bore 2 rosy blushes, her willow-like eyebrows arched gracefully, and her cherry lips. She seemed to have walked straight out of a painting. Chapter 224. The Wrath of the Emperor. At that moment, she was sitting by the side, feeding herself with crystal-clear grapes one by one, her movements leisurely, every frown and smile as if capable of ensnaring one's soul. In the great hall below, a man dressed in the attire of a Ministry of Justice official was kneeling on the ground, trembling, cold sweat streaming down his body. Even the faint sound of his heartbeat could be heard, his face ghastly pale. Your Majesty, the officials from the Ministry of Justice have confessed. The 4 death row inmates who attempted to assassinate K have already died suddenly. Suddenly deceased? Emperor Ivor's icy voice suddenly rang out, his imposing gaze sweeping over the figure of the official on the ground, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Then the Emperor wants to know, how is it that prisoners supposedly locked away behind copper walls and iron barriers can die suddenly after just a brief interrogation? Explain this to me. And how exactly did they die suddenly? Were they stricken by wind cold? Or did they commit suicide by poison? The tone was biting and mocking, yet it carried an air of terror, sending chills down one's spine. There was no attempt to conceal the killing intent in that voice. To the officials below, those words sounded like death warrants, making their whole bodies tremble, their foreheads banging against the ground with thuds, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Your Majesty, this subject. The official raised his terrified head, glancing cautiously at Noemi Guei-Fei who sat nearby, leisurely eating snacks, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitating again. As for the exact situation, Emperor Ivor, seated on the throne, saw through everything instantly. Noticing the man's behavior, he instinctively understood something and thus snorted coldly, saying, speak freely. With me here, what else cannot be said? Immediately following the official's gaze, he turned his eyes toward Noemi Guei-Fei who looked completely at ease. And at that moment, as if sensing something, Noemi Guei-Fei stood up, creating a sweet breeze, and gracefully picked up a string of lustrous grapes, approaching Emperor Ivor beside him, cooing softly, Your Majesty. Sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Ivor's expression seemed somewhat dissatisfied, looking at the gentle face of Noemi Guei-Fei, involuntarily showing a hint of tenderness. His voice softened slightly as he said, My love, can't you see I'm still questioning? But no, Your Majesty, I just want to feed you these grapes. Noemi Guei-Fei's voice was coy, as she subtly brushed her ample bosom against Emperor Ivor's arm while speaking. Ivor was about to reprimand, but seeing her from the corner of his eye, his anger dissipated, his voice softening even more. My love, don't misbehave. We are still in the court. Oh, replied Noemi Guei-Fei in a pouting tone, but her eyes revealed immense satisfaction, revealing her charming demeanor openly. She looked defiant and domineering. Meanwhile, the official below, who had been ready to speak nervously, now felt his heart pounding even harder. Cold sweat drenched his back, his eyes filled with fear. He dared not speak further, only wanting to retreat to the side momentarily until the Emperor finished his questioning. Why are you standing there doing nothing? Continue. Ivor glanced at him, urging him to proceed. Noemi Guei-Fei fussed and wriggled for quite some time before stopping, but she didn't move far away. She stood behind the dragon throne, stretching her delicate white hands, gently massaging Emperor Ivor's shoulders. My love. Ivor seemed to welcome her, occasionally emitting sounds of contentment, his stern face showing hints of pleasure. Your Majesty. Although Noemi Guei-Fei appeared to scold, her eyes gleamed with growing satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, the official below became increasingly anxious. What he had intended to say was directly related to the Elsie family. Earlier, he learned that those who entered the prison to investigate the 4 great guards did so using a Elsie family's waistplate. But now, seeing the close relationship between Empress Noemi and Emperor Ivor, should he say it or not? Cold sweat dripped down, landing on the stone floor beneath him, making sharp tapping sounds. The official maintained a serious expression, his trembling hands turning almost white due to the strain. Why haven't you continued speaking? Emperor Ivor lost his patience, his gaze filled with impatience, glaring at the official with displeasure. Finally succumbing to the immense pressure, the official's body weakened, collapsing to the ground once more. He raised his terrified eyes, trembling hands also shaking, and spoke nervously. Your Majesty, those who entered the prison earlier have been identified. This, however, no matter how long he tried, he couldn't finish his sentence. Impatient, Emperor Ivor slapped the table hard with a bang, the loud noise reverberating throughout the hall, causing everything to shake. He shouted angrily, "Why do you hesitate when asked a simple question? Speak up quickly. Do not provoke my wrath." Daring not to delay any further, the official hurriedly reported. Your Majesty, those who entered the imperial prison earlier were from the Elsie family. They used the Elsie family's wasteplate to gain entry. Like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube, he blurted out all the information he knew without reservation. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the Golden Hall became oppressively heavy. The 4 death row inmates who had attempted to assassinate Kay were no ordinary people. Although Emperor Ivor was currently very affectionate towards Noemi Guei-Fei, Kay still held the highest position in the harem and was revered by the whole country as its mother. Now that these 4 men had just been arrested and placed in the imperial prison, people from the Elsie family immediately sent someone there, followed shortly after by the sudden deaths of the 4 men in prison. The sequence of events could not help but arouse deep suspicion and terror. Noemi Guei-Fei's face changed abruptly. Her eyebrows shot up, and her speech turned nervous as she tried to explain hastily. Your Majesty. But before she could finish, Ivor suddenly interrupted her with a stern look, possibly sensing the inexplicable killing intent emanating from him. Noemi Guei-Fei immediately dared not speak again and fell, thud, onto the ground. Kneeling with both hands flat on the floor, her forehead banging repeatedly against the ground, her beautiful face quivering as she pleaded for understanding, the echoes of her voice reverberating around the hall. By now, everyone knew that mentioning the Elsie family entering the imperial prison in front of Noemi Guei-Fei sealed the official's fate. His future safety in the capital city would likely be uncertain. Stand down. Ivor seemed to have made up his mind, waving his hands weakly. Seeing this, Noemi Guei-Fei stepped forward urgently, disregarding her dignity as she tried to explain once more. Your Majesty. Silence. Ivor suddenly bellowed, refusing to give her a chance to speak, glaring at her with eyes full of rage. This gaze exuded murderous intent. Noemi Guei-Fei felt her heart tighten. Her face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down. The peerlessly beautiful face that had captivated the imperial harem for years now seemed to lose its luster. After knowing each other for so long, her favored status by Ivor had only grown over the years. Chapter 225 Frank Admission. Empress Noemi had never seen Emperor Ivor look at her with such a gaze, and she was extremely nervous, her voice trembling. Then, Ivor's angry voice echoed throughout the grand hall like a thunderclap, sweeping over the golden throne hall. He shouted, "Thoroughly investigate the entire Elsie family. Anyone found using the Elsie family's identification token to enter the imperial prison shall be brought before me. Furthermore, take this Empress Noemi back into the harem. She is not to leave without my order." Your Majesty. The delicate voice of Empress Noemi immediately sounded. At that moment, the golden throne hall was deathly silent. She, who was usually so favored, now looked terrified, staring only at her toes, not daring to speak again. Silence. The anger of the emperor weighed down on them like thunder. At night, the Yi residence was pitch black. In the adjacent dark alleyway, several servants dressed in Yi family livery were moving back and forth. An inexplicable eeriness permeated the atmosphere, which was oppressively eerie. Godwin was beside the stable, stroking the large chestnut horse, murmuring, "Oh dear Dahong, you've worked hard these days." Leaning against the stable, the moonlight cast its glow on his rugged face, making his eyes shimmer in the darkness. The chestnut horse seemed to understand human speech. It snorted and stomped its hooves on the stone ground, creating a crisp sound as if in response. Eat up, eat up. Horses don't get fat without night feed. Godwin chuckled, his gaze filled with affection. The chestnut horse began munching noisily on the fodder in the trough, breathing heavily. Godwin didn't notice the figure that had appeared behind him. A chubby old man stood there, his gaze cold and interrogating. Godwin. Godwin trembled violently, turning around and seeing the visitor. He stammered, Master, why are you here? This place is very dirty. Don't soil your clothes." Yet, upon seeing Jamal, he felt guilty and avoided eye contact. Jamal's eyes flashed as he observed everything, then asked, "Tell me, where did you go with Drew today?" His tone was menacing, hinting at an interrogation. Facing Jamal's question, Godwin instinctively opened his mouth but quickly covered it. He remembered Drew's stern warning earlier. "Don't tell anyone about this, even Master Jamal, got it?" Drew's words suddenly rang in his ears, snapping him back to reality. Thus, he swallowed his words, putting on a troubled expression and told Jamal, "Master, we didn't go anywhere special today. Just wandered around with Freddy, truly nowhere else." Although Godwin was normally domineering and unreasonable outside, renowned for his arrogance throughout the capital, he dared not act rashly in front of Master Jamal. After all, the current prosperity of the Yi family relied entirely on Jamal's efforts in court. If not for Jamal, how could the Yi family have achieved such success? Recalling Drew's warning, Godwin dared not speak recklessly, only stammering, "Master, I really don't know anything about it. Ask Freddy." He lowered his head, ready to be reprimanded, feeling like a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Jamal raised an eyebrow, observing Godwin's behavior. A trace of suspicion crossed his face. Guessing what might have happened, he didn't press further. Fine, great. Even my own servant won't listen to me." His cursing was loud, yet there was a glint of approval in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, Jamal turned and left, his stout figure moving swiftly under the moonlight. The white moonlight fell, and the courtyard returned to quiet. A gentle breeze blew by. As Jamal hurried away, the chestnut horse neighed, its hooves thudding loudly. Seeing Jamal leave, Godwin sighed with relief, his gloom instantly vanishing. He muttered to himself, "All clear, master's gone. Eat well, drink well, don't let things get to you." The chestnut horse responded, its mane fluttering as if in agreement. At that moment, inside Drew's bedroom, he lay back in a grand armchair with an air of contentment. Beside him sat a golden-red teapot emitting soft, hissing sounds. The room was filled with the rich aroma of tea, permeating the air. Precious candles, usually spared by ordinary households, now illuminated his bedroom as bright as daylight. Drew hummed a tune, legs crossed, one foot swinging idly. The friction of the armchair against the floor produced creaking sounds. His mood was extraordinarily buoyant. He had already heard about today's events at the palace. Empress Noemi was sent back to the harem by Ivor and could not leave without his order. He never imagined that things would go so smoothly, without much effort from his side. Drew thought inwardly, "Empress Noemi, I once thought you were formidable, but it turns out you were just like this." Hee hee hee. His laughter echoed through the room, identical to Godwin's earlier laughter. Even Drew himself didn't expect that using someone else as a tool would be so unexpectedly effective. The results were surprisingly good. The only thing he worried about was those two minor officials who had seen him and Godwin. However, he wasn't afraid. Even if those two guards revealed something, he wasn't worried. After all, they used disguises when they went there. Even if Jamal came, he probably wouldn't recognize them. Brilliant. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded abruptly. Drew suddenly sat up, eyes wide with alarm, staring toward the door. When he saw Jamal's face illuminated by the firelight, he quickly put on a forced smile, respectfully and nervously asked, "Father, why are you here?" Jamal's expression was dark and forbidding. Without a word, he quickly entered the room. He turned around, closed the door, and carefully bolted it. The room was eerily silent except for the moonlight filtering through the window, casting shadows of father and son onto the ground. Flickering faintly, Jamal's voice rang out suddenly. "Now tell me, have you heard anything about what happened at the Imperial prison today?" Chapter 226, Concealment. Gale did not look up at Brecken. At noon today, he received a report that Drew and Godwin had left the Yi family. Where they had gone was unknown. As for what was happening in the court, Gale was fully aware of it all. He immediately guessed this incident likely involved Drew. He even couldn't help but think that Drew was truly bold enough to dare anything. Previously, Drew had sent people to assassinate Kay, and now those individuals had been captured by the Imperial guards and taken to the Qian prison for interrogation. Yet, Drew dared to venture into the prison alone. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Drew's expression changed dramatically. He never expected Gale to receive news so quickly. Now, worried that Gale might misunderstand, he instinctively said, "Father, don't worry. This matter really has nothing to do with me." While gauging Gale's expression, Drew put down the teapot, stood up, and approached Gale with a forced smile. Gale's face was ashen. Cunning as he was, how could Drew easily deceive him with just a few words? His plump face turned frighteningly dark. "Father, sit down, please." Drew hurriedly smiled, pushing Gale towards the room. Despite his disbelief, Gale seemed somewhat helpless and glanced at Brecken. He eventually sat down at the tea table, but he remained silent, making the room unnervingly grim. Seeing his father willing to sit down, Drew felt a wave of relief. He quickly pulled out a chair and sat down deftly. His smile was extremely confident, showing no signs of guilt. Just as he finished, Gale asked first, "So tell me, where were you today? What did you do?" Drew raised an eyebrow and laughed awkwardly in response. "I haven't gone out for quite some time. It nearly drove me crazy, so I just went to Yihong courtyard for a stroll." Even he hadn't expected Gale's information to come so swiftly. He left home secretly today, didn't he? How did Gale get the news so fast? Who snitched on him? Gale narrowed his eyes, his expression uncertain, remaining silent for a long time. Pound pound. Drew felt his heart pounding fiercely, yet he forced himself to meet Gale's gaze calmly. He didn't know where his father got his information from, but the most important thing right now was, Gale must not find out the truth. At least, Gale must not be dragged into this mess. The Yi family would be in danger if they were further implicated. The number of enemies he had now exceeded 10 fingers. Not only concubine Elsie but also Walter, the four guardians, Tongtian sect, and the two father-son duo of the Elsie family. All regarded him as a thorn in their side, hating him intensely. And the affection Jamung and his wife had for him was deep and sincere. He couldn't harm them any further. He had to bear the burden alone. A man has to stand up for himself. Perhaps sensing no deceit from Drew's expression, after a while, Gale's plump lips twitched slightly as if believing him, saying, "If you say it has nothing to do with you, then that's best. Remember, stay at Yi Manor and don't run around aimlessly, understood?" While Jamung was still suspicious, his eyes scrutinizing Drew closely. "That goes without saying. That goes without saying." Drew hurriedly responded, relieved as he stood up with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, father. Your son is about to become the prince consort soon. Why would I go out and cause trouble so easily? During this period, I will lie around at home and just listen to music or take strolls outside occasionally. Don't worry." Seeing Drew's seemingly unbothered demeanor, Gale finally showed a slight smile, unsure if Drew was lying. "All right, stop bragging. Stay quiet for a while. By the way, remember to visit your mother. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Feeling relieved, Drew hurriedly responded and walked away guiltily, disappearing shortly thereafter. Moments later, Gale's smile faded. The joy in his eyes vanished, replaced by a mysterious calmness. A glance, indeed, landed on the half-visible Elsie family badge beside the bed. His eyes filled with hidden meaning. Father shouldn't have noticed anything, right? Stepping out of the inner chamber, Drew seemed to be still shaken by what just happened. His footsteps swift and hurried. After walking quite a distance, he turned back, confirming that Gale hadn't followed him. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief and pat his chest. Scary. As the saying goes, ginger is indeed spicier when it's old. I nearly exposed myself just now. Drew whispered to himself. It had to be said that in the entire Qian Dynasty, there were very few people as shrewd as Gale. When lying to Gale just now, Drew was on tenterhooks, fearing he might slip up. And what about the original owner? If it weren't for Gale's endless indulgence, believing everything the original owner said, how could he have been deceived so thoroughly? Sigh, those two Gavins must have really had bad luck. These two seniors ended up with such an ill-fated son. Drew sighed helplessly. The original owner was involved in drinking, gambling, whoring. There was nothing he didn't do. He even shamelessly went after Stacy. If not for this, how could the powerful Yi family, which once covered the sky, end up in such a tragic situation? To become a thorn in the side of Walter on his path to unifying the Qian Dynasty? If it weren't for him, would I have to match wits with Walter like this? Speechless. His heart was weary. But suddenly, Drew seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening. Earlier, Gale had reminded him to visit Zinnia if he had free time. Indeed, it had been some time. Drew muttered to himself. I wonder how Mother is doing. To have this original owner as their child must mean they owed him from a previous life. Feeling moved, Drew felt that these two Gavins truly worried endlessly. During such a critical moment, he should go see them. To prevent Nathaniel Lee from worrying, the Yi family, in one of the side courtyards, inside a spacious room, separated by a valuable Wangwali window, faint light filtered through the window, casting a slight glow into the otherwise dark room. Dimly lit, it wasn't clear at first, but you could vaguely make out some shapes. A short while later, there was a creak. Chapter 227, Spitting Blood. At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open, producing a dreadfully creaking sound that was particularly grating in the silent room. Drew's figure appeared then. He poked his head in, cautiously stretching his body inside and looking around with furrowed brows and squinted eyes, calling out in a low voice. Mom. The voice was loud, echoing back and forth in the house. But oddly enough, there was no response for a long time. Strange. Drew frowned, feeling something amiss, and immediately raised his voice again. Mom. This time, a feeble voice laced with some affection came from the large, eye-catching red embroidered quilt on the broad bed in the far corner. Alakir, is that you? It was Merida. Brecken immediately looked towards the source of the voice and saw a person lying on the bed. Her hair, black as cloth with streaks of silver catching the light, stood out prominently. A faintly elevated human shape could be seen under the quilt. Without doubt, it was his mother Merida. Just a few days ago, she was perfectly fine. How could she already be bedridden now? It was daytime, and even if she wasn't feeling well or terribly sleepy, she should have been up by now. Merida had always been active, getting up before dawn every day. Although the Yi family was big and prosperous, and there wasn't really any work that needed Merida's hands, she couldn't stand idle. Every day, before dawn, she would wake up early to sweep the spacious courtyard. This habit never changed, regardless of wind or rain, scorching sun or downpour. Merida remained steadfast. But the current situation left only one possibility. She was ill. Drew was alarmed, heart burning with anxiety. He walked over quickly and carefully sat beside the bed. Mom, what happened? Where does it hurt? Drew asked anxiously. After all, the original owner's antics almost caused Gale and Merida to fall ill regularly due to frustration, as clearly recorded in the original story. Could it be that he did something recently? Did something provoke Merida's anger, causing her condition not to improve? Drew tried recalling but couldn't remember anything specific. It's nothing, just caught a cold last night. My body isn't feeling too well. Merida turned slightly, her appearance haggard, her eyes carrying a trace of worry. Her usually vibrant gaze seemed dimmed. She lacked her usual vitality, even her voice quivered while speaking. Clearly, she wasn't feeling well. For some reason, Drew felt an ache in his heart, as if it were being twisted with a knife. Instinctively, he reached out and grabbed Merida's hand exposed outside the quilt, feeling the icy cold touch. He had been here for several months, having grown deeply attached to the two Gavins. Moreover, these past few days, they had shown him so much care and love. Drew regarded them as his real parents, wishing to serve them with utmost care. Have you seen a doctor? Drew asked urgently, genuinely concerned. Upon hearing this, Merida managed a weak smile at the corner of her mouth, speaking in a barely audible voice. Your father had a court physician check on me. It's just a minor illness, nothing serious. Merida spoke helplessly, shaking her head as if afraid that Drew would worry, releasing her hand. Hearing this, Drew breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly saying, That's good, that's good. Drew knew well that his father was also quite soft-hearted. His fondness for Merida was no less than what he felt for himself. If something happened to Merida, Gale would probably be more anxious than himself. And judging by Gale sending him to visit Merida earlier, he must have known in advance. Moreover, there was no need for Merida to lie about seeing the doctor. Therefore, Merida should be fine, which somewhat calmed Drew. But a moment later, Merida frowned, her pale face showing signs of weariness as she said worriedly, Alakir, have you been causing trouble lately? Merida had always been extremely fond of the original owner. Apart from Gale, she was preoccupied with worrying about Drew's unsavory deeds. Had he gotten into a fight in the palace today? Or taken over some civilian woman on the street yesterday? Each time, it was Gale and Merida who cleaned up after him. Just thinking about it made Drew feel uneasy. Seeing Merida still worrying about him despite being ill, how could Drew not feel moved? However, Drew stiffened his face and replied, What are you talking about? That's baseless talk. Saying this, he felt a bit guilty. After all, things hadn't been peaceful for him recently. At this moment, Gale and Drew seemed to have an unspoken understanding. No matter how significant the events were, they did not mention a word about it to Merida. Now that Merida suddenly asked, he naturally chose to keep it hidden and didn't reveal the truth. However, as soon as he spoke, Merida's lips curved into a bitter smile, as if she saw through his intentions without saying it outright. Alakir, do you really think I don't know you? You're always stirring up trouble, How can you ever be at peace? How can you still deceive your old mother like this? As she spoke, her gaze scanned Drew meaningfully, as if she could see right through him. Drew didn't dare to say a word. Then, he heard Merida earnestly advising him. Now that you're about to marry Addie, you need to be more cautious. Merida struggled to sit up, her body trembling with coughs as she continued. There are so many people in the Great Qian Dynasty who bear grudges against our family. So many eyes are watching us. Your father and I are getting on in years, but we're not too concerned about ourselves. It's just that you. Her words hung in the air, worry clouding her eyes, leaving the rest unsaid. In the original story, Gale and Merida treated Drew like their most precious treasure, afraid he might melt if held in their mouths or fall if cradled in their hands. But because of this, Drew grew up to be arrogant and unruly. To some extent, the two Gavins were partly responsible for the original owner's waywardness. Yet, their love for Drew was genuine and unquestionable. Drew listened with a bowed head and a heavy heart. Suddenly, Merida began to cough violently, and a warm liquid splattered onto Drew's hand. It was sticky and wet. Alarmed, Drew looked down, and under the dim light, he saw a patch of crimson. It was blood. Mom! Mom! Drew became tense all of a sudden, urgently shouting as he hurried to support Merida. The situation was dire, and even Drew didn't realize that he had already lost his composure. Panic-stricken. Chapter 228 Mother, I'll go call the Imperial Physician. Mother, what happened to you? The Imperial Physician? I'll go call him. Drew was at a loss, his voice trembling as he spoke. That's enough, Alikur. Selena, lying on the bed, suddenly interrupted him. She reached out and grabbed Drew's hand, speaking in a lowered voice. This is an old ailment of mine. Every time I catch a cold, it becomes like this. There's no need for alarm. Don't make it known, understand? Drew turned his head to look at his mother, his eyes filled with worry and glinting. But before he could speak, Selena continued. Remember, Alikur, no matter what happens, you must always protect yourself and never act rashly. Drew stood rooted to the spot, feeling a mix of emotions well up within him. After a long pause, he hesitantly said, I understand. His voice choked up. In this situation, how could he not be moved by the fact that his mother was still thinking about him? Cough cough. Selena began to cough violently, even choking. Drew hurried over, gently patting her back. Mother, are you really all right? Drew was concerned about his mother's condition but couldn't call the physician since she had just forbidden him from doing so. Yet here she was, coughing up blood. How could he not be worried? Even his heart pounded loudly in his throat, as if it were going to leap out. Selena didn't respond to Drew's words, but instead shook her head silently and changed the subject. Right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. She struggled to sit up, looking gaunt. Mother, you can just say it. At this moment, Drew felt as if his heart had been ripped out, not feeling right at all. Then, Selena stretched out her shaky hand, searching under the pillow until she found a square object. Without hesitation, she thrust it into Drew's hands. It was heavy. Hold on to this. It can save your life when needed, Selena said while covering her mouth, coughing even more intensely. What is it, Mother? Drew glanced worriedly at his mother, then looked down. But in the next second, he exclaimed, an immortality medal. In his hand was a gold medal, shiny and weighty, inscribed prominently with the words, Immortality Medal. I know you've always been prone to getting into trouble. Now, you're married to Addie from the royal family. If anything goes wrong, this immortality medal will save your life. Don't lose it, okay? Selena, full of concern, looked at Drew lovingly, deeply emotional. Remember, no matter what, always protect your own life, understood? She reiterated her warning. Although she nagged several times, Drew didn't find it annoying at all. Rather, his heart warmed. And his mother's gaze toward Drew carried indulgence and deep affection. Drew's nature was no secret to her. The reason Gale had married Selena was because she came from a significant power within the Great Qian Dynasty, albeit usually inconspicuous. Moreover, Ye's ancestors were founding heroes who had received several immortality medals from the previous emperor, one of which was now in Selena's possession. Concerned for Drew's safety, she handed him the immortality medal to safeguard his life. Drew tried to push the medal back. I don't want it, Mother. Why would I need such a thing? His voice nearly choked. For her to hand over the immortality medal, did it mean he was unreliable? An immortality medal. According to historical records, there were only 10 in the entire Great Qian Dynasty, each held by distinguished founding heroes or nobility. Drew knew of his mother's remarkable background and the substantial influence behind her, making the significance of the immortality medal self-evident. Despite his repeated refusal, Selena's expression hardened, staring intently at Drew and sternly saying, Take it. Are you not going to listen to your mother? Her tone left no room for argument. Drew was speechless, staring at the heavy immortality medal in his hand, lost in thought, his emotions complicated. For a moment, the room was eerily silent, the two of them gazing at each other, time seeming to stand still. Mother. Drew's weak voice broke the silence. After a long while, Drew emerged from his mother's bedroom, his figure weary, brows furrowed, and face melancholic. He seemed like a soulless puppet, moving as if he were a walking corpse. When he reached the open courtyard, Drew's footsteps finally came to a halt, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Stevie, you bastard, wait for me. We won't rest until one of us dies. He gritted his teeth, fury evident on his face. Damn it. I swear I will not live like a man unless I take my revenge. Drew, having inherited the original host's emotions, had developed deep feelings for Gale and Mother Yi. But Stevie was relentless, along with that damned Elsie family, forcing their Yi family to the brink of destruction. Now, without hesitation, Mother Yi even gave him the immortality medal used for self-preservation. Drew felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him, swirling together like a storm. His heart was heavy, and an urge surged within him to confront Stevie immediately. I don't believe it. A good-for-nothing who thinks of using women for elixir refinement every day. How can I not handle you? Drew clenched his fists tightly, the intensity of the murderous intent in his eyes never stronger. Early morning, in the prison of the Great Qian Dynasty. Please stop hitting me, sir. Echoes of chilling screams reverberated through the dimly lit dungeon. Tell me, who exactly came to the prison just now? The surroundings were dark, with only a small area near the wall illuminated by patches of light. It barely lit up the space. As the light mist rose, dust danced in the air. Screams continued unabated, making one's scalp tingle and heart tremble. At this moment, a vicious guard stood bare-chested, brandishing a whip soaked in chilly water, swinging it vigorously in the air. On the rack before him lay two bloodied men, their flesh torn open. One of them had already fainted. The older official Drew had encountered earlier when he entered the prison. His eyes rolled back, head drooping and hanging limply to the side. The younger Ignatius, visibly terrified, his face pale as chalk, stuttered in fear, barely recognizable after being beaten into a pulp. Chapter 229. Speak or not. Your Honor, I really told you everything. They are people from the Elsie family. The minor official Manchang struggled to lift his head, his face covered in blood, and spoke with difficulty. People from the Elsie family? Hearing this, the Arden's expression changed drastically, and a surge of anger rose in him. He cursed loudly. You dog, daring to be stubborn at this point. His face was dark as thunder, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes like a venomous snake. Earlier, in the Great Hall, Ivor had learned that the person who came to the heavenly prison was from the Elsie family, and he immediately issued a death order. He commanded that within 3 days, they must find out who was responsible for the sudden deaths of the 4 great warriors. And he himself was sent by the Elsie family. Even though now, Noemi had been ordered by Emperor Ivor to stay within the palace and not go out without permission. But due to some unexpected twists, plus the maneuvering of the Elsie family, it ended up being someone from their own Elsie family conducting this interrogation. Now, this minor official dared to say in front of him that the one who came to the heavenly prison was from their Elsie family. Isn't this like setting up a bed next to a cesspool? Asking for trouble? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Immediately, he started lashing again, the leather whip crackling through the air with a ferocious sound. Your Honor, Your Honor. The minor official, being whipped until he doubted his existence, shouted weakly. I'm telling the truth, Your Honor, Your Honor. Let you be stubborn, let you be stubborn. The Arden remained silent with a darkened face, while continuing to brandish the leather whip. The entire prison cell was filled with horrifying screams that chilled one to the bone. Standing nearby was a Yanni dressed in a red robe. Watching this scene unfold, he was thoroughly stunned. Doesn't this interrogator seem a bit off in the head? Who asks questions like this? His lips twitched, and he couldn't help but quietly remind the man. This sir of the Ministry of Punishments, should we not start from physical characteristics? If you keep beating him like this, cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, the Yanni glanced nervously at the bound person on the rack. If this continues, the man will likely be beaten to death without revealing any useful information. Most importantly, they had been here for almost half an hour. Apart from repeatedly asking whether the minor official would speak or confess, this Arden hadn't asked any other questions. Just ask already. The Yanni deeply suspected that this Arden might actually be a spy sent by the enemy. However, the Yanni was also part of the Elsie family. Seeing things were getting out of hand, he hastily interjected. Your Honor, perhaps we should change our approach? Ask some other questions? The Yanni was drenched in cold sweat. Is my line of questioning wrong? The Arden stopped, turning to look at the Yanni. The Yanni's face twitched as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, don't tell me you don't know if your questioning is right or wrong. Oh, okay, let's change direction then. Upon hearing this, the Arden turned around, blinking and contemplating deeply. After a moment, he twisted his head, casting a chilling gaze at the minor official, looking like a demon. The minor official was terrified, not daring to move. Their eyes met in a deadlock. I'm asking you. The minor official awaited with anticipation. Suddenly, the Arden began cursing loudly. F***K, but not beating him won't extinguish the anger in my heart. As he spoke, the leather whip flew wildly again. The Yanni? The minor official? Do you speak? Do you speak? Do you speak? A series of angry shouts echoed once more. Cries of agony rang continuously. No, Your Honor, please ask first. The Yanni was nearly driven mad, feeling the Arden had issues. How can anyone interrogate like this? What a mess. Another round of violent whipping ensued. Under the minor official's despairing gaze, the Arden finally stopped the whip and said grumpily, So, am I going to ask or what? Your Honor, you may ask. The minor official's voice was barely audible, fearing another bout of madness from the Arden. His teeth chattered as he hurried to speak. Why did you say the person who came to the heavenly prison was from the Elsie family? This? But on that day, the person who entered the heavenly prison indeed had the Elsie family's identity badge. Before he could think further, slap, 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 slap. Another series of crackling sounds filled the air as the Arden started lashing again. The Yanni looked bewildered, and the minor official struggled desperately, losing all hope. Speak. Do you speak? Do you speak? The Arden's leather whip flew wildly, entering a berserk state, stirring up a gust of bloody wind. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, falling into a deathly silence. The Yanni remained silent, his face darkened, giving the Arden a look as if viewing a mentally deficient person. Not that, my lord. What I mean is to ask about the physical appearance. Are you asking in the wrong direction? The Yanni hurriedly called a stop. Is this guy a fool? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? Am I asking in the wrong direction? The Arden stopped the leather whip in his hand, furrowed his brow and looked at the Yanni with an expression of incomprehension. Don't I feel right? If you can figure it out by yourself, would you ask such a stupid question? They mean your line of questioning is wrong, my lord. The Yanni felt helpless, rolled his eyes inwardly, paused for a while and sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. The Arden pondered for a moment, suddenly had an epiphany, and then fiercely asked again. All right, tell me, who exactly came to the heavenly prison that day? The little official? The Yanni? Not the Yanni, whose face turned ashen, reminded. What did they look like? The person who came to the heavenly prison? Oh, right. The Arden frowned and said, what did the person who came to the heavenly prison look like? The little official let out a long sigh, finally feeling like he was getting somewhere. It seemed like a young master and a big man, looking like master and servant. You damn idiot. Do you think I don't know that? The Arden suddenly shouted, followed by a series of crackling whips, the scene shocking. No, no, my lord, please stop. The little official screamed wildly. The Yanni beside him took a deep breath, rubbed his face, trying hard to suppress the urge to curse. Another round of frenzied whipping ensued. Keep talking, the Arden stopped. The little official hesitated in his tone, stuttering as he continued. The muscular giant was tall and big, like a small hill, and he spoke in a deep, booming voice. After saying that, he cast a wary glance at the Arden, fearing another sudden bout of madness and whipping. Damn, it's too terrifying. He keeps asking whether you'll speak or not. If you don't, he starts whipping without giving you a chance to speak. Who could bear this? What a pervert. Maybe he's into S&M? That's too abstract. Chapter 230. It looks like Drew. Are you writing a damn novel for me? The Arden, fierce as a demon, brandished his leather whip with a whooshing sound. I hate novel writers the most in my life. The Ignatius's shouts were heart-wrenching and pitiful. Go to hell. Ah. At this moment, the entire scene made one's hair stand on end, falling into deep doubt about life. My lord. The Yanni hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, stopping the whip in the Arden's hand, saying, I think this person looks somewhat like Master Yi of the Yi family and his notorious servant Godwin. While speaking, he looked at the Arden cautiously, still in fear. If this beating continues, before the interrogation gets anywhere, it might just be him dying first from anger. Thank goodness he came today. If he hadn't, this man might have been beaten to death alive. What good-for-nothing officials they were, getting such an idiot to interrogate people. This was truly lacking in virtue. Hiss. The Arden pondered thoughtfully, eyes blinking with a hint of reflective light. It does look a bit similar. The Yanni finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, things are back on track. I ask you, have you seen Drew and Godwin of the Yi family? The Arden turned around and asked fiercely. My lord, I really don't know. The Ignatius had already been beaten half dead, trembling even when speaking, his head tilting to one side, weakly answering. You. The Arden glared and raised the whip again. The Yanni hurriedly intervened, grabbing the whip while smiling apologetically. My lord, if you keep hitting him, he'll die. At the same time, he pleaded. Our family has met Master Yi, and this description is extremely similar. Why not report this to Her Majesty? If he continued beating, would this person even have breath left? He had been watching here for quite some time, listening to the Ignatius's account, which did resemble Drew of the Yi family slightly. Are you sure it's someone from the Yi family? The Arden frowned. The Yanni silently nodded, looking at the half-dead Ignatius beside him with lingering fear. Even if it wasn't, it should be said now. Otherwise, would he let you continue beating? If this person dies, what kind of outcome could he expect? Fine. The Arden's eyes widened, waving his hand and declared firmly, Bring me paper and pen. This magistrate has important news to report. Several terrified figures trembled as they held paper and pen, quickly walking in. My lord. Capital city, Jingshun Palace. Inside a splendid golden palace, willow branches swayed in the wind. Bird songs filled the air, creating a gentle ambience. But beneath this serene atmosphere, a hidden undercurrent stirred, making one shudder. Two graceful figures slowly strolled through the garden. In front walked a figure clad in a pale pink robe, her exquisite features now showing a hint of gloom. Behind her followed a frightened palace maid, barely daring to breathe, taking tiny steps closely behind her mistress, never letting the distance exceed 5 steps. For a moment, the entire atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Zella, Lady Elsie, the imperial concubine, suddenly stopped, her brows furrowing, a displeased tone in her voice. Your Majesty. The maid responded hastily, trembling. I ask you, why haven't the pastries from the imperial kitchen arrived yet? What time is this? Lady Elsie turned her head, a trace of annoyance in her eyes. The maid answered hesitantly, nervously glancing at Lady Elsie's face, her heart pounding. Your Majesty, Zella went to ask the imperial kitchen half an hour ago, and they said. Say what? The imperial kitchen staff said that Sunny ordered no one can enter or leave the Forbidden City without his command. What? Lady Elsie's voice rose sharply, her face turning livid, eyes flashing with hidden malice. She was already irritated earlier. Today in the hall, the Ministry of Justice officials insisted that the person entering the heavenly prison was from their Elsie family. At this critical moment, how dare they throw dirt on her face? Though the inner palace seemed calm on the surface, it was actually stormy and turbulent beneath. Everyone knew that she, concubine Elsie, and Kay appeared harmonious, but secretly competed fiercely. For nothing else but the position of supreme consort. A few days ago, Kay was attacked, and the captured assassin was imprisoned in the heavenly prison before mysteriously dying. The Ministry of Justice officials then claimed the intruder into the prison was from her Elsie family. This was unacceptable, clearly slandering Lady Elsie Jing. She was already fuming. Now, the pastries from the imperial kitchen for Jingshun Palace in the afternoon had not arrived on time. These dogs. Do they really think she is easy to provoke? Empress Elsie's hatred made her gnash her teeth, her beautiful face clouded with Wuding de Qingxir, like the calm before a storm, about to erupt. The palace maid kneeling on the ground was already drenched in sweat. Empress Elsie was infamous for her foul temper. Many of the maids who served her had died without knowing how they met their end under her scolding and beatings. Some even vanished into thin air after displeasing her one day. Where did they go? Everyone knew but dared not say it openly. Empress Elsie's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice, and her expression was unfriendly, clearly intending to vent her anger on this maid. Your Highness, the young maid, her broad, pale forehead glistening with cold sweat, trembled visibly, her heart pounding as if she were at the brink of extreme nervousness. Just then, cuckoo. Beyond the several-meter-high red palace wall, came a lively chirping sound. Empress Elsie, just about to explode, knitted her eyebrows, sensing something, and impatiently waved her hand. You may retreat first. I will settle accounts with you later. Yes, Your Highness. The maid felt as if she had received a pardon, hurriedly kowtowing to thank Empress Elsie, then backing away quickly. Empress Elsie waited for a while. Not until the maid disappeared and she was alone in the courtyard did she lift her narrow, alluring eyes to look beyond the palace wall, saying coldly, "Come out." In an instant, a black figure flipped over the several-meter-high wall outside. Dressed in a black night suit, the figure was agile and nimble. He landed on one hand in front of Empress Elsie and reported respectfully, "Report to Your Highness, the Ministry of Justice officials have now confirmed that the person impersonating an adult member of the Elsie family who entered the heavenly prison is very likely Drew from the Yi family." What? Empress Elsie raised her eyebrows, gritting her teeth in hatred. Drew again. She had known it. Why would such a thing fall on her Elsie family out of nowhere? It turned out that this Drew was behind it. Chapter 231. I want him dead. Empress Elsie pondered secretly. Although she had no clue how Drew obtained the Elsie family's token, it couldn't be a coincidence given recent events and what happened between her and Drew earlier. This monumental disaster must be related to Drew. How dare you, Drew? I haven't settled the score with you yet, but now you've dared to provoke me. Empress Elsie cursed viciously. The person who was kneeling before remained silent, awaiting instructions from Empress Elsie. Empress Elsie glanced back, confirming no one else was around. Only an eerie silence. Summon someone, relay my orders back to the Elsie residence. Have my good-for-nothing father and worthless cousin follow my commands. Yes. In the capital city, at the Elsie residence, inside an unremarkable bedroom, it was eerily quiet except for faint sounds. How dare you, Drew, to falsely accuse the Elsie family like this? You are truly reckless and heartless. And Gavin in official robes embroidered with cranes swimming angrily slammed his hand on the table, holding a letter, cursing fiercely. His beard trembled uncontrollably as he quaked with fury. It was as if a storm raged within him. From afar, came a feeble and timid voice. Father, we absolutely can't let Drew off. Look at how badly I'm beaten. On a luxurious bed, Gavriel lay pale, covered in quilts, looking like a sickly wretch. A white towel was draped over his forehead, making him look pitiful. Not long ago, he had planned to harm Clarissa but was caught by Drew and brutally beaten. For months, he hadn't even been able to get out of bed. Adalberto looked over at his son's miserable state, his anger boiling further. However, he suppressed his rage shortly after and comforted him. Binger, don't be afraid. Father will settle this for you. But they weren't alone in the room. Next to a square table sat a man with sharp brows and glaring eyes, his face livid, radiating intense hostility. He stared fixedly at the two inside the room, creating an icy atmosphere. It was Stevie, seemingly sensing his gaze. Master, how should we deal with this? Adalberto forced down his anger and asked respectfully in a low voice. Currently, the Elsie family, operating under the Heavenly Path sect, aligned themselves with Stevie and revered him as their master. How to handle? Stevie's face was livid. He clenched a teacup so hard that it shattered instantly into powder. I wish to grind his bones to dust and dig up his ancestors' graves to alleviate my hatred. The chilling intent made everyone shiver. Since arriving in the capital, nothing seemed right, as if everything went against him whenever he encountered Drew. Most infuriating was that he couldn't defeat him. Isn't that infuriating? Infuriating indeed. If there were any chance, he would crush Drew mercilessly. Stevie stood up abruptly, eyes bloodshot. It seemed he was about to lose control. Adalberto noticed the situation getting out of hand, and quickly restrained him by the shoulder. Master, he hastily advised, we should think carefully and not act rashly. The Heavenly Path sect had promised great rewards to the Elsie family, even promised them titles and honors once they secured the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty. The Elsie family was tempted, but right now, it seemed their master wasn't thinking clearly. However, Adalberto didn't dare voice these thoughts. Think carefully? Stevie slammed the wooden table, splitting it in half. Adalberto looked at the shattered table and felt a pang of pain. My rosewood round dining table. Stevie's eyes were still bloodshot, exuding a deadly aura like a vengeful deity. I want him dead now. Putting aside his regret. Master, if we act so openly. Adalberto was seized by fear. Though the current turmoil in the Great Qian Dynasty brought hidden struggles, Drew was now the intended son-in-law of Ivor, the imperial son-in-law. Attacking him would invite catastrophic consequences. More importantly, numerous eyes watched the Elsie family and Yi family closely. The capital situation was tense. Seek revenge on Drew now was definitely not wise. So your suggestion? Stevie glared fiercely, tone menacing. Bringing up a smile, Adalberto immediately stood up and leaned close to Stevie's ear, whispering in a low voice. The old man thinks this matter can be handled like this. A hushed conversation ensued. Oh. Stevie's face lit up with delight at these words, his eyes shining. Great idea, great idea. Why didn't Freddy think of this? Adalberto shot him a meaningful glance. The two exchanged a look and broke into a sinister grin. Stevie, this plan is quite good. Let's do it this way, the sooner, the better. After this matter is settled, Freddy will reward you generously. Understood. On Adalberto's weathered, bark-like face, satisfaction shone coldly at that moment. The two men were accomplices in deceit, perfectly aligned in their villainy. Only Gavriel on the sickbed wore a blank expression, completely unaware of what his father and Stevie were discussing. But, Shouldn't he join in with a laugh too? Moments later. Hehehe. Their chilling laughter echoed within the room, reverberating back and forth. The sunshine is bright and the weather is fine, but the little bird got bitten by a bug when it went out. Drew stretched lazily, feeling utterly content as he yawned and strolled out of the bedroom. It had been a long time since he slept so soundly. So comfortable. Yesterday, Mother Yi gave him an imperial pardon token. Though Drew felt unworthy of it, it did mean that from now on, he could walk sideways in the capital. Emperor Ivor of Qian was impartial and stern. Yet, he held the ancestral laws in high regard. With the imperial pardon in hand, granted by the previous emperor, unless it involved treason, even Ivor couldn't touch him. Good news certainly uplifts one's spirit. Hehehe. I'm such a clever little rascal. Just as Drew was contemplating this, a sudden flash of cold light appeared before his eyes. He swiftly dodged to the side. The cold light whizzed past his ear at incredible speed, creating a whooshing wind. Swoosh. An unusual sound came from behind him. What the heck? Drew was startled, and once he regained his composure, he shouted toward the direction from where the cold light had come. Which stray dog just threw something? What if it hits the flowers and plants? Chapter 232. Always have Dalmeen want to harm me. How immoral. Is there any decency left? Drew stood with his hands on his hips, scolding loudly like an abusive woman in the street. He kept cursing for nearly 3 incense sticks time until his saliva was almost dried up. Then he barely stopped and turned around with great effort. This is. When he saw clearly, his body couldn't help but shiver, his pupils widened, and he felt his scalp numb. Tianandi. It wasn't a stone. It was an arrow. At this moment, a sharp arrow about the length of a forearm had already sunk into the pillar behind him, deeply embedded in the wood. Turns out someone didn't just throw things randomly. Tianandi, someone wanted to assassinate him. Cold sweat ran from Drew's scalp straight down to his heels as a chill ran down his spine. F***K. Always have Dalmeen want to harm me. After some terrifying thoughts, without saying another word, he immediately hid behind one of the bright red wooden pillars nearby, looking around vigilantly. In just a few seconds, he had examined several directions, including 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 o'clock. The crisis was over. Damn. What the hell is this? After confirming there was no threat multiple times, Drew finally walked out from behind the large pillar, nervously looking around. Everything in the yard was calm and peaceful, except for some weeds swaying in the wind a few meters away. He tiptoed to the red pillar and carefully observed the arrow that had penetrated several inches deep into the pillar, embedded deeply in the wood. Even the tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly. This person has profound internal strength. Shooting this arrow was done by an expert. Drew's gaze followed the arrow back, and soon he discovered something surprising. Huh. What is this? Drew focused and saw that a white letter was hanging from the black tail of the arrow, swaying in midair. F***K. Could it be a timed bomb? Drew jumped in fright, exclaiming aloud as he quickly darted backward. He knew that Curtis's bizarre and unconventional moves were endless, reckless, horrible, arrogant, and rampant. After all, anyone who could cultivate secret techniques that make people's testicles explode wouldn't find it strange if they invented a timed bomb now. Before crossing over, Drew had seen on TV how even buns could explode. So why would it be unusual for a mere letter to explode? Basic operation. Don't panic. Better safe than sorry. Given that Drew had made numerous enemies, he was already as wary as a startled bird, always alert. After all, a moment of carelessness could mean losing his life. He must be vigilant. Drew moved nimbly, taking hurried steps to hide again behind what he deemed to be a safer red pillar. His gaze, like a sharp hawk, swept back and forth. Only the whistling wind could be heard throughout the courtyard, which was deathly silent. So much so that the highly alert Drew could only hear his own pounding heart, beating like a drum. Could it really just be a simple letter? Drew cast his gaze again, frowning deeply. After waiting for a long time and ensuring everything was fine, Drew cautiously came out once more, carefully observing the letter suspended from the arrow. Snap. Taking advantage of its unawareness, Drew pulled the letter sharply and then quickly hid behind the red pillar again, breathing heavily and his face not yet composed. Phew. This probably won't explode, right? Drew first shook the letter in his hand to test it, and after confirming there was no problem, he slowly opened it with trembling hands, reading it line by line, his eyes flashing. F***K. This? Drew was instantly shocked, nearly falling over. The letter drifted slowly to the ground due to his lack of strength. Simeon harassed villagers? Was kidnapped by bandits and taken to be their concubine? Drew muttered to himself, his face blank. After a while, he felt something was off and quickly bent down to pick up the letter he had dropped, examining it closely again. Oh, no. Simeon was passing through outside the capital city gates when he was captured by bandits nearby. Phew. A stone dropped from Drew's heart. Good thing he wasn't taken to be their concubine. Hold on. Drew suddenly realized, his eyes wide open, staring at the letter in his hand like huge copper bells, his hands shaking. Simeon was captured by someone? Drew was still shaken. After all, Simeon had grown up together with him, wearing pants side by side since childhood. He had also contributed greatly on his path to opposing the Elsie family. There was no way he could stand by and do nothing. Drew frowned, pondering who could have made the move. It's definitely either the Elsie family or Curtis. Could it be Leandro? Drew muttered to himself as if talking to himself. At present, there were more enemies than he could count on 2 hands in the entire capital city. But there was one peculiar point. Without exception, these people hated him with such intensity that they longed to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and flay his skin. But strangely, since that last encounter at Ihong Courtyard with Leandro, the man had vanished without a trace, as if evaporated into thin air. Regarding this individual, Drew understood very well. He was absolutely a sly old fox, not to be underestimated. With Simeon being captured at this critical juncture, Save him or not? Drew felt helpless. At present, even he was like a clay statue crossing a river, struggling to keep himself safe. However, Simeon's predicament was likely due to involvement with him. Could he really just leave him behind? Drew's expression was grim. After a moment, he seemed to make up his mind and shouted loudly toward the door. Godwin! Godwin! In just a short while, a figure resembling a small mountain stumbled in, his eyes revealing simplicity and apparent lack of intelligence. Master, you called me? Drew was speechless. What have you been doing all day? He often wondered where Godwin's brain had gone, wondering if it had been eaten by a dog. How come every time he looked at him, Godwin didn't seem to have a single moment of clear-headedness? No wonder villains die early. Having someone like this around, how could they not end up dead? Freddy, I didn't do anything? Godwin was utterly bewildered. Enough, no nonsense. Something serious has happened. Drew waved the letter in his hand. What's going on? Godwin casually grabbed the letter, his walnut-sized eyes scanning back and forth. Chapter 233, Follow Me. A moment later, his face changed dramatically. F***K. Another shout like a wheezing windbox. Drew watched Godwin's reaction expressionlessly, as if it were an everyday sight. Even if this fool ate the letter, Drew wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, this idiot didn't become one in a day. And as the young master of this fool, his tolerance wasn't cultivated in a day either. Get used to it. Basic operations are not impressive. Drew's heart had long been trained by Godwin to be as firm as a rock. Master Yi, Freddy Simeon has been captured. What should we do? As if he feared no one knew about it, Godwin bellowed with such volume that it nearly shattered Drew's eardrums. Drew hurriedly covered his ears, gesturing for him to stop. Stop. Don't shout anymore. Are you wailing? Embarrassed, Godwin forced a grin, revealing a row of even teeth. He looked just like a donkey. Ever since Drew told him to win the love and respect of the people, he practiced smiling every day in his room. He thought he had made some progress, so he couldn't wait to show off. Hiding one's inadequacies isn't a good habit. Fortunately, Drew didn't know his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely cracked his head open before going to rescue Simeon. What else? We rescue him.
Yes.
Prepare weapons. Everyone who can breathe follows me, except those guarding the house.
Yes.
And put away that smile of yours.
Yes.
Can you not do that? It makes me want to hit you.
Yes.
Drew. Dusk. Capital City. Under the night sky, the city was shrouded in darkness as if covered by a giant black cloud, making the night impenetrable. There was a curfew in the capital, so ordinary citizens weren't allowed out unless it was necessary. At this moment, outside the Yi mansion, dozens of servants dressed in black stood energetically at attention, holding torches that lit up the surroundings like daylight. Godwin stood proudly in front of them, scanning the crowd with a satisfied expression. Earlier, Drew had instructed him to train a group of well-disciplined servants for emergencies, and now it seemed to be quite effective. Good, very good. Godwin smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he heard a smack on the back of his head. WTF? Who dares offend me? Turning around, his anger instantly turned into a fawning smile upon recognizing the newcomer. Oh, Freddy Yi. You're here? Freddy Yi, why are you here? You didn't say anything. Drew felt goosebumps all over. If you dare mimic the madam from the pleasure quarters again, I'll send you there to be her apprentice. Oh, such a good thing. Godwin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unaware of his thoughts, Drew glanced at him irritably and walked past, saying chillingly, step aside. Yeah, all right. Godwin tactfully moved to the side. Standing on the bluestone steps outside the mansion, Drew scanned the agile young men in front of him, nodding in approval. Must say, Godwin did have his ways. Previously, Drew had seen the original master's henchmen, bullying markets and women, doing whatever their master ordered. They looked tough then, but in real fights, they were nothing. Only because of Father Gale's name did the original master wield power in the capital without being challenged. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. The air was deathly silent. What are you standing around for? Call Freddy. Seeing no response, Godwin shouted loudly. Freddy! Freddy! Shouts tore through the night like waves crashing towards Drew, full of vigor and enthusiasm. It was stirring. Good, very good, Drew nodded. Then, sensibly, Godwin brought forward a magnificent chestnut horse. Please mount, Freddy. Respectfully holding the reins, Godwin spoke. Drew was unusually pleased. Finally, he found it less tempting to slap Godwin. Ye Feiyun stepped into the stirrup and mounted the horse, feeling exceptionally pleased. With a swift motion, he swung his left leg over and gracefully seated himself. Let's go. After settling down, Ye Feiyun looked straight ahead, his gaze steady and his tone resolute. Whoosh. The air remained deathly silent, with no one responding. What's going on? Are they dead? Ye Feiyun looked down. He saw Ye Ding gazing up at him with clear, foolish eyes, awkwardly scratching his head. Ye Feiyun gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Didn't you hear me telling you to go? I heard. Ye Ding twisted uncomfortably, acting like a bashful young maiden. I just didn't know where we should go. Oh, for crying out loud. Ye Feiyun squinted his eyes as if ready to devour someone, enunciating each word slowly. I said, outside the city to Big South Mountain. In the afternoon, Ye Ding had read the letter and should have known this. Yet now, this fellow actually had the nerve to ask where they were going? Ye Feiyun wanted to kill him. Oh. Ye Ding finally understood, waving his arms urgently. Go. Outside the city to Big South Mountain. Ye Feiyun. What the hell? Before he could curse aloud, the horse took off, clopping away rhythmically. The group raced toward the city gate with only Ye Feiyun's incessant cursing filling the air. Outside the city, the night was as dark as ink, with two towering mountains standing like menacing gods on either side of the road. A winding, rugged path lay between the two mountains. Holding torches, Ye Feiyun and his party briskly walked along it, the bright flames illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Ye Ding led the way in front, vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings and occasionally glancing back. Ye Feiyun sat atop his tall steed, deep in thought. Earlier, when he received the letter, the sender had specifically instructed him to come alone. Now, was he being too ostentatious? Would Simeon be killed because of this? Chapter 234. A clever seizure of the birthday tribute? Godwin, do you think we're being too conspicuous? Drew felt somewhat guilty. Without hesitation, Godwin, who was walking ahead, answered instinctively. How could it be, young master? Think about it. Who in this capital doesn't know that Freddie Simeon is one of ours? And yet these reckless fellows dared to capture Freddie Simeon. Isn't this clearly a provocation against our Yi family? Should we let them get away with it? Our Yi manor has always been invincible wherever we go. This time, we need to show our strength. Drew pondered for a moment and found some sense in what Godwin said. But as he thought more deeply, something seemed off. Hadn't Grandfather Gale advised him to stay at home whether or not there was trouble, instead of going out to cause chaos? Was this considered causing chaos? He gripped the reins tightly, his brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Ah, right, young master. Where exactly did they take Freddie Simeon? Godwin asked again, his eyes showing an innocent kind of stupidity. Drew took a deep breath. He really wanted to hit him. But before he could speak, he suddenly heard Godwin shout anxiously. Young master, look, there's someone over there. Huh. Drew followed Godwin's finger and saw a man far away on the winding path dark as ink, wearing a bamboo hat and straw cape, carrying 2 wooden buckets on a pole, swaying unsteadily toward them, each step deeper than the last. Late at night, outside the city, an old man appeared. All sorts of eerie vibes. The scene looked as bizarre as it could be, obviously unnatural. Drew couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He felt that this setting seemed strangely familiar. Don't just stand there. Everyone, be on your guard. As the top servant of the Yi family, Godwin shouted loudly. The others immediately became alert, looking warily at the approaching figure. Meanwhile, Drew sat on his horse, frowning slightly, lost in thought. No. His mind started working. This situation feels familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Just as he was racking his brains, before long, Zaire carrying the wooden buckets stumbled before them. Sir, a voice like with scraping sounded, Zaire lifting his head menacingly, revealing his true face. Under the cover of darkness, Drew saw an old, weathered face with deep wrinkles. The face resembled bark from a dead tree, wrinkled and twisted, revealing a row of yellow teeth. Behind those cloudy old eyes shone an unusual light, smiling eerily at Drew. It made him involuntarily shiver, his skin crawling. Damn, too creepy. Sir, have a bowl of wine? The old man spoke with a thick accent, drawing out his words. Everyone present felt their eardrums jolted as if struck heavily, feeling physically uncomfortable, almost wanting to vomit the food from last night. Since they were wearing Yi family official attire, calling them sir was reasonable. But why would anyone be here in the middle of nowhere and selling wine? Drew was momentarily stunned. Hearing Zaire's words, the servants started whispering among themselves. Who would have thought such a desolate place still had Rocos? I'm so thirsty, maybe we should drink a bit? They had left the Yi residence almost half an hour ago. Although it was autumn, the long journey had left everyone parched. Even Drew himself felt bitter in his mouth. Damn, forgot to bring water when we left. Looking back, he saw the hopeful, expectant gazes of his companions, then glanced down to see Godwin's yearning look. Without hesitation, he was about to say, come, by some, but the words died in his throat. Something felt off. Why does this feel so familiar? Sir, not only do I have wine, but my son-in-law is right behind, selling dates. The old man chuckled menacingly, pointing backward. Indeed, a man pushing a wheelbarrow was following closely behind. Father! A loud voice echoed through the night. Hee hee hee. The old man's chilling laugh lingered, drifting back and forth, echoing incessantly around Drew's ears. No. Drew felt a headache coming on. He had definitely seen this scene before, but, damn it, he felt like his brain was about to kick into gear. A moment later, Drew slapped his forehead. What the heck, he remembered. It was the clever seizure of the birthday tribute from Water Margin, wasn't it? He actually ran into this. Now it was clear. This old man and the strong man were definitely not here with good intentions, full of malice and schemes. No way. Can't fall for their tricks. After thinking clearly, Drew ignored the brothers' enthusiastic gazes and immediately put on a stern expression, decisively saying, Old man, we don't want wine, now get lost. Upon hearing these words, everyone who had been eager suddenly felt as if they had been doused with cold water. The light in their eyes quickly dimmed. Their throats were parched, almost smoking. Usually, Drew was generous with them servants, never stinting when buying drinks, always giving each of them a bowl. In this remote place, how much could the wine possibly cost? Alas, they had misjudged. But unexpectedly, Drew refused without any hesitation or compromise. Yet, in the Yi family, Drew's word was final. Though unhappy, no one dared to argue. Ah, young man. My wine is truly excellent, really. Don't you want to have some? The old man's face changed upon hearing Drew's words, but soon reverted to normal, still persistently persuading. At the same time, he cast a chilling glance at Drew while stirring the gourds inside the bucket, shaking the mouth-watering wine audibly. And it's very cheap. I'm closing up soon, so I'll sell you a whole bucket for just 2 coins. In the capital market, a bucket of wine would usually cost at least 1 tael of silver. But now, only 2 coins? Cheap enough to be practically free. Chapter 235. Falling for the trap. Just now, the people who were feeling utterly hopeless suddenly had a glimmer of hope in their eyes again. One by one, with pitiful looks, they all turned their gazes toward Drew. So cheap, we must try a little bit. Our brothers have traveled such a long way. It can't be that stingy when the drinks are this cheap now, right? Moreover, after hearing the pleasant sound of the drinks clinking during the dark night, Their throats had already become so dry as if smoke was rising from them. Involuntarily, they all licked their parched lips, and the craving was stirred up in their stomachs. Everyone's eyes burned with desire. Sitting on his tall horse under the pale white moonlight, Drew's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously licked his dry lips too. Fuck. Although he was on horseback, the constant bouncing along the road had made him feel like smoke was coming out of his throat, anxious and irritable. Looking at that crystal clear, pure drink, he felt his heart waver. That idiot Walter. He probably doesn't know this is the tactic of cleverly stealing the tribute. Drew licked his lips again while looking at the drinks, his heart fluttering wildly. Just riding the horse, he was thirsty from traveling tens of miles. Not to mention those servants carrying torches, walking hastily only relying on their own 2 feet. Don't tell me I really overthought it? Drew pondered inwardly, his facial expression changing. A moment later, Zaire selling the drinks took a spoonful and gulped it down, the sparkling drink splashing into his mouth. After drinking, he still looked unsatisfied. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, smacking his lips repeatedly, savoring the taste fully. Seeing this scene, Drew stared blankly, his eyes burning hotter than before. The servants who were already exhausted from the journey earlier nearly popped out their eyeballs in anticipation. Some even couldn't wait, swallowing saliva and wiping their mouths constantly. Master, let's just buy a little bit. It's so cheap, only 2 coins. Shut up, Drew shouted sharply, his gaze sharp as he swept past them. His whip cracked loudly through the air. The servants who spoke earlier hurriedly shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. But nothing could resist the temptation of the drink. Some still glanced intentionally or unintentionally at those buckets of heavy, swaying drinks. Yet without Drew's order, no one dared to buy the drinks on their own. They could only look at Drew pitiably, waiting for him to make a decision. Just as Drew hesitated, uncertain, the Eldon pushing the wheelbarrow slowly approached. The wheels squeaked, rising and falling with the uneven ground, finally reaching the group. On the wheelbarrow were 2 baskets of bright red jujubes, shimmering under the pale white moonlight, making anyone's mouth water just by looking at them. Earlier, Drew might have thought he misunderstood these 2 people. Just as he was about to say, how about? Wait. Drew stopped mid-sentence, a sudden realization flashing in his mind. This wasn't right. This desolate place. If there were merchants doing small trades, it would be normal since the capital has prosperous business, with many merchants. But it was deep midnight, and both of them carried full loads. Speaking of which, these 2 buckets of drinks were full, and Zaire struggled to walk while they swayed. And those jujubes on the Eldon's wheelbarrow were nearly spilling over, clearly freshly brought out. Could it be that they didn't sell anything all day? Drew 敏锐地察觉到了不对劲，目光犹如审讯一般，来回扫视着二人。The servants still looked tempted, licking their lips and eyeing the goods eagerly. Sir, how about a little bit? Seeing Drew staring at him, Zaire thought Drew was interested and immediately smiled broadly, saying, Get lost. Drew's voice was icy cold, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Were they really taking him for a fool? If Drew couldn't see through this trick, then what had he been doing all these years? Did they really think reading water margin was for nothing? Don't joke. Before crossing over, he was always an exemplary student in extracurricular readings every year. He had read Water Margin, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Journey to the West countless times, thinking they could trick him. No way. Sir, my stuff is really good. The old man looked somewhat anxious, using the gourd ladle to scoop up a bowl of clear drink and preparing to hand it to Drew. Just try it. Unexpectedly, smack. Drew swiftly flicked his whip, directly striking the gourd ladle in Zaire's hand. It shattered immediately, and the drink spilled onto the ground, quickly soaking into the soil. The old man groaned in frustration, squatting on the ground. Ouch, what's this for? This good drink, why did you just ruin it like that? The Eldon beside him had an expression that fluctuated between anger and frustration, as if he were crying out for justice. Sir, we only wanted to sell you some drinks. Why do you treat us like this? We worked so hard for a little trade. It's not easy. Many of the servants frowned as they watched. Drew flew into a rage upon hearing this. So, these 2 really took him for a fool. First, they tried selling drinks, and now they were playing the sympathy card. Get lost. Another loud shout accompanied by the raising of his horsewhip. In the darkness, under the moonlight, it was particularly terrifying. The 2 men's expressions instantly changed, fear evident on their faces as they hastily retreated. Fine. We won't sell, alright? They picked up their loads, pushing the wheelbarrow, and hurriedly headed down the side path. Here, the servants who had finally ignited a spark of hope were immediately dampened, staring pitifully at Zaire and the Eldon pushing the wheelbarrow and carrying the buckets. Their eyes were filled with reluctance. There was nothing they could do. Without Freddy's approval, no one dared to make a decision. All remained speechless. In the Yi family, the hierarchy was strict. At such a critical moment, if anyone dared to defy Drew, there would be dire consequences. Though Drew had indeed changed greatly during this period, the infamous reputation from before wouldn't vanish in just a few days. Everyone deep down still harbored a sense of fear towards Drew. Seeing those 2 slink away, Drew ignored them, raised his whip, and with a sharp crack, it echoed through the night. Alright, stop staring. Once we're done here, back at the manor, everyone will have 3 days of good wine and meat. I promise. Drew patted his chest and declared. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, cheering and jumping in excitement. Just as Drew thought everything was settled, his eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. Chapter 236, Fall. The Eldon and Zaire who had left earlier didn't go far. Instead, they stood at a distance, wearing enigmatic smiles as they quietly watched them. At this moment, Nathaniel no longer bore that naive and honest look he once had. Instead, a cunning smile spread across his face. That smile seemed to conceal a conspiracy, making anyone who saw it feel uneasy. Something's not right, there's something off. A premonition of misfortune suddenly arose in Drew's heart, yet he couldn't quite figure out what was happening. The old man looked at them with an amused expression on his face. He chuckled while moving his fingers, counting slowly. 3, 2, 1. Fall. Drew felt a thud in his heart. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw the group of servants he had brought along start to collapse one after another. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Why do I feel so dizzy? I feel the same way. We haven't drunk alcohol yet. Why am I feeling like this? The murmurs of the servants echoed clearly in the night. Seeing this, Godwin immediately furrowed his brows and shouted loudly, "Get up for me. What are you doing? Why are you all lying down?" The Gavin, standing far away, continued to wear a smile, still fiddling with his fingers. He pointed at Godwin and laughed. "It's about time for you to fall." With a thump. Then Godwin, whose presence resembled a small mountain, fell heavily to the ground, eyes rolling back, unconscious. Hell, how did we fall into their trap? At this moment, all the 40 or 50 people Drew had brought lay scattered on the ground haphazardly. The scene was chaotic. Drew felt his vision becoming blurred. Then came a wave of dizziness. His body went limp, falling off his horse with a dull thud. Unconscious. The man who had sold jujubes and wine instantly changed demeanor. The previously naive and honest expression turned fierce. He grinned smugly. The man clasped his hands together and respectfully said to someone far away, "Freddy, we've successfully taken control." In the next second, a black silhouette appeared as if out of nowhere where Drew had fallen. Under the moonlight, Stevie's cold face became visible. He stared viciously at Drew, nudging his head with his foot, sneered, "For provoking me, now you're in my hands. I'll make you wish you were dead but unable to die." Then, he waved angrily and ordered, "Take them all back." Yes. Half an hour later, in a tightly sealed cave, a bonfire burned in the middle, casting flickering shadows on the cold stone walls, giving off an eerie atmosphere. Drew was tied up and carelessly thrown onto a pile of straw. Not far away, several figures were whispering, "Lord of Heaven has given us orders. We must seize the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty as quickly as possible. Time is running short. Freddy, what should we do?" A man in black spoke anxiously. If Drew were awake, he would have recognized him as Nathaniel who had sold wine. Only now he wore a completely different expression. His tone lacked any hint of naivety or honesty. Stevie stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the rocky cliff, exuding a mysterious aura, and said calmly, "Tell Lord of Heaven that I need a month. I can guarantee that the Great Qian Dynasty will be under my control." As he spoke, Stevie clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with fierce intent, veins pulsing at his temples. "What the hell? Who's talking so arrogantly?" Drew mumbled, struggling to open his eyes. When he finally saw the scene before him, his heart leapt in shock. What the hell? Isn't this guy Stevie? How did I end up being tied here by him? Drew was about to shout for help, but then he quickly realized the most important thing was to pretend to be dead. If Stevie knew he was awake, given the other's petty nature, wouldn't he just play him until death? Wouldn't that be the worst outcome? Drew cursed inwardly, his mind a mess, trying to understand what had happened. Earlier, it was just like robbing the birthday tribute convoy in disguise. But crucially, none of them drank the wine those men sold. So how were they knocked out like this? Drew racked his brains but couldn't figure it out.
紧接着，只听远处的龙傲天再次开口道：“回去告诉教主，若是1月之内我拿不下大前王朝王位，我以死谢罪。”
The two Gavins responded with a grim tone. Suddenly, Stevie turned around sinisterly. The firelight illuminated his face, making him look particularly terrifying. He smiled at the direction where Drew lay, but that smile sent chills down anyone's spine. Since you're awake, there's no need to pretend anymore. Drew's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could he be talking to me? Drew quickly closed his eyes and continued to feign sleep. Heaven above, earth below. Please don't let him discover me. Still pretending? But Stevie's expression tightened, as if sensing something amiss, his eyes flashing with anger as he approached swiftly. Then he raised his foot and stomped hard on Drew's chest, exerting hidden force. This heavy stomp was intense. What the hell? Can you be gentler? Drew couldn't help but shout out in pain, immediately opening his eyes wide to see the murderous look in Stevie's eyes. A chill ran down his spine. Stevie had wanted him dead for a long time. Now, in his hands, whether Drew could survive depended entirely on fate. Damn it. Thinking this, Drew looked around frantically. Where the hell is Godwin? With the situation this dire, why isn't he coming over to help instead of just watching me get stomped to death? Stevie glanced over casually, his face cold as he mocked, "Give up looking. Your subordinates were all knocked out by me and thrown in the back mountains. You can cry for help until your voice breaks, but no one will come to save you." As he spoke, Stevie wore a smug, self-satisfied smile. Drew's eyes widened. Why does that sound so strange? But then he shifted his gaze to the two Gavins behind Stevie. Chapter 237. What a pervert. Drew's brows knitted deeply. He felt an immense sense of frustration in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why he had been knocked out when he clearly hadn't drunk the wine they brought. Could it be that these few people were immortals? Drew thought he was truly suffering misfortune beyond misfortune. The phrase, dying before accomplishing anything, probably referred to him. Just as he was musing this, Nathaniel sneered and chuckled sinisterly, as if reading his mind. He slowly took out an incense stick from his bosom. The incense, as thick as a thumb and 2 fingers long, swayed carelessly in the air. With disdain, he said, "Drew, as the young master of the Yi family, you are really lacking brains. We have already set up this 6 souls dispersing incense on your path here. Anyone I wish to knock out within this sense range will fall unconscious." Damn! Drew instantly understood, fury immediately flaring up inside him. So that's why. How could a person just suddenly faint? Now it makes sense. Disgraceful. To sneak attack and ambush me like this, damn it all. Drew had a sudden realization but quickly questioned, "Wait, then why aren't you affected?" "Why us?" They first froze, momentarily baffled, and then erupted into wild laughter echoing through the cave, especially jarring. Because we had already taken the antidote. Aren't you stupid? The Gavin laughed and taunted, looking at Drew as if he were a fool. F***ck. After countless calculations. Who would have expected this scenario? Squirm, squirm. Drew's body twisted, attempting to break free from his restraints, but the ropes tied him securely, leaving him completely immobile. Don't waste your efforts struggling. Curtis stepped on Drew's body, deliberately grinding down with force, and coldly sneered, "Stop struggling. Killing you is as simple as snapping my fingers." Drew's eyes remained icy, showing no fear. He had died 7 times already. One more time or less, who cares? Worst case, respawn. Who fears the future now? Seeing Drew's resilience, Curtis's eyes filled with killing intent, seemingly ready to play with him. He raised his hand abruptly and commanded the two behind him. "All right, you two can withdraw for now. I'll call you if anything comes up." "Yes, Freddy." Nathaniel and the man hastily bowed, and in the next second, vanished like ghosts. What the F***ck? Drew widened his eyes. Playing this way? Indeed, nobody in this Tongtian sect is normal. Gritting his teeth, enduring the intense pain silently, his eyes remained cold and silent. Curtis grew furious seeing this. Seeking death, he immediately delivered another powerful kick. Drew endured the pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet stayed silent. "You," Curtis seethed, ready to strike again, but then smirked slyly. "You're trying to thoroughly provoke me, huh? You want me to cause you unbearable pain, ha ha ha? I'll tell you, I won't give you what you want." Drew remained mute, his eyes filled with ferocity. But a flash of anger crossed Curtis's eyes, and he applied more pressure with his foot. Drew's face contorted, his cheeks flushed red, temples pulsing. "King hate you." At this moment, he mentally cursed every generation of Curtis's ancestors. F***ck. Such misfortune. Why did I end up in this psychopath's hands? "How's Simeon?" Drew asked in a strained voice, trying to endure the excruciating pain. "Humph." Curtis's tone turned mocking. "In this situation, you're still thinking about your brother? You should worry about yourself more. I'm asking you again, how's Simeon?" Drew spat curses, his eyes blazing with fire. Curtis's gaze retracted, taking a deep breath, and replied dismissively. "Don't worry. I haven't made things difficult for your good brother. I only confined him in the back mountain. But whether he has been eaten by wild wolves or dogs remains unknown." With that, he burst into uncontrollable laughter, laughing wildly. His laughter was extremely arrogant. F***ck your mother. The relief Drew felt momentarily shot up again. Struggling against his bindings, he desperately tried to stand up, vehemently cursing. "May you die miserably, you beast. You don't need to rush. This is only step 1. Curtis placed his foot on Drew's chest, towering over him menacingly, his tone chilling. "I will keep you alive, watching helplessly as your parents and friends die one by one under the iron hooves of my Tongtian sect. They will all be in excruciating pain, neither able to live nor die peacefully. I want you to feel immense suffering, then let you be tortured bit by bit, dying slowly." Drew's heart was shaken. What a damn pervert. Did this guy experience some mental trauma when he was little? Otherwise, how could he come up with such a perverse method? Suddenly, Curtis changed his tone and said coldly, "I remember I gave you an opportunity before, but you didn't cherish it and insisted on going against me. Why did you make things so difficult for yourself? But now, I can offer you another way out. If you agree to cooperate with me, not only can you leave here unscathed, but your family won't be completely wiped out during the upcoming purge. What do you say?" Curtis's tone was mocking, as if granting mercy. To him, Drew was like a stinky bug that could be crushed at any moment. Drew's eyes were bloodshot, and he remained silent. Humph! Curtis suddenly kicked Drew's abdomen, so hard that he flew backward and crashed into the rock wall behind him. Drew felt his internal organs churn violently, as if his intestines were about to snap. He panted heavily but remained mute. "Good." Curtis laughed in anger. "I'll show you the perfect technique of my Tongtian sect. I don't believe you have such a strong body. Ahahaha." His frenzied laughter echoed, chilling everyone around. In the cave, Curtis's sinister smile was clearly visible. The firelight cast his shadow on the rock wall, making it particularly terrifying. "Drew, I want you dead. I want you dead." Far away, Drew curled up in the corner, terrified. Ever since Nathaniel left, Curtis had been kicking and punching a stone, cursing incessantly. His words became increasingly frightening, and he occasionally burst into crazy laughter. He really wanted to call the police. Chapter 238. Sick, right? Brecken was utterly bewildered. What was going on here? This guy must have a screw loose, getting revenge on himself by giving up. Or was it that the few words Brecken had said earlier upset him so much that his nerves weren't quite right now? Then, Brecken cast his eyes in the direction where Zaire had left and saw half of something called the Six Souls diffusing incense quietly lying on the ground and still burning. It emitted visible wisps of smoke. He immediately realized what had happened. So, this so-called Six Souls diffusing incense not only made people faint but also caused delirium. Estimating from the situation, Stevie had fallen victim to it. As for himself, probably because I fainted just now, the drug's effect isn't as strong on me. Brecken pondered to himself. Right now, with Stevie acting crazy here, wasn't this the perfect chance for him to escape? If he missed it, he wouldn't get another opportunity like this. Escape was definitely the best plan out of the 36 stratagems. Why wait any longer? Without a second thought, Brecken struggled to stand up, feeling the ropes binding him. He found a hard rock and started rubbing the ropes against it vigorously, his body swaying back and forth. The firelight projected his shadow onto the rock wall, which bobbed up and down, looking somewhat eerie. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Beside him, Stevie kept cursing non-stop, punching and kicking at the large rock wildly, his fists pounding the stone incessantly like raindrops, each blow producing muffled sounds. "I want you dead. I want you dead. I want you dead. Brecken watched in shock, his eyebrows knitted tightly. How deep-seated was this grudge? Otherwise, why would he act like this? Too damn terrifying. Brecken curled his lips, fear flashing in his eyes. He had to escape quickly. If Stevie regained consciousness, with such viciousness, wouldn't he beat Brecken to death? In a very cruel manner. While thinking this, Brecken kept an ear out for any movement around him, trying not to make too much noise. The pace of his actions quickened, and the rope rubbed against the rock faster. Pant, pant, pant. Brecken panted heavily. Perseverance pays off. With determination, all things can be accomplished. Ultimately, perseverance triumphs. Brecken chanted these phrases in his heart, increasing the speed of his actions, almost creating afterimages. For a moment, the entire cave appeared rather eerie. Stevie's abusive voice echoed through the cave, while the shadow of his fists and feet striking the rock flashed rapidly on the wall under the firelight. Meanwhile, Brecken's body writhed continuously as he rubbed the ropes against the rock with all his might. The atmosphere was extremely bizarre. Suddenly, there was a snap, and Brecken felt his hands and legs loosen. Saved. Damn, time to run. If Stevie wakes up, it'll be over. Just where the hell am I now? Brecken's mind raced in panic. Earlier, Stevie had boasted that Godwin and the other household slaves brought by Brecken were thrown into the back mountain, but as for the exact location, he wasn't clear. Thinking quickly for a solution. Forget it, I'll see once I get out. Brecken decided, tiptoeing toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from outside the cave. Freddy, do you need our help? Brecken nearly sat on the ground in fright, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His nerves tensed to the extreme. Damn, why were there people here now? A quick glance. Beside him, Stevie continued to shout insanely. Brecken felt his heart about to leap out of his throat. Damn, isn't this Zaire who knocked me out? He didn't leave after all. Brecken darted behind the black shadow cast by the rock, his eyes gleaming ominously. His mind raced. What should he do? What should he do? If the other party noticed anything unusual and came to check, it would be all over. The memory of how those two people vanished like ghosts before his eyes was vivid. He knew they were experts, at least, far beyond his capabilities. Brecken couldn't even lift a chicken, let alone fight them. Wouldn't he be killed instantly? After a long while without any sound. Freddy. Another urgent voice came from outside the cave, tinged with confusion. Are you alright? Should we come in and check on you? Their tone implied they'd enter immediately if there was no response. Check what? Didn't you guys leave? Why are you back? Aotian didn't dare to think further. Immediately, he pinched his throat, mimicking Stevie's bombastic yet somewhat sharp voice with a touch of severity. What is it? Didn't I tell you that I would call you if anything happens? Why haven't the two of you left yet? If these two came in and Stevie regained consciousness, he would truly be trapped with no way out. Aotian's eyebrows twitched furiously, and he stared intently at the movements outside the cave, not daring to breathe heavily. At this moment, outside the cave, the two men who had returned looked puzzled, exchanging glances with full bewilderment. They were none other than the man and Zaire who had left earlier. Doesn't Freddy's voice sound a bit off? Why do I feel something strange? Zaire whispered. The moonlight cast an especially eerie glow on his face, which looked like withered bark, giving off an uncanny sense of terror. The man also frowned and replied, I feel the same. It seems a bit strange, and it even feels a little intimidating. Suddenly serious, they both peered into the cave, with the man raising his voice. Freddy, we're a bit uneasy and want to come in for a check. As he spoke, they started to move. Hold it. Inside the cave, Aotian nearly went numb. If these two clowns came in, they would tear him apart alive. Immediately, he again mimicked Stevie's voice, scolding them. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait outside the cave? Why are you coming in? If there's something, I will call you. Outside the cave, Zaire and the man's doubts reached their peak. That's not how Freddy's voice sounds. But they didn't dare to barge in, given Stevie's status as the young master of the Tongtian sect. If Stevie ordered them to wait outside and they stormed in without permission, who knew what punishment they would face? The Tongtian sect's rules were strict and unimaginable, but just leaving, they really couldn't shake off their unease. Under the moonlight, they immediately clasped their hands together and respectfully said, Freddy, we have our doubts. Your voice seems. Shut up. Aotian hurriedly interrupted, imitating Stevie's tone to scold them. This Freddy has caught a slight chill lately. I've been coughing, and my throat isn't feeling too good. Is that not acceptable? Chapter 239. Guilty Conscience. The two men outside the cave had long furrowed their brows into knots, their faces as dark as if they could drip with water. Although they found it suspicious that Freddy claimed to be unwell due to a cold, they did not dare to take any risks. Hearing the stern tone of Stevie inside the cave, the two men dared not say anything more. They only bowed and said, We will wait outside the door. Wait for what? Get lost quickly, don't let me see you, or I'll get irritated. Drew continued to imitate Stevie's tone, roaring angrily. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel guilty and glanced at the increasingly frenzied figure of Stevie beside him. Stevie's punches were like rain, his kicks like lightning, making chaotic noises while he screamed wildly. Every scream felt like a jolt to Drew's heart. Just don't get caught. The old man and the man exchanged another glance. Though surprised, they didn't know what else to say, immediately bowing and saying, Yes, Freddy. Rest well, Freddy. If you need us, we'll come at once. With that, they vanished again like ghosts. Inside the cave, Drew tiptoed, stretching his neck to look out through the moonlight for quite some time before sighing in relief. Phew, almost got caught. Turning back, he saw Stevie still wildly pounding on the rocks, shouting, I want you dead. I want you dead. Seeing this, Drew felt a wave of fear, muttering softly, Brother, you keep hitting. I'm out of here. Stevie was acting like a madman, and if Drew didn't leave quickly, he'd surely invite trouble. He must get out now. Each second delayed was a sign of disrespect to himself. In the dark cave, the pale moonlight fell softly. Despite his utmost care, Drew's footsteps on the soft gravel still made slight rustling sounds. Even the tiniest noise made Drew shiver, feeling a chill run down his spine. Got to go, and find where Godwin and the others are, Drew muttered to himself. Given the uncertain fate of Godwin and the others, and knowing his own limitations, he couldn't afford to linger. Even if those two hadn't been there, even a random villain would have been too much for him. Pure cannon fodder, sent to die, Drew thought, tiptoeing toward the cave entrance. He didn't rush out immediately but cautiously poked his head out, looking around. Outside, a gentle breeze blew silently. It was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Only the leaves rustled softly in the night wind. Looking further, the pitch-black sky loomed over the land, resembling a giant black cloth, eerily unsettling. A cool breeze swept past, sending goosebumps over Drew's body, making him shiver. After waiting tens of seconds, ensuring nothing was wrong, Drew hesitantly stepped out. Walking several steps under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long on the ground. Phew, those two should be gone, Drew thought, recalling the events, feeling lucky. If they had come in earlier and seen Stevie crazily hitting the stones, they would have killed him. How quickly these supposed loyalists had been driven mad by Stevie. Now that he'd barely escaped, Drew didn't have time to think much, only wanting to leave quickly. Before he took a few more steps, a cold touch brushed his neck. Kid, you sure know how to run, huh? Pretending to be our Freddy, having a blast? The Gavinley man's hoarse voice suddenly rang out, startling Drew. Damn! Drew cursed inwardly, realizing the two hadn't left. Keep walking. Let's see if I can end you right here. Drew forced an awkward smile, slowly turning his head, his expression more painful than a grimace. Didn't you two leave? Why are you still here? At that moment, Nathaniel held a gleaming sword against Drew's neck. The man who sold wine stood with crossed arms, grinning at Drew, his eyes filled with amusement. Do you really think we're fools? Do you really think we can't recognize the Freddy's voice? Drew cursed them silently in his mind. Apparently, they had known all along and waited at the entrance for him. Damn it, I didn't account for this. What a disaster. On hell. While cursing inwardly, Drew hurriedly spoke. Brave heroes, what do you want then? How about we? Before Drew could finish, Zaire's sword edged closer, almost pressing against the artery in his neck. No, this is not a joke. Drew's voice trembled with tension. Joke? Who's joking? The old man's tone was chilling. This has nothing to do with me. I just woke up and saw him punching and kicking those stones, muttering curses. Drew's smile was more painful than crying. He pointed toward Stevie who was still wildly pounding the rocks inside the cave. The shadows flickered eerily. Muttering curses, hitting stones? The old man's already furrowed face tightened further, looking even more terrifying. The man selling jujubes looked puzzled as well. They exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes, not quite understanding what Drew meant. Hold on. The man suddenly clutched his head, revealing a pained expression. His body swayed, barely able to stand. He staggered, almost falling. Jack, what's wrong? Zaire asked anxiously. Apparently, the man's code name was Jack. I feel a bit dizzy. Before he could finish, he collapsed with a thud, unconscious. Suddenly seeming to realize something, Zaire turned around sharply, his face filled with fear. He saw Drew smirking at him. Hey, who was calling someone a fool just now? Why can't you react when it happens to you? Drew chuckled, then calmly extended 2 fingers and gently pushed the sword blade away from his neck. Chapter 240. You're still too green. The old man's eyes revealed terror. In the next second, his body went limp and he fainted on the ground. Thud. Phew. Nearly fell for it there. Fortunately, your young master is smart. Drew had the look of someone who just narrowly escaped a disaster, patting his chest with extreme tension. He then pulled out half a stick of 6 Souls Days incense from behind him and nodded in satisfaction. When he came out of the cave earlier, he was worried that these 2 cunning fellows hadn't left yet. So, he returned to retrieve this 6 Souls Days incense. Unexpectedly, it proved useful right now. To hell with you. Trying to scheme against your young master? Die or not, up to you. Drew spat fiercely, swore a few words, and kicked each of them once before he felt slightly relieved. Then, he lifted his head and glanced at the night sky as dark as ink, and looked at the winding path leading down the mountain. Anxiety surged within him. In the dead of night, Drew hurried along anxiously. If not now, when? Under the cover of darkness, Drew moved urgently, stumbling, deeply afraid that those 2 ghost-like Gavins would catch up again if he delayed even a bit. What the heck is going on here? Recalling the events, Drew still felt a wave of fear. He originally came to rescue Simeon with others, but things ended up badly. He was caught by those people instead, who wouldn't be speechless. Most crucially, the people he brought were gone too. However, what mattered most was finding Godwin and the others quickly. After spending time together, Drew already considered Godwin one of his own. Now with this happening, he couldn't abandon them. If they had to die, at least they could take someone down with them, right? And what about Simeon? Where did that brat go? Drew muttered to himself. The sky above was pitch black, and the night was silent. Occasionally, the cicadas' calls broke the silence, sounding jarringly out of place. Drew's heart raced. In the dark night, the gentle wind rustled through the leaves. His bright eyes flashed under the moonlight, glowing green, scanning around vigilantly, looking tense. He seemed like a thief. Fortunately, they haven't caught up. The effects of the 6 Souls Days incense should last a while. I need to find Simeon and Godwin quickly. Drew murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace towards the back of the mountain. Normally, Drew lived a life of luxury. He usually traveled in carriages or sedan chairs, never having walked such rugged paths. After walking for just a short while, his legs were already numb and cramping. The hell, so tiring. Wiping the huge sweat beads off his forehead, looking at the rough mountain path ahead, Drew complained bitterly. How much longer would this go on? Why is it still so far? Where exactly is the back of the mountain? Muttering curses, Drew couldn't help but grumble. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed beside him, eerily ghostly. Little boy, are you lost? Holy crap, who's talking? Drew nearly jumped, his eyes filled with fear, looking around cautiously. A chill ran down his spine, trembling, asking nervously, who are you? In the middle of the night, especially in this remote, desolate mountain, someone speaking in your ear suddenly at night. Isn't that just like encountering a ghost? Buddha, Guanyin, may all spirits bless. He silently prayed. Yet that eerie voice continued, little boy, don't worry. Look behind you first. Ha 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 ha. A chilling laugh pierced through his spine, making Drew's legs shake. Forcing an expression uglier than crying, Drew timidly turned around. There was no one behind him, not a single trace of anyone. Damn! The moonlight cast large shadows on the trees beside him, creating grotesque shapes that danced in the wind like demons. Chilled to the bone, Drew cursed inwardly. Earlier, he accidentally got dragged into the cave by Stevie and others. Now he finally managed to escape. Yet he encountered this weird incident? Was today really this unlucky? Who are you? Drew's voice trembled, his pupils sharply contracting as he warily surveyed the surroundings. This whole ordeal had truly shaken him to the core. He subconsciously felt that it must be someone from the Tongtian sect. Otherwise, who else would do such a bizarre and perverted thing? Chchchchchch. The cold laughter didn't stop, continuously echoing around him. The chilling, ghastly laughter mixed with the wind, seeping into Drew's ears from all directions. Yet, there was still no sign of anyone. F***K, go play by yourself? Drew was already drenched in cold sweat. Without further ado, he took off running down the mountain path at full speed. The wind howled past his ears, sharp leaves scraping against his arms, leaving countless scratches. Bright red blood trickled down his arms, looking extremely alarming. After another mad dash, that hair-raising voice finally faded away. Breathless and weak-kneed, Drew couldn't take it anymore and sat down on a large rock nearby. Phew! What the hell was that just now? Already exhausted, Drew wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, cursing under his breath. Forget it, whatever it is, I'm already here. It shouldn't come out again, right? Drew inwardly calculated. But suddenly, as if sensing something, his heart skipped a beat. Then, raising his head abruptly, his pupils dilated in shock, beyond disbelief. In the distance, on the pitch-black hillside, more than 100 intertwined trees were bound with no fewer than dozens of black-clad servants. These were precisely the people Drew had brought with him earlier. Who would have thought they'd be here? Among the crowd, Godwin's massive frame stood out most prominently, tightly bound with thick hemp ropes about the size of thumbs, wound around him 7 or 8 times, bound solidly and securely, airtight. At that moment, he hung his head, clearly having been unconscious for some time. Holy sh**t. Sometimes you search everywhere and find nothing, then stumble upon it unexpectedly. Chapter 241. A good chase. So you're here, making me chase you all over. Drew was instantly delighted, and without hesitation, he quickened his pace up the mountain. Soon he reached Godwin. Get up immediately. Do you know that your young master is about to die? Drew was extremely angry, and without a second thought, slapped him across the face. A loud slap echoed clearly in the dark night. A noticeable handprint appeared on Godwin's face, each finger distinct, yet he didn't wake up. Who's disturbing this father's sleep? Godwin muttered in confusion, drool trickling down the corner of his mouth, which looked extremely disgusting. Seeing this, Drew became even more enraged. You stupid fool. He had been almost killed by Stevie, kicked and punched, and there were 2 old men who seemed not quite right mentally just watching. And it turned out this guy was sleeping soundly here. If he hadn't come, he would probably have slept until tomorrow morning. Where has moral righteousness gone? Where are the ethical norms? Wake up for me. Without waiting for an answer, Drew fiercely slapped him again. This slap was much harder than the previous one. Another crisp sound echoed. Godwin shivered and immediately woke up, opening his eyes wide, sucking his lips. He stared closely for a moment, feeling that this person looked so familiar. Eventually, he recognized him, sounding very agitated. Damn! Master! How did you come here? How did I come here? Drew was trembling with anger. If I don't come, I'd be dead. And you're still sleeping here? What? Godwin sounded puzzled, shaking his big head, obviously not realizing what was going on. Weren't we buying wine just now? Why did we suddenly appear here? Godwin still looked confused. Why am I tied up? Fuck. Drew couldn't help cursing 10,000 times in his heart, wishing he could strangle this idiot right then and there. How could he be so dim-witted? Even now, he hadn't figured out where he was. When his own young master was almost killed, this guy was sleeping like a log. We were betrayed by Stevie, and now we can't go back. Wake up. Drew scolded him angrily. Godwin looked bewildered and stammered after a while. Shouldn't you untie my ropes first, master? Rope? Drew prepared to scold when he saw thick hemp ropes bound tightly around Godwin. His face flushed red. Just untie them. Don't waste time talking. Godwin. Thankfully, Drew was efficient. In no time, the ropes on Godwin and other servants were untied. Unfortunately, some of these servants were heavily affected by the 6 Souls Days incense, their bodies as limp as mud, impossible to support. They struggled for a long time but found no solution. Drew was furious. These useless fellows eat anything but never enough, do anything but never get it right. Godwin caught his breath and said, Master, let's leave them for now and retreat first. It might take forever for these guys to wake up. If we wait. Godwin left the sentence unfinished, but the meaning was obvious. Now he knew that Stevie must be the one who captured them. If they didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Drew raised the horsewhip, ready to strike someone, but seeing Godwin's serious face, he hesitated. What Godwin said was correct. If they didn't leave now, it would indeed be too late. Forget it. If you preserve yourself, you can fight another day. Go. He glanced at the servants still lying on the ground, clenched his teeth firmly, and decisively decided. Fine, we'll retreat first and leave them.
Yes.
Thus, Drew and Godwin sped towards the capital direction, stirring up dust as they went. Joking if they slowed down, Stevie might catch up, and then those people would really be doomed. They wouldn't even have a chance to run. Drew felt a wave of depression. He hadn't expected everything to fail so quickly. Damn it. It was because of carelessness. In the dark night, two figures were walking quickly, one after the other, as if they were in a hurry to be reborn. Something's not right. Drew suddenly shouted loudly. He stopped abruptly while hurrying along. His face changed, and Godwin almost bumped into him, complaining, Master, what are you doing? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Frowning, Drew said, It's not right. He had forgotten someone. What's not right? Godwin asked. We didn't bring Simeon back yet. Drew clapped his hands, looking anxious. He came here specifically to rescue Simeon this time. If he hadn't even seen the person yet and just slipped away like this, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket, wasting effort without results. And they would have lost a group of well-trained family servants. Wouldn't that be losing both the wife and the troops? Just thinking about it made Drew gnash his teeth in anger. But, Godwin reminded, frowning, Master, if we don't leave soon, what if Stevie? Though he didn't know who Stevie really was. Every time Drew mentioned this name, he couldn't help but feel nervous. A man who lived in the shadows, then suddenly appearing when you weren't expecting it, who wouldn't be tense. And Drew had said that the person who captured them was indeed Stevie. Although Godwin was usually simple-minded and physically strong, he couldn't bear such psychological torment now and felt extremely tense. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Really? How sick was that? Drew frowned, feeling conflicted inside. Should he save or not? Simeon had grown up with him since childhood, willing to do anything for him. He had been beaten at the Red Qian because of him. Later, he was also kidnapped by Stevie because of him. Now, if he left him behind, that wouldn't be right at all. He firmly decided. No, we still have to go back and save Simeon. Moreover, Drew harbored a glimmer of hope. Wasn't Stevie still there behaving strangely? Maybe finding Simeon wouldn't be too difficult. Earlier, Stevie had mentioned that Simeon and a few others were left on the back mountain. Chapter 242. I don't believe it. There's no way out. Now that things have come to this, let's go back. Drew made up his mind and immediately turned around, striding back the way they came. This? Godwin gazed at Drew's retreating figure, hesitating for a while before following hastily with resignation. The young master went. What did he, Godwin, have to fear? Even if it meant death, he would die together with the young master. Autumn winds howled bleakly, making all living things look lonely. A gentle breeze swept over the hilltops, and on a large rock stood three figures. One of them was Stevie, who looked darkly ominous. His eyes were cold as ice, sweeping over everyone present with disdain. Behind him stood Nathaniel and the burly man who had been previously stupefied by Drew. Their faces were bruised and swollen, looking extremely aggrieved. After waking up, they realized something was amiss and peeked into the cave, only to bump into Stevie pummeling the huge rock in front of him. He was unleashing his violent aggression without restraint. The scene was bizarre and terrifying. As time ticked away second by second, Stevie gradually regained his composure. After recovering, their eyes met in silence. At this moment, the silence seemed thunderous. It felt like the air had sunk into an absolute stillness. How much did you see? Reporting to Freddy, we saw nothing. Die for me. Thereupon, the duo got thoroughly beaten until they barely managed to recover and followed Stevie here, looking pitiful and wronged. But little did they expect. Upon arrival, Stevie grew even more furious. Not only had Godwin been rescued, but also the black-robed houseboy they caught earlier had vanished without a trace. All empty before them. How could this not infuriate him? Stevie's anger escalated to humiliation, and shortly thereafter, the two men received another ruthless beating, feeling pain penetrate to their very soul. Now, both of them held their blackened eye sockets, tears welling up in their eyes, filled with grievances. Freddy. Stevie turned his head sharply, a ferocious gleam in his eyes. The two shivered instantly, trembling and stammered. Freddy, I ask you, did you see Drew at the entrance of the cave? His chilling words dropped. Immediately, the two men interrogated instantly turned deathly pale, exchanging uneasy glances, momentarily at a loss for what to say. To answer yes, that would mean certain death for them. Stevie would surely flay them alive. After all, just before, Stevie had given them a stormy battering, and their wounds weren't even fully healed yet. But to deny, both became instantly nervous, not daring to raise their heads to meet Stevie's gaze, their hearts thudding in utmost anxiety. With just one glance at their reactions, Stevie instantly understood and sneered derisively from the corner of his mouth. Well done, well done. The two of you are truly exemplary disciples of Tongtian sect, actually daring to cover up below and deceive me. You're Freddy. To the two, Stevie's sneer sounded like a death sentence. No, no, no. They replied in terror, hurriedly trying to explain. Freddy, please hear us out. Explain? Stevie's eyes were frigid. I think you're just making excuses. The two men's legs went weak, falling onto the ground, their mouths agape as if ready to kowtow and pleading. Seeing the two men's postures, Stevie perhaps didn't want to delve further into it, so he only snorted coldly and said, So be it. Once this matter is concluded, I will settle accounts with you. But first bring Simeon up. I want to torment him properly, or how else can I quench my heart's fury? Stevie's tone was icy cold. Earlier, he hadn't imprisoned Simeon with Godwin and others. After all, these past few days he'd spent considerable effort on Drew. Simeon could be considered Drew's brother-in-arms and cherished companion. For this mission, Drew's willingness to risk everything alone was most likely due to Simeon. Therefore, out of caution, he isolated Simeon for future use.
Yes.
The duo shuddered again, standing up quickly, incredibly tense, almost afraid to meet Stevie's eyes directly. What a narrow escape. They nearly died just now. Stevie's reputation for cruelty and brutality was well known throughout Tongtian sect. If they fell into his hands, what good would be left for them? Although he mentioned settling accounts later, surviving each second now was crucial. Come out. Suddenly, the middle-aged burly man darted forward. In a short moment, he appeared before Stevie, holding up a bloodied figure. You shall not have a good end. Simeon's agonized voice reverberated hauntingly, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, there wasn't a single unbroken piece of flesh on his entire body. He was covered in wounds and bruises. One of his eyes was swollen like a panda's, looking incredibly alarming. Humph. Shut up. Without another word, the Elden kicked Simeon with great force. Stevie stood on the rock, his face cold, watching with a detached gaze. Thud. Simeon fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled for a few moments but couldn't manage to stand back up. Clearly, the inhuman torture he endured earlier had left him extremely weak. Now, even attempting to stand proved too difficult for him. Yet, seeing this scene, Stevie's eyes flashed with an alarming gleam, clearly excited by the situation. Good. Again. The old man and the burly man couldn't help but look up, their faces filled with fear. Sure enough, they had heard that Stevie was exceedingly twisted, and now it seemed the rumors were true. Could he really do something so perverse? However, they didn't dare defy Stevie's orders. Immediately, they moved closer to Simeon, looking down at him from above. You. Simeon forced open his bloodied eyes and muttered indistinctly. You. Shut your stinking mouth. The Gavin cursed loudly and immediately kicked Simeon, as if venting all the accumulated anger on him. Stevie's eyes grew crazier, and he laughed maniacally. The chilling laughter echoed through the night sky, causing extreme fear in anyone who heard it. I'm telling you, Drew abandoned you today. You're here alone, just waiting to die. But, I won't kill you right away. I will torture you properly, making you experience what it means to wish for life but unable to get it, and wish for death but unable to find it. Ferocity shone in Stevie's eyes. Bullshit. My brother would never abandon me. Suddenly energized, Simeon started cursing, completely ignoring the punches and kicks raining down on him. He refused to believe it. Refused to believe that Drew would leave him behind. Chapter 243, Cursing with a Rhythm. Damn it. You still dare to be defiant? Do I give you too much respect? The Gavin lifted his foot and stomped on Simeon's chest, his expression vicious and his eyes glaring. Ah. Simeon let out a scream of pain, gritting his teeth and staring at Nathaniel with hatred in his eyes. I told you my brother would never leave me hanging. Simeon refused to believe. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he continued to curse loudly. Ha 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 ha. Walter burst into maniacal laughter, his face twisted and crazy. He turned his head and said to the man who had been standing with crossed arms, coldly watching, give him a good lesson. Let him know what happens when one opposes the Tongtian sect. Yes, Freddy. The man quickly nodded respectfully. A moment later, the man flashed away, reappearing in front of Simeon, towering over him. He used his foot to prod Simeon's blood-stained face, sneering. Why don't you choose better targets? Even facing death, you're still as stubborn as a dead duck. Scram. Simeon glared furiously and continued to curse. Seeing this, the man began to laugh cynically. Humph. Then, he fiercely stamped on Simeon's 5 fingers and pressed down hard. The sound of bones cracking under pressure echoed immediately. Simeon's cries of agony resounded through the night. Walter's face twisted grotesquely as he watched, his eyes gleaming with a sick excitement. I said my brother will never abandon me. Simeon persisted, speaking resentfully and struggling as if talking to himself. Walter's face revealed a twisted satisfaction, truly not shedding tears until seeing the coffin, not giving up until reaching the Yellow River. Give him a good lesson. Understood, Freddy. The man increased the force on his foot even more. Simeon's screams grew increasingly sharp and pitiful, chilling anyone who heard them to the bone. At this time, from among the shadows of tall trees at the foot of the mountains on both sides, came a voice filled with curses. Damn it. Where did Walter take Simeon? Drew cursed inwardly, insulting Walter's entire family. Throughout the journey, he struggled internally whether he should help Simeon or not. But now, if he left his brother in trouble and stood by idly, he would live with regret for the rest of his life if something happened to Simeon. Thus, he decided that even if it cost his life, he had to rescue Simeon today. Behind him, Godwin followed closely, whispering hurriedly, Master, keep your movements quiet. This area feels off. While speaking, he warily observed their surroundings, growing increasingly anxious. Earlier, the two had walked through an eerie silence where no birds or animals could be seen. Only pale moonlight illuminated the ground, casting their figures in stark relief among the trees. Don't be afraid. I'm not scared of death. Why should I fear this? Drew whispered angrily. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, eyes widening as he stared into the distance, seemingly spotting something astonishing. Hold on. Drew raised his hand suddenly, stopping Godwin just before they collided. Master, what are you doing? It's not. Look at that person. Isn't that Simeon? Drew pointed tentatively. What? Godwin squinted and almost screamed aloud. That's Master Simeon? Their expressions changed rapidly. Not far away, Simeon was enduring torture from Walter and others, continuously emitting cries of pain. Blood covered his body, flowing everywhere, the scene shocking and heartbreaking. What the hell? Could they be so brutal? Drew swallowed hard, looking into the distance, feeling a chill run down his spine. Today, the men selling dates and wine stood next to Simeon, punching and kicking him mercilessly like a storm, cursing all the while. Why didn't you pick someone else? Why provoke our Tongtian sect? You asked for it, didn't you? Ayaha! They brutally beat him. Seeing this, Drew's eyes widened in fury, his anger rising rapidly. What the hell? Are these people perverts? They escaped but are relentlessly torturing Simeon here. Absolutely insane and infuriating. Master, what do we do now? Godwin looked terrified. These people were extremely ruthless. Just a glance from afar made his heart tremble. If this continued, it was likely that Freddie Simeon would die from the beating within a few hours. Not for any other reason. The key issue was that this T&D was simply too brutal. Enough. Drew furrowed his brows and didn't have time to think much further. He beckoned Godwin over with a wave of his hand. What is it, young master? Godwin narrowed his large eyes and hurriedly came closer. Just wait. Oh. Just wait. Just wait. Got it. After some hurried instructions, Drew wasn't sure if Godwin had fully understood, so he immediately asked. So, did you understand what I meant? Of course. Godwin's gaze was firm. Good. Then let's act separately according to the plan. No problem. With one command, Godwin quickly ran toward the distance, his towering figure soon disappearing into the night. Drew watched his departing back with concern. Looking at this, why did he feel uneasy inside? Forget it. No point thinking about it. Let's do it this way first. Drew sighed, not giving it another thought, and soon vanished into the darkness as well. Moonlight sprinkled down, and among the shadows of the trees, there were rustling sounds continuously heard. In the distance, the inhumane and horrifying torture was still ongoing, causing anyone who heard it to shiver with cold sweat. Ah, Walter, may you never meet a good end? While enduring the punches and kicks, Simeon cursed fiercely. Fine. Walter, standing on the rock, looked increasingly cold-eyed. He hadn't expected that after such brutal abuse, Simeon's defiance would grow even stronger. Just now, in just that short while, he had been cursed to never meet a good end 8 times. His entire family had been cursed to death 17 times, including his cousins, uncles, his father and mother. They had already died countless times. Stop. Walter abruptly raised his hand. The man and Gavin were also panting heavily, drenched in sweat, taking deep breaths. Chapter 244. Are you asking for it? Hearing this, the two of them stopped as if on cue, their eyes filled with surprise. Both of you stop. Let me handle it. Walter's gaze instantly turned icy cold. With a flash, he appeared beside Simeon in an instant. The Gavin did not dare to speak. Freddie, what are you? The man looked puzzled. They had all heard Simeon's curses just now. How vulgar they were. Walter's ancestors for 18 generations were disgraced without exception, and even the dog at the village entrance didn't escape his insults. It was vulgar and thorough, and utterly satisfying. Seeing Walter's current demeanor, the man couldn't help but feel tense. Was the Freddie going to? I want to see if my personal intervention will make him any less stubborn. Walter's eyes seemed to shoot flames, his voice frigid. The man's expression changed instantly. Within the Tongtian sect, they knew Walter's temper too well. He was notorious for his ruthless methods. Perhaps. Then they glanced down at Simeon, who was covered in blood. It seemed this young man would have a tough time today. But seeing Simeon's insolent appearance, both felt indignant and infuriated. Earlier, the two had pummeled him relentlessly. Yet not only did Simeon remain unharmed, he even seemed more energized by it, cursing with unparalleled satisfaction, almost as if he would move on to insulting distant relatives if Walter hadn't stopped earlier. For their efforts, they got nothing but defiance from him. Now, naturally, they were furious. Moreover, Simeon's taunts earlier were truly memorable. Not only were they fitting, but also rhythmic. How could that not enrage them? They were exhausting themselves, while he enjoyed cursing to his heart's content, practically relishing every moment. Just thinking about it made their hearts burn with frustration. With the Freddie handling it personally now, it was definitely best. He needed a severe lesson. Otherwise, how could they relieve their anger? The image of Drew's sly smile flashed in the man's mind. Earlier, out of embarrassment, they didn't mention being knocked out by Drew and thrown outside the cave. Recalling it now, their faces burned with humiliation. After all, they were ranked among the top experts of the Tongtian sect, yet had been bested by a nobody. How could they not be angry? Naturally, all their frustrations were directed at Simeon. Seeing everyone pause, Simeon stopped shouting and glanced around. Why aren't you hitting me anymore? Hit me. I'll never shut up. Fine, I'll indulge you. Walter's face darkened. Just as he was about to strike, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distance. Everyone lifted their heads, only to see a brilliant burst of fireworks illuminating the night sky in the darkness, strikingly bright. It suddenly exploded in the night sky with a crackling sound. The bright firelight flickered across their faces, alternating between light and shadow. What's going on? Who would be setting off fireworks here? Walter's expression darkened, sensing something amiss. They were in the great southern mountains near the capital, which was supposed to be a desolate area far from the city. There should be no one here. With refugees gathering in the capital, most struggled to eat daily meals, let alone afford fireworks. Could it be some idle nobleman's son playing around here? But this thought was quickly dismissed by Walter. He sensed something was wrong. Turning sharply to Zaire waiting for orders, he snapped. Go check what's happening. The old man, equally puzzled, replied immediately. Yes. In the next second, he vanished. The man followed suit hurriedly. You go check it out too. Walter commanded again. Yes. As they left one after another, silence fell once more, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The moonlight cast its glow, and Walter twisted his head with a sinister smile. Boy, it's just us now. Let's talk. Weren't you enjoying your cursing just now? Walter gnashed his teeth in rage. He had endured Simeon's insults not because he hadn't heard them, but to maintain his dignity as the Freddie of the Tongtian sect. But Simeon's insults grew increasingly unbearable. His heart was stifled with indignation. After all, he was the renowned Freddie of the Tongtian sect. Yet, he had been cursed at by this Munhulo, dullard, who couldn't even fart when beaten with a stick. for several incense sticks worth of time. Could he really bear this? With the unknown commotion from afar, he took the opportunity to send Nathaniel and the man away, planning to settle accounts with Simeon properly now. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't be? A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long. Thinking of this, a shadow of malice flashed in Walter's eyes, with sinister light flickering within. You don't dare. Fear flashed across Simeon's eyes, and inside, he felt a bit uneasy. If those two were beating him just now, he might have had some confidence, but now it was clear that Walter had murderous intentions. What if? He swallowed hard, his face twitching. You? What are you going to do? I tell you, don't you dare. My father is the commander of the Imperial Guards. If you really do anything to me, my father won't let you off. Why didn't you say these things earlier? Saying them now? Too late. Without another word, Walter kicked out. Simeon was startled and hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself. Just then, a hoarse shout came from afar, exceptionally clear in the darkness. Don't hurt my master's good friend. Another fool. Walter angrily turned his head, cursing under his breath. Simeon and Walter couldn't help but glance over simultaneously. In the distance, amidst the tree shadows, Godwin, bare-chested and looking like a ferocious demon, exuded an aura of savagery as he stared intently at them. He held a large knife in each hand. The knives were oddly shaped, looking quite bizarre. Simeon's face lit up with joy. Brother, save me. Sir Simeon, don't panic. Freddy is right behind me, and he sent me to save you. Godwin shouted loudly. Walter's expression changed unpredictably, almost dripping with water. What's going on? Didn't this guy run away? Why did he show up now? Freddy? Could it be that Drew didn't escape? Drew, stealthily advancing through the darkness, stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, his face filled with resentment. Damn, I knew Godwin wasn't reliable. Chapter 245. What are you guys playing? At this moment, Stevie was so enraged that he gritted his teeth in frustration, barely managing a sinister smile. His icy gaze cut like a knife as he looked at Godwin, as if viewing him as nothing more than a joke. He said with an eerie tone, all right, since you're delivering yourself to me, don't blame me. What else could this be but asking for death? There is a path to paradise that you refuse to take, and now you've come to the gates of hell. Never heard of someone who came forward to seek their own death. Godwin remained silent, merely twitching the twin blades in his hands as a sign of his resolve. Ha 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 ha. Stevie laughed even more maniacally. Such blatant provocation truly treated him as nothing. As his laughter faded, he suddenly became furious, wasting no words. His figure lightly leaped, dashing toward Godwin like lightning, moving so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see clearly. In mere moments, Godwin felt a chill down his back, as if being targeted by a wild beast, under immense pressure. Holding the twin blades, Godwin didn't dare slack off, bellowing, Freddy, hurry up and save him. Upon hearing this while in mid-stride, Stevie couldn't help but pause, showing a look of astonishment, shocked inwardly. What? Rescue someone? Could it be? He abruptly turned his head, following Godwin's gaze toward the distant, dark, and uninhabited forest where tree shadows flickered and leaves rustled. It looked like there were people there. Damn, fell for a feint maneuver. He instantly snapped back to reality. Meanwhile, Drew, hidden in the shadows afar, was cursing inwardly. He knew Godwin wasn't smart, but he hadn't seen someone so unintelligent. Not following the plan was one thing, but at least wait until they were past before shouting. Now, even Drew was plunged into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I didn't explain it clearly earlier? Or did I have problems with my expression skills? Such a simple matter, and he couldn't understand? Drew felt as if thousands of horses were galloping through his mind, thinking rapidly about how to handle the current situation. Under the pitch-black night sky, Stevie reacted quickly, his figure sharply turning and darting back to Simeon's side. Seeing Simeon still at the same spot, and noticing no one around, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, nothing happened. He had been scared by Drew's tactics during their previous engagements, none of which he ever successfully countered. Sometimes, late at night, he would seriously question his intelligence. But looking at it now, it was clear he was the superior one. Simeon shouted, What are you doing? Let me go. Stevie's face darkened like storm clouds, his eyes sweeping the area, seeing no one, slightly putting him at ease. With a fierce stomp of his foot, he viciously stepped on Simeon's chest. Tui! Simeon immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, gasping for breath, his face turning pale as paper. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Brother Yi, you guys go first. Under the shadow of trees, Drew's face turned extremely grim, not knowing what to do at this point. Earlier, he and Godwin had agreed for Godwin to set off fireworks from a distance, then they would seize the opportunity when Stevie was unaware to rescue Simeon. Who knew what kind of brain Godwin had? The fireworks had barely started when this fool charged out recklessly, holding two knives. What was this supposed to be? Cosplay? You'll get to experience some cosplay when I get back? Drew was infuriated, unconsciously feeling worried for Simeon. Yet he had no way out. All he could do was watch the scene intently, his heart burning with anxiety. Clearly, Simeon couldn't hold on much longer. During the earlier standoff, his unfortunate brother had already been tortured beyond recognition. His condition was miserable, probably no better than prisoners in the Ministry of Punishments. He was even afraid he might die. Simeon suddenly grabbed Stevie's legs tightly, swearing and spitting. If you want to kill me, my brother Drew will avenge me. Drew's scalp tingled. How do I not know about this? Stevie looked down at him coldly. Fine. I'll wait for your brother to come and take revenge. After speaking, he increased the force on his foot. Simeon's face contorted in pain, his expression fierce, with fresh red blood flowing more and more from the corners of his mouth. Without another word, Godwin screamed loudly, Ya 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 ya. Raising his twin blades, he rushed over with great urgency. Stevie was taken aback, coming to his senses and shouting, "Looking for death! How are they all idiots?" Immediately, he spun his body, moving like lightning, fingers forming a dragon claw shape, lunging straight for Godwin's throat. Although Tongtian's sect had suffered repeated setbacks in the capital, it was effortless for Stevie to deal with someone like Godwin, who was simple-minded and brawny. "Looking for death!" Stevie again coldly shouted, his eyes icy as he swiftly probed toward Godwin's neck with his fingers. Godwin raised his twin blades and swung them forcefully with a whoosh, but all they did was send sparks flying off the ground. But right in front of him, Stevie had vanished without a trace. Godwin's eyes widened, looking around bewilderedly, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, an eerie voice came from behind. "Boy, you're still too green." Godwin's face turned extremely ugly. He realized that Stevie had circled around to his back at some point, now staring at him with a sinister gaze, sending chills down his spine from head to toe. It felt like his heart was turning ice cold. Without a word, Stevie suddenly lifted his hand, and with a boom, in the next second, Godwin flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before coming to a stop, raising a cloud of dust. The situation inside was unclear. As the dust slowly settled, Stevie glanced coldly over and saw Godwin's chest already soaked in blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His eyes were full of defiance when he looked at Stevie. "Kill. Idiot." Stevie didn't even spare a glance, instead surveying the surroundings and threatening in a chilling tone. "Drew, if you don't come out, I'll play with each of your men until they die one by one." "Damn, this won't do." From afar, Drew could no longer hold back, cursing aloud as he charged straight out. If he didn't come out now, Godwin would mess things up further, and both might end up not knowing how they died. Upon hearing the sound, Stevie turned his gaze towards the source, and upon recognizing Drew, a faint smile crept onto his lips, inwardly cursing idiot. He knew very well. Drew was nothing but a complete waste of space. Forget about fighting him. Even Zaire selling dates and wine earlier could easily crush him with a single finger. The way Stevie looked at Drew was like he was looking at a mentally handicapped person. Chapter 246. "So, you're Walter?" Drew's face turned ashen. Without a second thought, he charged forward, yelling fiercely, "Let go of my brother." The corners of Walter's mouth curled slightly, forming a slight curve. To him, Drew's actions were nothing but seeking his own doom. Ignoring everything, Drew strode towards Walter. However, just as he was about to reach him, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes smiled at Walter, and an unfathomable grin appeared on the corner of his lips. "What's going on?" Walter felt a jolt of shock in his heart, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint why. Has this guy gone crazy, or what? "Walter, oh Walter, aren't you quite the show-off? I want to see how you can still strut around now." Then, Drew fished out half a stick of 6 souls, scattering incense from his bosom with a smile. After using it to knock out Zaire and the hulky man earlier, he had kept it with him for emergencies. He never expected to run into Walter again. It was truly useful now. "You're Walter, right? I want to see how you can still be proud. Die for me." "What?" When Walter saw what Drew held in his hand, his face changed drastically. Instinctively, he tried to block his vital points. This 6 souls scattering incense. It's the strongest knockout drug of the Heavenly Passage sect. He still remembered being made to kick wildly against rocks in the cave, because of this incense. Who would have thought he'd encounter it again? "You," Walter mumbled indistinctly. At this moment, he felt dizzy and lightheaded, struggling to keep his eyes open. His body wobbled, almost losing balance. "Aren't you afraid of getting affected yourself?" As darkness enveloped Walter's vision and consciousness began to slip away, Drew grinned and pointed at his nose. Inside, 2 small pieces of unknown material tightly blocked his nostrils, and a wet cloth covered his mouth. "Fuck." Walter's face was filled with regret. Then, Drew mimicked Nathaniel Rocco by slowly counting down his fingers while intently watching Walter. 3, 2, 1. Flop. Following Drew's command, Walter fell to the ground with a thud, collapsing like a pile of soft mud. Seeing this, Drew's face lit up with joy as he happily glanced at the incense in his hand. He didn't expect it to work so well. Indeed, an indispensable item for travel and daily use. Beside him, Godwin, holding 2 large sabers, stared in horror at the scene before him and hurriedly moved closer. "Why, Freddie, Tage, this?" Startled by the voice behind him, Drew jumped and twisted his head fearfully. "Weren't you just?" He clearly remembered Walter punching Godwin. The force of that punch was terrifying to even watch. Godwin had been sent flying back, crashing through several trees. How could he appear beside him now like a ghost? Too damn scary. "It's not like that, Freddie. I managed to struggle up," Godwin replied awkwardly, rubbing where he had been hit. Drew gave him a doubtful look. Could it be some dark power? If it weren't for Walter lying unconscious right there, he might have suspected Godwin of being an imposter. After a long inspection, he finally said, "All right," but he couldn't help glancing at him several more times. No wonder Godwin is considered the top lackey who does whatever the original master commands. He's practically an indestructible cockroach. Such astonishing defense truly is unique. Suddenly, Drew slapped his forehead, looking anxious. "Right, Simeon. Damn, Freddie Simeon." Coming back to reality, both their gazes shifted towards the distance. Simeon lay on the ground, severely battered and barely breathing. His little face was deathly pale. He seemed to only be exhaling, no longer inhaling. Judging by his state, he wouldn't last much longer. With great effort, he opened his eyes and looked at Drew. "Brother Yi, you finally came." Earlier, he had been tricked here by a forged letter allegedly from Drew. Upon arrival, there was no sign of Drew. Only Walter and 2 strangely dressed Gavins emerged, looking suspicious. What followed was an unspeakable torture. Inhumane, horrifying, and unimaginable. Now, just recalling it sent chills down his spine. Now, he finally escaped from the clutches of hell. Looking at Drew, Simeon was so excited that he almost wanted to drag his injured body up to kowtow a few times to Drew. Drew was like his savior. A new lease on life. If Drew hadn't come, he had even planned to end his own life. Growing up pampered. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Though this ordeal was caused by Drew, he did not have a single word of complaint. Even under the torture by Walter, he remained tight-lipped about Drew until the very last moment, prepared to sacrifice himself for justice. Drew felt deeply moved and uncomfortable hearing this. He had seen everything, seeing how Simeon, due to him, had been affected, with not an inch of unscathed skin. Thinking back to when Simeon had urged him to escape, risking his own life, a warm current welled up in Drew's heart. He hurriedly walked over and supported Simeon up. "Brother, are you okay?" Drew asked softly. Simeon wobbled and stood up with Drew's support. "Not too bad, brother Yi, it's fine. Probably after 2 months of rest, I can visit Yihong courtyard again." Drew? Remarkable. But still, he let out a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Simeon because of him, he truly couldn't live with it. He felt guilty. At this moment, Godwin, holding 2 shiny large sabers, stumbled beside Drew, anxiously asking, "Freddy, what should we do now?" Thinking about what just happened, Drew's tone turned cold, a murderous look appearing on his face as he glanced at the unconscious Walter lying on the ground. "Kill him?" Upon hearing this, both Simeon and Godwin's eyes lit up. Walter had been extremely cruel. Just now, when he had ruthlessly tormented them, they longed to get rid of Walter right away. Hearing Drew's command, how could they hesitate? If Simeon weren't severely wounded, barely able to move, he would probably join Godwin. "Kill him! Kill him!" Chapter 247 Run. The few of them were speaking in sinister tones, while far away, Stevie, who had long fainted, was sprawled on the ground motionless, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hee. A sound that made one's scalp tingle suddenly rang out, floating eerily in the darkness of night, extremely terrifying. Godwin slowly strode forward, holding a large knife. The moonlight cast upon his grotesque and terrifying face, making him look even more frightening. He took large steps towards Stevie, placing his foot on Stevie's shoulder and chest, cursing, "You were pretty fierce just now, weren't you? Show me again." Stevie had already fainted at this moment, completely unaware. "I want you dead," Godwin shouted loudly. A shrill cry suddenly sounded, startling the tree shadows beside and causing birds and beasts to flee. The air fell into a deathly silence. It seemed not enough for Godwin, so he kicked Stevie's body to one side again. This way, Stevie's hands spread open, defenselessly presenting himself before Godwin. One slash would suffice to stab right into the chest. "I want you dead." After doing all this, Godwin let out another loud shout, waving his knives through the air with a whistling sound. "Are you ever going to finish?" Drew felt vexed, scolding, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Can you hurry up? Why does it take so much effort to kill someone?" Godwin blushed and nodded humbly with an awkward smile. Yes, young master, I'll do it right away." Immediately after, Godwin waved the large knife in his hand, his eyes flashing with murderous light as the extremely creepy large knife gleamed with a chilling cold light. It was about to come down. Seeing this scene, even Drew got excited. After all, since he had transmigrated to the Great Qian Dynasty, his life had been like walking on thin ice, every step fraught with difficulty. He hadn't slept well day and night, almost turning his hair gray, all because he feared Stevie would come after him. Even in his dreams, he worried about this troublemaker. Now, with the chance to eliminate Stevie right before him, how could he not tremble with excitement? Hurry, Simeon urged. "Kill him," Drew said with great agitation. Upon hearing this, Godwin fiercely swung the large knife in his hand, which whistled towards Stevie's neck. But just when it was about to strike, suddenly there was a clank, and the large knife oddly twisted in midair, changing direction and slamming into the ground nearby, sparking sparks. The expressions of Drew and Simeon changed. "Not good, someone is attacking," Godwin shouted anxiously, looking around. Drew's body twitched, instinctively feeling something was wrong. He hurriedly grabbed Simeon, hoisting him onto his shoulder. From the towering forest in the distance, 2 raspy, furious voices suddenly came, looking for death. These voices belonged to Nathaniel and the Rocco from earlier. Amidst the wind coming from all directions, their killing intent was palpable. Earlier, they heard Stevie's order and immediately went to where the fireworks appeared. However, when they arrived, they saw nothing but the remains after the fireworks had gone off. Shocked, they realized they had fallen for a trick and rushed back without hesitation. They never expected to see such a perilous scene so soon. Seeing their young master Stevie knocked down for some unknown reason, his life hanging by a thread, they quickly used a unique Anqi, dark weapon, of the Tongtian sect to save Stevie's life. Furious flames ignited within them, wishing to tear Drew and his companions limb from limb. Moreover, they still vividly remembered the scene of Drew using the 6 souls dispersing incense to knock them unconscious. Just thinking about it now made them feel humiliated, intensifying their killing intent even further. "Looking for death. You two will have to accompany the young master in death." Their voices mixed together, carried by the howling wind from afar. In an instant, the situation became extremely tense. Godwin was startled. He wanted to ask, "Freddy, what should we?" But as he turned his head, he saw Drew already carrying Simeon, running fast toward the distance, leaving a trail of dust behind. "Run, Godwin." Godwin stood there stunned. Damn, it turns out I'm the clown. He was about to run when he heard Drew's command from afar. "By the way, take Stevie with us." There wouldn't be such an opportunity to eliminate Stevie again. An opportunity like this must not be missed. No matter what, Stevie couldn't be left behind. It was a responsibility. "Yes." Godwin took 2 steps, then turned back instantly, lifting Stevie onto his shoulder, and ran hastily in the direction of Drew. In a flash, the 4 of them had dashed far away. And in an instant, the figures of Nathaniel and the man appeared where Stevie had been earlier. The place was empty. In the distance, on a mountain path, 2 figures were running swiftly, carrying 2 people on their shoulders. Donghua Night Retreat. Finished. The young master has been taken away by them. What should we do? The Gavin asked anxiously, grinding his teeth in anger. But the man beside him replied, it's fine. They took the young master with them, which means he's still safe for now. We need to catch up quickly. Rescue the young master. The two exchanged glances and immediately started chasing in the direction Drew had fled. The strict rules of the Tongtian sect are unimaginable for ordinary people. If anything happened to the young master under their watch, they would face endless punishments. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. Neither life nor death would be a relief. Even seeking death would be an unattainable luxury. Immediately after, their pace quickened once more, turning into a gust of wind that sped through the dark forest, racing towards Drew's direction. Under the night sky, several figures were rapidly fleeing one after another. Fortunately, this bottomless forest was filled with intertwined vines and densely packed branches. Although Nathaniel and the man were skilled in martial arts, they could not fully utilize their abilities here, causing their speed to slow down. On the contrary, Drew and Godwin had previously explored these mountains thoroughly, and now their footsteps were swift, managing to gradually pull ahead by quite a distance. Run, run, run. Hurry up. Drew and Godwin sprinted tirelessly on the path, the terrifying sounds of pursuit fading further behind, indicating they had successfully gained some distance. Drew carried Simeon on his shoulder as he ran. Fortunately, although Simeon was severely injured, he could still use one leg, occasionally dragging himself along the ground, adding a touch of comedy to the scene. Meanwhile, Godwin, carrying Stevie on his shoulder, swayed unsteadily. Stevie remained unconscious. Chapter 248. Escaping for their lives. Under the cover of night, two figures dashed frantically through the dense forest. Drew was already exhausted, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and he panted heavily like a broken wind box, while Godwin, carrying Walter on his back, stumbled but kept up the pace without falling behind. Just moments before, they had been running for their lives, dashing more than 10 miles non-stop. Their speed was such that if Walter were awake, he would be shouting 666 in amazement. After what seemed like an eternity, Godwin, burdened with the dead weight of Walter, glanced at Drew who was still running as if his life depended on it. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and panted heavily, Freddy, where are we going? I don't know. Run. Drew didn't even turn his head as he continued to dash forward. Godwin gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up. Along the way, he gave Walter a tap on the forehead. Another burst of frantic escape ensued. Breathless, Drew carried Simeon forward with amazing speed despite his short legs, leaving Godwin heart-pounding yet again. How come he hadn't noticed before that Freddy could run so fast? Godwin asked right away, Freddy, now that we have captured Walter, what should we do next? As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Back in the capital, Walter had always tried to undermine their Yi family and secretly lured out Freddy Simeon with a private letter. Simeon, who used to be the young master, was now in such miserable condition. They all grew up together inseparably. Although Godwin was a servant, he shared a close relationship with both Drew and Simeon. He had been following this duo ever since childhood. Seeing Simeon tortured like this now, how could his heart bear it? And here Walter lay unconscious on his shoulder, heavy as ever. If given the chance, Godwin wished nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. But thinking of Zaire and the burly guy chasing them from behind, Godwin dared not linger. He quickened his pace again and asked, Freddy, what shall we do? Cold comfort. Drew cursed furiously, carrying Simeon forward. Inwardly, he berated Walter for making him suffer so much and for earlier brutalizing Simeon. It was a golden opportunity to get rid of him. As he ran, he growled with murderous intent. Of course, kill him. Godwin was startled. How? Skin him alive, dismember him into 5 parts, execute him by slicing, pour water into his skull, pry open his fingernails and fill them with chili powder, break every bone inch by inch, then reassemble him just to break them again. Hearing these cruel punishments, Godwin felt his scalp tingle and thought to himself, wow, can you really do that? Even the Ministry of Justice doesn't go that far, does it? Watching Drew curse and run at the same time, his voice echoing through the mountain forest, Godwin nearly stumbled and fell. It was truly terrifying, cursing while running. For as long as he ran, he cursed. Finally, when Godwin reckoned they could run all the way back to the capital, he couldn't help but speak up, feeling the heavy weight on his shoulders. Freddy, should we rest for a bit? Godwin had been carrying Walter for tens of miles, and he was finally giving in to exhaustion. At this rate, he would collapse before they even reached the capital. Hearing this, Drew, who had been sprinting for his life ahead, turned around and looked back nervously. Those pursuers haven't caught up, have they? They probably haven't. We've run so far already. Seeing Godwin drenched in sweat, Drew felt a pang of guilt and slowed down. All right, let's take a small break and run again later. Godwin, can we still run after this? But at this point, he had no choice. If they kept running, Godwin feared he would be the first to collapse. Godwin wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped. Drew let out a long breath. The moment he relaxed, his legs felt like jelly, and he dropped to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Meanwhile, Simeon beside him groaned in pain, his face contorted. Drew quickly turned his head and whispered, Simeon, are you okay? Simeon's face was full of exasperation. If they kept running like this, he'd die from the jolting, not from the beating. But knowing Drew meant well, he shook his head. No, I'm fine. Good. Drew sighed with relief. Then, his gaze turned serious as he looked at the distant night sky. At this moment, there was no sign of Zaire and the burly guy, so his heart eased slightly. They had run so far that those two shouldn't be able to catch up. Moreover, this place was so vast, it wouldn't be easy to find them. Glancing at Walter on Godwin's back, who had his eyes tightly closed, clearly still unconscious, Drew felt even more relieved. Without further ado, Drew sat down and said, take a rest. We've both been running for so long and are tired. Godwin had been waiting for these words for so long. He hurriedly put Walter down, tossing him aside into a pile of hay. Walter fell like a lump of clay, hitting a stone with a clunk and rolling to one side. Without a second glance, Godwin sat directly on a large rock nearby, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped continuously from their brows. The two had sprinted for dozens of miles, truly terrifying. Yet he still asked, "Master, what do you plan to do with this Walter?" "Walter? I'll kill him." Drew cursed, "This bastard, when he wakes up, I'll show him how I can kill him." If not for the worry about Zaire and the burly guy coming, Drew might have acted already. "I'm going to crush his bones, peel his skin, and feed his nails to dogs." Godwin felt his scalp tingle, staring at Drew in disbelief. When did Master become so ruthless? But after hearing Drew curse the whole way while running, he was somewhat accustomed now. He even began to suspect that Drew might be a hidden master. Otherwise, how could he curse while running? Now, he seemed completely fine. Unnoticed by those nearby, Walter stirred faintly, his consciousness flickering. Pain, so much pain. He felt an intense throbbing pain in his head as if it were being pried open. Hearing the curses beside him, he thought someone was insulting him. Chapter 249. You would do this to me? Stevie forced his eyes open and immediately heard Brecken's curses by his ear. "Godwin, don't worry. Once we escape from here, I'll break every bone in his body, chop him into pieces, grind him into meat paste, and make him eat it himself." F***CK. Hearing such an extremely malicious statement, Stevie was terrified, his whole body turning cold. Could anyone be this deranged? Without further ado, he attempted to get up, intending to kill Drew first. As the young master of Tongtian sect, how could he let himself die such a disgraceful death? No way, I have to kill Drew first. But no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. He was like a little chick unable to stand up, completely immobile. He couldn't even lift his eyelids. It must be that the Six Souls confusion incense hasn't worn off yet. He cursed again in his heart. Just at this moment, more cruel and bizarre forms of retaliation from Drew reached his ears, making him shudder with fear. He felt as if all the hair on his body was standing on end. This is too sickening. Does someone really play like this? Is this kid really trying to finish me off? Unable to move now, he could only wait for another opportunity. At this moment, Godwin gathered some firewood from somewhere, started a fire, and lit a bonfire. It was already deep into the night. It was quite cold outside the capital, not to mention in these mountains. Looking at the flickering flames, Drew finally felt a bit warmer. Phew. Letting out a long breath, they had run so far away just now. The Gavin and the man wouldn't know where they had fled even if they wanted to pursue them. For now, they could relax a little. Feeling the warmth, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The firelight was unusually bright in the dark night, casting a horrifying shadow on his face. Then Godwin raised his head and asked, "Freddy, what do you plan to do now?" "What should I do? I want him dead." Drew pointed toward Stevie and started cursing again, feeling furious once more. Thinking about Stevie made him feel indignant. This bastard always tries to ruin my life. Now things are going well, right? Finally, he's in my hands. If I let him die so easily, it would be too merciful. I need to take revenge on him properly. Thinking of this, Drew kept cursing under his breath, sounding terrible. The other four people present all felt their hearts tightening. And Godwin also chimed in, nodding frantically. Yes, Freddy, you're absolutely right. Despite Simeon's wounds all over his body causing him pain, with blood covering his face, he agreed, right. I think Freddy, you make sense. Hearing their sincere praises, Drew stopped and frowned. Am I really making sense? Just as Drew was ranting fiercely, Godwin suddenly lifted his head, looking at Drew's back in shock and disbelief, pointing behind him. What? Is there something on my face? Brecken's mind was in confusion as he asked, surprised. Then Simeon also turned his head and pointed behind Drew, looking just as terrified, as if he saw something incredible. This? Seeing both acting strangely, Drew couldn't understand, shouting, "Don't play ghosts with me. What's going on? What are you two doing?" They remained silent, swallowing hard as if they had seen a ghost. "Don't push me or I'll start swearing." Drew became annoyed. Simeon, with blood-covered face appearing even more terrifying, nudged Brecken's arm. "What are you doing? Talk if you have something to say." Drew got angrier. "That guy Stevie is still not dealt with, and now you two are playing dumb riddles with me? Not. Brother Yi, look behind you." Brecken impatiently waved off Simeon's hand and hurriedly turned around to see. "What's behind me? Could there really be a ghost?" F***CK. A sudden scream of terror echoed through the surroundings, scattering birds and beasts in the nearby forest. Drew fell onto the ground. There stood Stevie right behind him, his figure like a ghost, the moonlight casting his shadow on the ground. His bloodied, beaten-up face looked even more grotesque. Without knowing when, he had already picked up the two gleaming sabers that Godwin had used earlier, his whole body radiating a killing aura, like an evil ghost god. He said word by word, "Drew, I want you dead." Fuck. Drew let out a loud shout, jumping to his feet, shivering in fright as he involuntarily backed away. "Don't come any closer." Simeon and Godwin were already bewildered, not even daring to breathe heavily. "I'll kill you." Stevie was screaming wildly. Although the Six Souls confusion incense hadn't completely worn off, he had already recovered about 60% of his strength. Without hesitation, he lifted the saber and slashed toward Drew's head. In an instant, with a flash of light, a gust of wind swept through as it slashed over. Fuck. Drew felt a rush of wind pass by his head, almost slicing off half of his scalp. He immediately thought damn, that was close. Just now, he nearly said goodbye to this beautiful world. Stevie showed no intention of letting him go, swinging the two sabers like chopping melons and cleaving cabbages. The sabers whistled fiercely. When they struck the rocks on the ground, sparks flew everywhere. Drew scrambled backward using all four limbs, his movements agile. He even dodged several attacks that nearly hit his nether regions. Stevie seemed to have gone berserk, shouting, yeah, 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 while the sabers came crashing down. Simeon and Godwin were dumbfounded, completely unable to react. Frightened and alarmed, Drew couldn't help but look at Stevie with deeper unease. He never expected that the protagonist was indeed different. Earlier, after administering the Six Souls Confusion incense, he himself had been unconscious for several hours. Neither Zaire nor the drunkard had recovered so easily. He didn't expect Stevie to wake up so quickly, and to be using two sabers so skillfully. What did this Stevie eat to grow up? Was it melamine? Otherwise, how could he be so energetic? After all, how long ago had the effects of the Six Souls Confusion incense just worn off? Chapter 250. I Want You Dead. The two large broadswords in his hands were swung with vigor and speed. This was too damn terrifying. Ya 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 ya. Stevie screamed as he swung the broadsword in his hand like a madman, delivering a series of fierce slashes at Drew. Drew used both hands and feet to desperately retreat backward. On the side, Godwin and Simeon were stunned. They repeatedly exclaimed, damn. It wasn't that they didn't want to get up and help. They were thoroughly frightened by Stevie's incomprehensible moves. Seeing this scene, Drew cursed loudly. What are you still standing there for? Come over and help. The sight of these two fools infuriated him. While scolding them, he dodged another lethal strike from Stevie. Seeing himself almost being hacked to death, these two guys were still dazed, clearly not caring whether he lived or died. Stevie. Yeah. Right. Hurry up and save Freddy. Godwin slapped his forehead. He shot up instantly. Simeon struggled to stand up using his hands and feet, but the pain from his wounds prevented him from getting up. He had a helpless look on his face. In the distance, it was clear that Stevie would not stop until Drew was dead, swinging his broadsword so fast that it made the leaves rustle nearby. Damn. I have nothing to lose. If this went on, he would be killed by this lunatic sooner or later. Drew found an opportunity and thought to himself, rather than being hacked to death by this guy, might as well take a risk. Without any hesitation, he took advantage of the opening and rushed forward from under Stevie's armpit. His body moved like a nimble dragon hare, quickly putting a great distance between them. Just now performing lightning-fast attacks, Stevie froze, feeling the cold breeze passing through his armpits. His mind went blank. What's going on? When he turned around, he saw Drew's agile figure already far away, flashing a look of surprise in his eyes. After a few seconds, he raised his two broadswords and pursued without thinking. Yeah. I'm going to kill you. Die here. Drew was completely frantic, fleeing for dear life, while Stevie pursued relentlessly. The sound of their cursing floated from afar, deafening. Godwin, Simeon, you two morons, come over and help me. Drew was utterly exasperated. Had he known this would happen, he should have let these two idiots be beaten to death by Stevie. Damn, he didn't know Stevie was so resilient, waking up so quickly. Had he known, he should have finished him off on the road. How could he let such a menace live? Drew was about to beat his thighs to pieces with anger, but now wasn't the time. He could only keep running. While running, he felt the cold edge of the blade whistling past his ears several times, grazing his scalp. F***K. I'll get you for this. Drew accelerated again. Stevie, brandishing his sword, continued to chase, leaving trails of deadly glows. In no time, Stevie and Drew had run quite a distance. Only then did Simeon recover, urging Godwin, hurry up, or brother you will be killed. Oh, right. Godwin finally came to his senses and stood up fiercely. He dragged Simeon along and hurried toward Drew. The dark night enveloped the tall trees. A few figures darted swiftly. 3 people were chasing and fleeing, with Drew sprinting ahead, Stevie closely pursuing, followed by limping Simeon and panting Godwin stumbling along. None of them knew how far they had run. Drew was still fleeing desperately when, in the next moment, his pupils shrank sharply upon seeing what lay ahead. He couldn't help but slow down his pace. But just as he stopped, whoosh, the sharp wind of the slicing blade passed right by his scalp. Stevie was still chasing. The broadsword in his hand always hovered like a nightmare around Drew. Fuck. Drew narrowly dodged the fatal blow. With gritted teeth and determination, he dared not linger, continuing his frantic escape. Yet Drew was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Not far ahead was a sheer cliff thousands of feet high, with the roar of waterfalls surrounding it, and 2 twisted pines standing beside it. Now he was in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Afraid to stop, Drew rushed to the edge of the cliff in just a few strides, with Stevie holding the large broadsword right behind him. Seeing that he was about to reach the cliff, Drew stumbled, catching himself on a nearby pine tree, and barely managed to stabilize his posture. He then turned his head and shouted, Stevie, wait, Stevie, hold on. Startled by Drew's sudden action, Stevie's face froze, still holding the menacing broadsword aloft. What do you want? Weren't you being all arrogant just now? About tearing me apart and scattering my bones to the wind. Not to mention wanting to. Thinking about it, Stevie gritted his teeth in anger. While he was unconscious, Drew's words even sent chills down his spine. Drew had been utterly ruthless. He even heard Drew saying he would crush his testicles into powder and feed them to dogs. This made Stevie wish to kill Drew with his own hands at this moment. Wait, are you kidding? He was, after all, the young master of Tongtian sect. Could he tolerate this? Drew forced a smile, glancing nervously at the towering cliff behind him. He tiptoed to look over Stevie's shoulder, only to see Simeon and the other person limping from far away, still quite some distance away. Probably half a mile. Drew hurriedly tried to calm Stevie down, shouting loudly, Patriarch Long, you must have misunderstood. My admiration for you is as endless as the Yellow River. How could I ever do such a thing? You. Interrupting Drew's flattery, Stevie coldly snorted and said, save your breath. Only one of us will survive today. Thinking of Drew's words earlier, his anger intensified. He heard every word Drew said clearly. If he hadn't woken up first, he might not be able to lead a normal life or enjoy happiness anymore. Now Drew wanted to deceive him? Not a chance. Enraged, Stevie's face darkened, and he immediately swung his broadsword toward Drew again. Whatever you want to say, tell me in your dreams when you're dead. Chapter 251. Why did I jump? Damn it! Drew watched the oncoming blade wind and immediately dodged. In the next second, however, his foot slipped. Drew's mind buzzed, and his body plummeted straight toward the cliff bottom. Yeah. At this moment, Walter had already fought to a frenzy and, without thinking, jumped down holding two large knives. I'll kill you. As he leaped into the air, Walter's face changed. The whooshing wind echoed in his ears, and there was nothing beneath him. Those short legs flailed but found nothing solid below. Damn, why did I jump too? Meanwhile, Simeon and Godwin stared at the scene before them, completely stunned. They hurried to the cliff edge in large strides, trembling as they peered down. The bottom was an unfathomable abyss. Just standing at the edge made their legs weak. Simeon's face turned grim as he swallowed and said, Godwin, what do you think about Brother Yi? Godwin sighed, his face pale, and shook his head. He's probably not going to make it. An eerie silence enveloped them. Just then, an anxious voice carried by the wind reached them again, making both of them tense. This voice was too familiar. They immediately turned toward the source of the sound. Following that, an Gavinly man and a warrior with murderous intent arrived swiftly, shouting aloud, You shall die for killing our young master. Both men thought inwardly. Still calling him young master now? Your young master is probably drinking the river Styx soup right now? Anger showed on their faces as they glared fiercely at Godwin and Simeon, looking terrifying. They had rushed all the way here after following the trail, only finding their location due to the campfire Simeon and others lit. Seeing the distant smoke, they immediately attacked. Wait, why are only they two here? Where's the young master? Where's our young master? The two asked. Unexpectedly, Simeon and Godwin remained eerily calm, looking at the two as if they were simpletons. You're too late. Too late? What does that mean? Too late? What do you mean by too late? What if you did something to our young master? Realizing something terrible might have happened, both men's faces changed abruptly, ready to lash out, but they saw Simeon's calm demeanor and noticed him silently pointing to the cliff edge. The Gavin and the warrior frowned, feeling strange, approaching the cliff edge without a word. Taking one look below, they shuddered, feeling a chill run down their spines. Just what does this mean? Explain clearly. Simeon shrugged helplessly. Drew just jumped off, and your young master Walter jumped down too. What? Immediately, Zaire and Nathaniel exchanged looks filled with fear. Then it's over. Bad news? This abyss is thousands of feet deep. Even if their young master Walter is exceptionally skilled, jumping from such a height would surely be fatal. If the sect leader finds out, there'd be no good for them. After some brief contemplation, they glanced at Simeon and Godwin with sinister eyes. Feeling something wrong, both Simeon and Godwin shivered and tensely asked, What do you want? Their bodies involuntarily moved backward. What do we want? They advanced step by step toward Simeon and Godwin, eyes full of unmasked killing intent. Feeling dizzy and disoriented after falling off the cliff, Drew felt like he had been run over by several trucks. Several severe impacts followed, and with a bang, he hit the ground. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, completely blacking out. Where am I? After an unknown duration, Drew opened his eyes bewilderedly, seeing another person lying nearby, a leg pressing unnaturally on him. On closer inspection, Drew's pupils contracted sharply, almost yelling out loud. Walter? Why did he jump down too? Is he really determined to finish me off? Damn! Drew broke into a cold sweat, jumping up in fright and staring at Walter in horror. He hastily checked his body for any missing parts. Falling from such a height, even if not dead, injuries should be inevitable, right? Surprisingly, after a thorough check, he found himself unharmed, thus heaving a sigh of relief. A few moments later, memories flooded back like a tide, and he finally remembered that he had fled to this cliff edge under Walter's pursuit. Walter followed closely, continuing his chase. Fool, truly the fool of fools, who would jump down here, Drew silently rejoiced. Just now, he was really cornered. Was it worth it for Walter? Did he hate him so much? But soon, he came back to his senses. He needed to find a way out immediately. Looking up at the sky, he saw the steep cliffs. Even a monkey might not be able to climb them, let alone himself. Drew sighed helplessly, then turned to glance at Walter lying unconscious nearby, breathing a sigh of relief. For now, this idiot hadn't woken up yet, giving him a chance. He immediately began searching the surroundings for a way out. At this moment, Walter groggily shook his head, feeling an intense headache and his body like it was falling apart, as if his ribs were broken in 7 or 8 places, unable to move his limbs. When they fell, Walter landed first, cushioning Drew's fall with his body. If not for his high martial skills and mastery of the Golden Bell Shield, he probably wouldn't have survived. Drew continued searching for a way out, patting his chest with lingering fear. Looking at Walter, a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. In the end, Walter had inadvertently saved his life. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, there was a winding and rugged path leading out. Drew was overjoyed. Just as he was tiptoeing away, he heard a hoarse voice behind him. Little brat, you're leaving without saying hello? Drew, about to take a step, suddenly stopped, fear crossing his face as he looked back nervously. Who's talking? He turned toward the source of the voice. In the distance sat a ragged old man, wearing tattered clothes emitting a decayed smell. It was hard to tell how long it had been since he bathed. Amidst his unkempt hair and beard, a pair of cloudy eyes peeked out. His original face was completely obscured. Chapter 252, A Peerless Master. Drew was utterly shocked. This couldn't be the most cliché plot from online novels. Falling off a cliff and then encountering a hermit master who happens to pass down some secret manual. And after coming out, becoming incredibly awesome. What the hell? You're coming back as the king. At the same moment, he abruptly turned his head to look at Stevie, who had fainted beside him. Subconsciously, he realized it must be because of him. No wonder they always talk about the protagonist's aura. Not only did he not die in such a situation, but he even acted like a cushion for me without batting an eye. And now, this much luck too? Involuntarily, Drew felt envy gnawing at his teeth, wishing he could drag out the cliché author and smash his brain with a brick. Is the protagonist really this strong? Is there no justice in heaven? After a brief moment of thought, no, he must seize this opportunity no matter what. If he can't get it, then destroy it. Anyway, Stevie mustn't benefit from it. If Stevie can survive this way and learn peerless martial arts when we return to the capital, won't I have to live in constant fear every day? Could I ever have a peaceful life? No, absolutely not. With a forced, ugly smile, Drew respectfully bowed to Nathaniel and then immediately knelt down to worship. Latecomer pays respects to the elder. His demeanor was respectful, his tone generous and passionate, as if he saw his own father. Nice. You little one have some discernment. Nathaniel laughed heartily, his messy hair quivering, instantly looking even more terrifying. Hearing this, at that moment, Stevie finally woke up groggily. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the figure of Drew, and his anger flared up immediately. He wanted to get up and strangle him right away. Drew sensed this, turned back, and got a big scare. Changing expressions hastily, he retreated quickly. How did this troublemaker wake up? I'll kill you. But unexpectedly, after struggling for a while, Stevie's body softened and fell back to the ground with a thud, stirring up dust. Only his eyes glared hatefully at him. Drew took a deep breath and was secretly delighted. It seemed that during the fall, Stevie had been severely injured. Forget troubling him. Standing up alone was hard for him. Such a trivial person? Dare to be so arrogant. Controlled. Drew's face showed a look of satisfaction. Oh my, Stevie, weren't you quite aggressive just now? Try standing up and see. Don't you have two large knives? If you've got the guts, do something. Look at you being so proud. Come on, come on. Ah. Stevie was driven mad with rage, gritting his teeth, yet helpless. At this point, Nathaniel suddenly interrupted. Enough. How did you two end up here? Drew and Stevie exchanged glances immediately. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer, mainly because they didn't know what kind of background this Gavin in front of them had. What if this was a lunatic who might kill them on impulse? Just by looking at him, he didn't seem quite normal. Drew immediately changed his expression, tremblingly and tentatively said, Senior, we came to your territory unintentionally, not meaning to disturb. Can we leave now? While Stevie stared coldly at Drew, hating nothing more than to cut him into pieces, his eyes sharp like daggers. Drew pretended not to notice, clasped his hands again and said, Elder, is that okay? But Nathaniel sneered, Humph, do you really think this old man can be fooled? Saying come when you want and go when you please? Hearing this, Drew couldn't help but tighten his heart. It's over. Judging from this posture, today seems unlikely to end well. Could this old man keep us here? Moreover, the most important thing is, looking at this crazy-looking old man, he doesn't really seem like someone who has peerless martial arts. At the same time, he glanced around. This place was desolate, completely uninhabited. Am I supposed to stay here with him for Chinese New Year? Though Drew mumbled in his heart, his face showed nothing but became even more respectful. So, what does elder mean? The Gavin, seemingly highly satisfied, suddenly laughed. Well, since the two of you have come here, and no one has visited me in 20 years, why don't you both become my disciples and join my Dengi sect? Dengi sect? Drew was startled, slapping his thigh. Damn, my guess was right. It's really this cliché plot. Cough cough. Stevie was furious, wishing he could kill these two fools in front of him. He was the young lord of Tongtian sect, becoming this man's disciple? What a joke. I am a level 7 expert from Central 4 sects. Kill. The old man seemed to sense Stevie's dissatisfaction, his gaze glaring at him like lightning, followed by a cold snort. Then, an overwhelming surge of inner strength erupted like a flood, rushing straight towards Stevie. Stevie was stunned. A loud boom echoed. Next, Stevie was sent flying backward, crashing into the distant mountain wall like a cannonball, leaving a deep indentation. Drew felt a sudden gust of wind beside his ear and hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding being hit. Then he saw Stevie smashing through several trees in succession, stirring up a cloud of dust. Drew watched in awe, his heart pounding, exclaiming, 666. Damn, you can play like this? How cool. I want to play too. He glanced incredulously at Zaire beside him, thinking to himself, if that's the case, then this old man in front of him really must be an unparalleled master, overpowering even Stevie in a single move. Of course, Stevie was already on his last legs after falling from the cliff and cushioning Drew's fall. Without him, Drew would likely be dead by now. Still, it did not diminish Drew's amazement. This old man is indeed something. If so, he must become his disciple. Otherwise, whether they could safely leave here today would be questionable. Why refuse a free advantage? A fool rejects profit. Just from those few moves Zaire showed Stevie, Drew knew he had to kowtow to him. Esteemed sir, your righteousness deserves my utmost respect. Ignoring Stevie for now, just from Drew's perspective, he knew he couldn't have withstood that blow Stevie took, so he immediately kowtowed to Zaire, the thuds echoing clearly, every knock heartfelt without any pretense. The old man's face showed a pleased smile, laughing heartily. Indeed, heroes emerge young. How did you know I was the once feared figure in the Jianghu? Chapter 253. Are you two very familiar? Walter, standing nearby, gritted his teeth in pain. His head felt like it was about to explode, and the conversation between the two before him left him completely bewildered. What's going on here? Why have they suddenly become such buddies? Are you two very familiar? Walter clutched his chest and struggled to stand up. Meanwhile, Drew continued bowing profusely, pointing at Walter with a passionate and indignant tone. This man intended to harm me. I hope the senior can take action. You've got to be kidding. Using others as a pawn. Drew played this too well. At this point, not getting rid of Walter would be a huge loss. Is that so? The Gavin's eyes turned fierce as he sharply looked at Walter, an intimidating presence. Walter shuddered instantly, feeling as if he were being watched by something terrifying. He trembled and stammered, "Senior, I didn't do anything." At the same time, his gaze flickered and landed on Drew with overwhelming murderous intent. Looking at people with such eyes, and you still dare to say no? Still trying to argue. The Gavin huffed slightly, and his surging inner strength surged again, rushing towards Walter. What the heck? Already heavily injured, how could Walter be a match for Nathaniel? If it were the old him, perhaps he could put up a slight resistance. But now, the effects of the Six Souls confusion incense hadn't worn off, and he had just fallen from a cliff. Surviving was already miraculous. Right then, bang! He flew out again. Damn you mother ****. In just a moment, another loud bang stirred up dust that lingered in the air. Sunlight shining down made Drew cheer in approval. Awesome. Drew couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness he didn't talk back earlier. Otherwise, he'd probably be reincarnated by now. Drew immediately gave Nathaniel a thumbs up and praised, "Senior is truly an expert. Naturally, it has been years since I, ghost-seeing warrior, note, Kiefer in Pinyin, which translates as someone ghosts are afraid to see, roamed the donghua. I didn't expect anyone would still know my name," Nathaniel chuckled, stroking his beard. On the side, Walter was once again dumbfounded. What on earth are you two talking about? Why don't I understand a single word? Moreover, why do you suddenly know your own name? As the smoke cleared, Walter's enraged face appeared, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Nathaniel. The Gavin tilted his head slightly with a somewhat unfriendly expression. Does this mean you're not convinced? No. Walter shook his head frantically. What? Trying to argue again? The Gavin bellowed. This frightened Walter into trembling again, his complexion changing instantly. Damn, why does this old man seem so unstable? Especially this guy's kung fu isn't bad. At least, he's not someone Walter can handle right now. He needs to escape quickly. Just you wait, Drew. Seeing Walter preparing to run. Suddenly, Drew's eyes rolled, and he said, "Senior, this man is vicious and arrogant, bullying men and women, dominating ruthlessly. We absolutely cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. In my opinion, Senior should uphold justice and eliminate him today." The Gavin remained silent, narrowing his eyes and casting a faint look at Walter. Yet those eyes exuded terrifying killing intent. Let me think for a moment. At this moment, the entire valley was suffocatingly tense, with thick killing intent spreading rapidly. Walter hesitated, abruptly turning his head and widening his eyes. When did I bully anyone or dominate? Don't make things up without proof. The Gavin asked sternly, "Is this true?" Drew hastily swore, "Absolutely true, I guarantee it." Walter urgently responded, "You?" Then he quickly changed his tone and respectfully said to Nathaniel, "Senior, don't believe this kid's nonsense, it's all false. Senior, you are magnificent and wise, surely you can discern right from wrong, right? Isn't this just sucking up? Who can't do that?" Immediately mimicking Drew. However, unexpectedly, humph. Upon hearing Walter's words, Nathaniel's eyes didn't soften but became even sharper, coldly retorting, "Flatterers and yes-men are what I despise most in life." What? Walter was speechless. Wasn't Drew doing the same thing? Why praise him for having good judgment, but call it flattery when it's me? Hey, wait a minute. Just as he wanted to explain. Boom. Before he could even think clearly, there was another deafening sound. A piercing, heart-wrenching pain shot through his body, followed by him flying backward once again, smashing through several trees in succession. He crashed into a deep pit far away, causing dust and smoke to fill the air once more. No justice. A miserable groan sounded from within. Drew couldn't help but clap and cheer inwardly. It seemed he might not have the ability to eliminate Walter himself, but perhaps with the help of this senior. Just thinking about it made his face light up with joy. At that moment, Nathaniel looked at Drew with some approval and said, "Good, young man. I see you're very clever. How about joining the donghua sect?" Drew did not agree immediately. After all, such strange sects might have some unknown rules. What if he was made to swear a deadly oath before an ancestor? That wouldn't do. But he secretly pondered that in the original story, there didn't seem to be a sect called donghua sect. Could this sect have just appeared out of nowhere? Or could it be that history had changed due to his chanyue? Chanyue means traversal, or travel through. Here in chapter 254, eldest senior brother. The old man held his beard, his laughter hearty as if he had encountered the happiest event in the world. At this moment, Walter, who was heavily injured and holding his chest with a suffocating look on his face, struggled to get up once again, trembling as he crawled out from the deep pit. If it weren't for his mastery of the impervious body technique, he would have likely kicked the bucket just now under Zaire's relentless attacks. But as soon as he emerged, he was even more astonished, eyes wide open. Just like that, Drew became the eldest senior brother. Was there no law or order left? No way, Drew couldn't be allowed to reap all the benefits alone. They were strangers before, and yet, if Drew becomes the eldest senior brother, what then? Wouldn't he trample me to death? Walter urgently shouted at Zaire, "Senior, what about me?" The old man's gaze swept over him fiercely again. Walter's heart shuddered, fearing that Zaire would strike without further ado. Without giving himself any chance, he abruptly knelt down and began kowtowing frantically. Bang bang bang. His forehead nearly bled, almost dashing out his brains. The old man was stunned, not expecting this. Senior, please listen to me. I am willing to join your sect as the second eldest senior brother." Walter's head flew up and down with utmost diligence. You've got to be kidding. It worked. This old thing was a stubborn mule. He had to cater to his vanity, or else, today wouldn't end well for him. Drew looked at Walter with barely concealed disdain. He thought Walter had some backbone, and he gave in after just a few blows? But how could Drew let Walter off so easily? He started fabricating lies immediately, saying to Zaire, "Master, don't listen to his nonsense. If this person joins our Din sect, he will surely disrespect the master and endanger the world. Please think carefully, senior." Upon hearing Drew call him master directly, Zaire's expression softened somewhat, but he still frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" Walter stared at Drew, dumbfounded. "Lie. Keep lying. Master, you don't know. This Walter in my hometown." Drew launched into an exaggerated account, describing Walter as thoroughly evil, nothing but a criminal. Anyway, he was always committing crimes, or on the way to commit crimes. In the end, he even covered his face and wept dramatically. He even wanted me to be his concubine. What the hell? Walter was speechless. How did I not know about this? And when did I ever ask you to be my concubine? And you're a guy. The old man, upon hearing Drew's words, felt indignation surge within him. He suddenly slapped his hand, a powerful burst of internal energy exploding forth. His murderous aura flared up again, and he declared, "I detest arrogant scoundrels most in my life. Now that one has fallen into my hands, how could I allow him to remain so arrogant?" "Not exactly. Master, please hear me out." Walter stood up, eager to escape. "Don't try to wriggle out of it." The entire valley trembled, leaves rustling, rocks rolling, the hollow sound resonating like the tolling of a giant bell. Walter was speechless. "No matter what I say, you won't believe me. While you trust everything he says, this is clearly a conspiracy against me. Today, since you entered my Din sect, I will represent our ancestors and punish you. Prepare to die." Walter flew backward, spewing a mouthful of blood into the air, inwardly crying injustice. "No, didn't you just refuse to agree? Master, please listen to me." Before Walter could speak again, another wave of Zaire's powerful attack rushed towards him, swift and sharp like a sword. Swish, swish, swish. Blazing flashes of cold light made Drew's eyes spin, exclaiming in admiration. Walter's face was full of resentment as he was sent flying back again, bang, crashing into several trees before finally stopping. I cough. There weren't many trees in this place to begin with. After being knocked over multiple times by Walter, the remaining trees had almost all collapsed. The view ahead was suddenly open. However, hearing sounds from a distance, Drew was secretly alarmed. The protagonist is truly different. Despite all this, he still isn't dead. Immediately, Drew's eyes darted around. Looks like he needs more pressure. But just as Drew was about to speak, Zaire stretched out his wrinkled hand, beckoning him. Drew closed his mouth, puzzled. Then, with a melancholic expression, Zaire sighed. "Throughout my life? Yes. I really didn't expect." Drew chimed in repeatedly. "Indeed, reality is unpredictable," Zaire continued, his face still full of sentiment. "When you were young, sir." Drew followed along, rustling. Walter, struggling from the woods and holding onto a tree trunk for support, emerged with his hand over his chest, eyes as cold as ice. "Scumbag. Like fighting, huh? If it weren't for my injuries not being fully healed, I'd make both you, old and young rascals, taste the power of my Tongtian sect." But then, just as he lifted his head, he saw Drew and Zaire chatting again. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. What are these two talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? So, the old man paused mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly darting over. Walter reacted instinctively, half lifting his foot, ready to run. Damn it, this old bastard must be insane, and seriously so. Rather than suffer humiliation and die here, I might as well escape. Maybe I can save my life. Walter was now in an indescribable state of distress. Although he was the Freddy of the Tongtian sect, with all his powers lost, facing this crazy lunatic and Drew fanning the flames, he wanted to kill them both but dared not. How unjust. Unexpectedly, Zaire did not attack him but instead looked at Drew with a hint of approval in his eyes. Then, he took out 2 small green pills from his pocket and jiggled them around. It looked extremely bizarre. Walter quietly put his foot down, slightly raised on tiptoe, peering cautiously at this side. What are these two up to? What's that thing? Drew was utterly puzzled but immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, could this be?" "That's right, this is the legendary perfect great supplement pill." The old man laughed heartily. "Indeed, only my disciple understands me." The master and disciple, like long-lost friends reunited, chatted warmly. Walter. Chapter 255. You guys are all seriously ill. I know I can never fit in with you guys. Because you are all sick, all seriously ill. A myriad of curses surged through his mind. He couldn't understand a single word of their conversation since just now, but they seemed to chat happily. And the key was that Nathaniel said one sentence, and then the other responded immediately. How could he understand anything? The Gavin looked at him affectionately and said, "I didn't expect you to be so insightful. You even knew that I only brought this one." Walter was already tired. Destruction. Of course. Drew immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Your disciple naturally knows of Senior's legendary fame back in the day. Meeting you today, it's indeed as famous as your reputation suggests." Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out again, and Nathaniel appeared extremely pleased. Walter silently stopped. These two must be crazy, no doubt about it. If I stay with them any longer, I might catch it. I need to get away quickly. Just then, Walter bent over, preparing to leave. The Gavin's gaze flashed like lightning, and he snorted coldly. What? Causing trouble for the world, coming here, and still dare to think of leaving easily? Drew clapped his hands in approval. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Walter's eyes flickered. He didn't dare to misbehave, imitating Drew's words. "I know, master. You are?" Before he finished speaking, suddenly, King Hell rang out in the air, and Walter was flung into the distance, crashing deeply into a cave, stirring up dust. Huh. Trying to flatter me and calling me an old senior? How can I let someone like you deceive us? The Gavin's face darkened, stroking his beard and scolding. Drew couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. This is impressive. Even learned by analogy. At this moment, Walter, who had been thrown into the cave, didn't even want to speak anymore. He didn't know how to face Nathaniel and Drew. He might as well lie on the ground and play dead. That's it. Surrender. Wait until my strength recovers. I'll make you both pay. Drew kept an eye on Walter's condition. Suddenly, Nathaniel's gaze turned stern. Humbugging in front of me? He waved his hand, and a powerful force grabbed Walter from the cave. Damn! Walter was shocked. Is this really possible? Drew also called out in awe. Awesome. Is this not a fantasy world? I thought this novel was historical. Why can this happen? Awesome 99+. Drew was dumbfounded. A moment later, Walter landed in Nathaniel's hand, his throat tightly locked, and his face turned blue from pain as he floated in the air, mumbling for mercy. Master, please spare me. I haven't done anything, Master. Cheer up. Cheer up. Drew urged secretly. The Gavin snorted coldly, tightening his grip. Walter fell hard onto the ground, clutching his throat, coughing fiercely, his face turning pig liver red, unable to speak. Psycho. Psycho. I've met a psycho. Drew's eyes darted around, thinking of ways to intensify the situation. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Nathaniel preemptively said, looking down at Walter, how about this? Now I take you as my second disciple of the Dingmin sect. What do you think? Walter groaned inwardly. Damn, you're definitely sick. Didn't I just say I wanted to become a disciple? Did you not hear a single word? However, afraid that refusing would provoke Nathaniel again, he immediately bowed his head. Little Bay Walter is willing to follow Master. Once a teacher, always a father. Master's divine power overshadows the world. Anyway, Walter was thoroughly convinced, learning everything Drew did, flattering him without hesitation. Bang bang bang. The sound of repeated kowtows echoed. Suddenly, bang! Walter hadn't even finished bowing when he was hit by another surge of force, flying far into the mountain rocks. Drew, damn, this works too? Could this Gavin be sent by heaven to help me? Walter felt 10,000 curses racing through his mind, tears streaming down his face. Why does becoming a disciple lead to getting beaten? The Gavin hummed and said, I hate sycophants and those who fawn the most. Drew wanted to applaud in agreement. Brilliant. After a few moments, Nathaniel once again raised his hand, pulling Walter towards him from a distance. The latter had an expression of despair on his face. Do whatever. Kill me. The Gavin put Walter down and then looked at Drew and Walter, saying, since this is the case, starting today, you two are now brothers in the Dingmin sect. Remember, no matter when or where, you must love each other dearly and live harmoniously. Understand? Do not betray the sect. Drew raised his bottom high, clasped his hands together respectfully, and said, we shall follow your orders strictly, Master. Just kidding. This old man's strength was incomparable. Even Walter was beaten until he was dizzy. He couldn't dare say no. He wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Walter struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, almost squeezing out a word from between his teeth. His eyes were filled with unmasked resentment, and in a moment, there was another bang, as Walter flew back into the distance once more. The Gavin shouted coldly, I detest people who look at me like that. Get lost. But Drew had become numb to it all. It seemed everything here was too normal. It appeared that every time Walter said something, he would get thrown. Even he felt a bit envious. It seemed quite fun. However, after a while, Drew shook his head, dispelling these absurd thoughts. Such frightening thoughts should not be entertained. But, perhaps today, with Nathaniel's help, Walter could be gotten rid of. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Just as Drew was secretly planning in his heart. Suddenly, there came a bustling sound of footsteps from outside the valley. Two figures rapidly approached the area, like shadows flashing by. Disciple, do you feel anything? Nathaniel asked with affectionate eyes. Drew gave an awkward smile. No idea. Am I blind or deaf? With so many people making such a ruckus, how could I not sense it? Yet, Nathaniel revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Lowering his brows, he whispered softly, someone is coming. Chapter 256, Passing on the Secrets. Drew pretended to be oblivious, showing a look of terror as he looked around in confusion. Where? Why can't I see anything? However, he was secretly thinking, something's not right. Could it be Godwin and Simeon coming to save me? But this thought was quickly dismissed. Impossible. Considering Simeon and Godwin's conditions, one crippled and the other seriously injured, it would take at least an hour to climb up from that 1,000-foot cliff. There's no way they could be here so fast. Unless, suddenly, a noisy shout came from afar in the sky. Return our young master. Walter had just managed to stand up. Upon hearing this noise, fear flashed in his eyes. He thought, damn it, those two idiots have come. Then, Zaire selling wine and the man who had previously encountered Drew rushed over. Their figures were agile, like falling leaves slowly descending from a height, with extraordinary momentum. With a glance, they disdainfully surveyed Zaire and Drew. Upon seeing the injured Walter, their eyes widened in rage, shouting, young master, what happened to you? Who hurt you? I'll tear him limb from limb. Both men's eyes were bloodshot. Arg. My mother. You lose. Walter hastily raised one hand, making a hushing gesture and lowering his voice. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Startled by this, the two immediately stopped their shouts and cast cold glares at Drew and Zaire, snorting. Could it be that these two dare to harm our young master? Come and die. Walter's face turned deathly pale. Drew stood next to Zaire with his arms crossed, smiling at the two men. Here stand Govindami. How dare you harm our young master? State your names. We will not kill those without names. It turned out that the wine-selling man was named Amin, and Zaire was named Govind, collectively known as Govindami. These two characters had also appeared in the original story, but Drew barely remembered them, as they played minor roles. Not very memorable. Walter was slapping his thighs in frustration, hopping mad. This is bad, really bad. These two showed up at the wrong time, and now things are about to get worse for me. Seeing the two men yelling in front of him, Zaire didn't hesitate and coldly snorted. You still dare to act arrogantly before me? You're courting death. As he spoke, two surges of powerful inner energy instantly erupted, causing Govind's faces to turn pale with unprecedented fear. In the next second, their bodies flew backward, landing heavily on the ground with a loud thud. Whoa, so strong. A cloud of dust rose as the two struggled for a moment before fainting completely. Walter was stunned. Is this how you play it? Even if you give away your lives, you don't do it like this? You two should have pleaded for mercy, reported your names, and taken me along. I told you not to speak, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look at the mess you've made. Do you think you're as awesome as me, Walter? Seeing his two subordinates dispatched in one move by Zaire, Walter forced a smile and said to Nathaniel, Master, these two are my subordinates. Please show mercy. Walter wasn't genuinely trying to help them. He was afraid that if Nathaniel killed them and Drew fanned the flames here, he'd be left with no recourse. It was best to leave some room for maneuver. The old man gave Walter a meaningful look before retracting his gaze and softly humming. So they are your subordinates. Your subordinates are quite disobedient, daring to attack me. Yes, they deserve a good lesson. Walter hurriedly smiled, covering the intense pain in his body and forcing himself to stagger forward, saying, Master, you're absolutely right. Master, you're absolutely right. The old man finally calmed down after hearing this and nodded. Fearing another sudden fit, Walter felt uneasy standing beside him. His body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Zaire glanced sideways at him. Got maggots crawling on you? No. Walter blushed and hurriedly replied. The old man gave Walter a doubtful look before shifting his gaze. Looking at the two men, he said, If that's the case, why don't you two follow me here and practice martial arts for 10 to 20 years? When you leave, I guarantee you'll be invincible in the world. Drew's eyes widened. Practice martial arts for 10 to 20 years? No way. I'm about to marry Clarissa. If I disappear at this crucial moment, Ivor would definitely exterminate the entire Yi family. Absolutely not, no way. But before he could speak, Walter tremulously said first, Master, this is absolutely out of the question. What? The old man glanced over unkindly, his gaze sharp as lightning. Instantly, Walter felt a chill run down his spine and shivered all over, forcing a smile as he replied, No, Master, you misunderstood me. What do you mean? Zaire asked coldly, narrowing his eyes. But that look sent chills down Walter's spine like the Grim Reaper was staring at him. He could barely articulate his words. Walter hastily explained, We still have to go out and save the people. You see, countless refugees from the Great Qian Dynasty are pouring into the capital city right now, rivers of blood flowing and widespread misery. We must shoulder the responsibility to save them, not waste time here. After listening, Nathaniel was taken aback for a moment, then fell into deep thought, sighing with reflection. Never thought the world would change so fast. In a blink, it's already called the Great Qian Dynasty. Drew? Kidding. The Great Qian Dynasty has been around for nearly a few hundred years? Could it be this old man started his seclusion hundreds of years ago? Or is this old man really immortal, or maybe just living in confusion? However, Drew wouldn't utter such foolish words, instead agreeing, I didn't expect that after Master went into seclusion because of that incident. So many years have passed. He even pretended to sigh wistfully. Yes. So many years have flown by. The old man stroked his beard, gazing into the distance, lost in deep contemplation. Standing beside him, Walter's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Please, tell me what you're talking about. Okay. Just then, Zaire decisively said, Since that's the case, you two bear the task of saving the world. I won't force you any further. Here, I will pass down one secret manual to each of you. Practice well when you leave, and don't disgrace our sect. Chapter 257 Nixon. Drew immediately turned around and knelt down crisply, clasping his hands and speaking in a loud voice. Thank you, Master. No way. This old man is already this awesome. What if he bestows some cultivation technique? It's bound to be outrageously powerful. So excited. So curious. I can't wait to see it. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then slowly shifted his gaze to Walter, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Walter's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly imitated Drew, kneeling obediently and shouting loudly, Thank you for your kindness, Master. Although he knelt as required, inside, Walter was swearing endlessly. He could tell now. Neither of these two people in front of him were normal. An old man and Drew, and he had just blindly become their disciple. The thought alone was unbelievable. Even though he mentally cursed the entire Yi family, his face wore an ingratiating smile. No way. The power that old man displayed earlier, along with his unconventional mindset, made Walter fear that one wrong word might lead to being beaten to death by Zaire. Better safe than sorry. Caution first. Seeing the performance of the two, Zaire was very satisfied and stroked his beard. Both of my beloved disciples, please rise. Drew stood up, and Walter, after a glance, hurriedly followed suit, afraid of making any mistakes. Whatever Drew does, he'll do too. This way, he wouldn't make any mistakes, right? I'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. Now, seeing your sincerity, I will bestow upon you both the divine techniques. With a wave of his hand, Zaire seemed to perform magic, producing two ancient-looking manuals out of nowhere and handing them over. What is this? As soon as Walter took it, his eyes widened dramatically. Holy crap. On the cover were 4 bold characters, Sunflower Manual. Suddenly, 10,000 grass mud horses stampeded through Walter's mind. What the hell? Is this old bastard messing with me? Drew glanced at it and almost couldn't help laughing. Damn, it really is the Sunflower Manual? He vaguely remembered the first page saying, to practice this art, one must first castrate oneself. Could this old man be deliberately trying to trip up Walter? A godsend. But he wondered, is this world's sunflower manual the same as his own? Walter shakily opened the first page. Indeed, those shocking 8 characters stared back at him. To practice this art, one must first castrate oneself. Shit. Walter wished he could tear the book to shreds, cursing in his heart. Hell, he thought it would be some amazing martial arts secret, but it turned out to be this thing. If he could beat the crazy old man, he'd strangle both him and Drew right now. Too humiliating. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise. Despite his internal curses, Walter had no choice but to bite the bullet and clasp his hands. Thank you for your grace, master. The old man remained composed. Since that's the case, begin practicing right away. Once you achieve the first level of the technique, I'll guide you further. These words hung in the air, freezing it. What? Walter's face immediately turned ugly, staring speechlessly at Zaire. Practice? Now? Castration? Are you kidding me? Damn it. All his efforts to gather 999 destined women for cultivation are wasted? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking at Walter about to turn into a stone statue, Drew almost burst out laughing, barely holding it in. This was hilarious. Perfect. Though this didn't concern him, he folded his arms and watched the spectacle, adding to the chaos. Walter looked utterly dejected, lowering his head and trembling as he clasped his hands. Master, this technique is too profound and unfathomable. Disciple fears rushing it might desecrate your ultimate secret manual. Inside, millions of grass mud horses trampled through his mind again. Why did Drew get the 18 dragon subduing palms, while he got the sunflower manual requiring castration, and practice it in front of you? Isn't that perverse? Are you sick or something? The old man narrowed his eyes, his voice turning colder. What? Do you not trust me to be here? Drew laughed outright at this. There's going to be a show. All he missed was a little stool and some melon seeds. What a great day to watch the drama unfold. Not that. Sweat trickled down Walter's forehead as he forced himself to say, not that I don't trust, master. But this technique is too mysterious. I fear my lack of talent might waste its power. The old man let out a cold snort and impatiently raised his hand. In an instant, Walter was grabbed through the air. Drew's eyes widened. Walter's feet left the ground as he struggled, shouting, Master! Master! I'll practice this technique myself. I'll practice it. Since you are hesitant, I will help you practice it. Zaire said coldly, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Drew's eyes lit up at this sight. Damn, too thrilling. Better than any novel the readers have read. If Walter practices the sunflower manual, even if he doesn't succeed, he will be thoroughly miserable. Just then, the mountain suddenly shook violently, and countless boulders rolled down from the distant slope, rushing straight toward them. All eyes turned to look. The old man's expression tightened as he waved his hand, unleashing several powerful bursts of inner strength. The boulders instantly turned to dust, dispersing into the air. Drew and Walter were both shocked. Drew drew in a sharp breath. Damn, this old man. He has some serious skills. Walter felt even more despair. Practicing this damned sunflower manual would be worse than death. No way. He absolutely could not let such a thing happen. It had to be nipped in the bud. Seeing the crisis pass, Walter seized the opportunity and quickly broke free. He immediately knelt down and changed the subject. Master's divine might is unmatched. I submit wholeheartedly. The old man stroked his beard, laughing heartily, seemingly having forgotten about the earlier incident. Finally getting a chance. Was he going to let it slip away? Drew saw the opportunity and promptly reminded him. Master, this place is dangerous. Why don't we start our practice right away? Achieving the divine technique sooner would not betray your cultivation. The old man suddenly remembered again. He nodded approvingly. Good. Since you're so diligent, let's practice here, and I'll supervise the entire process. Remember, each step must be followed exactly as written. One mistake leads to many more. You must not be careless. Drew almost burst out laughing, turning his head. He saw Walter still kneeling on the ground, lifting his head to shoot Drew a dark glare, his face as gloomy as possible. Chapter 258 Intentional. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose, just as Drew was preparing to watch the show. At this moment, Walter suddenly clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, convulsing in apparent agony. No, I'm in so much pain. Master, I may not be able to practice. The Gavin was taken aback. What are you doing? Drew? He still has this move? Walter gritted his teeth, feigning immense weakness, rolling back and forth, moaning in pain. Master, your disciple might be ill. I'm afraid I can't practice today. A sneer formed in Drew's heart. Oh, so you're pretending with me, huh? I'll see how long you can keep it up. Drew took a step forward, standing upright with an air of righteousness and said sternly, Junior brother, Master has bestowed such divine skills upon us today. If we don't practice, we'll betray his enormous favor. We must master this skill no matter what it takes, even if it means going through fire and water. Spoken well. Upon hearing this, Nathaniel's face showed a hint of satisfaction. He clearly had newfound appreciation for Drew. Walter's face turned beet red. Not good at all. This kid is clearly trying to get me into trouble. Can't you see that? Hell, how could he be this rotten inside? Dear disciple, what do you think? The Gavin looked at Walter, glancing out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Nathaniel's hopeful gaze, Walter felt a sudden pressure and quickly put on a smile. His voice meek. Honored master, I believe we should choose another day to discuss this matter. After all, mastering a divine skill requires gradual progress. Blind practice will only backfire. Moreover, I'm feeling unwell. If I mess up the practice, won't I disgrace Master's unparalleled technique? We can't rush this. His words were articulate and sincere, even righteous. Indeed, Nathaniel showed hesitation and nodded, saying, if that's the case, let's do as you say. Choose another day to practice. Great. Walter shouted excitedly, relieved and almost ready to jump for joy. Heaven isn't forsaking me. Heaven helps long but doesn't help ye. Hearing this, Drew's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak again, Nathaniel waved his hand to stop him. Enough. This matter ends here. Remember, once outside, both of you must practice diligently and not waste time. Understood? Feeling like he was being shooed away. Strangely, Drew felt some unease, even a hint of reluctance. Though Zaire was odd, during their conversation, they seemed to have developed some sort of bond. Thus, Drew asked with a touch of reluctance, "Honored master, what about you?" The Gavin glanced at Drew first, then at Walter, before sitting down again. He flicked his sleeve, speaking calmly but deeply. "I've been confined here for several years. The outside world belongs to the young now, and I have no desire to return. I'll stay here. But remember, once you leave this place, you must not fight among yourselves or commit fratricide. This is a strict taboo in our school. Besides, always uphold justice and do not lose your integrity." Upon hearing the phrase, "no fratricide," Drew's eyes lit up instantly. As for the rest about upholding justice and saving lives, he didn't pay attention to a single word. He hurriedly spoke. "Honored master, junior brother has always harbored grievances against me. Without you, I fear." Before he finished, a cold gaze from the side made him shiver. Turning his head, sure enough, Walter was glaring at him as if ready to devour him alive. His eyes seemed to say, "You little punk, say one more word, and I'll kill you once we're out of here." Drew, terrified, sought help from Nathaniel. But Nathaniel laughed heartily, seeming unconcerned. "I thought of this trivial matter long ago. No problem." Walter froze. In the next second, Nathaniel fished out a small jade bottle from his bosom, popped out 2 greenish pills, and said calmly, "Since that's the case, I'll give you both our school's exclusive pill, the anti-fratricide pill." "There's a pill for that?" Drew was astounded. Walter's eyes also widened in disbelief, staring at the 2 pills in astonishment. An anti-fratricide pill? Hell, not. Before they could react, Nathaniel flicked his fingers, sending the 2 pills directly into their mouths as if guided by tracking devices. What the? Both Drew and Walter froze, their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbing as they swallowed the pills. Damn! Walter clutched his throat, trying to vomit but couldn't, his face filled with despair. Drew also wore a stunned expression. "Master, this? What is this?" The Gavin smiled faintly. "After consuming this pill, if you ever have murderous intentions towards your fellow disciples, the poison will take effect immediately, causing an explosive death." Genius. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Drew was inwardly ecstatic, looking at Walter with malicious glee. Who knows which genius invented such a thing? Isn't this tailor-made for me? Walter has always wanted to kill me. Try it now. He laughed madly inside. No matter how much he scratched his throat, he brought up only a lot of saliva, but the pill was nowhere to be found. Walter's face turned green with anger, wishing he could smash his head against the wall. Damn, why does everything good always happen to Drew? Why should I be the unlucky one? The Gavin glanced at both of them and nodded approvingly. "All right, everything is settled. You can leave now. Remember my instructions. Practice diligently and do not slack off. As for this pill, there's no need to trouble yourself further. It dissolves immediately upon entering the body and flows into the 5 organs and 6 viscera, impossible to regurgitate." Not. Walter wanted to say something more, but as soon as he started to speak, Drew and Walter felt dizzy, and the next second, they were already outside the cave. Outside, tree shadows intertwined, and leaves rustled in the wind. Drew steadied himself, completely stupefied, looking around while rubbing his head in amazement. Damn, this actually works? Suddenly, he felt several sharp gazes stabbing into his back like daggers. Turning his head, he saw Walter glaring at him viciously, with a cruel smile on his lips. "You were quite the actor just now, weren't you? Let's see you show off again now." Thinking about what had just happened, he gritted his teeth in fury. "Junior brother, calm down." Drew put on a forced smile, taking a few steps back and raising his hands to signal. "Master just said we've taken the anti-fratricide pill. If you do anything rash, you'll die an explosive death." Chapter 259. "I'm very interested in your secret manual." Walter, who was advancing toward Drew, stopped, his expression unreadable. Although he didn't believe there could be such a peculiar thing in the world, he had witnessed Zaire's strength. What if it was true? He dared not take that chance. After all, that old man was just too unpredictable, acting bizarrely in every way. It wasn't impossible for him to have concocted something like an anti-mutual slaughter pill. Seeing Walter hesitate, Drew secretly sighed with relief and hurriedly walked up to pat Walter on the shoulder, smiling apologetically. "Junior brother, since Master has arranged everything, damn, what kind of anti-mutual slaughter pill is this? Could such a thing even exist?" Drew blinked his eyes, observing Walter's reaction, instantly understanding something. His eyes darted around mischievously. "Junior brother, Master is right behind us in the cave. If you dare act recklessly." Drew's smile was truly despicable. "Humph," Walter snorted, his eyes narrowing as a menacing aura burst forth. Then, following the direction of Drew's finger, he showed evident fear in his eyes. This moment, he wished he could kill Drew and that old man. Recalling what happened earlier made him fume. And the damned, secret manual? He, the proud and mighty successor of Tongtian's sect, almost got fooled by that old man and Drew into, cutting off his own vital part? How could he still live if he practiced it? There were so many beautiful and bashful girls waiting for him. No, this absolutely couldn't happen. Seeing Walter's hesitation and guilty look, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief, grinning mischievously. "Senior brother, I think you shouldn't rush. After all, we should think carefully. Moreover, we're family. Why be so uptight? Isn't what's yours mine and mine still mine? Get lost. Who's your senior brother?" Walter flew into a rage, pushing Drew forcefully, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground, stifling laughter. What bliss! What bliss! He loved how Walter hated him yet couldn't do anything about it. Junior brother, we swore before master. Don't go back on your word. This. You. Walter turned green with anger. He found Drew's laugh despicable. Yet, he couldn't do anything because he was genuinely worried about Zaire suddenly reappearing. With his current power not fully restored, he was no match for that old man. Besides, the so-called anti-mutual slaughter pill also made him uncertain. He darkened his face and said, Drew, don't think this matter is easily settled. We still have unresolved issues. Seeing Walter unwilling to make a move, Drew grew bolder, standing up and dusting off his clothes. He wore a playful smile. What's wrong, junior brother? Did you forget? Master gave us the anti-mutual slaughter pill. You can come after me, but you might end up exploding. Aren't you scared? Drew felt utterly amazed. He even wanted to write to the capital to find out who created the anti-mutual slaughter pill. What a genius. With this thing, I don't have to fear Walter. It would disgust him to death. Though he couldn't beat Walter, he had plenty of ways to annoy him. Take off. Walter was even angrier, clenching his teeth in hatred, yet powerless against Drew. Just as Drew was reveling in victory, a cold, sinister voice rang out, Drew, don't think that just because that old man gave us both that so-called mutual non-slaughter pill, you can act all cocky in front of me. So what else? Drew crossed his arms, looking completely indifferent. Walter continued in a sinister tone. Let me tell you, our Tongtian sect has stood for so many years, and we aren't just here to eat dry food. Our Tongtian sect has a sacred medicine called Heavenly Saint Water. After taking it, one can counteract any poison in the world. Within a month, just wait for your doom.
What?
Drew's eyes widened in shock. Walter finished speaking in a sinister tone, laughing coldly a few times, then turned around without another word and left. You better hope for your own blessings, and I hope after a month, you're still as tough as now. Soon, with these menacing words trailing off, Walter's figure disappeared into the distance. Heavenly Saint Water? What kind of rubbish is this? Drew stood dumbfounded at the spot. Damn, can it be like this? Isn't this just messing with people? No. He needed to find Master and get more mutual non-slaughter pills. But when he turned his head, where was the entrance to the cave? All he saw were impenetrable rocks like a wall of bronze, no trace of an entrance. Drew was immediately stumped. Damn it, I should have asked Master for a few more pills. Feed him one every month. How great would that be? Unfortunately, there's no going back. Drew frowned and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh. No way, I must first figure out how to get out of here quickly. I can't stay here any longer. At this time, deep in the dense forest where leaves rustled and birds and beasts scattered, two frantic figures could be seen searching anxiously. Master, younger brother Yi. The anxious voices echoed through the woods. Where did Freddy Yi go? Can't find him for this long. It can't be. Godwin, drenched in sweat, sat down on a large stone block nearby, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a dejected look. Chapter 260. Let's go back for reinforcements. I don't know. If we keep walking, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer without finding Brother Yi. As Simeon spoke, he leaned on a makeshift wooden stick made from a branch, hobbling along with a hunched back, looking somewhat haggard. He had just been thrashed by Walter and was still in shock. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh, their eyes revealing helplessness. They couldn't find him. What should they do? If not for Simeon's quick thinking at the critical moment, claiming that Walter also fell off the cliff, Zaire and the burly man would have already buried them long ago. Now they dared not speak loudly or even breathe heavily, fearing another confrontation with Zaire and the burly man. I feel, this way of searching isn't working, is it? Godwin said, his voice filled with anxiety. So what do you suggest? At this moment, Simeon's eyes suddenly lit up. Godwin, I've got an idea. We can return to the capital and get people to help us search for Brother Yi. Look at us, one with a lame leg and the other half dead. At this rate, when will we find anyone? With reinforcements from the capital, wouldn't it be more efficient? But, don't hesitate, let's go. Or else Brother Yi might really be gone. Both had seen Drew fall off the cliff clearly. Any delay could mean losing him for good. Though Godwin was still hesitant, Simeon pulled him up. Don't hesitate anymore. We can wait, but Brother Yi can't. If you wait any longer, we'll be preparing for Drew's funeral. Godwin gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, let's do it your way. If only you'd agreed earlier. Let's go. Without further ado, Godwin stopped hesitating. They quickly reached a consensus and turned to head towards the capital without another word. However, as they walked along the hillside, a hunched figure suddenly emerged from the dense forest in the distance, disheveled and holding a cane, moving with great difficulty. It was Drew. His eyes glanced over, and suddenly, a bright light appeared in them. Hope surged within him. Simeon, Godwin, I'm here. But far away on the hillside, Godwin and Simeon ran swiftly, as if fleeing to the next life, their figures swift and nimble. Simeon, Godwin. Drew hurriedly chased after them, while Simeon and Godwin sped forward. Chase and flight. You chase, I flee. Watching the distant, agile figures grow smaller and eventually disappear from sight, Drew yelled in frustration. Damn it. Red-faced with anger, he clenched his teeth and threw the cane on the ground. You two idiots. Wait until I deal with this, then see how I handle you. A gentle breeze blew, making everything around him eerily quiet. Another breeze passed by. Alone, Drew involuntarily tightened his clothes. It was getting cold. Damn it. At the Yi Manor. The usually bustling and festive Yi Manor now exuded an eerie silence. The servants all wore grim faces, not daring to breathe loudly, staring fixedly at their toes. Do you hear me? Where's my son? Are you all just eating and doing nothing? You can't even watch one person properly. What use are you? Sir, calm down. Alec may just be out for a walk and will return tomorrow. For a walk? Has a walk ever taken him a day and a night? Gale cursed, sitting in an octagonal glass-paneled wooden chair, supporting his chubby face with his hand, sighing deeply. Beside him, Mariana, dressed in silk robes, nearly 50 but still well-preserved like a peeled egg, showed some concern on her face. She seemed to want to say something but sighed and held back. Suddenly, an anxious maid rushed in. Lord, lady, Godwin has returned? Gale's eyes lit up, nearly jumping out of his chair. But then he seemed to think of something, frowned, and told Mariana, "You go check what's happening." Mariana's expression changed, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord, don't worry. It might be Alec returning." Rushing out, the maid who brought the news followed closely behind. That rebellious son. Gale punched the wooden armrest, causing the teacup to shake and tea to splash. Seeing this, everyone in the room remained silent, watching in wide-eyed fear, not daring to utter a word. At this moment, in the courtyard of Yi Manor, Simeon, leaning on a cane, and Godwin, looking utterly exhausted, rushed into the main hall, panting heavily like bellows. "Where is Alec? Where is Alec?" Mariana came out in a flurry of anxiety. "But, just now Godwin came back and I clearly saw him." Simeon and Godwin lifted their heads and immediately saw Mariana hurrying towards them anxiously. As she approached, she grabbed their arms urgently. "Where is Alec? Why isn't he with you?" Mariana scrutinized Simeon and Godwin, noticing their injuries. Seeing Simeon leaning on a cane as if he were a defeated soldier. "What happened to you?" Mariana asked in surprise. Simeon couldn't find words, burying his head, not daring to speak. Mariana's brows furrowed, her heart skipping a beat. Godwin hastily blurted out, "My lady, please hurry to the outskirts to save Freddie. He fell into a cliff." Saying this, Godwin was drenched in sweat. Mariana collapsed onto the ground, her beautiful face pale with fear, trembling hands reaching up. "You mean Alec fell off a cliff? My lady, hurry, or it will be too late." Godwin slapped his thigh, his face filled with worry. "What's all this fuss about? Has that disobedient son returned?" Gale waddled in, his plump body shaking. Simeon and Godwin exchanged glances, immediately avoiding eye contact, lowering their heads. Seeing their reaction, Gale's heart skipped a beat again. He had scanned the area but found no sign of Drew. Could it be that boy was off fooling around somewhere again? He thought Drew would at least come back with Godwin and Simeon, but there was no sign of him. A suffocating atmosphere pervaded Yi Manor at this moment. Chapter 261. Get the hell out here. Jamal's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water, and was flustered and sat on the ground, looking panicked. "Why haven't you helped Madam up yet?" Jamal frowned and bellowed. "Yes, yes, yes." Several maids hurriedly responded and rushed forward. "Madam," still appearing startled, and spoke shakily, Alec didn't go with you two?" Simeon and Godwin lowered their heads and silently shook their heads, almost fainting again, and staggered backward. At this moment, a vulgar voice came from outside the door. Damn it, Godwin and Simeon, get out here now." The voice was full of energy. Everyone inside the hall immediately showed a hint of joy on their faces, looking towards the direction of the voice at the door. How could they not recognize the voice of their young master? Drew had returned. The gloom on Jamal's face slightly eased but remained stern. "TMD, I told you two to wait for me. Where did you run off to?" Drew cursed profusely and then stormed in, his clothes torn and tattered, leaning on a crutch. Seeing him, and sighed with relief, patting her chest as if she had survived a disaster. Thank goodness my Alec is safe." Simeon and Godwin also wore expressions of relief. "Freddie, you're alright? Am I alright? It's a miracle if I am. Are you both idiots, or what, are you deaf?" Looking at the two men made Drew angry, and he kicked Godwin in the buttocks. "Didn't you hear me calling just now?" The more Drew thought about it, the angrier he became. Just a while ago, these two had been walking past him, and he had shouted at them while chasing after them, but they ran away very fast. His legs almost felt like they were smoking from running, yet he couldn't catch up. Drew kept cursing, his gaze falling upon Simeon. He said through gritted teeth, "You limped just fine earlier, huh? Even with my crutch, I couldn't catch up to you." Feeling nervous under the glare, Simeon said timidly, "Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Go to hell." Drew took a deep breath, stepped forward, and grabbed Simeon's ear, whispering menacingly, "I've been shouting for you from outside the city all the way here. We must have covered dozens of miles. Did you not hear anything?" He was so enraged that he clenched his teeth. Drew had chased the two all the way from outside the city into the capital while leaning on a crutch. The sight of the hunched figure shocked everyone. City residents thought refugees had intruded, giving him scornful looks. They looked at him with utter disdain. Drew received countless disdainful glances along the way. Now, how could these two have the audacity to say they didn't hear him? He wished he could kill them right there. It was too infuriating. Die, damn it. "No, Brother Yi, you're making this up." Simeon dared not speak loudly, afraid of provoking Drew's anger. Just as Drew was about to explode, an even louder roar resounded by his ears, hurting them. "Rebellious son, you finally know how to come back." Startled, Drew looked up and saw Jamal staring at him with fiery eyes. "Oh no, this is bad." Drew quickly plastered on a forced smile, as if he hadn't been cursing moments before. "Father, why are you here? It's getting late. Shouldn't you be resting?" Hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. "This isn't midday anymore? How is it late already? Rebellious son, get in here right now." Jamal reprimanded again, turning toward the room. "You have 3 minutes to appear in this room, or I'll cripple you." Drew managed a grimace of a smile. With that, Jamal turned and entered the room, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Feeling awkward, they looked at each other uncertainly. What exactly was going on between the young master and the lord? Why couldn't they understand a single word? "Odd. Alec, are you hurt anywhere?" And wobbled over to Drew, looking at him with concern, checking him from head to toe. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Drew felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, someone in this world still cared for him. At least his mother showed concern for him. That's good, and sighed with relief. You should hurry to your place. Don't provoke your father. Mother, I know. Drew responded, then glared fiercely at Simeon and Godwin, causing them to shiver and refrain from breathing loudly. You two just wait. Once I'm done with this, I'll settle accounts with you. Drew said through gritted teeth, then strode into the house, his sleeves flapping behind him. Simeon and Godwin exchanged glances, both thinking in their hearts. What on earth is going on? Why is he so angry? Half an hour later, Drew knelt on the ground, holding a tablet in both hands, looking utterly dejected. Father. Before he could finish speaking, bang! Jamal sat far away on a wooden chair, slamming his hand on the table, furious. I asked you, did I not tell you to stay home and not go out? Yet you still went out to play. Drew cried, Father, where did that come from? I didn't go out to play. Don't talk back. Jamal barked again. Drew shrank his neck in fear. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but Jamal had immediately slammed the table, spittle flying as he cursed. Starting today, you stay home and behave. You're not allowed to go anywhere. If I find out you left this door, I'll break your legs. His qi shi shong sa aura was terrifying. Drew stammered, trying to say something more, but one look at Jamal's ferocious expression made him swallow his words. So scary. After finishing his tirade, Jamal snorted coldly, folded his arms behind his back, flung his sleeves, and stormed out of the room in a rage, leaving Drew kneeling alone, watching Jamal's departing back. A while later, what did I do to deserve this? Drew muttered, slapping his thigh. Waiting for a long time and seeing that Jamal did not return, Drew rubbed his slightly sore knees, guiltily stood up, glanced down, and hurriedly threw the stick in his hand to the ground with a clatter. Attitude. Hey, Drew imitated Jamal's expression from earlier. If I don't go out, I won't go out. Why such a big fuss? Chapter 262 Peaceful Days. As soon as he walked out of the house, unexpectedly, Godwin and Simeon, who were bowing humbly, came into his sight. Both men approached with sly smiles on their faces. Brother Yi, nothing happened, right? Why did Lord get so mad just now? Are you still ashamed to mention it, huh? Drew had a grudge smoldering in his heart. If it weren't for saving Simeon earlier, would he have had to run so far? Now, with so many involved, his father gave him a stay-at-home order. Judging by the attitude of Gale, it might take half a month before he could step outside the door. And this man had the nerve to ask why he was angry. He wanted to thrash these two idiots. Godwin smiled awkwardly. Freddie Yi, how about, when things calm down, I find a way to sneak you out. Smack. Drew slapped Godwin on the back of the head directly, cursing loudly. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Lord said? He'll break my legs if I dare go out again. Godwin scratched his head embarrassingly, smiling apologetically. Lord, he was just joking, Freddie. Don't take it seriously. Bullshit. That's because your legs won't be broken. Drew got even angrier. Godwin smiled foolishly. Seeing the two men looking like fools, Drew felt a wave of anger rising in his chest. He swung his sleeves and walked toward his room. Get lost. The farther, the better. Don't let me see you two. You irritate me. Seeing Drew cursing and leaving, Simeon and Godwin glanced at each other awkwardly. He sure is acting up. Just as he entered his bedroom, the anger on Drew's face vanished immediately, replaced by a cunning smile. But then again, not being allowed to go out isn't necessarily a bad thing. Hee. Drew muttered to himself, walked to the soft big bed in the distance, hugged his head with both hands, and lay down without hesitation, crossing one leg over the other, swinging his foot comfortably. At present, Walter had taken the anti-mutual annihilation pill, leaving aside the heavenly saint water, whether or not it worked. I'm not sure if it's real, but at least within this month, he shouldn't dare to harm me. Drew took a long breath, feeling relieved. Ever since he transmigrated to the Great Qian Dynasty, every day had been spent on edge, living in fear, and unable to sleep peacefully, always worried that Walter might be lurking under his pillow. Finally, he could have a few days of peace. Peace comes at such a hard-won price. Just as he was thinking, there came hurried knocking at the door. Freddie, hurry up, Lord has summoned you. Hearing Godwin's voice, Drew cursed. Didn't I tell you? Don't bother me unless it's something important. Scram back with your petty issues. Feeling irritated, Drew thought if it weren't for his good fortune, who knew if he would have made it back? On the way, he had been on edge, fearing that he might encounter the idiot Walter. And now, this big fool Godwin dared to provoke him further. Looking for death? Drew flipped up, ready to unleash another curse. It's not that, Freddie. From outside, Godwin's urgent voice continued. It's Addie. She specifically asked to see you. Lord sent me to pass the message. What? Drew's voice rose, suddenly sitting up from the bed, surprised. Why did Stacy come now? Could it be the wedding date was approaching? Drew quickly calculated using his fingers. According to Ivor's previous instructions, the wedding was supposed to be a month later at 100 Flowers Pavilion. By all accounts, it wasn't time yet. Why did Stacy come now? Hold on. No rushing. Puzzled, Drew heard Godwin's anxious urging. Freddie Yi, please hurry. Addie can't wait. From her looks, she seems quite stern. Got it. I'm coming immediately. With a grim face, Drew responded, hurriedly tidied himself up, and rushed towards the reception hall. Before he even reached the entrance, he could hear Gale's hearty laughter coming from inside. Oh, Addie, you look more beautiful than ever. If my mischievous son matches with you, it really would be like placing a fresh flower on cow dung. Drew's face darkened. Could someone criticize their own son like this? If I'm cow dung, what are you? Sir Yi, don't say such things. My marriage with Drew was promised by Sonny. There's no issue of matching. Ha. Addie knows how to speak well. What's going on here? Drew felt a bit puzzled and immediately quickened his pace into the reception hall. His eyes swept across the room, only to catch sight of a somewhat unexpected figure. Leandro. He was dressed in luxurious attire, lounging comfortably in a wooden chair. His fingers toyed with the sandalwood prayer beads, smiling warmly at Drew. However, deep in his eyes, there was an enigmatic smile that was hard to read. Prince, he sure has fine tastes. You took your sweet time getting here. Quite a show of arrogance. Drew frowned but maintained his composure as he sat down right next to Stacy. Addie, it's been a while since we last met. You're looking even more radiant. Straight to flattery. Seeing this, Gale couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile, stroking his beard. My son isn't dumb at all. His skill in flattering people must have inherited from me. Stacy's expression remained unchanged, merely glancing at Drew subtly, her gaze slightly strange. You're overthinking. Drew's heart skipped a beat as he sensed something amiss. Recalling how Addie treated him differently before, he wondered why she seemed like a completely different person now. No, something must be off. Meanwhile, Leandro, sitting on the side, snorted coldly upon noticing Drew ignoring him, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Humph. Sensing this, Drew frowned and looked up. Their gazes locked together. The atmosphere became unusually tense in that moment. Unexplainable. This fool is probably here to pick a fight. Drew thought to himself. The last time at the Ehome courtyard, he had thoroughly humiliated both him and Walter. Now, with Walter having taken the anti-mutual annihilation pill, he definitely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him for a month. And Leandro, who was known to be cannon fodder in the original story, had low intelligence but employed despicable means. Even after reading the entire book, Drew still couldn't figure out what motivated this guy. Chapter 263, You're going to die. Although he always used every means possible to vie for the throne behind the scenes, apart from acting foolishly, Drew truly couldn't see any difference in him. In conclusion, this guy was purely evil and without a brain. A fighter jet among oddities. Feiyun. At this moment, Jamal suddenly spoke. Just now, Addie paid us a visit. We learned that Sunny has decreed that your marriage to Addie will be held on a selected date, which is set for tomorrow.
What?
Drew felt as if struck by lightning, nearly stumbling and squatting on the ground. He looked at the few people present with a look of shock. Could it be this urgent? Jacqueline remained calm-faced, picked up a steaming cup of tea, gently pushed away the foam with the lid, and sipped it, saying with a faint smile, What's wrong, Master Yi? Do you want to back out? Drew swallowed but didn't respond, still processing this shocking news. While Leandro smiled calmly, How can you say that, sick sister? For so many years in office, when has Minister Yi ever been casual about his words? How could he joke about something so significant? It would not be good to lose face before the royal family. Drew's eyebrows twitched. Outwardly he showed no emotion, but inwardly he thought, this son of a bitch is speaking indirectly. But why did the emperor suddenly advance the wedding date? What does it mean? Before Drew could recover, he heard Jamal say helplessly, Prince Mu, you're mistaken. The Yi family being able to marry Addie is a great honor for our family. Leandro and Jacqueline smiled silently, their intentions hard to read. Yet Jamal kept his usual demeanor. We have known about this matter, and we will prepare immediately tonight. Despite these words, Jamal was far from calm inside. He had served in the court for many years and met all kinds of people. But today's situation was suspicious even to a fool. A man of integrity doesn't retract his word, let alone Ivor, whose word was like a heavy gavel. Why would the fixed date change all of a sudden? Whoever faced this situation would naturally become cautious. Moreover, Leandro's attitude clearly contained veiled remarks, though they were faultless on the surface. After some deliberation, he then added, I'm old. I won't interfere with you youngsters anymore. I'll retire to my room. As he spoke, Jamal stood up and walked toward the door. A cold glint flashed in Leandro's eyes. By the way, Alikar, remember to treat our guests well, do not neglect them. Understand? Jamal finished and shuffled out the door directly. Left sitting there, Drew blinked repeatedly. What did father mean? Why do these people speak in riddles? Only he was clueless, completely bewildered. The hell? Why don't they just speak plainly? Drew cursed inwardly. Regaining his senses, Drew slapped his body and stood up, looking at Jacqueline with her usual expression and the brooding Leandro next to her. Addie, I understand the matter. Please inform Sunny upon returning to the palace. Unsure of the situation, Drew put on a smile and issued a polite dismissal. However, unexpectedly, they weren't annoyed but only chuckled. This sight made Drew uneasy again. Something's off with these two. Very off. I know, hurry up and prepare. Don't miss the time tomorrow. Jacqueline flicked her sleeves and walked straight toward the door, her tone icy. Leandro gave a cold snort, stood up, and followed her out, giving Drew a stern glare as he left. What the hell is going on? After the two left, Drew pondered more, feeling increasingly uneasy. I remember Jacqueline from a few days ago. Though not quite like a lovesick woman, she chased after me intensely. She went along with everything, almost wanting to offer herself directly. But why is she acting this way now? Did Jacqueline change her nature again? While Drew was musing, a worried voice came from beside him. Brother Yi. He turned to see Godwin's big face close to his, huffing and puffing, almost breathing hot air on his face. Didn't I tell you? Can't you walk louder next time? Don't scare me. Drew jumped in fright, retreating backward sharply. You little idiot, how many times have I told you? Pay attention. Pay attention. Godwin scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Spit it out if you have something to say or fart. If not, get lost. Drew said in a bad temper. What had just happened was already bothering him enough, and now this Godwin was making things worse by coming over, looking for a scolding. It's not that, young master. I came to report something to you. Lady Mu has arrived. Despite being scolded severely, Godwin did not seem angry at all. What dog key Mu? Drew asked instinctively, then suddenly stopped, eyes wide open. Who did you say? Ashlyn? Yes, Lady Mu. She is waiting for you in the backyard now, and sent me to pass the message from the front yard. Drew was thoroughly confused. How could Jacqueline just leave and Ashlyn come right after? And one was in the front yard, the other in the back. Spy? 007? What's going on? Alright, show me. Drew waved his sleeves and hurried towards the backyard, with Godwin hurrying to follow closely behind. In the middle of the backyard, Ashlyn sat beside a large stone table, wearing a long-sleeved gown. She was taking fruits and sweets from the dish in front of her and putting them into her mouth non-stop, but her face showed an indescribable gloom. "Lady Moo, why are you gracing my residence today?" Drew laughed as he walked in. However, Ashlyn did not reply but continued to stuff fruits into her mouth, not even raising her eyes. Seeing the situation wasn't right, Drew immediately waved at Godwin beside him. "You go out first. Nobody is allowed to enter without my command." "Yes," Godwin responded, glancing worriedly at the two before quickly heading out. The place turned quiet, leaving only the two of them. Curiosity piqued, Drew looked at Ashlyn, whose face was like dark water, and sat down next to her. "What's wrong?" "Drew, you're going to die. Do you know that?" Ashlyn mumbled, coldly saying a startling sentence while stuffing food into her mouth. Chapter 264. Are you kidding me?
What?
Drew almost doubted his ears. "I said you're going to die. Do you know that?" Ashlyn repeated in an indifferent tone. Drew was amused and laughed. "No, Addie, you didn't come here just to play around with me today, did you?" Ashlyn put down the fruit in her hand and looked at Drew, her eyes fixed on him intensely as she asked, "I came here today to kindly remind you. Didn't you find anything unusual about Clarissa today?" "Unusual? What's unusual?" Drew blinked, still confused. "Haven't you noticed that her way of speaking and attitude have changed from before?" Ashlyn asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Hearing this reminder, Drew let out a hiss, thinking carefully and realizing it might be true. Normally, Clarissa is always loud and boisterous. But when he met her today, her tone was indifferent, not hateful, but also not particularly friendly. Remember, just a few days ago, Clarissa had a completely different attitude towards him. Could it be something terrible happened to her family in just a few days? Otherwise, how could the change be so dramatic? But Drew didn't understand Ashlyn's implication and asked immediately, "Then what do you mean?" "I suspect," Ashlyn frowned and whispered cautiously, "I suspect that this Clarissa isn't the original Clarissa at all. She's been replaced." "Replaced?" Drew was taken aback, his voice rising sharply. Ashlyn quickly covered his mouth with her small hand and glanced around. "Keep your voice down. Don't shout so recklessly. Can't you keep things to yourself? Can you calm down a bit?" With his mouth covered, Drew could only blink continuously and nod vigorously to show he understood. Seeing this, Ashlyn finally let go of his mouth, gave him a dirty look, and said irritably, "I'm just suspicious. Don't go spreading this around." Got it. Drew scratched his head and nodded in agreement. Then, under Drew's gaze, Ashlyn stood up straight and walked towards the door. "Why are you leaving? Don't tell anyone I came to your mansion. Pretend nothing happened. Hear me?" Ashlyn rushed out, her beautiful figure disappearing from Drew's sight. She came swiftly, and left swiftly. It felt like a dream. If not for the leftover fruit pits on the table, he might have thought it was all an illusion. A gentle breeze blew by. In the vast courtyard, Drew sat alone where he was, his expression uncertain, filled with doubts. What's going on? Why does everyone seem so strange? He muttered to himself. The Clarissa I saw earlier couldn't possibly not be Clarissa, right? If that's the case, then tomorrow I'll be marrying. Damn. How can this be? At this moment, in the palace's back garden, "Addie, I've told you to behave. We'll let you out after this matter is over. If you make trouble again, you might lose your life." "I'm not joking. Recognize this knife in my hand?" Ugh ugh ugh. In the eerily silent back garden, only the voice of a shadowy figure could be heard, mixed with the muffled sobs of a woman whose mouth was covered. Under a towering artificial hill in the back garden, Clarissa wore a simple white dress, her hands tied, her mouth gagged tightly with a piece of cloth. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at the two people in front of her, making indistinct sounds. "What's going on? I told you to behave." Empress Elsie Gue, dressed in a golden robe, sneered, looking down disdainfully at Clarissa. "You shouldn't make so much trouble. I've said we will spare your life. Just cooperate, and I'll let you live. Addie, once Drew dies tomorrow, I'll send you to the Tongtian sect. Then you can stay with me forever." Walter, standing next to Empress Elsie Gue, looked sternly at Clarissa, whose pale little face was flushed red, trembling like a frightened deer. His eyes glinted with a hint of desire as he licked his dry lips. "You'll enjoy everything then." Clarissa's face showed sheer terror, her body shaking uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear. "That's enough. Take her away. Make sure no one suspects a thing, or leaks any information." Empress Elsie Gue's face revealed impatience as she ordered harshly. Walter remained silent, watching everything with cold eyes. Immediately after, several black figures swiftly leaped over the wall and landed beside Clarissa in the blink of an eye. "Your presence, Empress Elsie Gue." After giving a slight bow to Empress Elsie Gue and Walter, they instantly took Clarissa away. Her cries mixed into the air, echoing around, chilling anyone who heard it to the bone. "Empress Elsie Gue, after I help you with this matter, don't forget your promise. Now we're in the same boat." Walter retracted his gaze, speaking in a sinister tone. Thinking about what had happened earlier made him gnash his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear Drew limb from limb. What bullshit, Sunflower Manual. What bullshit, 18 dragons subduing palms, all just rubbish. After careful consideration upon returning, Walter felt that he had been tricked, and quite badly by Drew. "Master my ass, more like I'm your grandpa." Thus, regaining his senses, Walter immediately infiltrated the palace and found Empress Elsie Gue to carry out the prince exchange scheme. "You know, if Sunny finds out about this, countless people in the court will be implicated. But since we can cover it up for now, it's a fortunate thing." Empress Elsie Gue's face remained calm. "So, to settle this matter completely, I'll take my throne and you will get your revenge, without hindering each other. Understand?" Facing Empress Elsie Gue's arrogant attitude, Walter flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes but still forced a smile. "Yes, I understand. But have you already found someone to impersonate Clarissa?" "Ha ha ha ha. Are you saying you don't trust me in handling affairs? Empress Elsie Gue covered her mouth with a light laugh, which sounded extremely eerie. Walter observed silently from the side. Immediately afterwards, Empress Elsie Gue gently waved her hand and clapped, the crisp sound of applause resonating in the air. Chapter 265. How good are your disguise skills? From the side gate of the back garden, a graceful figure walked in. She wore a golden robe, stood out for her height, and had eyes as beautiful as a painting, with a face like an unshelled egg. But what was most shocking was that she looked exactly like Clarissa. Stevie stared intently, his pupils contracting sharply, and his body shook uncontrollably from shock. Goodness gracious, this is too similar. This must be some school's disguise technique. How can it be so alike? Empress Elsie sneered slightly and said casually, your Tongtian sect may have deep roots in the Qian Dynasty, but don't forget who I am. I am the only favored imperial concubine by the emperor. The means I have are far beyond your comprehension, mere frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing this, Stevie's face turned grim. He knew Empress Elsie was clearly warning him. However, he needed her help to eliminate Drew now. Therefore, despite the changing expressions on his face, he suppressed his anger. Understood. His tone remained neutral, but Stevie's face was still sullen. Anyone who dared to act arrogantly before him would be trampled underfoot one by one. Not only Drew, but also this haughty Empress Elsie. Arrogant? Huh. I'll teach you to be arrogant. While lost in thought, Stevie's gaze began wandering over Empress Elsie's voluptuous figure, burning hotly. This girl looks very lustrous just from looking at her. No wonder Wilfred Old Guy loves her so much. Once I get rid of Drew, I will make you taste the power of my Tongtian sect's Enyang great art. Hee hee hee. Seemingly sensing something, Empress Elsie immediately coldly sneered, her eyebrows rising in indignation, scolding, Stevie, let me remind you, think about what you should, don't fantasize about what you shouldn't, understood? Stevie grunted softly, retracting his gaze as a sign of submission. Alright, if there's nothing else, withdraw first. Don't delay tomorrow's matters, got it? Empress Elsie waved her hand. Faced with Empress Elsie's domineering demeanor, Stevie's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything more. In a flash, he quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving only ripples in the air along with a cold reply. Understood. Only after a while did Empress Elsie's stern face soften, muttering to herself, you brainless fool, when this matter is settled, do you really think this Clarissa will be allowed to stay? A daydream. Her icy voice trailed off. Empress Elsie's eyes carried a hint of viciousness, glaring at the direction where Clarissa had been taken earlier, radiating fierce light. A cold wind blew through the air, and leaves from the tall mulberry tree fell silently to the ground, everything quiet. Yi Manor. It was already late at night. From above, the brightly lit Yi Manor stood out starkly against the curfew-bound capital city. Inside a room, a figure was pacing back and forth, illuminated by lamplight projected onto the window. Damn, what should I do now? This Clarissa turns out to be an imposter, then who is the person marrying me tomorrow? What kind of show is this? Drew paced anxiously around the room. He couldn't understand what Ashlyn had told him today. Halfway through her words, wasn't this maddening? Damn. Soon, Drew glanced at the oil lamp on the wooden post beside him, his expression wavering. If tomorrow Clarissa were replaced. Suddenly, Drew seemed to recall something, abruptly calling out to the outside, Godwin. An instant later, a hoarse, booming voice responded from outside the door, Freddy, what is it? Bring Ivy here. Yes, sir. Drew waited for a while. Outside the door came a clear footstep sound, followed by the door being gently pushed open. In stepped Ivy, wearing a beautifully embroidered robe. Drew turned his gaze towards her. Her fair complexion glowed softly, and her large, watery eyes stared at him. Well, your complexion has improved quite a bit recently, Drew said with a smile, sitting on a large bed. Ah, thank you, Master Yi. The food at Yi Manor is much better than that of the Jinui, so I've gained some weight during this time, Ivy sniffed, speaking timidly, seeming a bit embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Drew laughed heartily, but only for a moment before he reined in his laughter and got straight to the point. Ivy, let me ask you, how skilled are you at disguise techniques? Ivy's expression froze. She didn't expect that Drew would urgently call her over just to ask this question. Frowning instantly, she replied with a hesitant tone, to answer Master Yi, if Ivy dares say she's second in the Qian Dynasty in terms of disguise skills, no one would dare claim first. My father is the top disguise expert in the Qian Dynasty, with years of expertise. If it weren't for an accident more than 10 years ago, I probably wouldn't have entered the Jinui. While speaking, Ivy's expression darkened slightly, revealing a trace of melancholy in her eyes. Drew noticed all this, feeling a twinge of sympathy in his heart, but now wasn't the time for such discussions. He softened his tone and asked, that's very good. But may I ask you, if someone were to disguise themselves before you, could you tell? This? Ivy hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, of course, there would be no problem. No disguised person can escape my eyes. Great. Excellent. Hearing this, Drew finally breathed a sigh of relief. The stone in his heart finally lifted. So be it. So be it. Tomorrow, accompany me into the palace, understood? Ah, into the palace? Ivy was taken aback as well. Yes, follow what I told you tomorrow. First, you do this then that, and then this. The main door remained tightly shut, with candlelight casting their shadows on the window as whispers filled the room. At this moment, the main hall of Yi Manor was festively decorated, and servants bustled about hurriedly. Dressed as a wealthy patriarch, Gale felt elated, laughing brightly. He stood still, watching the busy servants coming and going, his smile never fading. All around were various red, happiness, characters, and vibrant red banners, decorating the entire Yi Manor. Cheerful and festive. Great. Our Yi family has truly brought glory to our ancestors. Gale rubbed his beard and laughed. Chapter 266. Freddy has gone missing. Tomorrow was the grand day for his son Drew's wedding, with the bride being the Solange of the Great Qian Dynasty. Although Gale wasn't clear about what had transpired between his son and Stacy during this period, it seemed they had continuous friction and many disputes. Everything was finally settled, which eased the stone in Gale's heart. Once the marriage was concluded, the entire Yi family would become kin to royalty. With Gale's years of strategic maneuvering in court and the connections he'd amassed, it would be effortless for him to wield immense power and influence, perhaps even, cough cough. A streak of light flashed in Gale's narrow eyes, but he didn't dare to ponder too deeply. Ha ha ha. He couldn't suppress his laughter at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a frantic voice sounded beside him. Sir, something's wrong. Freddy is missing. What? Hearing this, Gale's smile froze instantly, replaced by intense fury. Where is he? The bustling city of the daytime was now silent. The dark, desolate long streets on both sides had their doors tightly shut, and only sporadic figures could be seen passing through the dim roadways. It was obvious that these were the patrolling squads of the capital. In the distance, two vague figures emerged from an alleyway, whispering softly as their shadows fell onto the ground. Freddy, why are we here? Godwin, wide-eyed, under the ghostly pale moonlight, looked quite alarming. Can you keep your voice down? Haven't I told you multiple times? Drew emphasized again. And can you stop grinning foolishly with your teeth showing all the time? It makes me uncomfortable. Embarrassed, Godwin scratched his head. Isn't this what Freddy always says, to win others over with virtue? Don't pin everything on me. I'll tell you, if you keep flashing those teeth all day, I will eventually knock your front teeth out. The two kept bickering incessantly. Behind them stood two towering figures, tall and short, their shadows cast on the road by the pale moonlight, Ivy and Ross, who were glaring at each other. Why do these two never stop arguing? Looking at this master-servant duo, the two behind couldn't help but worry, unable to interject. But such thoughts naturally remained unspoken. After a relentless lecture from Drew that almost left him out of breath, he cleared his throat. Listen up carefully tonight. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. Got it? Drew looked solemn and serious. Today, after receiving news from Ashlyn, he felt this matter was certainly not right. Rather than sitting idly waiting for disaster, he should act first. Better safe than sorry. Stacy, after all, is also the Solange of the capital, of noble lineage and high status. Why did she suddenly get switched with someone else? This made no sense. Does Ivor know about this? Drew wasn't sure, but he had to go to the palace now, since the wedding was tomorrow. Otherwise, if the marriage fails, he might lose his life. Yes. They all replied in unison, their voices heavy with gravity. Satisfied, Drew glanced around, then smacked Godwin on the back of his head. Did you hear me or not? I heard. Godwin's rough face showed a look of grievance. Follow me into the palace. Drew commanded again. Yes. Ross and Ivy responded together. On a distant street, a patrol squad was passing by, led by a Eldon in armor, carrying a saber at his waist, muttering under his breath. What lousy assignment is this, making us patrol the streets at night? Truly miserable. Adelard, shall we enjoy ourselves outside for a while? A sly-eyed man at the back grinned cunningly. Oh, where do you suggest? The leader's lips curled upward, eyeing the man unfavorably, making him squirm uncomfortably. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to remain calm. Adelard, I heard the Red Blossom Courtyard has several new ladies who are incredibly beautiful, smooth-skinned and soft like fresh tofu. The man licked his lips as he spoke, drooling visibly. His team members' eyes gleamed with anticipation upon hearing this, yet none of them spoke. Hee, you really have some wild ideas. The captain pretended to be angry, scaring the man into apologizing hurriedly. No. The street was now silent, a gentle breeze sweeping past without a single soul in sight. The captain glanced around and cursed under his breath. Damn it, those officials enjoy eating, drinking, and playing all day long, completely disregarding our lives. Let's go. To hell with it. Have fun. Sure thing, Captain is simply our god. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, they cheered in unison, and bustled off toward the direction of the Red Blossom Courtyard. Peering from a distant street corner, Drew widened his eyes, moonlight casting an eerie glow on his face, leaving him speechless. What the heck, really? He never expected things to progress so smoothly. Though this patrol group moved back and forth, while the Yi family was not afraid of them, Drew did not want to alert them prematurely, thus feeling anxious all along. Seeing the patrol squad leave, Drew hurriedly waved his hand. All right, let's get to the palace quickly. Godwin and others exchanged glances and immediately quickened their steps to catch up. Just as the patrol team had left in haste, Drew and company stealthily followed, keeping a constant yet inconspicuous distance. The group remained undetected throughout their furtive pursuit. After some time, they arrived at the towering gates of the palace walls, standing dozens of feet high. Torches flickered on the parapets, with 4 or 5 patrol teams moving back and forth, guarding the area rigorously. Master, how do we get in? Godwin pondered aloud. A glance told him that even a fly wouldn't be able to slip through the tight defenses of the wall. Not to mention, there were 4 live people. Why do you always appear when nothing works out? Can't eat properly either, Drew cursed. Godwin retracted his neck, daring not to speak again, feeling deeply wronged. What have I done wrong? Lately, every time I open my mouth, I get scolded. Ross and Ivy wore worried expressions. Ross thought for a moment and said, Freddy, if we want to enter easily, it might not be feasible. The palace is heavily guarded. If we barge in rashly, we might be treated as rebels and killed on the spot. Chapter 267, almost forgot. Drew frowned and thought. The laws of the Great Qian Dynasty were stringent. Anyone who entered the imperial palace without an order would be treated as a rebel and executed. Not even Drew being Gale's son would make a difference. Even if he were Mu Tianhao's own son, sneaking in would not be permissible. A cold wind blew through the night, and a flash of coldness appeared in Drew's eyes as he tightened his collar. He was also thinking, if they barged in recklessly, Godwin, that big fool, would be too easy to spot. Not to mention Drew himself couldn't get in either. Halston and Kaylee, both part of the embroidered uniform guard, were agile. Perhaps they could scale the towering walls dozens of feet high. But what about himself? Drew suddenly brightened up, smacking his forehead. Wait, he had the badge of the embroidered uniform guard. Why worry? Everyone looked over at him. Don't panic, I have this. Drew showed his badge. Simeon had stolen this badge from his father. With this, where in the Great Qian Dynasty couldn't he go? Any official below third rank would have to bow and greet him with respect. This badge was better than a royal pardon. Why wait any longer to use it? Hee, the young master is smart. Godwin flatteringly gave him a thumbs up. Get lost. More grievance. Outside the palace gate, the night was deep. 2 armored guards armed with weapons were dozing off, their eyes barely open. While dozing, one guard heard a sudden rebuke. What are you doing? You're supposed to stand guard, not stretch like this. Startled, the guards looked up, only to see Drew and his companions. Their eyes grew more blurry. Drew glared ferociously, scanning the scene with sharp eyes. Godwin, mimicking his demeanor, bulged his eyes and put on an intimidating face. Didn't you hear me? Can't you stand straight? The guards looked at each other, wondering who these people were and why they hadn't seen them before. Are you listening? Godwin shouted again. Scared, the 2 soldiers trembled, replying respectfully. We did not know your excellencies were here, please forgive us. They were thoroughly confused. Who were these people, and why were they scolding them upon arrival? Halston and Kaylee exchanged glances, feeling oddly satisfied with this tyrannical behavior. Do you recognize this? Drew pulled out a palm-sized badge from his waist and waved it in front of them. It was the embroidered uniform guard badge Simeon had given him. The soldiers focused and immediately knelt down with a thud. I, subordinate, greet the embroidered uniform guard adult. Drew's lips curved into a slight smile. Joke aside, the embroidered uniform guard was authorized by Ivor, acting freely in the capital city, executing officials below second rank without needing approval. The guards, naturally, recognized it. Not just these 2 small soldiers, even their captain would kowtow. I didn't know your excellency was here, please forgive me. The 2 guards bowed, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Oh no, they had been caught by these embroidered uniform guard officials while dozing off. If this was reported, they would lose their heads. In the dark night, Drew smiled faintly. All right, it's late. I won't blame you. The guards looked relieved, ready to thank him. Then Drew added, however, I need to enter the palace soon, so open the gate for me. What? They exchanged glances. By midnight protocol, the palace gate couldn't be opened without the emperor's order. Yet, can't you follow orders? Godwin deliberately roared. The 2 soldiers trembled again. This guy speaks louder than thunder. After swallowing, one hesitated. Your excellency, as you know, after midnight? Here you are, dozing off while supposed to be guarding, and now you dare talk about midnight rules? Halston threatened coldly. Feeling guilty and seeing Drew's stern gaze, the guards felt a chill. There, Drew stood with his hands behind his back, looking as calm as ever. His face did not betray the slightest hint of emotion, nor any sign of guilt. Only the badge of the embroidered uniform guard at his waist was strikingly conspicuous. The few soldiers immediately dared not to argue and stuttered. Sir, then I will open the gate for you. But please, gentlemen, bear with us on this. Bullshit. Hurry up and open the gate. Why are you dawdling? Yes, opening it now. Open the gate quickly, someone shouted. With a creak, the massive vermilion gates of the palace were slowly pulled open. Looking ahead, the palace interior was silent. Only the distant flames flickering continuously in the grand palaces, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and elegance. Let's go. Drew waved his hand, and Godwin followed closely as they walked into the palace. After watching Drew and company leave, the small soldiers let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. TNMD, that was too scary. We almost had a big problem just now. If Captain finds out we slacked off, we might lose our heads. Quick, stay alert. But something feels off. Don't you think those people were a bit strange? What's so strange? Is this something you should worry about? Another person scolded. Just do your job, let's act like nothing happened. Addie's wedding is tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, none of us will be able to take the fall. Yes. Under the cover of night, beneath the vermilion walls, Drew and his group stood by the wall, acting furtively, their expressions tense. Master Yi, what should we do next? Godwin asked first. Can't you get lost? I'll call you if there's something. Stop chattering here. Drew showed impatience. He was really tired of Godwin. All day long he only caused trouble, and when it came down to critical moments, he did one shocking thing after another. Chapter 268. Where's the palace quarters? He was astounded beyond belief. If it weren't for Godwin's undeniably loyal heart towards him, he would have kicked him out long ago. How could he have been kept until now? After getting scolded again, Godwin blinked his eyes, felt awkward, shrank his neck, and retreated to the back, no longer making a sound. Just a moment later, Drew frowned, his gaze sweeping over Bintong and Kaylee. He asked, you two are from the embroidered uniform guard and must know the palace well. Can you tell me where Stacy's quarters are? Although the original host had harbored sincere feelings for Stacy and sneaked into the palace many times, he went in as an obsessed lickspittle. However, the palace was heavily guarded. Even Drew himself did not know where Stacy's quarters were located. Answering Master Yi, Bintong pondered for a while before speaking. I've actually been inside the palace once before. Princess Stacy's quarters should be near the back garden. Oh, near the back garden? Drew squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and immediately waved his hand. Then let's head for the back garden. We will split up, remember not to give away our positions, and meet up later. Got it? Yes. Did you hear that? Speaking, Drew tapped the shrinking Godwin on the forehead, feeling enraged at the sight of this fool. Godwin covered his head, looking aggrieved. With 4 people in total, walking around the palace boldly would be too conspicuous. Splitting up was clearly the best choice. Besides, using the embroidered uniform guard badge more than twice was too risky. They absolutely couldn't raise the alarm right now.
Yes.
Bintang and Kaylee respectfully responded, their demeanor deferential. The group immediately dispersed, silently blending into the dark night of the palace, silent as the dead. A short while later, a patrol team holding torches arrived. The leader looked around muttering, "Wasn't someone just talking here?" "I think you're imagining things," a servant replied. "Oh." The captain frowned, glanced around again, confirmed there was no one, then waved his hand. "Keep your eyes peeled. Tomorrow is the grand wedding of the Solange, so don't slack off tonight or else none of you will be spared. Understood?"
Yes.
"Master, do we really have to do this? Isn't it too humiliating?" "You idiot, shut up. One more word and I'll cut out your tongue." Got it, got it." Under a dark palace wall, bathed in moonlight, Drew and Godwin were crouching, acting stealthy and cautious. They looked like thieves. Godwin, following behind Drew, wore a pensive look. During the entire journey, he was berated incessantly. Whenever he opened his mouth, it was always wrong. He doubted. Was he really wrong? What misery? Drew was about to start scolding again. Suddenly, a noise came from his ear. Damn. Could someone be coming? Following the sound's direction, Drew bent down, peeking out cautiously. In the distance stood a magnificent palace. Candlelight illuminated paper windows, casting several shadows. Drew's pupils abruptly constricted. Then he saw the shadows becoming increasingly clear. Two figures. "Are you sure this is Stacy's quarters?" Drew turned his head, frowning. "Master, I'm sure. Bintang told me," Godwin said, glancing at the darkness where no shadow remained. Earlier, Drew instructed them to meet at Stacy's quarters after splitting up. But now, Bintang and Kaylee had vanished. As Drew was pondering with a furrowed brow, he suddenly saw Godwin's eyes widen and his lips tremble in shock. This frightened Drew inwardly. He was about to start cursing. "You dumb. What are you doing?" No, Master Yi, look at what behind us." Drew frowned. Godwin pointed fearfully at something behind Drew, his legs turning weak, his face full of shock. "What is it? If you're making a fuss, I'll beat you senseless." Turning around, Drew followed Godwin's finger. Damn! He barely managed to hold back his cry. Near the palace, one figure held a sharp dagger, its tip reflected on the window paper by the candlelight. Another figure appeared to be screaming in terror. Then, a piercing scream echoed. "Ah!" Suddenly, the scream spread through the dark night, sending chills down one's spine. Drew was dumbstruck. This was Stacy's palace quarters, and Ashlyn had told him that the Solange had been replaced. Could it be that the one just attacked was the real Stacy? Otherwise, how could there be two figures inside one palace chamber? This didn't make any sense. Oh no. Drew swallowed hard, trembling, unsure of what to do. And beside him, Godwin was still in shock, his eyes wide as oxen's, panicked and at a loss, his gaze darting around nervously. "Don't talk, I tell you. You wait here and don't move around recklessly, understand?" After a brief moment of thought, Drew made up his mind on the spot. "I'll go check now, don't say a word. Stay right where you are. If you move, I'll beat you to death." Drew smacked Godwin on the head without hesitation and then ran towards the palace. "Be careful, young master." Godwin lowered his voice, not sure if Drew had heard him, and sighed after Drew disappeared. "Oh, I hope nothing happens to the young master." In the spacious corridor, colorful lanterns were hung everywhere, and red wedding characters adorned every corner, exuding festivity. The candlelight, which ordinary people could scarcely afford, was visible everywhere at this moment. Stacy's palace quarters were now brightly lit as if it were daytime. Occasionally, maids dressed in light gauze covered their mouths with giggles, their faces filled with joy, bustling back and forth. They were busy preparing. Far away, several groups of heavily armed guards patrolled back and forth, weapons in hand, their steps echoing loudly. Then, a shadow flashed and quickly approached the palace wall. Breathing heavily. Well, close call. Should not have been discovered, right? Drew perked up his ears, listening secretly to the commotion inside. If something happened to Stacy just now, that would be serious. At this moment, voices came from inside the room. "Addie, I advise you to behave, don't cause trouble. If you cooperate, maybe we will spare your life. If you resist, don't blame us for being cruel." Chapter 269. Assassination Attempt. A derisive laugh suddenly rang out, followed immediately by a woman sobbing and whimpering. This made Drew feel chills run down his spine. How could he not recognize it? The owner of this voice was none other than Stacy. Damn. Drew slapped his thighs in a hurry. It wasn't that he was obstinately trying to save Stacy at all costs. However, under the current circumstances, tomorrow was supposed to be the day of his wedding with Stacy. If anything happened to Stacy, whether she was switched or not, he would ultimately suffer the consequences. Stacy must not be harmed. I need to go save her right away. Just judging from the way it looked just now, even if she is dead, she should still have a faint breath, right? Drew took several deep breaths, seized an opportunity amidst the gaps left by the palace maids and patrols, and sneaked inside by opening the door slightly. With a creak, just as Drew slipped in, a puzzled voice came from inside the room. "Did you hear something?" Separated by a screen, Drew was startled. He vaguely saw two figures in long robes, seemingly puzzled, slowly walking towards him from behind the screen. Drew looked around frantically. Damn, where do I hide now? He were caught. Even though he was now the imperial son-in-law of the Great Qian Dynasty, he and Stacy had not yet exchanged the marriage rights. If anyone saw him trespassing into Stacy's chambers, it would be a capital crime. He'd lose his head. And who would believe him if he claimed he was here to save someone? Ivor certainly wouldn't. Damn it. Without a second thought, Drew darted under the nearby bed, not daring to breathe loudly, staring intently at the scene before him. How strange. I clearly heard some noise, but there's no one here. A clear voice sounded next. Then, a pair of feet in red embroidered shoes, with tiny golden tassels, appeared before Drew's eyes. Damn, it smells so good. A strange perfume aroma surged into Drew's nostrils as he huddled in the bed, his eyes wide open, hands covering his mouth, desperately trying to suppress any sound. His heart thumped wildly, extremely tense. If discovered, it would mean losing his head. Did you hear someone speaking just now? Yes, I think so. A hoarse voice replied. Drew shivered inwardly. Upon closer listening, something seemed familiar about this voice. In the next moment, he realized. Stevie. Only then did he begin to understand what was happening in this palace. Damn it, Stevie is playing a game of swapping me like a prince for a cat. Forget it, it might just be hallucinations. These things don't matter anymore. Tomorrow, Drew will definitely die. Stevie's voice, gritting through his teeth, abruptly broke the silence. Yes, Freddy. Drew's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening. He never expected Stevie to be involved in this as well. If so, clearly Stacy had been switched with someone else, but Stevie was insisting on killing him. Then who exactly was attacked just now? Could it be? Sigh. Drew felt a chill. Suddenly, Stevie's voice was heard again. Tomorrow, once Drew enters the bridal chamber, use this to kill him. Got it? Yes, Freddy, I understand. Drew peered through the gap under the bed and saw a 3-foot-long broadsword lying on the ground, stirring up sparks. Damn, is this killing pigs or humans? Drew almost shouted out loud. Then he overheard more conversation. Freddy, can I return if this plan succeeds? Don't worry. Once this matter is done, I'll ensure your safe return. But for now, hee. There was a hint of lewdness in Stevie's tone. Drew cursed inwardly. Indeed, Stevie hadn't changed a bit. Despite having seen many things, he was still the same pervert. Suddenly, Freddy, Stacy's somewhat resistant voice echoed suddenly. Freddy, don't do this. What are you doing? I already told you to serve me properly, and I will guarantee your safe departure. But Freddy, tomorrow I'm getting married. If anyone finds out something is off, will be? Stacy's voice was filled with anxiety. The air instantly fell silent. After a long while, only the slightly frustrated voice of Stevie was heard, muttering curses. Damn it, you're just ruining the mood. Listen, don't play these tricks with me. After this matter is over, if you want to leave, you have to spend some real time with me. Understood. Stacy responded with a desolate tone. Bah, old lecher. Drew curled his lips. Tap, tap, tap. Following that was the sound of a long black robe trailing on the ground as Stevie pushed open the door and left the room. Freddy truly doesn't want me to live. Immediately after, Stacy started sobbing and whimpering, her voice filled with sorrow and melancholy. Drew had a general understanding of what was going on now. Clearly, Stevie intended to use this fake Stacy to bring about his demise. Would he let things go so easily? Absolutely not. He needed to figure out a way to resolve this situation. Drew's mind raced rapidly. He still didn't know where the real Stacy was, but this fake Stacy seemed to have some friction with Stevie. If he could devise a way, perhaps he could mediate between them. When that time comes, haha, Stevie, just wait for me. After thinking for a moment, Drew crawled out from under the bed shivering, crouching low, and peeked through the gap in the screen once more. What caught his eye was Stacy, dressed in embroidered robes, sitting on a chair. She was dabbing her tears with a delicate handkerchief, sobbing softly, looking pitiful and lovely like a pear blossom drenched in dew. Her eyes were red and swollen. What startled Drew the most was that this person looked exactly like Stacy. It was the same person he saw this afternoon. So that's why her attitude toward me was different this afternoon. It turns out Ashlyn was right. Drew no longer cared where Ashlyn got her information from. He must find out where the real Stacy was, whether she was alive or dead. This was the most important thing. What the heck? This too? As he came back to his senses, the sight in the distance made Drew widen his eyes, cover his mouth, and even dare not breathe loudly. He watched as Stacy gently slipped off her red embroidered shoes, revealing tender and fair feet that stepped directly onto the carpet. While undressing herself, revealing skin as smooth as white jade, she slowly walked towards a steaming hot bathtub. Chapter 270. Do not look at what is improper. What a thrill. Drew was lost in thought. No wonder I smelled a fragrance when I came in just now. It's coming from here. Wait a minute. Could it be that she's going to take a bath? This. Drew was stunned and extremely nervous, thinking to himself, one must not look or listen to what is improper. He then tiptoed lightly, lifted his chin, and peeked through the feng shi of the screen. What a thrill. A gentleman should obtain things by proper means. Rustle. Accompanied by a sound of water, Stacy sat down in the bathtub, with a look of grievance on her face. She grabbed a handful of flowers and rubbed them gently over her body. Inside the room, it was completely silent. Drew tiptoed, barely daring to breathe, while Stacy's murmurs of grievance occasionally rose. What should I do tomorrow? Superb. As Drew was watching intently, he accidentally stepped on a vase nearby. Oh no. Drew's face changed. He tried to catch it but was too slow. With a clank, the vase shattered on the ground, its crisp cracking sound echoing throughout the room. Drew's pupils contracted. It's over. Something bad has happened. In the bathtub, Stacy suddenly stood up, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around herself. Her eyes were sharp as she looked towards Drew's direction, gritting her teeth and scolding. How dare you? Who is there? Drew immediately held his breath, covering his mouth with both hands. Can't see me. Stacy quickly put on her long robe, her wet feet stepping directly onto the red carpet. Then, with a swift motion, she drew the sword hanging on the wall. The cold gleam flashed as she took a step toward Drew. It was full of danger. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. Drew's legs were trembling. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the screen was split into 2 halves by a sword strike. Not far away, Stacy's angry face stared at him fiercely, her beautiful eyes revealing a chill, her face as cold as ice. Drew, she gritted her teeth. To be honest, I took a wrong turn. Believe me? Drew forced a smile. But the next moment, The somewhat chilly sword blade was already pressed against his neck, making Drew even more nervous. He felt his legs trembling. Don't lay a hand on me. Can you explain why you're here? This fake Stacy asked with a puzzled look, her gaze icy. There might still be hope. Drew's eyes lit up. I originally planned to visit the palace today, but I didn't expect to bump into you taking a bath here. Sorry, I'll leave right now. Drew smiled awkwardly, stretching out 2 fingers to push the sword away slowly. Unexpectedly. Humph. The woman snorted coldly. The sword advanced a few more inches, and with just a little force, Drew would die instantly. At this moment, Drew felt like 10,000 horses were galloping through his mind. What kind of situation is this? The critical issue was that Drew didn't dare to shout, lest people be alerted and find out that he sneaked into the palace to spy on Addie bathing. Even if he were an unmarried prince consort, such an act would probably cost him his head. Things are really messed up. Drew looked utterly hopeless. Haha. Immediately, the fake Stacy's face turned even colder, her beautiful face frosty, muttering almost to herself, I had intended to deal with you tomorrow, but I guess you've already heard our conversation. Since you've come looking for trouble yourself, then let's get it over with. Suddenly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, filled with overwhelming killing intent, his life hanging by a thread. She laughed coldly, her intentions clear, applying more pressure to her hand. Spare my life. Drew's face showed distress. No, hear me out. What else is there to explain? The fake Stacy prepared to strike. I have a way to save you and help you escape from the Tongtian sect. Drew shouted, struck by a sudden idea. After finishing his sentence, he closed his eyes, but the expected bloodshed did not happen. Counting silently for a few seconds, Drew finally opened his eyes cautiously. The sword that had been pressing against his neck was now moved away. Escape from the Tongtian sect? The fake Stacy glared at him and asked, what do you mean by that? You said you have a way to help me escape the Tongtian sect? Phew, it paid off. Drew breathed a sigh of relief. From their conversation just now, he felt that this fake Stacy was also under some kind of constraint, her words filled with reluctance. Thus, in this critical moment, he took a gamble and shouted out those words. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. Yes, I have a way. You want to know it? Drew's heart was racing. Speak. The fake Stacy pointed her long sword, its cold gleam once again resting against Drew's neck. What the hell? Does this girl really enjoy playing violent threats? Put down your sword first. Let's talk things through. Drew's tone softened somewhat. The fake Stacy didn't say anything. She only applied slight pressure with her hand, the cold gleam flashing from her sword as a sign of her stance. Seeing this, Drew had no choice but to sigh. You were likely deceived into joining the Tongtian sect, and you wish to escape, right? If you cooperate with me, I can ensure nothing bad happens to you. He had previously read the original work. Most people in the Tongtian sect joined through various deceptive means. They were then exploited by people like Stevie. In other words, they were stepping stones. Based on their earlier conversation, he assumed this person pretending to be Stacy was similarly in such a situation. How do you guarantee that? The fake Stacy asked coldly. Just don't tell me you plan to report this to Ivor. Do you really think I'm that foolish? Drew hurriedly replied. What do you mean then? Tomorrow, I can pretend to die, and you can claim credit from Stevie, wouldn't that work? The fake Stacy gave a cold sneer. Why not just kill you now? If you kill me now, who will marry you tomorrow? Drew retorted directly. Hearing this, the fake Stacy was taken aback, frowning without a word. A hint of a smile crept onto Drew's lips. This girl is buying it. As long as you don't kill me now, I'll go out and spread rumors. Do you believe me or not? That you switched the real Stacy and are impersonating her. He continued to persuade her gently. Chapter 271. Let's talk terms. Can you really escape then? Within this Great Qian palace, each and every palace elite is at least a mid-4th rank. Let alone you. Even Stevie would find it hard to break free. Clarissa frowned upon hearing Drew's words, for they were indeed truthful. How can I trust you? Trusting me, isn't this quite obvious? Drew raised his hands, displaying a lewd expression, then carefully pushed away the precious sword from his neck. As he expected, Clarissa did not make a move. Phew. He let out a long breath of relief. The smile on his face widened even more as he placed his hands behind his back and nonchalantly walked over to a wooden chair nearby, plopping down with one leg crossed over the other, saying with a relaxed tone, all you have to do is cooperate with me. Tomorrow, I'll pretend to die, and then you can leave safely, so nothing happens to me either, right? And then? Clarissa furrowed her brows, seemingly deliberating. Drew wasn't in a rush either, merely waiting silently while he picked up a teacup next to him, swirled the tea leaves aside with the lid, and was about to take a sip. With a clang, the teacup shattered in Drew's hand, scalding hot water splashing onto the floor. What the heck? Who allowed you to drink? Clarissa's face was filled with anger. Drew smacked his lips. What a temper this girl had. Compared to the original owner, she was no different at all. But what did you expect from an imposter with such a big temper? I've said what needed to be said. It's your decision now. Drew remained unfazed, changing which leg he rested on while leaning against the chair, looking utterly at ease. Clarissa scrutinized him with a frown for a considerable amount of time before finally replying. Fine, I agree. Clarissa abruptly turned around, inserted the precious sword into its scabbard by the side, and started walking toward Drew with a half-smile that made him uneasy. You, what are you doing? Drew asked. What do you think? Clarissa gave a cold laugh, gradually closing in on Drew. Before he could react, she swiftly pulled out a rope and tied him up tightly. What are you doing? Drew screamed, feeling dizzy as he realized he was bound securely like a dumpling. What the heck, you? Can you believe it? Some special kink? I'm just afraid you might misbehave, so I've tied you up. Clarissa clapped her hands after finishing her task and said, if you cooperate honestly and do as we agreed today, I promise you'll be safe. But if you have any ill intentions? Haha. She bent down, eyes glinting ominously, using her slender fingers to lift Drew's chin, and said coldly, I promise you won't rest in peace. Drew felt a chill. Don't blame me. I can't be at ease unless I do this, right? Then Clarissa mimicked Drew's earlier posture, sitting elegantly on the wooden chair with her leg crossed, even provocatively lifting his chin with her foot. As I said, it's just how things are. Drew clenched his teeth in anger, temples throbbing. Darn. He didn't expect to be manipulated by this little girl, but a thought suddenly occurred to him, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. Since I've promised to help you deal with Stevie, shouldn't you also help me with something? Help you? Clarissa frowned, her voice tinged with menace. Yes, tit for tat. Wouldn't that be polite? Drew nodded rapidly. Clarissa's brow twitched slightly as she stared at him intensely, causing the air to turn dead silent. After a considerable pause, speak. What is it? Clarissa took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with danger. I advise you to keep those thoughts to yourself. If it's something indecent or nonsense, I'll cut out your tongue. Drew thought. What was she thinking? However, he wasn't angry and simply chuckled with a lecherous grin. Bound securely, yet sporting a sly smile, Drew looked thoroughly deserving of a beating. Speak. Clarissa urged. Drew didn't get impatient or upset. He sniffed and slowly said, now that I've promised to help you deal with Tongtian sect and assist you in leaving it, shouldn't you tell me where Clarissa is? You've got to be kidding. After all, Clarissa was technically his fiancée. Now, someone else had taken her place. Especially when he saw what happened earlier. It made Drew inexplicably nervous. Even he did not know why. He just felt uneasy. He had to find Clarissa no matter what. If she died under these circumstances, where could he go to reason? Oh. Fake Clarissa raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Drew to ask about this. However, she did not reply immediately, but instead tapped the armrest lightly with her finger, laughing. Why? Are you concerned about her now? Weren't you always heard not wanting to marry her? Humph. Drew was astonished, wondering how this rumor spread. As far as he knew, he hadn't told anyone. Now isn't the time to discuss this. I'm helping you so much. Shouldn't you tell me where Clarissa really is? Even Drew didn't notice his voice had become a bit more urgent, as if he really cared about it. Perhaps seeing Drew's tense expression, fake Clarissa's slender eyebrows twitched slightly, her eyes narrowing. After a long pause, she finally said, she's dead. The words thundered in Drew's mind, instantly exploding inside his brain. What? Dead? Dead? He was dazed for a long moment, unable to recover from shock. I said she's dead. Why are you so surprised? Do you like her? Fake Clarissa smiled slyly, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Tied up on the ground, Drew blinked his eyes. That's not right. How does this girl talk?